In a world beset by the challenges of an animalistic society, the formidable character, Tao Youyou, unexpectedly finds herself traversing realms. Not only does she embrace the role of a mother without the pangs of childbirth, but she also assumes the mantle of a stepmother, perceived as malevolent by her newly acquired progeny. Faced with the dire legacy of the original owner's reputation and the impending darkness of her bullied offspring, she resolves to alter their fate, nurturing this motley crew into the most endearing treasures. With the aid of her unique abilities and a supportive system, she embarks on a journey of agriculture, infrastructure, resource accumulation, and defense against external threats, all while cultivating the individual strengths of her beloved children. The eldest possesses immense strength, coupled with a penchant for affection. The second exhibits acute senses and instinctively seeks her protection during peril. And the third, seemingly ordinary, surprises all by soaring to great heights after hatching. Under her tender care, their home blossoms into the warmest sanctuary in this beastly realm. Chapter 1. For those unafraid of death. Bite her to death. Sever her tendons and cast her into the wilderness. Let her suffer. Rend her apart. Tear her asunder. The pain is excruciating. This dull, cutting agony far surpasses that of self-detonating energy cores. Hadn't I perished alongside the corpse king? Why does the pain linger? And were those raucous voices surrounding me? The pain is unbearable, and the noise is deafening. Summoning all her strength, Tao Youyou managed to open her eyes, and at last, the world fell silent. Yet, as she gazed vacantly at the large, dark egg cradled in her arms, she fell into a contemplative silence. Thud. Before she could fully comprehend her situation, a series of thuds drew her attention. She turned around. "Mother, please spare my brother. I beg you, do not sell him." A dirty little boy knelt before her, cradling a fluffy, unidentifiable creature, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Though Tao Youyou was still grappling with her current predicament, the sight of the boy ignited a spark of recognition within her. In the apocalyptic world she had come from, all life had lost the ability to reproduce, and had been ages since she had encountered a child. Not to mention, she had not even seen animal offspring. How could she bear to see this little boy kneeling before her? And he referred to her as mother? Had she truly crossed realms and gained a son in the process? For the moment, she pushed such thoughts aside. She could not allow a child to kneel before her in such a manner. With a swift motion, she lifted the boy into her embrace. She intended to gently rub the reddened forehead from his bows, but upon seeing her grimy hands stained with blood, she refrained. Moreover, the boy instinctively resisted her embrace, trembling from fear, which caused her brow to furrow. Upon closer inspection, not only was the boy fearful, but the furry creature he held was also quivering uncontrollably. What transpired to instill such terror in her offspring? Her head throbbed painfully. Tao Youyou felt that raucous noise return, her mind seemingly displaying a slideshow of memories that did not belong to her. Enduring the discomfort, she swiftly reviewed the memories. This was an ancient world of beastmen. The original owner of this body was a malicious stepmother, driven by greed and vanity, who had mistreated her partner's children. She had schemed against the tribe's foremost warrior, Fu Zhao, to become his mate, only to begin tormenting his offspring after his demise. Furthermore, she had sought to abandon them to pursue the affections of another warrior, Shi Tian, who was far less tolerant than Fu Zhao. When her manipulations failed, she was cast aside, and in a harsh world where survival was brutal, she nearly perished after a night spent exposed, having inhaled seductive powders. Yet, before she could recover, she remained unrepentant, even collaborating with rogue beastmen to betray her own child in exchange for information on Shi Tian's whereabouts. Indeed, the third child was that very dark egg. It was during the delivery of this egg that she inexplicably found herself in this new realm. Why must she endure the original owner's tragic fate? Ultimately, the original owner met her demise at the hands of the very children she had tormented. The mere thought of such a grim end sent shivers down her spine. Even though she had faced numerous horrors in her past life, to avoid the original owner's fate, she resolved to revisit the narrative. Ironically, the original owner had been dealt a favorable hand, but her actions, akin to a forced descent into folly, had squandered her opportunities. Her partner, Fu Zhao, though burdened with offspring, was the tribe's greatest warrior and enjoyed a life free from want. His gentle nature and propensity for kindness made him beloved among the tribe, hinting at a latent leadership quality. Had she simply behaved herself, all would have been well. However, after becoming his mate, she cruelly tormented his children, and upon his disappearance, she shamelessly abused them. Even before his remains were found, she began to pursue Tion, leading to a severely tarnished reputation among the tribe. Ultimately, her self-destructive behavior culminated in her being brutally slain by her own mistreated children. Having clarified the memories, Tao Youyou recognized it was now a critical juncture for selling the egg, a pivotal moment that would catalyze the children's descent into darkness. After being sold to the malevolent wolf pack leader, the egg would ignite a conflagration, nearly leading to its consumption. Though it narrowly escaped, the incident precipitated an early hatching, resulting in lifelong paralysis. The most vicious of the children would then tear the original owner apart and discard her into an ant nest. Fortunately, there was still a chance for rescue. In a bid to prevent this wicked female from selling her brother, Fu Xiao steeled himself against his fear, bracing for the inevitable punishment that would follow. Yet, after a brief moment, the anticipated punishment did not come. Instead, he found himself still cradled in the arms of this wicked female. What could she possibly intend? Come, let's return home. Tao Youyou released Fu Xia and gently stroked the still undeveloped head of the second child, adjusting the egg to ensure its safety, before taking Fu Xia's hand and turning to leave. Fu Xia was momentarily stunned, his expression gradually melting into one of disbelief. What was this wicked female up to? Despite his uncertainty about her intentions, rescuing his brother remained paramount, prompting Fu Xia to cautiously inquire, "Mother, you won't sell my brother, will you?" Seeing Fu Xia's apprehensive yet endearing demeanor, Tao Youyou felt a wave of emotion swell within her. "Rest assured, I will not sell him. I shall never sell him again." Upon hearing her words, Fu Xia sighed in relief, yet his vigilance remained high, wary of potential treachery from this wicked female. As they turned to head home, a pack of red-eyed wolves soon pursued them. Before long, Tao Youyou and Fu Xia found themselves surrounded by the ravenous wolves. "Why did you fail to deliver my reward upon learning of my whereabouts? Hand over the egg." The lead wolf, eyes gleaming with hunger, transformed into a fearsome man. Tao Youyou shielded Fu Xia behind her, clutching the egg protectively, and eyed the man warily. "This is my son. I will never part with him," she declared. The man, seemingly amused, stepped forward, intent on seizing it. Swish! An icy blade pierced his throat, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Tao Youyou turned to face the remaining wolves, pointing at the fallen man, and boldly proclaimed, "The egg lies within my grasp. Those unafraid of death may approach." Chapter 2. It can still be negative. "Without this egg, you may not taste anything fresh, but if anyone dares to snatch my cub, I will ensure their demise first," Tao Youyou declared expressionlessly, giving her hand a dismissive shake. The pack of wolves exchanged glances, remaining silent and lowering their heads in submission. "Why aren't you retreating?" Tao Youyou stepped forward. The wolves instinctively took several steps back. Tao Youyou pulled Fu Xiao close to her, striding ahead. "Get lost. Don't delay my return home." The wolf pack obediently parted to create a path, following closely behind. Fu Xiao was bewildered. He even forgot his fear. Was she, just moments ago, protecting herself and her brother? She referred to her cub, her son. Had he misheard? Did she not always call them stinky pests? Wasn't she the most timid and fearful? Moreover, how did she become so formidable? How did the wolf meet its end? However, if she was this powerful, wouldn't it be a mere trifle for her to deal with herself and her brothers in the future? What to do? Guided by memory, Tao Youyou traversed most of the tribe and finally arrived at a dilapidated thatched hut on the outskirts. Looking at the filthy, smelly, and drafty ruin before her, her heart ached even more. How tragic. Even in such extreme conditions as the apocalypse, she had never worried about shelter. But could this broken house truly be habitable? Once inside the thatched hut, she realized she had been hasty. If the outside was in shambles, the interior was unbearably filthy. How lazy could the original owner have been? There was not a single spot to stand, garbage littered everywhere. Was this truly a place where a person could live? After Tao Youyou pulled Fu Xiao inside, he quickly made his way through the debris to a corner with a large gaping hole, settling down with the dark egg. Then, was he hatching the egg? Tao Youyou's emotions became complex. She even momentarily forgot the house's disrepair. The more she looked at her eldest son, the more she felt like a monster. No, it was the original owner who was unworthy. How could such an understanding and obedient little cub endure such treatment? Ah Xiao, come here, don't linger in the draft. I'll tidy up the house and then cook for you and Xiao Shu. Tao Youyou endeavored to sound gentle. Cooking? This was something she had never dared to dream of. The last meal had been when her father was still alive. Since his disappearance, not only had she and her brother gone hungry, but she also had to scavenge for food. Failing to find food, or being unsatisfied with it, always resulted in a beating. But now, she claimed she would cook for them. Was this not a ghostly encounter? How could this wicked female seem like a different person? And it was rather pleasant. If only she could remain this way. Fu Xiao was still in a daze. Noticing his lack of movement, Tao Youyou made her way through the mess to stand before him. As she reached to pick up the little one, Fu Xiao instinctively cradled the egg protectively, looking at her with caution and hostility. Tao Youyou sighed internally. Indeed, enduring persecution for too long, the child was not accustomed to this change. The revolution had yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. It's all right. I refuse to believe I cannot win over this little cub with love. If love fails, perhaps food will suffice. Braised pork, twice-cooked pork, soy sauce ribs, dumplings, buns, scallion pancakes. All right, you can rest assured, I won't touch it. You hold it yourself. Tao Youyou took a step back, arms open wide, standing straight to give Fu Xiao a sense of safety. Why don't you take your brothers outside to play for a while? Once Mama tidies up, I'll call you for dinner, okay? Tao Youyou earnestly tried to exude kindness. Fu Xiao was skeptical, but then thought, since his brothers were in his arms, she couldn't harm them. At worst, it would be like before, being chased out and unable to return home to sleep. Nothing new, so he wasn't afraid. As he exited the thatched hut, Tao Youyou called after him, "Be careful, don't bump into the little third one." Fu Xiao hesitated at the threshold, his expression almost breaking. To avoid embarrassment, he quickly dashed a few steps toward the tree hollow where he often went after being chased out. Once there, he carefully placed the black egg beside him and spoke to his fluffy second brother. "Second brother, do you think she has really changed for the better?" Ah, the scruffy little ball nudged his brother's palm with its head. "Are you saying she is pretending with ulterior motives?" Woo-ah. The fluffy ball relaxed, flopping onto Fu Xiao's chest like a pancake. Meanwhile, Tao Youyou surveyed the dilapidated house, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Were it not for the harsh environment and the nighttime temperature plummeting below freezing, she might have considered abandoning the thatched hut and sleeping outside. But that wouldn't do. She could endure the cold, but the little cubs mustn't be frozen. 2 hours later, after sweating profusely, Tao Youyou finally cleared the entire room of garbage. Though the thatched hut remained severely damaged, it looked significantly more tolerable now that it was clean and tidy. After sealing a few gaps, it could just about be deemed livable. After some thought, Tao Youyou gathered a bunch of soft grass and even placed the only relatively clean animal hide on top, intending to create a comfortable nest for the little third one. Once all the tasks were completed, Tao Youyou felt utterly exhausted, more so than after a day of slaying zombies. "I could really use a cold drink right now." Beep, delivery failed, reputation too low. Please continue to strive, host. What was that sound? Tao Youyou looked around but found nothing. Tentatively, she murmured, "I could really use a hot milk tea." Beep, delivery failed, reputation too low. Please continue to strive, host. Now, Tao Youyou was certain the voice originated from her mind. Could this be her golden finger? Feeling invigorated, she began searching for a way to activate her golden finger. Eventually, she discovered a red, 5-pointed star mark beneath her armpit. How awkward and hidden. Tao Youyou glanced around instinctively. No one was in sight. She quickly tapped the 5-pointed star. The star gradually warmed up, and soon a screen appeared in her mind. Space Exchange System 1.0. What greeted her eyes was a large progress bar with 5 functional key windows lined up below. At that moment, only the mall and space were lit up, while the subsequent categories of delicacies, technology, and military were grayed out and inaccessible. Tao Youyou's reputation value, -327. How could it still be negative? Chapter 3. The Average White Male. Upon entering the mall, Tao Youyou had no desire to browse and immediately clicked to exit. This was beyond her current means. As for the space, it was completely empty. Well, splendid. This golden finger seemed to have activated, yet it felt as if it hadn't. Never mind, it was better to cook. The little cubs must be starving after such a long time. But what to eat? Having just tidied up the thatch hut, she found not a trace of food. However, she had already boasted, and she couldn't disappoint the little cubs. Damn that reputation value. Suddenly, Tao Youyou recalled passing a potato field on her way back. However, she had been in such a hurry that she hadn't looked closely. The leaves resembled potatoes, but she would need to dig them up to confirm. Without hesitation, Tao Youyou swiftly dashed to the potato field. Upon her arrival, she discovered that several women were already present. As they caught sight of Tao Youyou, they rolled their eyes in unison, and a few even began to curse openly. How unfortunate. Tao Youyou, what are you doing here? I'll tell you, there's no news about your tea on here. You'd best leave. You are not welcomed at a lean, dark-skinned woman spat in Tao Youyou's direction. Tao Youyou sifted through her memories and recalled that the woman was Yang Li, a partner of Xiong San, who had always looked down upon her, to avoid conflict, and with the desire to return home early to prepare a meal for her children. Tao Youyou chose silence and squatted at the farthest corner of the field, beginning to dig. However, Yang Li's display of bravado went unanswered. Leaving her feeling humiliated, she decided to abandon her harvesting and strode over to Tao Youyou, ready to unleash her fury. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Get out of here! Tao Youyou, unwilling to court trouble, was not intimidated. With the woman pointing a finger at her, she could not simply back down. She pushed the accusing hand away and retorted coldly. Who has designated this land as yours? You think no one else is allowed to harvest here? Are you hoping to see the tribe starve while only your family feasts? The notion of wishing starvation upon the entire tribe was indeed malicious, but Yang Li felt cornered and could not articulate a rebuttal. Instead, she shouted, "You're talking nonsense. I never said that. I just don't want you to harvest." Tao Youyou pressed on, "You may not have said it, but your actions speak otherwise. By obstructing my harvest, do you intend on my family starve? If you want to starve me, that's one thing, but my 3 children are innocent. Are you so cruel? Does Xiong San know about your heartlessness?" I didn't mean to. I'm not that. I simply want to prepare a good meal for my children. What is your intent in preventing me from gathering food? Today you wish to starve us. Tomorrow, will you seek to starve another family? There are many children in the tribe. Do you plan to let none escape your grasp? Yang Li panicked. Protecting one's children was the tribe's foremost duty, and if this accusation fell upon her, she risked being expelled from the tribe. She glanced around at her companions, seeking support. However, the women who had initially been harvesting alongside her all had children of their own. Faced with the prospect of their own offspring, none stood by Yang Li, their expressions turning hostile. Seeing that she could not best the sharp-tongued Tao Youyou and was now shunned by her peers, Yang Li could only stomp her foot in frustration, clutching the handful of leaves she had just gathered, and returned home, muttering to herself, "Humph, what would a wicked stepmother like you know about preparing meals for children? Who are you trying to impress?" With the pests cleared away, tranquility returned to the world. Tao Youyou quickly dug a hole in the earth. Indeed, she unearthed 3 sizable potatoes, and her spirits soared, prompting her to hasten her efforts. After a while, she returned home with 5 potatoes and 3 sweet potatoes, disregarding the women nearby who, despite their disdain for her, could not resist picking up discarded potato leaves. Though the women were astonished at how eloquently Tao Youyou had spoken, they assumed that her declaration of cooking for her children was sincere, especially as she returned with only a pile of refuse, leading them to believe she had a change of heart. Back at her dwelling, she faced a dilemma: how to cook without a pot or stove. The day was drawing to a close, making it impractical to build a fire. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck her. She circled her home, selecting a small earthen mound of adequate height. Using a stick, she excavated a sizable hole, creating passages both vertically and horizontally. Next, she gathered uniform-sized clumps of earth or stones, stacking them layer by layer around the mouth of the hole, resembling a game of building blocks. The opening gradually narrowed, with gaps left between the clumps to allow for ventilation and facilitate the burning of firewood. The clumps were stacked at an angle, eventually sealing the top completely. She then collected some dry grass and twigs to serve as kindling, igniting a robust fire within the makeshift earthen kiln. After several rounds of burning, the temperature inside the kiln and the surrounding earth would rise significantly, at which point she extinguished the flames. She placed the freshly dug potatoes and sweet potatoes inside, initially considering washing them, but then deciding against it since they would ultimately be buried. After tossing the potatoes into the kiln, she could dismantle the earthen mound, allowing the clumps to tumble into the opening. Using some earth, she sealed the entrance tightly, ensuring the potatoes would steam for a while. Once the clumps cooled sufficiently, the potatoes would be ready, yielding soft and sweet roasted potatoes. Cooking them directly over the fire often resulted in unevenly cooked or burnt potatoes, which were unpalatable. In her previous life, she had often ventured beyond the city for tasks, so she had perfected this method through repeated trials. After burying the potatoes, she calculated the time and set off to find Fu Xiao and Mao Tuanzi to return for dinner. From memory, she knew Fu Xiao would undoubtedly take Xiao Lao heir and Xiao Lao San to his own stronghold, motherless wild spawn. Shidi, capitalizing on his height, relentlessly hurled hard clods of earth at Fu Xiao, occasionally delivering kicks. Fu Xiao, striving to protect He Dan beneath him, could only endure, his flushed face betraying his indignation and frustration. Meanwhile, the little fur ball in his arms could not contain himself, leaping onto Shidi's body and scratching his face fiercely. This incited Shidi's wrath, who grabbed the little fur ball and hurled him to the ground. As Tao Youyou approached, she witnessed this scene and felt her heart race. If he fell, Xiao Lao heir's life would be in peril. In a swift motion, she darted forward, catching Mao Tuanzi just in time, sending Shidi flying several meters away. Shidi felt as though he was soaring, but soon enough his face met the ground first. Accustomed to his status as Shurtion's brother, he had never faced such humiliation and momentarily found himself at a loss. When he finally regained his composure and realized it was Tao Youyou who had sent him flying, he was initially stunned but quickly erupted in anger. "You vile wretch, how dare you kick me? Do you believe I can make my brother ignore you forever?" Typically, others harbored disdain and fear towards the troublesome Shidi, while the original owner had acted like a loyal follower, striving to earn Shidi's favor so he might speak well of her in front of his brother. Often, she had even assisted Shidi in bullying her own children, once even suggesting he kick Xiao Lao San like a ball. Had Fu Xiao not endured a brutal beating that left him bedridden for 3 days, Xiao Lao San might have perished then. Watching Shidi tumble and sit up, Tao Youyou couldn't help but reflect on the resilience of those in the beastly world. Yet, resilience was advantageous. It could withstand a beating. "You wretch. You." Before Shidi could finish his sentence, a resounding slap landed across his face. "Who are you calling a motherless wild spawn? They are motherless wild," Shidi retorted, but upon seeing Tao Youyou raise her hand again, he quickly fell silent. Tao Youyou did not let her hand fall, but pointed a finger at Shidi's nose, enunciating each word distinctly. "I am their mother. If you dare to bully my child again, I will strip your skin off." Although at that moment, Shidi felt an intense rage boiling within him, he was also afraid of being beaten, so he could only shrink his neck and flee, cursing under his breath as he ran. "You wait. I'll have my brother deal with you. You're doomed. Filthy wretch. Let me tell you, my brother has a fondness for Hu Xiao. A female like you, who has already taken a mate, would never catch his eye. You deserve to die alongside your worthless partner and become a stepmother to a bastard." Originally, Tao Youyou planned to let Shidi, this unruly child, go, but his parting insults toward her little one were simply intolerable. Tao Youyou's expression darkened instantly. Fu Xiao instinctively tightened her grip on the fur cub and the dark egg. Was she regretting it? Was she about to assist Shidi in dealing with herself and her brother? She had once loathed hearing that Shurtion did not like her because she had bonded with her father. Since her father's disappearance, she had been constantly berated by him and her brother. The imagined blow did not materialize. Instead, for some reason, Shidi stumbled and fell to the ground. Two icy projectiles were hurled, and Shidi felt his knees buckle, sending him sprawling on the ground. Turning his head, he saw Tao Youyou approaching him like a fierce deity, step by step. He was terrified, forgetting to get up, and sat there shrinking back. Just as Tao Youyou reached for him, he hastily transformed into a lion, preparing to flee. However, a half-grown lion cub could hardly escape. After all, he had once been able to overpower even an adult male lion in its mutated form. Shitty was seized by one of his hind legs, squealing in fright and struggling desperately, but it was evident that his efforts were in vain. "Move again, and I swear I will break your leg," Tao Youyou warned. Seeing the fierce glint in her eyes, Shitty dared not move, resigned to his fate, being dragged along like a defeated dog by Tao Youyou for half the length of the tribe. Despite Shitty's futile struggles, Tao Youyou's grip on his leg was unwavering, showcasing her fierce demeanor. "Son, let's go home. It's time for dinner." Fu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized he had never seen Tao Youyou in such a fierce light. Even Shitty, the unruly child, was startled, and he hurriedly followed behind her, clutching the egg and the fur cub. "Son, do you wish to take revenge?" "Huh? Can you drag him?" Yes." Although Fu Xiao was slight of build, he possessed considerable strength. Along the way, many members of the tribe witnessed Tao Youyou fiercely dealing with Shitty for Fu Xiao's sake, leading to a slight reduction in their prejudice against her. Several children had also been bullied by Shitty, but as Tian was the tribe's foremost warrior, they had to endure in silence, and one expected Tao Youyou to be so brave. Could it be that she was beginning to change her ways and care for her children? However, given Tian's status as the tribe's top warrior, many still sought to curry favor with him, and after the commotion, several individuals discreetly went to complain to him. But Tao Youyou paid no heed to those who complained. Although she had not intended to get involved with Tian again, who could blame her? This unruly child was part of her family. Regardless of who he was, a bad parent ought to bear the consequences. Upon returning home, a faint aroma of roasted potatoes wafted from the earth, but the keen noses of the beastmen, particularly Fu Xiao and the little fur ball, detected it at the entrance, and they sniffed eagerly. With Tao Youyou's consent, they entered the house, their faces filled with disbelief at how clean and tidy it was. Was this truly their home? Tao Youyou tossed Shitty into a corner and warned, "Stay put, don't move, or I will have to hit you." Shitty curled up in a dejected ball, hoping desperately for his brother to come to his rescue. Tao Youyou retrieved 2 straw mats, handing one to Fu Xiao while she sat down and began to dig out the buried potatoes with a stick. Soon, several roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes were unearthed, and Tao Youyou selected the largest one, peeling off its skin. Instantly, the unique aroma of roasted potatoes filled the thatched hut. After all, she was still a child. Despite having protected her 2 younger brothers and enduring considerable hardship, she was still merely 6 or 7 years old, unable to resist swallowing her saliva at the sight of delicious food. "Oh, you want some? Can I?" Fu Xiao hesitated, perhaps emboldened by the protection he had received from this female throughout the day. "Of course, but you must agree to one thing." Fu Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of alertness and suspicion. Did this female intend to sell out her brother? He resolutely refused to betray his brother for a morsel of food. "I will not agree to you selling my brother. You must sincerely call me mother." The two exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward, but the moment of awkwardness quickly faded as sounds emerged from outside. "Tao Youyou, do you think this method of attracting my attention is amusing? Hurry up and release my brother," Tian said, his expression devoid of emotion. "Tao Youyou, average men can indeed be quite tiresome." Tao Youyou nearly lost her composure. "What did you say?" Tian did not comprehend. "I said you are nothing more than an ordinary, self-assured, and utterly repulsive piece of trash." Chapter 4. Redemption through Meet Youyou. How could you, Tian, never have anticipated that Youyou would publicly insult him? Youyou rolled her eyes and retorted, "What about me? Can you ever do something sensible? Shitty relies on being your younger brother to bully the other cubs in the tribe. Are you going to pretend you don't know this forever? If you can't educate your unruly child properly, don't blame me for stepping in to teach him a lesson. It's one thing not to be grateful for my assistance in raising your child, but to come and hold me accountable? Moreover, I am a person with a partner, and yet you dare to utter those ambiguous words, casting aspersions on my integrity. Do you think it's wrong for me to call you a mediocre man?" Tian was not oblivious to Shitty's bullying of others' cubs. He believed that since he was now the mightiest warrior in the tribe, it was acceptable for his younger brother to be a little spoiled. Besides, nothing major had occurred, and no one had approached him about such trivial matters. However, He was taken aback that the one who had been so keen on him would resort to such tactics to compel him to seek her out, spouting nonsensical remarks that left him quite irked. I have no desire to converse with a female like you. Hurry up and return my brother, Shirtion declared, visibly agitated. Youyou cast a sidelong glance at Shirtion, lifted her chin, and pointed at Shitty, who was curled up in a corner. The score for bullying my cubs hasn't been settled yet. And you want to take your brother back? Do you think this is a favorable bargain? You must be daydreaming. Shirtion was caught off guard, despite his arrival. This persistent female still refused to show him any respect, igniting his anger. I have come to ask you for the boy. What more do you want? Don't push your luck. Just because I came to ask doesn't mean I owe you anything. How much do you think your face is worth? What do you truly desire? Shirtion exclaimed, exasperated. To redeem someone, one must exhibit the demeanor of a redeemer. Bring meat in exchange, Youyou declared, nonchalantly sitting on a stone stool with her legs crossed. Shirtion was astonished. This female, who often pilfered food from him, was now audaciously extorting him? He could hardly believe it, thinking she merely sought his attention and conversation, yet she genuinely craved meat. Shirtion was naturally unwilling. Do not overstep your bounds. Youyou pointed at Fuxiao and the others. Overstep? When your brother bullied my cubs, you didn't think I was overstepping, did you? Look at my cubs. The eldest is as thin as a monkey, the second hasn't even transformed yet, and the third is still an egg, which your brother thinks is a ball to kick. Is this how you educate your children? The crowd murmured. Didn't you give the egg to Shitty as a ball to kick? Youyou instantly feigned tears, causing those around to sympathize with her plight, having just acquired a partner. She hadn't even had the chance to mate before her male fell into an endless abyss, inexplicably becoming a stepmother to others' cubs. And your brother doesn't just bully my cubs. Ask everyone here, which cub hasn't been bullied by Shitty? Isn't that right? Seeing the surrounding individuals nodding in agreement with Youyou's words, Shirtion realized that he could not escape the necessity of offering meat. Gritting his teeth, Shitty muttered, "You well done." With that, he retrieved a ratio-long egg from a bee-skin bag and tossed it to Youyou. Youyou examined the egg, slightly larger than her fist, and grimaced. Are you trying to send me off with scraps? An egg in exchange for Shitty? Surely you jest. This matter is far from over without a leg of ratio long. After speaking, she handed the egg to Fuxiao to keep safe. What did you say? Shirtion roared. Hearing Youyou's bold proclamation, Shirtion was infuriated, transforming into a nearly 3-meter-tall white lion and bellowing at her, nearly uprooting the thatched roof. Youyou coldly replied, "What is this? Are you so embarrassed that you wish to resort to violence? Do you think I fear you?" She stood up, placing herself protectively in front of Fuxiao, her icy blade already prepared at her fingertips. Just as Shirtion was about to engage in battle, a lean man suddenly dashed out and whispered something into Shirtion's ear, causing him to freeze in place. Are you serious? Indeed, Wolio is likely already cold and hardened, Lusu proclaimed. Shirtion, having earned his title as the tribe's foremost warrior, was not a fool driven solely by muscle. Although Wolio's combat prowess was not particularly formidable, his pack of shape-shifting mountain wolves was notoriously difficult to handle. It was unlikely that he could emerge unscathed from an encounter with Wolio. How had Youyou managed to kill Wolio? Or was it possible that Fuxiao had survived? No, that couldn't be. He had witnessed the fall with his own eyes. Furthermore, if Fuxiao had survived, he would not be so comfortably situated within the tribe, as his character would surely lead him to leave some kind of contingency plan for Youyou. What a stroke of misfortune. Even in death, he could not find peace. Shirtion dared not gamble. He reverted to his human form. Wrap up your little toothpick and stop exposing yourself here. It's disgusting. Youyou closed her eyes and insulted him, not wishing to suffer from warts. Although Shirtion did not comprehend her words, he knew they were certainly not flattering. Blushing, he quickly wrapped a piece of bee skin around his waist and said, "One leg is impossible. I don't have that now. At most, I can offer you 5 ribs of ratio long. Do you want them?" Seeing that he was no longer in an attacking stance, Youyou sheathed her icy blade. She hadn't truly expected to receive a leg. She merely wished to negotiate for some meat to supplement the young cubs. And receiving 5 ribs was already a pleasant surprise. 6 ribs. We're negotiating, after all. Very well, I shall fetch them for you. Shi Tian cast a deep glance at Youyou before turning to retrieve the meat. Son, are you excited to have meat to eat? Youyou affectionately patted Fu Xiao's head, smiling brightly. Fu Xiao was nearly bewildered. He had anticipated that upon Shi Tian's arrival, she would revert to her former malicious self. Yet surprisingly, she not only remained unchanged, but even dared to snatch meat from him. It was quite an adjustment. After redeeming Shi Tian returned to the cave, seething with suppressed anger. Before Shi could enter, he slammed the cave door shut. Just as Shi prepared to knock, he heard his brother smashing everything inside the cave to pieces, causing him to quickly retreat in fright. What the hell? How dare that shameless female snatch meat from me? Had I known, I would have ensured your demise alongside her. Shi Tian exclaimed in exasperation. Originally, those 6 ribs were intended as a mating gift for Huxiu, and now they had been brazenly plundered by Youyou. Since his rebirth, he had enjoyed a smooth existence. He had never endured such humiliation. Even Fu Xiao, who had once overshadowed him, had been sent to the afterlife by his hand. Who could have foreseen that he would suffer such a blow from his inconspicuous partner? Chapter 5. Unlocking the culinary function window, Shi Tian shook his head, struggling to recall what remarkable qualities Youyou possessed in his previous life. Although he had excelled, he had always been overshadowed by his close friend, Fu Xiao. Despite his utmost efforts to barely establish himself as a ruler among the beast tribes, Fu Xiao, hailing from the same humble beginnings, effortlessly surpassed him. As a fellow beast king, Fu Xiao received adulation from his kin, while Shi Tian was merely average, consumed by jealousy. It was not until the tumultuous years of chaos that Fu Xiao sacrificed his life for the beast clan that Shi Tian finally garnered recognition. Without Fu Xiao's restraint, he achieved his desire for the most beautiful female in the beast realm, Huxiu, and even found himself besieged by many lovely females vying for his bed. He reveled in such pleasures, living a blissful life from his prime until old age. As his physical abilities began to wane, he prayed to the heavens for renewed health, and miraculously, he was returned to his youthful days. On the day of his rebirth, Shi Tian gazed at his robust body, his heart brimming with joy as he could not suppress a triumphant roar towards the heavens. The exhilarating sensation of being born superior, attended to by others, with countless beautiful women vying for his affection, was simply sublime. However, the only issue that required resolution was his dear brother. With the memories of his past life as a guiding force, Shi Tian successfully cast Fu Xiao into the abyss. Meanwhile, Tao Youyou had begun preparing a delectable dish of potato and pork ribs for the children. Previously, feeling that their home lacked meat, she had roasted all the potatoes. But now that meat was available, she could not bear to deny her 2 little ones. Did he not see how the drool from the little one was already dampening the fur around his mouth? Yet, the absence of a pot posed a dilemma. She had originally planned to stir-fry a pot of potato and pork ribs for dinner and to simmer a bowl of rib soup for the children's warming breakfast the next day. Alas, there was not even a pot for the ribs, let alone for the soup. She decided to make a stone slab dish of potato and pork ribs instead. Tao Youyou ventured outside to find a stone slab of suitable thickness and 2 rocks of similar height to prop it up, creating a rudimentary stone slab cooking station. Observing the grimy stone slab, she extended her hand, and a stream of clear water flowed from her fingertips. The water cascaded down the slab, washing away the muddy dirt. Fu Xiao was astonished to see water emanating from Tao Youyou's fingers, his mouth forming in oin surprise. However, he had little time to be amazed. Having not had water for several days, he quickly reached out to catch the water flowing down the slab. Tao Youyou, thinking that Fu Xiao was finally displaying some childlike curiosity and wanted to play, allowed him to indulge. But the next moment, she saw Fu Xiao attempting to drink the dirty water he had cupped in his hands. "Stop!" she exclaimed, startling Fu Xiao, causing him to spill the water he held. He looked at the water seeping into the ground, feeling a pang of regret. It then struck Tao Youyou that water was a scarce resource in their tribe. The only river was several dozen miles away from the tribe, making water collection difficult, and there were 3 months of drought each year, which just so happened to be the current season. The tribe primarily survived on the blood of hunted prey, But clearly, Tao Youyou's family did not fall into that category. Since Fu Zhao's disappearance, she had refrained from participating in the tribe's hunts, rendering her ineligible. The original owner had yet to perish from thirst. Relying solely on the good relationships Fu Zhao had fostered over the years in the tribe. When desperation struck, she would resort to bullying his little ones. And some kind-hearted individuals in the tribe would see her plight and offer assistance. More often than not, she would compel Fu Zhao to gather dew from the tips of morning plants or water droplets seeping from the stone walls. "Are you thirsty?" Tao Youyou asked, a rather redundant question. Fu Zhao nodded, his eyes reflecting internal struggle. Ultimately, he handed the little fluff ball in his arms to Tao Youyou. He could withstand it a little longer, but his brother needed water more urgently. Tao Youyou looked at her understanding eldest son, her heart aching to the point of tears. She gently patted Fu Zhao's head, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, there will be enough." Yet, she did not overlook the thirst in the little fluffball's eyes. With a flicker of thought, a gentle spring of water erupted from her fingertips. Since awakening, this was the first time Tao Youyou observed the little fluffball with such seriousness. The little fluffball, named Fu Shu, bore a resemblance to a small cat, though perhaps due to prolonged malnutrition. His gray-black fur was unkempt and lacked luster, making him appear less agile. As he had yet to transform, Fu Shu could not drink water like a human, but could only lick it with his tiny tongue. To prevent him from choking, Tao Youyou deliberately slowed the flow of water. She had not anticipated that her ice-based powers could be utilized in such a manner. Fortunate that her water reserves were ample. As Fu Shu's little tongue touched Tao Youyou's fingertip, she felt her heart suddenly open. An overwhelming wave of maternal love flooding forth like a torrential river, uncontainable. While feeding Fu Shu, she affectionately gazed at Fu Zhao and asked, "What about you? Would you like some as well?" I have a bowl," Fu Zhao replied. Watching Fu Shu drink, it was impossible for him to deny his envy. But given that the person before him was Tao Youyou, and now that he was almost 6 years old, drinking in such a manner felt unbearably embarrassing. He quickly found a leaf larger than his palm outside, folding it a few times to create a funnel-shaped bowl. Such a clever child, Tao Youyou chuckled, filling the leaf bowl to the brim with clear water. After a brief moment of drinking, Fu Shu paused and nudged Tao Youyou's palm with his head in gratitude. Capturing the heart of the little second-born with just a sip of water, it seemed implausible, for in her memories, the little second-born had a profound mind. After Fu Zhao finished drinking, Tao Youyou refilled the bowl 3 times, ensuring that both the eldest and second-born were fully quenched. The third must not be overlooked. In such dry weather, conditions were not conducive for the third one's hatching. Lacking a spray bottle, Tao Youyou could only dab and apply moisture to the eggshell to enhance humidity. The sight of Tao Youyou wiping water onto the black egg suddenly caused cracks to form in the hardened walls of resentment within Fu Zhao and Fu Shu's hearts. Although Tao Youyou had demonstrated immense care for them today, providing food and drink while offering protection, the grievances from her past actions were not easily forgotten. However, in that moment, Fu Zhao felt that perhaps she was not so detestable after all. Recognizing her as their mother seemed a possibility. The tribe's severe water scarcity had prompted Tao Youyou to consider saving the water used to wash the stone slab. While it could not be consumed, it could be utilized for farming. Yet, lacking tools, she decided against it. After all, her powers automatically absorbed moisture from the air, serving as a natural filtration system. Originally, she had contemplated giving the 2 little ones a bath, but recognizing the importance of food, she resolved to postpone it. Tao Youyou instructed Fu Zhao to dig up some potatoes while she commenced the cleaning of the ribs from the recently acquired lei su along. After tasting the deliciousness of the potatoes, Fu Zhao was eager to excavate every potato in sight. Upon returning home, Tao Youyou had already briefly rinsed the ribs. She selected 2 large potatoes from Fu Zhao's haul, peeled, washed, and cut them into large chunks. Congratulations, host, prestige value has been restored, unlocking the gourmet function window. Chapter 6. She is truly changed for the initial entry into the system. The switch needed to be pressed, but thereafter, it required merely a thought, sparing Tao Youyou from numerous awkward moments. After all, it wouldn't be practical to press the switch under her armpit each time she accessed the system. Upon entering the system, Tao Youyou opened the gourmet interface, discovering only a luminous orb, which upon closer inspection was a roasted potato from earlier. So that's how it works. Every dish prepared in reality manifests as a light orb in the system. After some experimentation, she found that she had also earned a chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to draw? Draw. 10 seconds later, the interface erupted like a firework. Congratulations, host. You have obtained unlimited seasoning. How fortuitous. Just as she was about to prepare a bland dish of potato and pork ribs, she now had seasoning at her disposal. With delight, Tao Youyou sliced ginger, chopped scallions, and added soy sauce into a bowl containing bean paste, mixing starch with water to create a slurry. Due to the lack of oil, she first scraped a thin layer of fat from the ribs onto the stone slab, heating it until it reached a moderate temperature. She then added the ribs, sautéing them until they achieved a slight yellow hue before pushing them to the edge of the slab. Reducing the heat, she added the ginger slices, scallion segments, bean paste, and soy sauce, stir-frying for a brief moment before returning the ribs to the mix. As the cooking progressed, she poured in enough water to submerge the ribs, bringing it to a boil over high heat before reducing it to a gentle simmer. Fortunately, the recently chosen stone slab possesses a perfect indentation in the center. Otherwise, today's dish of potatoes and ribs would likely have turned into charred ribs instead. As Tao Youyou observed the ribs nearing tenderness, she added potatoes and salt, bringing the mixture to a boil over high heat before reducing it to medium-low for approximately 10 minutes until the potatoes softened, thickening the sauce before serving. Alas, lacking plates, she decided to dine directly from a pot. Roasted potatoes served as the staple, with the potato rib stew as the accompaniment, which was quite commendable. In her previous life during the apocalypse, such sustenance was a rare luxury. Tao Youyou felt a profound sense of satisfaction, and, once everything was prepared, called Fu Xiao and Xiao Machuanzi to join her for the meal. Were they? Fu Xiao, having taken Xiao Machuanzi outside the moment the ribs hit the pot for stir-frying, feared that remaining would lead him to uncontrollably snatch food. It was better to keep his distance, especially since Tao Youyou had finally begun to show kindness to her younger brothers. He did not want to provoke her ire again. "Oh, it smells so good. I want to eat," exclaimed Xiao Machuanzi, still young and unable to resist the enticing aroma. He squirmed vigorously, attempting to escape Fu Xiao's grasp and crawled back towards the house. "No, we cannot annoy her again. She will scold you." "Please, I just want to eat," wailed Xiao Machuanzi, his desire overwhelming his caution. Fu Xiao, fighting his own hunger, exerted all his willpower to console the little one. After circling the house, Tao Youyou discovered Fu Xiao and Xiao Machuanzi hiding behind a clump of dirt. "What are you doing? Why aren't you eating? Is it too pungent for you?" she inquired, puzzled. "No," Fu Xiao responded, but the drool escaping from the corners of his mouth betrayed him. Tao Youyou remarked, "My child is simply adorable." "How utterly embarrassing," retorted Fu Xiao. "All right, let us hurry back to eat before it cools down." At that, Xiao Machuanzi broke free and dashed into the house. Fearing he might burn himself, Tao Youyou quickly followed. Upon entering, she found a steaming piece of meat precariously resting before Xiao Machuanzi. "No!" Tao Youyou hurriedly approached, swiftly removing the meat from the little one's paws. "Here, eat this." She rinsed the meat piece with clean water, and once it cooled to a suitable temperature, she tore it into smaller morsels and placed it before Fu Xiao, whispering, "Would you like your mother to feed you?" Fu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, having presumed she disallowed his brother from eating meat. However, it appeared she was merely being overly considerate. Feeling somewhat guilty, Fu Xiao wondered if he had judged her too harshly. "I can eat by myself," he told Tao Youyou. She nodded and handed him a large roasted potato along with 2 unevenly broken sticks. "You should eat too. You need to gain some weight. You're as slender as a bean sprout." Tao Youyou placed a piece of meat, marbled with fat, into Fu Xiao's hand, while simultaneously rinsing another piece for Xiao Machuanzi. For the first time, Fu Xiao experienced the exquisite taste of such delectable meat. He had only known that eating meat could strengthen one's body and replenish energy. Even before their father vanished, the most he had ever consumed was raw meat to stave off hunger. He had never anticipated meat could be so fragrant. However, was a bean sprout. Moreover, those sticks were exceedingly difficult to manage. Why could she use them as grass food while he could not? Struggling with the chopsticks, Fu Xiao eventually set one down and picked up the other, poking at the meat with it. In the next moment, the meat soared into the air. Tao Youyou watched as Fu Xiao nearly broke the chopsticks without managing to grab any meat, unable to suppress her laughter. All right, using your hand is fine. Just be careful not to burn yourself. We'll learn slowly. There's no rush. Tao Youyou sampled only a few small bites, her heart swelling with joy as she watched her two children enjoy the meal. Unconsciously, she embraced the role of a nurturing mother. Xiao Mochuanzi gazed at his brother, envious and aware that the meat Fu Xiao consumed must be far more delicious than his own. Woof woof, he exclaimed, glancing between Fu Xiao and Tao Youyou. Tao Youyou, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" "He desires to eat the same meat we are having." Fu Xiao pointed towards the stone slab. Tao Youyou considered the tiny, palm-sized Xiao Mochuanzi and recalled that animals should not consume seasonings, firmly denying him. "No, you're far too young for this." Oh, Xiao Mochuanzi whimpered, his round eyes glimmering like scattered stars. Tao Youyou's heart softened, yet remembering the consequences of animals consuming seasonings, she steeled herself. "Sweetheart, you truly cannot. If you eat this, you won't be able to grow up like your brother. You will remain this small forever." She intensified her admonition. Upon hearing not able to transform, Fu Xiao immediately dismissed the thought. After all, the meat that had been rinsed was quite tasty. After they had eaten their fill, Tao Youyou began tidying up while Fu Xiao, cradling Xiao Mochuanzi, exchanged glances with him. "Your act of cuteness and faux tears is a bit excessive." Who told me to be adorable? She truly has changed for the better. I will keep observing." "Indeed, but brother, why don't you go and assist her?" Chapter 7. The divine envoy of the Beast King. The aroma of the potato rib stew was far too potent to be concealed by a mere thatched hut. Moreover, the keen sense of smell possessed by the beastmen quickly alerted half the tribe to this seemingly divine fragrance. Why does it smell so delightful? Is the grand priest preparing something delicious? Within the tribe, a significant number of beastmen could no longer contain themselves and rushed outside, eager to discover the source of the enticing aroma. Upon stepping outside, they realized that the scent was not emanating from the grand priest's direction, but rather from the opposite side. Soon, they discovered that the delightful aroma wafted from Tao Youyou's home. How could this be? Her mischievous and gluttonous nature was well known. It was inconceivable that she could cook, let alone create something so fragrant. If Tao Youyou's previous actions of abandoning her pursuit of Shi Tian and snatching food from him to nurture her children had altered their perceptions of her, the aroma now wafting from her home transcended mere curiosity. Even the most esteemed grand priest in the tribe had never produced a dish with such an enticing fragrance. Unbeknownst to Tao Youyou, a crowd had gathered outside her home. However, knowing this did not concern her as long as it did not interfere with her nurturing of her children. Although Fu Xiao was still a child, his strength was astonishing. The stone pot that had taken Tao Youyou considerable effort to move could easily be lifted by him with one hand. Seeing the crowd outside startled Fu Xiao. Since their father's disappearance and the sale of their cave by Tao Youyou, their thatched hut, located far from the tribe's center, had seen very few visitors throughout the year. Yet, in just one day, numerous groups had gathered outside, even drawing the attention of the revered elder priest. "Hello, Elder Yo. Is Tao Youyou home? Mother is inside." "Mother?" The grand priest paused, then gently ruffled Fu Xiao's hair. What a good child. Having heard the commotion outside, Tao Youyou realized that her goal for the day had been accomplished. How wonderful! She could now negotiate terms. A tribe's prospects for development are significantly determined by the presence of a priest. Beastmen, primarily laborers, rely on priests as the intellect of their community, overseeing various facets such as healthcare, education, and production. Yunler was originally a priest of a large tribe in the east, but due to certain circumstances, he was expelled from his original tribe and thus became the priest of the current tribe. As the role of a priest is one that must be passed down through generations, the selection of a suitable heir is particularly crucial. As Allura grows older, his urgency to find a qualified successor intensifies. A year ago, After years of contemplation, he had chosen Fu Zhao as his heir, only to find that during a hunting expedition, Fu Zhao fell into an endless abyss, with little chance of survival. Subsequently, most of the young people in the tribe have only developed physical strength without any intellect, making it impossible to teach them anything. The only one who shows promise is Tian, but Enler has always felt that his character is not trustworthy enough. Until today, the fragrance that appeared in the tribe made Thor realize that he had finally found the successor he desired. It is worth noting that Anle, once the heir of a large tribe in the east, has encountered countless delicacies, yet he has never experienced such an enticing aroma. Without further ado, he followed the scent to its source, which led him to the home of Tao Youyou. Reflecting on Tao Youyou's actions over the past year, Anle felt confused again. It seemed that compared to Tao Youyou, Tian appeared to be the more reliable choice. However, since he had already arrived, even if Tao Youyou could not become the heir, it would still be beneficial for him to broaden his horizons. Moreover, he heard that today, Tao Youyou audaciously challenged Tian regarding Fu Zhao's 3 cubs, which might just hold a glimmer of hope. This is why he had the earlier conversation with Fu Zhao. Tao Youyou has managed to survive in the apocalypse for so many years, not only due to her formidable combat skills, but also because of her high intelligence. As a standard Huaxiao person, she understands that cultivating good relationships leads to positive outcomes, and such matters require practice. Establishing a good rapport with the tribe's priest would greatly benefit her future endeavors in raising cubs. Furthermore, based on his memories, this priest is quite admirable. Before he even stepped outside, laughter from Tao Youyou resonated from within the thatched house. What brings the priest Anle here? Tao Youyou opened the door and invited him in. Please be careful. Don't stir up dust on your feet. Anle paused. He immediately sensed that this Tao Youyou seemed different from before. Please have a seat. Tao Youyou retrieved a clean grass mat. Anle accepted it, surprised that Tao Youyou could be so considerate. This was intriguing. You arrived just in time. This is my new culinary creation. Please give it a try. Tao Youyou was straightforward, presenting her strengths first. Anle took a deep look at Tao Youyou before leisurely sampling a piece of meat. The rich aroma and exquisite flavor surpassed a myriad of delicacies, and remarkably, it retained all its energy. It was hard to believe that even those in the Beast King domain might not have tasted something so exquisite. Anle realized he must reassess his perception of Tao Youyou. Fu Zhao, take Xiao Shu to my place to fetch something, Anle instructed, sending the 2 cubs away. Who exactly are you? Tao Youyou smiled, while she continued to pack the remaining meat into a clean leaf. You're joking, right? I am, after all, Tao Youyou. Did you not watch me grow up? Anle was taken aback. This individual was indeed Tao Youyou, yet her essence felt as if it had transformed into someone else entirely. Priest Yana, some things are better left unsaid. Tao Youyou waved her hand, and instantly a circular water screen appeared in the room. In the next moment, the water solidified into ice, forming a chilling ring that appeared in his hand. Divine, a miracle. Anle was merely a priest and had never witnessed such phenomena. He nearly knelt down. However, Tao Youyou did not allow the elder to kneel before her. She gently supported him with her hand, saying, Priest Yana, today, for some reason, I feel much clearer in my heart and have gained a few new skills. Divine envoy, you must be the envoy of the Beast King. Anle exclaimed excitedly. He had long heard of the Beast King's illustrious reputation, and in his heart, such miracles could only belong to the Beast King. Divine envoy indeed. Tao Youyou secretly chuckled, but did not reject the title. After all, carrying this title during her future endeavors in raising cubs would simplify many matters. Chapter 8. Can I exchange this for a bowl of meat? Priest, as you know, the Beast King has much knowledge to disseminate, but due to special reasons. I hope you can help me keep my identity a secret. Tao Youyou presented herself earnestly. Anle quickly nodded, of course, I understand. After a thorough discussion between the two, they swiftly established Tao Youyou's new identity as the priest's heir. This way, Tao Youyou would no longer need to worry about how to explain her knowledge and skills to the tribe. On the surface, it would appear as though Po was teaching Tao Youyou, while in reality, she would be gradually improving the tribe under the guise of a priest. Only when the overall environment improved could the 3 cubs have better opportunities for development. After leaving Tao Youyou's place, Enlil went directly to the chieftain. After less than 10 minutes of discussion, the tribe's stone bell rang. The bell, which was merely a stone that emitted a loud sound when struck, was only rung when the hunting team returned to distribute meat among the tribe members. During this period, the hunting team had not even gone out, let alone any meat distribution. Although everyone was puzzled as to why the bell rang, they all made their way toward the center of the tribe. Soon, hundreds of tribe members gathered, and Enlil wasted no time, directly announcing that he had chosen Tao Youyou as his successor, the next priest of the tribe. As Enlil's words fell, the entire square plunged into silence, and after several seconds, it erupted like a boiling pot. It's actually Tao Youyou? How could it be her? Heads turned, and discussions erupted. Had it not been for this proclamation by the most respected priest, others would have thought him foolish. How could she? Why not my mother? Fu Xiao felt uncomfortable hearing the disdain directed at Tao Youyou. Beside Fu Xiao, a figure taller than him, Hulele, rolled his eyes and said, "Do you not know what kind of person Tao Youyou is? Have you forgotten how she defeated you?" Fu Xiao's eyes darkened as he muttered, "She has changed. She doesn't hit us anymore." "Humph, a dog can't change its nature." Hulele scoffed, cracking his knuckles disdainfully. "Who are you insulting?" Fu Xiao retaliated with a punch to Hulele's nose. 2 streaks of blood flowed down Hulele's face, leaving him stunned. He had not expected the usually timid Fu Xiao to strike. "She won't hit us anymore. She will protect us and make us delicious food." Perhaps due to the advantage of having struck first, Fu Xiao mounted Hulele and shouted loudly. However, since Hulele was 4 or 5 years older than Fu Xiao, he quickly regained his composure and began to fight back. The commotion grew louder, and the previously boisterous crowd fell silent as they watched the 2 boys brawl. Upon noticing that the fighters were her own cubs, Tao Youyou immediately felt displeased. Although she was still unsure why they were fighting, it was instinctive to defend her own. She swiftly pulled the about-to-be-hit Fu Xiao into her embrace. Just as she prepared to retaliate, she realized that the opposing child was merely a little over 10 years old and bore a face full of bruises, while Fu Xiao was merely covered in dirt and had not suffered significant harm. "Hulele, if you continue to be so relentless, I will go find your sister." Tao Youyou recalled that this boy was Hu Xiuxiu's younger brother, who was quite infatuated with his sister. Upon hearing that Tao Youyou was going to confront his sister, Hulele finally ceased his actions, though his tightly clenched fist still expressed his anger. The revelry had come to an end, and everyone understood that the priest's decision was unchangeable. They could only reassess Tao Youyou in their hearts, and found that she did not seem as inadequate as before. One by one, they returned to their respective caves, except for a few who hurried towards the Lion Sky Cave. The nights in the beast world were still quite chilly, but fortunately, the small earth kiln made from roasted potatoes in the afternoon had not been dismantled, providing some warmth. Tao Youyou spread the animal skin mat she had just received over the hay and simply prepared a bed for Fu Xiao. "You and Xiao Shu will sleep here, and I'll place Lao's sand at the end above your heads. Be careful at night. Don't knock over on." After a long day, Tao Youyou finally settled the little ones and lay down in the haystack, stretching lazily before drifting into slumber. The following morning, while the 2 cubs were still asleep and dawn had yet to break, Tao Youyou went to the home of the monkey priest to borrow a stone pot suitable for stewing meat. To avoid disturbing the cubs' sleep, she set up the stove outside. Nevertheless, the aroma of the stew wafted through the air, awakening Fu Xiao. It could be said that all the inhabitants of the tribe were roused, for who could resist the enticing scent of stewed meat? Fu Xiao leaned against the door, swallowing hard, which elicited a smile from Tao Youyou. "Get up now. Rinse your mouth first," she indicated toward the small stone bowl on the table. Fu Xiao, a bit puzzled, picked it up and drank from it. "Hey, that is not for drinking. It's for rinsing your mouth," Tao Youyou sighed, realizing that some habits take time to cultivate. "What does rinsing mean?" Fu Xiao inquired, not understanding. "It means you hold water in your mouth and then spit it out after a while," Tao Youyou patiently explained. Furrowing his brow, Fu Xiao asked, "Since water is so precious, why spit it out?" "Because after we sleep or eat, there are many bacteria in our mouths. To protect our teeth from bacterial harm, we need to rinse," she clarified. "Oh, we're bacteria?" Fu Xiao transformed into a curious child full of questions. Tao Youyou felt she had been hasty. Her parenting knowledge was insufficient. To escape the barrage of inquiries, she ladled a full bowl of meat soup and handed it to Fu Xiao. "Take this to priest grandpa." Fu Xiao, indeed forgetting to ask more questions, inhaled deeply before sprinting towards the depths of the tribe. "Hurry back, be careful not to fall." On his way, Fu Xiao encountered several people, most of whom were standing at the entrances of their caves, sniffing the air. He dashed ahead, filled with pride, surpassing even the respect he felt when his father was still alive. When Yuan Lu saw Fu Xiao bringing him a bowl of stewed ribs, he laughed so hard his eyes nearly disappeared. The potato-stewed ribs from the previous night had already been scarce, with most consumed by the chief. Today, this old fellow couldn't he possibly come snatch food, could he? Yuan Lu settled down, preparing to eat, when he heard Fu Xiao, who was about to head home, greet the chief. Startled, he abandoned any notion of elegant dining and began to devour his food voraciously. "Old man, are you going to eat all by yourself? How shameless." "No, hey, don't snatch." When Fu Xiao returned, he found Fu Shu already with a full belly, sprawled on a small dirt slope basking in the sun. "Here, this is yours. Hurry and eat, it's not hot anymore." Just as Tao Youyou handed over the bowl and chopsticks to Fu Xiao, a noise came from the entrance. "Can I trade this for a bowl of meat?" Chapter 9. The meat you are eating was obtained by me through force. Tao Youyou looked up to see a strikingly tall woman, about 2 meters in height, wrapped in animal skins around her waist and upper abdomen, with a scar running from her brow to her right ear. This physique, this body-fat ratio, was truly exceptional. Even the scar bore a certain wild beauty, Tao Youyou thought. After searching her memory, she finally recalled who this was. Hu Yanyu, one of the few females in the tribe capable of awakening fierce beasts. Her combat prowess ranked among the top 3 in the tribe. Had it not been for the natural physical weaknesses of females, she might have even surpassed Lion Sky on several occasions. However, because she awakened a tiger as her beast, she exhibited a strong and domineering personality, lacking the delicacy and gentleness typical of other females, and was not favored by the males of the tribe. Additionally, due to a hunting accident that left her with a facial scar, there were even fewer males willing to mate with her, leading to her cold and reclusive demeanor. As Tao Youyou looked at the half-dismembered young wyvern on the ground, she quickly gained a clear understanding of Hu Yan's combat strength. Although it was a juvenile wyvern, it weighed at least 30 to 40 pounds. This girl was genuinely formidable. "What are you trading for? Just sit down and eat. We are all from the same tribe. Why fuss over such matters?" Tao Youyou said generously. Hu Yan was taken aback, unable to believe that the other party would allow her to eat without a trade. Given her beastly nature, she had an insatiable appetite for meat, and her palate was both picky and indulgent. She didn't even enjoy regular raw meat, often trading fresh prey for cooked food from others. However, since she lacked the skills to prepare food, she often found herself at the mercy of others, needing large quantities of raw meat to exchange for a small portion of cooked food. Fortunately, her experience in hunting had endowed her with decent combat skills, so she had never gone hungry. The aroma of the potato-stewed ribs had wafted throughout the tribe, tantalizing her to the point of swallowing hard. Yet, as her food supply had been exhausted, she had not dared to approach since she had nothing to trade. But after tossing and turning all night, she could not sleep, so she ventured out of the tribe and caught a juvenile wyvern in the early hours of the morning. She tore it in half, storing one part in her cave as a reserve, and brought the other half directly to Tao Youyou. According to her usual trading ratio, the better the food, the more raw meat was required in exchange. Tao Youyou's cooking smelled so good that it would probably require half a wyvern in trade. Now that she had prepared everything, the other party unexpectedly required no exchange and even invited her to eat. Who was this divine sister? Hu Yan, who had previously only been focused on hunting, had little knowledge of Tao Youyou, but she had heard some talk in the tribe about her being a bad female, known for her harsh treatment of Fu Zhao's cubs after his fall into the abyss. However, her experience today had proven otherwise. Tao Youyou was exceptionally kind. Far from abusing Fu Zhao's offspring, she seemed eager to tear the meat apart and feed the children. Indeed, the words of the tribe could not be trusted. After all, The first kindness she received upon growing up had come from Tao Youyou. Tao Youyou filled Huernyo's bowl again and again, displaying an astonishing generosity that made even Fu Xiao and Fu Shu feel a twinge of sympathy. Mother, if you keep eating, there won't be any left. Fu Xiao held back for a long time, but could no longer restrain himself upon seeing the scant remnants of meat at the bottom of the pot. How can this female be so shameless? Tao Youyou looked at Fu Xiao, who was tugging at her animal skin, puzzled. Are you still hungry, Xiao? I'm full, but you haven't eaten yet. Fu Xiao replied sulkily, casting an admonishing glance at Huernyo. Even Huernyo, who was wholeheartedly enjoying her meal, felt a bit ashamed. The host had yet to eat, yet she had already devoured 3 bowls. That indeed seemed a bit inappropriate. Huh? You haven't eaten yet, Youyou? I'm so sorry. Rest assured, from now on, any prey I catch will first be shared with you. Huernyo awkwardly rubbed her nose, then slapped her forehead. Wow, this girl is truly bold. Just 3 bowls of soup, and she's casually committing to a lifetime of sharing. No, don't be impulsive. Tao Youyou quickly intervened. Huernyo set her bowl down with sincerity and said, Youyou, don't you trust me? I'm serious. Tomorrow, I'll bring you a thunder dragon. Tao Youyou had come to understand Huernyo's temperament. The child was too naive and a bit stubborn, which made her prone to being taken advantage of. I believe in you. Please take care of yourself and eat well. Huernyo pointed at the half-pterosaur on the ground and said, You Jia, cook it up and enjoy your meal. Don't worry, there's plenty more at home. The pterosaur resembled a significantly larger version of a chicken, and Tao Youyou did not refuse this time, as she realized that without cooking the pterosaur, Huernyo would surely not be satisfied. Pterosaur stew, braised pterosaur, large portions of pterosaur, and white-cut pterosaur must have delightful flavors. Tao Youyou's kindness towards Huernyo stemmed not only from her affection for the simple-minded beauty, but also from a selfish motive. Fu Xiao was already 6 years old and required someone to truly guide him on the art of hunting. It was unfortunate for the child, his biological father, the first warrior of the tribe, should not have had to worry about such matters, yet he was gone. Although he was quite formidable himself, he was not suited to teach the young one, thus requiring a strong local warrior for guidance. Currently, the chief warrior of the tribe was Tian, but Tao Youyou could never bring herself to ask him for help. Therefore, Huernyo was the best candidate. Huernyo, I have something to ask of you. Please help me teach Xiao and the others how to hunt. Tao Youyou expressed a request. Upon hearing this, Huernyo's eyes lit up. Indeed, she was a big cat, her golden vertical pupils widening to an adorable extent. However, the spark in her eyes quickly faded as she lowered her head timidly. What? Are you unwilling? It's fine if you are. Tao Youyou observed her despondency. Huernyo hurriedly waved her hands, her expression apologetic as she said, No, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that I'm a female and unworthy to teach the cubs how to hunt. Her voice grew increasingly softer. What does being a female have to do with it? Why should that disqualify you from teaching the young ones to hunt? With your combat prowess, is there anyone in our tribe more formidable than you? I believe you are the most suitable. I cannot compare to Tian. Him? Does he even count as a person? He is unworthy. Forget it. You may not know, but the meat you are eating was something I procured from him. Chapter 10. The Cat Teaser. Tao Youyou briefly recounted her past encounters with Tian. I know that rascal. He stole my prey last time and got caught red-handed, allowing me to give him a good thrashing. Upon hearing Huernyo's words, Tao Youyou became energized. Oh, you've dealt with that brat too. Truly, we are sisters. Huernyo scratched her nose, puzzled. Isn't he a lion cub? Why is he called a bear brat? That isn't important. What matters is that we cannot indulge him. Huernyo nodded. You are right. He is practically an adult now, and while his awakened beast form is a powerful lion, he shows no effort and has never seen hunting. Their shared disdain for the troublesome cub brought them closer together. Tao Youyou, not one to be overly sentimental, directly asked Huernyo for assistance, and together they quickly cleaned up the half-pterosaur from the ground. Careful, don't let the feathers get wet. Tao Youyou plucked a few striking feathers from the pterosaur's tail and reminded Huernyo to save a few tufts from the top of her head. Although puzzled, Huernyo complied. Jia, what do you need these feathers for? They shouldn't be edible. I've tried, and they upset my stomach. Of course, Feathers were inedible and would cause digestive discomfort. The pterosaur's anatomy differed from modern avians, with much of its exterior being leathery, thick, and resilient, making its wings quite sparse. Yet these few feathers were remarkably vibrant. The few red ones from the tail could be used to adorn their home, and the tufts from the head were meant for a toy for her second little furball. It seemed so tiny, spending all day snuggled in Fu Zhao's arms. Lacking the spirited energy of a cub, given that he resembled a little kitten, he would surely enjoy a cat teaser, right? This isn't for eating. I'm making a little toy for my cub. After cutting the pterosaur into chunks and selecting the right pieces for soup, she began crafting the cat teaser. Fu Zhao held Fu Shu, with the little third sibling nearby, while Huernyo squatted beside the pot, all eyes on Tao Youyou. Though they were uncertain about her purpose for the feathers, the small room radiated a cozy atmosphere. Tao Youyou polished a stick to a smooth finish and affixed the prepared feathers to one end, completing the cat teaser. She waved it around a few times, achieving the desired sensation, but the next moment, a massive ball of fluff appeared in the room. Huernyo had transformed, lunging forward and pinning the cat teaser down with her paws. Crack! The cat teaser broke in two. Staring at the broken toy, which was not even half the length of her paw, Huernyo was taken aback, and the next instant, she dashed out of the door with a startled yelp. Mother! Mother! Why did she run away? Fu Zhao inquired, puzzled. Tao Youyou could hardly contain her laughter. She might be a bit embarrassed. Tao Youyou found another suitable stick and crafted a new cat teaser. After playing with it for a while, it was evident that Fu Shu adored it and could play with it all day long. As the aroma of the meat wafted throughout the tribe, most of the clansfolk tacitly accepted her status as the sacrificial heir, with only Shi Tian remaining shut away in his cave. Since being robbed of meat by Tao Youyou the previous day, he had not ventured outside, even skipping the tribal assembly. After smashing some things in his cave, he finally calmed down. In his past life, he had lived in luxury for decades, feasting on the finest delicacies. A few mere ribs were beneath his notice. Coming to this realization, he found himself less agitated. As for Hu Xiu, he believed that as he grew stronger, he would no longer need gifts to win her over. Being a reincarnated individual, he held an innate advantage for rapid strength growth. Not even a Tao Youyou could compare, let alone Fu Zhao if he were still alive. After recalling memories of his past life, his anxious feelings dissipated and confidence returned. Even upon hearing that Yuan Lu had chosen Tao Youyou as the sacrificial heir, he did not experience significant emotional turmoil. After all, what could a mere expelled priest from the East accomplish? He recalled that the old man had died during the first migration of the dinosaur tribe past the village. He had initially thought that if the old man had the sense to pass the priesthood to him sooner, he would reluctantly spare his life. But since he was so blind, it was better for him to die early and be reborn. After the incident with Tao Youyou, he fully understood that this nameless tribe was far too weak to be worthy of his long-term residence. If he were not currently lacking the strength to act independently, he would have already headed east. Fortunately, he was aware of the future trajectory of events, as there were no significant dangers looming in the next few years. He could take the time to cultivate his strength and prepare to escape during the dinosaur tribe's migration years later. As for the people of the tribe, they could only leave their fate to chance. Within the thatched cottage, Tao Youyou's pterosaur soup was ready. After enjoying a simple bowl herself, she sent Fu Zhao to deliver some to Huernyo. As Huernyo raced back home, she felt exceedingly guilty. Not only had she consumed all of Youyou's provisions, but she had also ruined the toy meant for her cub. It's over. Such a wonderful Youyou will surely come to despise me. My only friend is now surely lost. In that moment, she wished she could chop off her own hands. How childish of her to play. Just as Huernyo was lamenting, Tao Youyou arrived with a meat soup. Huernyo's cave was a standard stone dwelling. Though she lacked the tenderness typical of females, her exceptional combat prowess ranked her cave among the best in the tribe. Sai, look at this disparity. The sturdy cave stands in stark contrast to the precariously swaying thatched hut, demonstrating the reliability of strength. Huernyo opened the door. Tao Youyou knocked again. Upon hearing this, Huernyo realized that Tao Youyou was indeed angry, likely seeking restitution for the feathered toy she had damaged. Transforming into her human form, Huernia casually picked up a piece of beast skin to wrap around herself. And as she opened the door, she said apologetically, "Sister Youyou, please don't be upset. Although I'm not skilled, I promise to compensate you with even more feathers." Upon hearing this, Tao Youyou understood that Huernia felt guilty for breaking the cat-teasing stick. All right, I'm not angry anymore. I've already repaired it. So it's no big deal. You should eat your fill quickly, and then we could take Fuxia to learn hunting skills. Huh? Sister Youyou, you're not angry? You even brought me soup? Huernia's eyes welled with tears, as she did not expect Youyou to be so forgiving. After placing the stone pot down, Tao Youyou sat on a stone bench, panting heavily. Her physical condition was truly lacking. After just a few hundred meters, she was already out of breath. Most importantly, the stone pot had been carried over by Fuxia, and she had only held it for a brief moment. It seemed imperative to enhance her physical fitness, as her frail body left her feeling insecure. Chapter 11. The chatterbox emerges in contrast. Little Fuxia possessed considerable strength. One could only wonder what kind of beast he was, for he seemed to be an invisible powerhouse. Sister Youyou, I can't eat anymore, Huernia said shyly. Tao Youyou firmly handed the pot to Huernia and said decisively, Enough, I know you haven't eaten enough. Don't worry, eat up, and after you're done, we'll go hunting. But, no bu, uri endit. Although Huernia's eyes brimmed with tears, she quickly devoured the food, finishing the entire pot in mere minutes. How delightful! It was the first time in her life that Huernia had enjoyed meat so thoroughly. Tao Youyou cradled little Lao San, with a small fluff ball resting on her shoulder, while holding Fuxia's hand, walking alongside Huernia. As soon as the trio exited the tribe, Huernia transformed into her beast form, resembling a nearly 3-meter-long orange tiger, exuding tremendous flair. Sister Youyou, hop on. I'll take you all to hunt in the wilderness. It's relatively safer there. Huernia crouched down, her massive head reaching the height of Tao Youyou's waist. Tao Youyou, without hesitation, leaped onto the back of the orange giant tiger, and soon Fuxia also climbed up, shyly gripping a corner of Tao Youyou's bee-skin skirt with one hand. Hold on tight. As Huernia rose and dashed westward, the sensation was exhilarating. Tao Youyou gauged the wind speed and estimated it to be around 80 kilometers h. She leaned forward, protecting little Lao San, preparing to adjust her hold on the fluffball, only to realize that little fluffball had already nestled firmly within the thick orange fur. The agility of feline beasts is remarkable in terms of size and weight. Tigers are indeed superior to lions, with powerful forepaws, sharp claws, and a formidable bite force. Even their agile tails possess a degree of offensive capability. In truth, a few years ago, Huernia's combat prowess exceeded that of Shirtion, but one day, for reasons unknown, Shirtion suddenly became stronger, mastering techniques that Huernia could not match despite no significant increase in size. Due to the lack of water, the nearby trees were sparse, mostly consisting of drought-resistant coniferous forests, offering little in terms of concealment. Up until now, Tao Youyou remained unaware of how the small herbivorous dinosaurs managed to survive. As they seemed to have developed chameleon-like abilities, their colors predominantly a burnt yellow, posing quite the challenge to the eyes. Upon reaching the wilderness, Huernia halted. After setting down Tao Youyou and Fuxia, the three transformed back into their human forms and proceeded cautiously. Oh. The tail of the fluffball wrapped around Tao Youyou's neck like a gray-black scarf. Tao Youyou stroked the scarf in a gesture of comfort, suspecting that little Lao heir might be a bit frightened due to having ventured so far from the tribe. Mother, little brother says he smells meat. Meat? Yes, mother. Little brother's nose is very sensitive. Please trust him. Previously, the original host often forced Fuxia to find food for her. And had it not been for Fuxia's unique sense of smell, she might not have survived. Oh, mother, little brother says it's to the south, about 5 li away. Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Youyou took Huernia by the hand and turned southward. The fluffball's nose twitched, occasionally emitting a few howls, while Fuxia dutifully served as a translator. What did your son say? You don't understand? Huernia was momentarily at a loss for words. Huernia suddenly slapped her forehead, recalling that these 3 cubs were not born to Tao Youyou. I'm sorry, I forgot they're not your biological cubs. She is my mother, Fu Xia muttered, pouting. Tao Youyou patted Fu Xia's head and said, though they are not my own, they are still my dear little ones. With that, she lifted the fluff ball and planted a big kiss on its forehead. Oh, right. Infuriated smacked her thigh as if a new world had opened up before her. While no males were willing to bear their own cubs, she could still care for those orphan ones. This realization brought her undeniable joy, evident even in her stride, which was accompanied by a broad smile. However, her exuberance made Tao Youyou feel a tad uneasy. She could no longer contain herself. Ernia, what are you so happy about? Sister Youyou, I'm just thrilled. It's not that I'm ugly and unwanted, but I still want cubs. They may not want to have them with me, but I can raise a few orphan ones. Upon hearing this, Tao Youyou felt a pang in her heart. Despite the seemingly positive sentiment, it was tinged with bitterness. Ernia, don't belittle yourself. You will surely have your own cubs. The males of the tribe are blind to your merits. Sister Youyou, you're so kind. But you don't need to comfort me, I understand. Ernia continued to beam. Tao Youyou gazed at her with sincere eyes and said, believe me, you are truly outstanding, wonderful, and beautiful. It's they who are unworthy of you. We will take our time. There is no need to rush. I will find you the best. Ernia revealed her 8 pearly white teeth. Despite the noticeable scars on her face, there was hope for improvement. Ernia, don't worry. I can help heal the scars on your face. Tao Youyou had already devised a plan to exchange for a scar-removing ointment once her reputation improved. Ernia's golden eyes sparkled with excitement, her vertical and round pupils shifting rapidly as she squeezed Tao Youyou's arm almost to the point of breaking. Really? Really? Is there hope for my face? Is there really a way? Sister Youyou, Sister Youyou, Sister Youyou. Tao Youyou felt as if she might fall apart from the excessive shaking. Oh no, has she become a chatterbox? Knowing this, she regretted making promises in advance. It would have been better to wait until she had the items ready to give to her directly. Yes, I'm not lying to you. But not right now. You must wait a while. Tao Youyou finally managed to extricate her arm from Ernia's grasp. Okay. Sister Youyou, I believe in you. I'll wait for you. Wait for you. Ernia was still unable to control her excitement. All right, let us focus on hunting now. Okay. Tao Youyou sighed. There's prey. She pointed towards a moving brown-gray figure in the valley ahead. Upon hearing the word prey, Ernia instantly calmed down, turning her head to see indeed a mature velociraptor. Chapter 12. What is your beast form? The Ling Tiao Long is considered a small carnivorous dinosaur, often moving in groups and possessing a certain degree of danger. However, a solitary one like this poses little threat to Ernia, merely serving as a mobile source of sustenance. Yet, using it to instruct her young would be ill-advised. The nearly 2-meter-tall Ling Tiao Long is beyond the capabilities of the current Fu Xia. In a world where food is scarce, encountering suitable prey is exceedingly rare, and thus, letting this opportunity slip away is out of the question. Hence, Ernia took action. This Ling Tiao Long bore a resemblance to the velociraptor depicted in later texts. Standing over 2 meters tall, it was a bipedal creature. From a distance, it was unclear what it was clawing at within a rocky crevice with its slender forelimbs. The Ling Tiao Long is known for its agility and strong bite force, and typically, beastmen do not actively hunt them. Nevertheless, for Ernia, it represented a rare delicacy. Asian watched closely. As today marked the beginning of her hunting lessons, she was to observe carefully. Despite the Ling Tiao Long's swiftness, it was still inferior to the naturally agile big cats. Ernia had honed her hunting skills over the years, particularly in dealing with the Ling Tiao Long, and had developed her own unique techniques. Although her beast form was colossal, she excelled at concealment, moving with remarkable stealth, placing her hind paws into the footprints of her forepaws, making no sound whatsoever. As she drew nearer, Ernia's form, hidden among the rocks, sprang into action. The Ling Tiao Long, possessing its own agility, had relatively thin skin, and as long as she did not strike its back directly, Ernia's bite force could penetrate elsewhere. Naturally, her aim was directed towards the neck. A successful strike would mean a swift kill. However, the Ling Tiao Long was not foolish. Sensing danger when Hu was still 10 meters away, it released its grip on the rock layer and suddenly looked around. In that moment, Hu closed in another 3 meters, and the next instant, the Ling Tiao Long took flight. Yet, it was already too late. The distance between them was negligible, leaving Hu with almost no chance of missing. Moreover, the Ling Tiao Long's position was rather interesting. Directly in front was the rocky layer it had just been curiously probing, and to its left was the approaching Hu. As it turned to flee, Hu's paw struck it with a resounding blow. The Ling Tiao Long's agility was indeed impressive. Despite being struck by the giant tiger, it merely stumbled slightly, continuing its escape without losing speed. However, with Hu's sudden appearance, it was inevitable that it would be startled. Though its speed remained, its composure had clearly shattered, and without its pack, its flight became chaotic. Soon, after navigating 3 turns, it was pinned down among the rubble by Hu. Struggling proved futile. With 2 swipes, its small head began to spin, and in the next moment, its neck was pierced by sharp teeth, ensuring it would not survive. Hu triumphed against the Ling Tiao Long with ease. Weighing over 300 pounds, this creature would typically provide Hu with enough sustenance for 3 days. While she hunted, Tao Youyou was not idle. She instructed Fu Xia to engage in thoughtful learning while she squatted down to dig several deep pits. Despite lacking any combat skills, the fierce battle between Hu and the Ling Tiao Long, though one-sided, was quite intense, causing several nearby Bambi Ling Tiao to flee. It was then that Tao Youyou realized that this seemingly unremarkable area concealed numerous small prey. Since the heavens had bestowed such gifts, it would not be in her nature to refuse them. Setting traps, even a blind cat could stumble upon a few unwary mice. Once the battle concluded, Hu leisurely approached, dragging the motionless Ling Tiao Long behind her. Fu Xia, captivated by the scene, could not tear his gaze away, contemplating that perhaps allowing her to consume more meat would not be a bad idea. Beastmen are drawn to strength, and Fu Xia was no exception. Although his father was formidable, at that time, he was still young and had yet to learn hunting techniques, mostly hearing about how to capture prey from others. Today marked his first experience witnessing a hunt, stirring his blood and igniting his desire to learn. He yearned to acquire hunting skills, wishing to capture prey like Hu, not wanting to endure hunger any longer. He aspired to protect his younger brother and this revitalized mother. Even if she returned to her former self, he would at least possess the ability to provide for his sibling. Thus, he resolved to diligently learn how to hunt. He scampered over to Hu to assist in dragging the prey. "Andy, you are amazing. Let me help you pull it. It's heavy. You can't manage it alone." This was the first time Hu had received such praise from a cub, and her heart swelled with joy. "It's not heavy. I can manage." Fu Xia tugged at the Ling Tiao Long's tail, effortlessly keeping pace with Hu. "Wow, you little one possess great strength." Hu was taken aback by Fu Xia's power, sparking her curiosity about what his beast form truly was. Luckily, Annie taught me how to hunt. From now on, I will carry all of Annie's prey." Fu Xia's sweet words flowed like honey. Tao Youyou then realized that her clever son had a knack for flattery without any formal training. However, this was a positive phenomenon. At least this Minor-Mentee relationship was stable, alleviating her concerns about maintaining harmony. A capable son brought peace of mind to his mother. Fu Xia effortlessly dragged the Ling Tiao Long before Tao Youyou. With a thud, dust rose around them. "Be careful not to disturb my traps." Tao Youyou quickly gathered the twigs and grasses she had used to cover the traps, nearly falling in. "Mother, what are you doing? What are these pits for?" "Sister Youyou?" Tao Youyou found the right angle, carefully managing the thickness of the covering, and finally sprinkled a thin layer of sand to complete a simple trap. "A simple trap is also used for hunting," Tao Youyou explained. Upon hearing that it was for hunting, Hu became extremely curious and rushed over. "Don't move. I just finished setting it up. Don't collapse it. We'll come back tomorrow." Tao Youyou quickly intervened. She initially intended for Fu Xia to experience the joy of hands-on hunting today, but having already captured a Ling Tiao Long, dragging it along was rather inconvenient. Moreover, Tao Youyou believed that learning should be a gradual process, Merely observing today had already sufficiently stirred Fuxia's heart. She had achieved her desired effect, as Fuxia was genuinely interested. He, who previously harbored no fondness for Hu Erniu, now resembled a devoted shadow. As they dragged the prey, their pace home slowed considerably. Hu Erniu glanced at the small Fuxia, who was barely as tall as her legs, dragging the massive catch without displaying any signs of fatigue, and could not help but inquire, "Little Fuxia, what is your beast form exactly?" Chapter 13. Even the worthless dare to Pua, it seems to be a bear. Fuxia was not entirely certain himself, as his father had never informed him. He merely felt that his beast form resembled that of the awakened bears in the tribe. Upon saying this, he stretched his arms and instantly transformed into a large brown-gray bear over a meter tall. Although Tao Youyou possessed the original owner's memories, she was still unaware of the beast forms of these 3 cubs. At that moment, gazing at the adorable bear before her made it difficult to reconcile it with the colossal beast from her memories that had once threatened her. Is it really this small at such a young age? It seemed unlike the 3rd bear's offspring, who had also awakened as a brown bear at 8 years old. He appeared to be less than half Fuxia's height. Hu Erniu circled around the adorable bear, estimating that Fuxia would likely grow taller than 4 meters as an adult, considerably larger than her own beast form. Tao Youyou endeavored to sift through her memories. Fuxia indeed belonged to the bear family, but was distinct from ordinary brown bears, resembling a polar bear dyed brown. "Ah, Youyou, you mentioned that your eldest is a giant bear and your second resembles a kitten. But what creature is Lord Fuxiao?" inquired Hu Erniu with a sense of curiosity. Tao Youyou found herself momentarily speechless. This was a question she had never contemplated since her arrival in this realm. Her attention had been solely devoted to her 3 cubs and 1 egg, leaving little room to ponder the nature of her unfortunate partner. It seemed that Hu Erniu, aware of Tao Youyou's recent union with Fuxiao, was equally oblivious to his true form. Thus, she continued, "Youyou, considering Lord Fuxiao's remarkable prowess, what creature is he? Despite all these years in the tribe, I have never seen him transform. He effortlessly vanquishes all the warriors in human form, which is simply astounding." In an effort to avoid unnecessary complications, Tao Youyou could only respond, "I too am unaware." "Youyou, you are truly wonderful, deserving of being chosen by Lord Fuxiao. His strength and discernment are exceptional." Tao Youyou thought to herself, "What nonsense! If I hadn't traversed here, all 3 cubs would likely have been raised improperly. Nevertheless, Youyou, fret not. Lord Fuxiao will undoubtedly return. Do not heed the idle gossip of the tribe. With such strength, he cannot possibly be in peril. He may merely be delayed. Please do not abandon him. You deserve such a splendid partner." Tao Youyou replied, "No, I do not wish to possess him. If he returns, he will compete with me for my children, which is bothersome. Lord Fuxiao is simply marvelous. You have no idea. During the tribe's grand hunt, I had just joined the hunting team when Hu Erniu chattered on endlessly. Tao Youyou genuinely did not wish to listen. Yet in order to maintain her image as a devoted mother and partner, she had no choice but to endure the entire narrative. Consequently, although she had never met this unfortunate partner, she could recite his heroic deeds almost verbatim, particularly the entertaining tales of the hunt, which seemed etched in her memory. As the tribe's foremost warrior, in comparison to Lord Fuxiao, the current Shirtian seemed utterly insignificant. During the last hunt, he not only misattributed the credit for Niumang's achievements, but also nearly led them to disaster. He was nothing but a selfish rogue. Now, Tao Youyou was well aware of Shirtian's despicable nature. Despite Hu Erniu's incessant chatter, she found herself gaining invaluable insights. At the very least, through the recent discourse, Tao Youyou had acquired a more comprehensive understanding of the current tribe and its members, who were little more than vague recollections in her mind. Perhaps due to the relaxed atmosphere of their conversation, they soon returned to the vicinity of the tribe, dragging their catch behind them. To avoid drawing attention and to protect Fuxiao, Tao Youyou instructed him to assume human form and return the recently acquired Lingdao dragon to Hu Erniu. Indeed, as they entered the tribe, their presence was immediately noticed, and several foraging females cast envious, yet sympathetic glances toward Hu Erniu. Tao Youyou disdained these looks. Yet Hu Erniu remained silent, and she refrained from expressing her irritation until an unsavory figure approached. Ah, you actually took my offhand comment to heart. However, given your sincere effort in hunting the Lingdao dragon, if you can procure 10 more throughout the dry season, I might begrudgingly agree to mate with you once. A grotesquely repulsive male, hunched and limping, approached Hu Ernu, his eyes gleaming as he fondled the Lingdao dragon behind her. The arrogance and revolting words nearly drove Yu to her breaking point. With a swift motion, she struck him, sending the lecherous man sprawling to the ground. Had she not recalled that he was a protected member of the tribe, she might have ensured he never witnessed the dawn again. What nonsense are you spouting? You wretched creature with a face resembling a wasp's nest, a mouth that only spews foolishness, and a worthless existence? Tell you, how dare you strike me? I strike you for being a good-for-nothing with delusions of grandeur. If you lack the courage, you should simply take yourself out of the equation. The cowardly Ho Wang was taken aback, astonished that the typically timid Hu Ernu could find strength through Yu's fierce defense. Realizing his miscalculation, he regretted coming over, as he had failed to gain any meat and had instead received a slap for his troubles. Get lost, Tao Youyou fumed, delivering another kick in frustration. I'm leaving. Please stop kicking. Ho Wang scrambled away. You better come back. What more do you want? The coward, fearful of confrontation, could not meet Yu's gaze. Observing Hu Ernu's flushed and distressed face, Yu felt a surge of indignation. It was utterly unacceptable for a strong and composed individual to be humiliated by a pitiful wretch. Apologize. Yu was at a loss as to whom her anger should be directed. Ho Wang felt his knees before Tu. I apologize, I truly do. I will apologize to her, but why should I kneel before you? He quickly turned away. I am sorry. I will never disrespect you again. After he had retreated, Hu Ernu, for reasons unknown, seemed to shed a long-held burden, and tears streamed down her cheeks. This was the first time she had received an apology from a male of her age, and she had waited far too long for this moment. Chapter 14. The legless leopard yearning for death. Why did you not retaliate against him? Yu asked, her frustration palpable. Hu Ernu wiped her tears away, momentarily a loss for words. I don't know. I am a female. I cannot. Upon hearing this, Yu's anger surged, and she pointed at Hu Ernu's forehead, only to reconsider that this was the result of long-term emotional manipulation, leading to profound self-doubt. Despite her formidable combat abilities, the ignorance of the tribe had deeply instilled a sense of inferiority within Hu Ernu, allowing even the weakest male of the tribe to bully her. Had Yu not been present, who knows what might have transpired? Yu recognized that Hu Ernu was a victim of severe emotional manipulation. To alter her self-doubt, it was imperative to reconstruct her self-worth and bolster her confidence. Gazing at the Lingdao dragon on the ground, an idea began to form in Yu's mind. Ernu, do you wish for everyone to respect you? She inquired. Of course, Hu Ernu replied, a hint of despair in her voice. I have a plan, but it depends on your willingness to comply. Leaning in closer, Yu whispered into Hu Ernu's ear. Upon hearing this, Hu Ernu's eyes brightened. Of course, I am on board, but will it truly work? Leave it to me. Simply follow my instructions. Yu led Hu Ernu to the southernmost part of the tribe, to an open area where elders, orphans, and those injured in hunts resided. In a world where only the fittest survived, these individuals would have long been discarded. Yet, the tribe's leader, possessing a compassionate heart, believed that even those who had once contributed to the tribe deserved sustenance, providing them with remnants of meat to stave off starvation. Upon entering the open camp, Yu was met with a palpable sense of despair. Several elders lay scattered on the ground, some in human form, others in beast form. Two men, both crippled, leaned against the stone wall, and if it weren't for their occasional gasps for breath, Tao Youyou might have mistaken them for corpses. Perched on a branch at the far end was a boy of 13 or 14. His eyes, resembling dark beans, still held a glimmer of life. The boy was named Long Bai. His parents had passed away 3 years prior. In his memories, Long Bai's father had awakened a great wolf and was regarded as one of the tribe's most formidable warriors during his lifetime. As Long Bai grew older, his father, in a desperate attempt to provide him with enough sustenance, had taken the perilous risk of hunting a fully grown Tyrannosaurus rex. only to meet a tragic end and become the creature's prey. Unable to bear the loss, Long Bai's mother succumbed to despair, weeping incessantly until her own demise, leaving Long Bai orphaned. Due to his age and the profound bond he felt for his biological parents, no female in the tribe wished to adopt him. Thus, he was relegated to the open camp, cohabiting with the old, the weak, and the infirm. Surviving on the meager rations provided by the tribe and the insects he managed to catch, he barely staved off starvation. However, at the tender age of adolescence, when a boy's appetite is at its peak, the absence of parents and his inability to hunt larger dinosaurs led to his rapid emaciation. Tao Youyou suddenly recalled that were it not for her, the 3 cubs of Fu Xiao might have found themselves in a similar plight, relegated to the open camp to avoid the abuse of the original owner. Not to mention whether the open camp could provide sustenance. The oppressive living conditions alone were enough to stifle any child's spirit. The despondency of the elderly and the despair of the sick made it impossible for such an environment to nurture a healthy mind. Tao Youyou observed Long Bai and sensed a disturbing distortion in the child's psyche. Improving their living conditions was an urgent matter. Although the boy was already somewhat grown, she felt compelled to lend a helping hand. Hu Ernyo entered the open camp bearing the spoils of her hunt, casually tossing the carcass of a dromaeosaurus, which succeeded in rousing the half-dead occupants. What brings you here?" grumbled an elderly horse with dry, yellowing hair, initially mistaking her for a messenger of the tribe, delivering rations. "I caught a dromaeosaurus to improve everyone's meals," replied Nyo. Instantly, every head in the camp turned towards her. Even the 2 ailing men stirred at the sight of the carcass, having gone far too long without a proper meal. After all, orcs lacking hunting prowess were hardly distinguishable from the worthless. Merely surviving was already a charitable act from the tribe. The open camp housed a total of 13 individuals, 7 elderly orcs, 5 disabled orcs, and Long Bai. Typically, they received rations once every 3 days, with each person allotted merely a small piece of bone with scant meat. Often, they survived on wilted vegetable leaves. Hence, the sight of a whole dromaeosaurus carcass was almost unbelievable. For us, the old horse, transformed into a wizened man with graying hair, expressed disbelief. "Indeed, come and lend a hand if you wish to eat." Tao Youyou beckoned to Fu Xiao to borrow a pot from the shrine. As soon as Tao Youyou's words left her lips, anyone capable of moving sprang into action. Quickly, some kindled fires while others began cutting meat. Even the solitary Long Bai assisted Fu Xiao in setting up the pot, while a bearded man, unkempt and exuding an inexplicable odor, remained motionless in the corner. Tao Youyou recalled that this man had lost his leg a week prior. It was a lamentable tale. Originally, Bao Long was a top hunter within the tribe. Yet during a collective hunt the previous week, he had been unfortunate enough to be bitten in the hind leg by a therizinosaurus. Though he had survived with the help of his kin, he could not escape the reality of becoming a cripple. For orcs reliant on hunting for survival, being disabled was akin to death, perhaps even worse. Especially for Bao Long, the cruel realities of life descended upon him the moment he lost his leg. Foremost among them was his partner abandoning him for the embrace of another male. No longer able to traverse the battlefield, let alone manage his daily life. He had fallen from selecting the finest cuts of meat to subsisting on decayed vegetable leaves. This heavy blow extinguished his will to live, leaving him despondent and awaiting death. Tao Youyou glanced at Bao Long, but prioritized ensuring everyone had enough to eat before considering their emotional well-being. Chapter 15. This fortune is yours. Will you accept? The atmosphere was vibrant. In less than an hour, they had entirely processed the dromaeosaurus carcass. Following Tao Youyou's instructions, they reserved 1/3 for the day's rations, while the remainder was sliced into strips to be hung at the cave entrance as jerky for long-term preservation. Initially, Tao Youyou had considered preparing some cured meat, smoked meat, and salted meat, but due to the tribe's scarcity of materials and the fact that there was only this one dromaeosaurus, the effort seemed unwarranted. Having observed the slaughtered dromaeosaurus, Tao Youyou noted that its muscle fibers were remarkably firm and the fat layer quite thin, making an excellent choice for grilling or hot pot. However, with everyone ravenously hungry, there was no time to indulge in slow cooking. They divided it into 2 parts, one for roasting the most common method of preparation among the tribe, and the other to be used for meat broth. Tao Youyou selected several leg bones from the Dromaeosaurus, recognizing their value for the rich marrow within, brimming with energy. "Help me break these apart," she instructed, carrying the pile of bones to where Baolong lay. His ears twitched slightly, indicating he had heard her, but he remained utterly still. "Hurry, if you wish to eat. You must first work," she insisted. Tao Youyou understood that to awaken a soul resigned to death, one must first help them find meaning in their existence. "I want to eat. Stop bothering me," Baolong grumbled, barely lifting his head. Though Tao Youyou faced rejection, she remained undeterred, retrieving a hard stone from nearby to aid in breaking the bones. "Stop lying down and get up to work," she urged, persisting in her encouragement. "Can't you see I'm already broken? Useless? Please leave me be," Baolong protested. Tao Youyou placed the stone in his lap, insisting, "No, hurry up." Frustrated, he allowed the stone to be tossed aside, but found himself persistently urged to engage in the task. Eventually, in resignation, he began to shift his body, turning to a more convenient position to work. Witnessing Baolong, albeit reluctantly, beginning to move, Tao Youyou felt a sense of accomplishment. With Tao Youyou's improvements, the roasting pit became far more pleasing to the eye, no longer shrouding the open camp in smoke. The elderly possessed considerable skill in roasting meat. The sizzling morsels emitted a delightful aroma, and smiles unseen for years graced their faces as they engaged in lively banter, comparing whose meat was better cooked. As Tao Youyou sprinkled the previously prepared seasoning on the sizzling meat, the enticing fragrance intensified under the influence of the spices. The open camp buzzed with excitement, and when the meat was finally ready, Huernyo distributed at least 5 pieces to each person based on size and quantity, an unimaginable generosity in times past. Groups gathered, boasting of their erstwhile glories, while the seasoned meat wafted its aroma into the tribe, reigniting appetites among the members. "Ah, what is Tao Youyou cooking this time? That scent is wafting out again. I wish I could eat, but I regret having quarreled with her before. Let be." Individuals like Tao Youyou are not worth considering. I have heard that Huernyo has spent the entire day in the company of Tao Youyou, and it seems that she even helped her scold Ho Wang earlier. Oh, one cannot fathom how much meat Tao Youyou has deceived Huernyo out of. Given her character, it seems Huernyo has suffered a significant loss. Indeed, it must be that she fears Ho Wang will snatch her meat away. However, Huernyo is rather foolish. It is not every day that a male is willing to mate with her, so why does she remain oblivious? Although Ho Wang is somewhat lazy and has an unappealing appearance with no hunting skills, he is still a male. After all, she has already marred her own beauty. What more is there to be picky about? This fortune is being offered to you. Do you not desire it? Sitting on the ground, gathering green leaves, Hu Xiao grew increasingly agitated. "What are you saying?" The robust female turned her head to see Hu Xiao, quickly silencing herself. After all, it is common knowledge that Shi Tian has affections for Hu Xiao, and to avoid crossing the first warrior, she chose not to engage in conflict. Hu Xiao's beauty is well recognized within the tribe. Xiao, do not be angry. Yang Li was not referring to you. There is no need for us to be upset on behalf of Hu Ernyo. She is not sharing any meat with you, Lian said, linking her arm with Hu Xiao. After neatly arranging the leaves in her hand, Hu Xiao placed them into the bag on her back, huffing. "I simply cannot stand her. Besides, everyone knows what kind of person Ho Wang is. Rather than mate with such a worthless individual, I would prefer to remain alone." Lian's eyes twinkled as she followed along with Hu Xiao's words. "Yes, you are absolutely right. You are not picking any more leaves, are you? Are you going to find Shi Tian now? I will accompany you." "All right, let us go then." It was not until the two had walked far away that Yang Li rolled her eyes and muttered, "Ha, foolish one. Do you think she's being kind to you? In reality, she desires your man. If Shi Tian is taken from you by Lian, let us see if you can still smile." An hour later, the large bone broth prepared by Tao Youyou was ready. Although the meat was somewhat tough, did the beastmen fear eating meat? Even the elders tore into it with vigor, to temporarily conceal her ability to control water. There is no doubt that the Yuan priest was invited to the outdoor camp. The admiration for the Yuan priest was profound, so even in the dry season, they did not question the source of the water used to cook the meat. Having already consumed roasted meat beforehand, their hunger was somewhat subdued, making the act of drinking soup appear more refined, perhaps also because it was hot. Although Yuan did not understand why the Beast King's divine envoy would distribute fine game to the elderly and infirm. He reasoned that since Tao Youyou had chosen to do so, there must be a rationale behind her actions, and thus he cooperated willingly. The location of the outdoor camp was excellent, suitable for future tribal feasts. Although the elders could no longer hunt, their wealth of life experience enabled them to prepare meals for the tribe. Though they had suffered varying degrees of injury, they were not entirely incapacitated and could assist the tribe with tasks within their capabilities. For instance, Ingwen could stand watch. As for Baolong, while the loss of his legs was indeed serious, it did not extinguish all hope for survival. I would find a way for him to live like a normal person. With each word spoken by Tao Youyou, Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, until he was electrified by the prospect of Baolong being able to live like a normal person again. Chapter 16. Kindness is rewarded. Yuan once had a son, but due to unfortunate circumstances, his legs were broken. In a desperate attempt to ensure his son could live a normal life, Yuan resorted to stealing spiritual herbs from the Beast King's domain. However, despite consuming the herbs, his son showed no signs of improvement, and he himself was apprehended for theft, banished from the East, and left to wander here. Thus, upon hearing that Tao Youyou could enable a legless person to live normally, Yuan found it difficult to contain his excitement. However, the light in his eyes soon dimmed. So many years had passed, and his son may have long since passed away. Tao Youyou handed a large bowl of bone broth to Baolong, who this time did not refuse it. After a long day of hard work, he was indeed hungry, and the mindset of fasting and despair began to fracture. Would you like some roasted meat? Tao Youyou waved a piece of meat in front of Baolong. After sipping the hot soup, Baolong's appetite surged, and the fragrant, oily roasted meat rekindled his long-dormant desire for food. In mere minutes, Baolong devoured 8 pieces of roasted meat, only putting down the 9th when he noticed the other camp members casting disapproving glances at him. No worries. Eat to your heart's content. Everyone should indulge. Today's meat is plentiful, and if you are still hungry, the ones hanging on the wall can also be taken down, he said, glancing at Huernio to seek her approval. Eat freely, eat freely. If it is not enough, I will hunt more, Huernio cheerfully agreed. Olma, perhaps the most talkative in the outdoor camp, waved his hand, saying, No, we are full. You all should take the leftovers back for your reserves. No need. This meat was meant entirely for you all. There will be more in the future, Huernio replied, echoing what Tao Youyou had just said. Upon hearing this, even Yuan and the old chief, who had come sniffing around, were taken aback. They had initially thought that Tao Youyou had acted on a whim, but it turned out to be Huernio making this benevolent decision. Sister Youyou and I have decided that we will be responsible for all your food from now on, but you must contribute corresponding labor. After all, there is no free lunch in this world, Huernio reiterated, seizing the opportunity while Yuan was engaged in listening to Huernio. The old chief snatched the long-hidden dragon heart from Yuan's bowl. You old scoundrel! Yuan realized too late, as the dragon heart was already in the old chief's mouth, leaving him only to protect the dragon liver in his own bowl. While the playful exchanges between the chief and the priest were amusing, the people in the outdoor camp were more concerned with matters directly affecting their hunger. As long as they could fill their stomachs, was it not reasonable to do some work? Yet with so many elderly, weak, and injured, what could they possibly contribute? Longbai, come hunting with me. Considering your age, you are not too far off, Huernio said, looking at Longbai. Longbai was taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, you and your group will be responsible for starting the fire and cooking. I believe this should not pose a problem for you, Huernio directed at the elderly men. Just these? The elders could hardly believe that merely preparing food could fill them. Yes, just these for now. As for Uncle Xiong, Uncle Leah, and Uncle A, you 3 will temporarily be in charge of security for our outdoor camp, Huernio stated in one breath. As for Baolong, who had lost his legs, she was at a loss for how to arrange things and could only look to Tao Youyou for assistance. I will ensure that Baolong lives like a normal person, but for the next few days, you will need to take care of him, Tao Youyou said. With a loud crash, Bao Long dropped his bowl of broth in shock. What did you just say? Bao Long exclaimed, gripping Tao Youyou's arm in excitement. She instinctively frowned, withdrawing her arm before slowly responding, I cannot make your legs grow back. Bao Long's enthusiasm deflated. However, I can allow you to go wherever you wish. Bao Long lifted his head once more. While he could no longer hunt as he once did, I possess other means to help you acquire prey. The light in Bao Long's eyes instantly made Tao Youyou question whether she was witnessing the sun. Turning around, she found the outdoor camp aglow with sunlight. Startled, she quickly added, do not get too excited. This method is suitable for him, but it may not apply to all of you. Trust me, each of you will possess your own intrinsic value. It is not solely through hunting that one can fill their belly. Patience is key. Let us proceed step by step. The fervor of the crowd began to subside. Tao Youyou has resolved to initiate the transformation of the tribe, starting with the open camp, while also bolstering Hu Ernyang's confidence and awakening vitality in Bao Lang. Most importantly, she aims to create a harmonious and splendid living environment for her 3 cubs, transforming the once mischievous little rascals into the most enviable darlings in the beastly world. With the assistance of Yuan Le, Tao Youyou has discussed the overall hunting plans for the following day with the elder chief. And only then did she pick up a stick to sketch out the concept of a wheelchair for Bao Lang. Did you comprehend what I conveyed? Tao Youyou elaborated on the detailed sketches laid out on the ground. After contemplating, Bao Lang increasingly felt the feasibility was remarkably high. Nodding vigorously, I can craft it in 2 days. You can? This left Tao Youyou astounded. Yes, your drawings are quite clear, and I understood everything. Bao Lang pointed at the sketches on the ground. Wood carving is a meticulous craft. Merely understanding is insufficient. Not to mention, these 2 round wheels must be identical and their surfaces impeccably smooth. Initially, Tao Youyou intended to make it for him when she had leisure time. Bao Lang confidently stated, I am aware, this is no issue at all. In the past, to please Lian Air, I frequently crafted small trinkets far more intricate than this. But alas, let's not dwell on that. Tao Youyou naturally knew of Bao Lang's abandonment by his partner, Tu Lian Air, but she chose not to delve into the matter. Since he wished to create it himself, she was pleased to allow him that freedom. Moreover, if Bao Lang's skills were indeed as he claimed, it would be akin to acquiring a craftsman for free, saving her considerable effort in the future. After adequately arranging the open camp, Tao Youyou then returned to her thatched hut with Fu Xiao, cradling the little third and the small fluffball. The meat of the Ling Dao dragon was somewhat tough, so she refrained from letting the little fluffball consume too much, fearing it might struggle with digestion later. She recalled having swindled an egg from Shi Tian last time, which could be used to make a meat broth with steamed egg for it to savor. Chapter 17. Apex Predator. In the morning, Tao Youyou was awakened by the hunting bell of the tribe. After a hearty meal and the steady breaths of the cubs, it was difficult for her to feel anything but contentment. Stretching lazily, she cautiously emerged from her hide of beast skins, noticing that the little fluff ball was still fast asleep, while only Fu Xiao raised his head, drowsily gazing at her. I'm going hunting with the tribe. If you wake up and feel hungry, head to the open camp. Tao Youyou whispered. Upon hearing that Tao Youyou was going hunting, Fu Xiao immediately became alert, rising to declare, I want to go too. Tao Youyou gestured towards the fluff ball sprawled like a pancake and the little third atop it. Keep an eye on them. Don't go. Next time when we hunt separately with Ernyang, we can take you. But today, there are too many participants, and Mother may not be able to look after you. Oh, well then, please be very, very careful. Mother, Fu Xiao complied, having thought it best not to hinder her. He climbed back into the bee skin nest where Tao Youyou had just lain, snuggling the little fluff ball closer and dozing off again. As Tao Youyou stepped outside, a gust of cold wind struck her, causing her to sneeze unexpectedly, prompting her to wrap her bee skin skirt more tightly around herself. This garment was utterly inadequate for warmth. She certainly needed to tailor a new piece upon her return. While walking, she tugged at her skirt and soon encountered Hu Ernyang approaching. Today, Hu Ernyang appeared particularly spirited, shedding her usual submissiveness and exuberantly sharing how she had been respected and thanked by everyone yesterday. If that brings you joy, then it is well, Tao Youyou thought. She believed it better for Hu Ernyang to provide the hunted prey to those who genuinely needed it rather than allowing it to be deceitfully taken by those unworthy, as it would also help her discover her own value, gradually restoring her confidence and rectifying her distorted self-worth. The two chatted and laughed for a while, but then Tao Youyou sensed something amiss. She turned her head, but discerned nothing unusual. "What's wrong?" Hu Ernyang inquired, puzzled by Tao Youyou's sudden glance backward. "Nothing much. Perhaps I was just overthinking," Tao Youyou replied. After walking a bit further, Tao Youyou felt that unsettling sensation of being watched again. She remained still until the gaze upon her back felt as piercing as a needle, prompting her to turn around abruptly. "Why are you here?" Lang Bai had been trailing them from about 20 meters away, barely concealed behind a rock. Hu Ernyang reacted even more strongly than Tao Youyou. "I told you not to come. Why did you sneak away?" "I want to go," Lang Bai defiantly stated. "No longer hiding. I have said, since you call me sister, I will never let you go hungry again. Today's tribe-wide hunt is far too perilous. I will ensure you can join next time." Hu Ernyang softened her tone. "Sister?" Tao Youyou was bewildered. When did Lang Bai become Hu Ernyang's little brother? Lang Bai clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his flesh, and, after a long pause, he asserted, "No, I want to go today. I want to hunt for myself and earn meat for the tribe through strength. You are still underage. Look, even Youyou did not bring her cub Fu Xiao out. Be good, return home, and listen," Hu Ernyang urged kindly. "Fu Xiao is only 6. I'm already 14, Lang Bai insisted stubbornly. "You are 13 and a half. And even if you were 14, you are still underage." Hu Ernyang's patience began to wane. "I participated in the tribe-wide hunt when I was 18, and even then, I left with scars on my face. Do you wish to ruin your beautiful visage? I'm not afraid. This is not merely a matter of fear," Hu Ernyang retorted. Exasperated, Tao Youyou observed the standoff between the two, neither yielding, and decided to intervene as further delay would likely mean the main party would not wait for them. "Fine. Let him come. If we don't allow him, he will sneak off anyway. By bringing him along, we can keep a closer watch." Hu Ernyang opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately relented, though she turned her face away, ignoring Lang Bai, beginning to doubt her decision to adopt a younger brother yesterday. He is simply too headstrong, not obeying even on the first day, whereas Youyou's 2 cubs are both adorable and obedient. What could be the issue? Upon Tao Youyou and Hu Ernyang's arrival, aside from a few males left behind to guard the tribe, all able adult males gathered for the hunt. Tao Youyou immediately noticed the crowd divided into 3 groups, animatedly chatting amongst themselves. The elder chief acknowledged Tao Youyou and Hu Ernyang's presence, along with Lang Bai, offering only a brief greeting before leading the group to track the prey. As they journeyed, the atmosphere was tense, for each tribe-wide hunt held the potential for accidents and casualties, with no one certain they would not become the next victim. The elder chief was well acquainted with the terrain, explaining the various dinosaur targets for today's hunt. Typically, tribe-wide hunts would focus on solitary, large herbivorous dinosaurs, though they might occasionally engage with manageable carnivorous dinosaurs if the situation allowed. Upon reaching the destination, the hunting party divided into 3 waves, one comprised of older, more experienced hunters following the elder chief, another of the youthful and impetuous loyal followers of Shirtian, and the remaining group varying in skill levels, with Hu Ernyang usually among them. They began to search for prey separately, and once each group identified their targets, they would reconvene to discuss which to pursue. Although Hu Ernyang's strength was indisputable, the team members were either unmanageable loners or merely there to make up numbers. More often than not, Hu Ernyang would venture out alone to seek suitable prey, at most informing the others once she had located something. On this day, as Hu Ernyang was about to embark with Tao Youyou in search of prey, Tao Youyou abruptly halted her. She assertively assigned tasks to everyone, even dispatching a few smaller vegetarian orcs for ground patrol duties. The previously unruly solitary hunters, after enduring a few harsh reprimands from Hu Ernyang, began to comply obediently, their former disdain replaced by a newfound respect. Initially, their coordination was somewhat chaotic, but with each prompt from Tao Youyou, the team quickly began to take shape, their synergy improving significantly. An orc with an awakened hunting dog sensed a target first. To the east, there was a formidable creature, Hu Ernyo beckoned everyone to follow the direction, and soon they all felt the vibrations emanating from ground. As they traversed through the forested terrain, they discovered a top-tier predator, the double-spined dragon. Chapter 18. Divided opinions. This 6-meter-long double-spined dragon was feasting on a struggling, down, bulging-headed dragon. Even though the bulging-headed dragon exceeded 4.5 meters in length, the scene of predation was utterly breathtaking, prompting the group to cautiously retreat upon witnessing it. Fortunately, the double-spined dragon was preoccupied with its meal and did not seem aware of its surroundings, allowing Tao Youyou to observe it intently. Historically, the bulging-headed dragon had been the tribe's preferred quarry, but today it had fallen prey to the double-spined dragon first. Due to its massive size and ferocious nature, the tribe had always avoided confrontation with the double-spined dragon. At the appointed time, everyone returned to the gathering point, where the elder chief's team had been waiting for some time. Currently, the largest orc in the tribe was the elder chief, who had awakened as a gigantic rhinoceros, nearly 4 meters long, possessing tremendous force. However, with age catching up to him, his stamina had significantly waned, diminishing his combat prowess to the point where he had been overpowered several times by lions under 3 meters in height. The elder chief's team encountered a 4-meter-long Zuni Jiaolong. Although the ceratopsian dinosaurs were known for their formidable defenses, they were easily subdued by the elder chief's charges and considered easy prey. Nonetheless, a 4-meter creature was insufficient to satisfy the needs of the entire tribe. If given the choice, they would prefer a larger quarry. After both teams communicated their encounters, Shi Tian's squad finally returned. The members of Shi Tian's team exhibited an unusual excitement, indicating they had found promising prey. Indeed, they had discovered an omnivorous creature, the 5-meter-long Tuo Bei Long. As the name suggests, the Tuo Bei Long possessed a large hump on its back filled with substantial fat reserves, offering high energy content. Even Shi Tian, who had savored various delicacies in his previous life, had a fondness for this particular creature. Therefore, he was determined to secure the Tuo Bei Long for the day's hunt. With the 3 teams presenting their findings, making a choice became straightforward. Everyone was eager to pursue the Tuo Bei Long. Just as Shi Tian began to envision savoring the hump's meat, Tao Youyou interjected, "I still suggest we hunt the double-spined dragon." The crowd was momentarily bewildered by Tao Youyou's statement. Shi Tian quickly regained his composure, his voice sharpening. "Are you out of your mind? You must be crazy. If you can't speak properly, just remain silent." Tao Youyou's retort silenced Shi Tian, leaving him momentarily speechless. "But that is a double-spined dragon. Surely, we cannot defeat it. Can we?" Nevertheless, the stakes were high, and the others were not inclined to alter their opinions merely due to one of Tao Youyou's retorts, as their lives were paramount. Understanding their reluctance, Tao Youyou had already observed the double-spined dragon's condition during their earlier retreat. It had sustained severe injuries. Its entire abdomen, along with the chest cavity, bore a significant gash, which, due to its bipedal stance while feeding, it had likely concealed. Furthermore, the initial instinct to flee upon sighting the double-spined dragon had led no one to notice its injuries. Tao Youyou speculated that the double-spined dragon had been wounded during a hunt for the bulging-headed dragon, or in a final struggle. The latter had inflicted a deep cut on its chest with its sharp spine. Thus, although the double-spined dragon was a top predator, it was now on its last legs. After explaining the double-spined dragon's injury, Tao Youyou added, "Moreover, there is still a bulging-headed dragon over 4.5 meters nearby. If we manage to take down the double-spined dragon, it would mean the bulging-headed dragon is also ours." Following her statement, many in the tribe began to waver. A 6-meter-long, injured double-spined dragon alongside a 4-meter bulging-headed dragon would yield a substantial amount of meat. Who among them did not have hungry younglings at home? If they could secure more meat, it would be nothing short of remarkable. As for the risks involved, it seemed worthwhile. For males with offspring, such risks were acceptable. However, for Shi Tian, he wished to avoid any risks whatsoever. After all, he had been reborn to enjoy life, not to gamble with his life against the unknown. Thus, regardless of Tao Youyou's arguments, he remained resolute in his disagreement. The differing opinions between the two factions left the elder chief in a difficult position. However, He recalled that the wise Yuan had advised him to unconditionally trust Tao Youyou when necessary, regardless of how absurd it might seem. After careful consideration, the elder chief decided to follow Tao Youyou's proposal to hunt the double-spined dragon. I disagree. Shi Tian was the first to voice his opposition. The elder chief frowned and stated, I have made my decision. We shall hunt the double-spined dragon. I said I disagree. I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go. He declared without regard for the elder chief's disapproving expression, waving his hand to his followers. Let us go. We shall hunt the Tuabe alone. Anyone willing? Come with me. Many in Shi Tian's group exchanged glances of uncertainty between him and the elder chief. Ultimately, a majority chose to follow Shi Tian. Departing from the main group, the role of a leader signifies authority within a tribe, and the elder chief was blatantly challenged by Shi Tian's actions. The elder chief was not concerned about losing face, for unity was crucial to successful hunting. However, Shi Tian's behavior not only undermined unity, but actively divided the team, which was a grave misdeed. Many orcs who had already harbored discontent towards Shi Tian were now even more incensed. Crucially, they were uncertain about how to proceed. After all, Shi Tian had taken a portion of their numbers, significantly complicating the hunt for the double-spined dragon. However, to follow Shi Tian would blatantly disrespect the elder chief and foster an insubordinate spirit detrimental to future hunts. Observing Shi Tian's departure, Tao Youyou reflected momentarily, but soon resolved to lead the tribe. No matter, we shall hunt the double-spined dragon. I am confident we have enough strength. Are you certain? Although maintaining authority was important, the lives of the tribe members were paramount, and the elder chief had to exercise caution. Tao Youyou nodded firmly and declared, I am absolutely certain, and I assure you that if any of our people are injured while hunting the double-spined dragon, I will provide for their family's sustenance for all their days to come. This guarantee carried significant weight. It was a promise of security. Rest assured, follow me. Should you be injured and lose your ability to hunt, I will ensure your family is cared for. With such a commitment made, the elder chief and the others dispelled their concerns and promptly organized themselves to head towards the double-spined dragon. Chapter 19. No food. The double-spined dragon consumed its meal with remarkable speed. However, perhaps due to its injuries, it had yet to finish even one leg of the bulging-headed dragon, despite the time that had elapsed. The crowd arrived at their destination, skillfully concealing their figures. After a prolonged observation, the elder chief confirmed that the double-spined dragon was indeed gravely injured, even more so than what Tao Youyou had described. The gaping wound in its chest was notably deep, revealing several internal organs. A targeted assault on this area would surely incapacitate the creature in mere moments. It was not merely the strength of the tribe that encouraged the endeavor. Even on his own, the elder chief might have dared to attempt the feat. With the presence of valiant warriors such as Infuriated, Ao Ba, and Xiong San, the absence of Shi Tian did not deter their resolve. Having solidified their strategy, the elder chief began to organize the attack, while Tao Youyou refrained from any interference. In her past life, during the apocalypse, she had always operated alone, and even when collaboration was necessary, it was merely between humans and their respective abilities. She was not well-versed in the hunting techniques of beastmen who could transform into their animal forms. Thus, she recognized the importance of specialization and allowed the elder chief to lead the hunting operation without her involvement. Although Tao Youyou, as a female, was traditionally barred from participating in the main hunting activities, unlike Infuriated, who had awakened as a fierce raptor. Her status as a successor of the shaman and the support of Yuan Lu permitted her involvement. Interestingly, Tao Youyou observed that the males of the tribe typically awakened into formidable beasts, while the females often manifested as gentler creatures, such as rabbits, foxes, and goats. Instances like Infuriated were rare, and Tao Youyou pondered whether this phenomenon was unique to their tribe or a broader trait of the world. Moreover, it struck her as peculiar that, according to the original owner's memories, her awakening had resulted in a peach tree, hence her surname. Yet, throughout the years, no one had witnessed her true form, and since her arrival, she had been at a loss as to how to transform into a tree. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential and did not hinder her maternal duties. Tao Youyou did not impose tasks upon the elder chief, but chose to observe the group's actions. If the need arose, she would be better positioned to strike when they were unprepared. However, it soon became evident that her concerns were unfounded. Not only did she remain unharmed, but many tribe members were also spared from danger, as the double-spined dragon's injuries were far more severe than anticipated. After a single charge from the elder chief, the dragon collapsed, and in that moment, Infuriated seized the opportunity to deepen the gaping wound with her sharp claws. While other warriors contributed their efforts, before long, the double-spined dragon could only emit desperate cries, unable to rise again. As Tao Youyou had predicted, no one was injured. Historically, such flawless outcomes had never occurred in the tribe's collective hunts. There were no casualties or even minor injuries, as if they had effortlessly acquired both a double-spined dragon and a hunchback dragon. The joy of the unexpected success was overshadowed by the challenge of transporting these massive beasts back to the tribe. Nevertheless, the strength of numbers prevailed, and they ultimately succeeded in bringing the creatures home. During major hunts, the females of the tribe typically spent the morning gathering and remained at the entrance in the afternoon to await the return of the hunting party. This was a day of excitement, as the distribution of meat invigorated the tribe, and many females brought their young to greet their partners. Upon the return of the hunting party, the bustling crowd at the entrance was elated to see the two enormous beasts. However, their joy was short-lived, as many females soon found their smiles replaced by distress upon realizing that their male counterparts had not returned. Had they perished in the pursuit of these creatures? The excitement of the meat distribution vanished, and several women began to wail and confront the elder chief. You sacrificed so many for this beast. Where are our men? My child is still small. What are we to do? The cries echoed through the tribe, instilling sorrow even among those who had not lost partners. Stop your lamentations. No one died in capturing the double-spined dragon and hunchback dragon. The elder chief's frustration mounted. A female with a flat forehead and prominent cheekbones shouted amidst her tears. If no one died, then why hasn't my Lu-Su returned? Why are there so few who came back? They have not returned? The elder chief's brow furrowed deeply. Initially, he assumed that Tian and his team had opted out of the tribe's collective efforts and returned home. But now it seemed they had gone to hunt the hunchback dragon instead. Though the hunchback dragon was relatively docile, it still measured nearly 6 meters in length. Far too formidable for Tian and his small group to confront alone. If the elder chief had been enraged by Tian's earlier challenge to his authority, he was now consumed by fury. Tian's audacity was becoming increasingly intolerable. He spoke of the dangers of challenging the double-spined dragon while disregarding the trust placed in him, leading his companions to hunt another colossal beast without consideration for their lives. However, the elder chief could not afford to dwell on his anger at that moment. For Tian's team comprised 12 essential members of the tribe. He could not simply ignore their fate. Leave your burdens. Those who are slow can tend to them. The rest, follow me, commanded the elder chief as he set out to search for Tian and his companions. Tao Youyou chose not to accompany them, having just returned to find Fu Xia waiting quietly at the entrance, cradling a fluffy ball in one arm and holding Xiao Lao San in the other. The adorable sight nearly melted her heart. Mama hug. Upon seeing Tao Youyou approach, Fu Xia eagerly sprang to his feet and rushed over, while the little fluff ball leapt onto Tao Youyou's shoulder, prompting Fu Xia to embrace her tightly. Oh, my dear child, I miss you so much, Tao Youyou exclaimed, lifting Fu Xia into her arms and planting a big kiss on his tender face, then placing the fluffy ball atop her head. We miss you too, Mama. Fu Xia's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, yet he finally resembled a normal child yearning for his mother's affection. Tao Youyou affectionately stroked Fu Xia's head and inquired, What did you eat for lunch? Are you hungry? I didn't eat. I was waiting for you, Mama. You didn't eat? Tao Youyou frowned and pulled Fu Xia closer to her. Upon sensing her serious demeanor, Fu Xia instinctively shrank back, causing a pang of pain in Tao Youyou's heart. She realized she had frightened him, a consequence of the original owner's mistreatment. Don't be afraid. Mama isn't angry, just worried that you might be hungry. Tao Youyou quickly reassured him, and Fu Xia soon recognized that his mother had changed for the better. The former version of her would never have cared about their hunger or reacted with concern over their lack of food. But why haven't you eaten? Tao Youyou pressed, needing to understand why her child would rather go hungry than eat. Were the campers in the open-air camp bullying them? No, no one is bullying us, it's just... Fu Xia hesitated. Upon hearing that they hadn't been mistreated, Tao Youyou felt a sense of relief but still pressed for answers. Then why? Realizing that avoiding the truth was futile, Fu Xia lowered his head and spoke softly. The meat at the open-air camp isn't tasty. He felt a bit guilty for becoming picky after just a few days of good food. He worried that revealing this would upset his mother, who might scold them for being ungrateful. Tao Youyou suddenly realized that the meal she had prepared for Fu Xiao over the past 2 days had been meticulously crafted by her, infused with various spices to enhance their aroma. Even the food meant for the small fur ball was made with great care, unlike the poorly cooked fare from the open-air camp. In that moment, she understood that she did not perceive the little one as fragile at all. Rather, she began to reflect on her own negligence. It was unthinkable for her to have served such bland and fishy meat, not just to the little ones, but even to herself. It was her oversight as a mother for forgetting to prepare food for them. She vowed that in the future, should she need to be away for an extended period, she would ensure their meals were ready before setting off. With a gentle kiss on Fu Xiao's face, she reassured him, "Do not worry, my dear. It is not your fault that the food was unpalatable." Fu Xiao, mistaking her words for reproach, was relieved to receive a sweet kiss instead, lifting his head to ask, "Mother, are you not angry with us?" Tao Youyou smiled softly, "Not at all. I understand. The food they prepared was simply too unappetizing. It is not my precious one's fault." Fu Xiao chuckled, revealing 2 charming dimples, his heart warmed by her affection. Tao Youyou embraced both the small ones and the egg, declaring earnestly, "No, my little ones are precious. I shall ensure you are the happiest children in the world, envied by all." Fu Xiao and Fu Shu were momentarily taken aback by her sudden affection, questioning whether they were dreaming. Although their stomachs were empty, their hearts brimmed with happiness. Through these past few days, she had come to a clear understanding of Fu Xiao's needs. The child lacked a sense of security and was overly mature for his age. Only through boundless and unconditional love could she restore his lost innocence. She pondered whether such indulgence might lead her little one astray, turning him into a mischievous child. After careful consideration, Tao Youyou concluded that love and protection would not lead a child astray. Rather, it was pampering and misguided guidance that could cause a child to stray from the right path. With her presence and the guidance of her values, she believed her little ones would never become unlikable misfits. Tao Youyou rushed to the meat distribution area, keeping in mind her children's tastes. She approached the burly man in charge of the meat with confidence, saying, "I would like 10 portions of the double-spined dragon's liver, and I will take the heart entirely. Please give me more of the tender meat from the waist to the swollen-headed dragon. I do not require anything else." As soon as Tao Youyou finished speaking, many of the females waiting for their share of meat became displeased. Why should she, a mere female, deserve the best meat and entrails? What contribution can she make to the hunt? They murmured. Even if she is the heir to the priesthood, she should adhere to the tribe's rules. Why is she so special? Indeed, my brother the crocodile does not even qualify for entrails. Why should she? Another female protested. "Crocodile brother, why are you covering my mouth? I am speaking the truth." The crocodile, feeling embarrassed for his partner, knew that the meat she requested was disproportionate to her contribution that day. Although most of those present had not participated in the hunt, a few males had, and they felt compelled to defend Tao Youyou. "Enough, don't say any more." The crocodile insisted, hastily trying to silence his partner. "I will not be silenced. I intend to seek the priest for justice." As the crocodile realized the situation was spiraling out of control, he exchanged glances with the other males who had hunted, then clumsily recounted the day's events. Thus, it is only right for Tao Youyou to select the meat first. She only chose a small amount. If it were me, I would insist on taking a hind leg of the double-spined dragon. The females nodded in agreement, realizing they had underestimated the changes in Tao Youyou since becoming the priestess heir. They recognized that while females could not hunt, they could still contribute significantly in other ways. Tao Youyou had no intention of boasting. It was simply that the elder chief and others were absent, and her children had been hungry all day. She aimed to return home quickly to prepare their meals. Now, however, with everyone chattering and exaggerating the situation, she chose not to correct them, allowing their words to flow. With the meat in hand and her children in her arms, she left only a silhouette behind, as if she were not the center of attention, quietly departing without stirring a cloud. Yet, just as the chatter about Tao Youyou began to dissipate, the tribe's entrance erupted with commotion as the elder chief returned with the hunting party. However, this time, the group was not as pristine, as 12 bloodied beastmen accompanied them, including 4 severely injured and 7 with lighter wounds. Even Sher Tian appeared disheveled. Chapter 21. You broken shoe on the way back. Sher Tian's team learned that the elder chief and his group had successfully hunted the double-spined dragon and the swollen-headed dragon without any casualties. Indeed, not even a minor injury. This only intensified Sher Tian's shame and fury. He had followed the hunting methods from his past life, which had never failed before. Yet today, unexpected complications arose. Had it not been for his quick thinking, he too might have faced misfortune. As for the dog beast man who had shielded him, he could only consider himself unfortunate. Sacrificing his humble life to protect the future Beast King was perhaps a twisted blessing. All his frustration was directed at the elder rhinoceros and that damn Tao Youyou. Had they not impeded him, leading a large group to hunt the hunchback dragon, failure would have been impossible. As Sher Tian sulked silently on the journey, he paid no mind to the injured beastmen who had trusted him and followed him into the hunt. In fact, he grew angrier at their perceived incompetence, believing their failure was solely due to their uselessness. The others were unaware of Sher Tian's thoughts, but his behavior today had thoroughly disheartened those who had placed their faith in him. While it was known that awakened lion beastmen tended to be somewhat selfish and lazy, Sher Tian's actions today were excessively blatant. To evade the hunchback dragon's attack, he had brazenly pulled the dog beastman in front of him as a shield, leaving the poor soul paralyzed from the waist down, a fate that rendered him utterly incapacitated. Had Sher Tian not used the dog as a shield, he himself could have easily withstood the attack, suffering only minor injuries. Yet, in his selfishness, he chose to destroy another's life rather than endure even a scratch. In a world where only the strong survived, this was not without merit. However, as a human, lacking even the most basic empathy rendered him no different from a beast. Upon returning to the tribe, Sher Tian was in turmoil, and coincidentally, Xiao approached him to lecture him. Why are there so many injuries? You should not have acted on your own, disregarding the elder chief's advice. Had you hunted the double-spined dragon, you might have avoided these injuries. Xiao initially hesitated to confront him, feeling disappointed by his actions, but her companion Tu Lien urged her to speak with him. Unable to resist, she ran over and instinctively voiced her thoughts. What do you know? You, a female, have no right to lecture me. Sher Tian exploded, unleashing his anger at Xiao before storming off to his cave. Fox Xiao, taken aback by the harsh words, found herself momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated that Sher Tian, who had always been so attentive to her, would utter such unkind remarks. Wasn't he pursuing her? Doubt began to creep in her mind. Meanwhile, she remained oblivious to the triumphant smile on Tu Lien's face, who thought to herself, at last, a rift has appeared between them. My opportunity has finally arrived. I refuse to believe that despite everything, I cannot find my way into Sher Tian's bed. As night fell and the world grew quiet, Tu Lien adorned herself with the floral garlands gifted by Bao Lang over the years. After her transformation, she stealthily approached Sher Tian's cave. Sher Tian, are you there? She called out softly, using her most alluring tone. The door soon opened, revealing not Sher Tian, but rather his younger brother, Sher Di. Having gone hungry all day, Sher Di had expected a substantial meal from his brother after the day's hunting. Yet he found himself instead cautiously attending to Sher Tian's unusually irritable demeanor. Therefore, when he opened the door, his expression was far from pleasant as he gruffly asked, "What do you want at this late hour?" Tu Lien had not anticipated that it would be this troublesome child at the door. However, recognizing him as Sher Tian's brother, She suppressed her irritation and replied gently, I am here to find a brother. He hasn't eaten all day, and I brought him some food. Fearing being turned away, she thought it wise to present some sustenance. Surely, that would keep her from being dismissed. Upon hearing the mention of food, Shurdi's eyes lit up, and he quickly ushered her inside. As he reached for the food, Tu Yin'er deftly sidestepped him. Who is it? Shurtian, roused from his slumber, lifted his head in annoyance. Shurtian Gidge, it's me, Tu Yin'er. I brought you something to eat. She cooed sweetly. Shurtian immediately recognized her as the little female who accompanied Fox Xiuxiu. An unexpected realization struck him. How had he not noticed before how beautiful she was? It seemed that, in his previous life, he had been so fixated on Fox Xiuxiu that he had overlooked the many lovely females within the tribe. Perhaps he had indulged Xiuxiu too much, allowing her the audacity to reprimand him. Despite Xiuxiu being a beauty of the beast world, as the Beast King, he had countless beautiful females vying for his attention. Yet, one mere female dared to scold him. He had clearly given her too much leeway. With the wisdom of his past life, Shurtian understood why Tu Yin'er had come, and he was more than willing to indulge in the moment. Since his rebirth, he had suppressed his true nature in pursuit of Fox Xiuxiu, but today, he resolved to no longer hold back. As events unfolded naturally, the only unnatural aspect was Shurdi, who, having starved all day, was eventually cast out of the cave. The night was cold, yet Shurdi's heart was colder, tormented by the unsettling noises emanating from within the cave. As he grew older, he understood all too well what those sounds indicated. As a healthy male beast, he could only vent his frustration at the cave entrance. Inside, Shurtian, having once been a beast king, did not approach matters like a wild beast. Instead, he began to engage Tu Yin'er in conversation, utilizing the knowledge he had gained in his previous life. With just a few simple words, he transformed her into an infatuated admirer, solidifying her belief that she had struck gold. Not only was Shurtian formidable in his beast form, but he also possessed a wealth of knowledge, truly remarkable. He was everything she desired in a partner. As for the once devoted Baolang, he was merely a cripple. How could he possibly be worthy of someone as noble as her? And what of Fox Xiuxiu, that foolish girl? What good was her beauty if she lacked understanding of males? Her pride and reserve meant nothing. She could not grasp that only the physical could truly bind a male's heart. She would never comprehend the pleasures inherent in such connections. In bed, males were indeed the most easily swayed of creatures. Everything she desired was within reach. However, mere 10 minutes later, Tu Yin'er found herself unceremoniously kicked off the bed by Shurtian, who exclaimed, You wretched creature. Chapter 22. Saltwater Dragon Liver. All preparations had been completed, and as Shurtian delved deeper into exploration, he discovered that Tu Yin'er was not a novice. She had previously been with others. Yet just moments ago, she had sweetly claimed to have never been with anyone else, declaring herself solely his. This was nothing short of deceit. Shurtian was no inexperienced youth. A simple test revealed the truth. As a beast king, how could he stoop to engage with a female who had been sullied by others? Such an affront was intolerable. Tu Yin'er, now beneath the bed, was incredulous. How could he know of her past relationships? It had been so long, surely. There could not be any lingering traces of Baolang on her. Nonetheless, even if she had been with others, what was the issue? Her earlier claim that she was as alone had merely been to please him. She felt no significant wrongdoing. How could he cast her aside? After all, when she had been with Baolang, every action had been tender, as he was careful not to offend her. Now, Shurtian, despite his imposing beastly form, was disappointingly lacking in that regard. She had not found him repulsive, yet he had the audacity to disdain her. With such a disposition, Tu Yin'er doubted she would ever bear her own offspring. In a fleeting moment, she found herself reminiscing about Baolang, lamenting how someone so wonderful could have become a cripple. It was not that she had heartlessly abandoned Baolang in this ruthless world. As one whose true form had only awakened as a rabbit, she had to survive. She needed a powerful male to lean on. Coming to this realization, Tu Yin'er concealed her grievances and resentment, suppressing her pain as she approached Shurtian with flattery. She even shed a few tears expressing her distress, claiming that she had not willingly submitted to Bao Lang, but had been coerced. How could a defenseless rabbit like her possibly resist? As she spoke, she drew closer to Shi Tian, occasionally teasing him as he grew more excited. Shi Tian, having suppressed his urges for so long, found it difficult to withstand her advances. Though reluctant in his heart, his body ultimately surrendered. However, this time, he disregarded Tu Lianera's needs and emotions entirely, focusing solely on his own desires. In his mind, he mused about the disparities between individuals. He had pursued Fox Xiuxiu for so long without even holding her hand, and it was no wonder she had attained the title of the beast world's most beautiful female. What one could not have was always the most desirable. Females like Tu Lianera, so readily available, were merely suitable for release. Her professed affection held no value. He could hardly fathom indulging in her were it not for her beauty. Yet, compared to the revolting and loathsome female, Tao Youyou, having Tu Lianera in his bed was a far better alternative. He certainly did not wish to subject himself to the repugnant women of Fuzhou. Afterward, Shi Tian finally found satisfaction. Once calm, he reflected on his impulsiveness from the previous day. He should not have unleashed such fury upon Fox Xiuxiu. The foremost beauty of the beast world must belong to him. Nonetheless, he held no regrets. He had indeed been too lenient with her lately, and perhaps it was time for her to reassess her reality. After all, with Fuzhou gone, he was the finest male in the tribe, and she was intelligent enough to recognize how to choose wisely. As the night deepened, many were awake besides Shi Tian. Upon returning to her thatched cottage, Tao Youyou began to prepare food for her two little ones. She specifically requested a substantial amount of liver, as she vaguely recalled that consuming liver could significantly benefit the growth and development of young creatures. In her previous life, before the apocalypse descended, she had stumbled upon several parenting videos and had occasionally indulged in watching them during her leisure time. She remembered that animal liver was renowned for its ability to replenish essential trace elements in the human body, particularly iron, which was a considerable criterion for mothers when selecting complementary foods. Tao Youyou was not adept at making pig liver powder and lacked the time to craft such intricate fare. However, in her understanding, directly consuming animal liver would yield similar benefits. Moreover, considering that Fuzhou and Fushu were no longer in their infancy, directly consuming liver would be even more advantageous for them, though cooking liver presented its own set of challenges. The liver's inherent bitterness, attributed to the high iron content, made it less appealing to her palate, and she would usually avoid it when given the choice. Yet, now that she had young ones at home, she could not only not avoid it, but also had to enhance her culinary skills, which posed a challenge for her. Nevertheless, she relished challenges and found joy in witnessing the satisfaction on her little ones' faces as they savored her creations. Tao Youyou divided the liver from the double-spined dragon into 3 portions, setting one aside to prepare today as salted dragon liver, while the remaining 2 portions, along with the heart of the double-spined dragon and the tender meat of the bulging-headed dragon, were placed in her homemade mini-freezer for preservation. After soaking the liver for 2 hours, she immersed it in cold water with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine to cook out the blood foam, then rinsed it clean. She placed scallions, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, cinnamon, fennel, and dried chili into cold water, covered it, and boiled for 10 minutes to bring out the aroma. She then added the dragon liver, along with salt and cooking wine, covered it again, and simmered for another 10 minutes before turning off the heat and allowing it to rest for another 10 minutes. The unique flavor of the liver had emerged. Although Tao Youyou was not particularly fond of it, she surmised that Fuzhou and the little fluffball would likely enjoy it. After retrieving the liver, she sliced it thinly and was about to call the 2 little ones over to eat when she decided to concoct a versatile dipping sauce to mask the liver's bitterness. She placed the sliced liver aside and chose a small stone bowl into which she added chopped scallions, small chili peppers, vinegar, salt, sugar, chicken essence, and chili oil, stirring it all together to create the dipping sauce, thus completing the salted dragon liver dish. Here, you eat this bowl in front of you. This dipping sauce is strictly for your brother, and you can only have it when you're older, she instructed. Although the little fluff ball gazed longingly at the versatile dipping sauce, it could only obediently nibble on the liver in its own bowl under Tao Youyou's watchful eye. Mere consumption of liver was insufficient. However, Tao Youyou planned to make marinated dishes the following day, believing that the marinated dragon heart would be a delectable treat. Thus, today, she decided to set aside 3 pounds of tender meat from the bulging-headed dragoness waist. Initially, she intended to prepare braised pork for the little ones. But just as she began to sear the skin, the shaman monkey, Yuan, came knocking at her door. Divine envoy, please save them. Chapter 23. Healing as the tribe shaman. Yuan also served as the healer. Whenever someone suffered from a simple ailment, they would seek his assistance. Although he could not always cure every affliction, his extensive experience from his time with the eastern tribes often helped alleviate symptoms. Today, the elder chief returned with 12 individuals, 4 of whom were gravely injured, and there was nothing he could do but watch them suffer and await their demise. Even those with minor injuries had a significant chance of becoming disabled. Losing dozens of people in a single hunt was a price the tribe could not afford. Yuan could only helplessly witness the wails and cries of the companions of these individuals, as well as the elder chief's anger and helpless sorrow. After transporting these dozen individuals to the open camp, Yuan noticed that the previously despondent Bao Lang now appeared vibrant and lively, resembling a normal person. Although he still lacked legs, he was busily engaged in some task. Of course, the divine envoy might have a solution. Yuan muttered to himself as he hurried toward Tao Youyou's thatched cottage, contemplating that even if there was no hope for the 4 critically injured, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope for the lightly injured. Upon hearing this, Tao Youyou set aside the meat she was handling. Although the hunger of her little ones was important, she recognized that over a dozen lives were at stake. Thankfully, the liver she had just prepared could sustain the little ones for a while. As for the braised pork, she could always prepare another time. Tao Youyou placed the meat into a pot, added water, and a couple of slices of ginger, briefly instructing Fu Xiao to ensure safety before following Yuan to the open camp. Everyone, step aside, Yuan commanded, forcefully dispersing the surrounding family members to allow Tao Youyou to enter quickly. He recalled her advice about confidentiality and decided to keep the others outside. Truly, a shaman from a great tribe possessed remarkable insight. Tao Youyou conducted a brief examination and found that the 4 gravely injured individuals had completely lost consciousness, likely due to excessive blood loss and some internal injuries. Among the lightly injured, 3 were in a semi-unconscious state, and she initially assessed their condition as similar, stemming from blood loss and pain. The remaining individuals, though somewhat weak, were in significantly better condition than the others, as they were at least still able to inquire about the severity of their injuries. "It's not too serious, just a broken arm," one of them stated. Hearing the first part of the sentence relieved Wolf Yuan, but the latter part plunged him into despair. "A broken arm? Doesn't that mean I'm done for?" His face turned pale instantaneously. "What are you afraid of? It will heal just fine. It won't be a problem. You'll be active and lively after a couple of months," she reassured him, as time was of the essence, and, with the critically injured nearby, she did not want to frighten anyone. "It can be treated. It might hurt a bit, but bear with me while I set the bone." As she spoke, she captured Wolf Yuan's focus while realigning the misaligned bone. With a crack, the bone was set. "All done. Find 2 bamboo boards or sticks to secure it. Do not remove or disturb it for the first month. For the first 3 months, refrain from any heavy hunting, and later visit the shaman for some anti-inflammatory medication. Just take care of it," she said as she moved on to the next individual. "Is that all it takes?" Wolf Yuan asked incredulously. Tao Youyou waved him aside. "Don't block the way. Hurry up and get out. I still have work to do." The second individual also had a fracture, but it was in his leg. "You're in the same boat as Wolf Yuan, but yours is a bit trickier since legs are less manageable than arms. Come here, I'll set your bone." While Tao Youyou worked on the bone, Yuan had already secured Wolf Yuan's splint. "Is it also 3 months for me?" The second one queried. "Yes. 3 months and you'll be fine. After that, you can hunt as usual." Tao Youyou approached the third individual. He appeared pale, but seeing that the first 2 with broken limbs were fine ignited a glimmer of hope within him. However, upon noticing his completely uncontrollable, wildly flailing arm, he felt a surge of panic. "Is mine the same as theirs? Is there still hope?" he asked timidly. "Yours is different from theirs, Tao Youyou replied, quickening her pace. Dudu's heart sank. This is quite simple. It doesn't need 3 months. I'll fix it right away. It's not broken, merely dislocated. Fearing to waste time, she swiftly pulled his arm to realign it. All done, give it a try. Dudu felt a brief pang of pain, but then he discovered that he had regained control of his arm. He attempted to move it and found that everything was perfectly fine. In an instant, his gratitude towards Tao Youyou eclipsed even the revered position of the beast god in his heart. The vision of a Yuan Jaisai was indeed remarkable. Tao Youyou was nothing short of the ideal inheritor of the priesthood. Once Dudu's arm healed, he instinctively wished to share this joyful news with his brother. However, upon seeing his brother lying there in a deep stupor, much of his elation dissipated. Concern soon took its place for among the entire tribe. His brother was the one who fawned over Shi Tian the most. The discord between Tao Youyou and Shi Tian was well known, and he could not help but wonder if Sister Tao would disregard past grievances to save her elder brother, Lu Su. After healing the 3 least injured beastmen and sending them away, the remaining ones were all in a comatose state, which alleviated much of the trouble for Tao Youyou, as she did not have to worry about explaining the mysteriously appearing medicinal supplies. Having struggled through the apocalypse for years, although she had become adept with certain external injuries, such as fractures, she was not a true physician and was unable to heal many ailments. Even if she possessed the knowledge, in this desolate ancient society, medical equipment was woefully inadequate. Not to mention, most of those who had fallen into a coma had lost a significant amount of blood. Without timely transfusions, most would surely perish. Thus, she had no choice but to seek assistance from the system's marketplace. Fortunately, after her efforts over the past few days, her reputation had gradually increased, and the system's marketplace was no longer a mere decoration. With Dudu's recent recovery, the system announced that her current reputation had surpassed 2,000. With today's hunt of the Shuang Jilong and the Zhong Tolong yielding her an impressive 1,200 points of reputation. The simple treatment just administered had added 350 points to her reputation, with Dudu alone contributing 150. Perhaps due to the news shared by those who had returned to their companions, her reputation continued to rise. Initially, Tao Youyou thought that reputation points were limited to a single increment per person, but through these days of experience, she realized that reputation was a reflection of one's respect, admiration, and faith towards another. It could even increase indefinitely, provided one possessed the capability to inspire such faith in others. With a flicker of thought, she accessed the system. Clicking on the marketplace, she began to search by symptoms. Blood transfusion pill. Disregarding blood type, automatically replenishes blood and heals wounds. 1 pill costs 100 reputation points. Note, taste is extremely bitter. Universal group blood transfusion spray. Automatically replenishes the blood of all patients within a 10-meter radius, with effects similar to that of the blood transfusion pill, and eliminates bodily rejection reactions. 1 bottle costs 2,000 reputation points, usable 5 times. Note, the spray has a fragrant scent and aids in calming the mind and promoting sleep. At a glance, Tao Youyou was captivated by the Universal Group Blood Transfusion Spray. It was indeed a miraculous remedy for healing and preserving life. However, the price was undeniably extravagant. With her total reputation barely exceeding 2,000, purchasing a single spray would deplete her entirely, and with 3 severely injured individuals, relying solely on blood transfusions would be insufficient. In desperation, she reluctantly exchanged for 10 blood transfusion pills, using 8 for their treatment and reserving 2 as a backup. After acquiring the blood-stanching pills, she opted for a selection of anti-inflammatory, pain-relieving, and temperature-reducing medications, which were quite inexpensive, consuming less than 100 reputation points in total. Were it not for the several critically ill patients, relying solely on herbal remedies would be too slow, and she would not have considered exchanging for them. Saving even a little was preferable. After distributing the 8 blood transfusion pills to Yuanla and instructing him to administer them one by one, she faced the most critical case, Mao Tian, who had been dragged over by Shi Tian as a makeshift punching bag. Unfortunately, there were no better treatment options available. His lower body had suffered shattering fractures, and paralysis was inevitable. In fact, his condition was far more severe than that of Bao. Though she did search the marketplace for medications that could mend bones and restore vitality, each required reputation points in the tens of thousands, which was simply beyond her means. The sensation of having hope yet being helpless to prevent the loss of someone else's legs was profoundly frustrating. Refusing to relent, she continued to scour the system's marketplace and, to her surprise, found a type of ointment capable of temporarily stabilizing injuries. Its price was reasonable, similar to the blood transfusion pill, requiring just over 100 contribution points. This stabilizing ointment offered no healing properties for the injuries themselves, but served the singular purpose of preventing further deterioration for up to a year. This would grant Tao Youyou ample time to accumulate reputation points to exchange for a medication capable of mending bones. However, there was a significant drawback. The requirements for patients were exceedingly high, as the ointment would not alleviate any pain whatsoever. The agony stemming from Mao Tian's shattering fractures was excruciating, and enduring it for a year would surely drive anyone to the brink of despair. After considerable deliberation, Tao Youyou resolved to let Mao Tian make the choice himself. Endure a year of pain for the chance at future health, or amputate now to save his life, living thereafter with the aid of a wheelchair. The individuals who had lost too much blood and fallen unconscious gradually awakened under the effects of the blood transfusion pills. And to her astonishment, the results were even better than anticipated. They appeared revitalized, exhibiting none of the signs typically associated with severe injuries. What does this taste? It's so bitter. As they sat up, their first reaction was to express the genuine bitterness in their mouths. A bitterness that was unlike any typical food that could wash away. It was a bitterness that resonated from within. After receiving an explanation from the priest Yuan, they came to realize that they had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for Tao Youyou, none of them would have returned. The bitterness in their mouths now felt like a blessing, and if possible, they would gladly endure even more bitterness. With Tao Youyou's intervention, Mao Tian also stirred from his stupor, but the pain quickly drained the color from his face. Without embellishment, Tao Youyou laid out the situation before him and handed him the power of choice. Of course, 1 year. There was no hesitation. We are beastmen. If we become paralyzed, isn't that just waiting for death? Mao Tian chose the year. Before Mao Tian could finalize his decision, the surrounding youths, filled with vitality, began chattering incessantly. What do you know about pain? It will pass. One could not resist murmuring. How painful could it be? It's just a matter of enduring it. Silence. Tao Youyou snapped, her temper flaring. Is it you who is injured? Is it you who must choose? Do not interfere in another's life. The youths were momentarily taken aback by her outburst and fell silent, but being young and impassioned, one still murmured, "It's not that bad. Just endure it." Upon hearing this, Tao Youyou erupted in fury. How dare you think it's easy? If it's not painful for you, then you should experience it yourself. When the choice was laid bare, everyone would naturally opt for a year of complete recovery. However, discussing ideals without acknowledging pain was utter nonsense. After all, pain was not something everyone could endure. Many would prefer death over extreme suffering. In a fit of determination, Tao Youyou exchanged for a pain transference experience card, 10 minutes, and immediately applied it to the mouthy youth. It hurts. It hurts. I choose amputation. Please. I want to amputate. I can't take it anymore. I want to die. The boy collapsed to the ground, clutching his lower body and wailing. The onlookers were startled, instinctively retreating from Tao, but soon realized this was the handiwork of Tao Youyou. If her earlier treatment had inspired profound gratitude, this sudden act of pain transference plunged them into deep fear. Even the crowd, including the mighty Yuan Lu, was taken aback. It turned out that the divine envoy was even more formidable than they had imagined. Bei Tao wailed for a full 10 minutes before the pain subsided, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, sweat soaking the earth beneath him. Who else wishes to give a try? Who dares to make decisions on behalf of others? Asked Tao Youyou coldly. Not me. Not me. Several towering males instantly shrank back like quails, aligning themselves against the wall. Congratulations, host. You have earned the title of awe and received 10,000 points of reputation. Tao Youyou reflected on the need for a balance of benevolence and severity to better acquire reputation points. Previously, she had been too reluctant to deal with complications, attempting to hide behind the prestige of the Yuan priest. However, after today, the inadequacy of her reputation points to exchange for what she desired was infuriating. Rather than cowering in fear, she resolved to take the initiative. The identity of a priest's heir paled in comparison to her own strength. Tao Youyou was determined to amass reputation points, starting with the strong governance of a tribe. So, have you made your decision? Chapter 25, Intelligent System, Voice Control. Tao Youyou asked the serious-looking Ao Tian, casting a glance at the line of men huddled in the corner. With Bei Tao as a cautionary example, the lined-up individuals kept their mouths shut, fearful of being marked by Tao Youyou as the next Bei Tao. I have made my decision. I will wait. Ao Tian uttered each word with palpable anguish. Tao Youyou anticipated this, but still elaborated on the pros and cons. Although amputation will render you paralyzed, consider Bai Lang. He has managed to thrive in the tribe. Once he finishes his wheelchair, I am confident he will surpass 80% of the tribe. I assure you, even if you lose your hunting abilities, I will teach you self-sufficiency, ensuring your sustenance. In this moment, Ao Tian admitted he was genuinely swayed. The impact of pain and the longing for a better life softened his once unyielding heart. Will I truly be able to recover in a year? Of course, it might even take less than a year. However, you just witnessed Bei Tao. He could barely endure 10 minutes. Your tolerance may be greater than his, but I will wait for the day you can heal me, Ao Tian interrupted, fearing he might be further persuaded by her words. Yet, he truly did not want to lose his legs. He yearned to live fully in this world. Tao Youyou reaffirmed. Pain is deserved. I have made my decision. This lesson will serve as a lasting reminder. Ao Tian gritted his teeth, speaking with bitterness. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I will not dissuade you further. Here is a bottle of pain relief pills. If you find it unbearable, you may take one for temporary respite, though it will not provide a long-term solution. Manage it as you see fit. Tao Youyou respected Ao Tian as a man and gave him an additional bottle of pain medication. Since stabilizing ointment requires cleansing the wounds first, she disregarded the others and directly used her abilities to wash Ao Tian's injuries. After cleaning the wounds, she washed her hands and addressed the lined-up individuals. Leave 2 to assist me. The rest may go. The remaining individuals exchanged glances before selecting the 2 closest, eager to avoid displeasing Tao Youyou. Wait a moment. You may experience headaches, nausea, or diarrhea. These are merely your body's rejecting the medication. It is normal, so do not be alarmed. If symptoms worsen, seek the priest for herbal remedies. If mild, simply endure for a few days. The group nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at rice. All right, you 2 and Grandpa Yuan will stay. The others may leave. Given the differences between men and women, and the requirement for the medication to be applied all over, Tao Youyou needed an assistant. After preparing the ointment, Tao Youyou explained the treatment method to Yuan Lu, detailing all possible complications that might arise from today's events. Leaving behind fever-reducing, pain-relieving, and anti-inflammatory medications, she returned to her thatched hut. As the few individuals began to recover, they exaggeratedly recounted Tao Youyou's actions at the open camp, especially her ability to transfer pain from one person to another, which instilled a profound fear and elevated her status significantly. However, in contrast to others' trepidation, the old chief wore an expression of excitement. The tribe was about to face a 3-month drought, which had historically been incredibly grueling, causing many weak orcs to succumb. If Tao Youyou could summon water, it would mean no lives would be lost this drought. As the chieftain, no one valued the lives of his kin more than he did. Yet, he wondered how much water she could produce. Would it suffice for the tribe's survival? Can she truly summon water? The old chief grasped the dinosaur bone necklace around Yuan Li's neck. Yuan Lu quickly pulled at the bone collar around his neck. Of course, the divine envoy can. Old rascal, let go of me. Hey, I want to let go. You should have told me sooner. I've been losing my hair, trying to devise measures for the drought. Huh, you were bald to begin with. Don't make excuses. Besides, don't you think you are overestimating yourself? She is a divine envoy, not a mere laborer like you. Yuan Li's rebuttal extinguished the old chief's anger. Indeed, she was a divine envoy, no longer the same Tao Youyou of before. He had been too presumptuous. The measures to face the drought must continue. Self-sufficiency would eliminate the need to trouble the divine envoy. However, based on his observations over the past few days, it seemed the divine envoy genuinely cared for the tribe, particularly for the 3 cubs of Fu Zhao, showering them with affection. Had everyone not known that Tao Youyou was their stepmother, they might have believed she was their biological mother returned to them. Reflecting on Fu Zhao, the old chief could not help but sigh. Alas, this child Fu Zhao is truly a pity, so intelligent and strong. I had hoped he would lead the tribe to greatness, yet now. Indeed, he is a fine child, resilient, kind, powerful, wise, so perfect, yet how did he fall into such despair? Yuan Lu, too, was enveloped in sadness. If he were still here, I wouldn't be losing my hair. He would have certainly devised a good strategy for the drought. I feel the divine envoy has come to find Fu Zhao. Even in the East, I have not seen a more outstanding young man. Otherwise, why would she care so deeply for Fu Zhao's cubs? Yuan Lu sensed he had touched upon the truth. With the priest's gentle prompting, the old chief felt the divine envoy might not be as unattainable as he once thought. Perhaps she would be willing to save the tribe from the drought. Throughout the journey, Tao Youyou felt a buzzing in her head, with notifications of increasing reputation points echoing every few seconds. With a shift in her thoughts, she accessed the system, searching in vain for the button to control the sound. Frustrated by the noise, she finally shouted, "Shut off the sound." Understood, host. System notification, sound disabled. Ah, it seems the system is intelligent and can be voice-controlled. In that instant, Tao Youyou felt somewhat foolish. Even while saving others, she had rendered herself silly. She wondered how the meat was cooking. It had been quite some time, and it should be tender by now. But she worried about whether the little ones, especially the mischievous Mao Tuanzi, had been careful around the boiling water. With this thought, she hastened her pace toward her thatched hut. Woo woo woo. Brother, mother is coming. Hurry and serve the food. Chapter 26. Such a brazen person. The meat soup had already been prepared, yet the 2 little ones unanimously refrained from touching their chopsticks, choosing instead to wait for Tao Youyou to return and share the meal together. As the small fur ball caught a whiff of the familiar fragrance of Tao Youyou's cooking drawing nearer, he instinctively knew that his mother was returning. Fu Zhao hurriedly turned over, retrieving the beautiful bowl and chopsticks that Tao Youyou had somehow procured from the stone cabinet. He filled a large bowl to the brim and, following the manner in which Tao Youyou had previously prepared their meals, sprinkled a pinch of salt atop. Just as Fu Zhao completed his task, Tao Youyou stepped through the door. "Mother, it's time to eat." Tao Youyou gazed at the steaming meat soup, a warmth blossoming within her heart. Despite her formidable strength in this apocalyptic world, she had never truly felt enveloped by such love. Perhaps this was what they referred to as familial warmth. Days later, at the break of dawn, Shi Tian ventured out to hunt. These past few days had been challenging for him, as he found himself ostracized by the tribe. Ever since that fateful day, he noticed that those who once lavished him with praise had not only ceased to do so, but often displayed their disdain openly. After several bouts of futile anger, he finally recognized the root of his predicament. He was no longer the revered beast king, but merely a slightly more formidable beast man. The kindness he once received was predicated on the utility he provided to others. Yet his recent actions had not only failed to assist them, but had nearly extinguished their hopes, effectively delivering his trusted subordinates into the enemy's hands. He understood that had it not been for his powerful beast form, he would have likely been expelled from the tribe by the elder chief. Shi Tian felt a pang of regret mingled with frustration. He had never anticipated that Tao Youyou could rescue those individuals, and he had heard that the healing process had been surprisingly effortless. They even spoke of her as the messenger of the Beast King. Although Shi Tian scoffed at this notion, having once been the mighty Beast King himself, he found Tao Youyou's transformation perplexing. In his previous life, she had been quite foolish, merely existing under Fu Zhao's protection, often resembling a silent peach tree. He vividly recalled that after Fu Zhao sacrificed his life, she had perished shortly thereafter, bereft of her guardian. Yet, why did this version of Tao Youyou possess such hunting skills and the ability to heal? It felt as if the heavens had intentionally sent her to challenge him. Refusing to yield, Tian, as a reincarnated individual and the favored child of this world, resolved to confront any trials laid before him. This Tao Youyou, he mused, must be a test from the heavens. With this thought, he felt emboldened, convinced that his reasoning was sound. She was merely a stepping stone on his path to kingship. With this realization, he no longer feared the sense of control she seemed to possess. In fact, he found that when he looked at her, he no longer felt the same loathing. He began to reconsider how to approach this heavenly challenge. Should he suppress her forcefully or conquer her with sincerity? Recently, he had also noticed that Tao Youyou was not as repugnant as he once perceived, especially after she had cleaned herself. Gone was the unpleasant odor, replaced by a subtle, enticing fragrance. The cool, maternal aura she exuded was quite captivating. Although her features did not rival those of Hu Xiaoxiao's charm, she was not beyond conquest. Most importantly, it seemed he currently lacked the power to subdue her. He could only strategize and proceed with caution. Moreover, he recalled how Tao Youyou had previously been quite eager to win his affection. Perhaps she was indeed a gift from the heavens. But his arrogance had blinded him to the precious treasure hidden within a shabby package. Angered by his hubris, the heavens had seen fit to teach him a lesson. Though he had learned from his mistakes, he still yearned for that gift. After all, this gift could heal, create delectable meals, and even control water. Given that he had not bathed in over half a month due to the drought, he found himself envisioning the scene of Tao Youyou bathing him. As the Beast King, though he had not pursued females in his past life, he had observed enough to understand the nuances of courtship. With this clarity, he seemed to forget any embarrassment and directly began to pursue Tao Youyou. Despite the recent turmoil within the tribe, as the second most formidable beastman, he would not starve, for he secured his own prey daily. Today, he had successfully hunted 3 bambiraptor, the small creatures serving as perfect gifts. After consuming 2 to replenish his energy, he carried the last to present to Tao Youyou. Youyou, this bambiraptor is for you. Upon receiving the gift from Tian, who addressed her so intimately, Tao Youyou felt a surge of disbelief. Just a week prior, the two had been at odds, their conflict notorious throughout the tribe. This swift transformation struck her as rather peculiar. Was the power of the divine messenger truly so potent that even an invincible narcissist could be swayed? After checking her reputation points, she realized that this average man had not contributed even a fraction toward her elevation. In that instant, she comprehended his intentions, leaving her astonished at the sheer audacity of such a person. However, before she could respond, Fu Xiao inexplicably sensed a wave of crisis. He could not allow this fool to steal his mother's affection. Mother, that meat is spoiled. If you're hungry, I will roast meat for you." As he spoke, he nestled into Tao Youyou's embrace, asserting his claim while casting a provocative glance at Tian. The bambiraptor in Tian's grasp had not yet been cleaned, and having been killed with a single slap, its appearance was indeed somewhat gruesome. Nonetheless, he had not anticipated Fu Xiao's retort. Embarrassed and furious, he instinctively raised his hand to strike Fu Xiao. In an instant, Tao Youyou shielded Fu Xiao behind her, conjuring an icy dagger that pressed against Tian's neck as he took a step forward, mere inches from his artery. "What do you intend to do? Let me make this clear. If you dare to lay a finger on my son, I will end you," she warned, narrowing her eyes. Cold sweat broke out across Tian's body, and he dared not move. The chill at his throat sent shivers down his spine, and he stammered in response. I wouldn't dare. In the ensuing chapter, Tian's gesture of presenting meat to Tao Youyou was not concealed from the tribe. In fact, he privately wished for everyone to witness that Tao Youyou was the one he sought to court, hoping to deter others with similar intentions. Thus, his earlier eagerness and subsequent embarrassment were apparent to all. Having never experienced such humiliation, his face flushed with alternating hues of red and white. As he looked up, he spotted Hu Xiaoxiao in the crowd, akin to a beacon of hope, and he approached her while dragging the bambiraptor. "Xiaoxiao, allow me to explain. This was originally meant for you." However, Hu Xiaoxiao cut him off, her voice sharp. "Enough. I do not wish to hear your excuses. Take your offering and leave. I have no interest in it." With that, she turned away, abandoning her task and walking in the opposite direction. Her disdain for Sher Tion deepening with each step. Previously, Sher Tion had treated her exceptionally well, and he was regarded as one of the most powerful figures among the younger generation of the tribe. Thus, she had earnestly considered the possibility of mating with him to bear a litter of his offspring come spring. However, at present, selfishness and laziness aside, she was also in pursuit of her own desires while engaging in mating with other females. She was unwilling for her offspring to have such a negligent father, especially one who was her close friend. Neither of these two individuals were of good character. Hu Xiuxiu cast a disdainful glance at the approaching Tu Liner. Tu Liner, having noticed Sher Tion's embarrassment, was indifferent to the opinions of the tribe. She only craved the Bambi thief. Ever since Bao Lang had become incapacitated, she had not been adequately fed for quite some time. She had painstakingly saved meat to entice Sher Tion, only to find that her efforts yielded no reward. Why should it be that after mating with him, his hunted prey was either given to Tao Youyou or Hu Xiuxiu, completely disregarding her? Sher Tion Gij, I want it. Will you give it to me? Tu Liner boldly approached to ask. Sher Tion was taken aback that Hu Xiuxiu showed him no mercy. His complexion shifted from red to pale. At that moment, the oblivious Tu Liner had the audacity to ask him for food. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Get away from me, he retorted, transforming into his beast form and darting back to his den with the Bambi thief, leaving Tu Liner humiliated in front of everyone. Bao Lang sat in his wheelchair, his emotions exceedingly complicated. He gazed at the helpless female in the crowd. Was she truly the precious one he had once cherished? He felt a pang of sympathy. He did not blame her for abandoning him, as he had been a cripple then, unable to provide a better life. Yet, why had she chosen Sher Tion and opted for such a sordid method to seduce him? Most importantly, the trust she had placed in him turned out to be worthless. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Tu Liner looked up, feeling wronged, only to find that Bao Lang was the only one still there, her eyes reddening. Liner, if you do not despise me, please come back. I will strive to give you a better life. He wanted to tell her, for he had regained his hunting abilities. However, before he could finish, Tu Liner interrupted with a shout. Bao Lang, give it up. I will never follow you again. You are a cripple. You are not worthy of me. Not worthy of her, was he? Bao Lang's heart sank. It turned out she had always thought this way. The past was merely a delusion of his own making. If it was over, then so be it. Tu Liner fled. Not worthy, huh? Tao Youyou relished the drama unfolding. Bao Lang smiled faintly, as if something had completely melted away in this world. Yes, from today onwards, he was no longer worthy. Tao Youyou understood that Bao Lang meant Tu Liner was not worthy of him. She nodded and asked, Are you managing all right these days? Quite well. I am getting the hang of it, though I still cannot control the speed perfectly, Bao Lang replied, his thoughts completely focused. Tao Youyou touched the products Bao Lang had made, and indeed, they were remarkable. Except for the material, they were virtually indistinguishable from those produced by the system. Practice makes perfect. How about the crossbow? Have you successfully captured any prey? Tao Youyou inquired, recalling that she had given him a crossbow a few days prior. Of course, the success rate is 80%, even better than when I was uninjured, Bao Lang said excitedly. Tao Youyou was astonished by such a high accuracy rate, but cautioned. That is excellent, but to use the bolts sparingly. After this batch, you should be able to make your own. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Yes, I'm truly grateful to you. I have no way to repay you. In the days to come, I will certainly work tirelessly for you. Even if it means facing peril, he promised earnestly. All right. I do not need you to work for me, nor do I wish for you to face danger. Just cherish life and live well. You must understand that in this world, there are many like you, and even those worse off, who are ardently loving their lives. Tu Liner wandered aimlessly, feeling more humiliated than ever before. Yet what could she do? She merely wished to survive and to live a better life. Was that a crime? Until she was stopped by Sher D. I am hungry. Hurry and get me something to eat. Recently, Sher D had noticed that his brother seemed increasingly unpopular in the tribe, which had made his own life more difficult. He had not eaten his fill for 3 days. In the past, Tao Youyou would have brought him food without hesitation, unlike this insensible female. Tu Liner was bewildered by Di's sudden demand, taking a moment to realize he was asking her for meat. "Are you hungry? What does that have to do with me?" She retorted. "I am Tion's brother. You must take care of my needs," D insisted, as if it were a matter of course. "Then go ask your brother for it." "Why should I take care of you?" Tu Liner scoffed. Recently, D dared not ask his brother for food, afraid of upsetting him. Otherwise, he would not have been here confronting Tu Liner. However, he could not voice this concern. Regardless, he was too hungry to care. He was determined to get food from her by any means necessary. "I do not care. If you do not give me food today, I will not let you leave." With that, he transformed into his beast form and pinned Tu Liner to the ground. In the midst of their tussle, they unknowingly triggered something, and the situation began to take a strange turn. At that moment, two hungry individuals seemed to forget their hunger, and though it was not springtime, the rocky terrain was filled with a sense of burgeoning life. Chapter 28. Have you dug a bucket today? After spending some time in this beastly world, Tao Youyou noticed a lack of strong awareness of time among the inhabitants. Most followed the natural rhythm of hunting and gathering at sunrise and resting at sunset. While this primitive sense of time posed no significant issue, it left her feeling somewhat fatigued and unfulfilled, lacking the drive and ambition essential for the tribe's development. Thus, she took decisive action, adopting a calendar system based on the year, month, week, and day, starting from the day she crossed over, marking it as the first day of the Tao calendar. With a point of reference for time, many of her plans began to progress smoothly. She meticulously organized all tribe members into hunting teams, gathering teams, crafting teams, and cub learning teams based on age, ability, and physical condition. Each team had its specific responsibilities. Although the hunting team remained the largest, the clear division of labor meant that nearly everyone, except for the cubs, contributed to the tribe's efforts, ensuring that everyone received enough meat following collective hunts. Those few struggling individuals in the open camp suddenly became the tribe's most sought-after members, as Tao Youyou prioritized teaching them her culinary skills first. Initially, collective hunts occurred every 3 days, but under Tao Youyou's guidance, they increased to 5 times a week, with 5 days dedicated to hunting and 2 days for rest, significantly raising the frequency. Yet, no one in the tribe voiced any objections, as Tao Youyou provided every member of the hunting teams with weapons tailored to their individual hunting characteristics. This led to a marked increase in the efficiency of the hunting teams. Most members no longer needed to venture out on their rest days to hunt for extra meat. The rations provided by the tribe were sufficient for their needs. The remaining 2 days could be spent resting at home, spending time with partners, and caring for children, leading to a joyful existence. Consequently, the rate of injuries plummeted, and even if someone did get injured, as long as it was not fatal or they were not carried off by a carnivorous dinosaur, Tao Youyou could almost always heal them. Recently, Tao Youyou had been exceedingly busy. As the sole priestess of the Tao clan, she found it impossible to manage everything alone. Whether it was hunting lessons, gathering lessons, crafting lessons, or even medical classes, she felt overwhelmed, not to mention how to appropriately arrange the education of the tribe's young cubs. In the end, whether it was the arrangement of the class schedule, the assignments of the teachers, or the operations orchestrated by Tao Youyou, everything was under her meticulous control. The hunting instructor, Hu Ernyo, led the charge, while the gathering instructor, Hu Xiao, was the people's choice, and the crafting instructor, Bao Long, was undoubtedly the best fit for the role. Initially, the tribe had hoped that Tao Youyou would personally teach the medical class, but due to her busy schedule, it continued to be taught by the Yuan-led GC. After a week, the once chaotic tribe had begun to take on a sense of order. The old chief's grin had become a permanent fixture, and according to that old fellow, Yuan-la, the tribe's development now surpassed that of even the larger tribes in the east. At least in the east, he had never seen delicate females capable of crafting traps, effortlessly capturing prey without causing harm. It was astonishing to discover that small dinosaurs such as Bombi Daolong, Xiaoe Long, and Ruo Jiaolong could be domesticated, just as the divine envoy had suggested for sustainable development. Even this old fellow could casually set aside a piece of land to raise 3 to 5 of them, enjoying dinosaur eggs daily. Moreover, The dish known as Hongguogua, Chow Dan, was simply divine. Under the influence of Baolong, not only did the cubs in class learn crafting, but their parents also began to engage in various forms of production. In no time, the tribe's previously uniform stone tables and benches had all been replaced with wooden ones, and wooden barrels became a standard feature in every household. During this period, greetings shifted from "Have you eaten?" to "Have you dug a barrel today?" In just a month, the changes within the tribe were profound. And even more significant was the normalization of many distorted values among the tribespeople under the influence and correction of Tao Youyou. Huernyo had now become the second in command under Tao Youyou, powerful and benevolent. She was no longer the same individual who could be bullied at will. Surprisingly, people began to notice that the once fearsome scar on her face was fading, and many eligible males in the tribe gradually recognized her beauty. However, due to her past traumas, Huernyo was now solely focused on her career, showing no interest in what was deemed sweet love. The presence of her younger brother, Long Bai, had completely extinguished any thoughts of having a brood of her own. As for those males who had discovered her beauty, they could only sigh in regret. The authority of the hunting team was gradually shifting from the old chief to Huernyo. She decided to capture several Zhua Ni Jiaolong today, as Tao Youyou's new home was nearing completion, and she intended to present 2 pairs of their horns as a gift from the hunting team. The 4-meter-long horns on the Zhuani Jiaolong were imposing, sharp, and powerful, making them perfect decorations for a new home. "Is everyone ready?" Huernyo asked. Someone replied, "Shi Tian hasn't arrived yet. This is already the 6th time this month." Huernyo frowned. Had she not recalled the old chief's words, she would have challenged him to a duel. "Get him here, day in and day out. There's no discipline." Huernyo exclaimed in frustration. 2 antelope-class beastmen hurried to Shi Tian's cave to summon him. At that moment, Shi Tian was fast asleep, and upon being awakened, he was about to explode with anger when he remembered the warning from the previous night. If he continued to disregard the hunting team's rules, he would be expelled from the tribe. Reluctantly, he rose and sluggishly made his way to the hunting team. In his past life, this tribe had nearly perished due to the migration of large dinosaurs, leaving him and a few other survivors to roam in hardship, constantly worrying about whether they would be snatched away by ferocious carnivorous dinosaurs while sleeping. It was perhaps the most tragic memory of his previous life. He was not strong enough yet and had to rely on the tribe for protection to remain safe for the time being. Thus, he could not afford to be expelled. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to participate in the hunt, all the while resentfully obeying that ugly female's orders. Shi Tian couldn't comprehend why. Despite his rebirth and everything seemingly going according to his plans, the emergence of Tao Youyou had introduced such a significant variable. Why did the course of events differ completely from his past life? And what was this nonsensical system of time and dates? Why was there a requirement to hunt 5 times a week? Those who lacked ability deserved to starve. Chapter 29. Competent leader with his head hung low and eyes narrowed. Shi Tian trailed at the back of the group. He listened to Huernyo's directives, and the irritation in his heart felt like sharp thorns pricking at his insides. He had even begun to look forward to the migration of large dinosaurs, hoping for a calamity to strike so that these tribespeople, who were deviating from the original course, would meet their end. Once they were gone, he could once again assume his role as the Beast King, just as in his previous life. He ignored Huernyo's incessant instructions, focusing instead on reminiscing about how he had become the Beast King in his past life, determined to grow stronger quickly. He recalled that Fu Zhao had once discovered some incredibly potent fruits, and after consuming them, his power had undergone a tremendous transformation the very next day. This time, he was determined to obtain that fruit. With clarity, Shi Tian's enthusiasm for the hunt surged. He resolved to follow the tribe's main force every day, hunting alongside others while searching for energy fruits. Once he found them, he would need to wait for the dinosaurs to migrate to eliminate these weaklings. As for Hu Xiao and Tao Youyou, he was determined to make them submit beneath him. Shi Tian, did you hear what I said? Huernyo repeated twice, but Shi Tian ignored her, causing her to believe he was being willfully obstinate. Frowning, she transformed into her beast form and roared in his ear. "Are you out of your mind?" Shi Tian covered his ears, feeling as if his entire mind was filled with her roar. I said, "I'll lead the charge. The Liu family brothers will draw attention, and Xiong Zhuang and the others will ambush from the side. Why aren't you responding?" Hu Niu said angrily. Shi Tian felt vexed. He was preoccupied with thoughts of where the energy fruit might be and had no time to listen to her hunting strategy. He impatiently replied, "Fine, fine, fine. Let us do it your way." Hu Niu wanted to reprimand him further, but since he hadn't outright refused to cooperate, she decided not to press too hard. However, noticing his lack of focus, she resolved to be more attentive during the hunt. As expected, Shi Tian failed to grasp the strategy Hu Niu had outlined and charged ahead, causing the actions of those behind him to lose their intended effectiveness, resulting in a complete breakdown of coordination. Had it not been for Hu Niu and another beastman as keen eyes, they would have almost allowed the Zhua Ni Jiaolong to escape. "If you don't want to hunt, just get lost already. What are you trying to pull?" Hu Niu shouted at Shi Tian after sending the Zhua Ni Jiaolong to its demise. Shi Tian had not anticipated the agility of this particular Zhua Ni Jiaolong, and he recognized that the mishap was indeed his fault. But being as proud as he was, he could not allow himself to be scolded twice by the same person, especially not by an unattractive female. A quarrel ensued between them. In an instant, an orange tiger and a white lion were locked in fierce combat. The orange tiger was slightly smaller than the lion, and while it lacked the lioness' raw power and fighting precision, its agility compensated somewhat, allowing it to hold its own for the time being. Due to recent changes in her mindset and her leadership of the hunting team, Hu Niu's combat skills had improved dramatically. In the past, she would have struggled against Shi Tian, yet today, she found herself gaining the upper hand as time passed. As the massive tiger pinned the lion to the ground, its claws poised near his chest, the battle finally came to a close. Shi Tian transformed back into his human form, his expression darkening and his heart growing increasingly heavy. How was it that in just a few days, even Hu Niu, a mere female, could defeat him? After Lion Tian freed his claws and dragged his injured body away from the hunting team, he made his way back to the tribe step by step. Upon returning to his cave, his anger intensified as he contemplated the situation, leaving him breathless with frustration. He could only vent his wrath against the cave walls, declaring, "You will surely regret this. When I become the Beast King, I shall ensure that each of you meets a dreadful end, sent straight to hell." Despite his ferocity, his actions had little impact on the tribe. At most, the news of Hu Niu's thrashing of Lion Tian became a topic of light-hearted conversation among the members during their meals. The following days were filled with clear skies, and the tribe's life resumed its rhythm. Meanwhile, the old chieftain decided to step down. He recognized that under Tao Youyou's leadership, the tribe was flourishing at an astonishing pace. With a more capable leader at the helm, he felt relieved to relinquish his burdensome responsibilities and await his well-deserved comfort. He observed Yuan Lu, who appeared blissfully carefree, embodying a retirement mentality that made him seem significantly younger than his actual age, despite being 8 or 9 years older than himself. Resolving to appoint Tao Youyou as the new chieftain, he prepared for the day of the ceremonial transition. All scheduled activities were canceled. Even the cubs' lessons were suspended a day in advance. Initially, Tao Youyou regarded the ceremony as unimportant, but she noticed her 2 little ones were genuinely excited, their anticipation akin to that of brides on their wedding day. Unbeknownst to her, they adorned the tribal crown with beautiful flowers, vibrant colors that showcased an exotic flair. Emotions are easily contagious, and encouraged by her cubs' enthusiasm, Tao Youyou found herself growing more expectant. The ceremony was to take place at sunrise. Days prior, the tribe had chosen a location in a pristine red stone area, approximately 5 square meters in size, perpetually clean and untouched by dust, as if blessed. The chieftain's transition ceremony was a solemn affair, with all tribe members kneeling in prayer to the Beast King. The respectful words of gratitude for the peace and prosperity bestowed upon the people consumed much of the Yuan priest's mental energy. As the ceremony approached its conclusion, a sense of joy permeated the air. To add a touch of whimsy for her cubs, Tao Youyou decided to unleash a dazzling display of icicle-like rain at the ceremony site. The delicate ice crystals, as light as a cicada's wing, fell gently upon the attendees. providing a refreshing sensation. While they had all experienced rain before, they had never witnessed such a beautiful spectacle, especially in a dry season when rainfall was a rarity. This year, under Tao Youyou's guidance, the tribe had not suffered losses despite the drought, and the new chieftain's extraordinary ability to manipulate rain during such a season was nothing short of miraculous. Only a few tribe members who had witnessed Tao Youyou conjuring water from thin air were not overly surprised, yet they were still astonished by her boldness. Seeing the joy radiating from everyone as the ceremony neared its end, Tao Youyou decided to intensify the rain's downpour. Soon, a torrential rain fell, and the cubs, who had not felt water for nearly 3 months, began to dance wildly in the rain. Initially, the tribe held a standard respect for Tao Youyou, similar to that for the old chieftain, but in that moment, the entire tribe transformed into ardent believers. May the heavens bless us. May the tribe find peace. May the cubs remain healthy. Chapter 30, The Warhorse Tribe. The hour-long revelry in the rain rejuvenated the entire tribe, with most cubs emerging with their true colors revealed. For instance, the little fluff ball, initially thought to be gray-black, was actually golden. As the rain washed away the dirt, the original hue of its fur began to show. Tao Youyou had previously assumed its drab appearance was due to malnutrition, but the truth was simply that the cub was dirty. Unlike Fuxia, who could transform into human form, the little fluff ball merely followed Tao Youyou for its daily grooming, using its damp front paw to wipe its face, thinking it was clean. Tao Youyou had not perceived any issue, as her previous pets had behaved similarly. However, after witnessing the transformation, she realized the gravity of the situation. Although the cub was a fluff ball, it would eventually become a person, so maintaining personal hygiene habits from a young age was essential. Upon returning home, Tao Youyou fetched a basin and exchanged it for a bottle of specialized cub shampoo and conditioner to embark on a new round of grooming for Fushu. Rinsing, lathering, and massaging, she meticulously worked through the knots in the fluff ball's fur, scrubbing it thoroughly inside and out until the golden fluff ball finally regained its true color. After drying it with a towel, the little fluff ball shook itself, flinging off most of the water droplets. With the warm weather, Tao Youyou was not concerned about it catching a cold, so she decided to forego using the dryer. The freshly cleaned Fushu resembled a kitten, albeit one that had transformed from a British shorthair into a ragdoll, albeit a smaller-sized one. Pleased with her handiwork, Tao Youyou admired the fragrant little fluff ball, which appeared even more adorable now, its silky fur enhancing its charm. She kissed the fluff ball's forehead and suddenly wondered if Fuxia might not be brown after all. Is this really all right, mother? Fuxia was also brought into the bathroom, upon seeing his younger brother with his clean fur, which seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. He could not help but feel a twinge of envy at his own drab appearance. Tao Youyou rolled her shoulders and prepared for an extensive cleaning session. After all, Fuxia was not like Fushu. His beast form was a towering figure of 167 meters. Fortunately, the new house had a spacious bathroom, preventing it from feeling cramped. Soon, an oversized showerhead appeared above, and as Fuxia stood underneath, dark water streamed down. The little fluff ball, having just discovered the joy of bathing, leaped into the water once more. Tao Youyou, having failed to stop him, decided to relent. After all, children are whimsical, but Fuxia was truly filthy. Even after pouring an entire bottle of shampoo, the suds remained dark, indicating just how much grime was embedded in his fur. In that moment, Tao Youyou profoundly understood the aversion pet groomers have toward particularly dirty large dogs. After the third application of shampoo, the water finally began to clear, revealing a pure white Arctic bear beneath the layers of filth, though many areas were irreparably stained. By the time dusk arrived, Fuxia emerged from the bathroom clad in the peculiar new garments his mother had provided, with a golden fluff ball perched atop his head. How do I look? Does the outfit fit well? Wash your hands quickly and let us eat. Tao Youyou had prepared braised pork, filling the air with enticing aromas. Mother, this strange beast's skin feels so comfortable. It doesn't hinder my movements at all, Fuxia remarked, running his fingers over the soft, smooth fabric. Tao Youyou glanced at the small bowl in her hand, and after using her spatial ability to exchange it for a larger one, she placed it before Fuxia. Both Fuxia and the little fluffball had grown accustomed to their mother's ability to conjure and store items, even believing she was a messenger sent by the Beast King to rescue them. Since becoming the chieftain, Tao Youyou felt increasingly busy, spinning like a top each day, not only managing hunting affairs, but also attending to the tribe's living conditions. To help everyone adapt to a 9-to-5 schedule with weekends off, she decided to exchange for a large clock for the tribe. As for the various pots, pans, and miscellaneous small appliances, there was no benevolence to exchange them for everyone. Those with the capability should do it themselves, while those without the means should hire assistance. Reputation is of paramount importance. It could be a lifeline at critical moments. Although the tribe's people have contributed significantly, there are inherent limits. Recently, Tao Youyou discovered that her reputation was growing at an exceedingly slow pace, likely having reached saturation. The tribe's people's faith in her had peaked, and to continue increasing her reputation, she must explore new avenues for resources. The potential for reducing expenditure was minimal. Thus, the focus must shift to generating income. Tao Youyou devised a plan to center the tribe and extend its influence to the surrounding smaller tribes to accumulate reputation. She first considered using water to attract neighboring tribes. A few days prior, she had heard from her tribesmen that during a recent hunt, they encountered the Shibu Jama tribe, whose members were suffering greatly due to water scarcity. Tragically, within just a month, a significant number of their young had perished. The few warriors left had become emaciated. Their skin cracked from prolonged dehydration, and their bloodshot eyes revealed their extreme fatigue. In such a deplorable state, how could they hope to capture substantial prey? They were more akin to delivering sustenance to ravenous carnivorous dinosaurs. Without the ability to hunt, they would grow weaker, plunging into a vicious cycle that could lead to the extinction of the Janma tribe on this beast-ridden continent. Rather than allow these unfortunate souls to perish, it would be wiser to integrate them into the tribe, thereby strengthening the community. After all, the current tribe was formed from the amalgamation of several smaller tribes, and there was little unity among its members, with varying levels of Orcish prowess. Typically, when hunting parties from two tribes encountered one another, they would instinctively maintain a safe distance to avoid conflict over prey. However, the warriors of the Janma tribe were in such pitiful condition. The hunting party even speculated that if left unattended, this group would soon meet their demise amidst the treacherous rocks. After deliberation, the hunting party ultimately decided to accompany the Janma tribe's hunting team. Although they were termed as working together, the few warriors from the Janma tribe were in no condition to hunt dinosaurs. Their trembling forms required additional care. As the two hunting teams journeyed together, they were astonished to witness Tao's tribe daring to capture an Ankylosaurus. They were taken aback, but it seemed there was no room for dissent. They could only resign themselves to the inevitable. However, just half an hour later, when a 5-meter-long Ankylosaurus lay lifeless on the ground, they felt as though they were in a dream. In an effort to avoid attracting the attention of larger carnivorous dinosaurs, the hunting party swiftly dispatched and divided the Ankylosaurus, each member carrying away a portion of meat or bone, soon leaving no trace of the colossal beast. At that moment, the warriors of the Janma tribe were utterly bewildered. Was this truly the nameless tribe they had once known? After locating a safe area, the hunting party relaxed, generously offering the freshly divided Ankylosaurus meat to the pitiful warriors before them. Here, feast and regain your strength before returning to your tribe, Crocodile King stated after consulting with his team. A gaunt man stepped forward, foregoing any pretense, and after performing a customary greeting amongst orc tribes, beckoned his companions to begin devouring the meat. Orcs typically prefer cooked food, but under such extraordinary circumstances, they could consume raw meat despite its unpalatable taste. However, hunger took precedence over flavor. Fortunately, the orcs possessed robust digestive systems, allowing them to consume raw meat without discomfort. Yet, long-term consumption would undoubtedly affect their longevity, and thus Tao Youyou vehemently opposed her tribe members eating raw meat. Nevertheless, as these were warriors from another tribe, the hunting party felt no need to offer admonitions, given the harshness of their environment. Crocodile King and his companions stood guard over the Janma warriors as they ate. It was not until the recently dispatched mole beast returned to report several solitary Bactrian dragons in the east that the hunting party regained their focus. Several? Solitary? The Jama warriors' hearts raced upon hearing this news. While Bactrian dragons were not as ferocious as the Ankylosaurus, their sheer size and number were daunting. Did these warriors truly not understand the concept of fear? Were they really this formidable? Moreover, they had just captured an Ankylosaurus. Even if they shared it among themselves, they would scarcely receive a fraction of it. Was it necessary for them to display such determination against the Bactrian dragons? Most importantly, how could the hunting party's efficiency be so remarkable? Their own team had been avoiding even a single Bactrian dragon recently, only hoping to return with a mere thieving dragon, which would be met with cheers from the entire tribe. Life had been exceedingly difficult, but without comparison, it was not readily apparent. Everyone had endured similar hardships over the years. However, this once nameless tribe, now recognized as the Tao tribe, was thriving, their members robust and stronger than ever. We cannot delay any longer in protecting you. It seems you have eaten sufficiently and regained some strength. Take this Ankylosaurus back with you as a gesture of goodwill between our tribes. We must return to hunting, Crocodile King remarked, rolling up his sleeves in readiness. The Janma warriors were astonished. Not only were they allowed to eat, but the entire Ankylosaurus was gifted to them. Instances of friendly exchanges between tribes were not unheard of, but such occurrences typically took place during the bountiful spring season, and it was rare for large game like an Ankylosaurus to be offered. Usually only smaller prey, such as a few thieving dragons, sufficed for goodwill. Moreover, during the dry season, merely avoiding conflict with neighbors over resources was a significant act of goodwill after years of camaraderie. In that moment, Ma Shan found himself at a loss for words. Very well, we shall take our leave. You should return quickly after finishing your meal, for this area is not entirely safe, Crocodile King urged, eager to prevent the cooked Bactrian dragons from escaping. Ma Shan understood that this was not the time for gratitude, with a mere glance. All the Janma warriors performed the ceremonial gesture reserved for honoring the Beast King. For the young, return safely, Crocodile King concluded, leading his team away. Ma Shan looked at the 20 warriors beside him. They collectively felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the Tao tribe. They composed themselves, shouldered the meat left for them by the Tao tribe, and swiftly made their way back to their own tribe. Crocodile King's team successfully returned with 3 Bactrian dragons. Upon hearing that the hunting party had gifted an Ankylosaurus to the Janma tribe, the tribe's people expressed little dissent. Rather, they felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy for their plight. In years past, when they themselves struggled to find enough to eat, such a gesture would have been met with reluctance. However, the tribe was now prospering, with an abundance of meat, and, thanks to their capable leader, they had effective methods for preserving it. They even anticipated a bountiful winter ahead. An Ankylosaurus was merely a trifling matter. It could sustain the Janma tribe and serve as a virtuous act to invoke blessings from a Beast King. Yet, where there are those willing, there are always dissenters, and Shi Tian was among the most vociferous. He could not comprehend why they should share their quarry with another tribe, especially considering the Janma tribe's history of extinction, having perished long before the great dinosaur migration. To assist such a tribe seemed nothing short of waste. The tribe already possesses an abundance of meat, and he cannot fathom why he is still compelled to hunt. If only they would grant him the Achilles along, he would have ample time to seek energy fruits. Rather than bestowing such a worthless creature upon the tribe, it would be far more beneficial to him. However, although Shi Tian leaps impressively high, he remains entirely disregarded, a mere pariah within the tribe. Several times, the others contemplated expelling him, yet he stubbornly clung to the tribe's periphery. And out of fear that he might become a wandering beast man and endanger the tribe's young, they allowed him to linger. Nevertheless, the hunting tasks assigned to him were unrelenting. To survive within the tribe, Shi Tian gritted his teeth and undertook the hunts. Each day, fervently anticipating the cataclysmic migration of dinosaurs that would hasten the demise of these wretched people. Thus, when that time arrives, he would no longer have to endure humiliation and could ascend to the position of Beast King, following the path of his past life. Upon the joyous return of Ma Shan and the others to the tribe, Their hearts sank further upon discovering that dozens of their kin had succumbed to starvation. The desolate and dilapidated tribe exuded no semblance of vitality. Corpses lay abandoned along the path, with no family members to claim them. Witnessing the familiar faces that would never rise again, their previously buoyant spirits crumbled once more. Chief, look, we have brought back meat. We have returned. Chapter 31. Competing for survival at this moment, the chief of the Warhorse tribe was overwhelmed with despair, his heart heavy with hopelessness. He could not comprehend why the heavens inflicted such torment upon them, why they could not be granted a path to survival. "O great beast king, why do you not gaze upon your wretched subjects?" Masan, unable to bear it any longer, surrendered to the inevitable. If the heavens truly sought to extinguish the Warhorse tribe's existence, there was little he could do. "Chief, we have returned. We have brought back meat." Masan cried out beside his father, tears streaming down his face. Masan vaguely heard the return of his eldest son and the warriors of the tribe. Yet his eyelids felt unbearably heavy and refused to open. "Water, please give me some water." "There is no water left." "What water remains in the tribe?" Masan's mate, her eyes sunken, had not consumed a drop in 4 days. Masan hurriedly called upon others to extract the blood from the chunks of Achilles along. "Pour it down. Let them drink." Masan felt a warmth spreading through his heart. Could it be that he had already passed away and found himself in the hall of the Beast King? Father, how are you?" Why could he still hear his eldest's voice in the hall of the Beast King? Did that mean the entire tribe had perished? Masan felt a pang of sadness, uncertain how he would report to the Beast King that he had led the entire tribe to extinction. Continue tout pour. Masan felt as though every cell in his body unfurled, the parched throat no longer burning as fiercely. Yet, why did it taste somewhat metallic? Moreover, warmth filled his stomach, energy coursing through his body. Was this the sensation of satiation that accompanied death? It was rather pleasant. Perhaps he should open his eyes to behold the realm of the Beast King. "Father, you have finally awakened." Seeing his father regain consciousness, Masan sighed in relief. Masan opened his eyes in confusion. How was he still in the tribe? "Father, we have returned." Masan recounted how the Tao tribe had shared their meat with them. After consuming some blood, Masan finally regained his composure, and upon hearing the news of the tribe's salvation, he relaxed his tense demeanor. "Which tribe is the Tao tribe? There is such a powerful tribe nearby. It was once the nameless tribe, but now they are incredibly strong." Masan explained how the hunting team had captured the Achilles Oolong and how they had secured several camels, instilling fear in the hearts of the Warhorse tribe's members. How powerful! Is this truly the nameless tribe? Some expressed disbelief. "Indeed, I know Neo Mang from the nameless tribe, and he was present this time. He has also become immensely strong, and the horn upon his head is embedded with something so sharp it rivals that of a rhino's horn," a lean, dark-faced man asserted with certainty. With the chief's awakening, the Warhorse tribe finally regained a semblance of vitality. The sight of the hunting team returning with such an abundance of meat dispelled the fog of despair, rekindling their will to survive. "We should ration this meat. It should suffice for a while. And we can use the remainder to trade for water with the Ling Shu tribe," Masan suggested, dividing the Achilles Oolong into 2 portions. "Agreed. Let us proceed as you propose. However, we must remember the kindness of the Tao tribe. In the coming spring, we must repay them," Masan resolutely stated to the surviving members of the tribe. "Masan, you all should eat and rest for half a day. But the task of fetching water must continue with you," the chief instructed. Masan surveyed the half-dead tribesmen around him and waved his hand decisively. "No time for rest. The elders can still endure a bit longer, and the young cannot wait. We have already filled our bellies on the way here. We must leave now." Fortunately, the remaining meat could still yield a considerable amount of blood, which would temporarily sustain the tribe. Tao Youyou increasingly believed that her vision was indeed feasible. Uniting the surrounding smaller tribes to form a larger one was akin to consolidating scattered safe points into a vast sanctuary in the face of an impending apocalypse. Resolute in her decision, she summoned the priest Yuan Lu and the old chief to discuss strategies. "Merge tribes?" The old chief furrowed his brow at Tao Youyou's suggestion, instantly revealing his reluctance. "Do you intend to suppress them by force?" The old chief inquired cautiously after some deliberation. Tao Youyou shook her head, replying, "No. I wish to attract them with water. Engaging in violence is too uncouth." The old chief fell silent, leaving Tao Youyou perplexed as to why his discontent arose from such a nonviolent approach. Fortunately, Yuan Lu, quick to perceive the situation, interjected to clarify. The old rhino is not displeased. He harbors concerns. What concerns? Tao Youyou, not one to be unreasonable, pressed for clarification. Before your arrival, our northwestern region was abandoned by the Beast King. The number of tribes was fewer than in the east, and the resources were scarce. Only during the spring and autumn could we manage to live somewhat comfortably. The summer drought and winter cold could claim the lives of half our population. This year, thanks to your presence, our tribe has flourished, even surpassing those in the east. We are grateful to the Beast King, for your arrival has shown us that he has not forgotten us. But perhaps he truly has forgotten, Tao Youyou countered. There are a total of 18 tribes in our northwestern region. In terms of comprehensive strength, our tribe ranks quite low. Had it not been for you, we wouldn't even have a name, relying solely on the beasts who had once strayed to band together. So, isn't it good that the tribe is growing stronger? Tao Youyou remained puzzled, believing that diversity among species would benefit overall development, even if a single race exhibited stronger cohesion. Yuan Lu responded, "Of course it is good. But the Ling Shu tribe has shown us kindness. We cannot repay them with betrayal." Which tribe is the Ling Shu tribe? What kindness did they bestow? Tao Youyou asked, her confusion deepening. If I attract the surrounding tribes with water, why would that be considered betrayal? Shouldn't it be a good thing? Just as Yuan Lu was about to speak, the old rhino pressed his hand to silence him, explaining personally. The members of the Ling Shu tribe have all awakened to the 3-inch spirit mouse. Their hunting abilities are extremely poor. However, they excel at burrowing and can unearth water sources from deep underground, serving as the lifeblood of our northwestern region during the summer drought. The survival of the surrounding tribes over the years has depended on exchanging game for water with them. At last, Tao Youyou comprehended the situation. "Oh, I understand now. You fear that I might usurp their livelihood?" Chapter 32. 2 buckets of water indeed. If we were to use water to entice the neighboring tribes, they would have no chance of survival. A horde of minuscule rodents could not even capture a single Bambi diatom. In our tribe's earlier years, during the most arduous times, the Ling Shu tribe had sent us life-saving water on multiple occasions. We cannot repay kindness with enmity. Moreover, the Ling Shu tribe does not solely aid our tribe. Every one of the 18 tribes in the northwest has benefited from their generosity. Thus, even if we disregard their kindness, it would be tantamount to openly declaring war against the entire consortium of northwest tribes. Yuan Lu elucidated from another perspective. Now, it was clear to Tao Youyou. Simply put, these little mice excelled at burrowing to extract water from the earth, which they then traded with the larger tribes that hunted in the vicinity, thus sustaining their livelihoods. They are also remarkably astute, understanding the importance of leveraging resources and recycling them to prevent the extinction of the larger tribes. They could provide life-sustaining water during the most desperate times, ensuring that these tribes remember their goodwill. Tao Youyou grew increasingly fond of these clever little creatures. Previously, her intention to merge with neighboring tribes was driven by a desire to enhance her reputation. Now, her aspiration to align with the Ling Shu tribe felt imperative. They were, after all, natural drainage experts. Previously, she had been concerned about how to resolve the underground water system once the Beast Realm territory was fully established. Now, she realized that gifted workers were right next door. What was there to fear? Moreover, Tao Youyou discovered that although these little friends were small in stature, their intellect was commendable. If she could persuade them, there would be no need to laboriously attract neighboring tribes with water. Not only were they adept at managing water, but they also acted like a magnet. Tao Youyou fell into contemplation as Yuan Lu and the elder chief exchanged glances, thinking that she might have abandoned her plan to subdue the surrounding tribes. However, Tao Youyou rose and declared in a loud voice, "I want the Ling Shu tribe." Yuan Lu and the elder rhinoceros fainted. How could the situation become increasingly absurd? Did she intend to take in the entire tribe? Fear not, for you know I am adept at reason persuasion. My intentions are naturally aimed at mutual benefit. After all, Bullying little children is not my style. Tao Youyou attempted to reassure the old priest and the elder chief. Yuan responded, "Thank you." The elder chief, however, remained unconsoled. Yet both understood that Tao Youyou was the envoy of the Beast King, and whatever she decided, they could not obstruct. They could only emerge with grim faces. Just as they stepped outside, a guard they had just assigned rushed over in haste. Not far into their exit, they heard that the War Horse tribe was seeking help, reporting that the Ling Shu tribe had been ambushed and was now surrounded by the Hyena tribe, with the entire tribe imprisoned. Even the water source they relied on had been forcibly seized. The elder chief of Yuan, Lu, was taken aback, then filled with fury. The Hyena tribe was known to be the most formidable among the 18 tribes of the Northwest. Their entire clan awakened into hyenas, exhibiting remarkable unity and formidable combat power, thriving in collective warfare. However, despite their strength, they had a notorious reputation due to their brutal hunting methods, which were both gruesome and revolting. They were known to eviscerate their prey, and this cruelty extended even to the orcs, with many who had fought against them meeting a grim fate. Moreover, they were equally merciless to their own kind. Any offspring that did not awaken as hyenas were, at best, cast out to become wandering orcs, and at worst, sacrificed and brutally killed, often by their own parents. This was an exceedingly cold-blooded and heartless tribe, devoid of any semblance of compassion, even towards their young, rendering them despised by the surrounding tribes. Yet, their strength instilled fear, preventing any tribe from daring to confront them. Unexpectedly this year, they had audaciously set their sights on the Ling Shu tribe, were they truly determined to stand against all 17 tribes of the Northwest. Though Tao Youyou felt sympathy for the little mice, she could not overlook that the Hyena tribe had unwittingly provided her with a strategy to engage the Ling Shu tribe in a collaborative effort. The solution had presented itself, to launch an offensive against the Hyena tribe and rescue the beloved Ling Shu. Tao Youyou was confident that not only did she wear the mantle of a life-saving benefactor, but as long as she could meet with the leaders of the Ling Shu tribe, she would surely persuade them to participate in the overall development of the Northwest. Tao Youyou recalled the recent discussions with the Crocodile Overlord's hunting team regarding Ma Shan. They had returned to their tribe with half the meat from the Achilles dinosaur, intending to trade the remaining portion for water with the Ling Shu tribe. Yet upon arriving at the Ling Shu tribe, they sensed something amiss. It was unusually quiet, and only upon entering the tribe did they realize it had already fallen under hyena control. They took our meat. Had it not been for the fact that we still had some fighting spirit left, we might have been left behind by these scoundrels, Ma Shan remarked bitterly. These beasts had only entered and not exited, particularly taking advantage of the dry season when everyone's combat abilities were diminished to attack the Ling Shu tribe, waiting for the water-seeking tribes to come knocking with their prey. Without water, our entire tribe would perish in no time. I truly have no other options left. Thinking now that your tribe is so powerful, you must have some way to restrain the hyena tribe. Even if there is no solution, it matters not. Your hunting team has so generously aided us, and we will remember this kindness. Even if fate were to doom our tribe, we must first convey this message. It is very dangerous to seek water from the Ling Shu tribe at this time. As for the rest, we must consider how to unite all the Northwest tribes to repel these beasts and rescue the Ling Shu tribe. Tao Youyou realized that the beastmen of this ancient society were indeed quite simple and kind-hearted, largely comprising grateful individuals. This realization made her believe that her ambitions of unification could indeed be achievable. She enjoyed working with obedient, manageable, and non-troublesome beastmen. How many people does your tribe currently have? Tao Youyou inquired directly. Ma Shan then recognized that the one wielding true power in the Tao tribe was this female before him. He pondered for a moment and replied, currently, there are less than 100 warriors. What? Less than 100? A tribe of 800 or 900 still has so few. Tao Youyou exclaimed in shock, realizing that the War Horse tribe had previously boasted a population of approximately 900. Such losses were nearly catastrophic. Ma Shan quickly clarified, including the elderly, children, and females. There's still over 400. I thought you were asking about the combat-capable warriors for the assault on the hyena tribe. That is not the case. I merely inquired about your tribe's situation. Yuan Shu, provide them with 2 buckets of water. Chapter 33. Night Exploration. Without further ado, it was evident how the dry season had driven them to such desperation. While the situation of the Ling Shu tribe could be temporarily set aside, Tao Youyou realized that if the War Horse tribe could not secure water, the plight of those 400 souls would be dire. Ma Shan was taken aback by Tao Youyou's words, but his astonishment reached new heights when he saw a beastman brother approaching with 2 buckets taller than his own legs. How could they be so affluent, possessing such an abundance of water? Wait, these are the 2 buckets she just mentioned for herself? The Ling Shu tribe had fallen. So why did the Tao tribe not lack water at all? To clarify this mystery, Tao Youyou waved her hand, and a stream of clear water cascaded over Ma Shan and the others. Ma Shan and the others were left speechless. In an instant, they comprehended the reason behind the formidable strength of the Tao clan and why this female leader could firmly hold the position of chieftain. She possessed the extraordinary ability to control water. This surpassed the capabilities of the Ling Shu clan, who relied on digging for water, and it truly seemed like the resurgence of a beast king. Tao Youyou observed her rising prestige with great satisfaction, feeling that her earlier display had been particularly appropriate. Our chieftain is a divine envoy sent by the Beast King to rescue the 18 tribes of our northwestern territory, boasted Yuanla with sincere enthusiasm. With Yuanla's words, the gazes of Ma Shan and the others towards Tao Youyou transformed, transcending mere respect to a level of reverence. Indeed, the old sage proved to be resourceful. Tao Youyou realized that the elder priest had this unexpected utility. The saying, having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure, seemed still relevant. Quickly return to the tribe with the water. We are aware of the situation in the Ling Shu clan, so you need not concern yourselves with it. Leave it to us, Tao Youyou instructed Ma Shan. Ma Shan nodded, filled with gratitude, and after paying his respects to Tao Youyou, he departed with his team. Once the warriors of the Zhanma clan had left, Tao Youyou promptly gathered her forces to launch an assault on the Hyena clan. In previous years, the water exchange had been led by Yingwan, and there had been concerns about who would take the lead this year, should Yingwan be injured. However, Tao Youyou's emergence alleviated the tribe of this dilemma, though it appeared that Yingwan would still need to guide them. Tao Youyou left the old chieftain to guard the tribe, and set forth with a majority of the warriors to encircle the Hyena clan. Fearing delays could lead to unforeseen changes, the expedition moved swiftly, almost running the entire route, causing numerous herbivorous dinosaurs to scatter in fright. By the time they neared the Ling Shu clan, 3 days had passed. To prepare, Tao Youyou first dispatched 2 stealthy beastmen to scout the area while the others rested and recuperated, planning to act the following morning. As night fell, the 2 scouts finally returned. Chieftain, the Ling Shu clan is indeed as the Zhanma clan described. The entire tribe is imprisoned by the Hyena clan. Even their leader, Shu Tianling, is hanging in a room, gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Due to the tight security, we can only gather a rough estimate of their numbers from the periphery. Currently, there are approximately 700 hyena warriors in the Ling Shu clan, with over 20 high-ranking members indulging in leisure, while a few others are overseeing the Ling Shu tribespeople. They have divided the Ling Shu members into 5 groups, each guarded at a stronghold in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. We intended to gather more precise information, but the keen noses of the hyena warriors nearly exposed us. So we decided to return. You have performed excellently. Tao Youyou praised the brothers Shi Li and Shi Liang for their findings. Initially, the awakened Shi Li and Shi Liang, now small lizards, were not well regarded in the tribe, even being overlooked by the female gathering teams due to their frail appearances. However, Tao Youyou discovered that they excelled in reconnaissance, possessing small, swift bodies, and being reptiles capable of blending into their surroundings. They were natural scouts. Although in terms of combat strength, the 2 of them combined could hardly match a single paw of Huernyo. Sending a nearly 3-meter-tall giant tiger to gather information would likely lead to immediate detection before even reaching the tribe's entrance. The injuries of the Ling Shu clan's leader, Shu Tianling, are severe. I fear he may not survive the night, Shi Liang added thoughtfully. Tao Youyou narrowed her eyes, contemplating that Shu Tianling must not perish. as managing thousands of mice would become exceedingly difficult. To resolve the issue, it was essential to eradicate the source of the trouble. The hyena clan must be dealt with. But rescuing Shu Tianling was equally imperative. After some contemplation, she decided to take action herself. She exchanged for a high-quality invisibility cloak from the system store, capable of concealing her form and scent, and had Huernyo transport her to the entrance of the Ling Shu clan. "Stop here. I fear they might detect you if you proceed further," Tao Youyou instructed as she leaped down from Huernyo, who transformed back into human form after lying down. "Are you truly able to manage alone? It's too perilous. Perhaps you should reconsider," Huernyo expressed concern. Tao Youyou brushed off the tiger for clinging to her attire and replied, "It's fine. Do you still not trust me?" "It's not a matter of trust." "But," Huernyo began, only to discover that Tao Youyou had vanished on the spot. She spun around thrice, finding no trace of Tao Youyou, not even a scent. Tao Youyou walked behind Huernyo, released her invisibility cloak, and patted her left shoulder, saying, "Now you see why I worry." Huernyo was astonished at Tao Youyou's sudden reappearance. Nodding vigorously, "Sister Youyou, you are simply incredible. I can hardly find the words to describe it." "All right, wait for me here. I must go now," Tao Youyou said, setting aside her playful demeanor. Watching Tao Youyou disappear into the night once more, Huernyo felt reassured. Concealing her presence and lying down to wait, Tao Youyou confidently strode past several guards of the hyena clan, who exhibited no reaction, as if a mere breeze had passed by. She headed straight for the location where the small lizard brothers had indicated Shu Tianling was held. As expected, 5 hyena warriors stood guard at the entrance. Tao Youyou quietly approached but soon realized that the energy levels of these 5 warriors were exceedingly high. She halted, observing closely, and discovered that their combat prowess was not inferior to that of Ba, and if they were even stronger, they could rival Huernyo. A shiver ran through her. The combat strength of the hyena clan appeared far more formidable than rumored. Had she not come to investigate, they might have faltered the next day. Chapter 34. The influential figures of the Beast King's domain. The strength of these 5 warriors prompted Tao Youyou to reassess the hyena clan. Something felt amiss. Could the Zhanma clan have intentionally sought to deceive her tribe? However, the expressions of Ma Shan and his companions today did not seem to suggest such a plot. If it were indeed a trap, the acting skills of the Zhanma clan were remarkably impressive. Yet, having come this far, the Ling Shu clan was undeniably vital to her, and the notion of retreat was not in her vocabulary. However, knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Reckless advancement was not her style. It seemed prudent to delve deeper into the situation to discern the true strengths of the hyena clan. Tao Youyou refrained from entering the room guarding Shu Tianling. Should the Ling Shu clan itself be a ruse, she would be walking straight into a trap. Deciding to exercise caution, she turned and explored elsewhere. Following the path, she discovered the 5 strongholds where the Ling Shu tribespeople were confined, each with more than 10 guards. Moreover, the guards were not only stationed outdoors but also significantly present inside, likely to prevent the Ling Shu clansmen from digging their way out. From her observations, these outdoor sentinels exhibited average energy levels. Their combat capabilities were likely not particularly strong, perhaps at a third-rate level. Tao Youyou breathed a sigh of relief. At least the majority of their strength was manageable. The 5 strongholds were consistent, and she proceeded to the main encampment of the hyena warriors. Indeed, they were imposing figures, each robust and far from the appearance of other tribes during the dry season. Tao Youyou gathered a clearer understanding and then approached the area where the 20 high-ranking members were indulging in merriment. Indeed, the prowess of the hyena tribe stands as a testament to their formidable strength. Each of these 20 individuals could nearly match Huernyo in skill, and even the hunting team, now armed to the teeth, clearly pales in comparison to them. Tao Youyou pondered how to best utilize her reputation points for the impending rescue. "Boss, do you think that nameless tribe will really come?" she inquired. "I believe it's unlikely, especially since they now go by the Tao clan, with a female leader. I wonder if that will be enjoyable." As Tao Youyou concealed herself and contemplated, she overheard them mention the tribe. It was indeed suspicious. Given the current strength of the hyena tribe, how could Ma Shan and the others possibly escape? She remarked, "Boss, why do we let those few pests from the Warhorse tribe go? If they didn't seek assistance from that Tao clan, wouldn't our efforts be in vain?" "I don't know. That wasn't my decision. It's baffling. Considering our capabilities, why not confront that so-called Tao clan directly instead of resorting to such indirect methods? We could simply crush them. I've always said that individual is a bit too timid. What is there to fear from a tribe led by a mere female? In my opinion, after this matter concludes, we should ensure that individual is made aware." "Hey, why did you hit me? Do you want to bring trouble upon us all?" "That individual is a significant figure from the Beast King domain. How could someone of your stature even contemplate such matters? Don't push me to retaliate." At that moment, Tao Youyou realized she had attracted the attention of someone powerful. She had been somewhat negligent lately. Yet how could she be connected to the Beast King domain when the two places were so distant? Could it be that such beings truly existed in this world? She felt perplexed, but had at least grasped that the War Horse tribe and the Spirit Mouse tribe were not plotting against her. However, this incident was indeed aimed at her. "Boss, please don't be angry. I was merely voicing my thoughts. I may harbor such intentions, but I lack the courage. If it weren't for that individual, how could we have rapidly enhanced our strength?" "Ah, so the hyena tribe's newfound power stems from external influence." It seemed that the world was more complex than she had initially presumed, with many extraordinary forces at play. She would have to exercise greater caution moving forward. Tao Youyou eavesdropped a while longer until their conversation shifted from significant matters to frivolous topics of pleasure and mating, prompting her departure. However, she had gleaned all the necessary information. A week prior, a notable figure from the Beast King domain had visited the hyena tribe, employing extraordinary abilities to substantially enhance their strength, subsequently aiding them in seizing the Spirit Mouse tribe. The ensuing events were now clear to her. Tao Youyou found herself intriguingly drawn to this unfamiliar enemy. Since arriving here, aside from nurturing her young, she had not genuinely engaged with any matter. Having a rival would certainly enliven her days. As for Shi Tian, he posed no real threat. Perhaps he was merely a precursor to whet her appetite. Yet, it seemed she had not seen him for a while. She wondered if he was involved in the current situation. The hyena tribe had purposefully released Ma Shan and his companions to convey messages, while they had ambushed 3 other tribes, namely the Porcupine tribe, the Great Bear tribe, and the Cheetah tribe, who had come to fetch water. Unlike Ma Shan's group, the fate of these tribes was far grimmer. The females were left behind for amusement and humiliation, while the males were completely annihilated. Tao Youyou resolved to unite the warriors of these 3 tribes as a precaution. Although she could overwhelm the hyena tribe with her resources, the presence of a formidable figure loomed ahead, necessitating some contingency plans. Once again, Tao Youyou stealthily approached the chamber where Shu Tianling was confined. Before entering, she exchanged for a doll that could swap identities in the marketplace. Unbeknownst to anyone, she switched the doll with Shu Tianling. In the next moment, the doll became the feeble Shu Tianling. The genuine Shu Tianling was discreetly carried on her back. Fortunately, her recent physical training had made it manageable. Perhaps sensing someone was coming to his aid, the previously feeble Shu Tianling swiftly transformed from human form back into his beastly state, a diminutive crimson-purple mouse that felt almost weightless. This made the task even easier. Tao Youyou placed Shu Tianling directly into her pocket and ignited a few sticks of odorless, colorless incense throughout the Spirit Mouse tribe before making her exit. "Hey, wake up! Wake up!" Tao Youyou urged, sitting atop Hu Ernyou's beastly form, gently prodding Shu Tianling with her palm. The small crimson-purple mouse stirred slightly, still not fully conscious, but after several nudges from Tao Youyou, he became somewhat aware. "Squeak, squeak, squeak. Don't shake, don't shake." Ugh. Tao Youyou found herself holding a collection of grains and small pieces of meat. Cough. This Shu Tianling is actually a hamster breed. It can hold quite a bit. However, it suddenly dawned on her that this adorable little creature was not a hamster at all. He was, in fact, a beast man. Thus, this assortment of food was not his stored treasure, but likely what he had regurgitated. At this realization, She felt a wave of unease and promptly tossed the crimson-purple mouse onto Huernyo's back, discarding the remnants and washing her hands thoroughly with clean water multiple times. Had the circumstances allowed, she might have concocted a bottle of hand sanitizer. "Where am I?" Shu Tianling finally roused, gripping Huernyo's fur tightly. Fearful of being tossed off, Tao Youyou heard him but chose not to respond, focusing instead on cleansing her hands before turning around. She cast a disdainful glance at the bare figure before her and tossed him a set of animal skin clothing. "Hurry up and put this on." Being a former tribal leader, Shu Tianling quickly grasped that he had been rescued by warriors from another tribe. However, before he could express his gratitude, he heard her voice laced with disdain, and upon noticing his own exposed state, his face flushed crimson as he hastily donned the animal skin. Once clothed, he realized that the individual before him was the leader of the Tao clan, the very one who had liberated him from the hyena tribe. "What about my people? Are they all right?" Shu Tianling asked anxiously. Tao Youyou adjusted her seating position and replied, "They're being held in custody. For now, they are fine and in no immediate danger, though the females may face some difficulties." Tao Youyou hesitated, unsure how to articulate it, but Shu Tianling understood all too well. Observing the boy's reddened eyes, she felt a twinge of sympathy and explained, "Their confinement is excessively stringent. I had no choice but to rescue you first. I understand. I am exceedingly grateful for your tribe's assistance, and I will find a way myself," Shu Tianling declared, his fists clenched tightly. "What can you possibly do now? Don't even think about rallying the tribes to attack the hyena clan. You are without your people, burdened by injuries, and even if you could reach them, do you truly believe your kin can hold out until you return with reinforcements?" Shu Tianling fell silent. "All right, I mentioned that I couldn't save them tonight, but that doesn't mean I won't be able to tomorrow. I didn't come alone. I brought a large force with me. Tonight was merely a reconnaissance mission, and rescuing you is incidental." Shu Tianling remained silent. "In truth, to speak strictly, you might have been implicated by my actions. I overheard the leader of the hyena tribe mention that someone had taken the initiative to target the Lingshu tribe in order to undermine our own." Tao Youyou partially revealed the information she had just gathered. Initially, she did not wish to disclose this news to Shu Tianling, as she feared being betrayed by her own allies before even engaging the enemy. However, she realized that such matters could not be entirely concealed. Rather than allow misunderstandings to arise in future collaborations, it was better to clarify things from the outset. After listening, Shu Tianling clicked his tongue and remarked, "Indeed, there are significant figures targeting your tribe, but our ambush is not solely due to you. The northwestern region has developed far too smoothly over the years. After all, it is a land of penance. The Eastern territories do not permit us to thrive too easily. Our race has the capability to exploit water, and it was only a matter of time before we became targets." Years ago, Shu Tianling revealed something even the old rhinoceros was unaware of. The northwestern region was indeed a land of penance. What utter nonsense! After listening to this myth for so long, Tao Youyou dissected it and concluded that as long as the northwestern region does not develop, it would not disturb the interests of the great figures in the eastern territories or the so-called Beast King domain. It was no wonder they targeted her. The rapid development of the Tao tribe likely threatened a significant stake held by some capitalists in the east. The Lingshu tribe, after all, was sufficiently weak, serving as a controllable element, and their existence allowed all tribes in the northwestern region to barely scrape by, preventing any significant civil unrest. However, she herself was an unstable factor, capable of transforming water, aiding others, and teaching various wondrous skills. No wonder that person feared her. Yet, how could this great figure know so much? There must be a traitor among them, and Tao Youyou did not need to ponder further. The traitor was undoubtedly Shu Tian. What puzzled her was how Shu Tian came to possess such knowledge. Shu Tianling had it due to his heritage, and she herself had derived it from the vast historical tapestry of the Grand Huaxia. How could a primitive beast man like Shu Tian, who had never seen the world, be privy to such information? It seemed that Shu Tian was not as simple as he appeared. No wonder he looked down upon everyone in the tribe, for he had always known that beyond the northwestern region lay a vast expanse, a upon returning to the main force. Tao Youyou omitted the news of the great figures and recounted the current situation of the Lingshu tribe. She then sent someone with Shu Tianling's token to invite the Hedgehog tribe, the Bear tribe, and the Cheetah tribe. The beastmen from these three tribes have been slain by the Hyena tribe during the water exchange, and they would not let it go easily. The presence of additional warriors would bolster their strength, providing a greater safeguard for the tribe. Though Tao Youyou felt sympathy for the Lingshu tribe, she had to prioritize the welfare of her own kin. The busy night quickly passed, and it is worth mentioning that while inviting the Bear tribe, they fortuitously encountered the Water Snake tribe, thus adding yet another group of warriors. Although the warriors of the Water Snake tribe were not particularly formidable in combat, they were ideal candidates for an ambush. Tao Youyou distributed all the food she had brought to everyone who would participate in the battle the next day. The well-fed, iron-willed warriors saw their fighting spirit rise twofold. After donning their gear, they followed Tao Youyou's arrangements and took their rest. As dawn broke, Tao Youyou led her people out as planned the previous night. Indeed, as soon as they approached the Lingshu tribe, the scouts from the Hyena tribe returned. Boss, they have truly come. Should we prepare for battle? One hyena grinned, baring its teeth. The leader of the Hyena tribe dismounted from a half-dead Lingshu female covered in bruises, and without donning a hide, he stepped outside and commanded, "No, heed that person's instructions. Close the gates and unleash the hounds." Chapter 36. A game within a game, the crowd murmured, "Are we not the hounds?" However, they soon disregarded this point as the Tao tribe's people arrived. Tao Youyou led over 200 individuals toward the entrance of the tribe. These 200 were the warriors of the Tao tribe who were publicly recognized for their battle prowess. She understood that, given the existence of a traitor, the enemy might already be aware of her tribe's numbers. As for the other warriors with combat capabilities, they hid nearby, alongside those from the Hedgehog, Bear, and Cheetah tribes, ready to launch a surprise attack. As Tao Youyou and her group drew closer, they could see the greedy and aggressive gazes from within. Indeed, these were primitive beastmen, showing no inclination to conceal their intentions. Their blatant stares served as irrefutable proof. Did the three tribes that had suffered losses not perceive this? If the Lingshu tribe were genuine, would they so brazenly fixate on their prey, which was originally meant for them? Tao Youyou waved her hand, and Yingwen understood. Stepping forward, "We are from the Tao tribe, here to exchange water. We kindly ask the brothers of the Lingshu tribe to guide us." This was in accordance with their previous discussions, orchestrated to align with that great figures plan, creating a situation that appeared to be a game of wits. A particularly frail man from the Hyena tribe stepped forward, grinning as he appraised Tao Youyou and her companions, his gaze filled with undisguised meaning. "What are you staring at? Do you believe I will gouge your eyes out and trample them?" Hu stepped forward, positioning herself before Tao Youyou, shielding her from view. Seeing the beauty obscured, the frail man immediately sulked. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he noticed a female with a scarred face slap herself, knocking out two of her teeth, blood streaming from the corner of her mouth. "How could our clan leader be regarded by someone as insignificant as you? If I do not teach you a lesson, you might not remember your place," Hu declared arrogantly. Witnessing their companion being struck, the Hyena tribe members from the Lingshu tribe were instantly displeased, ready to charge out, but were halted by their leader, Lu Xiao. Observing the audacity of the Tao tribe, Lu Xiao's initial doubts were dispelled. The Tao tribe had been deceived by the War Horse tribe. They were not genuinely here for a water exchange, but rather aimed at rescuing the Lingshu tribe. Therefore, the greater their anger, the more it confirmed that everything was progressing according to that person's plan. The members of the Lingshu tribe were overly full of themselves. "Our clan leader personally brought the prey for a water exchange, yet they do not come out to welcome us. Are they waiting to face the wrath of the Tao tribe?" EBA shouted. Lu Xiao felt reassured and explicitly called for the leader of the Lingshu tribe, Shu Tianling, to come out and greet them, which would conveniently facilitate the rescue of Shu Tianling. Fearing his dim-witted allies might jeopardize their plans, Lu Xiao spoke up. "Our clan leader is ill and cannot greet you. Since you have come to exchange water, you should enter the tribe for the transaction." Simultaneously, he gestured for the idle tribe members to prepare, waiting for the Tao tribe to enter before launching a collective ambush. Tao Youyou had EBA and the others engage in a few more exchanges to buy time, inciting anger and distracting the hyena tribe members, allowing Shu Tianling to slip in with the warriors of the water snake tribe to rescue their kin first. Once the rescue was accomplished, they could engage in battle with fewer reservations. After dragging out the conversation with Lu Xiao for nearly 10 minutes, Tao Youyou finally received word that the Lingshu tribe members had escaped. She boldly led her people into the territory of the Lingshu tribe. Attack! Tao Youyou and Lu Xiao shouted simultaneously. In the next moment, in the small arena, thousands of beastmen transformed at once. Infuriated swiftly carried Tao Youyou, leaping onto a high rock, finding a secure position to set her down. This vantage point had been scouted by Tao Youyou the previous night. Although the hyena tribe's beastmen were strong, they lacked remarkable jumping ability, unable to compare to Infuriated's formidable physique. Tao Youyou concealed herself atop a high platform, relentlessly launching surprise attacks with her ice blades. Her ice-based powers had the potential to be extraordinarily effective. However, she was uncertain about the true identity of her adversary and was reluctant to reveal her strongest trump card. Were it not for her current insufficient reputation points to unlock the military section of the system, she would have undoubtedly wielded a few submachine guns to eliminate them. Boss, it's bad. The group of filthy rats from the Lingshu tribe has escaped, and many of our clansmen are poisoned and near death. At that moment, the fierce battle raged on, and even though Liao Xiao heard the commotion, he was startled. The giant tiger he was battling proved to be exceptionally formidable. He could not afford to be distracted, lest he suffer injuries himself. Liao Xiao had not anticipated that the foul female he had just slapped would prove to be so tenacious and formidable. He knew he had to end this swiftly. Liao Xiao performed a backflip to distance himself from the battlefield. He reached into his animal hide pouch and produced a yellow fruit slightly larger than his thumb. Just as he was about to consume it, an ice shard shattered the fruit instantly. According to Tao Youyou's observations, although the members of the hyena tribe possessed abundant energy, their combat prowess was relatively superficial, likely due to external influences. Liao Zhao's yellow fruit was presumably a means to enhance his strength through external forces. Despite the unstable combat power derived from external energy, the increase in physical vitality was undeniable. To prevent Tiger Ernyo from suffering losses, she resolved to destroy it first and study it later. Liao Xiao, enraged at the destruction of the energy fruit bestowed by a powerful figure, felt his temper flare. Despite their numerical advantage, although the hunting party had strong individual combat capabilities, the increasing number of hyenas charging from behind amplified the pressure on Tao Youyou and her companions. The time had come. Tao Youyou launched a red flare into the sky. The more than 700 hidden outside saw the signal and charged forth, racing towards the Lingshu tribe. The previously established trap had transformed into a siege. Within a brief moment, the hyena tribe faced relentless defeat, and even Liao Xiao was drenched in blood. Seeing his comrades on the verge of collapse, he hastily shouted, "Quick! Bring out Shu Tianling. If you want him back, let us go." "Boss, Shu Tianling is gone." Liao Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. "Are you looking for me?" The crimson-hued mouse transformed into a human, standing alongside Tao Youyou atop the rocky platform, gazing down at Liao Xiao with an impassive expression. For the first time, Liao Xiao felt regret. He had never imagined he would be the one outmaneuvered. If he had known, he would have rather stayed in the northwest, leading an unassuming life in a small tribe. Soon, the entirety of the hyena tribe was subdued. Tao Youyou had initially perceived the threat posed by the five-member group, only to discover they were mere paper tigers, brimming with empty energy and lacking true combat prowess. Even Liao Xiao was forced to kneel before her, his fierce gaze unable to translate into tangible aggression. "Find them all," Tao Youyou commanded, although she felt a twinge of regret at having to kill over 700 individuals. She desired not to accumulate such a heavy burden of bloodshed. With her plans to develop the Northwest region, a large labor force would be indispensable, and these individuals could serve as excellent workers. "You think you've won?" Liao Xiao, pinned to the ground, stubbornly continued to glare at Tao Youyou. Tao Youyou, taken aback, narrowed her eyes and coldly replied, "What do you mean?" Haha, today I concede. But do you not fear that your lair will be attacked while you flaunt your power here? A chill swept through Tao Youyou as she realized her oversight. She had been aware of the lurking danger and even assured Tian, the traitor. Their tribe was in grave peril. What unsettled her further was that Sanzai was still within the tribe. Upon grasping this, she wasted no time and turned to hurry back to the tribe. And the members of the Tao clan followed in a panic. Haha, you filthy female, now you fear, do you? Release me and kneel to beg, and perhaps I shall show mercy and assist you in dealing with that traitor. Suddenly, a sharp ice dagger pierced through Liao Xiao's mouth, exiting through the back of his skull. His bluster was silenced, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Keep an eye on them. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. We have matters to attend to, and we shall discuss further at a later time. Tao Youyou's eyes burned red, resembling a harbinger of death, her icy words commanding the surrounding individuals to submit. Shu Tianling, aware of his clansman's peril, refrained from unnecessary words and dispatched a skilled Ling Shu to guide Tao Youyou back for rescue. Rest assured, I am here. They won't escape. You all hurry back, Shu Tianling urged. The leaders of the porcupine, bear, cheetah, and snake clans recognized the strength of the Tao clan during this rescue mission and hurriedly inquired, do you need our assistance? Thank you, but it is unnecessary. Although I have dealt with Liao Xiao, it would be prudent for you to help guard the Ling Shu tribe against these mutts. After expressing her gratitude to the leaders of the surrounding clans, Tao Youyou wasted no time and sped towards her tribe. 3 days prior, Shi Tian had yet to find an energy fruit capable of exponentially enhancing his strength. However, life within the tribe had become increasingly difficult, and upon learning that Ba had brought Achilles Long to the horse tribe, his opposition bore no fruit, prompting his decision to leave the tribe. The past 3 days after departing the tribe had been fraught with hardship for Shi Tian. He scoured for a safe haven daily, often pursued by carnivorous dinosaurs, spending sleepless nights fleeing. At one point, he narrowly escaped the jaws of a full-grown Tyrannosaurus rex. This fueled his resentment towards Tao Youyou and the others, as he could not wait for the dinosaurs to migrate. These past few weeks had been unbearably difficult. Yet, amidst the peril, he had made some gains, finding 2 yellow energy fruits. Though they couldn't double his strength, they provided a modest increase. He now believed he could contend against Tiger Ernio and Old Shinyo combined. Moreover, he sensed the presence of another energy fruit nearby, one that felt potent. Adjusting his course, he felt it drawing closer. Shi Tian quickened his pace, determined to obtain the energy fruit, eagerly wishing to consume it and double his strength to exact revenge on the carnivorous dinosaur pursuing him. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters. He was finally within reach. I found it. This 3rd-level energy fruit will surely convince my father to take me to meet the Beast King. A beast-eared girl clad in red animal hide and footwear fashioned from unknown bones plucked the fist-sized crimson fruit. Shi Tian watched in disbelief as the coveted energy fruit slipped from his grasp, his eyes nearly bloodshot with rage. You wretched girl, return the energy fruit to me. Consumed by fury, Shi Tian shouted vehemently. Bang! In the next instant, he felt an immense pressure pin him down, immobilizing him. It was the power of a beastmaster. Realizing this, Shi Tian immediately regained his senses. In his previous life, Shi Tian successfully ascended to the status of the Beast King, which enlightened him about the hierarchy of the beastmen across the vast beast world continent, classified into 5 distinct tiers: Beastman, Beastmaster, Beast Spirit, Beast Emperor, and Beast King. Currently, he barely qualifies as a beastman, while the uncivilized beastmen of the Northwest region may spend their entire lives as mere beast warriors, devoid of any intimidation. Only by departing from the Northwest and traversing the Yunny Mountain Gorge to the central and eastern regions do the suppressed talents of the beastmen begin to manifest gradually, allowing them to cultivate and ascend to higher levels. The Northwest region serves as a land of penance within the entire beast world, home to the ominous abyss, a forbidden ground for the beastmen. However, as a former beast king, Shi Tian is privy to greater secrets. The Northwest is, in fact, a private territory of a beast emperor from the Eastern realm, utilized as a secret weapon for cultivating energy fruits. Due to the unique geographic position of the Northwest, the talents of its inhabitants are stifled, preventing them from harnessing the vital energies of the world for growth, resulting in a proliferation of enormous dinosaurs, some reaching dozens or even hundreds of meters in length, posing significant danger. Yet, upon their demise, the energy pearls within them yield delightful energy fruits that vary in grade: yellow, blue, red, purple, and black. The energy fruit he recently encountered is a third-tier fruit, capable of elevating him from a beast man to a beast master, although it pales in comparison to the purple fruit he obtained in his past life. It is still quite remarkable, yet was cruelly snatched away by that insufferable female. Chertion raised his head defiantly, and indeed, the girl who had become a beast master was the least favored daughter of that beast emperor, who was deemed unworthy even to climb into her own bed in her previous life. Now, with his diminished strength, he found himself crawling at her feet, a situation that was utterly infuriating. Chapter 38. Lord Youyou. Since his rebirth, Chertion has valued his life greatly. Although this female, whom he had previously disregarded, is now a formidable beast master in the context of the Northwest, he swiftly resolved to engage her favorably. Drawing upon the skills he had honed in his past life to charm women, he spent less than half an hour not only regaining his footing, but also gently massaging Youyou's shoulders, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. "How is it, Lord Youyou? Is it comfortable?" he murmured, lavishing her with compliments. The young girl, unaccustomed to such flattery, found herself flustered, despite her father's esteemed status as a notable beast emperor in the East. Her own awakened beast being a pig rendered her rather unpopular. Furthermore, she had only recently attained the level of beastmaster, a status that paled in comparison to her siblings, who had pleasing beast forms and had achieved the level of beast spirit. Thus, she had been sent to this desolate place to collect energy fruits, while her sisters were either accompanying their father to gatherings with the Beast King or enjoying lavish hospitality in prosperous tribes. Meanwhile, her own tasks were laborious and unrewarding, such as finding 100 first-tier energy fruits or 30 second-tier ones, or even 10 third-tier fruits to return home. "Yes, it's comfortable. You're quite good, and I am very satisfied," Youyou expressed, her initial irritation dissipating as she found his looks appealing. Although this man lacked prowess, his handsome visage aligned with her aesthetic preferences, and his white-lined beast form was endearing, granting Chertion an opportunity to shine. It was well known that her sisters had their fair share of handsome courtiers, while she had none, a fact that had long troubled her. A powerful male could never play the role of a mere male consort, and those who were attractive but lacked strength were uninterested in her. It was more advantageous for them to pursue stronger or higher status females. Conversely, those who were both weak and unattractive were dismissed, leaving her in a state of helplessness. "I have even more pleasurable methods. I wonder if the beloved Lord Youyou would be willing to try?" Chertion suggested enticingly. Youyou's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Though she had matured for several years, she had never truly experienced the joys of intimacy. Chertion had resolved that to obtain the energy fruits, he must win over this girl, and he also intended to use her to undermine the Tao clan, channeling all his pent-up grievances. Observing the surroundings, he confirmed they were relatively safe, suggesting that the Beastmaster possessed the ability to repel carnivorous dinosaurs. This realization further solidified his decision to remain by her side. As safety was paramount, Chertion intensified his efforts, aware of his shortcomings, and to avoid repulsing her, he recalled a technique he had learned in his previous life. He understood that the outcome hinged on this moment. However, in the next instant, the inexperienced Youyou transformed back into her beast form, a 500-pound pink pig, crashing down on Chertion and nearly sending him to the afterlife. He had never anticipated that the least favored daughter of that beast emperor would take the form of a pig. As she pressed upon him, he felt a wave of revulsion. Yet, Chertion dared not show any sign of his disgust, for ensuring his safety and leveraging her for his desires were crucial, especially since he had already committed himself halfway. He could not allow his efforts to be in vain. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, a weary Tian suppressed his nausea, holding the rosy-faced Youyou while continuing to shower her with sweet words. Once back in her human form, Youyou playfully punched Tian's chest, bashfully inquiring, "Little lion, although I have not experienced this before, I have heard from others that it seems different from what we have. Why don't you take the initiative?" Startled, Tian quickly explained, "Lord Youyou, you are like the most beautiful sun in my heart. How could a wretch like me tarnish your exalted form?" Hearing this, Youyou felt a surge of delight. Yet her yearning for genuine pleasure remained unmet. She touched his chest, saying, "I don't mind." Tian thought to himself, "She may not mind, but I certainly find it repulsive. How could I, a dignified beast king, ever engage with a pig?" He struggled to articulate his thoughts. "No, I cannot sully your noble body for fleeting pleasure. Come now, little lion. I cannot delay your future with the beast king." In a critical moment, Tian finally spoke the words that stilled Youyou's impulses. She ceased her advances and kissed him, asking, "Do you truly believe I deserve the beast king?" "Indeed, Lord Youyou is the most beautiful existence in my heart, and undoubtedly worthy of the beast king. If you are not worthy, who else in this world could ever be?" Tian uttered the most disingenuous words of his life. "It is not that I am unwilling, but I cannot allow my filthy self to defile your noble body. Otherwise, the beast king may become angered." Tian well remembered the lengths to which those females had gone to climb into his bed. "I can endure this, and did I not serve you comfortably just now?" Tian resolutely defended his final bastion. Youyou contemplated and found herself in agreement. Moreover, she believed that her other sisters had all mated with inferior males, thereby tainting their bodies. The beast king would surely look down upon them. Perhaps this was her opportunity. Instantly, Youyou's mood brightened considerably, and she even casually produced a first-grade energy fruit as a reward for Tian. "Here, take this. From now on, you shall be mine, Youyou, and no one shall dare to mistreat you," she declared with a grand gesture. Tian muttered to himself, "Damn it, after all my hard work, I end up with this meager first-grade energy fruit. What a loss. Thank you very much, Lady Youyou. I shall remember your kindness for eternity." Chapter 39. Tian returns after serving Youyou for 2 consecutive days. Tian finally achieved his ulterior motives with great reluctance. During these 2 days, he had embellished the current situation of the Northwest region and the heresies of the Tao clan. As the owner of the Northwest territory, although she was not favored by her father, she was certainly aware of her position. As a member of the ruling class, she would never allow such instabilities to persist. Having grasped the general situation, she understood the current standing of the Lingshu tribe in the Northwest. She resolved to dismantle the Lingshu tribe and support another tribe to lead the Northwest region, ultimately deciding to back a cold-blooded and easily controlled hyena tribe. For Tian, this was inconsequential, as he would leave the Northwest region after the cataclysm caused by the migration of the colossal dinosaurs. He had no interest in who governed this wretched place. However, he harbored resentment toward Tao Youyou and the old rhinoceros monkey, intending for them to meet their demise. He certainly did not wish to spare them. Since he was already set on reorganizing the Northwest, he decided to indulge the little lion's wish, especially as Youyou cherished him dearly. Despite her claims of that female being formidable, Youyou paid no heed, for in the grand scheme of the Northwest, even the most powerful figures were merely insignificant to her. Surely, the little lion had yet to witness the world. As Youyou's favored consort, Tian naturally accompanied her to the hyena tribe. After enhancing the overall strength of the hyena tribe with a diluted first-grade energy fruit, he began to devise a plan against the Tao clan. Once Tao Youyou and her large contingent departed, Tian returned. Upon his arrival, he kicked down the grand clock standing at the tribe's entrance. After Tao Youyou's departure, only the old chieftain remained, accompanied by a few elderly, young, sickly, and infirm members. With the clock's collapse, the remaining members of the tribe were startled awake by the tremendous noise, only to witness Tian's beast form trampling the clock to ruins. "Tian, how dare you?" the old chieftain scolded. The white lion stepped forward, transforming into human form and seizing the old chieftain by the throat. "What is there to fear? Look at me now. he retorted, hurling the old chieftain aside. The old rhinoceros was sent reeling, spitting out a mouthful of blood, astonished at Shi Tian's sudden prowess. Trust me, old man, I won't let you die so easily. Shi Tian advanced a few steps, pressing his toe upon the old chieftain's face, gritting his teeth. Fu Xiaoxiu was also roused by the commotion, and upon seeing Shi Tian's foot on the old chieftain, shouted angrily, Shi Tian, how can you do this? Initially, Shi Tian felt slightly better upon seeing Fu Xiaoxiu, but grew impatient at her reproach. Yes, this is exactly how I am. What will you do about it? You wretched female, thinking you matter, come here, or do you believe I won't kill your brother first? He yanked Fu Xiaoxiu toward him, fearful for her brother's safety. Fu Xiaoxiu dared not utter another word. Shi Tian was relieved to have sent Zhu Zhu away. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to act against the beauty in her presence. He absolutely would not permit these people to witness his being manipulated by a female. Yet, he had no intention of sparing them. News of Shi Tian's raid soon spread, and upon witnessing his combat prowess, the tribe's elderly and young were utterly incapable of resistance. The old chieftain had been subdued in a single move. Originally engrossed in studying the numerous blueprints recently provided by Tao Youyou, Bao Long was awakened by Fu Xiao's call. Realizing the tribe was now in crisis, Bao Long observed the panicked Fu Xiao clutching a small fluffy creature and an egg. Without hesitation, he crawled over to a discreet pile of rocks within the cave, revealing a passage large enough for a person to pass through. You all stay hidden. No matter what happens, do not come out until your mother returns, understood? For Bao Long, the debt he owed to Tao Youyou was monumental. At this moment, protecting her children was more important than his own life. Fu Xiao understood the gravity of the situation, nodding solemnly at Bao Long. Uncle Bao Long, we understand. You all stay safe and run as far as you can. Bao Long nodded, closing the internal mechanism, and then wheeled himself off to find Ao Tian. Ao Tian initially thought he would need to wait a year for his bones to heal, but unexpectedly, within just a few weeks, Tao Youyou provided him with the healing medicine. Now, he could move freely, but the chieftain had mentioned that injuries to bones require 100 days to mend. Thus he remained in the tribe to recuperate, absent from the operation to save the Lingshu tribe. Bao Long and Ao Tian stealthily gathered the remaining combat-capable members of the tribe, distributing the recently crafted weapons among them. The tribe's survival hinged on them. The females and young depended solely on their strength. We must hold on until the chieftain returns. Even if someone can escape to deliver a message, that would suffice. He urged, that scoundrel Shi Tian, how foolish was I to once admire him. I must have been blind, he's trash. Enough, we all know what kind of person Shi Tian is. Discussing it further is pointless. We fear his vengeful nature will bring us no good, Ao Tian remarked while counting the numbers. Lu Su, gripping his crossbow, hesitated. There is something else I'm unsure whether to mention. Out with it, speak quickly, another awakened beastman urged. After some thought, Lu Su finally spoke, if nothing unexpected occurs. Lord Fujiao may also have been framed by Shi Tian and fallen into the endless abyss. What did you say? The crowd erupted in anger. I'm not entirely certain. I might be mistaken, but the figure did resemble him. Lu Su explained, conflicted. I knew Fujiao could never have fallen into the endless abyss. It must have been that beast's doing. Several beastmen who had once benefited from Fujiao's kindness declared, their eyes reddening with rage. Bao Long observed the turmoil at the tribe's entrance and calculated that now was the optimal moment to escape. Enough of this. The vengeance for Lord Fujiao can only be repaid once we find the chieftain. For now, we must prioritize getting the young ones to safety. As Shi Tian gazed upon the terrified expressions of the people on the ground, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He had finally recaptured that exhilarating feeling of dominance. While the entire tribe was engulfed in chaos, only Shi and Lian wore expressions of delight. Was a brighter future finally upon them? Shi dashed out from the tribe's classroom, heading straight for Shi Tian. Brother, you have finally returned. You have no idea how unbearable life has been without you these past few days. Chapter 40. Shi Tian returns again according to the tribe's arrangement. All underage younglings were required to attend lessons in the tribe's classroom, and those over 10 had to practice hunting skills, which conveniently included Shi. In the past, Shi accustomed to reigning with the might of Tian, had never submitted to authority. Now, he was entirely disinclined to adhere to a routine of rising early for classes, let alone endure the arduous task of hunting. This was undoubtedly a catastrophe for his inherently lazy disposition. Particularly perplexing to him was the transformation of Lang Bai, who had once endured the trials of open camp life. He now thrived, akin to a salted fish turned over, even ascending to the esteemed position of the tribe's youthful leader. What troubled Shi the most was his newfound status as the tribe's outcast, a consequence of his brother's ostracism, which in turn rendered him less liked by others. This sense of disparity became unbearable, especially after Lang Bai had become the brother of Hu Ernyo. Yet, what would he do? Lacking any agency, he had to abide by the tribe's rules. Rising before dawn for classes became his most dreaded task. At that moment, witnessing his brother's newfound strength in return, he could not help but feel a flicker of joy. Similarly, Tu Yin Er was taken aback to realize that the recent reconciliation with Bao Lang was her final opportunity, a chance she foolishly failed to cherish. Leaving her with immense regret, she watched as Bao Lang, despite sitting upon an unfamiliar chair, remained unaffected and even garnered greater respect from the tribe. He was now crafting weapons for the tribe's warriors, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. After each hunt, the meat distributed among the tribe was always first selected by Bao Lang, whereas in the past, that honor would have been hers. Now, she struggled daily to meet her basic needs, while Bao Lang had likely amassed enough provisions for the entire winter. It was once the case that Bao Lang's food was her food, and he would willingly trade his own provisions for her preferred delicacies. Now, however, he seemed to have entirely cast her aside. Recently, she had approached him with confidence, attempting to win his affection, only to find him utterly indifferent, even expressing disdain. This was a painful realization for Tu Yin Er, leaving her incredulous that this male was once willing to sacrifice everything for her. The days of regret proved torturous, but at last, Tian returned. Despite his unkind demeanor towards her, she felt a glimmer of hope, believing that as his female, she would not starve. Tu Yin Er approached Tian, yearning to lean against him, but he coldly interjected, urging her to keep her distance. Perhaps the recent blows to her pride had dulled her sensitivity, as she ignored his disrespectful attitude and stood beside him, disregarding her former close friend who was glaring at her. "Brother, I must tell you, Ao Tian and that crippled Bao Lang have fled with many of the tribe's cubs," Shi eagerly proclaimed. "Fled? Huh, what can those two invalids possibly achieve?" Tian scoffed, reflecting on his own harrowing days outside the tribe, dismissing the notion that two cripples could manage to lead a group of dependents anywhere. "Brother, are you not concerned they might seek out the tribe's leader or that wretched female for help?" Shi fretted, not wishing to endure the oppression of that loathsome female again or suffer the indignity of Lang Bai's dominance. "Let them go, even if they find Tao Youyou. What then? That foul female is likely incapable of saving herself and may have already become a plaything of the hyena clan." He laughed cruelly. "You beast!" Hu Xiao could no longer restrain herself, rebuking him. Tian, already feeling humiliated from playing the role of a pawn for Juju, was instantly enraged by her words. He seized her beast-skin skirt, tearing it apart, and forced her to the ground, threatening, "You had better not provoke me further. Utter another word, and I shall deal with you right here." It was only the remnants of the former Beast King's dignity that restrained him from further violence. For he was a noble Beast King, not to be reduced to the level of a wild beast. "Let go of my sister. I will kill you," Hulala shouted, witnessing her sister's plight. In an instant, she charged at Tian, only to be flung into the air and crash down onto a rocky surface. "Break her hands and legs," Tian stated impassively to his brother. Shivered, hesitating. "Brother, are you truly going to break her limbs?" Tian replied impatiently, "Yes. Do not make me repeat myself. You must cultivate some courage. With your timidity, you are unworthy to be my brother." dared not argue further and lifted a nearby stone, preparing to strike Hululu. "No, do not harm my brother." Tian, "I will agree to mate with you. Is that not sufficient?" Hu Xiao finally relented, her heart aching as she watched her bloodied brother succumb to Shirdi's assault. Hearing her desperate pleas, Shirtian felt a sense of relief, scoffing, "Do you truly believe you have the right to bargain with me now?" In the span of merely half an hour, the entire tribe succumbed to chaos. Fortunately, most of the cubs had escaped under the protection of Bao Lang and Ao Tian, while the remaining females and the elderly were left abandoned at the tribe's entrance. "You gather them all," Shirtian commanded Tu Lianair. Although he failed to locate the 3 cubs of Fu Zhao, his disappointment was mitigated by the realization that life beyond the tribe was fraught with peril, allowing him to settle his mind. The escapees, Bao Lang and his companions, found themselves at a loss for direction until they unexpectedly encountered the cavalry from the Warhorse tribe. "You should return with us. It is far too dangerous out here," Ma Shan urged, quickly positioning the cubs for protection. "We must find the leader. If the leader returns, our mothers will be saved." Several cubs clamored, eager to seek out Tao Youyou. Ma Shan felt a pang of sympathy for the orphaned cubs, reassuring them, "Come back to the tribe with your uncles. I promise we will send someone to find your leader." Chapter 41. Self-reproach. All right, the cubs obediently agreed. Despite the calamity that had befallen the Tao clan, the cubs remained remarkably composed, waiting confidently for their leader to return and rescue their mothers. Tao Youyou and her companions hurried back, anxious to avoid any delays. Yet by the time they returned, it was already the 3rd day. From a distance, she noticed the tribe members bound at the entrance. Dozens of individuals haphazardly tied near the rocky shore. Due to hunger and thirst, several elders and a majority of the females had begun to show signs of weakness. In the corner, a bloodied figure, exuding an awful stench, lay unconscious, swarmed by insects. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Hu Xiao's younger brother, Hulula, a child she recognized from a past encounter with Fu Xiao. Initially, she had found him rather unpleasant, but she later discovered his admirable qualities, his kindness towards his sister and respect for elders. She could not bear to contemplate the fate of her own cubs amid such turmoil. Tao Youyou still recalls how Shirtian held a profound affection for Hu Xiao. Yet, despite this, his cruelty extended even to her younger brother, let alone to Fu Xiao and his companions. The old chieftain dangled from the entrance of the tribe, suspended by a vine bristling with thorns. His ashen complexion a grim testament to the fact that the old rhinoceros had departed this world. Beside him, the shaman of the Yuelang sat in a stupor, his eyes vacant, as if his very soul had been exorcised. Tao Youyou trembled as she gently lowered the lifeless body of the chieftain, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she sought to quell the rising agitation among her kin. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a curtain of water, urging the parched members of her tribe to quench their thirst. Thankfully, some of the revived tribesfolk informed her that Bao Lang had managed to escape with the younglings. This news, at last, spared her from descending into madness. "Chieftain, you have finally returned. We were so frightened." A few frail and timid females wept upon seeing Tao Youyou, shedding the facade of strength they had maintained over the past few days. The shaman, having lost his spirit, finally regained his senses. He glanced at his deceased friend, then at Tao Youyou, whose eyes brimmed with tears, momentarily rendered speechless. Good. It is good to be back," he murmured. When Yuelang heard Shirtian's words about Tao Youyou being schemed against, he felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. "Grandpa Yuelang, it is all my fault. My misjudgment in this decision led to the loss of the chieftain's life and caused you all so much suffering." For the first time, Tao Youyou experienced a profound sense of guilt and remorse. Yet, no amount of self-reproach could resurrect the old chieftain. The vast selection of potions in the system shop offered no elixir of life. After mending Hu Lele's broken bones and applying soothing herbs, she could only gaze at the serene visage of the old chieftain, burdened by guilt. If she had not insisted on rescuing the Ling Shu tribe, Shirtian would not have had the opportunity to destroy their home. This setback deeply impressed upon Tao Youyou the weight of her responsibilities. Though she was a transmigrator, she was not invincible. A single mistake could plunge those around her into peril, especially as a chieftain. With great power comes even greater responsibility. She was no longer the solitary warrior she once was. She needed to be accountable for all her tribe's members. The lesson imparted by the old chieftain's sacrifice was not lost on her. Chieftain, it is not your fault. The chieftain is Shirtian. Please do not cry. As she observed the weakened, yet comforting figures of her tribesfolk, a genuine sense of belonging blossomed within her for the first time, and she silently vowed to shoulder the responsibilities of a chieftain anew. This was not merely a home for the three cubs. It was also her strongest pillar of support. Meanwhile, aside from the old chieftain, the remaining tribespeople gradually regained their strength, their hearts filled with renewed vigor. Tao Youyou had returned. Their chieftain was back. Surely, the Beast King had heard their fervent prayers, sending their deity to rescue them. Tao Youyou's return stirred quite a commotion. Tu Yin'er had long hidden away, initially intending to flee, but recalling Shirtian's current might, she reconsidered and hurried back to inform him. For the past few days, Shirtian had finally found joy, residing in the newly constructed Chieftain's Council Hall, indulging in food and merriment without the need for hunting, relishing the tribe's storied reserves of dinosaur meat, and enjoying ample water from the twin reservoirs, which even allowed him to take a bath. Aside from a lack of sufficient servants and variety in food, his life was almost comparable to that of the Beast King in his previous life. Hurry, feed me the meat with your mouth. Shirtian lazily commanded Hu Xiuxiu while reclining on Tao Youyou's rocking chair. Hu Xiuxiu, filled with humiliation, was forced into a three-piece leather skirt that made her feel utterly ashamed. For the sake of her brother's life, she bore the indignity. Crawling on the ground, she picked up the oldest piece of meat with her mouth and slowly made her way toward Shirtian. He accepted the meat, savoring it while not forgetting to take advantage of the situation by groping her. If possible, Hu Xiuxiu wished she could bite off this disgusting man's throat, but she knew she could not, as it would only endanger Leilei's life. Thus, she forced herself to continue serving him. Thankfully, while he was indiscreet, he had yet to commit the most vile acts, and she managed to maintain her most cherished virtue, albeit barely. It was not that Shirtian was unwilling. He merely feared that if he indulged in such acts, he would be marked by her scent and, upon encountering Juju in a few days, risk losing his dim-witted backing and incurring the wrath of a beastmaster. Once he left the northwest region and lifted the territorial seal, entering the domain of the Beast King, he could then enjoy the beauties without concern. Not good, not good. Tu Yin'er burst in, interrupting Shirtian's moment of comfort. Much to his displeasure, "What are you making a fuss about? This is not a place for you." He snapped. I'm sorry, tu Leonard Stelmaret, startled by his irritable tone. Just what? Speak clearly, don't mumble. Tao Youyou has returned. Chapter 42. Black Pig what? Shirtian was taken aback, springing to his feet. Tu Yin'er reiterated. Tao Youyou has returned. She brought many people with her. How could she return? Shouldn't she be suffering in the Lingshu tribe? Shirtian pondered, unable to understand. Had a hyena tribe scheme failed? His grim expression revealed his dissatisfaction with the hyena tribe, a pack of incompetents who could not even restrain a single female. However, he quickly regained his composure. He was now an advanced beast warrior, capable of overpowering all the beastmen in the northwest region. Even if she returned with her companions, their numbers would be inconsequential against true power. Moreover, it was perfect timing for her return. The humiliation she had inflicted upon him could be repaid in kind. Disregarding the kneeling Tu Yin'er and the cornered Hu Xiuxiu, he strode toward the door. After Shirtian left, Tu Yin'er looked enviously at the fair and radiant Hu Xiuxiu, just as she intended to seize the opportunity to pinch her. A loud crash echoed as Shirtian was thrown against the stone wall. Tao Youyou's wrath would not permit Shirtian to seek her out. She had come with her people to confront him. On the way back, her rising reputation had already unlocked the military window, and upon learning of Shirtian's current strength, she had preemptively exchanged for a handheld cannon at the system shop. Upon seeing Shirtian, she wasted no time and fired the cannon directly at him. Shirtian, taken aback by the sight of Tao Youyou brandishing a long black tube aimed at him, instinctively protected his heart, sensing danger. The next moment, he was blasted back into the room, crashing into the stone wall, feeling as if a giant dinosaur had trampled over him. his insides feeling as though they had exploded. No, how is this possible? He thought, bewildered. He could not detect any energy emanating from Tao Youyou, yet she had effortlessly defeated him. He was utterly perplexed. However, Tian had no time to ponder what Tao Youyou had just wielded. He could only see her advancing toward him like a demon from the abyss, her eyes alight with murderous intent. No, you cannot kill me. I am a chosen one, Tian attempted to plead, but his words were silenced as Tao Youyou's icy gauntlet met his face. Since arriving in this world, Tao Youyou has scarcely engaged in combat herself. Instead, she often chooses to remain at a distance, acting as a stealthy assassin with her ice blades, or simply enjoys the role of a charming water-controlling mage. Even the various trinkets procured from the system have been distributed to the orcs for their use. It almost slipped her mind that she had once clawed her way through a sea of corpses during the apocalypse. She is no stranger to the art of fighting. This punch was delivered by the old ape, the ape shaman. This punch belonged to Hulele. This punch represented the collective might of the tribe's females. Grasping the hair of Tian, Tao Youyou forcefully slammed his head against the ground, emphatically stating, "This blow signifies the tribe's protection of you over the years. Indeed, your strength has noticeably increased, as even cannon fire cannot vanquish you. It seems the old chieftain's vendetta will require further action." Although her expression remained impassive, her words bore a chilling tone. Tian, bloodied and battered, had lost consciousness, mumbling incoherently, "No, you cannot kill me. I have been reborn. I am a chosen one. The Beast King. So he has been reborn. That explains much." Tao Youyou finally comprehended Tian's peculiar behavior during this time. For in the memories of the original host, he had not been like this. Just as she was preparing to send Tian to his eternal rest, a massive pig weighing 500 pounds suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing through the sturdy roof and creating a sizable hole. "How dare you bully my pet?" The last remnant of clarity in Tian evaporated upon hearing Juju's words. He was utterly embarrassed at the thought of having become a pet to a pig, a feeling more humiliating than the beating he had just endured. Tao Youyou had anticipated the arrival of such a significant figure, yet she could hardly fathom that this figure would be a pig, and from the sound of it, a female one at that. Most importantly, how had Tian come to be this pig's pet? It was simply inconceivable. Nevertheless, if this pig could claim Tian as her pet, there must be a reason. And Tao Youyou did not underestimate her simply because of her poor sign form. Once more, Tao Youyou raised her cannon. After enduring a shot, the enraged pig transformed from a pink hue to a rough-skinned black pig, its appearance diminished, losing any semblance of cuteness. Juju was equally astonished, questioning how such a creature with immense destructive power could exist among the orcs of the Northwest Domain. Who on earth is she? Feeling the pain radiating from her hindquarters, Juju regretted coming to rescue Tian, realizing that he was merely an expendable pet. Had she known the tribe was this formidable, she would not have intervened. However, now that she was there, and recognizing the formidable skills of the white lion, it seemed a waste to let her first pet perish. So she decided to carry him away and return later to avenge her wounded rear. Utilizing her berserk state, Juju tossed the bloodied Tian on her back and broke through the wall to escape. Tao Youyou realized she cannot stop her and, wishing to avoid unnecessary harm to her own, fired 2 more shots at the retreating black pig before relenting. "Everyone, do not enter yet." Tao Youyou retrieved a towel from her space, capable of enveloping a person entirely, and draped it over Xiao. Earlier, Tao Youyou had blocked the others from entering, taking the lead with her cannon to confront Tian, but now, due to the commotion caused by the black pig, the tribe members rushed over. It's all right. No need to fear." Tao Youyou comforted Xiao while gently patting her back. The accumulated humiliation and grievance of 3 consecutive days caused Xiao's face to flush, and she suddenly burst into tears. "Oh, my brother is in dire straits." Xiao sobbed, overwhelmed with emotion. Xiao cried so hard that she even hiccuped. The gravity of the situation nearly made Tao Youyou laugh, but she restrained herself, quickly assuring, It's all right. Lele is safe now. He's just outside waiting for you." Chapter 43. I'm sorry. Mother has arrived late. Shirtion had been taken away, and his initial act of revenge had been utterly thwarted. Yet, despite this, the upheaval had inflicted significant damage upon the tribe, foremost being the death of the old chieftain. A loss that was irreparable and unmatched by any other. Tao Youyou dared not dwell on it. She still needed to locate Bao Lang and Mao Tian, who had fled with the cubs, uncertain of their injuries, and worried whether the little ones were frightened. She had to gather herself. Tao Youyou left 3 individuals to assess the losses while the rest remained to guard the tribe, preventing Shirtion and the Black Pig from launching a surprise counterattack. The remainder of the group, led by Tao Youyou, prepared to search for the cubs. To enhance efficiency, she even exchanged for a locator device, which would automatically reveal the location of a person once an item belonging to them was placed inside. This modest device, lacking in prestige, proved invaluable to Tao Youyou at this moment, albeit with a minor flaw. It was heavily influenced by distance, only indicating a general direction if the target was beyond 10 kilometers. However, that sufficed. As long as she could find the right direction, Tao Youyou was confident in bringing him back. After testing it with one of her hairpins, she received a confirmation that the target was within 1 meter of her location. Understanding the device's operation, she wasted no time and made her way to Bao Lang's cave, knowing she would need to find the cub's belongings. She was aware that Bao Lang's workshop contained tools he used daily. "Oh, mother is back. Mother is back. Brother, wake up." The little fur ball frantically nudged the unconscious Fu Xia, who had succumbed to dehydration, lack of oxygen, and blood loss. However, Fu Xia showed no signs of response. That day, Shirtion's sudden assault had caught them off guard. Fu Xia had no time to consider anything else and had rushed to seek help from Bao Lang, clutching the little fur ball and Hey Dan. When Bao Lang hid them in the secret chamber, he completely forgot to leave them water and food. The chamber was newly constructed, small and cramped, with limited oxygen and extremely dry air. By the following morning, the little fur ball was severely dehydrated, and although Fu Xia felt anxious, he found himself powerless. He had only focused on listening to Uncle Bao Lang's instructions to hide, failing to inquire how to exit the chamber. The dim environment left them both thirsty and hungry. Yet he could not open the chamber, even with his beastly strength, which only resulted in injury. Seeing the blood he had drawn from slamming against the stone walls sparked an idea, though he hesitated. However, witnessing his brother's increasing weakness and fading consciousness, Fu Xia finally decided to cut his finger, determined to use his blood to sustain the dehydrated little furball. In the days that followed, Fu Xia abandoned attempts to break through the stone wall, instead using his blood to maintain the little furball's minimal survival. While he himself grew so weak he could barely stand. On the 3rd morning, the little furball awakened, and upon realizing he had come to only by drinking his brother's blood, he felt a surge of anguish, an overwhelming longing for their mother. "Woo-woo, brother, stop cutting. I don't want it. Please don't. Be good, brother. Mother will return soon. We just need to hold on a little longer." Fu Xia's awareness began to blur, and he could hardly comprehend his brother's words, instinctively wanting to feed him his blood. "Whoa. Brother, wake up. Brother, wake up." Fu Shu had never experienced such darkness. Even when they were told their father had died, it only felt as though the sky had fallen. Nothing compared to today as despair. In this confined, dimly lit space, I helplessly watched my elder brother grow increasingly frail, collapsing before me while I could do nothing. Even though I longed to provide him with blood, akin to what he had done for me, my small milk teeth failed to pierce my own flesh. The anguish was nearly overwhelming. "Mother, when will you return?" I lay atop the unconscious body of my brother, Fu Xiao, where only the faint rhythm of his heartbeat offered me a semblance of solace. Suddenly, I sensed the familiar scent of my mother returning. I desperately clawed at Fu Xiao, attempting to rouse him, but he remained utterly unresponsive. I leaped down from his body and cried out towards the stone wall, yet silence persisted. Just as despair settled in, and I feared that my mother might not find us, I detected her presence drawing nearer. Tao Youyou, upon entering the room of Bao Lang, seized the stone axe she often employed. To her astonishment, a red that appeared, gradually moving toward the direction of the tribe. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she prepared to venture out in search of her children. when her gaze fell upon a cube resting on the corner of Bao Lang's table. This cube belonged to Fu Xiao, a small gift she had exchanged for him long ago, which he cherished. Subsequently, Bao Lang had borrowed it for his own research, intrigued by its mysteries. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Tao Youyou instinctively placed the cube atop the locator device, and it soon began to emit a series of beeping sounds. Less than 3 meters away, Tao Youyou stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. What was happening? Could the device be malfunctioning? Surely it could not be faulty? Just moments ago, it indicated a distance of 10 miles, and now it claimed to be within 3 meters. Yet there was nothing in sight. Tentatively, she called out, "Babies, are you there?" A chorus of cries echoed back. "We're here, mother. Help, brother, please." In the silence of the room, the faint sounds of her little ones reached her ears, and realization dawned upon her. Fu Xiao and the little fur ball must have been concealed by Bao Lang within the premises. "Little shoes, where are you?" she called again. "We're behind the wall, mother. Brother is in dire straits." At last, Tao Youyou discerned the source of the voices, understanding that Bao Lang had indeed excavated a hidden chamber. But where was the mechanism to access it? She searched meticulously until she discovered a protrusion on the wall. Grasping it firmly, she pulled with all her might, and the left wall slowly creaked open. At last, she beheld her 3 children nestled within the stone chamber. Finding them filled her heart with joy. Yet that joy was swiftly overshadowed by despair. The sight of her 2 children was heart-wrenching. Blood stained the fur at the corner of the little furball's mouth. While Fu Xiao lay unconscious, his fingers marred with rough cuts, blood soaking a significant area around him. The scene was too tragic, and the realization of what had transpired brought tears streaming down her cheeks. "My dear children, I am so sorry for my delayed arrival," Tao Youyou struggled to articulate. Chapter 44. Failure without hesitation. She scooped Fu Xiao into her arms, her trembling hands scarcely daring to touch his battered ones. She exchanged a universal blood transfusion spray, a Qingxin Dan, a Ningxin potion, a pain relief and healing pill, and a bottle of stain remover. "Understood, host." Tao Youyou swiftly administered all the items to Fu Xiao, and in an instant, every wound upon him faded, leaving him considerably cleaner and fragrant. Soon after, Fu Xiao regained consciousness. "Mother." Upon regaining his state, Fu Xiao's eyes sparkled at the sight of Tao Youyou. She enveloped him tightly in her embrace, reluctant to let go. "My dear, it is mother's fault for being late," she lamented, unable to complete her sentence. "We do not blame you, mother. Please do not leave us again," Fu Xiao implored, wiping the tears from her face. In that moment, he truly resembled a child, snuggling into his mother's warmth and seeking comfort. Tao Youyou gazed intently at Fu Xiao and the little fur ball, solemnly declaring, "Mother shall never abandon you again. I vow that you will not endure such suffering again. Should I break this oath, let the heavens punish me." Do not say such ominous things, mother. Xiao and I want you to prepare delicious food for us." Yes, of course, delectable dishes. Tao Youyou recalled that her children had been trapped in that hidden chamber for 3 days without sustenance. Although the medicine had alleviated their ailments, their appetites remained unsatisfied. 2 cups of warm milk, a serving of unsalted fresh meat with egg yolk puree, a family bucket of fried chicken, and a generous portion of char siu with spare ribs filled the stone table, fragrant and mouth-watering. Having endured hunger for so long, Tao Youyou could not wait to prepare a meal for them, opting instead to purchase ready-made food with her prestige points. Once the children were sated, she finally regained her composure, cradling Fu Xiao in one arm and the little black egg in the other, with the fur ball resting on her shoulder as she returned to the council hall. Upon her return, she discovered that Bao Lang and Ao Tian had already returned with the tribe's younglings, alongside several warriors from the Warhorse tribe. After explanations were exchanged, Tao Youyou learned that the Ma Mountain tribe had dispatched individuals to monitor the Tao clan. Due to significant losses sustained by their tribe, they refrained from impulsively confronting Shirtian. Consequently, upon the return of Tao Youyou and her companions, the Watchers relayed this information back, prompting Bao Lang to hastily return with his people. Tao Youyou expressed her gratitude to the warriors of the Warhorse tribe. As night fell and Dangers lurked outside. She did not permit them to return to their own tribe, but instead arranged for them to stay. With everyone safely returned, she finally felt at ease. Though the assessment of losses soon began. Chief, although the lion tribe consumed only 1/10 of our stored meat, improper preservation and waste have rendered nearly half of it inedible. The loss of our water sources is even more dire, with almost 2 reservoirs contaminated. One was likely misused as a bathing pond, while the other no longer meets your standards for entry. The roof and walls of the council hall bear significant damage. The costs for repairs are exorbitant, and we do not recommend undertaking them. Aside from the elder chief, there were no fatalities. However, there are 32 injured, 30 of whom are females. The remainder includes the clock, plow, and various marvelous tools you recently acquired for the tribe, all of which have been damaged. Tao Youyou listened to the report with a stoic expression, aware that these losses were only the visible ones. Many unseen damages lingered, such as the psychological impact of her children being confined for 3 days, the potential for Hulele to develop a primal aversion to males, and the emotional trauma experienced by the tribe's numerous females. Above all, the death of the elder chief weighed heavily on her heart. Tao Youyou conducted the highest burial rites in the beast realm for the elder chief. Children, do not blame yourselves. The spirit of the old rhino shall receive the blessings of the beast king. Yuan Lu observed the transformation of Tao Youyou following the internal turmoil. She was no longer the vibrant and free-spirited individual she once was. Though her estrangement from the tribe had diminished, the smile on her face had long since faded. For the first time, Yuan Lu did not regard Tao Youyou as a divine messenger, but approached her as an elder, seeking to console her. It is my fault. My pride and overconfidence have harmed everyone and led to the elder chief's demise. Tao Youyou was ensnared in her own anguish. Watching her retreating figure, Yuan Lu could only sigh heavily, caressing the beast bone necklace that her old friend had once desired, murmuring, "Rest easy, old rascal. She will become a leader far better and more reliable than you could ever have imagined." Although the tribe experienced a degree of sorrow due to recent events, they gradually returned to their routine after the burial of the old chief, resuming their lives according to the schedule previously established by Tao Youyou. However, Shi Tian, taken by Zhu, was not as fortunate. He lay like a lifeless dog, carelessly discarded amid a pile of dirt. Zhu was taken aback by the fact that the female could unleash such a powerful attack not once but twice. This level of aggression surely reached the realm of beast spirits. Had she known, she would have never intervened. Now her once smooth skin was marred, charred black on her hindquarters, and even in her human form, her back resembled a burn victim's, no longer retaining its former sheen. Regret overwhelmed her, and upon seeing Shi Tian, who lay unconscious and bloodied, her anger intensified. He no longer resembled the dashing figure he once was, now a grotesque sight that turned her stomach. For such a creature, the effort seemed utterly unworthy. Zhu, fuming, kicked Shi Tian twice, her frustration mounting. Had she not invested so much to rescue him, she might have relished the thought of ending his life. After taking several deep breaths, she gradually regained her composure. This grievance could not go unaddressed. She was determined to reclaim her honor and ensure that the sinners of the Northwest region understood who the true authority was. It was imperative to establish who wielded the power of discourse in this world. Furthermore, the return of the female suggested that the hyena tribe's plans had indeed failed. It must have failed. The prowess of that female, Tao Youyou, was such that even she dared not confront her directly, let alone those wild dogs. The thought of this infuriated Zhu further. Her lowly status in the Beast King territory, coupled with insufficient authority, was one thing. But to encounter such uncontrollable events in the Northwest was intolerable. If her father were to learn of the recurrent issues in the Northwest, he would undoubtedly be even more disappointed in her. Chapter 45, Recruitment. Moreover, to stabilize the Northwest region, Zhu had expended several yellow energy fruits and a blue energy fruit to bolster the strength of the hyena tribe. It was essential to remember that her primary mission was to procure energy fruits for her father, and although these fruits were of lower tier, they represented the culmination of her arduous efforts over several days. Now, They were entirely gone, just as misfortune would have it, before she could tend to her wounds. She found herself targeted by two horned dinosaurs. Her anger flared, and she prepared for battle, but the pain in her body compelled her to retreat. In her flight, she did not forget to drag the incapacitated Shi Tian along, vowing that he would pay an equal price for what he had done to her. If all else failed, she would sell him to the orc slave camp. With his beast form and appearance, he should fetch a decent price. In her haste, Youyou paid little attention to Shi Tian's injuries. As she dragged him to evade the dinosaurs, the jostling roused him from his stupor. Yet, before he could comprehend his predicament, Youyou struck him unconscious again, unwilling to allow this burden to hinder her escape. Youyou ran as if she might vomit, finally shaking off the wretched dinosaurs. She refrained from transforming into human form, gasping heavily, her fangs dripping with saliva as sweat drenched the ground beneath her. She seized Shi Tian's relatively clean mane to wipe away her sweat and saliva, entirely disregarding her appearance. Meanwhile, Tao Youyou began leading the tribe in cultivating the land, establishing vegetable gardens, and even constructing greenhouses to prepare for the impending cold season. Her initially aggressive demeanor had mellowed considerably. She no longer fixated on reclaiming the 18 tribes of the Northwest, but instead opted for a more amicable approach with neighboring tribes, allowing things to unfold naturally. However, the rescue of the Ling Shu tribe fostered a sense of subservience among the Da Xiong, Haozhou, Lia Bao, and Pan Shu tribes towards the Tao clan. And Tao Youyou naturally reciprocated. The War Horse tribe, having suffered significant losses during the dry season and located in a less than favorable position, chose to fully integrate into the Tao clan, becoming members of the tribe. Ma Shan meticulously buried the tiny black seeds, known as seeds, into the soil, watering them thoroughly. It was said that in due time, food would sprout, ensuring that no tribe member would face starvation, even without venturing out to hunt. Though it seemed miraculous, Ma Shan had no doubts. Since the integration into the Tao clan, he had witnessed too many extraordinary occurrences. Whatever the chief stated must surely hold true. Tao Youyou had expended considerable prestige points to exchange for an impressive 10 cubic meters of various seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, determining to utilize her prestige wisely for long-term benefit. After all, if it were just her family, the occasional exchange with the system would suffice for sustenance. However, now she was responsible for an entire tribe, over 1,000 souls, and if she did not meticulously plan the use of her prestige, even an abundance could lead to ruin. Thus, it was essential to teach them self-sufficiency. Furthermore, Tao Youyou estimated that when the cold season arrived, life would be even more challenging than during the dry season, and the other 16 tribes would also require assistance, necessitating early preparation. With the full integration of the War Horse tribe, the current cave accommodations were insufficient. Rather than hastily constructing thatched huts, which would need to be rebuilt come winter, it was preferable to take comprehensive measures. With the need to cultivate land, construct homes, and hunt, the tribe's population soon faced a critical situation. In a council hall, Tao Youyou selected 15 brave warriors and dispatched them to various tribes to recruit laborers. She distributed the recruitment notice she had just composed to these 15 warriors. The notice called for the recruitment of hundreds of laboring beasts, stipulating that candidates must be healthy, disease-free, and obedient to management, with those possessing various skills prioritized. The daily wage was set at 10 pounds of meat, with provisions made for special cases requiring medical attention. Working hours would commence at sunrise and conclude at sunset, including 3 meals a day, with the option to adjust work cycles based on tribal distance. Workers could engage in short-term daily tasks or long-term weekly or monthly commitments. Currently, only 16 tribes remained in the Northwest region, with the War Horse tribe having merged into the Tao clan. The Hyena tribe had also become the Tao clan's free labor force, allowing each remaining tribe to spare 30 to 50 individuals for recruitment, thus marking the endeavor's success. Who would have thought that one could earn food and meat simply by performing some work? Many beasts toiled all day without guarantee of a catch, even in collective hunts. They had to surrender their spoils to the tribe first, and after distribution, they barely had enough to eat. The notion that this recruitment notice included 3 daily meals and an additional 10 pounds of meat was nothing short of a blessing from the Beast King. Tao Youyou's reputation had long since spread, and the inhabitants of the 16 Northwest tribes harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of the recruitment notice. Her earlier concerns about failing to attract workers were unfounded. In fact, due to an overwhelming number of applicants, competition for positions arose among the tribes. For the stability and harmonious development of each tribe, Tao Youyou was compelled to amend the regulations, prohibiting the elite hunting teams of each tribe from participating in the recruitment, targeting only those with weaker hunting abilities and family responsibilities, regardless of gender. Once this regulation was established, the tribe leaders finally relaxed, for the number of elite members was limited, and if they all flocked to work for the Tao clan, what would become of their own tribes in the future? The once vague impressions of the clan leaders, who had merely heard of Tao Youyou's great name without truly engaging with her, have been significantly elevated. The leader of the Tao clan is indeed a benevolent soul, and it appears that the rumors of her being the emissary sent by the Beast King to rescue the orcs of the Northwest are, in fact, true. Recently, Tao Youyou meticulously organized her system space. With the increase in her reputation, the size of her space has expanded considerably, now capable of holding several hundred cubic meters of items. The main panel of the system has illuminated various categories, including commerce, food, military, and technology, all neatly arranged in a structured manner. The joy of satisfying her obsessive-compulsive tendencies has finally come to fruition. Under Tao Youyou's careful cultivation, the first batch of vegetables has begun to sprout. Although the wheat requires more time to mature, the sight of vast green fields brings her great satisfaction, perhaps indicative of the peace of mind that comes from having provisions on hand. Moreover, these patches of green have added a splash of color to the tribe, dispelling the bleakness of the barren yellow landscape. Just as Tao Youyou was shaking off the weariness of recent days, the ground began to tremble violently. Chapter 46, Natural Disaster. An earthquake? The tremors intensified, prompting Tao Youyou to swiftly gather all the orcs from their caves. Fortunately, it was not the dead of night. Given their recent fatigue, they might not have sensed the earthquake immediately. The orcs, including those who had been recruited from other tribes, gathered in flat areas, preparing to reassess their tasks once the tremor subsided. However, it soon became evident to Tao Youyou that this was not a mere earthquake. It seemed to be caused by something enormous running nearby. As the shaking grew stronger, even stones on the ground began to roll and leap. While Tao Youyou remained relatively calm, the orcs were in a state of panic. It's not an earthquake, it's a migration of colossal dinosaurs, shouted Yuan. Migration? Tao Youyou immediately recalled documentaries she had watched before the apocalypse, depicting the great migrations of animals in Africa, such as wildebeests, zebras, and herds of antelope. While animal migrations are indeed spectacular and can pose certain dangers, they hardly seem worthy of such extreme fear, as if everyone were facing imminent death. In stark contrast to Tao Youyou's composure, the orcs around her began to panic, with Yuan collapsing to the ground in a frenzy, repeatedly chanting for the Beast King's protection. Please, Beast King, protect your subjects. Cracks began to appear in the ground, and in the distance, a thin plume of smoke rose from the northern mountains. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though creatures were moving within the smoke. However, from such a distance, one could only wonder how large these beings must be to be visible at all. A chill ran down Tao Youyou's spine as she recalled accounts from ancient texts describing gigantic dinosaurs over 100 meters tall. Could these behemoths be migrating? The disaster struck swiftly. Just as Tao Youyou pondered this, a cacophony erupted from the mountains as a multitude of dinosaurs surged forth. Ranging from 1 to 10 meters in height, they came rushing towards them, leading Tao Youyou to suspect that perhaps all the dinosaurs in the Northwest were converging on their location. The surrounding orcs began to scatter in a frenzy, and in that moment, Tao Youyou felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, leaving her unprepared for any countermeasures. The tremors intensified, becoming more pronounced the closer one got to the north. Gazing in that direction, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. It was too late to escape. The previously indistinct smoke was merely the dust kicked up by the stampede of massive creatures. The surrounding area quickly filled with swirling yellow dust, drastically reducing visibility. While the colossal beasts had yet to arrive, The ordinary dinosaurs that had emerged seemed endless, as if they had been injected with a stimulant, racing heedlessly southward. Tao Youyou even witnessed carnivorous and herbivorous dinosaurs running side by side, with previously slow-moving plant eaters now in a state of chaos. The carnivorous dinosaurs were in a frenzy, disregarding their surroundings as they barreled towards the orc tribe, uprooting buildings and debris in their wake. The giants drew ever closer, and the ground shook with increasing intensity. Houses and caves crumbled in an instant, while the mountains roared, sending massive boulders tumbling down mercilessly into the crowd, leaving devastation in their path as dust swirled in the air. In the distance, those colossal beings moved with such might that the earth trembled, causing the structures of distant tribes to collapse and roads to crack open by several meters. Within mere seconds, what once was a thriving village transformed into a desolate ruin. As Tao Youyou dodged the chaos of flying rocks and stampeding dinosaurs, her thoughts turned to the little Lao San still in her hatching box at home. She had to return to rescue it. Casting a glance at the approaching giants, she calculated the time and realized there was still a chance. Clutching Fu Xiao and the small Mao Tuanzi, she dashed toward her home, encountering Hu Erniu, who was preparing to protect herself. A thought struck her, and she tossed the two young ones toward her. "Erniu, catch them and take them away," she shouted. Hu Erniu instinctively caught them, but soon realized that Tao Youyou was heading in the opposite direction of their escape. "Youyou, what about you?" she frantically asked. "Don't worry about me. Get everyone out of here. Head south, toward the abyss. Protect Fu Xiao and Fu Shu. I beg you, sister," Tao Youyou replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. Hu Erniu, after a brief moment of panic, steadied herself, knowing she could not betray the leader's trust, and understood the significance of Lao San in Tao Youyou's heart. Without time for sentiment, she turned and secured Fu Xiao and Fu Shu, leading the remaining able-bodied individuals southward. Reaching her home, Tao Youyou was relieved to find it still standing. She glimpsed the approaching giants, now less than 100 meters away. Bursting into the house, she ran towards the hatching box. As she retrieved the black egg, a tightness gripped her heart. She knew she might not have time to escape. Using her instincts to evade danger, she rolled to the side, just as a massive pit opened where she had just stood. Yet, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the horde of colossal creatures arrived, casting a shadow that darkened her world. Although the titanic beasts did not intentionally seek to harm her, they were indifferent to the lives beneath their feet. Tao Youyou was certain that not even the true Beast King would survive a single step from these giants. At that moment, it felt as if she were dancing on the edge of a blade. Any lapse in attention could spell doom for both herself and Lao San, perhaps even resulting in a death so irretrievable that she would remain stuck in place. Despite her utmost caution, she misstepped, and darkness enveloped her. The colossal foot drew nearer, and she knew this time evasion was futile. Realizing her fate was sealed, she summoned all her strength and hurled the egg away, hoping it would find safety amidst the chaos. With her eyes closed, she awaited the inevitable embrace of death. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, she sensed no pain. Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to find a figure standing beside her. Chapter 47. Fu Xiao in the boundless darkness, flickering points of crimson light emerged, revealing themselves to be emanating from a flickering spiritual flame. Within this flame resided a towering figure, as white as fine jade, with deeply contoured facial features. His tightly shut eyes were adorned with long, curled eyelashes, and a few disheveled strands of hair fell gracefully at the corner of his slightly pursed lips, adding a touch of earthly warmth to his ethereal presence. After months of silence, Fu Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. Within the amber depths of his clear, cold gaze, an overwhelming surge of emotion surged forth. She had returned. Fu Xiao tapped his brow thrice, and instantly, the surrounding spiritual fire coiled around him like an awakened serpent, spiraling thrice before retreating into his body. Rising to his feet, he snapped his fingers, illuminating the rocky cavern where he resided, as if all the fireflies of the world had gathered in this place. Looking down, he realized he had descended to the 7th layer of the abyss, not far from his destination. Calculating the time, He was confident he could absorb everything before the onset of the chaotic years. After all, he had dedicated an entire lifetime to nurturing and condensing his divine essence. There was no room for rejection this time. Moreover, since she had been brought back, he could not possibly subject her to a shattered world. Contemplating her, a rare smile graced Fu Chao's face, but in the next moment, it faded. Why did his instincts warn him of imminent danger? He clasped his hands together, thumbs interlocked, resting upon his heart, murmuring incantations unknown to him. And a drop of golden-tinged blood surged forth from his brow. In an instant, the blood transformed into a person, indistinguishable from Fu Chao himself upon breathing. "Go," he commanded. Forming hand seals, and the phantasm of Fu Chao appeared beside Tao Youyou. Upon opening her eyes, Tao Youyou was taken aback to find a celestial figure beside her, clad in flowing white garments of indeterminate material. Were it not for the colossal dinosaurs running nearby, she might have doubted whether she had traversed into some ancient realm of mystical cultivation. Roar! Hud, 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 splut, splut. Confirmed, she had not crossed over. She was still there. Yet, astonishingly, the migrating dinosaurs around her seemed to perceive her presence, deliberately avoiding a 3-meter radius around her, rendering this spot the safest haven in this perilous phase. Tao Youyou, dismissing the puzzlement of the dinosaur's avoidance, focused on finding the small egg she had just cast aside, hoping it had not been crushed. Fortunately, the egg remained intact. She hurried to retrieve the small egg, cradling it in her arms, wiping its surface with her sleeve and examining for any damage. Thankfully, it was unharmed. Only then did she turn her attention back to the expressionless man beside her. His skin, akin to congealed fat, was a description typically reserved for women. Yet Tao Youyou felt it was tailor-made for this man. His pallor was striking, his hair almost translucent, had it not been for his extraordinary beauty. She might have suspected him of albinism, for he appeared starkly out of place compared to the beasts she had cohabited with for months. How could a man possess such beauty? Tao Youyou fell into contemplation, but soon snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing. How could she stare for so long? That was terribly impolite. Moreover, he was evidently their savior. Organizing her thoughts, she earnestly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you immensely for saving my life and that of my son." The man cast a fleeting glance at her, as if she were a stranger, his demeanor cold and somewhat aloof, lips pressed tightly together, chin slightly raised. Was he so prideful and indifferent? Tao Youyou wondered if he perceived her lack of sincerity. Dismissing her embarrassment, she bowed deeply, expressing her thanks. However, in the next moment, the man simply walked past her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for what to do. Yet, with the surrounding danger, this was not the time for hesitation or sentimentality. She couldn't help but wonder how Fu Xia and Xiao Maowan were faring. Since this esteemed individual regarded her with such disdain, it seemed best to part ways. Turning, she cradled the small egg securely and headed south, only for the expressionless man in white to follow closely behind her. "Why are you following me?" She paused to inquire. Turning around, the man offered no reply, not even a glance in her direction. Fine, let him follow. After all, even the colossal dinosaurs feared him, and she could hardly confront him. As for raising weapons against her savior, that was a line Tao Youyou could never cross. The journey ahead was fraught with devastation. In the wake of the colossal beasts, most tribes in the northwest had been reduced to rubble, the landscape littered with ruins and corpses, a heart-wrenching sight. Everything had transpired too swiftly, akin to a nightmare. Younglings bereft of parents, partners torn apart, their homes obliterated, leaving only sorrow lingering in the air. As Tao Youyou traversed the desolation, she bore witness to the harrowing scenes of separation and loss, the earth trembling, dust swirling, time freezing in that agonizing moment. Cries of grief echoing all around. The most shocking sight was that of a young female. When her partner unearthed her, she had long since perished, crushed beneath a cascade of fallen rocks. On her knees, her upper body sprawled forward, hands braced against the ground for support, her back pierced by numerous sharp stones. Skin torn and flesh exposed, a sight so tragic it defied comprehension. Her partner, a formidable serpent, wept with bloodshot eyes, grasping the lifeless hands of the young female, lamenting his fate by striking his forehead in anguish. There were younglings. Tao Youyou silently reached beneath the woman's body, discovering two warm, palm-sized infants. With effort, the serpent cleared the debris obstructing her, revealing their children sheltered beneath her, safe from harm due to their mother's protection, still asleep in tranquility. Watching this family, Tao Youyou felt a heaviness in her heart, but thoughts of Fu Xia and Xiao Maotuan propelled her to leave a canister of milk powder behind, offering a few words of reassurance to the man before departing. Amidst the devastation, Tao Youyou temporarily lost her sense of direction. She retrieved her previous tracking device, placing the cat toy once played with by Fu Shu upon it, finally discerning their direction once more. She hastened her steps toward that destination. Eventually, she stumbled upon a vast refugee camp. The chieftain has returned. The chieftain has returned. The tribespeople patrolling the vicinity were the first to spot her. Fu Chao, father, you have returned. Chapter 48. The bonds between partners. The return of the chieftain delighted them. But even more astonishing was the revelation that Lord Fu Chao had accompanied him. Lord Fu Chao has indeed returned. Yet, they couldn't help but notice how much paler he appeared, and his attire was peculiar, unlike the animal skins he had once donned. However, Fu Chao and the chieftain appeared well suited to one another. Lord Fu Chao, you have finally returned. We have missed you dearly, we thought you. Indeed, Fu Chao was well liked. After the tribespeople bowed in respect, they rushed toward him. Hey, Fu Chao, isn't he the nominal partner of mine? The unfortunate father of 3 cubs? How'd he returned? This sentiment was not meant to curse him to death. Yet the sudden emergence of a partner felt quite disorienting. No, some matters must be clarified beforehand. The cubs were hers. As for the title of father, perhaps it was best left aside. Tao Youyou had yet to fully contemplate how to approach her partner, especially considering that he had once saved her. The tribespeople turned their attention back to Tao Youyou, chattering incessantly. Chieftain, what has happened to Fu Zhao? Why does he ignore us? Has he fallen into the abyss and lost his wits? Why won't he speak? They pleaded, Chieftain, please save Fu Zhao. Tao Youyou thought to herself, perhaps he is simply aloof. It was not until Yuan Lu approached her and said, Fu Zhao is behaving unusually. It is as if he has been cursed by the Beast King. The endless abyss is the Beast King's forbidden territory. He must have angered the Beast King to suffer from this loss of soul, resulting in his current state. Tao Youyou finally realized that the man was not unwilling to engage with her. He had inexplicably become foolish. As the Beast King's envoy, surely you have a way to help him. Please speak to the Beast King and ask for mercy for Fu Zhao. He truly is a good soul, she thought. However, she lamented, I genuinely wish I could help, but alas, I cannot. My previous act was merely a facade, and judging by his current demeanor, one would hardly suspect he was unwell. He merely appears ethereal and aloof. Strictly speaking, his condition resembled a form of unconscious somnambulism. Unflatteringly, one could equate it to a vegetative state where his brain seemed impaired. Unfortunately, she had no better solutions. Flipping through the system store, she found nothing that could remedy such an unusual ailment. The tribespeople felt disheartened, and even those like Ernyo, who were on friendly terms with Oko, offered her solemn glances, as no one wished for their partner to be an emotionless fool. After all, what use is beauty if it cannot feed one? However, Tao Youyou held a different perspective. She believed this situation was rather advantageous, relieving her of the anxiety of how to deal with this inexplicably acquired partner. Moreover, this foolish Fu Zhao was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Having him at home as a decorative presence would be delightful, and she certainly did not depend on him for sustenance. After all, not everyone can claim a partner who is both handsome and foolish. Thus, she made her decision with joy. Just as Youyou was contentedly planning, a massive winged dragon, spanning over 10 meters, suddenly surged from the sky, diving towards the tribal crowd. 2 tribespeople were instantly swept away, and Ernyo and the other warriors leapt into action, but it was too late. They could only watch in despair as the 2 were taken. Tao Youyou, unwilling to stand by, fired 2 shots at the soaring dragon. The cannon struck its wing, causing it to spin uncontrollably in midair. The 2 tribespeople, unable to maintain their grip, fell to the ground. But thankfully, Infuriated was prepared, catching them safely. Yet, the massive winged dragon's defenses were formidable. It withstood the cannon fire with little more than a few spins, suffering no serious injury. However, the dragon's wrath was provoked. Though it was unscathed, its fury was unleashed as it recognized a diminutive human as the source of its provocation, and it dove towards Tao Youyou. This was trouble. Tao Youyou quickly searched for a place to hide. The enormous dragon soared above, casting a shadow that engulfed the area, and an overwhelming scent of blood filled the air, quickening the heartbeats of the orc warriors below, instilling a sense of fear. Nevertheless, Infuriated and the other warriors braced themselves for combat, awaiting the dragon's descent to launch their assault. Yet, their attacks barely registered against the dragon, merely tickling its hide. Its sharp talons were mere inches from impaling Tao Youyou when, in an instant, the expressionless Fu Zhao shot upwards, effortlessly cleaving the dragon in two with a mere flick of his arm. The colossal beast split apart, crashing to the ground and raising clouds of dust. For miles around, silence enveloped the scene as the orcs momentarily forgot their intentions, staring in disbelief at the fallen dragon. Did a person just fly up and split such a massive creature? Was that truly a human? Though somewhat obscured from distant tribes, those from the Tao clan had witnessed the spectacle. Fu Zhao had soared into the air and vanquished the dragon. Was this truly the same Fu Zhao who had just been deemed foolish? The orcs, who had moments ago lamented his condition, now wished to slap themselves in disbelief. Could a fool possess such might? Although the previous Fu Zhao was formidable, he paled in comparison to the current display of strength. To slay a dragon with bare hands, while in human form, surpassed even the most enchanting legends. Today, they were privileged to witness it firsthand. Tao Youyou, however, felt little surprise. It was hardly astonishing that someone capable of commanding a towering creature could easily dispatch a 10-meter dragon. She regarded him, still expressionless, aloof, and utterly proud. Could anyone truly consider him a patient? It was entirely inconceivable. Yet, she pondered, regardless of past or present, he always reacted protectively when she was in danger. Was there truly such a remarkable bond between partners in this world? Chapter 49. Rebuilding the homeland. Tao Youyou found herself reflecting. The original owner of this body had been a wretched individual, selfish, lazy, greedy, and cruel. Yet even in such a state, there remained one who, without awareness, still sought to protect her. It was rather poignant. I'm not envious at all. Moreover, regardless of how flawed the original was, occupying someone else's body felt like usurpation, even if it was beyond her control. To consider it further, should he regain consciousness and discover that his partner had been replaced? Who knew what might transpire? Surely, he would not harm her, would he? Perhaps not, though she was uncertain. The tribespeople observed that, while Fu Zhao had changed somewhat, he remained formidable, which brought them joy. They secretly thought that Fu Zhao was finally worthy of their chieftain. With envious gazes directed at the chieftain, they were unaware of the complex emotions swirling within Tao Youyou. Never mind, Tao Youyou thought. She had no time to dwell on these matters. Although the reason for the sudden upheaval of the large dinosaurs remained unknown, at least they had departed. The tribe lay in ruins, with no trace of the recently constructed farmlands, and even the original form of the tribe was lost. Furthermore, following such calamities come inevitable plagues. Tao Youyou had to implement comprehensive preventive measures to avert further casualties. The recent dinosaur migration had wreaked havoc across all tribes in the northwest region, with the Tao clan suffering relatively less. The death toll was under 10%, and remarkably, not a single cub had perished, an unimaginable feat for other tribes. Additionally, the orc laborers who had come to work in the Tao clan were also spared significant losses due to the organized evacuation efforts, resulting in fewer casualties despite various injuries. It is worth mentioning that a certain tribe, due to the peculiarities of its ethnicity, faced annihilation as the entire clan perished because they rested during the day. Only the members of the labor group remained, becoming the last embers of this tribe. Although this calamity plunged everyone into despair, it was not entirely devoid of hope. At least the surviving orcs were not lacking in meat to eat. The devastating power of the colossal dinosaurs did not discriminate among races, resulting in many smaller dinosaurs being trampled to death. Aside from the bodies of the orcs, the land was littered with the remains of countless unfortunate dinosaurs. Meat was abundant everywhere, dispelling any fears of hunger. Having trampled many dinosaurs, they could gather meat. In the refugee camps of various tribes, amidst their sorrow, the living had to find a way to survive, and many turned their attention to the fallen dinosaurs. Tao Youyou was also unwilling to forego this free food, as the upcoming period would make hunting difficult. Following the disaster, the prey surrounding the tribe had either fled or perished, and unless they relocated their territory on a grand scale, they would face a food shortage. The overwhelming presence of meat could be advantageous if processed properly, ensuring sustenance for the winter. While Tao Youyou recognized these possibilities, most of the orcs who had lost their homes were oblivious, driven only by hunger to scavenge for meat. However, for the time being, Tao Youyou did not mobilize a significant effort to collect meat, as they were still in search of a proper place to settle. Wasting time was not an option. She took Fleeting and the fluffy creature, along with the black egg, to search for a suitable location for the tribe's resettlement and development. Initially, Infuriated and the other warriors wished to accompany them for protection, but upon seeing the impassive expression of Lord Fu Zhao following closely behind, they abandoned the thought. With Lord Fu Zhao present, there was little to fear, especially considering the might displayed during the midday battle against the gigantic pterosaurs. It seemed that even the entire tribe could not harm him. Thus, it was best not to embarrass themselves by intruding on the couple who hadn't seen each other in months. To save time, Tao Youyou personally observed the surroundings while deploying a few drones to assist in the search. Ultimately, she selected a valley flanked by mountains, which boasted a relatively stable terrain. The southern part of the valley even contained a natural enclosure suitable for raising smaller dinosaurs. Most importantly, there was a patch of fertile black soil that required minimal artificial fertilization, making it ideal for growing food. However, the only drawback was the disarray caused by the lower elevation, as many rocks and debris had rolled down during the rampages of large dinosaurs, leaving the valley in a chaotic state that required thorough cleaning. For the diligent orcs, this was not a significant issue. After determining the tribe's new home, Tao Youyou felt a sense of relief. While petting the little fluffy creature, she began to store the corpses of the deceased dinosaurs in her space, as it was better to stock up on meat than to leave the space empty. Once all the tribe members arrived at the valley, they began to organize themselves clearly. Some focused on cleaning the area, others on transporting meat, and some on rebuilding their homes, all diligently working without interference. However, the labor group had come to an end, as the abundance of meat diminished the appeal of the 3 meals and 10 pounds of meat offered by Tao Youyou. More importantly, their own tribe had suffered a calamity, and they needed to return home to check on their loved ones. Rebuilding their home was a monumental task that could not be completed in a day or two. Tao Youyou quickly organized several large pots, instructing the orcs responsible for processing the meat to cook anything that would not store well immediately. The remaining meat was cut into pieces of various sizes and placed into the newly excavated cellar, which was surrounded by thick ice armor, creating a sizable natural ice storage facility. According to the elder, this method of storing raw meat could preserve it for months without spoiling. The tribe had 3 such ice storage facilities, and the orcs out gathering meat were filled with excitement upon hearing this news, their sorrow from the disaster seemingly forgotten. The new tribe's location was exceptionally good, and with meat not going to waste, every orc felt a sense of security, ensuring that the Beast King would not cast blame upon them. Tao Youyou instructed the orcs gathering meat to be vigilant for any intact dinosaur eggs or newly hatched dinosaurs, as she intended to establish a breeding ground. In the fertile black soil, the females in the tribe had already begun planting barley, as there was no time left to cultivate high-yield, long-cycle crops before the first winter. Barley and buckwheat were the best choices for the upcoming cold season. Barley and buckwheat are types of wheat. Although they do not compare to regular wheat in taste and yield, they have the advantage of a short growth cycle. Tao Youyou remembered that before the end of her previous life, her hometown specialized in growing barley for brewing barley wine. However, her intention was not to brew wine. Barley could also be eaten directly, known as green barley, which is delicious when cooked. As for buckwheat, aside from its darker color and less refinement, it is not much different from wheat and can also serve as a staple food. Before the large dinosaurs caused chaos, Tao Youyou had also planted corn and wheat in her previous tribe, but it seemed they would not yield now. Fortunately, there were still many seeds in her space that had not been destroyed, and she could rush to plant short-cycle vegetables like mung beans, rapeseed, spinach, cilantro, radishes, and cabbages. Before the cold season arrived, she could store a greater variety of crops. Additionally, this world had some local plants, such as stem-like sweet potatoes, and taro. Not far from the valley, there was even a patch of potatoes, although it had been mostly ravaged. However, any growth would still be a benefit. Once the time was right, Tao Youyou would send people to harvest whatever they could. In stark contrast to the orderly development of the Tao tribe, other tribes were in disarray, struggling due to population loss and the upheaval of their territories. However, the Lingshu tribe was an exception, being small and adept at digging. The Lingshu people had developed a heightened sense of danger after suffering from the previous raid by the hyena tribe, resulting in minimal damage during this catastrophe. Immediately after the disaster, Shu Tianling thought of Tao Youyou and dispatched a rescue team. However, upon arriving at the new home of the Tao tribe, they discovered it seemed they did not require any rescue, and they appeared to be faring even better than before. Shu Tianling pondered how he could get closer to Sister Youyou. He heard that the War Horse tribe had merged with the Tao tribe, meaning that Ma Shan would now see Youyou every day, making Shu Tianling feel like a lemon, with envious tears streaming down his cheeks. If not for the elders in his tribe vehemently opposing it, he might have impulsively taken his entire tribe to join Tao Youyou. Have you ever felt the sensation of being surrounded by a group of elderly people crying? Shu Tianling had experienced it. All right, no joining. Yet even so, Shu Tianling faced constant admonitions every few days, leading him to question if he truly was the tribe leader. The Tao tribe did not require rescue, but other tribes in the northwest were in dire need. Although everyone had recently had an abundance of meat, they were lacking in water. Sister Youyou, does your tribe need water? The small Shu Tianling, who had snuck out, had not even transformed into his beast form, standing atop the dark shell of the small egg with his tiny paws grasping the air, which was quite adorable. Tao Youyou looked at the tiny Shu Tianling, barely a fifth of the size of the small egg, and felt a surge of playful amusement. A stream of clear water rushed towards the purple little mouse, and in the blink of an eye, the spirited little creature became a drenched rodent. Not deterred, Tao Youyou seized the little mouse's head and stuffed it into a towel, vigorously rubbing it dry. Oh dear, Youyou, you're being too rough. Be careful, or no one will want you in the future. Why not consider me? The little mouse, unable to resist, decided to surrender and let Tao Youyou massage him. Oh woo, how dare you covet my mother? Can't you see my father is still here? I'll bite you to death. A small, fluffy creature suddenly dashed in from nowhere, aiming its bites at the little mouse. The small creature resembled a cat, and the little mouse was taken aback to learn that Youyou's home had such a feline resident. As natural enemies, it could only flee, but perhaps due to the innate pressure of their respective species, the adult warrior was unable to fend off a mere untransformed cub. What a disgrace. Hey, don't bite. Don't claw at me. I don't want your mother anymore. Is that all right? The little mouse struggled in the cat's mouth. Hearing this, the small creature grew even angrier. Oh woo, how can you just dismiss my mother? It's clearly she who doesn't want you. How shameless. You make the rules. You decide everything. Hurry, spit me out. The little mouse was on the verge of collapsing. The darkness of the cat's mouth was simply terrifying. Tao Youyou, fearing her son might swallow the little mouse whole, reminded him that this was not just any rodent, but a being of the beastman race. She could not allow her child to develop a taste for eating people. Be good, spit him out. You cannot eat people. It's dirty, Tao Youyou gently urged. Dirty? The little mouse internally wept, for he had not yet complained about the filthiness of the caddis mouth. The small creature had no real intention of consuming him. It was merely trying to scare him, as their mother often said, it's dirty. Once freed from the cat's mouth, the little mouse glanced at his damp fur and felt a twinge of regret. He certainly should not have snuck out. If the elders of his tribe found out he had escaped from a cat's jaws, he would likely face repercussions for years to come. Tao Youyou gave the little mouse another bath, applying fragrant shower gel, and after drying him off, she placed a small towel around his shoulders, giving him the appearance of a cloak from a distance. I'm off. Since you're not in need of water, we shall assist the other tribes. Farewell. The little mouse scampered away. Tao Youyou made no attempt to stop him, calling after his departing figure. All right, return swiftly, stay safe, and if you encounter any insurmountable issues, remember to contact us. Goodbye. With the assistance of the Ling Shu tribe and the Tao clan, numerous tribes in the northwest region finally found some respite. Many tribes, plagued by low populations or the death of their leaders, sought refuge in new clans. In the past, it was uncommon for tribes to merge or relocate as a whole, but they usually opted for nearby, friendly, or powerful neighbors, rarely venturing far to seek shelter in an unfamiliar tribe. However, the tales told by the beastmen from their tribe who had previously visited the Tao clan described it as a remarkable place, making it hard for their fellow tribesmen, previously indifferent, not to feel tempted. Perhaps the Tao clan truly was a worthy destination. The severely affected tribes all began to prepare for migration towards the Tao clan. After several days and nights of travel, waves of beastmen finally arrived at the Tao clan. Chapter 51. The baboon tribe. The beastmen from the baboon tribe heading to the Tao clan were filled with joy as they encountered no dinosaurs obstructing their path. Previously, they had dreaded the notion of a tribal migration, particularly for the females and young, who possessed little to no defensive capabilities, making them susceptible to severe casualties. The young of a tribe embodied its new life force and could not withstand such losses, which was why many feared taking a long detour in search of a new sanctuary. However, this time, they faced minimal attacks from carnivorous dinosaurs and managed to fill their bellies without the need for hunting, reinforcing their belief that heading to the Tao clan was indeed the right choice. The Destined tribe says the Tao clan is truly powerful. One female beastman remarked with longing. They have specialized hunting teams with remarkable efficiency, and they prepare food in various delectable ways. Different cooking methods? Is there really a tribe better at cooking than ours? I don't believe it. Baboon Chun rolled his eyes, gripping his own perfectly roasted meat. Their food is definitely more aromatic than yours. I have tasted at least 7 or 8 different dishes made from meat, and there are still plenty I haven't tried. You merely excel at roasting. That's all. Baboon Fong, who had previously been chosen for the Tao clan's work team, but returned home after only a few days due to special circumstances, could not hold back from defending the Tao clan, as their lifestyle and culinary delights remained etched in his memory. Baboon Chun, revered as the best roaster in the tribe, suddenly became furious when confronted by a less popular tribesman. What did you say? I merely stated the truth, Baboon Fong replied, his voice dwindling as he opted to retreat to the back of the group, wishing to avoid direct conflict with Baboon Chun. Baboon Chun persisted, ready to continue arguing, when the irritated tribe leader interrupted. What do you think you look like? Do you think this is like before in your own tribe? Coming here to seek shelter while being picky, who do you think you are? If you don't want to stay, you can turn around and leave. No one will stop you. Let him go. I want to see what he is so arrogant about. Baboon Tian scolded him, and the previously boisterous Baboon Chun fell silent. The prospect of being sent back was akin to a death sentence, so he naturally refused. As the tribe continued onward, the loud chatter faded, but a few close friends still whispered among themselves. Do you think, if the Tao clan is truly that formidable, they would be unwilling to take us in? Even if they were willing, wouldn't we be oppressed by their original tribe? It's hard to say. Do you recall the Jinji tribe? They sought refuge in the Ligo tribe and were not only refused, but saw their females treated poorly. Then doesn't that mean the tribe leader has truly made up his mind? We won. Trust me, we won. The Tao clan's members are very friendly and will not mistreat us. Baboon Fong, without realizing it, had slipped from the back of the group to the middle. In contrast to the hopes and doubts of the tribesmen, Baboon Tian felt far more troubled. They had not encountered a single living dinosaur along the way, and though the ground was littered with dinosaur corpses, he worried about what they would eat once this meat ran out. Moreover, this meat could not be stored for long. He was deeply concerned. It wasn't that he doubted the capabilities of the Tao clan. The Destined tribe had repeatedly reassured him that the Tao clan was indeed a formidable tribe and that he need not worry. Yet, The thought of so many mouths to feed and the dwindling number of living dinosaurs left him uncertain if the Tao clan would accept them, and if they did, whether they would be subjected to oppression. However, even with these concerns, there were no better options available at present, and having already traveled so far, it seemed prudent to at least explore. If the Tao clan proved unwilling to shelter their tribe, they could devise other plans later. Fei Tan could only take one step at a time, and along their journey, they encountered several other small tribes seeking refuge with the Tao tribe. In a bid to reach their destination first, he even delayed the group's meal times 3 times to hasten their travel. Finally, on the 5th day, they arrived at the Tao tribe, which they had heard was to be their new territory. From a distance, Fei Tan noted that the location was well chosen, both safe and warm. As he pondered how to approach the people of the Tao tribe and present their intentions to the chieftain, a welcoming beast man at the gate greeted them with a smile. "You are from the baboons tribe, right? You must be the chieftain, Fei Tan. Greetings." As if powered by a small motor, he rushed forward upon seeing the baboons tribe. As a leader of the first hunting team, he was exceedingly idle. The herds of dinosaurs frightened away had yet to return, and the agricultural team refused to assist him. Day in and day out, he was left with nothing to do but eat and sleep. Recently, he had heard from a few youngsters in the hunting team that they had taken the small tribes that had come from afar to visit the Tao tribe, and he felt immense pride. Today, while wandering near the tribe, he suddenly spotted a weary small tribe approaching from the distance. After quickly gathering some brief information from the scouts, he went to greet them. "Our chieftain has instructed me to guide you on a tour of the Tao tribe. You may then decide whether to stay or not. If you choose to remain, I will take you to meet our chieftain to discuss the next steps. If you decide against staying, our chieftain has said that you may select a piece of land around our tribe to settle down." EBA's smile widened at the prospect of having something to do. The members of the baboons tribe were startled by EBA's enthusiasm, and even Fei Tan began to doubt whether they had come to the right place. The strength of this beast man was intimidating. Not only the elderly and weak in their current group, but even the warriors from tribes that had not faced calamity before could not compare to him. Was he truly there to guide them through the tribe and not harboring any ulterior motives? However, at that moment, exhausted and famished, they felt powerless. Besides Fei Feng, all the others from the baboons tribe, trembling with fear, followed EBA into the Tao tribe. Along the way, EBA animatedly introduced them, chattering away like a small horn. Yet he did not comprehend why the members of the baboons tribe appeared not envious, but rather filled with despair. Chapter 52. Meat spoils. EBA felt utterly speechless and began to lose pride in leading them around the tribe. Instead, he found himself bored and wished to hand over the task to someone else. The baboons tribe trudged along, too disheartened to speak, fearful even to listen to EBA's words, as his exuberant demeanor was enough to instill dread. "Hey, Fei Feng, you are here too." Suddenly, Nolingzi, who was sowing seeds, caught sight of his former comrade from the work team and called out joyfully. Fei Feng did not understand why the atmosphere was so heavy, but due to his character, he refrained from speaking much until he heard Nolingzi call him, at which point he waved his hand eagerly. "Nolingzi, I'm here. Let's chat later. I'll first accompany my kin on a tour of the tribe." "All right, see you later. I'll treat you to a grand feast, the likes of which you've never had." Nolingzi winked at Fei Feng while tightly clutching the work he had for the day. In stark contrast to Fei Feng's excitement, his kin looked terrified, wishing they could cover his mouth to prevent him from provoking the leading warrior ahead. "Fei Feng, how can you be so rude? Great one. Please forgive him and spare the rest of our tribe." Already a frightened bird, Fei Tan knelt before EBA. EBA was bewildered by the panic-stricken elder and even momentarily forgot to help him up, reflecting on whether he had been insufficiently welcoming, despite having followed the chieftain's instructions to serve with a smile. "What are you doing? Please get up." After a brief pause, EBA hurriedly helped Fei Tan to his feet. Tears streamed down his face, for he felt he had led his entire tribe into peril. They should not have come here. The more he observed the Tao tribe, the more fear gripped him. How could they be so powerful? Moreover, there were various races of beastmen everywhere. Surely, they had not thrived solely by plundering other small tribes. He racked his brain, trying to recall when his tribe might have offended the Daxiong tribe to lead them into such a trap. Please, we have young ones. At the very least, do not mistreat them. They are still small. Old chieftain, you must not speak nonsense. Who has mistreated you? Do not place unfounded accusations on our tribe. EBA's expression fell instantly. Fei Feng, have you been spreading falsehoods to your kin? Tell me, during your time working with us, has there been a day when you were wronged? EBA directly called out to Fei Feng from the group. Suddenly called upon, Fei Feng looked innocent. How could that be? Chieftain, are you mistaken? They have been very friendly. The one who just greeted me, Niling Zi, is from the Yinia tribe and can eat 3 bowls of rice in one sitting. He has never blamed me for anything. The baboons tribe listened to Fei Feng's explanation with skepticism. Chieftain Fei Can, if you have sought refuge with us due to the recent calamity caused by the rampaging dinosaurs, we wholeheartedly welcome you. You need not worry that our tribe will oppress you. As you have seen on your journey, our tribe is diverse in its population, unlike yours, which consists of a single species. Thus, there is no possibility of oppression based on racial differences. EBA once again opened his mouth, explaining in detail, moreover, oh, I see. Fei Can nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Is there any other question? EBA inquired. No, none at all. I merely find it remarkable how strong you are. You have such a powerful beast man leading the way. The others must be equally formidable. EBA burst into laughter, realizing he had inadvertently frightened them. Chieftain, you misunderstand. EBA is the leader of the first hunting team, not merely a guide. Having spent several days in the Tao Youyou tribe, Fei Feng recognized EBA, and upon hearing the chieftain refer to him as a guide, he felt a rush of embarrassment. Ah, I see now. My apologies. The embarrassment shifted to Fei Can. EBA chuckled, scratching his nose, and explained, well, I actually sought something to do out of sheer boredom. As you can see, there have been few active dinosaurs lately, and our hunting team has been idle. Welcoming guests has essentially fallen to us. Upon hearing this explanation, Fei Tan finally felt reassured, but suddenly he recalled his earlier worries. If the hunting team of even such a strong tribe had become idle due to a lack of prey, would they not still face starvation even if they merged into the Tao Youyou tribe? With no dinosaurs in the vicinity, what would they do? Could you sustain such a large population? Fei Can asked anxiously. EBA waved his hand proudly, stating, we no longer rely on hunting for our sustenance. No longer rely on hunting? Fei Tan was perplexed, his confusion deepening. We cultivate crops, many edible plants, which are incredibly filling, and we can prepare them in various delicious ways. The beastmen of the baboons tribe were naturally omnivorous and had a high acceptance of various plant-based foods. Although these plants provided less energy than dinosaur meat, the variety of edible options allowed them greater flexibility in survival compared to purely carnivorous species. Oh, plants are good. Plants are good. Fei Tan found himself at a loss for words, yet he couldn't help but admire the remarkable Tao Youyou. It struck him as astonishing that they had not previously considered cultivating plant for sustenance. There had been numerous instances where entire tribes had relocated simply for the sake of vegetation. If only they had adopted the practice of the Tao Youyou and cultivated their own crops, countless lives could have been spared. However, he pondered whether mere plants could sustain such a large population. It appeared that some beastmen did not partake in a plant-based diet. Yet, according to their chieftain, there would likely be surplus food, and the delectable creations developed by the chieftain were always in high demand, leaving no one dissatisfied, even among the tiger and wolf beastmen of their tribe. The thought of the delicious dumplings introduced by Tao Youyou last week made us mouthwater. The others chimed in, expressing their envy. Is it truly that delicious that just the thought of it makes you salivate? Fei Chun, however, scoffed in disdain internally. Thinking Aba was merely a simpleton who had never encountered fine cuisine. In the realm of cooking, he believed no one could surpass him. Apologies, I couldn't help myself. But rest assured, we do not rely solely on plants. We have stored an abundance of meat, more than enough to see us through the cold season. Impossible. Both Fei Chun and Fei Tan countered. Meat spoils after 3 days. Consuming it after 5 days can lead to illness. While it is true that meat is readily found nowadays, to suggest we could survive the winter on it is sheer folly. Feeling the absence of hostility from Aba, Fei Chun's courage grew. You claim to know, but how can you be so certain we cannot preserve meat effectively? Your ignorance does not represent that of all. If I lacked confidence, I would not speak so boldly. But his voice escalated as his presence became more imposing, causing Fei Chun to feel as though he were being scrutinized by a mighty beast, prompting him to revert to his beast form out of fear. Believe what you will, I have no desire to elaborate further. We have 2 more locations to visit, and after that, you're free to leave if you wish. Bar's patience had reached its limit. A wave of anxiety washed over Fei Tan as he shot a glare at Fei Chun, gesturing for the 2 tribe members beside him to keep an eye on him, lest he provoke further offense. Witnessing the warrior's unwavering confidence alleviated his earlier doubts. Even at their tribe zenith, they paled in comparison to the all.Through. Joining the all.Through might indeed be the most beneficial decision he could make as the leader of the Fei below. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, captivating the attention of the Fei below members. Ba glanced at the sky, realizing it was lunchtime. His partner had come to deliver his meal. Recently, his wife had enrolled in a culinary training course and had been delighting him with an array of dishes. "Wife, I'm over here," Bar called out to Kutsai, who approached carrying 2 large stone bowls. He hurriedly ran to her, taking the bowls from her hands and affectionately kissing her cheek. "You are amazing. What have you prepared today? I can't imagine what I would do without you." Kutsai blushed and playfully scolded him. "Just enjoy your meal. Today, I attempted to make the pork ribs I learned a couple of days ago from the chieftain himself. You wouldn't believe how fragrant his dish was. Mine, unfortunately, fell short, but I hope you can manage. How could I possibly complain? My wife is the best. Whatever you cook is exquisite. I could not ask for anything more." Kutsai felt a surge of happiness, but playfully tapped his forehead with her finger, teasing him for his flattery. The members of the Fei below felt a pang of frustration. Why must they witness such displays of affection while they themselves were left wanting? This was truly aggravating. Meanwhile, Fei Chun was struck by the enticing aroma of the food. It appeared to be succulent pieces of dinosaur meat, yet it was evident that it had not been roasted. He wondered why it tasted so delectable when roasting was typically the best method for cooking meat. Listening to Kate's words, it seemed that many in this tribe possessed culinary skills, and there were even dedicated instructors. This was beyond Fei Chun's comprehension. Why would they not keep such talents to themselves? What would happen if others learned and had no need for their expertise? The realization that such exquisite food was merely a failed attempt left him feeling as though his aspirations had lost all meaning. Tao did not allow the admiration to linger for long, as it would be impolite for the host to do so. Soon, Yang Li and a group of females arrived with a newly crafted cart to serve meals to the members of the Fei below. With the influx of new tribes seeking refuge, Tao Youyou had decided to accommodate them all, enlisting dozens of beastmen to prepare meals. Due to the fluctuating population of the newcomers, it was impractical to prepare intricate dishes, resulting in a simple communal feast. Though it could not compare to the heartfelt lunch prepared by Dudside, it was still a delightful treat for the weary beastmen. "Enjoy your meal. Once you finish, I will take you to the final location. I must join my wife for lunch now." The members of the Fei below responded eagerly. "Let us go. We have no desire to witness your affection. This stone bowl is exquisite. I recall only the chieftain's household possessing such fine wares," one remarked. "Surely the focus should be on the meat. I have never tasted anything so delicious. And there's soup too. I've been parched for days." "Fei Chun, you always boast that your roasted meat is unparalleled. Does this not contradict your claims?" The Tao members seemed to live in luxury, enjoying such delectable food daily. From a distance, overheard the chatter among the Fei below, and his heart ached for their naivety. Yet, he reflected that he too had once been ignorant of the world before the chieftain's divine favor graced him. He had realized that their tribe was still less fortunate than the former Fei below. He came to terms with it, feeling a sense of pride and fulfillment in being admired for the strength of his tribe. As Fei Tan savored the meat soup in his hands, he felt increasingly content. The Tao below was powerful and knowledgeable, and their ability to cultivate crops was undoubtedly a blessing bestowed upon them by the Beast King. Meanwhile, Tao Youyou cradled a fluffy creature in her hands, while Fu Xiao diligently practiced the new characters their mother had assigned him. Behind them, Fu Chao stood like a formidable statue, expressionless. Sis, you possess remarkable foresight. No tribe can resist the allure of good food. I've observed that while the Formidable members were once hesitant, they now seem eager to join us, Tao Youyou remarked, sipping her icy beverage and pouring a cup for Wu. Indeed, in the face of culinary delights, all are equal. If one meal is insufficient, then two shall suffice. Ha ha ha. But sis, why invest so much to keep so many here? Who are Neil mused, still preferring the milk tea Tao Youyou had previously made, because the tribe lacks labor and combatants. Remember Winston was rescued by a wild boar? Oh, indeed. I almost forgot about this. I have heard that this black pig seems to be from outside. I have never ventured beyond the northwest region, but according to Grandpa Yuan, there are many formidable individuals out there. Based on my previous communications with the Ling Shu tribe and my own speculations, the people outside are certainly not to be underestimated. Although they have not yet made their presence known, it is always wise to be prepared for the unexpected. Moreover, it is crucial to recall that during the moment of his mental collapse, Shi Tian mentioned that he is a reborn individual. Regarding the matter of Shi Tian's rebirth, I, Tao Youyou, have not made a fuss about it, nor have I questioned it. Since I was able to traverse through time, what is so strange about others being reborn? I am not afraid of Shi Tian's rebirth. Through our interactions during this time, I have come to understand that he is nothing but a foolish individual. Though he may be a reborn soul, what of it? I do not fear him at all. However, what concerns me is the possibility of other reborn individuals lurking unbeknownst to me. Particularly in the Eastern Beast King domain, are there unknown dangers and malevolence? I am not afraid for myself. Even if there are powerful figures targeting me, I can easily escape. But what about the tribe? What will happen to the people within it? One can flee from a monk, but cannot escape the temple. Rather than being in such a predicament, it would be more prudent to strengthen the tribe as a whole. Furthermore, whether in agriculture or construction, a population is indispensable. Like the previous recruitment group, I do not wish to pursue that again. It is far more convenient to rely on our own people. If we merely require manpower and military strength, why should we treat them with such kindness? Hu Ernyo still does not comprehend. I observe the foolish Hu Ernyo, who genuinely does not understand that my intention is not to oppress others merely because I possess strength. Nevertheless, this inclination is quite detrimental. As the tribe leader, I feel it is necessary to guide and correct this mindset. I explained, because I need them to genuinely acknowledge us from the depths of their hearts, to be willing to become a part of our tribe, to be individuals we can entrust our backs to in the future. If we do not treat them well and resort to force or other means, how are our actions any different from those of the hyena tribe not long ago? Suddenly, Hu Ernyo felt a jolt in her heart, realizing her narrow-mindedness. She had once despised the hyena tribe, yet here she was unconsciously harboring such arrogant thoughts. How utterly inappropriate. Having come to this realization, just as she was about to leave, she unexpectedly noticed Master Fu Zhao, who stood behind Tao Youyou like a towering pine. Sister Youyou, have you and Master Fu Zhao slept together? Hu Ernyo squinted at Tao Youyou, occasionally glancing at Fu Zhao with an expression that suggested she understood. Tao Youyou did not catch the first part of her statement, but quickly reacted. Her face flushed crimson, and she found herself at a loss for words. How could she harbor such wicked thoughts about a perfectly good vase? Hu Ernyo was becoming increasingly nonsensical. Come now, Sister Youyou. You are already the mother of 3 children. How can you still feel shy? How Yu Ernyo remarked, puzzled by Tao Youyou's flushed cheeks. No, I am not shy. Sister Youyou, do not deny it. I will not mock you. Although Xiao Xiao and her 3 children are not your biological offspring, Master Fu Zhao is your rightful partner. What is there to be embarrassed about sleeping with your partner? I know you. Just stop. The person is standing right behind me, and there are children around. How can you speak so indiscreetly? Tao Youyou felt awkward, her hand almost stiffening as she stroked the little fur ball. She cast a guilty glance at the vase behind her and hurriedly interjected. Oh, what is there to be afraid of? Xiao Xiao is focused on writing, and Xiao Shu is still young. He understands nothing. Besides, Master Fu Zhao is currently unconscious. He is at your mercy. Hu Ernyo became more animated as she spoke. Go away. quickly return home. Have you managed to write the characters I taught you the other day? Look at you. Your skills are inferior to that of your student. Fu Xiao can now recognize over 300 characters. How about you? Have you learned 30? Upon hearing that Tao Youyou intended to assess her progress, Hu Erniu immediately wilted and turned to leave without delay. After bidding farewell to Hu Erniu, Tao Youyou finally sighed with relief. She stole another glance at the combat-worthy vase behind her and found herself, upon recalling Hu Erniu's earlier words, unconsciously conjuring some inappropriate images in her mind. Instantly, her face flushed again, and she shook her head vigorously, wishing she could slap herself. What was she thinking? How could she entertain such thoughts? This is someone else's partner. Although nominally he is her husband, others do not know that. I'm not truly Tao Youyou. I have usurped another's body. It would be unseemly to covet her husband as well. One must not succumb to temptation. It is essential to maintain self-control. Damn it, why must he be so handsome? Alas, it is complicated. Whoa. The little fur ball in her arms kept crying. Tao Youyou could not understand and could only look helplessly toward Fu Xiao, who was writing. Ah, my brother is speaking. He can understand. But seriously, mother, why don't you sleep with father? Tao Youyou contemplated dragging Hu Erniu back for a scolding. What nonsense was she saying in front of the child? Mother, is it because father is foolish that you disdain him? Fu Xiao paused his writing, looked up with innocent seriousness. Tao Youyou was about to brush it off, but seeing Fu Xiao's wet, questioning eyes, realized this was not a topic to be taken lightly. As a responsible mother, she needed to instill the right values in her child and could only explain patiently. Mother does not disdain your father. It is just that your father currently lacks independent consciousness. Although partners are very close, they must also respect each other. If mother were to take advantage of your father while he is unconscious, would that not be disrespectful to him? Tao Youyou was unsure if little Fu Xiao could comprehend her words, but she had to offer this reluctant explanation. But, mother, I see other partners in the tribe. They all sleep together. For instance, Brother Lang Bai and his parents used to sleep together when they were alive. I have even seen it. How would you have seen that? The tribe being small indeed posed inconveniences. Tao Youyou feared her little friend might witness something inappropriate and realized it was time to inform them about certain private matters. Oh, I see. However, in the past, many orcs without caves would sleep outside. Those with partners would lean against each other, while those without would sleep alone. After speaking for a while, Tao Youyou finally realized that her son had not seen anything inappropriate. He merely thought that partners lay together to sleep. She had been the one to tarnish her own thoughts. Upon coming to this understanding, she reflected on why she was discussing so much with the child. It was all due to that insufferable vase behind her, which had disturbed her mental state. All right, you hurry and continue writing. As for your father and me, do not meddle. At the depths of the abyss, Fu Xiao sensed the entirety of the scenario unfolding from the drop of blood he had sent forth. His emotions were quite complex, yet upon seeing the slight blush on Tao Youyou's face, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. In 2 lifetimes, he had never seen her in such a manner. Today had indeed been a refreshing experience. Fu Xiao's mind briefly wandered, but he soon felt a slight instability in the energy within his dantian. Those annoying fellows were starting to stir again. He steadied his mind, closed his eyes, and focused once more. Yangli collected all the bowls from the members of the baboon tribe, mentally calculating the time. The tribe's meal today proceeded quite swiftly, allowing her the prospect of finishing work early. In the afternoon, she could invite Ji Min to the back mountain to dig for sweet beets. With this thought, she even began to hum a cheerful tune, albeit one without melody. All right, dear, you should head back first. In the evening, I will take you to the mountainside to gaze at the stars. Iba tidied up all the utensils and handed them to Tu Kai, not forgetting to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. You rascal, so annoying. Tu Kai playfully swatted Iba's chest. Her face flushed as she departed. Iba chuckled, and once his wife was out of sight, he turned to the baboon tribe and declared, "Come, I shall take you to visit our breeding base." The members of the baboon tribe wiped their mouths and eagerly followed Iba, their excitement palpable. Even a few females from the tribe, witnessing Iba's affection towards his partner, found their thoughts wandering. However, more of them were pondering what breeding entailed. Wow, there are live dinosaurs here. Why are these dinosaurs so small? They resemble dinosaur hatchlings, don't they? Look over there. Doesn't that one look like a triceratops hatchling? The baboon tribe erupted into chatter upon seeing the juvenile dinosaurs, each more exhilarated than the last. Yes, that is indeed a triceratops, and within this group, there are also utahraptors, iguanodons, and torosaurus, among others. The variety is quite extensive, though I can't recall them all at once. It is certainly impressive. Iba reveled in the astonished expressions of the baboon tribe, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. The baboon tribe was momentarily at a loss. They had never encountered such a spectacle, leaving them speechless. The dinosaurs Iba had just mentioned were beyond their reach, even at their tribe's peak. They had never dared to consider any one of these creatures. The adult forms of these dinosaurs were all around 6 to 7 meters in length, while their mightiest warriors, upon transformation, barely exceeded 2 meters. How could they possibly dare to confront such colossal beasts? The fact that the Tao tribe had the audacity to capture their hatchlings was simply unfathomable. Moreover, it was crucial to note that several types of dinosaurs were quite protective of their young. If their hatchlings were here, it implied that the adult female dinosaurs had all been subdued. With this realization, the baboon tribe's gaze towards Iba shifted. He appeared to embody the return of a beast king. Captain Iba, you are truly remarkable. In an instant, praises began to pour forth, overwhelming Iba with admiration. However, a sudden remark jolted him back to reality. Wow, Brother Iba, are you still looking for a new partner? Sui Wan, believing she struck the most graceful pose, cautiously leaned towards Iba. Startled, Iba instinctively stepped back, scanning the surroundings anxiously, fearing his wife might witness this encounter. Otherwise, he would not only miss the stargazing tonight, but would also be kneeling on a washboard in gratitude. Do not speak such nonsense, female. If my wife hears this, you shall regret it. Stay away from me, Iba retorted disdainfully, shifting his position. Sui Wan was perplexed. After all, she was the most beautiful female in the baboon tribe. Why did he not respond to her advances, instead appearing to find her distasteful? If not as a partner, we could still have a brood of hatchlings together. Sui Wan believed Iba's genes were exceptional and wished to bear a powerful offspring. Go away, go away, Iba exclaimed, horrified, his skin crawling at the thought. If he were not unlike other furry beast men, he might have erupted in panic. At this moment, all pride had evaporated. He no longer wished to lead the tribe. All he wanted was to escape from this female whose face resembled a grinding wheel and return home to his wife's affectionate embrace. I must leave now. Ma-san, you handle the rest of the tour. We have nearly completed our visit. You know the remaining procedures. I must return home. Next time, I will invite you for hot pot. Iba leapt onto a towering boulder, calling out to Ma-san, who was fertilizing in the east. Sure thing. I want a spicy flavor. And you better not sway me this time. Ma-san set down the bucket of fertilizer and walked purposefully along the field path. The onlookers soon witnessed Iba hastily retreat, startled by Sui Wan. Although Sui Wan was bewildered, she recognized from Iba's reaction that she had been firmly rejected, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. Do not be upset. The Tao tribe is different from ours. Their partners are typically one-on-one. Unless their partner passes away, they seldom change partners. Sui Feng explained to Sui Wan, who was visibly distressed. But I've already compromised. I do not wish to be his partner. I merely want to have a child with him. Is that not permissible? Sui Wan felt she had been quite accommodating, yet he still showed her no respect. Of course, that is unacceptable. For them, it is an extremely disrespectful act towards their partner. Some among them would even choose to remain alone for life, rather than seek a new partner after the death of their beloved. Although Sui Feng did not fully comprehend the customs, he shared the traditions of the Tao tribe with his kin. What? No way. Why is that? Is it really necessary? Upon hearing this, Sui Wan's disappointment lessened, replaced by disbelief. Due to their species' characteristics and the necessity for better lineage, the baboon tribe traditionally practiced polyandry or polygyny. Although Sui Wan wished to have offspring with Iba, she never considered belonging solely to him. She had 3 partners, all formidable warriors of her tribe. Unfortunately, 2 had perished in a recent calamity, prompting her to seek a more powerful male to father her young. However, After hearing Sui Feng's explanation, she felt a sense of relief at Ba's rejection. She had no desire to be tethered to a single male for a lifetime. That would be rather dull. Only the incapable males were confined to one partner, and she refused to be one of them. In contrast to Sui Wan, many in the tribe were captivated by Sui Feng's words. Numerous females among them yearned for exclusive affection from their partners. Yet the reality was that their partners often had many females, even seeking comfort elsewhere when needed, which was truly disheartening. Sui Feng's partner looked at her mate with newfound pride, knowing that her partner did not entertain other females. Previously, she had been the subject of ridicule for her lack of ambition. But now it was evident that even the males from the larger tribes were similarly devoted to their partners. As discussions regarding partners flourished, the baboon tribe was momentarily distracted when Ma San approached, carrying an inexplicable odor. My heavens, what is that smell? Why is it so foul? Someone remarked. Doesn't it resemble the scent of excrement? It is utterly overwhelming. No way could it possibly be coming from him? Sui Quan, this is all your fault for scaring off Captain Ba. If it were someone else, they would surely smell worse. Sui Quan frowned. Ma San had not anticipated being commandeered by Ba. A few days prior, he had prepared a heap of manure, and today it was time to apply it to the fields. He figured that since Ba had already shown them around, he might as well complete the final steps while donning the odor, ensuring that he could continue working without delay. After sending the group off, he planned to resume fertilizing, hoping to avoid falling behind in cultivating his own land compared to the offerings from the Nyoha fields. You have already finished watching the dinosaurs raised by the tribe. How was it? Was it shocking? When we first learned that we could actually raise dinosaurs, we were equally astounded. Raised dinosaurs? Aren't they meant to be food? Fei Qian expressed his astonishment. Huh? Did the leader of the crocodiles not inform you? These dinosaurs are all younglings, still small and not capable of consuming much meat. Once we raise them to maturity, we can slaughter them for food. Isn't that splendid? Ma San remarked with a sense of certainty. However, with so many carnivorous dinosaurs, won't it pose a danger when they grow up? The members of the baboon tribe were still somewhat fearful. Previously, when they encountered such large dinosaurs, they would avoid them at all costs. If there were so many, what if a riot occurred? Wouldn't too many lives be lost? This would not happen. We have already implemented safety measures, and besides, this number is nothing to fear, just over 100. Since joining the Tao tribe, Ma San felt an increase in his confidence. What does it mean that there are just over 100? That is more than 100 dinosaurs. The warriors of the baboon tribe silently swallowed their saliva, filled with admiration, while also imagining that they would soon be able to boast about being part of such a formidable tribe. This odorous beast man must be from the tribe that later merged into the Tao tribe. Though they were uncertain about which tribe had such a foul scent, it was evident that the leader of the crocodiles did not mind even such a stinky tribe and was willing to dine with them. Thus, it was likely that they would not disdain their own tribe members. The baboon tribe felt a surge of confidence. Although they had not yet merged into the Tao tribe, they inexplicably began to feel a sense of pride. What a fortunate opportunity it was to join such a powerful tribe. Without any hesitation, Fei Qian promptly agreed to the request to merge into the Tao tribe, and he even met the legendary female chieftain who served as the Beast King's envoy. She appeared extraordinarily beautiful and impressive. When Tao Youyou sent someone to escort Fei Qian and the others to the designated lodgings, they discovered a new wave of beastmen arriving at the main gate seeking refuge. This time, Fei Qian even considered taking the lead himself, yearning to experience the awe his tribe once held for the leader of the crocodiles. The black pig was from the domain of the Beast King and had remained silent for a long time. It was uncertain whether it had survived the previous catastrophe. Tao Youyou had a limited understanding of the situation in the eastern domain of the Beast King, relying solely on the information provided by the Yuan La priest. Currently, the Yuan La priest was the only person from the eastern region, and he hailed from a relatively marginal tribe, rendering his insights about the Beast King's domain quite superficial. Nevertheless, Tao Youyou had gleaned some crucial information. The warriors beyond the northwestern territory were categorized by levels of strength. However, the tribe where Yuan La had resided was of too low a tier, and its chieftain was merely a novice beastman, barely surpassing the threshold of a beastmaster, thus limiting the value of his references. According to Yuanla's speculations, that black pig had likely reached the level of a beastmaster. Otherwise, it would not have been able to easily break through the cave ceiling. This allowed Tao Youyou to form a rough standard in her mind. Moreover, Yuanla mentioned that the territory of the northwestern domain was quite unique, not easily accessible to ordinary individuals. Furthermore, once inside, one would experience a suppression of their strength, making it difficult for outsiders to enter the northwestern region in large numbers. She herself had been lucky. Otherwise, she would have perished at the entrance. If outsiders cannot enter, that simplifies matters. As long as she could secure some time for development, she believed she could expand the Tao tribe to a level that others would hesitate to confront. Moreover, as a fallback, she had a formidable powerhouse backing her, a mere decorative figure of immense strength. Even if powerful figures from the outside world arrived, she would have someone to rely on. She could not fathom that any external force could intimidate a 100-meter-high dinosaur into retreating without a fight, or sever a massive pterosaur with a mere gesture, while this powerhouse at her back surely could. Following the unconditional acceptance of 9 wandering tribes, Tao Youyou finally decided to host a grand celebration for these distant tribes. In addition to these 9 tribes, she also invited the Ling Shu tribe, the Great Bear tribe, the Cheetah tribe, and the Panshi tribe, along with several other previously friendly tribes to partake in the festivities. After a period of careful nurturing, the first batch of crops was ready for harvest, and the growth of the dinosaurs raised by the tribe was exceedingly promising. A portion of the previously stored meat could also be utilized for the celebration. Under the simple training provided by the original inhabitants of the Tao tribe, the members of these 9 tribes quickly learned to prepare some basic delicacies. The festivities lasted for 3 days, featuring flowing feasts during the day and bonfire parties at night. For these 9 tribes, such days felt like a glimpse of paradise. How could life be so enjoyable? The days they lived before were hardly worth living, so utterly dismal. Why until they joined the Tao tribe sooner? They regretted it immensely. Apart from the popular females like Fei Zhuan, many previously unremarkable single females from these 9 tribes found partners who cherished them. Chapter 57. Hot Pot. With the conclusion of the grand feast, everyone was left wanting more. Not only were the 9 tribes that had joined the Tao tribe thrilled, but the guests from the Great Bear, Cheetah, Panshi, and Porcupine tribes were equally exhilarated. Soon, however, they began to envy the 9 tribes. Why until their own tribes joined the Tao tribe? What to do? They had no desire to return home. The envoys attending the banquet began contemplating how to persuade their chieftains to decide on joining the Tao tribe. Apart from making a brief appearance on the first day of the celebration, Tao Youyou spent the next 2 days at home with her 3 little ones and the powerhouse, enjoying a private feast. The vegetation and vegetables in the tribe had matured, but after accounting for those meant for the herbivorous dinosaurs, the edible variety was still somewhat limited. Tao Youyou, disinterested in the hassle, directly exchanged for a complete set of hot pot ingredients from the marketplace and hid at home to enjoy meat. 30 seconds for beef and lamb rolls, over 10 seconds for tripe and duck intestines, pulled from the rolling Red Sea, dipped generously in sesame sauce, making her feel as if she could soar. The crispy bones were delightfully crunchy, providing a level of satisfaction she hadn't experienced in ages. Even the expressionless powerhouse quickened its eating pace, fearing it might miss out on the best moment for consuming the tripe. Just as the Tao tribe was reveling, Zhu stumbled out of the northwestern region, dragging the seemingly lifeless Shi Tian behind her. Upon emerging from the Yin-Enai mountain gorge, Zhu was in a pitiful state, with not a single good patch of skin left. Had it not been for some life-saving items she had retained over the years, she might have perished in the northwestern territory. What had caused the sudden upheaval among those monstrous dinosaurs? After enduring the onslaught of artillery, Zhu finally found a safe haven, where she planned to recuperate while searching for energy fruits. She decided to avoid direct confrontation with a female who possessed strange powers for the time being. After completing her father's task, she would return to the eastern domain of the Beast King, gather her strength, and then mount a comeback. She could not rest easy until she avenged this grievance. Although the strange power exhibited by that female was formidable, in reality, it was comparable to her own full-force attack, perhaps even slightly weaker. By that reasoning, she must also be a beast master, but the only distinction was her ability to attack continuously. Even if she could attack in succession, so what? She was merely a beast master from a small rising tribe in the northwestern region, not beyond control. When she returned with her forces, she was certain to catch the opponent off guard and annihilate them completely. Youyou had already devised a plan to deal with Tao Youyou, but who could have anticipated that upon waking from sound sleep, her refuge would have collapsed, nearly burying her alive had she not reacted swiftly. The terror from the cave's collapse had not yet faded when the surrounding dinosaurs began to stampede in chaos. Before long, Youyou witnessed a sight that would haunt her for a lifetime. Towering dinosaurs, as high as mountains, were charging directly towards her. Terrified, she fled, neglecting even a glance at Shirtion. Her escape was fraught with peril. Countless times she found herself on the brink of disaster. Had it not been for the treasures she had accumulated over the years, she would have surely perished. The mission in the northwest had unequivocally ended in failure. During her frantic escape, she even lost a significant portion of the energy fruits she had painstakingly gathered, nearly driving her to madness. Now, not only had she failed the mission, but she had also squandered much of her hard-earned wealth. By the time she finally reached the Yun-Ni-Shan Grand Canyon, Youyou had lost considerable weight and appeared utterly disheveled. Just as she prepared to traverse the canyon, she suddenly spotted Shirtion. Youyou's expression soured. She felt that all her misfortunes stemmed from this foolish lion. Had he not gotten himself injured, she would not have had to face such peril and used up all her treasures. After enduring great hardship to escape, why should he also make it out unscathed? And evidently in a better state than her? Anger surged within her. Rage is the most potent catalyst for one's fighting spirit. Exhausted, Youyou transformed into a fierce black pig and swiftly subdued Shirtion, binding him tightly. You think you can run? Let me tell you, there is no chance of that. You are mine, Youyou's, in life and in death. Since you've escaped, you had better behave, or I will show you true suffering. Youyou beat Shirtion until his face was bruised and swollen, and to prevent his escape, she even severed his tendons. Shirtion was left completely incapacitated, a mere plaything. Youyou planned to sell Shirtion to the Eastern Qingguan, forcing him to compensate her for the losses incurred during this journey. As for herself, she had completely lost interest in this lion. Shirtion began to regret his choices. Just as Youyou treated him like a discarded dog, he lamented that had he known this foolish pig would be so incompetent, he might as well have lingered in the tribe for a few more days, avoiding such torment. Finally, when the dinosaurs migrated as they had in his previous life, he thought he had evaded this calamity, but just as he believed he saw hope while exiting the Yun-Ni-Shan Grand Canyon, he collided once again with this black pig. The moment his tendons were severed, Shirtion experienced a despair he had never known in 2 lifetimes. He was unwilling to accept it. Why was fate so cruel? He was a reborn individual, the protagonist of this world. Why? The pain and despair overwhelmed him, causing him to faint. When he regained consciousness, he found himself gasping beneath a male bear beast man. Shirtion felt as if he had been crushed by jagged stones, experiencing both pain and humiliation, and he fainted once more. Youyou, disheveled and covered in dirt, felt ashamed in front of her siblings. After selling Shirtion, she hurried back to her territory, indifferent to whether the Qingguan served male or female beastmen. Oh, is that our little pig sister? How much energy fruit did you bring back this time? Don't let father down again. A golden-haired female teased, elegantly popping a piece of roasted meat into her mouth. Youyou glanced at her third sister, feeling a surge of indignation. Just because her third sister had awakened as a golden monkey beast man, she could lounge at home without doing anything, while Youyou had to toil in the northwest, nearly failing to return. Chapter 58. Genius Tao Youyou observed that the literacy book she had prepared for Fu Xiao was now filled to the brim. Aside from the first few pages being a bit crooked, the subsequent pages were impeccably written. Tao Youyou couldn't help but suspect that her eldest son had a remarkable aptitude for learning. In just over 10 days, he had mastered and memorized all the commonly used characters. It is worth noting that in Tao Youyou's classes in the tribe, there was a specific literacy course. And not to mention the progress of other younglings. Even many adult beastmen found it quite challenging. Those like Hu Erniu, who recognized over 30 characters, were considered exceptionally talented, while those like Crocodile Ba, who only knew how to brawl, feared the twisted characters. Characters learned the previous day were guaranteed to be forgotten by the next, and after several days, Tao Youyou ultimately abandoned the idea of universal literacy. However, while adults could escape this fate, the younglings could not. Currently, aside from Fu Xiao, who possessed an extraordinary talent, other younglings had made commendable progress, with Hu Lele being the most diligent, already able to recite the first half of the 3-character classic by heart. Mother, I have learned all this. What should I learn next? Fu Xiao obediently stood by Tao Youyou's side. Tao Youyou turned to the last page and saw that Fu Xiao could not only recognize complex characters like Qi Mei Wang Liang, but also obscure ones like Zhan Zhan Zai and Zhan. She realized that Fu Xiao had thoroughly completed this stage of literacy. After pondering, she decided to teach Fu Xiao mathematics, starting with the simplest Arabic numerals. Treasure. Fetch me a pen. Mother will teach you how to write numbers. Tao Youyou felt rejuvenated in her mission to cultivate talent. All right. Fu Xiao dashed to his room and collected all the pens and ink Tao Youyou had given him. By the time Fu Xiao returned, Tao Youyou had already written the number 0 through 9 on the literacy board, with each number accompanied by its corresponding character. Fu Xiao glanced at it and understood the meaning. Mother, are these circles used to represent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Fu Xiao found numbers simpler than characters, brimming with confidence that he would master them all by that afternoon. Under Tao Youyou's guidance, within minutes, Fu Xiao could proficiently memorize these 9 digits and smoothly arrange the sequence from 0 to 100. He felt no difficulty and even considered picking up the obscure character book that Mother had said he need not learn. Be attentive. Why are you spacing out? Tao Youyou noticed Fu Xiao's dwindling patience. Fu Xiao pouted, even cradling Fu Xiu and giving him a playful squeeze before saying, Mother, this is too easy. I'm so bored. Easy? Tao Youyou smirked inwardly. This period of studying characters had made Fu Xiao excessively confident, even a bit arrogant. It was time to temper his enthusiasm. With a glint in her eye, she devised a plan. You find this easy? Then let us teach you something difficult. All right. Fu Xiao perked up at this. Tao Youyou picked up her pen and pointed at the literacy board. Now, let us see if you can help Mother calculate the sum of the numbers you just learned, from 0 to 123 up to 100. What does it equal? Upon hearing this, Fu Xiao was stunned. While he had encountered simple addition and subtraction during his literacy lessons, it had only been with numbers under 10. The sudden leap to 100 was indeed a challenge for him. Tao Youyou thought to herself, Little rascal, have I finally found something to stump you? This question may sound simple, but in the future, it will require knowledge of high school sequences. Without a formula, you'll probably be counting on your fingers all afternoon and still not grasp it. Tao Youyou felt a tinge of mischief, pondering whether it was too cruel to tease her little one. Nevertheless, the thrill was undeniable. After tossing her query into the air, she settled into a cozy recliner. Having recently acquired a few new crochet techniques, she planned to craft a few garments for the little fur ball, envisioning that once he transformed, he would don clothes made by his mother's very hands. The thought of this overwhelmed her with maternal affection. She scooped up the little fur ball and planted a hearty kiss on him before commencing her crafting endeavor. A minute passed, filled with motherly love. 10 minutes later, the little one remained as adorable as ever, though his mother wore a frown. Wasn't this how the stitches were supposed to be threaded? Why did the resulting patterns look so peculiar? Gazing at the chaotic tangle of yarn in her lap, Tao Youyou felt her mind mirror the mess before her, utterly befuddled. Half an hour later, maternal affection remained, albeit in scant measure. The yarn was too coarse. Garments were best left to the system's creations. With an expression devoid of emotion, she discarded the chaotic bundle of yarn into the system's recycling bin, opting instead to prepare a sumptuous meal to soothe her wounded spirit. Yet, before she could set the pot upon the stove, Fu Xia came barreling in. Mother, I figured out it's 5,050. The pot slipped from Tao Youyou's grasp and clattered onto the stove. How could this be? She recalled a time before the apocalypse, when her teacher posed a similar problem, one she had labored over until she was utterly confounded. ultimately resorting to a calculator for the answer. How could this little rascal have figured it out so quickly? Surely he was cheating? Cheating was out of the question. After all, the current times were not like when she had tools to aid her. Fu Xiao tugged at her leg, swaying back and forth. Mother, is that right? Is it right? Yes, the answer is correct. How did you arrive at it? Tao Youyou felt somewhat dazed. Mother, it's actually super simple. It's just 199298397, with a total of 50 hundreds plus 150 in the middle. I initially counted it one by one. Foolishly, Fu Xiao replied, a hint of shyness in his voice. Tao Youyou was left speechless. The method of solving the problem was indeed straightforward, but she only learned it the following day when her teacher explained it. How had Fu Xiao managed to grasp it so effortlessly? Could it be that he was truly a genius? Tao Youyou felt a pang of regret. There were no Olympiad classes in this world, and if there were, she would have enrolled him without hesitation. Failing to assert her authority as a mother left her feeling somewhat ashamed. With her meager knowledge, she felt unworthy to teach Fu Xiao. It would be a disservice to the child. Multiplication tables, arithmetic, long division, area and volume, statistics and permutations. She had taught a hodgepodge of subjects, even delving into number lines. Equations, algebra, and geometry. Had she not finally struggled to keep pace, she might have thought she could educate a university student. Chapter 59. The dangerously attractive time swiftly passed, and more than half a month had gone by. The dinosaurs that had fled due to the migration of the colossal beasts gradually returned to their forests. The hunting teams finally had work to do. After merging 9 tribes, Tao Youyou chose not to disrupt the reorganization at the outset to promote harmony. After all, people instinctively seek a relatively safe living environment, and familiarity with individuals and lifestyles would reduce resistance to new settings. Once the tribes intermarried and lived together for several years, the barriers between their small groups would inevitably diminish. While farming and husbandry were not overly difficult, they did require a certain level of skill. Thus, 3 farming teams and 2 husbandry teams were established based on selection. The remaining orcs, categorized by their races and individual strengths, found their value in various tasks from crafting to hunting. Following this significant division of labor, the Tao tribe formed 3 additional hunting teams, bringing the total number of hunting warriors to 500, all exceptionally skilled. Should they encounter the previous hyena tribe now, the Tao tribe would feel confident in confronting them with 4 or 5 teams. However, with an abundance of hunters and a scarcity of prey, and in adherence to the chief's emphasis on sustainable development, the hunting teams did not deploy all at once. The first and second teams hunted on Mondays and Wednesdays, the third and fourth teams on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the fifth team on Fridays. Today was fortuitously a Friday, and A.O. Tian led the 5th hunting team, armed and ready as they ventured into the back mountains. The 5th hunting team was relatively unique, as its members were leaner and more adept at utilizing traps and tools to capture prey. A.O. Tian, the team leader, had been mended by Tao Youyou after the initial attack on the tribe by Shi Tian. His resilience was remarkable. Although he did not endure the pain for a full year, the 2 months of agony was more than most could withstand. When Tao Youyou had gathered enough prestige to heal his bones, she discovered that the pain-relieving elixirs she had prepared were still plentiful. "You haven't taken any?" Tao Youyou inquired, astonished. "I can manage," A.O. Tian replied, having grown accustomed to the pain. His expression remained unchanged even as he answered her. Nevertheless, having suffered a fracture, Tao Youyou wished for him to take it easy. Yet his passion for hunting compelled her to reluctantly place the 5th hunting team in his capable hands. A.O. Tian first visited the traps set the previous week, and as expected, each trap yielded substantial prey. After discarding the excessively young and spoiled animals, he signaled for the others to pull the giant stegosaurus from the deep pit with ropes. The remaining members, seasoned from prior experience, did not require direction. They promptly retrieved their shovels and began repairing the trap's damage during the creature's struggles. Once the massive trap was restored, the stegosaurus had been fully processed, with everyone filling their meat storage bags with 2 hefty chunks each. The enormous stegosaurus left only a few meager scraps, which were repurposed as bait for the next hunt. Aotion sprinkled some ash over the traps to further conceal them before proceeding to the next trap site. The following two locations did not yield any significant prey. Only a few young dromaeosaurs and velociraptors were caught. Their small and agile bodies remained unharmed by the sharpened stakes of the traps. But they were too short to escape and appeared somewhat weakened from hunger. Currently, aside from the hundreds of dinosaurs collectively raised by the tribe, nearly every household kept a small area in their backyard or outside their cave for a few petite dromaeosaurs and velociraptors. These creatures, visibly less plump than those raised at home, hardly warranted the meat they offered and would be better off released to attract larger carnivorous dinosaurs. Today's haul was subpar, with only one stegosaurus captured, which paled in comparison to the other 4 hunting teams. Aotion felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. His mind raced as he sought alternative means of generating income, for he did not wish to be outdone by the burly members of the crocodile tribe during next week's feast. Would you fellows be interested in joining me for a little adventure? Although he was the leader, he sought the opinions of the other team members. The orcs, seated on the ground, munching on the bento their partners had prepared, looked curiously at Aotion. They were all spirited youths, brimming with enthusiasm. Though their group was known for cleverness, they still possessed a thirst for adventure. "Let us go, boss. Just say the word and we'll follow. Count me in." Altan was quite content with his team. Although their overall combat strength could not rival that of the other 4 teams, their cohesion was exceptional, and each member was intelligent and adaptable, making them remarkably obedient. Thus, as the sole hunting group that employed cunning in their pursuits, they consistently managed to secure a respectable middle position during performance evaluations at their gatherings. Altan picked up a twig and began to sketch in the dirt. During a previous chat, Ubar mentioned that there was a swamp to the east. If they coordinated well, they might be able to corner a significant prey. Once everyone was prepared, Altan began discussing strategies to drive the dinosaurs they would encounter into the swampy forest. He divided the group into 2 teams, one to seek the designated dinosaurs and the other to carefully observe the swamp to avoid having their own members meet a watery fate. The orcs possessed an innate advantage regarding terrain, quickly identifying the optimal entry point to herd the prey. Before long, the reconnaissance team spotted their targets, a stegosaurus and a triceratops, both exceeding 7 meters in length. The stegosaurus was armed with a thick, bony armor and covered in short, sharp spikes, particularly notable for its large, mace-like tail, which could inflict severe injury if swung. The triceratops, with its thick, armored skin and sharp bony plates, posed a significant threat as well, capable of piercing through anything struck by its spiked tail. Ultimately, Alcan decided to pursue the triceratops. As most of the orcs in his group were agile and adept at evasion, the primary goal was merely to lure it into the swamp, which significantly reduced the risk involved. The triceratops, despite its formidable appearance that had deterred even larger carnivorous dinosaurs, was still oblivious to the fact that it was being targeted. Altan opted for the simplest method, to provoke the creature before leading it to the swamp. Fortunately, he had access to various tools, including the crossbow bolts given to him by Leopard Wave, which proved quite effective. Although these bolts lacked the lethality necessary to harm such a heavily armored dinosaur, they were sufficient for inciting anger. 3 agile leopard orcs circled the triceratops, successfully drawing its attention away from the dense cluster of cacti it was munching on. Irritated by the minuscule humans, the triceratops swung its spiked tail in an attempt to eliminate them, but its cumbersome bulk failed to inflict any real damage. Once the trio returned to the main group, Altan commanded the others to aim their crossbows at the creature's front. After several rounds of attacks, they finally succeeded in provoking the massive beast, which charged furiously towards Altan and his team. Leading the charge towards the swamp, Altan took the lead. Though the 5th hunting team typically relied on tools, the orcs maintained excellent physical condition, and not a single member fell behind during the nearly 4-kilometer sprint. Conversely, the triceratops, exhausted and panting, had to pause several times to catch its breath. Had it not been for Bonan's timely provocations, it might have succumbed to fatigue and ceased its pursuit altogether. Despite its enormous size, the stegosaurus seemed rather slow-witted, following the group into the swamp without suspicion. As it began to sink into the mire, it only then realized its peril, but by then, it was too late to retreat. This swamp had been carefully selected by Atan. Unlike the others, it would not devour all creatures that dared to tread upon it. Due to the ongoing dry season, the ground was relatively firm, and the Stegosaurus would likely take days to become fully ensnared, while the hunting team could dismantle it within a couple of hours. For added safety, the orcs, when in human form, were light enough to avoid sinking into the swamp, provided they were cautious about their footing and positioning. To further ensure their comrades' safety, they tied themselves together with a large vine rope, 5 members to a group, ready to rescue anyone who might get trapped. The operation proceeded smoothly, with even the 9 warriors from other tribes contributing without a hitch, learning and assisting as they went. Many among them were encountering such a massive hunt for the first time, yet under their leader's guidance, they felt nothing but excitement rather than fear. It was truly remarkable. Capturing such a beast was a rarity for their tribe. In the past, securing anything 4 or 5 meters long was considered a blessing from a beast king. Once the Triceratops was ensnared in the swamp, it began to struggle fiercely, quickly exhausting itself. During this time, all.Through and his team refrained from intervening until the creature could no longer resist, delivering a fatal blow before calling everyone forward to butcher the meat. This time, without the need to leave bait, all.Through instructed the team to cleanly divide the entire Triceratops, even crushing the bones for transport back home. As the tribal leader had mentioned that marrow was a prized delicacy. "Is everyone's pack full?" all.Through inquired. Half of the tribe responded, "Not yet, chief. We can still carry more." all.Through realized that this method of capturing prey was far more convenient, as manually dug traps had their limitations. While they could effortlessly catch smaller creatures, larger ones would inevitably damage the traps. Glancing at the sky, all.Through noted that the sun was still high, and it was too early to return home. Gleaning from their experiences, he began to contemplate the previously mentioned Stegosaurus. After all, it was merely a matter of dealing with its mace-like tail. With caution, it shouldn't pose a significant challenge. Does anyone still have the energy? Should we bring back the Stegosaurus as well? all.Through asked. Yes, let us do it. If we capture both of these creatures, we could potentially rise to the top this week. Meanwhile, Tug had been busy herself, spending mornings with Fu Xiao to learn, perhaps observing how a genius acquires knowledge. Every time Tao Youyou watched Fu Xiao study, she felt a peculiar sense of déjà vu. Before the cataclysm, there were entertainment videos that featured a method of learning by pressing a book to one's forehead, as if knowledge could simply be absorbed. Tao Youyou thought that Fu Xiao's speed of learning was comparable. He seemed to scan the material and memorize it instantly, applying it with ease. In comparison to Fu Xiao's brilliance, Tao Youyou felt somewhat foolish, believing that a fool ought to engage in manual labor. In the afternoon, Tao Youyou regained her confidence, leading her children and a vase back to the previous tribal location. She intended to check on the wheat and corn she had planted previously to see if any had survived. To her delight, 3 plots remained almost untouched, 2 of corn and 1 of wheat. The remaining fields showed varying degrees of damage, and the vegetable greenhouses were utterly destroyed, with the stones that had supported them now scattered across the ground, obliterating the seedlings that had once thrived. Though few edible vegetables remained, they could be taken back to feed the dinosaurs at home, as there were over 100 large ones to sustain. It was hard to fathom how these dinosaurs had survived during the dry season when there was no grass to be found. However, aside from the 3 well-preserved fields, the remaining wheat fields, though flattened, still yielded a harvest, albeit less bountiful. Nonetheless, a meager harvest is better than none. The first batch of flour can now be brought to the tribe's market. Tao Youyou has gathered another batch in her personal space, while the rest will have to wait until they return to the tribe for the harvesting team to collect, for relying solely on her would surely exhaust her. Regrettably, the cornfields are entirely ruined. The corn stalks had barely sprouted, offering no edible kernels. Thus, they must be harvested entirely to feed the dinosaurs. Mother, are these all edible? Fu Xiao gazed at the fallen vegetation. Tao Youyou looked at the devastated cornfields with a pang of sorrow. It seems popcorn is out of the question this time. Chapter 61. Brother, you exposed me. These are indeed food, but this batch is no longer edible and must be used to feed the dinosaurs. Tao Youyou explained to Fu Xiao. If they had grown for another 2 months, would we not have an endless supply of popcorn like the kind mother made for us last time? Fu Xiao recognized the plant from the outline of its leaves. Tao Youyou was already accustomed to Fu Xiao's inquisitive nature. It was a good thing that he loved to read. She squatted down and casually examined a fallen corn stalk, discovering a small ear that had not yet grown to the size of her palm. She peeled it open, revealing a scant few shriveled kernels inside. Tao Youyou pinched the pale corn kernels in half and said to Fu Xiao, yes, if they had grown for 2 more months, the tribe would have an abundance of popcorn. Oh, how regrettable. I really enjoyed the popcorn mother made last time. It was so fragrant. Fu Xiao caught a little furry creature that was about to leap into the field and stuffed it into his shirt pocket, saying, don't go down there. It's dirty. No need to lament. Our tribe still has 3 large cornfields. I have observed them, and they are thriving. You'll have your share. Holding the little creature by the scruff of its neck, Tao Youyou brought it to her face and asked seriously, did you steal your brother's snacks again? The little creature, initially squawking and flailing its 4 paws like a whirlwind, instantly calmed down at the sound of Mother's inquiry, resembling a damp quail. After enduring a lengthy reprimand, the little creature finally scurried back to its brother's head, seemingly venting its frustration by ruffling his hair into a nest. Oh, you exposed me, stinky brother. Fu Xiao helplessly ran his fingers through his disheveled hair before following behind Mother. Please let me pull that. Tao Youyou pointed at a piece of animal hide buried in the ruins, instinctively addressing the battle-ready vase behind her. I'll pull this corner. And you help me pull the other side, she reiterated. A minute later, Fu Xiao silently approached. Tao Youyou remarked, I forgot this vase looks grand, but is utterly useless. It would lift a finger in a safe situation. In this era, if father couldn't use it, he could only rely on his son. With Fu Xiao's strength, Tao Youyou hardly exerted any effort, and a piece of animal hide, nearly 2 meters long, was pulled out. She brushed off the dirt from her clothes and shook the hide before inspecting it closely. Indeed, there was something there. Tao Youyou quickly sought out a clean spot to lay the hide flat, scrutinizing it in detail. This was no ordinary dinosaur skin. It felt somewhat like the hide of an orc, and rounding it down, it should actually be human skin. Having experienced both the apocalypse and the beastly era, Tao Youyou felt no revulsion. She lay directly on the hide, examining it closely, eager to understand the needle-like patterns that seemed to have been pricked into it. While she expressed her disdain, she collected the item, muttering to herself, can this thing even be called a map? At this moment, she longed for the convenience of modern navigation apps like Gouda, Baidu, and Google. After studying it for a while, she finally discerned that this map likely depicted the northwestern region. The dark area should be the Yunny Mountain Grand Canyon, while the circled dashed line might represent either Misty Ridge or Fog Swamp. It could be brought back to the shaman. If he examined it, perhaps they could glean some insights. If the map could be deciphered, it might allow the orcs of the northwestern region to venture beyond the mountains into the outside world. This map, which Tao Youyou had dismissed, nearly cost Zhu his life in the Beast King's domain. You worthless wretch. Do you have any idea how your mother managed to give birth to such a thing? Unable to complete a task, and even lost the key. The map connecting to the natural peril of the northwestern region was, in fact, the key to that area. It was not that he feared the uncivilized folk of the northwestern region coming out. They were relatively weak and posed little threat. What Xiang Zhu truly feared was that the key might fall into the hands of another beast king, jeopardizing his unique trade in energy fruits. How could he face the world having lost the key? How could I have given birth to such a useless child? Damn it, you drive me to madness. In a training ground, a black pig lay like a broken doll, blood oozing from its 7 orifices. Zhu had never anticipated such cruel treatment. Although he had never been favored by his father, he had never been beaten. A few days ago, upon returning home, he witnessed his 3rd sister looking pristine and elegant, stirring feelings of jealousy and sadness within him. Initially, he had planned to feign pity to his father, exaggerating the situation in the northwestern region to elicit sympathy and recoup some losses. However, unexpectedly, his father, who had been leisurely enjoying fruit, suddenly erupted in anger. Without discerning right from wrong or allowing him to explain, all of his father's fury was unleashed upon him. Youyou believed that had it not been for the timely arrival of his ninth sister, interrupting their father's wrath, he would have faced genuine peril. He could not comprehend why a mere map could provoke such fury from his father. He felt inferior to his siblings, and now it seemed he was even lesser than a tattered map. "Father, please don't be angry. It's not good for your health. We can find a way to retrieve the key." A delicate girl of 16 or 17 gently massaged Xiang Ju's shoulders. "Even if we can't find it, Mian will work hard in bed, pleading with the Beast King to ensure that your position as the first Beast King remains unthreatened." Upon hearing the sweet words of the girl, Youyou's lingering desire for his father's approval was extinguished. When he saw Kong Mian arrive at the training ground, Xiang Ju's previously uncontainable anger subsided a little. Hearing his daughter's caring words, his rage finally dissipated. While both were his daughters, Mian had blossomed into a stunning peacock, while Youyou resembled a pig. Xiang Ju regretted not having ended her life at birth, feeling as though he had lost face for years. Fortunately, the other children still showed promise, especially this little girl, who had captivated the Beast King. Perhaps one day, she too would ascend to that esteemed position. Chapter 62. Making a dumpling skin. Compared to Xiang Ju's fury at home, the Tao tribe was in much higher spirits. Both the planting and breeding teams were exhilarated. The harvested corn, piled high, could be stored for a long time. The chief stated that even the dinosaurs raised during the cold season would be well fed and gain weight. The mature wheat ears prompted the orc farmers of the planting team to work diligently, as the chief declared that this was the staple food humans ought to consume. Although meat is rich in energy, it is not suitable to be consumed as a staple food over the long term, as it can easily lead to digestive issues. When paired with staple foods, it may contribute to the longevity of the orcs and reduce their susceptibility to illness. The chief's words must certainly hold truth, which is why everyone eagerly anticipates this new staple food. Surely it will be quite delicious. In contrast to the bustling harvest activities within the tribe, Tao Youyou has already ground her batch of wheat into flour within her own space. She retrieved a clean bowl and filled it with 2 generous bowls of slightly yellow flour, adding a pinch of salt. As she kneaded the dough, the curious little malevolent hopped onto the table, perching with its front paws nestled between its hind legs, intently watching. Tao Youyou gently patted the little one's head to reassure it, then took 2 chopsticks to stir the mixture, gradually adding water until the flour transformed into a fluffy mass. She poured the fluffy mixture onto the countertop and kneaded it for a moment until it became a large lump of white dough. Seizing the opportunity, the inquisitive kitten poked the dough with its paw, leaving a plum blossom imprint. "Oh, the texture feels delightful. Much softer than the mud my brother used to make for me in our childhood." When Tao Youyou returned to the bowl, she noticed several small plum blossom marks on the dough and realized it was the work of little malevolent. Rather than being upset, she simply tore off the portion with the imprints, rolled it out into a thin sheet, and placed it in front of the little one to let it play freely. Then, glancing at the dough's quantity, she decided to cut it in half with a knife, covering each half with a bowl to allow them to rest. "Ah, Xiao, Mother is going out to pick some vegetables. Keep an eye on little Shu and don't let it mess up the dough I've just kneaded." After instructing Fu Xiao, she ventured to the tribe's vegetable garden. Currently, the tribe has 3 gardens, 2 equipped with greenhouses, although at this stage, they are still cultivating outdoors, reserving the greenhouses for the cold season. The other is simply an open field enclosed by a fence. Tao Youyou headed to this very field, primarily because it was the closest to her, and she recalled that the chives in this field seemed ready for harvest, and it appeared to be the first cutting. The first cutting of chives is the most fragrant and perfect for making dumplings. Tao Youyou felt delighted as she observed the flourishing chives by the edge of the field, and she harvested enough for her family's needs. Upon returning home with the chives, the dough had risen sufficiently. After washing her hands, she called Fu Xiao over. "Ah, Xiao, come help Mother with something." Fu Xiao set down the book he was reading and eagerly ran over. "What is it, Mother? What do you need me to do?" He then released little Shu, who had resigned itself to lying flat like a pancake. Tao Youyou led Fu Xiao to the sink. "Let's wash our hands first." Fu Xiao, possessing considerable strength, was well suited for kneading dough. His efforts would undoubtedly yield a more elastic consistency. Help mother knead the dough, Tao Youyou demonstrated briefly, and upon seeing that Fu Xiao had grasped the technique, she began to chop the chives. Today, Tao Youyou planned to make dumplings filled with dinosaur egg chives and chive meat filling, unsure of which variety the children would prefer. The eggs were from the Bambi dinosaur, leaning more towards the flavor of chicken eggs, mildly fishy and easily accepted, while the meat was from the hunchback dinosaur, slightly fatty and, when cooked, should be incredibly aromatic for dumpling filling. After finally chopping the chives, she set them aside and heated oil in a pan, pouring in the beaten Bambi dinosaur eggs, which quickly formed a golden ring of scrambled eggs in the pan. A single dinosaur egg sufficed for the entire family, while chicken eggs would have required 7 or 8. Once the egg mixture had fully set, Tao Youyou removed it from the pan and added diced meat to the remaining oil, instantly releasing a fragrant aroma that surpassed even that of the scrambled eggs. The chief must be preparing a delicious meal. I wonder if he will share with us. It seems tempting to visit the chief's house for a meal, but Lord Fu Xiao is rather intimidating. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Feeling hungry, Tao Youyou wondered aloud what they would have for lunch. The enticing aromas wafted around, captivating the attention of those nearby. The meat filling, egg filling, and vegetable filling were all prepared, leaving only the task of mixing them with seasonings. Chopped green onions and minced ginger were added to the mixture, along with a spoonful of salt, sugar, oil, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and starch, stirred clockwise until well combined. Fu Xiao became increasingly animated as he kneaded, even playfully engaging with the dough until Tao Youyou called for a halt, reluctantly withdrawing his hands. All right, mother will show you something fun. Tao Youyou took a piece of dough, cut off a tenth, rolled it into a long strip, and cut it into uniformly sized pieces. She then pressed each piece slightly and, using a rolling pin, began to flatten it. Before long, a round wrapper with thin edges and a slightly thicker center emerged. Tao Youyou filled it with the prepared filling, and the little hands, unsure of how to pinch it, quickly formed a shape resembling a gold ingot. Soon, various shapes of dumplings, including wave-shaped, clam-shaped, for happiness dumplings, and even 2 mouse-shaped dumplings appeared on the countertop. The adorable dumplings excited little Mao Tuanzi, who attempted to paw at the small delicacies, but this time, Tao Youyou intervened. These are food, not toys. Seeing her serious expression, the little one's round eyes remained steadfast, and it reluctantly gave up, sitting to the side and watching as its brother and mother busied themselves. Fu Xiao encountered his first challenge. Why couldn't he roll the dough into a perfect circle, and why did it seem to wander off while he was working? Half an hour later, he gazed at the assortment of dumpling wrappers before him, some round, some square, and even a few with holes, feeling quite disgruntled. However, Tao Youyou remained cheerful, delighted that her child had finally encountered something he could struggle with. Oh joy! Her confidence soared, and her dumpling-making pace quickened, until she noticed that the decorative vase behind her had somehow joined in, even extending a hand to grab a piece of dumpling skin. In the darkness, Fu Xiao let out a long sigh, finally managing to suppress the rowdy little ones. It had taken quite an effort. Thankfully, he could secretly observe what his wife was doing. Fu Xiao formed a hand seal and closed his eyes, attempting to transmit his spirit and will bit by bit. The limitations of a clone formed from a drop of blood were indeed significant. He could do nothing substantial. Oh, my wife is making dumplings with chive filling. I want to eat some. He struggled to control the clone from hundreds of kilometers away, unsure of whether he would succeed. Grasping the dumpling skin was a success, but scooping the filling was a failure. Tao Youyou turned to find the beautiful vase behind her with its entire hand submerged in the chive filling, and her expression cracked inch by inch. What was the intention behind this? As she felt the sticky sensation of the chives, Fu Xiao's expression shattered. Why was he attempting to control a clone to make dumplings? Wouldn't it be better to quietly admire his wife and leave her with the impression of a handsome man? Now, that charming image was utterly ruined. You, quickly take your hand out. Tao Youyou hurriedly pulled Fu Xiao's hand out of the chive filling. With a look of disdain, she asked, "Have you washed your hands? Are they dirty? Are we even going to eat this?" Tao Youyou scooped out the large chunk of filling that Fu Chao had contaminated and disdainfully glanced at him, who stood there with an indifferent and proud expression, as if the earlier incident had nothing to do with him. The real Fu Chao felt so embarrassed that he wished he could remove his own head. Hearing his wife's disdainful tone, he could only explain his grievances in silence. "Wife, I assure you, I am not dirty, nor is my doppelganger, for it is a unique entity untouched by dust." Tao Youyou gazed at the proud vase draped in white, whose green, dripping hands seemed rather discordant. With an eye roll, she guided him to the sink and began to meticulously wash his hand. How smooth it was! The texture of this hand was incomparably more pleasant than jade. How could a grown man possess such softness? Tao Youyou found it utterly perplexing. As she squeezed some hand soap and rubbed the slippery hand, she remarked, "I did not intend to take advantage of you. The strong aroma of chives necessitates a thorough cleansing." The tingling sensation from the doppelganger made Fu Zhao feel less embarrassed about the previous act. After all, when his wife washed his doppelganger's hand, it could be rounded up to mean he was holding his wife's small hand. How delightful! "Now, you stay right here and don't move. Either sit on the sofa and wait, or don't come over to create chaos." Tao Youyou dried Fu Zhao's hand and settled them on the sofa before returning to the opposite side to make dumplings. Her hands were so soft. Oh, how joyous it was! Although he could feel his wife's touch through the doppelganger, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy towards the half-doppelganger created from his own essence. He longed to be close to his wife, but it was all the fault of those creatures from another world who had not only destroyed his wife's world, but were now complicating his efforts to create a new world for her. Thinking about how he should have been by her side at this moment, but was instead reduced to a thoughtless drop of essence, made him genuinely unhappy. In the next moment, he revealed a fierce glare towards those who had been beaten countless times at the abyss's end. With Fu Zhao no longer causing disruptions, Tao Youyou's speed in the kitchen increased once again. Although Fu Zhao was slow, he managed to help with a few dumplings, albeit not the most aesthetically pleasing. However, since they were for family, appearance was of little concern. Tao Youyou utilized the steamer she obtained from the system, which had a freshness-preserving feature, to store the completed dumplings. By the time the 2 batches of filling were fully wrapped, even the earliest dumplings showed no signs of drying out. It was time to boil the dumplings. Tao Youyou believed that chive and egg dumplings were slightly tastier, yet the 2 little ones and their father evidently preferred the chive and meat variety. Fu Zhao was fine, with a normal appetite, but the little ones were like hungry tigers pouncing on food. Had it not been for the thought that Fu Zhao's beast form was indeed quite substantial, Tao Youyou would have nearly stopped him from devouring the 6th plate of dumplings. Originally, Tao Youyou had hoped that, with the large quantity made, any leftovers could be stored in their homemade small freezer for the 2 little ones to eat on days when she was absent or busy. But it seemed that freezing was unnecessary, as there might not even be enough to go around. Fu Zhao consumed a plate every 3 to 4 minutes, and then looked up eagerly at Tao Youyou, with the little fur ball mirroring his actions. Their appearance made it hard not to continue feeding them. Zhu had finally stood up after more than 10 days, suppressing her hatred as she retrieved the task of finding the key from Xiangju. Upon returning to her territory, she expressed her discontent, wishing she could smash everything in her house if not for her financial constraints. Once she gathered all her subordinates, she began to plan her campaign against the northwestern region. The route through the northwestern territory was perilous, but Zhu had traversed it several times and was not overly concerned. This time, she not only selected some capable aides, but also spent money to recruit several competent orcs, including 7 beast masters, one of whom was nearly at the beast spirit level. If not for his lack of opportunities, he would surely have broken through by now. Had she not promised him a 3rd-level energy fruit to help him overcome his bottleneck upon success, she would not have been able to recruit him for the expedition to the northwestern region. Zhu was putting everything on the line this time, not just to find the key, but more importantly, to seek revenge. Moreover, she realized that she was responsible for the energy fruits in the entire northwestern region. And rather than submitting everything to please her father as she had done before, it would be better to keep most for herself to attract guests. Therefore, the northwestern region was her only chance for a comeback, and this time she had to subdue the indigenous people. If necessary, to avoid future troubles. Annihilating all the orcs in the northwestern region would not be off the table. Juju took out 50 pounds of meat from the Guizue Long to offer to the two saber-toothed tiger orcs before her. These two orcs were brothers, and to the naked eye, it was nearly impossible to distinguish between them. They had been beast masters for many years and were capable of defeating even beast spirits in terms of teamwork. Reflecting on the personnel she had gathered this time, Juju felt her confidence rising. With this lineup, not only could they conquer the northwestern region, but even many larger tribes in the eastern part would struggle to withstand them. However, there was no need to bring so many to a place filled with uncivilized sinners. Just the two of them would suffice. He tore a piece of meat in half and swallowed it eagerly. Chapter 64. Little Treasure. I'm about to begin when Tao Youyou took the family out for an adventure. The little furry ball with a keen nose discovered a patch of untouched local red fruits, spared from being trampled by giant dinosaurs. Tao Youyou observed that these were essentially tomatoes from her world, only larger. Even the smaller ones were significantly bigger than her fist. She also noted that this world boasted a variety of native vegetation, such as root vegetables like sweet potatoes, and now added tomatoes to the mix. Unlike the later generations, the vegetables here were all remarkably large. That day, Tao Youyou picked a basketful to bring home, while preparing to send the tribe's gathering team to collect more. The hot season had reached its peak, and she feared that the red fruits would rot on the ground if left unharvested under the blazing sun. The production team quickly crafted a batch of collection baskets overnight. Today, everyone in Tao Youyou's party had their own basket. By the time they arrived, several herbivorous dinosaurs had already begun feasting on the red fruits. Fortunately, their numbers were few, and even the tribe members could lead them away. However, nearly half of the almost 10 acres of red fruits had already been trampled into a mushy mess. Tao Youyou felt a pang of sorrow, quickly picked the ripe ones. Tao Youyou swiftly assigned tasks to the gathering team. Thankfully, with many hands, they managed to harvest all the tomatoes within half a day. As for the vines, she did not intend to bring them back. The dinosaurs at home were not lacking food, as there were 2 plots of wasteland behind the tribe filled with alfalfa, perfectly suited to feed the herbivorous dinosaurs. Harvesting it repeatedly ensured a rapid growth cycle and high nutritional value, allowing her little dinosaurs to grow plump quickly. These vines, devoid of red fruits, were still beneficial for the wild herbivorous dinosaurs. There was no need to eradicate everything. While everyone was energetically picking red fruits, Sure Tion's difficult days were coming to a relative end, as he had caught the eye of a beast emperor. This beast emperor took the form of a giant hippopotamus, with an extraordinarily large mouth and some rather peculiar preferences in such matters. However, in comparison to being a plaything for everyone, Sure Tion had to endure. After all, this was the best option he could find at present. He had long been aware of this hippopotamus, but due to his unusual preferences in his past life, he had avoided contact, only receiving annual tributes of specialties from his territory. Little did he know that in this lifetime, to escape the mire, he would have to sell his charm to a male. Had he not been truly fearful for his life, Sure Tion would have almost given up. As Sure Tion emerged from that dark corner, incessantly tormented, he felt a sense of rebirth, basking in the sunlight that enveloped him. As if this were the true essence of life, his spirits lifted considerably, until a disdainful glance from the tall, gaunt man beside him reminded him of his incomplete freedom. He thought, should I keep Lord Hippo waiting? Sure Tion couldn't help but curse inwardly. After all, he was merely a lackey. What was there to be so haughty about? When I rise, I shall pluck out your eyes and make you stare. Nonetheless, compared to the despair of perpetual darkness, he was finally able to breathe fresh air, and his previously aggrieved mood lightened. Moreover, being near a beast emperor was infinitely preferable to being beside that pig, and once outside the northwestern region, he would no longer be subjected to the restrictive spells that suppressed his talents. I will inevitably become the Beast King. Once I ascend to that throne, all of you shall perish. Just the thought of the orcs who once bullied him kneeling before him in submission filled him with uncontainable joy. He resolved that regardless of how they begged for mercy, he would show them no leniency. They must all die. However, after spending several days within the territory of the Hippo Beast Emperor, his spirits waned. Why was this tribe so different from what he had envisioned? As the favored pet of the Beast Emperor, he was given so little meat, even less than what Tao Youyou had allocated to ordinary tribesmen during her tenure as chieftain. How could this be? Furthermore, the meat was utterly unpalatable, far inferior to what those few crippled old-timers from his former tribe had prepared. It was truly unbelievable. Shirtian even suspected that these individuals were deliberately belittling him, perhaps influenced by the opinions of Huzhou, whom the Hippo Beast Emperor had once doted upon. These people were far too adept at discerning others, thinking that by currying favor with Huzhou, they could secure their fates. Did they not understand the concept of novelty over antiquity? As a male and a former superior, he was acutely aware of the fickleness of preferences, for he had once embodied such a trait. He had already resolved that once he had sufficiently pleased the Hippo Beast Emperor, he would ensure an improvement in his rations and would even cut Huzhou's meals to naught. As night fell, Shirtian exerted himself with unparalleled fervor, to the point where he began to doubt the resilience of his own waist. As the Hippo Beast Emperor's enthusiasm soared, he no longer aspired for better provisions. He merely wished for this farce to conclude swiftly, for he could endure no more. Pain coursed through every inch of his body. Shirtian gasped for breath, on the verge of losing consciousness, muttering to himself that he must become the Beast King to endure this ordeal. The Hippo Beast Emperor, wielding a whip with increasing wildness, finally collapsed onto the bed after 3 hours of indulgence. He was not entirely satisfied with Shirtian. Despite his lion form, the latter's endurance was woefully inadequate, even falling short of Huzhou's. He had restrained himself today, having refrained from using any stimulating substances. He pondered how many more of these encounters Shirtian could withstand. I will become the Beast King. I will become the Beast King. Hold on, I must become the Beast King. What did you say? The Hippo Beast Emperor finally realized that this limp figure was muttering something. Upon listening closely, he chuckled. How absurd it was for someone like him to aspire to kingship. Even he himself lacked such confidence. How dare this one? Yet, the Hippo Beast Emperor suddenly entertained the notion that if a Beast King were to writhe beneath him, how utterly exhilarating that would be. No, this was too thrilling. He felt a surge of energy and did not feel as fatigued anymore. He desired another round. Malyu, hurry, bring me my fire oil, and make sure it's the large one. The previously tall, gaunt man swiftly retrieved some ominous-looking instruments from another room before returning to the Hippo Beast Emperor's chamber. He cast a glance at the already unconscious Shirtian, devoid of expression, and without hesitation, dragged the limp figure back onto the bed, arranging him suitably before quietly exiting the room. Little darling, I shall begin now. Chapter 65. Foreseeing danger in stark contrast to Shirtian's tumultuous experience, Zhu and her party faced their own arduous journey. Over 30 individuals set out with an air of arrogance, many dismissing the expedition as insignificant, until they had barely traversed half of the Yunny Mountain Grand Canyon when they had already lost half their number, including a beastmaster, and began to take the situation seriously. Although Zhu was knowledgeable about many perilous areas, the sheer size of their group overwhelmed her, leaving her unable to manage effectively. She herself had narrowly escaped multiple dangers, let alone the others. Upon reaching the spider forest mire, Zhu finally caught her breath. However, observing her disheveled and beleaguered companions filled her with sorrow. It was all that damned elephant's fault. Why did it insist she retrieve the map? If only she had taken a moment to regroup or brief everyone thoroughly, they would not have suffered such heavy losses. In Misty Ridge, where visibility was non-existent, missteps could easily result in being dragged away by unknown monsters. Once they emerged from the Misty Ridge, Zhu realized they had lost 8 individuals, and in the remaining swamp area, another 6 had perished. Although other routes had not been as severe, they had also faced ambushes and serious injuries. Despite holding the map for many years, Zhu still did not comprehend the nature of the monsters inhabiting the Yunny Mountain Grand Canyon. They were neither dinosaurs nor any familiar predators. Could they be creatures that had emerged from the abyss? Although she had heard since childhood that the abyss was a forbidden land for beast kings, she had never grasped what lay within. A fearsome existence even her biased father dreaded. However, Juju speculated that if her father, without a map, attempted to traverse the Yunny Mountain Grand Canyon, he too would struggle. Juju, you are being unfair. You did not mention such a treacherous path when we set out. Once this matter is resolved, I expect compensation. A disgruntled orc on the brink of achieving beast spirit status spoke up. Juju's heart sank. This creature was as relentless as a lion-tiger beast. And now that he had opened his mouth, would it not mean that everyone else would expect the same? Given her current financial situation, could she afford to pay double? Yet, despite her reluctance, she could not refuse at such a critical juncture. If he were to lead a revolt, she would be left with no chance. Although Juju felt rage bubbling within her, she maintained a smile on her face and replied, "My Lord Lion Tiger, you are putting me in a difficult position. You all know that I led everyone on this quest due to my previous failure. Do not speak of trivialities. If you do not agree, I will turn back immediately. Who knows what dangers await me ahead? I wish to break through, but I do not wish to gamble with my life." Lion Tiger Lee had no patience left. Juju turned to see that more than half of the group began to waver due to Lion Tiger Lee's words, prompting her to hastily paint a rosy picture. No, you must not give up. I know the path ahead. There is little danger left. We are almost there. Moreover, the northwestern region is rich in treasures. You will see for yourselves. The energy fruit of my father originates from this very place, and I assure you, once we arrive and complete the task of extinguishing that small tribe, you may seek out the energy fruits freely. Whatever you find will be yours. Juju scoffed, asserting that if they could find it, it would indeed be a testament to their abilities. Moreover, the dinosaurs in this northwestern region were far more formidable than the smaller creatures found elsewhere, not to mention the hundreds of meters-long behemoths. Even large dinosaurs exceeding 10 meters were quite common. It would be best if these apex predators devoured all of you. Tao Youyou was unaware that Juju was on her way back with people, yet the development of the tribe had been nothing short of rapid. If her prestige hadn't peaked, she might have even established a modern industrial society. However, with the end of the dry season, the northwestern region finally welcomed its first torrential rain. 3 days later, the once barren cliffs were bursting with greenery, thanks in large part to Tao Youyou's efforts. She gathered all the flying beastmen in the tribe, distributing large bags of grass seeds to each, instructing them to scatter the seeds from the skies over designated plots. With the arrival of the rainy season, meticulous planting was unnecessary. As long as half the seed survived, this desolate land would eventually flourish with verdant life. To achieve prosperity, one must first build roads, and while roads could not be constructed at present, transforming the barren environment was paramount for significant changes in the entire northwestern region. Tao Youyou observed that this area, due to geographical issues, was perpetually a desolate wasteland. Fortunately, the winds were not excessively fierce, allowing the grass to take root without being uprooted. The soil quality was quite good, making it suitable for planting greenery. Although there were a few months of drought each year, she remained confident, believing there would be solutions. With ample water at her disposal, she was certain that once the vegetation took root and gradually began to thrive, the drought periods would shorten. The rainy season was a time of bountiful harvests, and this year was particularly abundant compared to previous ones. Historically, the beastmen of the northwestern region would frantically hoard food in preparation for the impending cold season. Some hibernating beastmen even increased their food intake to build up fat for the cold waves. However, the Tao tribe was different. The beastmen were not engaged in a frantic stockpiling frenzy, but rather lived leisurely and happily, much like any other day. Of course, there were distinctions. The tribe's newly planted crops were nearing harvest. Everyone enthusiastically gathered wheat, then vegetables, and finally corn, filling the towering granary at the center of the tribe to the brim. With this abundance, not even 10 cold waves could instill fear in them. Tribe leader, they have arrived. Tao Youyou set down her milk tea, crossed her legs, and became animated. Something interesting was finally about to happen. The map she had discovered earlier, deciphered by Yuan Lu, indeed depicted the evacuation routes of the Yunny Mountain Grand Canyon. Although it was drawn with a touch of vagueness, all the dangerous areas were marked, along with some escape methods. After having Bao Lang redraw several copies of the map, her curiosity about the outside world was piqued. Naturally, she did not rush out recklessly. After all, the myriad of crosses marked on the map indicated danger, extreme danger. Tao Youyou valued her life too much to put herself in peril. She needed to proceed cautiously. For instance, as a first step, she would leave some personnel behind as a reconnaissance vanguard at the entrance. By securing this exit, they could anticipate any dangers from the outside. Chapter 66. They did not die. Only 6 individuals? Tao Youyou asked incredulously as she listened to the scout's report. Are you certain there are only 6 beastmen? A slender avian beastman had not even transformed in a human form, instead perching on a pole and declaring, "Tribe leader, I am certain." Last time, that black pig emerged from the Yun Inai Mountain Grand Canyon, stumbling with 6 ragged individuals. Tao Youyou had initially expected the black pig from outside to bring a whole team to confront her. Yet she was taken aback to learn that only 6 individuals had returned. Was this still a sign of underestimating her? Unbeknownst to her, Juju had not underestimated the Tao tribe at all. In fact, she had spent her entire fortune to eradicate bandits. However, the journey through the northwestern region had proven arduous, and only this small number of her originally 30-strong group remained. What pained her most was that 2 of the beastmasters she had hired at great expense had perished before they could even begin their work. Juju suddenly understood why her father placed such importance on this map. It was due to her familiarity with the terrain. Otherwise, today these individuals might have faced complete annihilation. Juju gazed helplessly at the 6 individuals beside her, panting heavily. After resting for 2 full days, they finally recuperated. But during this brief period, Tao Youyou had managed to glean their strengths. This pig was of average strength, possibly on par with the current Yuba, while the other 3 were similarly matched. Notably, 2 of the tiger beastmen appeared to be siblings. Individually, they seemed mediocre, yet their synergy produced an impressive effect of 112. The other individual beast form remained unknown, but their combat prowess was formidable. Yin Xier had claimed to witness this person knock over a 6-meter-long wild bull dragon with a single punch. Hu Erniu was currently the tribe's most powerful warrior. Yet she candidly stated that she could not achieve such feats, while she dared to confront the wild bull dragon alone now. The extent of knocking it down was beyond her capability. The members of the council were all key figures in the Tao tribe, and upon hearing of such formidable opponents, each became increasingly anxious. The present Tao tribe was no longer a mere wild tribe. It had been painstakingly cultivated into a self-sufficient community. No one wished to see the tribe suffer even the slightest blow. What should we do? Several key figures even began to secretly contemplate confronting these outsiders in a desperate battle, hoping to protect the tribe. Tao Youyou immediately discerned their thoughts and remarked, "Enough. Stop looking so glum. What is the big deal? Even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone taller to bear it. I, as the tribe leader, am not worried. Why should you be?" The key figures recalled that Tao Youyou was the envoy of the Beast King and possessed numerous skills, which somewhat alleviated their unease. However, they also recalled that the shaman had once mentioned that the most formidable beings beyond the northwestern region could even reach out to grasp the sun and moon, which rekindled their worries. Seeing that the group remained uneasy, Tao Youyou helplessly pointed to the formidable figure behind her and said, "Well, even if I cannot handle it, there is him. What are you all afraid of?" Currently, Fu Zhao lacked self-awareness and had minimal presence in the tribe, often quietly trailing behind Tao Youyou like a silent shadow, easily overlooked. With Tao Youyou's reminder, everyone realized their oversight, especially the original members of the Tao tribe, who felt a sense of reassurance upon seeing Master Fu Zhao. What did knocking over a wild bull dragon mean? Our Master Fu Zhao could tear a large pterosaur in half with a mere flick of his hand. With this thought, Hu Erniu, Yuba Baolang, and others completely relaxed, even patting their sleeves and departing with their close comrades. What a trivial matter. Don't keep adding to the tribe leader's burdens. Tao Youyou did not genuinely intend to rely on Fu Zhao to confront these invading outsiders. Firstly, Fu Zhao lacked independent consciousness and was difficult to control. He would instinctively protect Tao Youyou, acting only against threats to her. If the adversaries did not attack her, What would he do while rampaging through the tribe? Secondly, the military functions within the system's space have been unlocked for some time, but aside from the initial rudimentary cannon, which served only as a scare tactic, there had been no additional expenditure, resulting in only a few different types of crossbows added to the cold weaponry. Tao Youyou glanced at her current reputation points, deliberating for quite some time before ultimately resolving to encircle the tribe with a closed, invisible electric fence. This high-voltage electric fence was formidable. Even the most ordinary orcs would find themselves incapacitated, let alone the giant dinosaurs from the previous encounter. Should any foolhardy adversary attempt a direct assault, they would surely face dire repercussions. Given the vast expanse of the tribe's territory, this installation consumed nearly all of Tao Youyou's reputation points. Fortunately, the electric fence required no additional power and operated entirely on automation. With the tribe's defense metrics now maximized, it proved to be a judicious investment. The remaining reputation points dwindled to less than 5, rendering high-tech options unrealistic, while conventional firearms held little merit. However, she could enhance the electric fence with some unique contraptions. Additionally, it appeared that the tribe's chili peppers had ripened in abundance, prompting Tao Youyou to prepare some chili extract to welcome their guests. Since the 6 individuals were all nursing wounds, sprinkling salt on their injuries seemed trivial. Instead, a touch of chili extract would surely intensify the experience. The gathering tasked with collecting resources even prioritized supplying the hunting team over preparing chili sauce. As Tao Youyou distributed her homemade chili extract, Zhu arrived with the 6 seasoned beastmasters at the former territory of the Tao tribe. Is this truly the formidable tribe you spoke of? Huya's fierce battle spirit was extinguished upon encountering the desolation of what was once a thriving primitive tribe. She couldn't help but furrow his brow, his dissatisfaction with Zhu reaching its zenith. Was this indeed a powerful primitive tribe? How could it be so easily annihilated? The ruins offered no evidence of strength to Hushi. Zhu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this tribe had been completely obliterated by the previous cataclysm caused by the giant dinosaurs? Had she come in vain? A mix of emotions surged within Zhu, feeling frustrated at the monumental cost incurred merely to show her companions a destroyed tribe. It felt unsatisfactory, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Yet, gazing at the debris, Zhu found herself powerless to rectify the situation. After all, she could not seek vengeance against the dinosaurs responsible for the tribe's demise. Those massive beasts would surely intimidate even her father. They have not perished. Chapter 67. This ragtag group. Zhu abruptly turned her head, frowning at the companion who had just spoken. What did you say? Indeed, they're not dead. This primitive tribe you mentioned possesses a certain intrigue, replied Hu Li, seamlessly continuing the conversation. Zhu instantly felt invigorated. They must have evaded the cataclysm you spoke of. Despite the chaos of the collapsed structures, not a single corpse is to be found. Therefore, they must have fled. At the very least, this is not their burial ground. Crouching down, Hu Li examined the soil, confirming the absence of any scent of decay or death. Zhu, grasping the implication, felt her previously extinguished fury reignite. No matter where this group has fled, I will capture them and eradicate their entire clan, one by one. What shall we do next? We agreed that we would only accompany you for 3 days, after which we would seek our own opportunities for breakthroughs, Zhu thought, stifling her anger but unable to suppress her frustration. As long as you assist me in annihilating that tribe, we will have ample time. The distance was too great to gather further useful information, so they left 2 primitive sparrows outside the safe zone to continue monitoring while Angwin departed. What is that? Hu Li suddenly lifted his gaze toward the southern horizon, picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it. 2 sparrows, each the size of a hand, fell lifelessly from the sky. Hu Li approached, retrieving the fallen sparrows and taking a few sniffs of the air before turning to Zhu and her companions, who were deliberating on how to locate the fleeing tribe. Enough chatter. I know where they are. Zhu inquired eagerly. Lord Hu, do you know? Yes, head south. They have already spotted us, so there is no need for stealth tactics. We shall simply crush them head on. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can part ways. Each to their own business. Zhu nodded in agreement, marveling at Hu Li's prowess, as he was indeed a being close to the spirit of beasts. Very well. We shall proceed as you instruct. Along the journey, Youyou and her group captured several hunting teams from unknown tribes, further confirming the location of the Tao tribe. Youyou grabbed one bruised and bloodied beastman from the leopard tribe and kicked him, demanding, "Is this territory indeed the Tao tribe?" "Yes," the battered beastman replied weakly. Though he had not intended to betray the Tao tribe, the recent demise of his hunting party, reduced to himself and a female, forced him to comply. The bandits had threatened to exterminate his entire clan if he did not reveal the location of the Tao tribe. Thus, he had reluctantly betrayed his conscience to save his kin, bearing the burden of guilt. He silently prayed that Tao Youyou, the Beast King's envoy, would be able to vanquish these foes. Otherwise, he would truly be condemned. This location is promising. Indeed, the Tao tribe possesses talented individuals, though the environmental conditions are somewhat lacking, with treacherous mountains and sparse vegetation. Sure, Huli observed, recognizing the area as suitable for habitation. Youyou, however, was astonished. Having visited the northwest region over 10 times, she recalled that there had been not even a few shrubs, let alone any grass, visible for dozens of kilometers. How had such a transformation occurred in such a short time? It finally dawned on her that the subtle yet significant changes in the landscape were due to the emergence of scattered greenery. Previously, she had dismissed it as mere chaotic growth resulting from the rampage of the giant dinosaurs. But now she understood it to be something more substantial. Tao Youyou set a cup of water before Ingwen, allowing the panting creature a moment to recuperate. "Tribe leader, fortunately, I was astute. Otherwise, I might have been caught." Ingwen coughed. Tiger Ernyo, hearing the latter part of Ingwen's statement, began to choke and patted his back vigorously. "Take your time drinking. Finish before speaking, or I won't understand a word." "Tribe leader, that beast man, neither lion nor tiger, is indeed formidable. I had initially considered revealing some clues to attract their attention, but it proved unnecessary. In a single breath, he detected me, and even my 2 sparrows could not escape." Tao Youyou, having confirmed Ingwen's safety, advised, in the future, be more cautious when gathering intelligence. While the tribe's development is flourishing, I sense a decline in your vigilance, which is quite concerning. Ingwen hung his head, and several corps members began to reflect. You must realize that our adversaries are not limited to those mindless dinosaurs. As we grow stronger, we will inevitably offend some individuals. Among them, there will be those of great prowess. You have all heard the shaman mention that the outsiders are not comparable to us in the Northwest. They are both powerful and cunning. You must remain fully alert and never underestimate them. The members of the assembly nodded in unison, with Ingwen promptly acknowledging his fault. The clan leader acknowledged her mistake, admitting that her recent good fortune had led to a sense of arrogance. She vowed to reflect deeply and promised that such errors would not be repeated. Tao Youyou felt relieved to see that everyone was taking her words seriously. She feared that in her efforts to bring convenience to the tribe, they might lose their vigilance, which would be counterproductive. "As long as you all understand, there is no need to worry. With me and Lord Fu Zhao here, you can focus on your tasks," she advised. Just as the members were about to leave, Ingwen turned and announced, "Clan leader, I have just received news from my birds." To ensure accuracy, they captured a hunting team from the leopard clan, leaving only 2 survivors. Tao Youyou stood up in shock. What? The key members who had begun to exit turned back in alarm. The leopard clan had friendly relations with the Tao clan, and they regularly engaged in amicable exchanges, so nearly everyone in both clans knew each other. Hearing that familiar faces had been slain was infuriating to anyone. These scoundrels. Chapter 68. The white electric net. Initially, Tao Youyou planned to set up an electric net and leave these outsiders to their own devices until they face consequences. However, she changed her mind and decided that this group of beasts needed to pay a price for their actions. If they fancied the Northwest region, then they would meet their demise here. Having grown accustomed to her high position for so long, she resolved to show them that even the region they scorned could be their grave. However, it was problematic that Bao Wen and Bao Ling were still in their hands. As allies, the Tao clan could not stand idly by while they faced death at their doorstep. The security alarm was triggered, summoning all tribe members back to the safety of the clan. Even the cubs, who were playing nearby due to the weekend, hurried home. With a command given, everyone sprang into action. Upon returning to the clan, they were astonished to find a vast expanse of translucent white netting appeared at the edge of their territory. Although they did not fully understand what it was, they instinctively kept their distance, recognizing that it was the clan leader's doing. The high-voltage electric net lay in wait, as Tao Youyou anticipated the arrival of the invading forces. Zhu and his group, upon confirming they were indeed at the Tao clan's valley, eased their vigilance over Bao Wan and Bao Ling. In fact, only one beastman dragged Bao Wan towards the valley, while no one paid attention to Bao Ling, who seized the opportunity to escape in another direction. She knew of a different way to enter the Tao clan. This was a method taught to her by her brother Bao Ling, and she needed to reach him first to warn of impending danger. Suddenly, Bao Ling was repelled backward. Rubbing her head in confusion, she looked around, bewildered by what had just struck her. An intrusion had occurred. As soon as she collided with the hidden electric net, the system alert was received by Tao Youyou. There was no electric shock response, indicating it wasn't the 6 individuals or the pig. To prevent accidental harm to her tribe, Tao Youyou had set up a sensor device that would not electrocute non-target individuals, but only obstruct them. The feedback from the electric net identified the intruder as Bao Ling, and Tao Youyou granted her entry permission. Rubbing her head, Bao Ling cautiously reached out, confirming the area was clear. Rising to her feet, she moved slowly, disregarding the earlier impact. Her brother's clan was in danger, and she had to inform them swiftly. Bao Ling, there's danger. A formidable beastman is coming for you. You must flee. Upon entering the Tao clan, she ran toward Bao Ling's dwelling, shouting as she went. However, she found it strange that there was no one around. Had the villains already infiltrated? With this thought, Bao Ling slowed her pace, covering her mouth as she cautiously approached the clan's front hall to assess the situation and determine how to rescue them. Bao Ling, go meet her. Tao Youyou mused fondly about Bao Ling. Though the girl was somewhat infatuated, her character was commendable. Once, during Bao Ling's diplomatic mission to the Leopard clan, something transpired that captured Bao Ling's heart. She became so enamored that she even left her safe role within the female gathering of the Leopard clan to join the hunting team, seeking more opportunities to see Bao Ling. Since Bao Ling's leg injury, he had been cut off from all female contact. And despite being a top asset of the Tao clan, he remained self-conscious and had no desire to seek a partner. Yet, Bao Ling was an active pursuer, often chasing after him, though her affection seemed one-sided, and Bao Ling's response was lukewarm. Tao Youyou had contemplated encouraging Bao Ling to accept a caring girl like Bao Ling, but she understood that matters of the heart could not be forced. They needed to navigate their own feelings. As the clan leader, she decided to refrain from meddling. However, upon receiving the news of the hunting team from the Leopard clan being massacred, it was evident that Bao Ling had feelings for the girl, albeit buried under his insecurities. After resolving the situation with the invaders, she resolved to intervene, for the well-being of both was paramount. After all, Bao Ling was genuinely a good girl, far more reliable than that rabbit Leonor. With a loud crash, the commotion startled everyone in the vicinity. Tao Youyou and the tribe members quickly noticed the disturbance. Among Zhu's group, a tapir rushed forward, having spotted individuals in the valley. Feeling underestimated within the team, he aimed to assert his strength by eliminating everyone in the valley to increase their reward. However, in the next moment, he found himself inexplicably ensnared in a large net, leaving him no time to comprehend what had struck him. The high-voltage shock sent him flying, experiencing excruciating pain throughout his body, accompanied by the crackling sounds of electricity, rendering him lifeless. When he hit the ground, he was charred beyond recognition, his limbs missing. This significant noise startled everyone, both inside and outside the electric net. Zhu feared losing his footing and becoming charred as well, transforming into a pig shape, desperately trying to halt his momentum, skidding to a stop just shy of the electric net. Meanwhile, those who had been curiously poking the translucent white net recoiled in fright, retreating several meters away. The charred remains of the tapir hung from the net, emitting smoke and crackling sounds. Tao Youyou, along with several key members, observed the scene with impassive expressions. Shaholi halted first, noticing the white net that enveloped the valley dangerously close to him. If he hadn't been vigilant, he might have met the same fate as the foolish tapir. What exactly was this white net? Shaholi had never seen or even heard of anything like it. He cast a glance at Youyou, but regrettably, the expression on Youyou's face indicated that this foolish second-generation scion was utterly oblivious to what it was. It seemed that the Beast King domain did not possess such a thing either. Chapter 69, Ascend, Sparks, Descend. Out of caution, Shaholi approached to examine the now-charred corpse of Mo Bay, pondering how this manner of death resembled the Beast King's divine retribution. In the eastern regions, there would often be sporadic rainfall, and the inhabitants of the Beast King domain informed everyone that this was a blessing from the Beast King, intended to foster the growth of food, ensuring that everyone had water to drink and meat to eat. However, alongside the rainfall would come bolts of divine retribution, striking those beastmen who showed insufficient respect towards the Beast King. The severity of the retribution varied. Some beastmen, upon receiving it, would emerge charred yet alive, and the people of the Beast King domain would explain that this was due to their lesser sins, as the Beast King was willing to grant them a chance at rebirth. Yet a far greater number would meet their end, reduced to mere ashes, dead beyond recovery. Shaholi was fortunate enough to have witnessed a divine retribution in his youth when a member of his tribe was suddenly struck by a blue bolt of lightning. The surrounding individuals screamed in terror, declaring it the Beast King's wrath. Subsequently, everyone knelt in anticipation of the Beast King's judgment. He recalled that 3 tribe members had perished that day, their deaths mirroring that of Mo Bay's. It is indeed the Beast King's divine retribution, Shaholi exclaimed in horror. What? Although Bao-Wen did not comprehend the concept of the Beast King's divine retribution, the fear evident on the faces of those around him indicated that the leader of the Tao clan had instilled dread in them. Indeed, she is the messenger of the Beast King. Are you truly willing to confront the emissary of the Beast King? Bao-Wen invoked the name of Tao Youyou. The individuals beside Youyou, filled with shock and anger, turned against her. Who you turn around to chastise? Youyou, is this the ordinary primitive tribe you spoke of? A group of uncivilized barbaric beastmen? Who have you offended? Why didn't you clarify that you have antagonized someone from the Beast King? The people around her swiftly shifted their allegiance, causing Youyou to feel a creeping fear. She had never anticipated that this small, insignificant tribe could evolve to such a degree. Moreover, their connection to the Beast King was undeniable, and her hatred for Shurtion reached a new zenith. She vowed that upon her return, she would seek out the most despicable and wretched vagabond beastmen to torment Shurtion mercilessly, making him wish for death. However, at this moment, she was already on the verge of no return, compelled to escalate her manipulation. Who allowed you to speak? Silence. How could a primitive tribe like yours possibly summon the emissary of the Beast King? There must be some trickery at play. Do not listen to her nonsense. Help me deal with the tribe inside, and I promise to triple your rewards and reveal the method to locate the energy fruit. Youyou raised the stakes further. Shaholi remained unmoved. While he sought to break through, it did not mean he wished to offend the Beast King, even if he attained the Beast Spirit. Offending the Beast King would spell disaster for his entire life. Yet, some short-sighted individuals were blinded by the prospect of immediate gain. Indeed, the foolish deer beside this pig was already beginning to stir. Although Raoqing was tempted by the benefits Youyou promised, he was also apprehensive of the transparent divine retribution hanging over Mo Bay's corpse. He hesitated, saying, Sister Zhu, I am willing to heed your command, but I cannot risk my life for nothing. If this truly is the Beast King's divine retribution, then I refuse to participate. What divine retribution? This is merely a ruse of this tribe. It must have been a coincidence, Youyou retorted, convinced that the earlier attack was merely a desperate effort by that detestable female to intimidate them. Being a denizen of the Beast King domain, she was privy to secrets unknown to outsiders. The so-called divine retribution was merely a means to manipulate the common populace. She had once heard her father assert that the rainfall and thunder were natural occurrences, bearing no relation to the Beast King, merely tools to control the minds of the ordinary folk. With this thought, she felt a renewed sense of assurance. How could the exalted Beast King ever dispatch an emissary to such a desolate place? Moreover, her father, as the Beast King's right-hand man, would surely be aware if an emissary had been sent. Therefore, Mo.Be's demise could not possibly be the Beast King's divine retribution. It had to be orchestrated by that loathsome woman. Such a degree of assault could not be the work of this primitive tribe, nor could they possibly execute it multiple times. Even if they could, she still possessed 2 sacrificial pawns. When Youyou had mentioned Bao Wan, she had realized that the other female, who had not been killed earlier, was now missing. Infuriated, she shot a venomous glare at the saber-toothed tiger brothers who had been overseeing Bao Ling Huya and who she, bewildered by her glare, were about to explode in anger when they noticed Shi Hu Li, the mightiest in their group, silently distancing himself from Youyou. The brothers instinctively began to follow suit. "You, move forward, charge ahead," Youyou commanded, pushing Bao Wan toward the electric fence. Bao Wan had witnessed the horrific fate of the beast man, far superior to him. And although fear gripped his heart, he understood he had no capacity for resistance, especially since Bao Ling had already fled. He steeled himself and advanced. "It is my fault for bringing these vile beings to the Tao clan. My demise shall serve as punishment for them. I hope they do not blame the entire leopard clan and that they can escape this calamity." At that moment, standing less than half a meter from the electric fence, Bao Wan cast aside his fear of death. He caught sight of the Tao clan members within the transparent net, and, forming the shape of words with his mouth, shouted for everyone to take care, bracing himself to face death. Why is nothing happening? Bao Wan felt as if he had passed through a thin veil of water. Unbeknownst to him, Tao Youyou had just granted him entry. You see, it was merely a coincidence. This is no divine retribution. Rush in and slay them, Youyou exclaimed with excitement. The foolish lackey who had just pledged loyalty to her observed that the primitive leopard beastman had indeed suffered no harm and immediately leaped towards where Bao Wan had gone. Bang! Ascend, sparks descend. In one fluid motion, the unfortunate Rao Qing was reduced to an indistinguishable charred sphere. Huya and Hushi sprinted away in a panic, fearful that the divine retribution that had just descended upon Rao Qing might also befall them. Youyou stood dumbfounded, unable to believe what she had witnessed. Only a single beastmaster remained beside her, and the two exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. Chapter 70. Give up hope. Tao Youyou, having seen 3 individuals flee, realized she could no longer delay. Today, she must ensure that this pig is left to appease the heavens, or it would be a disservice to the countless souls lost from the leopard clan. Seizing the moment, while Youyou and the beastman beside her were still in shock, she shouted, "Fire!" Immediately, the spicy powder prepared by the tribe was hurled into the air towards the outside of the electric fence. Youyou and the beastman beside her had yet to react when they were enveloped by the crimson powder. "On my eyes, it hurts." Beifeng felt as if something had entered his eyes and, disregarding the unknown red powder on his hands, began to rub at them. Youyou instinctively tried to shield her from some of it, but as the overwhelming wave of red powder continued to assault them, she found there was nowhere left to hide. Suddenly, Youyou felt a searing pain coursing through her body, particularly in the areas where she had sustained minor injuries. It hurts so much. What is this? Youyou felt an intensifying pain, her heart filled with dread. Could these red powders be highly toxic? Although her journey through Yun Ni Shandasiagu had left her in a disheveled state, her knowledge of the terrain allowed her to evade serious injuries, suffering only superficial wounds that would heal within a few days. Yet at this moment, these minor injuries, which she had initially dismissed, now inflicted excruciating pain, leading her to believe she had been poisoned. Despair consumed her, extinguishing any thoughts of escape. All she could think about was preserving her life and seeking an antidote. Meanwhile, Beifeng began to cry out in agony. Lacking the mental map that Youyou possessed, he would have perished in the canyon had she not pulled him back several times. Though he had survived, he bore the most wounds, and the chilly powder exacerbated the pain in every one of them. His eyes hurt so much that he could barely open them, fearing he had gone blind. "Be cautious. Capture them alive," instructed Tao Youyou. He and Hu Ernyo dashed forward, unhindered by the electric net, swiftly reaching the 2 struggling individuals on the ground. Hu Ernyo blew a strong gust of air, dispersing the remaining chili powder in the air, while Ao Ba produced 2 pairs of gloves from his pocket. handing one pair to Huernye. Together, they dragged the two captives back to the tribe like limp dogs. Bind them and let them starve for 3 days. Tao Youyou decided, feeling that she could not unilaterally order their execution. She wanted to wait for the leader of the leopard tribe to arrive for a fair judgment of these two beasts who had slain members of their hunting party. Killing them outright felt too easy, especially considering the lives lost within the hunting party. Back at the tribe, Bao Ling sobbed, unable to contain her rage as she kicked them twice. Just as she prepared to strike them further, she was restrained by Bao Ling. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at him, her heart aching for her brother, who had perished before her eyes. "Langu, you want to let me hit them?" she pleaded. "They are covered in chili powder. Don't touch them yet. It will hurt," Bao Lang replied, unable to conceal his own sorrow. Overwhelmed by grief, Bao Ling failed to notice the subtle shift in Bao Lang's tone, instinctively obeying as she rose and turned away, continuing to weep. Just as the tribe was about to bind the captives, one of them collapsed, transforming into an unfamiliar beast. Regardless, they proceeded to bind him without concern for his true nature. "Please, give me the antidote. I cannot die. My father is the revered beast emperor. Hurry, provide me with the antidote. It hurts so much. If you kill me, you will regret it. My beast emperor father will not spare you and will level the entire Northwest for my sake." Zhu Zhu realized that if she died here, her father would not seek vengeance, but would merely lament the loss of the precious map. In that moment, she was truly despondent, sobbing until her mouth was silenced by a tattered beast hide. It is a pity that those 3 formidable individuals escaped. I wonder if they will return for vengeance. We must all be cautious. Avoid going outside as much as possible. The tribe's reserves are plentiful, and there is no need for you to hunt. Consider it a break for a while. Tao Youyou felt uneasy about allowing the tribe members to venture out after the 3 had escaped, permitting only a few capable of flight or tunneling to search for traces of the trio to eliminate any future threats. 3 days later, an avian messenger from Ing would inform them that the 3 beastmen had entered Yun Ni Shan de Xiagu. Only then did the Tao tribe grant their members freedom of movement once more, to celebrate the crisis averted and welcome the integration of the leopard tribe. Tao Youyou prepared a hot pot gathering. Indeed, the leopard tribe had chosen to join the Tao tribe. Following their recent ordeal, the hunting party had lost nearly half of its combat-capable beastmen and could no longer sustain the tribe. Previously, after the water exchange incident with the Ling Shu tribe, half of their combatants had already been lost, and now they had suffered further losses. The remaining elderly, women, and children could not live independently. Rather than drift in danger, they chose to merge completely with the Tao tribe, which offered safety and comfort, far superior to clinging to their small territory. On the day the leopard tribe received news from the Tao tribe, their leader decided to lead his entire tribe into the Tao tribe. He regretted not making this decision sooner, as it might have spared the lives of Bao Cheng and others. The sorrow of the leopard tribe dissipated quickly, primarily due to the kindness of the Tao tribe members, who did not burden them, but instead helped them heal from their loss. Another noteworthy event at the welcoming ceremony was Bao Lang's decision to partner with Bao Ling, accepting the blessings of the entire tribe. From that day forth, despite being a legless individual, he would become a person with a companion. Bao Ling, overwhelmed with emotion, never imagined the iron tree she had tended for so long would finally bloom. She felt a sense of bliss during her stay in the Tao tribe, almost as if she were in a dream. Truly, after great sorrow comes great joy. If it were not for the fact that tomorrow was their joyous day, she would not wish to leave Bao Lang's side for even a moment. As they walked back, Bao Ling was filled with delight. "Lang does not like you. He merely sees you as a substitute for me. Give up." Chapter 71. How did he end up here? Bao Ling's heart, aflame with passion, was suddenly doused by a bucket of cold water. The smile that adorned her face vanished, her eyes narrowing in suspicion as she sensed danger. Emerging from the shadows, Tu Yin Air, who had lost everything and was scorned within the tribe, maliciously remarked, "I cannot believe Bao Lang would truly choose to partner with you." She struggled to accept the reality. This man had once been hers, cherishing her above all. How could he now be with another female? Surely, this female must have seduced him. Since Shi Tian was grievously injured by Tao Youyou and taken away by a wild boar, Tu Lian'er's life had become unbearable. Had she not clung desperately to the tribe, she would have likely become prey to the carnivorous dinosaurs outside. Her sharp instincts had saved her during the tribe's relocation, narrowly escaping abandonment, and she had stealthily followed the large tribe. Watching the man she once scorned gain favor in the new tribe filled her with bitterness. The tribe was expanding, its population growing, yet she found no place for herself. Despite being a member, she was never prioritized in housing allocations. She watched as the newcomers received warm and attractive homes while she remained without a proper place to sleep, her frustration mounting. It was particularly infuriating that the tribe had even provided a house for Bao Ling, while she, a native, had to hide and scavenge. Though she had tolerated the circumstances, it was intolerable that this female, who constantly lingered around Bao Ling, was given housing. Yet, she found solace in the fact that Bao Ling did not treat her well, believing he must still harbor feelings for her. This renewed her confidence. She resolved to work hard to win back Bao Lang's affections. As long as she can regain control over Bao Long, she will ensure that those arrogant women, who believe they are entitled to the best, understand that she is the true mate of the tribe's backbone. She will make them kneel and serve her. Until yesterday, Bao Long unexpectedly announced his partnership with Bao Ling, a development that Tu Lian'er could never have anticipated. Clearly, Bao Long's affections were for her. How could he pair with another? The news nearly drove her to madness. The mere thought of another female reclaiming her position by Bao Long's side from tomorrow onward filled her with rage. No, she would do anything to prevent this pairing ceremony. Bao Long belonged to her, and no one could take him away. The surge of jealousy and anger propelled her to confront Bao Ling on her way home. "You wretched woman, Bao Long loves me. You are merely a pitiful substitute." Tu Lian'er hurled insults at Bao Ling. Despite being a female, Bao Ling was not like Tu Lian'er, who relied solely on men. She had participated in the tribe's hunting team. As a natural predator, Bao Ling exuded a pressure that could intimidate even a rabbit beast man. Unlike the past, she would not shy away from confrontation. A single glare from her made Tu Lian'er feel as if she were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, her anger swiftly replaced by fear. "Very well, you have successfully provoked me," Bao Ling stated coldly as she advanced step by step. "I have heard from Hua and Ali about you. I had no intention of troubling you, yet you chose to confront me. You brought this upon yourself." With a swift strike, Bao Ling sent Tu Lian'er flying 3 meters, blood trickling from her lips. "Should I thank you for handing Bao Long over to me, or should I avenge the harm you inflicted upon him?" The glint in Bao Ling's golden slit pupils radiated danger. The pain jolted Tu Lian'er back to reality. She regretted her impulsive decision to confront this fierce woman, suffering an unnecessary beating. She should have focused on finding a way into Bao Long's bed that night, saturating him with her presence and disrupting the pairing ceremony. "You claim Bao Long loves you? How absurd. You have no idea how much he despises you whenever your name is mentioned in our presence." Bao Ling was not a weak woman to be manipulated. She knew precisely how to strike where it hurt. "Bao Long confided in me that his greatest regret in life is having ever liked you, as it makes him feel nauseous." The anguish in Tu Lian'er's eyes intensified. Bao Ling observed the frail female on the ground, her disdain growing. With such a low caliber, how could she attempt to disrupt her mindset? Did she not recognize who she was? Bao Ling could make the impossible happen, and a few words from Tu Lian'er would never sway her resolve. The physical pain was trivial. She aimed to inflict emotional suffering upon Tu Lian'er, preparing her for the imminent collapse. "No, it cannot be. Bao Long will only love me. I occupy his heart entirely. You are nothing but a mere substitute." Tu Lian'er could only utter these foolish words, utterly outmatched by Bao Ling, as they were not even on the same level. Bao Ling found the conversation tedious and intentionally led Tu Lian'er on. "You wish to imply that Bao Long used to ignore me, that he never responded, correct?" "Yes, indeed. Bao Long never paid you any mind. He must still be haunted by memories of me." Tu Lian'er screamed in desperation, seizing what she believed was a lifeline. Bao Ling feigned shyness and said, "Bao Long just revealed to me today that he felt a spark for me the very first time he visited our tribe." "No, you are lying. He has not reciprocated my feelings because he believes he once had you. It makes him feel sick, and he fears he is unworthy of me." Bao Ling fabricated tales to provoke Tu Lian'er, but the latter, already crushed, believed her. Overwhelmed, Lianer coughed up blood from the emotional turmoil. Enough. I have a pairing ceremony tomorrow. Do not let others think I am bullying you. Return home. Baoling surveyed the despairing female before her, and suddenly felt that harming someone so pitiable lacked purpose. She softened, contemplating sparing her. However, before she could turn away, Lianer's jubilant voice reached her ears. Baolong, did you hear that? She is not as virtuous as you believe. She is truly unworthy of you. Lianer, spotting Baolong in the corner, regained her energy and shouted at the top of her lungs. Baoling, who was ready to step into her home, felt a chill run down her spine. How'd he come to be here? Chapter 72. Will you stay with me tonight? Baoling's first reaction was one of dread. It seemed her blossoming prospects were once again at risk. If he heard her fabricating lies about him, Baolong would surely be furious, and he would no longer desire her. This time, her carelessness had allowed that wretched girl to achieve her goal. Turning, she indeed found Baolong lurking in the shadows behind the house. She attempted to smile at him, but the expression was more painful than tears. Regret washed over her. Had she known better, she would not have spoken rashly, allowing this vile woman to expose her envious side to Baolong. In that moment, all three fell silent. Baoling felt a pang of bitterness. She sensed that perhaps she was merely a substitute, just as the rabbit had asserted. Was she the only one striving in this relationship? She harbored feelings for him, yet he had someone else he favored, even if that person was far from admirable. Now that he regretted his affection for that person, should she truly yield her position? Baoling felt as though her heart was gripped tightly, causing her to struggle for breath. She believed he should not remain there any longer. Anger flared within her. Why should she be the one to sacrifice for their relationship? If they had already failed to forget one another, why confront her the day before their pairing? The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. She refused to suppress her feelings any longer. He had already witnessed her less virtuous side, so she decided to embrace her inner fury. Baoling turned and marched directly toward Baolong's shadow. Without waiting for him to speak, she slapped him, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! If you cannot forget her, then fine. I will set you free. Let's not pair tomorrow." Baoling thought she was merely expressing her anger, unaware that her tears were nearly spilling over. As she prepared to turn away and leave, she found herself gripped tightly, unable to escape. "Ling, I am sorry. Do not be upset. It is my fault for causing you distress," Baolong exclaimed, pulling her into his embrace, nearly toppling out of his wheelchair. Startled, Baoling momentarily forgot her anger, fearing for Baolong's safety. "Hey, be careful. What are you doing? What if you fall? Let me help you." Baolong, sensing an opportunity, tightened his hold, saying, "No. If I let go, I will lose my bride." "Who is your bride? We have not even paired yet." Baoling realized then that Baolong seemed unperturbed by Lianer's influence. He appeared to stand by her side in this confrontation. Hearing Baoling's softened tone, Baolong breathed a sigh of relief. "After all, it is just tomorrow. You are my only partner, my forever bride." Lianer watched the affectionate exchange between the two and felt as though she had been stabbed twice in the heart, consumed by hatred. "Baolong, did you see? She struck me." Tu began to feign vulnerability, yet Baolong did not even spare her a glance. Instead, he gently held his future wife's small hand and inquired, "Did I hurt you just now? It's all my fault for having such a rough face. I promise to take better care of it before I strike again." Baoling could hardly believe her eyes. Was this truly the same person who had always spoken to her with cold words? His flirtation was simply unbearable. "How can you be so charming? Baoling Bolusek Sili Paoting." Meanwhile, Lianer was left stunned, realizing that Ailang had genuinely fallen for someone else. Having witnessed Ailang's affection for her, she understood that this was not mere flirting. He truly cared for the other person. Coming to this realization only intensified her distress. "Baolong, look back at me. It's me, I am Lianer." For the first time, Lianer felt as though a piece of her heart was missing, something she could never reclaim. Seated in a wheelchair, Baolong tightly grasped his wife's hand and turned to glance at the disheveled Lianer sprawled on the ground. His voice, devoid of any emotion, pierced through the air. "Have you caused enough trouble?" Lianer felt as though her heart had been stabbed anew. "She hit me. It was her who struck me. Can't you see that?" She cried out in desperation. Bao Long continued. If you hadn't provoked my wife, she would never have hit you. What do you mean I provoked her? Did you not hear the insults she just hurled at you? She blatantly humiliated you. Lianer barked like a rabid dog. Hearing this, Bao Ling felt a pang of guilt. She nervously sought to explain herself, but Bao Long held her tighter, soothing her gently. Did she say something wrong? Everything she said was the truth. Bao Long nodded in agreement. Lianer pressed her hands against her heart, trembling as she asked, Are you saying that everything she said was true? Do you even know what she uttered? She insulted our past. No, she did not insult. Those memories genuinely disgust me. She even said you are unworthy of her. Lianer recalled the words that had once devastated Bao Long. Indeed, I too believe I am unworthy of her. Bao Long admitted candidly. Bao Ling, filled with sympathy, interjected, No, don't say that. That was not my intention. Bao Long gently kissed Bao Ling's forehead and professed, I know this sentiment has come too late, but you must believe me. I have never considered you a substitute for anyone else. I cherish you, the one and only you. Initially, I refrained from responding because I am disabled, fearing that you would suffer alongside me. However, everything you have done has cultivated a garden of flowers in my heart. I am human, capable of emotions. How could I remain indifferent? I adore you, yet I was afraid to voice it, as my legs and past suggest I am unworthy. With each word, Bao Ling felt her heart ache further. She lunged forward, sealing his words with her lips. Bao Long was momentarily taken aback by her boldness, yet being a man, he couldn't allow his wife to take the lead. He embraced her tightly, lowering his head to deepen the kiss. They lingered at the entrance of Bao Ling's home, lost in each other for several minutes, oblivious to Lienor's presence. This was Bao Ling's first experience with a kiss. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red as she playfully pinched Bao Long's waist, her voice softening. Why did you appear here? Did she summon you? No. I haven't seen her in quite some time. Ever since I came to understand my own feelings, I've kept her at a distance. Then how come? I have been secretly sending you off each time I return home these past few days. Bao Long admitted sheepishly. Bao Ling's eyes sparkled with joy, her tail wagging uncontrollably. Brother Long, please don't leave today. I want you to stay with me. As Bao Ling leaned against her door, her voice trailed off. As Lianer stumbled away from Bao Ling's door, she felt utterly lost, as if a gaping void had opened in her chest, as if something vital had been taken from her. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered to the edge of the tribe, contemplating leaving the Tao Youyou tribe altogether. After taking only a few steps, she turned back, unwilling to depart so easily. Why should everyone else prosper while she suffered? Why should the one who loved her dearly choose another? Why was her misfortune so unjust? No, it shouldn't be this way. Lianer glared at a certain spot in the center of the tribe, her face contorted with malice. It was all that female's fault. Her presence had altered everything, casting her into despair. If not for her, how could Bao Long, the fickle waste, have thrived? How could her chosen support be driven away? If it weren't for her, her life would be entirely different. She would still be the cherished female. It was all her fault. If I cannot have a good life, neither should you. Lianer retracted her foot and turned back to her current dwelling. With disdain, she glanced at the straw mat near the tribe's compost pit, where the disheveled Shirdi lay, reeking and sprawled like a dead pig. Reluctantly, she lay beside him. As the foul odor wafted through the air, she felt nauseated, nearly forgetting her recent heartache. Disgusted, she rolled over and inadvertently nudged the sleeping Shirdi awake. After a day of slumber, Shirdi lazily stretched, feeling a pang of hunger. He turned over, noting that the sky had grown dark, and with his stomach rumbling. He recalled the delicious xiao yelong he had stolen last week. As Shirdi circled the area, he discovered that the breeding zone had been encircled, the walls too high for him to climb over. The tribe had two other breeding areas. One housed carnivorous dinosaurs, which, although still small, he dared not approach due to his poor hunting skills. He feared he might become prey himself. The other area, while containing herbivorous dinosaurs, boasted massive creatures, each several meters long, far beyond his reach. Frustrated, he cursed, "These fools who can only flatter while stinking up the place. Just wait until my brother returns. You'll all regret it." Having vented his frustration, his stomach growled louder, and he regretted wandering so far without finding food, exhausting himself in the process. He trudged back toward the compost pit, initially considering sleeping it off until tomorrow, but his hunger was unbearable. Reluctantly, he jumped into a field that had been fertilized just that afternoon. Holding his nose, he waded through the muck until he finally found 3 cucumbers and 2 dark eggplants. With his stomach growling incessantly, he began to devour them raw. By the time he finished, though lacking in energy, his belly felt somewhat satisfied, alleviating some of his discomfort. Shirty emerged from the field and returned to Tao straw mat. After eating and sleeping all day, he found himself restless, and with his hunger quenched, his desires began to stir as he glanced at Tao beside him. Awakened by the stench, Tao opened her eyes to find Shirdi covered in filth, writhing against her, smearing her with muck as well. Disgusted, she nearly retched at the sight, attempting to push him away, but as a weaker female, she had no strength to do so, forced to silently endure the repulsion. As she bore the discomfort, her resentment simmered anew. The morning sun was shy, only breaking through the clouds when the heat became unbearable. In the tribe square, dozens of large pots were arranged in preparation for the day's welcoming ceremony. The square is newly constructed, requiring little effort. It merely involved finding a spacious area, leveling the ground, and applying a rough hardening. Presently, the population of the Tang clan has reached 3,500, and with the impending incorporation of the Bao tribe, they nearly constitute 3/5 of the entire northwest region's populace. As the sun rises, the clan's people preparing for the welcoming ceremony rush towards the vegetable garden. Today, the clan leader announced a grand feast, mandating the harvest of all ripe vegetables to create a lively hot pot gathering. Tao Youyou stifles a yawn as she observes her enthusiastic clanspeople, feeding a piece of preferred pure meat canned food to her little furball. Fu Xiao acquires 2 beef bones from Ba and retrieves a clean stone hammer from Bao Long's tool station, vigorously hammering away. As his mother remarked that broth made from bone marrow enhances the flavor of the hot pot. After tossing a split bone segment into the foremost pot, he nonchalantly walks away, as the delightful aroma envelopes the entire square, rendering his pot less conspicuous. The freshly washed vegetables nearly obscure the square, with each large pot surrounded by a plethora of various vegetables and dinosaur meat. To accommodate the diverse tribes within the clan, the cooking team has wisely arranged a balanced number of clear broth and spicy pots based on the population. The clan's red berries are also ripe, and the new tomato pot crafted by the clan leader is exceptionally delicious, with nearly 1/3 of the clan's females and all the younglings opting for it. The Bao tribe, as the guests of honor, is situated at the center, most having previously attended gatherings of the Tang clan, albeit as guests. This marks their inaugural experience as hosts. Bao Long, hand in hand with Bao Ling, stand at the center, addressing the entire clan with heartfelt declarations, eliciting cheers from the crowd, even momentarily distracting them from the enticing hot pot before them. Bao Ling's mother beams with joy, her voice slightly choked as she remarks, "I once thought my daughter had lost her mind for wanting to be with a one-legged beast man, causing me much distress. Yet now, it seems she possesses remarkable foresight. Bao Long is indeed a fine young man." Indeed, Bao Long has proven himself to be an exceptional asset to the Tang clan, serving diligently as the clan leader's capable assistant. The remark about their leader becoming our leader should not be uttered lightly. Bao Ling's mother feels a mixture of emotions witnessing her daughter find a partner, yet she cannot resist the urge to offer a gentle reminder against such remarks. Yes, indeed, our clan, our leader, my daughter is truly fortunate. Bao Xiang nods in agreement. In stark contrast to the festive atmosphere within the clan, Tao, clad in filth, observes the bustling square and the blessed couple from a distance. Seizing the opportunity amid the gathering, Tao stealthily makes her way to Tao Youyou's residence in the center of the clan. She circles around repeatedly, having been ostracized by the tribe, particularly after the recent relocation, leaving her with only a vague sense of where Tao Youyou resides. Thankfully, the fools are all at the square, otherwise, she would have certainly failed. After much circling, Tao finally discovers the most exquisite house. She steps onto the stone steps, pushes open the door, and traverses a narrow corridor leading into a bright hall. The radiant room brings her a sense of relief, intensifying her jealousy, prompting her to spit on the floor in anger. Why should you reside in such a splendid room while I am confined to a filthy, chaotic mat? She examines this and that, unsure of their purposes, yet finds them visually appealing and presumably practical to use. You should try my tomato pot later. It's truly delightful. Our clan leader is so generous. Without her, not only would such delectable food be unattainable, but survival through this dry season would also be questionable. Suddenly, she hears voices from outside, causing her to panic, and she hurriedly seeks a hidden spot, daring not to move. Only when the voices fade into the distance does she exhale a sigh of relief. Listening to their conversation, her disdain grows. Humph. All they do is flatter. What is so impressive about that? Yet she is acutely aware that time is of the essence, and she cannot afford to linger greedily in the room. If I can't take it, then I shall destroy it. Fueled by anger, Tylianer fantasizes about demolishing the entire place, but she remains vigilant, careful not to be discovered. Thus her destruction is half-hearted, often merely toppling items instead of smashing them. This cautious destruction offers no release for her frustration, leading her to seek something else to occupy her. Turning her attention to a dark box, she is surprised to find it warm to the touch. After prying it open, she discovers a glossy black egg inside. Isn't this the third offspring of Fu Zhao? Tylianer contemplatus. Initially disinterested, a thought strikes her regarding Tao Youyou's affection for Fu Xiao and that golden fur ball. Surely, she would cherish this black egg immensely. If she were to ruin it, Tao Youyou would surely be devastated. With determination, Tylianer retrieves the egg from the box, raising it high to shatter it. Thud! The black egg lands on the ground, its surface surprisingly devoid of any markings, and Tylianer squints in disbelief. What was that sound? It seemed to have originated from the clan leader's room. More voices from the outside reach her ears. Initially intending to continue her destruction, the commotion outside signals that she must cease. Cautiously cradling the egg, she hides until the noises subside before emerging once more. Since it remains unbroken, I shall refrain from smashing it for now. I will destroy it after I manage to steal it. Tylianer surveys the disarray, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she clutches the egg and stealthily exits. Meanwhile, the revelry in the square is deafening. After indulging in food and drink, Tao Youyou, having observed Fu Xiao and the little fur ball enjoying themselves, decides to retreat home for a moment of tranquility. She holds Fu Xiao's hand, while the little fur ball's tail wraps around her neck. Leisurely strolling home, accompanied by the decorative yet unassuming warrior. Ugh, Youyou, brother, it stinks so much at home. As they approach their dwelling, the little fur ball is the first to sense something amiss, unable to suppress his retching. Tao Youyou watches in concern as the little fur ball jumps down and begins to gag by the roadside, her heart aching. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Did you eat too much? Mother, there's a problem at home, Fu Xiao quickly realizes. Only then does Tao Youyou comprehend, hastily dragging the now non-gagging little fur ball as she rushes towards their home. Upon reaching the door, the foul odor is palpable, even to her. Pushing the door open reveals a scene of chaos. Although many items are intact, they lay strewn haphazardly across the floor, some smeared with unknown filth. Has there been a burglary? Tao Youyou wonders. Having resided there for quite some time, the beastmen are generally simple and honest, lacking any habit of theft, which is why Tao Youyou rarely locks her door. Tao Youyou, with her two children, cautiously avoided the filth as she slowly surveyed what had gone missing from their home. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the overturned hatching incubator, its lid still ajar. A chill coursed through her body, icy tendrils reaching from her feet to her head, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Despair at that moment was not merely a word. Her son was gone. Xiao Lao San had vanished. Tao Youyou felt a wave of suffocation wash over her, unable to fathom the implications of what might transpire next, instinctively shying away from such terrifying thoughts. Surely, this was a cruel jest, was it not? Trembling, she turned to the oblivious Fu Zhao behind her. Fu Zhao remained unresponsive, and just as Tao Youyou felt her legs give way, Fu Xia caught her, preventing her from falling. Is it possible that your brother is lost? Tao Youyou struggled to articulate her fears to Fu Xia, recalling how, upon her arrival in this world, her eldest son had been most concerned for his younger brother. Fu Xia, equally stunned, could hardly believe that his brother had been stolen. The pain in his heart was indescribable. Yet seeing his mother on the brink of collapse compelled him to suppress his emotions and offer comfort. "Mother, do not worry. I've calculated the time. It's almost time for my brother to hatch. Perhaps he has simply escaped on his own." Fu Xia uttered words he scarcely believed himself. The dazed Tao Youyou found solace in his words. "Is it true? Has it come time for Lao San to hatch?" "Yes, it has," Fu Xia responded, fearing that if his mother succumbed to despair, there would be no hope of rescuing his brother. Tao Youyou felt her heart, which had seemed shattered, begin to beat anew. She took a deep breath and glanced around, realizing that Fu Xia's reassurances were mere fabrications. If Xiao Lao San had indeed hatched, why were there no remnants of the eggshell? Moreover, if he had emerged on his own, how could there be so much filth in the room? Tao Youyou sensed that this was a deliberate act of vengeance against her, orchestrated by members of the Tao clan. As she pondered, she could not fathom who harbored such animosity towards her. Since her arrival in this realm, she had only had significant conflicts with Shirtian, yet she had long since dealt with him, uncertain of his current fate. Could it be that the pig and her companions had escaped? That seemed unlikely upon her return. She had seen them incapacitated by the chief of the cheetah clan, securely confined and unable to cause chaos. Who else could she have offended? Brother. It was Uncle Bao Lang's former partner, Fu Xia said, finally translating Xiao Maotuanzi as words for his mother once she regained her composure. Tao Youyou could hardly believe that she had been tripped up by a rabbit she had never regarded seriously. The small fluffball struggled to sniff out something useful amidst the stench and quickly exclaimed, "Brother, tell mother that I've caught a whiff. The baby is safe." "He hasn't hatched yet." Tao Youyou felt a momentary sense of relief, but it was swiftly interrupted by the blaring alarm that echoed through the entire clan, a sound startling enough to awaken everyone. The alarm's shrill tone cut through the cacophony of the clan square, causing those who had been enjoying the festivities to spring up in alarm. Hu Ernyo, Ba, and others transformed into their beast forms, rushing towards Tao Youyou's abode. Even Bao Lang, who had just completed his partner vows, hurriedly wheeled himself in that direction. What is happening? What is that dreadful noise? Why is everyone so tense? Is the clan under attack? The orcs who had recently joined the Tao clan were bewildered by the reaction of the clan as core members, eager to find someone who understood the significance of such a sound. Uncertain of the cause, the alarm signified that something serious had transpired. The first to arrive from the War Horse clan, who had integrated into the Tao clan, quickly explained the situation as they sprinted towards Tao Youyou's home. Rising to her feet, Tao Youyou kicked aside the debris blocking her path. A small black hair tie secured her flowing locks, and her originally brown-black eyes took on a hint of striking blue. An uncontrollable surge of energy emanated from her body, freezing the ground beneath her feet. Tao Youyou's once warm aura transformed instantaneously. This unusual undercurrent evoked curiosity among the warriors trailing her, and it was only when they realized there were no threats to her life that their demeanor returned to indifference. The first to reach her, Hu Ernyo and Ba, recognized the change in Tao Youyou, momentarily hesitating to approach. After a brief pause, Hu Ernyo stepped forward, placing a hand on Tao Youyou's shoulder, inquiring, "What is wrong? What has happened?" Xiao Lao San was taken by Tu Yin air. Tao Youyou's voice was devoid of emotion. Hu Ernyo's heart skipped a beat. Knowing Tao Youyou intimately, she understood the profound significance of the three little ones to her. "When I returned, I found the house in disarray, the hatching box overturned on the ground, but the egg was missing." As more core members gathered in Tao Youyou's home, Bao Lang was the first to sense something amiss. He was all too familiar with Tu Yin air's scent. His expression darkened as he pieced together the grim reality. In a fit of despair, he slapped himself and struggled to kneel before Tao Youyou. "Chief, I'm sorry. It may have been my partner's ceremony today that provoked her, emboldening her to commit such an unforgivable act." Tao Youyou waved her hand, and two ice pillars sealed Bao Lang's legs, preventing him from kneeling. She closed her eyes, remaining silent. "Chief, grant me some time. I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation." Bao Lang gritted his teeth. Tao Youyou exhaled slowly. "I no longer have time. Xiao Lao San cannot wait. I cannot gamble with his life. I have gathered you here to inform you that I am going to search for Xiao Lao San. You all must manage the clan affairs in my absence. I'll accompany you." Youyou Jia. Hu Ernyo was the first to speak up. Tao Youyou pressed down her restless heart, saying, "No, it is essential for several powerful individuals to remain in the clan." The current clan was a melting pot of various tribes. Had today's incident not occurred, Tao Youyou was confident that, under her influence, the clan could evolve into a harmonious and cohesive entity within 2 to 3 years. Yet, time was of the essence. If she were to leave, she required a few strong warriors to ensure the stability of the Tao clan's continued development. At present, Hu Ernyo ranked first in combat prowess within the clan. She could not leave. Tao Youyou needed her to serve as a stabilizing force to maintain morale. "We cannot allow you to go alone. It's too dangerous outside." Hu Ernyo pleaded anxiously. "I am not alone. I have them." Tao Youyou gestured towards her family behind her and continued, "Iba alone is not sufficient. Nyo, listen to me. If you truly wish to help me, then guard the Tao clan firmly. When I return, I hope to find a strong and resilient clan." Hu Ernyo felt tears prick her eyes, but, seeing the seriousness in Tao Youyou's gaze, she could only nod in agreement. "All right, Youyou Jia, I'll follow your lead." Once Hu Ernyo was steadied, Tao Youyou turned her attention to Bao Lang and his wife. Tao Youyou glanced apologetically at Bao Ling before addressing Bao Lang. "I sincerely regret to trouble you. Although you have only just formed a partnership today, I truly require his assistance. My son has been taken away." Bao Ling quickly waved her hands and interjected, "Chieftain, please do not say that. If it weren't for you, I would not have been able to marry Brother Lang. Moreover, I admit I was rather rash last night. Had it not been for me, she might not have stolen your son. I do not blame you. You're simply a normal couple. One cannot avoid marriage out of fear of her mischief for a lifetime." Tao Youyou felt her head spinning. Chapter 76. The direction of Yun Ni Mountain Grand Canyon originally. Tao Youyou did not need to take Bao Lang along to search for Xiao Lao San. However, due to the recent necessity of installing a high-voltage electric fence in the tribe to deal with the orcs and the pig that came from outside, all her reputation points had been exhausted. Presently, there was no better method of tracking available. The only option was to rely on Bao Lang's understanding of Tu Liner to seek out Xiao Lao San's whereabouts. Bao Lang, fully aware that this predicament stemmed from his actions, readily declared, "Chieftain, no problem. I will accompany you." Next to him, Bao Ling nervously squeezed her hands, summoning her courage. And with a thud, she knelt before Tao Youyou, saying, "Chieftain, please take me with you. Brother Lang is unable to move comfortably and needs my help. I am quite efficient in my tasks. I assure you, I will not be a burden." Tao Youyou helped her up, realizing there was no time for hesitation, and asked, "There will be certain dangers following us. There is no safety in the tribe. If you are unafraid, then come along." Bao Ling's face lit up with joy as she waved her hands, exclaiming, "I am not afraid." Tao Youyou selected her companions, and with a sweep of her hand, many practical items were transferred into her space. "All right, gather your belongings. We shall depart in 10 minutes. Bao Lang glanced questioningly at Bao Ling, who nodded back. And he spoke, "Chieftain, we have nothing to pack. Let us leave immediately. There is no need to wait." "Very well. Eagle One, lead the way." Just as Tao Youyou was preparing to leave, a tribesman arrived to report that the orc beside the pig had escaped. Tao Youyou halted her departure and went to the place where the two captives were held. Indeed, the pig was gravely injured and currently semi-conscious. The rope binding the other orc had been untied, likely aided by Tu Liner. Originally, Tu Liner had planned to quietly escape with the egg, but while passing by the place where the two were tied, she was halted by the sight of the bloodied orc. She realized that, as a weak female, survival outside the tribe would be a challenge. In truth, she had regretted stealing the egg the moment she took it. However, now that the deed was done, there was no turning back. Fearing Tao Youyou's retribution, she could only steel herself and walk forward, until she stood before the two adversaries of the Tao tribe and thought of her escape. I will release you. Take me away from here. Help me escape, if you would." Upon seeing that the other was male, Tao Youyou instinctively began to feign weakness. Unbeknownst to her, she was covered in filth and dirt, and rather than being endearing, she was repulsive. Of course, at that moment, Chai Meng had no grounds to be picky. The pain in his body and the fear of unknown death compelled him to nod vigorously in agreement. Tao Youyou initially intended to save both, but upon noticing that the pig was a female and unconscious, fearing it would be a liability, she only removed the fur from Chai Meng's mouth. As you can see, our chieftain is formidable. To ensure our escape, I can only save one of you. The other must remain. Upon hearing this, Chai Meng quickly replied, "Saving one is sufficient. As long as you can lead me out of this tribe, I will ensure your safety." With that, Tao Youyou untied Chai Meng's restraints. Once free, Chai Meng rummaged through the pig and found 2 yellow energy fruits and some life-saving items, cautiously following Tao Youyou as they stealthily escaped the tribe. Tao Youyou poured a bucket of ice water over the pig's face, waking her. Ashu. Who? Let me go. I am the daughter of the beast emperor." The black pig thrashed in place. Tao Youyou drenched her again with ice water, forcing her to regain composure. "Tell me where your companions fled." The pig soon realized that Chai Meng had vanished, leaving her alone, and she comprehended that she had been abandoned. "Damn Chai Meng, how dare he? I have no time for your nonsense. Tell me where your companions went." Tao Youyou replied, growing impatient. Upon recognizing the infuriating female before her, the pig refused to cooperate. Spewing curses, Tao Youyou's patience wore thin, knowing that she could extract no valuable information from the pig. She swiftly launched an ice blade that pierced through the pig's brow, silencing her curses in an instant. The pig could hardly fathom her fate. By the time she realized her situation, she understood she had mere seconds left to live. She perished in this contemptible northwestern region, at the hands of the female she had scorned. Ignoring the dead pig, Tao Youyou turned to Eagle One and inquired, "How is it? Can you locate them?" Eagle One closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, but upon opening them, he shook his head apologetically, explaining, "No, it is too dark. My birds cannot see them." "Chieftain, this direction," Bao Lang interjected, pointing behind him. "Pursue." Tao Youyou led the group eastward, under Tao Youyou's guidance. Chai Meng swallowed the 2 energy fruits after exiting the tribe, instantly enhancing his strength and healing his remaining wounds. However, despite his newfound power, he harbored no thoughts of revenge. He understood that while his abilities had increased, he was still far from the likes of Shi, Hu Li, and Huya Hushi. Even these 3 had fled, so what courage did he possess to return? He vividly recalled how the 2 had left without even a complete corpse. Thus, when the invisible white net appeared, he felt his heart nearly leap from his throat. Fortunately, he escaped unscathed and did not end up as charred remains. Chai Meng transformed into a wolf over 3 meters long and gazed steadily at Tao Youyou, initially contemplating abandoning her to flee alone. However, recalling the mysterious prowess of the female chieftain, he decided to keep her close as a safeguard. Tao Youyou was exceedingly anxious, fearing that he might snap and kill her or abandon her to escape. It was only when he said, "Climb onto my back, I will take you away," that her heart finally settled. Tao Youyou and her companions pursued through the night, and perhaps due to the influence of the floating morning mist, they encountered no predators along the way. Instead, Chai Meng encountered 3 groups of dinosaurs, but fortunately, his speed allowed him to evade any time-wasting skirmishes. "Chieftain, I have discovered their tracks. They are headed towards the Yun Ni Mountain Grand Canyon." As dawn broke, Eagle Wind's birds relayed the message. Chapter 77. The Spider Forest Mud Pit. Tao Youyou swiftly swallowed the remaining morsels of meat and stood up, casting a glance at Fu Xiao to inquire if he required further rest. "Mother, no need. Let us hurry to find my brother," Fu Xiao replied, adjusting the little fur ball that had not slept all night into a comfortable position. With a heart full of guilt, Tao Youyou tore a piece from her garment to fashion a simple swaddling cloth, placing the sleeping Fu Xiao inside and securing him against her chest. After greeting everyone, they resumed their swift journey towards Yunny Mountain Grand Canyon. To avoid any delays, Bao Long's wheelchair had been stowed away early by Tao Youyou. Once Bao Ling transformed, she carried Bao Long with remarkable speed. 5 hours later, propelled by their relentless pursuit, they finally reached this perilous area connecting the northwest region to the outside world. The group took a moment to rest and refuel. Despite Tao Youyou's growing anxiety, she understood the importance of moderation. Cheetahs are not known for their endurance. And by this point, Bao Ling had exhausted all her strength just to keep pace. Tao Youyou certainly did not wish for any issues to arise before they found her younger brother, especially not after yesterday's companionship with the couple. Fortunately, they had a stash of fast food in their spatial storage, which alleviated the hassle of cooking. Lacking an appetite after distributing food to everyone, Tao Youyou retrieved the beast skin map she had previously found. As she leaned over the map, engrossed in her study, Fu Xiao approached with a piece of matcha cake and urged, "Mother, please eat something. Otherwise, how will you have the strength to pursue your brother?" Feeling guilty, she patted Fu Xiao's head and replied, "Darling, you eat. Mother is not hungry. She is just looking." However, before she could finish her sentence, a small fluff ball jumped onto the bee skin in her hands, clutching a half-warm roasted chicken. "Wow. No, Mother, you haven't eaten for a day and night. If you don't eat, then I won't eat either." Initially intending to soothe the little fluff ball in the same manner, she heard Fu Xiao say, "Mother, my brother said if you don't eat, he won't eat either. He will only eat when you do." With a resigned smile, Tao Youyou accepted the roasted chicken from the little fluff ball and swallowed it as if it were wax. Seeing their mother finally consume some food, Fu Xiao and Fu Shu breathed a sigh of relief. They feared that if their brother was not found yet, their mother should not be left starving. Moreover, Uncle Bao Long had warned that the area they were about to traverse was extremely treacherous, and lacking sufficient strength would be detrimental. After half an hour of eating and drinking, they began to discuss their route through the Yeni Mountain Grand Canyon, gathered around the map. This spider forest mud pit was the first obstacle. According to the map, this 5-kilometer radius would host numerous spiders, with the larger ones being relatively harmless due to their limited combat ability, easily manageable by Bao Ling. However, the real threat lay with the minuscule spiders, smaller than fingertips, which could easily latch onto the beast's fur. If there were any wounds on the body, these small spiders could attach themselves to lay eggs, potentially turning the host into an incubator if not careful over time. The solution was simple. Everyone should retain their human forms while crossing this area to avoid giving the small spiders an opportunity to latch on due to their larger size and fur. Utilizing the remaining prestige points, Tao Youyou exchanged for each person a set of lightweight leather raincoats, reminding everyone to secure their cuffs and collars tightly. After spraying everyone with potent insect repellent and lighting a torch, they managed to pass through with relative ease. In stark contrast to their ease, Chai Mong and Lianer found themselves in dire straits. Chai Mong was determined to escape the northwest region, recalling that when Zhu led them through this area, they encountered no danger and did not stop. Their escape had taken place in the dead of night and in the enveloping darkness. Despite the half-meter-long spiders being unable to catch up, Chai Mong's 3-meter-long beast body was covered in numerous tiny spiders. Chai Mong was somewhat fortunate, as his thick fur delayed the small spiders from reaching his skin. However, Lianer, who was riding on his back, felt exceedingly uncomfortable, unable to discern what was affixed to her in the darkness, and could only grip Chai Mong's fur tightly to avoid being jostled off. It was not until dawn that Lianer discovered her body was almost entirely covered in hundreds of spiders of various sizes, nearly causing her to faint in shock. She fell from Chai Mong's back. Feeling the sudden lightness on his back after running for so long, Chai Mong finally paused. As daylight broke, he was horrified to see that the person he had been carrying all night was covered in filth, prompting him to vomit in disgust. Unable to bear the sight of the small spiders crawling on her, he was revolted at the thought of carrying such a filthy individual for an entire night. What to do? What to do? Please kill them. A panicked Lianer, having never encountered such a situation, instinctively sought the help of a male. In her early years, she had been well protected by Bao Long, rarely encountering carnivorous dinosaurs. Although later ostracized by the tribe, she was never expelled. Thus, danger had only ever existed in her mind as something described by others. However, The closer she approached, the more Chaimong retreated. "There's a pool over there. Hurry and jump and wash off. It's absolutely disgusting." His disdain was palpable. In her state of fear, Lian could not register his contempt and, perceiving a lifeline, dashed toward the waterhole. She washed for over 10 minutes before finally dislodging the spiders clinging to her. When she emerged from the water, she discovered that dozens of leeches were crawling on her legs. This time, she fainted on the spot. Chaimong, speechless, thought that this female was exceedingly weak. Why was he burdened with such a liability? Just as he prepared to abandon her and leave, he noticed that after cleaning up, she was rather beautiful. Far more so than the female wolf at his home, her skin fair and clean. Driven by a man's instinct, he lit a torch and began pulling the leeches off to Lian's legs one by one, before tossing her back on his back. As for this black egg, Chaimong examined it in his palm, unsure of the female's intentions behind holding it, but ultimately decided to take it along as well. Chapter 78. The Heavenly Water Domain. Upon entering Yunny Mountain Grand Canyon, Tao Youyou noted that this locale was strikingly different from the environment of the Northwest region, as if it had split in two. If the Northwest was characterized by arid, sandy terrain, the entire Yunny Mountain Grand Canyon was enveloped in lush rainforest. The climate here was significantly more humid, with an abundance of various types of rain-soaked lands and swamps. The rainforest, after a downpour, always appeared damp. And although she could not fathom why this area was so densely green, there was an ominous wind that occasionally swept through with considerable force. After exiting the spider forest mud pit, Tao Youyou did not stow away the leather raincoats. The humidity was substantial, necessitating some form of protection. She retrieved a thicker garment from her spatial storage for Fu Xiao and covered the little fluff ball securely with a small blanket. For safety, she reduced the group's pace considerably to navigate the hidden currents of the rainforest, and after considerable effort, they arrived at the second perilous checkpoint marked on the map, the Heavenly Water Domain. According to the map, this section of the journey was relatively safe. As long as they adhered to the indicated path, they would be unlikely to suffer casualties. After a lengthy search, Tao Youyou finally climbed onto the path shown on the map. Although it was described as easy to traverse, it was hardly so. It resembled a moss-covered cliff with a small step barely wide enough for 2 feet. Assessing the cliffside, she noted that aside from the slick green moss, there appeared to be no other dangers, though it was crucial to maintain steady footing to prevent slipping. If there were still some prestige points, Tao Youyou had initially planned to exchange them for a couple of climbing shoes. However, given her current financial constraints, she could not spare a single prestige point. Thus, she could only find some non-slip materials to stick onto her and Fu Zhao's shoe soles, leading them closely along the mountain wall. Originally, due to his mobility issues, Bao Lang could not traverse such a narrow path, and Bao Ling was unable to carry him. She had intended to avoid the rocky ledge indicated on the map. Instead, he planned to construct a raft from some wooden planks to paddle across the water. Tao Youyou, along with the 2 boys, had traversed nearly half the distance safely. Although the rock face was steep, as long as they did not slip, it would only take them a little over 10 minutes to pass through safely. Even if they did slip, it would not be a grave concern. They would fall into the water, sustaining almost no injuries, as everyone could swim. At worst, they would simply get their clothes wet, which was hardly a significant issue. But just as they thought there was no danger, Tao Youyou and the 2 boys had only covered half the distance when a massive fish, over 10 meters long, suddenly leapt from the seemingly calm waters and snatched a large pterosaur flying low, falling back into the water with a tremendous splash. The commotion startled the little fluff ball on Tao Youyou's shoulder, causing it to stumble and nearly fall. Fortunately, Tao Youyou, with her keen eyes, caught it just in time. Bao Lang and Ying, when were also terrified, instantly dissuaded from any further thoughts about the water. Yingwen, who had been preparing to transform into an eagle to fly over, obediently reverted to human form and quietly climbed the rock face. Bao Lang retrieved a safety clip from his backpack, meticulously checked the braided rope, secured it, and handed one end to Yingwen while tying the other end to a protruding stone pillar at the edge of the ledge. He planned to use the rope to lower himself across, knowing that Ling Ling would help pull the rope slightly to prevent him from becoming a target for that enormous fish. What should have been less than 300 meters of rock face took nearly an hour to traverse, but fortunately, everyone was safe and had not attracted the attention of the giant fish. Perhaps it had taken notice, but due to its limitations in the water, the proximity of the rock face rendered it incapable of posing a threat to those traversing the ledge. It could only guard against the occasional pterosaur flying overhead. With the assistance of Ing Wen and Fu Xiao, Bao Lang and Bao Ling safely reached the ground. They rubbed their nearly numb arms and accepted the warm cup of water that Tao Youyou had prepared over a fire earlier to warm themselves. Knowing the upcoming path would be arduous, Tao Youyou pointed toward a foggy area ahead and said, "Look over there." Following her gaze, Bao Ling indeed spotted the road ahead, shrouded in an indistinct mist. Bao Lang, who had previously studied the beast hide map under the guidance of the Yuan Le priest, recognized they were nearing the mist ridge and the swamp area. Indeed, the entire region ahead was enveloped in a dark fog, making it impossible to discern the condition of the terrain even with squinted eyes, only shadowy shapes barely visible through the haze. The mist added an air of mystery to their journey. Under Tao Youyou's direction, everyone secured the rope around their waists, and Bao Ling continued to carry Bao Lang as they began to venture toward the misty zone. "Wait a moment," Bao Lang interjected. He had studied this segment of the route in depth and recalled that the mist had a certain level of toxicity. Fortunately, the antidote was easily obtainable at the entrance. There were small purple flowers that, when crushed and applied to the mouth and nose, could effectively block the absorption of the toxins from a mist. The toxin at the entrance was still quite weak, nearly imperceptible, but he remembered that the distance of this path was long, and the miasma would become dense, even surpassing the fog, with toxins doubling and causing hallucinations. Although the immediate effects were minimal, it could leave hidden dangers in the central nervous system, significantly impacting the latter part of their journey. After applying the crushed flower juice to her mouth and nose, Tao Youyou also remembered to dab some on the little fluff ball, which caused it to sneeze several times in discomfort. Leading the way, Bao Lang had the map of this path etched in his mind, navigating around unknown risks and advancing steadily in a safe direction. As they were tethered by the rope, Tao Youyou and the others followed closely. Although unable to see the front clearly, the various bones that occasionally appeared underfoot indicated that this path was fraught with danger. "What's this?" Tao Youyou felt something trip her foot and instinctively looked down, catching a glimmer of light through the mist. She crouched down and used a small stick to poke around, uncovering a hard object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a human skull. Was that flicker of light a reflection from this skull? It shouldn't be, she thought, staring at the pitch-black, mud-covered skull, unable to comprehend. Just as she was about to discard the skull, she noticed a shiny, hard object hidden within the eye socket. Chapter 79. The misty swamp. Tao Youyou shook the skull vigorously, but the crystal inside did not dislodge. She signaled for the group to halt, crouched down, and struck the skull against a hard surface, causing the mud to fall away. However, the crystal remained lodged in the eye socket. Tao Youyou decided to let a stream of water flow from her fingertip to cleanse the skull, and this time the spherical crystal finally fell out. "What is this?" she inquired. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Tao Youyou speculated that it might be an energy crystal from a deceased orc, but neither Ing Wen nor Bao Lang had seen anything like it, causing her to reconsider its origin. However, time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to dwell on it, so she temporarily tucked the crystal away, not wanting to leave the skull that had yielded the crystal behind. Tao Youyou dug a deep hole to bury it. Though unaware of the skull's former owner, she believed it deserved a proper resting place rather than being kicked around by passers-by. As Tao Youyou and the others pressed on, she remained oblivious to the significant impact her simple act of kindness would have on her future. During the subsequent journey, a peculiar silence enveloped Tao Youyou, an unsettling stillness that replaced the usual rustling sounds. In fact, she felt as if the surrounding fog had lightened considerably. Recognizing that something was amiss, she urged everyone to heighten their vigilance against the unknown creatures indicated on the map. Yet, as they continued, not only were there no unknown creatures, but even the common dinosaurs were absent, and, absurdly, there were hardly any biting insects either. While this struck Tao Youyou as strange, Her concern for the little one overshadowed her curiosity, and with no incidents occurring, they continued onward. Nevertheless, she could not help but question the accuracy of the map. Had they truly passed through such a highly dangerous area so easily? After traversing the last stretch of dark, decaying thickets, the fog fully dissipated, revealing a series of swampy patches before them. Have we arrived at the swamp area? Tao Youyou wondered. Wasn't it said that the mist ridge and the swamp were interconnected? The mist makes it difficult to distinguish the swamp from solid ground, making one more susceptible to getting trapped. In this fog-free swamp, with its varying depths, surely no one would foolishly leap in? Nevertheless, Tao Youyou still did not allow everyone to remove the ropes tied around their waists. What if someone accidentally stepped wrong and fell in? At least they could execute a quick rescue if needed. The mist having dissipated, the swamp's distinct colors allowed for swift movement. Even with 5 individuals linked together, the soaring eagle, one, effortlessly navigated the terrain. However, despite the ease of the path, the distance was undeniably extensive. After running for 2 hours, they had yet to find their way out. One can only imagine how arduous the journey would be if the mist had lingered, necessitating caution for both perilous footing and direction, making it all too easy to lose one's way or become ensnared. Moreover, Tao Youyou was increasingly concerned about whether Tu Lianer could evade such dangers, pondering where Xiao Laosan had taken her. Perhaps due to their recent experience in the Mist Ridge, Xiao Maodu's sense of smell had failed. It could only detect Hate Dan's passage through the area, but details eluded him. As time spent in the Mist Ridge lengthened, his ability to sense his brother's presence diminished. If even Xiao Maodu could not detect Xiao Laosan's scent, it was unlikely that Bao Lang could discern Tu Lianer's whereabouts. The vast expanse of the swamp thwarted their search, leaving them uncertain of how to pursue their goal. After pausing for half an hour to regroup, Tao Youyou suddenly heard cries for help. Following the sounds, she and her companions discovered that the most formidable of the 3 who had fled was now trapped in a mire. This was the beast man, half lion and half tiger, who had once felled a wild bull dragon with a single blow. Now, he was nearly submerged, with only his head above the surface, desperately calling out for aid. 2 days prior, after departing from the Tao clan's territory, Shi Huli and Huya Hush had signaled the complete failure of their mission. Whether Zhu Zhu could escape from the mysterious tribe was uncertain, and even if he did, their own compensation would be forfeit. They had hoped to adhere to the principle of not returning empty-handed, seeking precious energy fruits in the Northwest region. After all, they could not bear the thought of enduring hardship and injury only to have accomplished nothing. Yet, perhaps by ill fortune, they found themselves in the territory of several newly migrated giant dinosaurs. Instead of energy fruits, they narrowly avoided being trampled to death. Consequently, Shi Huli and his companions abandoned any notion of traversing the Northwest region. As for enhancing their strength, life took precedence over mere ambition. They swore never to return to this accursed Northwest region. The sight of colossal dinosaurs, never before encountered, alongside the wrath of the Beast King, left them with profound psychological scars. Turning back home, it became clear that the Northwest region was not meant for them. Fortunately, these individuals were quite astute. Upon arriving at the terrifying Yin Ni mountain gorge, they remained vigilant, adhering strictly to Zhu Zhu's guidance and route as they made their way back. They minimized their size in the underbrush to avoid the vexing little spiders and navigated the precarious cliffs with caution. Although they encountered several dangers in the Mist Ridge, the trio proved competent enough to withstand the attacks of the mysterious creatures, managing to avoid being taken away. However, the vastness of the swamp was overwhelming, and even Shi Huli became disoriented under the influence of the mist. After wandering for 2 days, exhaustion set in, and in a moment of inattention, Shi Huli inadvertently stepped into a mire. Normally, he could have leveraged his strength to escape before becoming ensnared, but after days of fatigue and hunger, compounded by navigating through obscurity, he lacked the energy to do so. After several futile struggles, he sank reluctantly into the depths. As for Huya Hush and Huya, the brothers had no intention of rescuing Shi Huli. Their fears of becoming trapped themselves held them back, and their selfishness further fueled their decision. Throughout their journey, Sure, Huli's strength had always overshadowed Huya and Huya Hush, and the latter had long grown resentful of being overshadowed. Now, witnessing Sure Huli's plight, they felt no compulsion to assist, even as he slowly sank beneath the mire. Once his struggles ceased, his descent slowed, yet with each passing moment, Sure Huli felt his hope for survival dwindling. Just as he resigned himself to fate, he noticed that the dense fog surrounding the swamp had begun to dissipate. 3 hours had elapsed since Sure Huli fell into the mire, and he was now submerged to his waist. Initially, he thought the clearing mist might signal his chance for salvation. Yet upon surveying his surroundings, he was met with an expanse of swamp in every direction, varied in colors and depths, extinguishing any flicker of hope for survival. There are no signs of humans or even animals nearby. Even if an unwitting dinosaur ventured close, it would soon succumb to the mire, disappearing amidst its struggles. Sure Huli dared not struggle further, fearing that he would sink faster, and instead awaited the inevitable end. Inching closer to oblivion, 2 more hours passed, and the mire now threatened to engulf his neck. Just as his vision dimmed and despair enveloped him, he suddenly heard a distant noise. Regardless of its source, he summoned all his strength to cry for help. However, having lingered in the mire for so long, his chest was constricted by the sludge, rendering his cries faint, a mere shadow of his former might. Help! Help! Save me! Agululu! Bao Lang! Having lost a leg, found his senses sharpened, he was the first to hear the faint cries for help. Tao Youyou, fearing it was Tu Lianer or her companions, hurried towards the source. What brings you here? Tao Youyou exclaimed upon seeing Sure Huli, who was nearly submerged, with only his head above water. Due to the feebleness of his cries, Sure Huli could not help but struggle again, causing him to sink a few inches deeper, the mire's foul waters reaching his mouth and nose. He could not articulate a coherent plea. Gulu Luabiye, save me. Tao Youyou, not seeing any signs of Tu Lianer, felt a chill of dread. Her gaze turned to the very individual who had once sought to attack her clan, and her expression darkened. Yet, given the enormity of the swamp, Xiao Maotu and Bao Lang had both lost their ability to track scents. Now, having finally encountered a person, an escapee from the Beast Man, they might glean vital information about Tu Lianer's whereabouts. Tao Youyou was unwilling to forego any opportunity to seek news of Xiao Laosan, casting an apologetic glance towards Bao Ling, fully aware that this was one of the murderers responsible for the deaths of many in the leper clan. Bao Ling quickly understood Tao Youyou's intent and waved her hand, saying, "Leader, it's all right, save him. He isn't the one who killed my brother. Besides, it was he who spared my life. Otherwise, I would not have survived to find you." Though Bao Ling harbored little fondness for the 7 individuals, she recognized that if Sure Huli had not intervened, she too would have perished. Pull him out, Tao Youyou instructed, tossing a rope towards Sure Huli. Sure Huli never anticipated that his habit of sparing females would become the key to his salvation. Grasping the rope, he felt a rush of life surge through his chilled veins, and he began to climb. Yet, the weight of his body and the depth of his entrapment conspired against him. Even the strong floating Su could not pull him free, managing only to prevent him from sinking further, though this respite would not last long. Transform back into your human form. Otherwise, no one can pull you up. Tao Youyou identified the problem. Sure Huli understood, but after so long in a weakened state, he lacked the strength to maintain his human form. Fortunately, his head had emerged entirely, allowing him to speak. I lack the energy to maintain my human form. Sure Huli gasped, struggling for breath. Tao Youyou, rendered speechless, could only throw him a piece of meat that had inadvertently been over-seasoned and thus failed in its preparation. Sure Huli, undeterred by the dirt clinging to the meat, ravenously stuffed it into his mouth. After swallowing half the morsel, he felt the warmth of his body gradually returning, and at that moment, he realized how delectable this female's meat was. How fragrant! He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tao Youyou was even more at a loss for words. Was this truly the appropriate time to marvel at the taste of meat? Did he not realize his life was hanging by a thread? Sure Huli became aware of the gravity of the situation, yet he showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, He expressed his gratitude to Tao Youyou and the others before transforming into his human form. This time, Fu Xia effortlessly pulled Shi Huli out of the muddy pit with minimal effort. Lying on the hard ground, Shi Huli gasped for breath. Congratulations, host. You have gained 220 reputation points. The previously depleted reputation points had finally received a replenishment. This was certainly a reward for rescuing Shi Huli. Tao Youyou had not anticipated that saving him would yield such unexpected joy. While the reputation points were not substantial, with these additional 200 points, the forthcoming journey would undoubtedly be less arduous. Here, rinse your mouth first. Tao Youyou handed Shi Huli a cup of water. Shi Huli gazed at the smooth, white cup in his hand, bewildered. What material was this? How had he never encountered it before? Although his tribe was situated in the east and was not the most powerful, it was certainly not weak. Even now, let alone such a smooth white cup. Even a black clay cup was reserved for the tribe's leader and elders. Ordinary individuals had to search for stones and dig to create their own utensils. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 reputation points. Though Tao Youyou maintained a composed exterior, internally she was astonished. Saving his life had earned her merely 200 points. Yet providing him with a cup of water garnered 500? Had the system encountered glitch? Shi Huli clutched the cup's handle with great care, fearing he might shatter it with a mere grip. He lifted the cup high and tilted it back to drink. At this moment, Tao Youyou realized that he was entranced by the unfamiliar cup. Observing his reverence for it, she remarked, "The cup is a gift for you. But you must help me find the individual who was captured alongside your group last time." Shi Huli was inherently grateful. Not only had she presented him with such a precious cup, but the mere act of rescuing him from the muddy pit was enough to fill him with gratitude. Moreover, he recognized that this female was the tribe leader whom Zhu Zhu had commanded him to kill, as well as the divine envoy referred to by the leopard. No wonder she possessed such exquisite items, and as a divine envoy, she appeared to carry nothing, effortlessly retrieving items at will. He immediately knelt before Tao Youyou, resting one hand against his chest and bowing his head in solemn oath. "Thank you, divine envoy, for saving my life. From this day forth, I, Shi Huli, shall serve your commands." Chapter 81. The world beyond the tribe is too dangerous as the system continuously reported reputation points. Tao Youyou felt increasingly certain that Shi Huli was a valuable asset. The reputation points gained during this journey depended entirely on him. In pursuit of significant gains, Tao Youyou even allowed Shi Huli to wash himself right there. To demonstrate her prowess, she conjured a curtain of water with a mere wave of her hand. After spinning around twice within the water curtain, Shi Huli was finally rid of the mud. This technique had been employed when she first assumed leadership of the Tao tribe. So Ying-wen and Bao Lang were not the least bit surprised. In contrast, Bao Ling gazed at the water curtain with wide eyes. Though she had heard tales of the leader's remarkable abilities, she had never witnessed Tao Youyou in action. She had only tasted her exquisite culinary creations, which were indeed delicious. However, compared to Bao Ling's astonishment, Shi Huli experienced a profound sense of awe, feeling as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. This was akin to commanding the clouds and summoning the rain, further solidifying his belief in the correctness of his previous actions in pledging allegiance to her. After inquiring, Shi Huli confirmed that he had not seen Chai Mang or the female rabbit beastman pass through this area. However, since they had journeyed together, he knew that Chai Mang belonged to the wolf tribe. The wolf tribe was a subordinate faction of the Xiongju tribe, which was Zhu Zhu's father and the most formidable beast king in the realm. The Xiongju had many daughters and numerous subordinate tribes, with the wolf tribe being among the least prominent, thus assigned to Zhu Zhu. From Shi Huli, Tao Youyou learned of Zhu Zhu's identity and her current standing. Upon understanding Xiongju's status and might, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Fortunately, Zhu Zhu was of little value to her father. The act of killing her would likely not draw Xiongju's attention immediately, nor would it provoke him to retaliate against the entire northwest region. After absorbing this information, Tao Youyou resolved to search the wolf tribe for Chai Mang, as he would likely lead Rabbit Lianer back to his own tribe. Currently, Chai Mang and Rabbit Lianer were in dire straits, ravenous and in a pitiful state. After traversing the spider-infested mire, although Chai Mang had removed the leeches from Rabbit Lianer, he carelessly discarded them onto his back, where the little spiders once again began to crawl all over her. Unbeknownst to the dazed Rabbit Lianer, she had unwittingly become a breeding ground for spider eggs. The wounds on her legs, where the leeches had burrowed in, continued to bleed profusely, much to the delight of the bloodthirsty spiders. They not only laid their eggs, but also had a hearty feast, gradually transferring from Chai Mang to Rabbit Lianer. Chai Mang found it peculiar that his body no longer itched as much, assuming that his recent power increase enabled him to swiftly rid himself of those inconsequential nuisances. Upon reaching the Tian Tong water area, daylight broke. Chai Mang estimated that they had finally escaped the northwest region, and the pursuers would likely not follow them any longer. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Chai Mang planned to rest adequately, as he had endured both beatings and hunger over the past few days. Living in constant fear, he intended to prepare some food before tackling the treacherous cliff path. He was determined not to let hunger cause him to fall into the Tian Tong River. Previously, he had witnessed his friend slip and, before hitting the water, be bitten in half by a massive fish over 10 meters long. That fish undoubtedly surpassed the strength of a beast spirit, and he had seen several large shadows swimming beneath the river surface. Furthermore, based on Juju's remarks, there could even be beast emperor-level fish in that river. So caution was imperative. Rabbit Lianer was jolted awake by pain, and upon seeing the spiders feasting on her legs, she nearly fainted again. However, the agony radiating from her legs prevented her from losing consciousness. The pain exceeded all the suffering she had ever experienced combined. She stood up, ignoring everything else, only to find a vast river before her. Without hesitation, she dashed forward. With a splash, she leaped into the water, knowing that the spiders from the spider-infested woods were likely averse to water. Upon entering, they fell off her. Yet, before Rabbit Lianer could breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed something swimming toward her from the lake's depths. As the dark shadow drew closer, she became frightened and began to scream. Just then, Chai Mang, who had been preparing to roast meat, heard her cries for help. He rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, what is the fuss about a few tiny spiders? This female rabbit truly was delicate. However, when he turned around and saw the submerged Tu Lianer, he panicked and rushed to her rescue. Acting on impulse, he swiftly yanked Tu Lianer from the water and hurled her in the opposite direction towards the thicket. A 7-meter-long giant fish in the Tongtian waterway snapped at the air, leaping onto the shore and startling the wolf, Chai Mang, who fled into the dense forest. Fortunately, the giant fish, once ashore, seemed to lose its combat capabilities and could only flounder clumsily before retreating back into the Tongtian waterway. Chai Mang, gripped by fear, soon realized that the fish lacked the strength of a beast spirit and that he could have easily dealt with it. If not for the earlier terror that had gripped him, he might have enjoyed a feast of roasted giant fish today. Roasted giant fish. My barbecue. Chai Mang suddenly recalled that he had prepared the meat just before rescuing Tu Lianer, and now, after such a delay, it must have burned to a crisp. Indeed, as he gazed upon the charred and blackened meat, anger surged within him. He had searched long for this piece of meat, only to have it ruined. The fleeting emotions stirred by Tu Lianer's pristine form were utterly obliterated by the sight of the burnt meat. At this moment, he felt that this female rabbit was nothing but a source of misfortune, and he no longer wished to continue their journey together. Tu Lianer, equally petrified by the giant fish that had nearly devoured her, realized that had she known such ferocious creatures lurked in the river, she would have never dared to enter, even if it meant suffering pain in her legs. Yet on the bright side, the water had washed away all the spiders clinging to her legs. However, she now fully understood how terrifying the outside world could be without the protection of her tribe. Regret was futile at this point. Her immediate priority was to cling tightly to this male, regardless of the cost. Chapter 82. Enjoying a feast, slight fear. Although Tu Lianer was unaware of how to confront those terrifying creatures, she possessed some understanding of males. At that moment, she could see the disdain in Chai Mang's eyes, which reflected his desire to abandon her and escape. She could not allow him to leave her behind. Ignoring her own pain, she knelt between Chai Mang's legs and began to attend to him. An hour later, Chai Mang's anger had dissipated completely. Having lived for a considerable time, he had never been attended to by a female in such a manner. The worries over the ruined barbecue and his hunger faded into oblivion. The young female's attentiveness and comfort were unlike anything he had experienced, especially in contrast to the fierce and unattractive female wolf from his tribe, who only demanded and never understood the essence of gentleness. Chai Mang found himself utterly enchanted by Tu Lianer, wishing he could replace the female wolf in his tribe with this delicate and charming creature. He carefully assisted Tu Lianer in climbing the steep cliff, fearful she might fall, and allowed her to perch on his shoulder. The diminutive rabbit greatly satisfied Chai Mang's masculine vanity. As they traversed the cliff, despite his lingering fear of the giant fish in the water, the weight of the little rabbit on his shoulder instilled a newfound confidence within him. They finally passed through the Tongtian waterway unscathed and arrived at the misty ridge. Before entering the misty forest, Chai Mang halted. He recalled that the last time Zhu Zhu had led a group through this treacherous path, many had perished. This route was particularly perilous. You must not stray from my side. Chai Mang uget tu lianeza. She nodded vigorously, eager to cling to him, unwilling to leave his side. Chai Mang remembered that many of those who had gone missing during the last expedition were humanoids. Thus, he immediately transformed into a 3-meter-long wolf at the onset of their journey. This way, should any monsters appear, they would think twice before attempting to drag him away. Tu Lianer initially intended to cling to Chai Mang as they advanced, but upon considering the possibility of unseen spiders on him, her legs ached unbearably. She could only quietly grasp Chai Mang's tail from behind. As they traversed this ominous path, both were filled with trepidation. Unben to Chai Mang. Zhu Zhu had possessed a map for navigating safely during their last journey. As Tu Lianer walked, she suddenly felt something beneath her feet. Standing up, she realized that the fog obscured her vision. Tugging at Chai Mang's tail, she signaled him to wait, then crouched down to discover a human head had been following her. Terrified, she kicked it away, sending it flying 3 meters. In that fleeting moment, she realized that it was not merely a dead head. It seemed to possess some semblance of consciousness. However, Tu Lianer had no time to ponder. The monstrous entity with a large head and several short limbs had frightened her. The creature vanished into the mist, thickening the fog around Misty Ridge, causing Chai Mang to feel a haze settle over his mind. After walking a bit further, Tu Lianer suddenly realized she was no longer holding Chai Mang's tail, but rather the tail of a monster covered in human faces, each with gaping mouths. Panic-stricken, she immediately let go. Yet in that instant, one of the faces leaped onto her head, wrapping around it. She felt a peculiar sensation at the back of her head, a mix of itching, tingling, and pain, causing her consciousness to begin to fade. Even the egg she had been holding slipped from her grasp. Chai Mang felt his tail grow lighter. Had that rabbit lost her grip? However, he could not dwell on it, for his head felt heavy and his eyelids drooped. He was on the verge of sleep. Just as he prepared to lie down, a noise from behind caught his attention. He turned his head and saw the black egg. The rabbit was gone. Upon realizing this, a jolt of fear shot through Chai Mang. He could not succumb to sleep. He must have been poisoned by something that induced drowsiness. If he lay here, he might never rise again. He bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood instantly dispelling the fog of fatigue from his mind. Without hesitation, he charged forward. After half an hour of reckless sprinting, he stepped onto something soft and abruptly halted. He had entered the marshy region. Chai Mang felt the dizziness in his head dissipate significantly. Yet the little rabbit was no longer in sight, leaving him with a sense of loss. He had not had his fill of her. How could she have perished so soon? Had she clung to him, she likely would not have been dragged away by the monster. He could only blame her unfortunate fate. And Chai Mang did not linger on his regret for long, for the treacherous marsh was fraught with peril. One must tread carefully to avoid falling in. Meanwhile, had Tu Lianer been aware, she would have noticed another head atop hers, resembling the one she had just kicked away, suggesting they belonged to the same kind of creature. She wandered forward like a soulless being until she reached a clear area devoid of mist. There lay many plump, white, fleshy fruits emitting an enticing aroma. At that moment, Tu Lianer appeared entranced, seizing one of the fruit resembling a fleshy infant and bringing it to her mouth. She tore into the fruit with abandon, ruthlessly splitting it in half, pink juice flowing like blood, creating a horrific sight. An hour later, Tao Youyou found her belly stuffed to the brim with the flesh of the infant fruit. Had there not been an obstruction, Tao Youyou feared she might have burst on the spot. Suddenly, her large head descended, and her vision cleared. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the chaos she had created, and upon touching her lips, she realized she had consumed infant creatures. Overwhelmed by shock and nausea, she nearly fainted again. The chatter of her companions dragged her away to meet the leader. A large head reasserted control over Tao Youyou's body, and soon she was led before a creature with a head the size of a grinding stone. Fearing that the female might become frantic after her fright and harm the leader, the head injected a stream of white pus into the back of Tao Youyou's head, causing her to faint once more. The companions chirped eagerly, proclaiming, "Leader, this one is fresh. Please enjoy this feast." Chapter 83. The mutated 7-star eels suddenly. Bao Ling exclaimed loudly, startling the fluffy creature in Tao Youyou's arms. Tao Youyou quickly inquired what happened. After catching her breath, Bao Ling pointed at a nearby corpse, stating, "Their deaths are so peculiar and frightening, it startled me." Following her gaze, Tao Youyou discovered 2 beastmen whose deaths were particularly gruesome. They lay intertwined in a manner suggesting immense suffering before their demise. Their arms were stuck together, with no unscathed skin remaining, and the areas that were intact bore patches of ashen scars. Prolonged observation could induce discomfort. Tao Youyou found a stick and flipped one of the limp corpses. To her shock, it was the pair they had encountered before. "Sure," Huli remarked. Surprised, Tao Youyou questioned, "You can still recognize them in such a state?" "Sure," Huli replied bitterly. "Having traveled together, I could recognize a few details. Besides, when I fell into the swamp, they did not attempt to rescue me. Instead, they seemed to revel in my misfortune. Even if reduced to ashes, I would still recognize them." Realizing the grim truth, Tao Youyou understood these 2 were the brothers who had fled with him earlier. Now, with Zhu Zhu leading a team to hunt down his clan, only 2 remained alive. One had defected to his side, while the other had vanished with Xiao Lao San. Initially, Tao Youyou had hoped to traverse the Yun'an'ai Mountain Grand Canyon in a day. However, as dusk approached, the danger here was no less than elsewhere. After much deliberation, he resolved to seek a safe place to rest for the night, planning to continue at dawn. Tao Youyou discovered a small cave capable of accommodating several individuals. Though somewhat damp, such minor hardships were to be expected in the wild. After ensuring the cave's safety, to deter any potential threats from the outside, Tao Youyou instructed Fu Xiao to place a massive stone at the entrance. After scattering a circle of repellent herbs, Tao Youyou provided each person with a sleeping bag. Since the previous day, none had closed their eyes. They decided that one would keep watch during the first half of the night, while Shirley would take the latter half, allowing Tao Youyou to curl up with the 2 little ones in their sleeping bags. Though anxious about Xiao Lao San, Tao Youyou forced himself to succumb to slumber for the sake of efficiency and safety in their search. In perilous circumstances, the inability to rest properly would exponentially increase the threat to their lives, a truth Tao Youyou had learned in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Chai Meng wandered aimlessly through the swamp. Although the dense fog had briefly lifted, the boundless mire left him utterly disoriented. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, the fog returned. Yet Chai Meng remained trapped within the swamp as confines. The interplay of darkness and mist rendered him effectively blind, and his pace shifted from a sprint to a slow crawl. To avoid falling into the mire ahead, he dared not move forward, instead using a stick to probe the ground cautiously. He had gone several days without sleep, as since his arrival at Yun'an'ai Mountain Grand Canyon, he had not rested properly. Before this, Zhu Zhu, having selected him from the Wolf Clan for a mission with a handsome reward, had left him exhilarated and sleepless. Later, upon realizing he was among several formidable individuals in the group, he began to doubt the mission's dangers. When they spoke of venturing to a place of penance to attack a primitive tribe, he felt fortunate to have secured such a lucrative task. However, upon first arriving at the Grand Canyon, He was horrified to witness the loss of several comrades with each passing stretch of the journey. It was then he regretted venturing into such a treacherous locale. Why had Zhu Zhu chosen him? Only after he and the remaining 6 had escaped the Grand Canyon did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. The shock and tension had heightened his bloodlust, prompting him to mercilessly slay the weak beastmen he encountered in the cursed place. Had it not been for his fear of Shi, he would have inflicted torment upon the female beastman as well. Believing that misfortune had passed, he thought only of annihilating the small tribe and seeking the mysterious fruit that could enhance his strength. Yet, the deaths of Mo Bei and Yao Qing had shattered his psyche. While the previous fatalities had been traceable, the circumstances surrounding these two were shrouded in mystery and terror. Unlike Shi, who had fled, he was not an outsider brought in by Zhu Zhu. The survival of his clan depended on the Xiongju clan, and he could only follow Zhu Zhu into captivity. What followed were days of relentless beatings. He could not even sleep, just as he would succumb to unconsciousness. He was roused by his captors for yet another round of torment. Finally escaping, Chai Meng once again faced numerous dangers, and the tension in his nerves became unbearable. With each step, he yawned, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing onto the ground. He was overwhelmingly drowsy. As he closed his eyes, preparing to rest, a long, serpentine creature unexpectedly emerged from the mire not far ahead. The serpent slithered up to Chai Meng, revealing its mouth filled with sharp fangs. Had he been awake, he would have recognized that this creature was not merely a snake but a magnified, mutated 7-star eel. The mutated 7-star eel lunged at Chai Meng's knee. With a sickening crunch, his kneecap shattered. The pain jolted him awake, and he opened his eyes to find a serpent latched onto his leg. Grasping one end, he pulled it off, but only half of it detached. The other half remained firmly anchored to his knee. Attempts to remove the remaining segment proved futile after several tries. His drowsiness vanished completely, leaving him wide-eyed and scanning his surroundings, terrified of encountering more of these serpents. As dawn broke, Chai Meng limped away, with 3 or 4 severed segments of the mutated 7-star eel hanging from his body and leg. Meanwhile, Tao Youyou and the others in the cave enjoyed a peaceful slumber, fully refreshed from a night of rest. After packing away their sleeping bags, they washed up briefly before setting off once more. Chapter 84. The outside world, the path ahead, was nearly devoid of peril, and it was estimated that it would take just over 2 hours to exit. Bao Lang meticulously studied the animal skin map once more before confidently stating his conclusion. Upon hearing this, Ingwen twisted his neck, inwardly rejoicing at the prospect of finally being able to contribute. Let's hasten our departure. Once we exit the northwestern region, I should be able to regain control over the birds, providing us with additional eyes to search for Xiao Lao San. The little one had yet to be named, and everyone referred to him as Xiao Heidan for the time being. Very well, let us first make our exit and then deliberate further, Tao Youyou concurred. The 5 of them, accompanied by a small furry creature, set off at full speed towards the exit of the Yun and I Mountain Grand Canyon. Shi spoke as they ran. Once we reach the east, we can first rest at my tribe, for the eastern region is vast, unlike the northwestern territory. It could take us more than 10 days to reach the Xiongju tribe. Tao Youyou, however, was not inclined to head directly for the Xiongju tribe upon exiting the northwestern region, having just slain the daughter of their tribe. It would be far too dangerous to seek them out immediately. While locating Xiao Lao San was imperative, she had to consider the safety of Fu Xiao, the small furry creature, and the couple Bao Lang and Ing, one who had chosen to accompany her. It would be disastrous if they encountered trouble before finding Xiao Lao San. Upon reaching the east, she planned to first gather more comprehensive information, ensuring they were well prepared for their next steps. Thus, stopping at Shihuli's tribe as a waypoint seemed a prudent strategy. After tirelessly running for over an hour, they finally emerged from the oppressive foliage of the rainforest. The map indicated that they had reached the end of their journey, suggesting they were now in the world beyond the northwestern region. The landscape was a vibrant green, although there were no towering trees. The vast expanse of grassland significantly lifted their spirits. It was indeed a stark contrast to the arid wasteland of the northwestern territory. The sunlight was bright, and the humidity in the air was conducive to life, explaining why outsiders perceive the northwestern region as a place of penance. Moreover, the abundance of wildlife was striking. Within a short span, Tao Youyou had already spotted 3 groups of leisurely grazing herbivorous dinosaurs. These creatures were relatively small, with the largest among them measuring only 3 to 4 meters, a mere fraction of the colossal beasts often found in the Northwestern Territory, which could reach heights of 80 to 90 meters. This revelation sparked an idea in Tao Youyou's mind regarding the expansion of the Tao tribe beyond their current borders. However, she could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Her immediate priority was to locate Xiao Lao San. The small furry creature was still unable to detect Xiao Lao San's scent, and Baolang had lost his sense of rabbit lien air since entering the Yun Ni Mountain Grand Canyon. Although Tao Youyou had mentally prepared for this, she could not quell her growing anxiety. Presently, there was no better course of action than to search diligently. With this thought, her feelings of animosity towards rabbit lien air intensified. Should anything happen to Xiao Lao San, I shall ensure you understand the true meaning of suffering. Once they exited the Yun Ni Mountain Grand Canyon, they could no longer afford a rush as they had in the previous days. It would be prudent to first seek out nearby tribes for information. Perhaps someone among them had seen rabbit lien air. After briefly scanning the scattered dinosaur groups, Tao Youyou directed her attention to a tribe that appeared to be the closest to the Yun Ni Mountain Grand Canyon. The vastness of the grassland was indeed impressive. Although the tribe was visible, the journey to reach it took the entirety of the morning without them realizing it. The tribe was situated at a high point on the grassland, arranged along a gently sloping ridge, with lush shrubs surrounding its perimeter. At long last, Tao Youyou finally spotted people, and her pace quickened. As she approached, she realized that what had initially appeared to be a small settlement was home to nearly 1,000 inhabitants. A few beastmen returning from the outskirts blended into the crowd, leaving her unable to discern their exact forms. This was the Jiaoxiong tribe, once the dominant tribe in the entire Longdong region. However, the current state of the Jiaoxiong tribe was a shadow of its former glory, having become vulnerable to the bullying of surrounding tribes. Their original position had been in the fertile lowlands at the heart of the grassland, but due to their waning strength in recent years and repeated displacements, they had been driven to the edge of this penitent land adjoining the northwestern region. Father, are you truly going to send me to the Xiong Ho tribe's monkey paw? In a rickety thatched hut within the Jiaoxiong tribe, a bright-eyed young girl desperately questioned her father. Inside the hut, an elderly man clad in tattered animal skins rubbed his face, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. This was the daughter he had cherished since childhood. How could he bear to send her to the wretched monkey paw of the Xiong Ho tribe? It was well known that the members of the Xiong Ho tribe were notorious for their cruelty, having no females of their own and resorting to raiding other tribes to abduct their females. Furthermore, they did not engage in partnerships or free unions. Typically, one female would be matched with a male from each household, leading to a cycle of forced breeding until the female's worth was completely exhausted. The status of females was alarmingly low. Many were subjected to forced mating even while pregnant, leading to their suffering and eventual demise. Particularly, Monkey Paw was rumored to have already driven 3 females to death due to his brutal treatment, and now he had set his sights on Tao Youyou. Mother, I truly do not wish to be given to that scoundrel Monkey Paw. The girl, witnessing her father's despair, straightened her back momentarily before collapsing against her mother's leg in tears. In the corner of the hut, a red-faced female with a jealous gaze directed at the pitiful Tao Youyou spoke with righteous indignation. Tao Youyou, you are far too selfish. There are nearly 1,000 lives in our tribe. How can you be so inconsiderate? If you refuse to go to the Xiong Ho tribe, do you wish for all of us to perish alongside you? As the female spoke with increasing fervor, Tao Youyou's face turned pale, and she could only choke back her sobs in silence. The elderly man in tattered animal skins could no longer tolerate the discourse. He scolded, Diao Hong Hong, cease your incessant chatter. Do you think your words will serve any purpose? Diao Hong Hong rolled her eyes, muttering, I was merely speaking the truth. Father, I will go. I will go. Tao Youyou sobbed in resignation, recognizing that she could not drag the entire tribe down with her. Upon hearing this, Jiao Honghong's heart soared with delight, believing that Brother Minghui would surely take notice of her now. Chapter 85. If it is truly a good fortune, why do you not go? You cannot go. A bare-chested man burst into the thatched hut. Upon seeing him, Jiao Honghong rushed forward, attempting to grasp his hand, only to be violently shaken off. Hearing his words, her brows knitted tightly in anger. Brother Minghui, you are being rather biased towards Tao Youyou, are you not? Given the current plight of our tribe, as the vanguard of the hunting team, you ought to be aware. Jiao Honghong argued fiercely. If we do not send Tao Youyou, our tribe may face annihilation. The Xiongho tribe is formidable, and Monkey Paw's family possesses a beastmaster. A match with Tao Youyou would be more than sufficient. It is indeed a good fortune. If it is a good fortune, then why do you not go? Tao Youyou's mother had been weeping alongside her daughter, her eyes swollen with tears. Angrily, she turned to Jiao Honghong and said vehemently, Jiao Honghong, do not speak of such deathly matters. Jiao Honghong fell silent. She certainly had no desire to partake in such a perilous arrangement, nor did she dare to. After all, if they did not find her appealing, why would they look to her? If they truly did, she would undoubtedly sacrifice even her own life for the tribe. Jiao Honghong spoke with an air of unrestrained audacity. Tao Youyou's mother, trembling with anger, exclaimed, You silence yourself. I will deliberate on this matter further. You all leave. An elderly man clad in tattered beast skins pounded the table with his fist. Jiao Minghui stepped forward, blocking the crowd, and embraced the weeping Tao Youyou, who knelt on the ground, turning to the clan leader. The Xiongho tribe is resolutely determined to annex our clan. Even if we send Youyou to them, it will not alter this fate. Upon hearing Jiao Minghui's words, the thatched hut erupted in turmoil, akin to a stone cast into a still pond, causing ripples of chaos. The old man grew anxious, gripping Jiao Minghui's arm, urgently inquiring, Are you certain? I am indeed certain. Last night, I stealthily entered their tribe and heard their leader and several unfamiliar individuals express their long-standing desire for the females of our clan, intending to devour us whole. All females will be allocated to their males for pleasure, and our males will be enslaved. Jiao Minghui continued, Youyou is merely an excuse. Their ambitions are insatiable. If we truly send Youyou to them, we would be willingly walking into a lion's den, subject to their control. Everyone in the hut, except Jiao Honghong, nodded in agreement. If we do not send Tao Youyou, what shall we do? The Xiongho tribe possesses immense strength. We cannot possibly withstand them. Another elder could not resist asking, Fear not, for I have already secured assistance. Jiao Minghui declared confidently. Assistance? The crowd turned their gaze towards Jiao Minghui. Upon arriving at his dwelling, they were astonished to find it teeming with people, including a female even more beautiful than Youyou. Who are you? Questioned the clan leader of the Jiao Xiong tribe. Wary of the newcomers, Tao Youyou explained that her group had traveled from the northwest region in search of their children. Cradling Fu Xia and Xiao Mao Tuanzi protectively against her chest, appearing quite harmless. Jiao Honghong, upon seeing yet another beautiful female, felt a pang of jealousy. Fearing this newcomer might charm Jiao Minghui away, and preemptively scoffed, Brother Minghui, you are being rather hasty. Is this what you call assistance? The crowd behind Jiao Minghui wore expressions of disappointment. How could a group comprising a female, cubs, and even a disabled individual assist the tribe in evading this crisis? Moreover, the female had mentioned they hailed from the land of atonement, which was rumored to house uncivilized primitive beastmen, according to those from the Beast King's domain. Lion Tiger Li touched his nose, intentionally suppressing his overwhelming aura to avoid discomforting his new allies, only to be met with disdain from the beastmen. He merely shifted his feet, and the previously smooth ground beneath him cracked. A fist-sized rock beside him shattered into dust. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in shock. None had anticipated that this young beastman possessed such power, surely on par with a beastmaster. Yet a single beastmaster would not suffice. The Xiongho tribe boasted 5. Just as anxiety loomed, Fu Xia and Leopard Ling began to gather energy around themselves. Moments later, Even Xiao Mao, Tuanzi, and the legless leopard Lang were involuntarily accumulating energy. After several seconds, Leopard Lang and Leopard Ling synchronized their advancement, transcending from beastmen to beast masters, their expressions one of bewilderment, basking in newfound clarity. Fu Xiao remained unchanged, save for the energy swirling persistently around him. Xiao Mao Tuanzi exhibited curious fluctuations in energy, likely due to its juvenile state, still unformed. This transformation left everyone astounded, while Tao Youyou entertained a vague suspicion that the northwest region held some peculiar suppressive seal. With this revelation, she felt reassured regarding Ying Wen's solitary departure. If Leopard Ling and Leopard Lang could evolve, surely Ying Wen would too, providing adequate protection. The room fell into an unusual silence. Was such a formidable breakthrough truly so effortless? And to have two at once? One a female, the other disabled? At that moment, the astonishment extended beyond the Jiaoxiong tribe. Even Lion Tiger Li was taken aback. During their traversal through the Yun Enai mountain canyon, he had paid little heed to the young couple, especially since the female had been spared from death due to his words. The male, although clever, had been overlooked due to his physical disability. Yet now, these ostensibly ordinary beastmen had seamlessly transitioned to beast masters in the blink of an eye. It was well known that the eastern region, vast and populous, did not see beast masters frequently, and the Jiaoxiong tribe appeared to have but one, its leader, like himself, who had gained fame in his youth. A rare prodigy among surrounding clans, he had struggled significantly to ascend to beast master status. The fearsome nature of the northwest region became apparent. No wonder divine envoys appeared there. Perhaps this was the manifestation of their power. Choosing to follow the divine envoy was indeed fortuitous. Chapter 86. Energy orb. With this line of thought, the peculiarities of the leader's two sons no longer seemed strange. Although the elder son currently displayed no signs of advancement in energy, he had evidently reached the pinnacle of beastmen, yet for reasons unknown, remained stagnant. Unlike others stuck at the peak, he bore no sense of constraint and was enveloped in a rich gathering of energy that others could only dream of. For instance, he had languished at the pinnacle of Beastmaster for many years, exhausting every method available, yet still struggled to condense energy for his own breakthrough. Otherwise, he would not have acquiesced to Zhu Zhu's proposition to conquer a defenseless small tribe, relying on external forces to consolidate energy and assist his ascension to beast spirit. The younger son, the golden-furred cub, further perplexed him. Its energy ebbed and flowed in an enigmatic manner, enhancing its mystique. Noticing that the energy had no effect on the two cubs, Tao Youyou addressed the clan leader of the Jiaoxiong tribe. I am fully aware of the crisis facing your clan. Resolving it should not prove difficult. We can assist you in dealing with the Xiongho tribe. However, I have one request. Afterward, I hope your entire clan will aid me in retrieving my stolen cubs. Despite the seemingly harmless appearance of this female, her words bore an inexplicable weight of conviction. Though the Jiaoxiong tribe had fallen considerably, the long-standing leader possessed a discerning eye. It became clear that the youth was not the focal point of the group. The mother with the cubs was. Upon hearing her words, the storm cloud that had loomed over his heart began to dissipate. His dear daughter was finally in safe hands. While this female's group contained only 3 beast masters, one of whom was disabled, he had been a beast master for decades and should be able to hold off 2 from the Xiongho tribe. Moreover, the youth appeared even more formidable than himself, likely capable of stalling 2 as well. With this thought, the clan leader felt increasingly optimistic about the impending conflict. The Jiaoxiong leader agreed to Tao Youyou's terms, and Jiao Yuer, no longer burdened by tears, dried her eyes, her gaze sparkling. Only Jiao Honghong, lurking in the background, wore a face of resentment, her eyes glimmering with malice, pondering why this wretched woman could escape such a calamity. As the members of the Jiaoxiong tribe rejoiced, Jiao Honghong stealthily made her way towards the Xiongho tribe. That night, Tao Youyou presented 2 energy orbs to Shihu Li. These orbs were crafted by compressing the energy that had coalesced around the small fur ball using the system's marketplace. Given that the small fur ball seemed unable to absorb energy at present, it was better to capture it than to let it disperse. After several experiments, Tao Youyou discovered a lucrative method. The compressed energy did not affect the small fur ball at all, and before long, new energy would gather around it once more. Originally, Fu Xia was eager to emulate his brother's ability, but was reminded that he was different. He was already capable of absorbing energy, and he should focus on nurturing his own body with it. Thus, he relented. Shi Hu Li, holding the two energy orbs, could hardly contain his excitement. The energy within these orbs was even more abundant than that found in third-level energy fruits. Such treasures were meant for him. It was worth noting that his agreement with Zhu Zhu for a journey to the north was primarily for a few low-level energy fruits. Yet now, he had received 2 high-level energy orbs almost effortlessly. Was this the benefit of following a divine messenger? His master was truly remarkable. Tao Youyou, exhausted, paid little mind to Shi Hu Li's starry-eyed admiration. Although the journey had not posed significant dangers, the unknown dampness of the cave made it far from comfortable for rest. As an adult, she could endure it, but the 2 young ones might struggle. She did not even know where little San was or if it had hatched. If it had, the newly born cub would be incredibly fragile, and without her by its side, what would become of it? She coaxed the 2 little ones to sleep, but soon found herself overwhelmed with worry. Just as Tao Youyou drifted into a drowsy slumber, Diao Honghong finally arrived at the Xiongho tribe. As Ho Pa devoured meat, he grew excited upon hearing that a female from the Diao Xiong tribe was seeking him. His mouth widened, drool hanging from his sharp teeth. Could it be that my little beauty was unable to resist and came to find me early? Ha ha ha. When Diao Honghong was brought before Ho Pa, her face bore the marks of 2 slaps. Such an unattractive female would hardly receive kindness from the Xiongho tribe. Had it not been for her important message, they might have killed her on the spot. As Ho Pa, like a ravenous wolf, leaned in to bite, he suddenly realized that the person beneath him was not his little beauty, but an exceedingly ugly, red-faced creature. He was instantly repulsed and kicked Diao Honghong away. Who is this hideous thing? Where's my little beauty? Diao Honghong was taken aback by the brutality of the Xiongho tribe. Before she could even speak, she had already endured several blows, leaving her in a pitiful state. Hearing the disgusting and frightening man insult her while praising Tao Youyou as a beauty, all her physical pain vanished, replaced by a deep-seated hatred for Tao Youyou. What a beauty! Once delivered, she will be nothing more than a whore, trampled by thousands. Tao Youyou did not wish to be sent here, Diao Honghong declared defiantly. Ho Pa was not surprised. It seemed few females were willing to come willingly, and he had indeed overestimated the situation. Diao Honghong seized the opportunity to press further. Several experts have arrived in our tribe, 2 of whom have already broken through to become beast masters. Our chief has decided against sending Tao Youyou for marriage. If you attempt to force her, we will fight back. Ho Pa was momentarily stunned. Diao Honghong continued. If you still wish to have Tao Youyou, you must wait a few days. The experts have urgent matters and will not linger long. Once they leave, you may come to seize Tao Youyou. Jealousy transformed her at this moment. Her only desire was to drag Tao Youyou down from her pedestal, wishing for her to suffer a fate worse than death. Entirely oblivious to the impending calamities facing her tribe. As a key member of the tribe, Ho Pa understood that the marriage proposal was merely a pretext. The true aim of the Xiongho tribe was to annex the entire Diao Xiong tribe. While he enjoyed playing with females, they were merely toys to him, and matters regarding territorial invasion were of utmost importance that could not be trifled with. Although he found Diao Honghong's claims absurd, he could not afford to dismiss them. After all, the outcomes of facing a tribe with a beast master versus one without were vastly different. Let us seek out the chief, Ho Pa instructed his brothers. Diao Honghong was dragged, face down, to the chief of the Xiongho tribe. Is what you say true? Indeed, it is true. If you do not believe me, send someone to verify. Those individuals are currently in our tribe. Despite the cunning and ferocity of the Xiongho tribe, their rise to prominence in the region was not without vigilance. Although the bloodied female kneeling before the chief's feet spoke words that were hard to believe, the Xiongho chief decided to send someone to investigate to ensure a successful plunder. Originally, Ho Pa volunteered to go, but the chief stopped him. Although clever, Ho Pa was known among the Diao Xiong tribe due to his interest in the chief's daughter. If he went, It would be easy for him to be misled and return with false information. They needed someone intelligent and unknown to the Jiaoxiong tribe. Soon, Ho Shui was selected. He was exceptionally clever and ruthless, even having the character blood in his name due to his bloodthirsty nature. Chosen as a guard by the Beast King's domain years ago, he spent little time in the tribe. So many did not recognize him, making him a suitable candidate for the chief's assignment. Ho Shui, go and ascertain the truth of the Jiaoxiong tribe. Ho Shui bared his sharp teeth. Sure, chief, if this female's information turns out to be false, then she shall be mine to play with. Heh. Upon hearing Ho Shui's words, several members of the Xiong Ho tribe instinctively stepped back from him. Even Ho Pa and his brothers displayed sympathetic expressions towards the bloodied female. While they treated females as mere playthings, they knew that Ho Shui was fundamentally cruel and enjoyed torturing and even consuming human flesh and blood. As dawn broke, Ho Shui departed the tribe. Meanwhile, the Jiaoxiong tribe was already in a frenzy. Sure, Hu Li had broken through and, after a night, had ascended to the rank of Beast Spirit. The Beast Spirit was a true king, an expert acknowledged by the Beast King's domain. It is noteworthy that, outside the Beast King's domain, fewer than 300 beastmen in the eastern regions could attain the status of Beast Spirit. This is a concept that signifies that among a population of tens of thousands, only a handful would be fortunate enough to become Beast Spirits. Simply put, the Beast King's domain would allocate territory to those who became Beast Spirits, officially recognizing their domain. Thus, if the Jiaoxiong tribe were to be raided by the Xiong Ho tribe, they would have to accept their misfortune, for they lacked the strength to resist. However, if a tribe with a beast spirit were to have its territory invaded, it could appeal to the Beast King's domain, which would dispatch experts to seek retribution. Generally, no tribe would dare to invade a tribe with a beast spirit. My lord, is there anything else you require? The Jiaoxiong chief was eager to prostrate himself before Shi Hu Li. Shi Hu Li was equally exhilarated, yet he understood that his breakthrough was entirely due to his master. Though he had become a beast spirit, he dared not entertain any pride or arrogance. Instead, he grew even more respectful towards Tao Youyou. My lord, is there anything else you need? Jiaoxiong was inwardly astonished. This young man, having become a beast spirit lord, showed such deference to this female. What could her true identity possibly be? Could she be a prominent figure from the Beast King domain? Yet, why would such a notable person entrust a small tribe like his with a search? Before Jiaoxiong could ponder further, a woman suddenly burst into the stone house. Chieftain, I implore you, save Hong Hong. She has vanished and must have been captured by the Xiong Ho tribe. The elderly woman rushed in, clinging to Jiaoxiong's legs. How dare you? Do you possess any manners? You might offend our esteemed guests. Jiaoxiong's expression darkened immediately. He wished he could kick the old woman in her chest. If her outburst displeased the esteemed guests and jeopardized the tribe's critical affairs, he would not spare her. My lord, please do not be angry. It's quite all right, Tao Youyou said, observing the old woman's tear-streaked face, reminiscent of a distraught mother whose child had gone missing. She inquired, "What is the matter that has you so flustered? Speak, and I shall listen." The old woman glanced at Tao Youyou, noticing she was but a young female, and hesitated to respond until Jiaoxiong barked, "Speak. Why are you dawdling? Yesterday, Hong Hong mentioned that Yuer was to come for a betrothal visit. I feared she might be distressed, and went to comfort her. But for some reason, she did not return all night. It must be Tao Youyou. To avoid her own betrothal, she has pushed Hong Hong into this." The old woman exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation. "Chieftain, you cannot disregard a life simply because Tao Youyou is your daughter. The Xiong Ho tribe has made it clear. They want Tao Youyou, not my Hong Hong." Jiaoxiong's face grew darker with every word. "Enough. This has nothing to do with Youyou. How could it not? It must be that wretched Tao Youyou who sent my Hong Hong to take her place." The old woman displayed a demeanor reminiscent of a shrew scolding in the streets. Tao Youyou furrowed her brow. "I said it has nothing to do with her. Yesterday, Youyou did not speak to Hong Hong at all. We had esteemed guests visiting." Jiaoxiong was exasperated. "Guests? Is it you? Tell me, where have you hidden my Hong Hong?" The old woman instantly turned her ire towards Tao Youyou and her companions. Tao Youyou had not anticipated being dragged into this affair. She had just felt sympathy for the old woman, but now she realized the woman was unreasonable. Silence. You cannot speak here. Jiao Xiong, feeling he had lost control, knelt before Tao Youyou and her companions, pleading, I beg for your mercy on our tribe. Enough, enough. Provide me with a personal item of your daughter, Tao Youyou said, feeling irritable, wishing to resolve the matter swiftly so that the tribe could search for Xiao Lao-san. Utilizing the video tracker she had discovered in the marketplace the previous night, she sought to locate the missing Hong Hong. This device was akin to a real-time monitoring camera. And fortunately, she had enough reputation points from the previous night as contributions to exchange for it. Originally intended for finding Xiao Lao-san, the device would display the recent activities of a missing person once an item belonging to them was placed inside. However, when Tao Youyou inserted the bee skin that frequently covered Xiao Lao-san, the device only displayed errors and failed to search. After attempting various other items belonging to others with no issues arising, she waved her hand, and an ethereal video materialized before everyone, revealing none other than Jiao Hong Hong. Except for Fu Xiao and Xiao Mao Tuanzi, the others were taken aback, witnessing what seemed like a miracle. All members of the Jiao Xiong tribe fell to their knees, bowing in reverence to Tao Youyou. Had it not been for Shi Huli being restrained by Bao Lang, he too would have knelt. Moments later, the members of the Jiao Xiong tribe were visibly trembling with anger. This traitorous beast! Jiao Xiong pointed a shaking finger at the old woman. Take her away. After the reverence came fury, and this ire was directed at their own kin, a classic case of betrayal. All of Jiao Hong Hong's actions from the previous night were laid bare, causing the tribe members to tremble with rage. While Jiao Hong Hong had displayed some selfishness in the past, none had anticipated that she would dare to jeopardize the entire tribe out of petty jealousy. Just when a formidable expert had finally arrived, she had sought to send Hong Hong in her place to avoid her own calamity. She deserved to be punished by the enemy. Now, with an orc seeking information, Jiao Xiong was at a loss. What if they discovered that their tribe indeed harbored formidable experts? What if they hesitated to approach? These esteemed guests were preoccupied with searching for their offspring. And as Jiao Hong Hong had stated, they could not remain there indefinitely to protect the tribe. They had to act decisively. Seeing that the others seemed to have a plan, Tao Youyou refrained from further comment and simply asked, Chieftain Jiao, what is your opinion? We should show weakness and draw them in, Jiao Xiong suggested tentatively. Tao Youyou nodded in agreement. Finding his strategy aligned with her own thoughts of luring the enemy into a trap, it appeared that this chieftain possessed some wisdom. Once the plan was set, Jiao Xiong prepared to lead his followers. Soon, the atmosphere within the Jiao Xiong tribe shifted dramatically. The previous excitement and confidence had been replaced by despondency. Tao Youyou and her companions cooperated seamlessly, making minimal alterations, merely instructing Shi Huli to teach Bao Lang and Bao Ling how to conceal their presence. In no time, they transformed into a group of females feigning vulnerability, dragging along the facade of a desperate search for their young. Before long, Ho Shui arrived. Prior to entering the Jiao Xiong territory, he adjusted his appearance, striving to appear more cheerful to prevent the foolish Jiao from being on guard. He practiced his smile multiple times at the entrance of the tribe until he felt less ominous, then stepped into Jiao Xiong's domain. This was the first territory to be seized in the Longdong region. The Xiongho tribe's ambitions extended far beyond a mere patch of land. They aimed to conquer the entire Longdong region, gathering its resources to exchange for the energy fruits of the Xiongju tribe, thereby aiding their chieftain in ascending to beast spirit status. Once the chieftain achieved this, Ho Shui would have ample playthings to satisfy his sadistic tendencies. While Ho Shui reveled in his ambitions, he was halted by the somewhat disheveled Diao Minghui, whose face was smeared with ash. Who are you? Why are you trespassing in the territory of the Jiao Xiong tribe? Ho Shui immediately donned a friendly demeanor, bending slightly in deference. Greetings, brother. I am from the Mountain Monkey tribe in the Longyuan region. I have lost my way while seeking medicine for my family. Might you inform me where I am? Diao Minghui maintained an impassive exterior, though he was internally astonished. Had it not been for the esteemed guests indicating that this man belonged to the Xiongho tribe, he might have been deceived. We are the Jiao Xiong tribe. You have reached the edge of the Longdong region. Do you require any assistance? Diao Minghui inquired. guiding the stranger into the tribe. Ho Shui promptly responded, I have gone several days without sustenance. If you do not mind, could you take me to your tribe for a drink? That is not impossible, but water is precious to our tribe. You must not drink too much. Jiao Minghui began to reveal the tribe's impoverished state. Upon hearing this, Ho Shui's disdain for the Jiao Xiong tribe deepened. A tribe that could not spare water surely had no formidable experts. Nevertheless, he recognized potential in Jiao Minghui. Realizing that he had already become an intermediate beastmaster at such a young age, just slightly below his own level. However, Ho Shui ruthlessly judged in his heart that regardless of potential, they would not grant him the opportunity to flourish. Soon, Jiao Minghui led Ho Shui into the tribe. Indeed, the Jiaoxiong tribe appeared weak, dwelling in thatched huts, with scarcely a few stone houses in the entire settlement. Observing the listless and fatigued expressions of these individuals, it was evident that they had long suffered from inadequate sustenance, a stark contrast to the vitality of his own tribe. Ho Shui even believed that this meager tribe didn't require the intervention of their chieftain or the elders. He could easily triumph with his own followers. Why did they all appear so troubled? Ho Shui began to inquire cautiously. Jiao Minghui, with shifty eyes, led the way toward the stone house, remarking, Ah, you see, our tribe's most beautiful maiden has caught the eye of the Xiongho tribe, and we are unable to compete with them. Upon hearing that they could not win, Ho Shui felt a surge of pride. So what if they were interested? What was the big deal? Unable to suppress his arrogance, he instinctively replied. Suddenly, Jiao Minghui turned sharply to fix a penetrating gaze on Ho Shui, causing him to flinch, fearful of revealing his true feelings, and hurriedly echoed his sentiments. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Jiao Minghui observed the individual before him, a sense of vengefulness stirring within. The problem is grave. If it were anyone else, it would not matter. But the Xiongho tribe is nothing but a bunch of wretched scoundrels. Ho Shui, upon hearing his tribe insulted, felt a blaze of anger ignite within him, almost unable to refrain from striking the man opposite him. However, recalling the task entrusted to him by the chieftain, he forcibly subdued his rage, even managing a strained smile in agreement. I see, that indeed is quite disheartening. Jiao Minghui had never felt such exhilaration. This group of despicable scoundrels had the audacity to covet his yuan, and he was determined to unleash his wrath upon them. Unbeknownst to him, Ho Shui was led to the most exquisite stone house. Who resides here? I see your chieftain appears to live in a thatched hut. Why do they dwell in such luxury? After enduring insults along the way, Ho Shui finally glimpsed the objective of his mission. If all went as anticipated, the master spoken of by the unappealing female must reside within. Jiao Minghui sensed it was time to showcase his performance. Oh, that's a secret. I'll share it with you, but you mustn't speak of it. This is a matter of life and death for our tribe. Ho Shui quickly perked up his ears, attentively listening. Jiao Minghui continued, These are our staged, esteemed guests. What do you mean? Ho Shui asked, intrigued. Jiao Minghui leaned closer, lowering his voice, to protect our tribe's most beautiful maiden. We decided to recruit a few individuals to impersonate masters, deceiving the Xiongho tribe into believing we are formidable, thus deterring them from attacking. Ho Shui nodded, feigning understanding. Then he beheld within the stone house a striking female cradling a toddler and a small infant, feeding them. Another beastman, seated but clearly missing a leg, was being pushed by a female behind him. Is this it? 2 females, 2 infants, and a disabled individual, and you call them masters? Chapter 89. A touch of mischief. Tao Youyou, upon seeing Jiao Minghui return with individuals, did not hesitate to stoke the flames further. She signaled to the child in her arms, Fu Xiao. Instantly, Fu Xiao comprehended his mother's intent. He turned, ran to Jiao Minghui, and hugged his leg, innocently asking, When will those bad men arrive? Can they come a little later? This house is so comfortable. I wish to stay a few more days. Jiao Minghui patted Fu Xiao's head, thinking to himself, Indeed, the offspring of esteemed guests are delightful. Let the performance commence. Xiao, be good and eat well. Your brother still needs to take this uncle home for some water. Tao Youyou feigned a scolding tone. Hurry over, or you might miss out on Minghui's business. And I want to let you stay here. Hoshua's last shred of doubt dissipated. He was led by Jiao Minghui to a thatched hut and was presented with a murky drink, floating with unknown substances, emitting a foul odor. "You must be parched. Drink up," Jiao Minghui said with feigned concern. Hoshua had never encountered such repulsive water, but to avoid revealing his identity, he forced himself to gulp it down. "What's this foul concoction? Take your time. This water is unlimited. I fetched it from the rain pit at the entrance, and I haven't relieved myself yet. It's from yesterday's seepage," Jiao Minghui added, delivering another blow. "A urinal?" Hoshua immediately gagged and expelled the contents, nearly losing his composure. If not for the arrival of the Xiongho tribe as chieftain, the only beast master in the tribe, he would have certainly taken vengeance on this young man. Unable to maintain his facade any longer, he hurled the bowl to the ground and bolted outside the tribe. As he fled, he heard the youth call out, "Brother, why are you running? Are you full? Leaving so soon is dangerous. Why not stay with us a few days longer?" Hoshua wished he could slay him on the spot. Stay was the last thing on his mind. He had resolved that once he captured the Xiongho tribe, he would ensure this young man met a gruesome fate. "Ha! You nearly made me burst out laughing. That was my creation." The others laughed while distancing themselves from the one who had just spoken. "When we conquer the Xiongho tribe, I must ask this lad how human urine tastes." Tao Youyou, hearing the joyous laughter outside, also emerged from the stone house. "Lion Tiger Lee, what's this? Did he leave?" "Yes, he left, after drinking my urine, which must have sent him running," boasted the tribe member, his face beaming with pride. Lion Tiger Lee was equally disgusted. The Xiongho chieftain chuckled. He saw how impoverished our tribe is, and with Minghui's words, naturally wished to report back swiftly. Jiao Minghui added, "If I were him, I too would want to return and launch an attack promptly." The Xiongho chieftain narrowed his eyes, saying, "Let us ensure they come and do not return." While the Xiongho tribe members exchanged tales of how Jiao Minghui had toyed with that beast man, Hoshua returned to the Xiongho tribe. Upon his return, he unleashed a torrent of punishment on the bound Jiao Honghong. Had he not been anxious to report to the chieftain, he would have relished the opportunity to enter life right then and there. "You shall see how I deal with you." Hoshua glared menacingly at Jiao Honghong before striding toward the chieftain's stone house. Jiao Honghong now regretted her decision to inform the Xiongho tribe. These individuals were indeed ruthless and cold-hearted. Since the previous night, she had endured numerous beatings, and her endurance was waning. Silently, she prayed for the beast man to return soon, hoping he would confirm her innocence and afford her some relief. However, the relentless beatings had plunged her into despair. Upon entering the chieftain's stone house, Hoshua poured himself a cup of water and rinsed his mouth. "What's going on here?" the other tribesmen inquired curiously. Hoshua, with a dark expression and no desire to explain, faced the chieftain and stated, "They have a so-called master. It's all a sham. We fell for the trick of that ugly creature." The Xiongho chieftain instinctively felt that a female would not dare deceive him. Yet he was taken aback by Hoshua's report. "Are you certain you verified this?" Hoshua gritted his teeth, declaring, "Yes, I am sure. I have investigated thoroughly. There are no masters, only 2 females, 2 infants, and 1 disabled individual." The Xiongho chieftain remained skeptical, yet Hoshua's demeanor suggested he had indeed scrutinized the situation. Furthermore, given Hoshua's intelligence, having been recognized by the Beast King at a young age, he was assured that there could be no error, and thus he dismissed his doubts. "What transpired during your visit?" A curious brother of Hoshua, eager for tales of adventure, inquired. "Indeed, how dare this grotesque creature attempt to deceive us? Is she not afraid we might slay her?" The simian, Monkey Blood, was quite agitated. Not wishing his kin to know, he had been coerced into drinking urine by a mere tribe. He glanced around nervously and declared, "You know nothing. This hideous being has been deliberately pushed forward to deceive us. They believe that her unattractiveness will dissuade the males of our tribe from pursuing her for mating." Upon hearing Monkey Blood's words, the crowd began to find merit in his reasoning. This ugly creature was indeed repulsive. No one would willingly mate with her. "Although our tribe lacks females, we are not blind." The Xiongho tribe began to prepare for battle, brimming with determination to formally challenge the Jiaoxiong tribe. Meanwhile, the Jiaoxiong tribe rejoiced in celebration, for just moments ago, Shirley had captured a gargantuan beast, a dinosaur nearly 10 meters in length. The beastmen of the Jiaoxiong tribe were relatively diminutive, and thus their appetites were not substantial, unlike those of the large consumers from the northern tribes. A creature of this size could potentially sustain their entire clan for several days, provided it was stored properly. However, Shirley was not genuinely hunting for the Jiaoxiong tribe. He sought merely to impress Tao Youyou. With the divine favor bestowed upon him, he had received treasures that would allow him to transcend the beast spirit realm. He could not remain idle, a mere burden. Thus, the festivities surrounding the 10-meter beast commenced. The Jiaoxiong chieftain did not hinder the celebrations, for he understood that a fierce battle loomed ahead. It was prudent for everyone to feast well in preparation for the impending challenge posed by the Xiongho tribe. After all, this was a matter concerning their own tribe, and they could not place all their hopes on the divine beast spirit. Throughout the journey, Monkey Blood felt nauseous, on the verge of vomiting. Had the others not been certain of his masculinity, they might have suspected he was with child. Chapter 90. Rising again, the Xiongho tribe boasted over 2,000 battle-ready male beastmen, excluding slaves and captured females. In contrast, the Jiaoxiong tribe comprised a mere 1,500 individuals. They would not even need to mobilize their entire clan, as 600 could remain to guard the slaves and females at home. The remaining 1,500 were more than sufficient to lay siege to the Jiaoxiong tribe. The Xiongho chieftain was confident he could obliterate the Jiaoxiong tribe from the Longdong region in a single offensive. The Xiongho warriors hastened towards their destination, while the Jiaoxiong folk were equally busy, setting traps under Tao Youyou's guidance. Indeed, the digging prowess of the beastmen was remarkable, Tao Youyou mused. Such a vast pit, if attempted in her world, would take an entire morning even with machinery. Yet here, they accomplished it in less than an hour. The Jiaoxiong tribe had excavated numerous deep pits within their territory, all lined with sharp dinosaur spines at the bottom. Any ordinary beastman who fell would have no chance of survival. These traps would effectively hinder the majority of the Xiongho tribe as common beastmen. Even the more formidable beastmasters, caught unawares, would find themselves gravely injured. This alleviated concerns for the tribe's women and children, as there was little fear of them facing violence. Such traps could also serve in hunting, and the Jiaoxiong tribe eagerly anticipated the arrival of the invading forces to test the efficacy of their defenses. In addition to the ground traps, Tao Youyou had instructed the tribe's females to weave a large net from vines, along with numerous ropes. They have arrived. Jiaoming Hui and the others spotted a swirling cloud of dust approaching the tribe, undoubtedly stirred up by the Xiongho tribe's advancing horde. Shirley had initially intended to handle these nuisances alone, but Tao Youyou insisted that Bao Lang and Bao Ling also witness the unfolding events. Although they had reached the Beastmaster level, their practical combat experience, particularly against beastmen, was virtually non-existent. Thus, the Xiongho tribe's beastmasters would serve as free sparring partners. Unbeknownst to the Xiongho tribe, awaiting them were not mere beauties and slaves, but rather a series of lethal traps. As they drew ever closer to the Jiaoxiong territory, their excitement surged. This time, I shall seize 10 women. Despite their poverty, the tribe's resources would surely sustain us for quite some time. Only Monkey Blood, who was turning pale from his nausea, silently cursed. They have nothing of value. Even the water they drink is merely the sediment of last night's urine. Upon reaching the entrance of the Jiaoxiong tribe, the Xiongho warriors sensed something was amiss. Why was it so eerily quiet? Yet, having come this far, they could not turn back over such minor hesitation. The Xiongho chieftain waved his hand into the entrance, urging, "Brothers, charge with me. We shall feast on meat and sleep with females." Following this command, the large contingent surged into the Jiaoxiong tribe. Hidden in the shadows, the Jiaoxiong chieftain turned to Jiaoming Hui and asked, "Why have you not activated the mechanism? Let them enter a bit further." Jiaoming Hui tightly gripped the rope mechanism, licking his lips as he replied, "I fear that if we activate it now, those still outside will flee. We must cripple them, leave none alive." The Jiaoxiong chieftain nodded in agreement, his hands nervously rubbing together. As Jiaoming Hui assessed the situation, he felt the time was right and forcefully tugged the rope. Instantly, a massive net descended from above, and the previously smooth ground began to collapse. The unprepared Xiong Ho warriors fell into the deep pits like dumplings into boiling water. Even those who managed to avoid the pits were ensnared by the descending net. What is happening? Help! The entire Xiong Ho formation was thrown into disarray. The once orderly line devolved into a chaotic panic. At that moment, the Xiong Ho chieftain grasped the reality. They had been deceived. Monkey blood had been tricked. The extent of the enemy's capabilities remained uncertain. But it was clear they were prepared, and, judging by monkey blood as predicament, he had suffered greatly. The Xiong Ho chieftain surveyed his tribe and felt his heart plummet as he realized half of his warriors had vanished in mere minutes. He rushed to the nearest pit, only to discover that most of those who had fallen were already dead. An overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over him, and seeing monkey blood still retching in a corner only fueled his rage. It was this fool's erroneous intelligence that had led to such immense losses. A waste of life unworthy of continuation. In a fit of fury, the Xiong Ho chieftain struck monkey blood on the head, leaving him bewildered as to why his leader would take his life. After dispatching monkey blood, the chieftain quickly rallied the remaining warriors. His fury had reached its peak. He resolved to spare no slaves, intending to exterminate every beastman of the Jiao Xiong tribe, including the females. Only in this way could he quell his rage and honor the fallen comrades. Yet, before he could act, Shi struck him, shattering his spine. To capture the leader first was a strategy well understood by Shi. Although he had ascended to the beast spirit realm, he did not wish to leave behind any complications, so he opted to eliminate the strongest foe first. The newly emboldened Xiong Ho warriors were swiftly crushed by the massive beast descending from above. Standing at 15 meters long, the lion-tiger beast towered over them, occupying nearly half the battlefield. The pressure it exuded was intolerable for many Xiong Ho warriors, who immediately fell to their knees. Only the remaining 4 beastmasters could muster a semblance of resistance. Equally astonished were the members of the Jiao Xiong tribe, who had not anticipated that their transformation into beast spirits would result in such formidable physical forms. Shi recalled the master's command to train Bao Lang and Bao Ling, who had just become beast masters the previous day. Following that, the cleanup was underway. The members of the Jiao Xiong tribe had already bound all the terrified bear monkey beastmen. As for the bear monkey clan members who had fallen into the trap and perished, they could not be bothered to drag them out one by one. After all, with hundreds of corpses, there was no place to store them. They simply pushed the dirt that had been excavated from the pit back into place, burying the bodies on site to prevent a potential outbreak of disease. As for whether living on land filled with the deceased would instill fear, not all. They felt no burden, only pride. After many years without victory over any tribe, they could finally rise again in this region of Longdong. Chapter 91. The overlooked floating morning. The Jiao Xiong tribe, seizing the momentum, swiftly dealt with the bear monkey tribe's forces. The Jiao Xiong chieftain personally led 500 of the most elite warriors to attack the bear monkey tribe's homeland. For the sake of training, Bao Lang and Bao Ling accompanied them. Traditionally, it was only the bear monkey tribe that invaded other tribes. No tribe had ever dared to strike at their doorstep, leaving the Jiao Xiong tribe with no defenses at home. Within just 2 hours, they had taken the stronghold. The Jiao Xiong chieftain discovered Diao Hong Hong among the remnants of the battlefield. This traitor, who had betrayed his own, met a gruesome end, with a viscous yellow liquid seeping from the corners of his mouth, exuding a foul odor. It was unclear what tortures he had endured in life. Observing the lifeless body of Diao Hong Hong, devoid of any good flesh, the chieftain sighed and ordered his men to bury her. After all, she was still kin. Now that she was dead, they would not allow the beasts to consume her remains. All the beastmen of the bear monkey tribe who had resisted were slaughtered on the spot, while the survivors were taken as slaves. Since they delighted in enslaving others, it was only fitting that they themselves should now be bound. The other tribes that had been enslaved by them, along with a number of surviving females, were all rescued. Those willing to join the Jiao Xiong tribe were welcomed into the fold. Those unwilling were assisted back to their own tribes. However, the majority of the rescued beastmen chose to join the Jiao Xiong tribe, as their original homes had long been destroyed. Most of the slaves originated from small tribes that had been annihilated by the bear monkey tribe. As a result, the population of the Jiao Xiong tribe surged by nearly 1,000. Their reputation flourished due to their peaceful demeanor and leniency towards outsiders, gradually restoring their status as the foremost tribe in Longdong. Currently, the members of the Bear Monkey tribe were either dead or severely injured, with only a few beast masters remaining intact. These were intentionally left behind by Shi Huli as sparring partners to enhance the combat skills of Bao Lang and Bao Ling. Since becoming a beast master, Bao Lang found that the limitations imposed by his severed leg had diminished significantly. He could now stand without the need for a wheelchair. Despite having only one leg, he walked with remarkable stability, and his jumps were unexaggerated, indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. Bao Ling, a female, had joined a hunting group during her time in the Northwest and possessed a certain level of hunting prowess. Under the guidance of several sparring partners, her rapid progress astonished them all. While Bao Ling's talent elicited admiration, Bao Lang's prowess instilled deep fear in his opponents. He fought unconventionally, and even in initial combat, they had failed to gain any advantage over him. His diverse array of weaponry left them utterly disoriented, and as he became increasingly adept at walking on one leg, the three beast masters could not suppress the prowess of this disabled leopard. What perplexed them further was the remarkable skill exhibited by a mere 6-year-old child. Although he was only at the pinnacle of beast mastery, he could transcend boundaries and dominate them effortlessly. The most enigmatic figure remained the delicate-looking female, who, despite appearing fragile, commanded the respect of the beast spirit master. The Jiaoxiong tribe claimed she was a divine messenger, though the veracity of such claims was uncertain. Tao Youyou lingered in the Jiaoxiong tribe for 3 more days. During this time, Bao Lang and Bao Ling made remarkable strides, and even Fu Xiao could handle lower-tier beast masters with ease. However, there had been no word from Xiao Laosan. Time was of the essence. Tao Youyou resolved to venture to the Chai Lang tribe in hopes of finding Chai Mang and Tu Lianer, which would lead her to Xiao Laosan. Divine Messenger, are you leaving today? The Jiaoxiong chieftain appeared revitalized after reclaiming his lost territory in just a few days, no longer resembling the frail figure he once was. Tao Youyou nodded, deciding to leave Bao Lang and Bao Ling behind. While their abilities had improved, their presence would be more beneficial here. The long journey ahead necessitated their influence on the surrounding tribes from the eastern fringes. This would not only bolster her prestige, but also ensure that any news of the third brother would reach her promptly. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the Xiongju tribe was aware of Zhu Zhu's demise. The more people she traveled with, the greater the risk. Fu Xiao and Xiao Mao Tuanzi were essential companions, as it was common for a female to travel with 2 young ones. As for Shi Huli, his martial prowess was still needed to deter any ill-intentioned individuals along the way. Notably, during this period, the seemingly ineffectual Shi Huli had become increasingly easy to overlook. Had it not been for his presence at night, Tao Youyou might have completely forgotten about him. It seemed as though he had grown increasingly listless, once capable of displaying a hint of coldness in his expression, but now resembling a robot devoid of emotion. Several times, Tao Youyou nearly forgot he was accompanying her. If not for her current preoccupation with the fates of those around her, she might have truly overlooked him. Observing his increasingly abnormal complexion, Tao Youyou felt a twinge of concern. Though there were no feelings between them, he was, after all, the father of her children. She intended to inquire about his state, but time was short. She resolved to wait until they rested that night. Shi Huli had captured 2 southern thief dragons for their journey. The southern thief dragon, a terrestrial bipedal carnivorous dinosaur, measured 6 meters in length, making it the largest dinosaur in the entire Longdong region, resembling a larger version of the small thief dragon from the northwest. When Shi Huli drove the 2 southern thief dragons to the Jiaoxiong tribe, the beastmen were nearly frightened out of their wits. Witnessing these fierce and brutal beasts submit to Shi Huli's power, they laid down obediently, allowing him to ride freely on their backs, left them in awe, and gave them a more visceral understanding of the beast spirit. Particularly, the tribe's young were wide-eyed with admiration, secretly vowing to become beast spirits themselves. Tao Youyou mounted one of the southern thief dragons, and Fu Xiao, holding Xiao Mao Tuanzi, hopped onto another. The slow-witted Fu Xiao only reacted after being called thrice, but as he attempted to mount, he stumbled and fell onto Tao Youyou's back, losing consciousness. Startled, Tao Youyou quickly directed Fu Xiao to seat Xiao Mao Tuanzi on Shi Huli's southern thief dragon, while she supported Fu Xiao, sitting behind him and gently adjusting his position. Chapter 92. Wife, wait for me, are you all right? Tao Youyou steadied the person in front of her. However, her efforts were in vain. He seemed completely boneless, leaning heavily into her embrace. Tao Youyou hastily embraced the person in her arms to prevent him from falling, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "Hey, wake up. My lord, shall we rest for another day?" Meanwhile, the lion tigerly had come to realize over the past few days that this extraordinarily handsome male was, in fact, the companion of her lord. Tao Youyou glanced at the person she was holding, shook her head, and replied, "No need. Let us go." "Mother, is father all right?" Fu Xiao, nestled in the embrace of the lion tigerly, turned his head to ask Tao Youyou. She responded with an okay gesture and was about to offer some comforting words when the southern thief dragon suddenly surged forward. The unexpected acceleration caused her to lose her balance, nearly making her fall, but instinctively she tightened her grip on the person in her arms. However, in the next moment, both she and her companion were thrown back, landing on a southern thief dragon's broad and even back. Fortunately, she had modified the saddle for this mount, which had secure stirrups, preventing them from tumbling off. Tao Youyou pushed the person atop her and remarked, "You look rather thin, yet you seem quite heavy." Fu Xiao kept his eyes tightly shut, his body limp like a noodle, and she even sensed that he was gradually growing colder. A pang of alarm struck her heart. What if he dies in my arms? She quickly checked his breath with her thumb. There was still a faint but steady flow of air. Although it was somewhat weak, it was reassuring. Uncertain of his condition, Tao Youyou utilized the system to conduct a thorough examination, but received no alerts or warnings. The mount galloped swiftly, and though it was consciously stabilizing its body under the pressure from Li, as a bipedal dinosaur, it instinctively remained upright. To prevent Fu Xiao from swaying side to side and causing her to fall, Tao Youyou could only free one hand to securely wrap around his slender waist. It was quite slim. She wondered if it possessed any strength. Oh dear, her thoughts had strayed, observing the noodle-like figure in her arms. Her wandering thoughts were promptly reined in. What strength could he possibly have? The southern thief dragon maintained its rapid pace, and Tao Youyou focused all her energy on ensuring she and the noodle in her embrace did not fall. Thus, she remained oblivious to the several instances when Fu Xiao momentarily regained consciousness and attempted to speak to her. The rushing wind drowned out any sounds, and the jostling made it impossible for her to discern whether he was moving. In the abyss, if Fu Xiao's complexion appeared pale while on the back of the thief dragon, then his true form was nearly translucent. This time, he had almost exhausted all his vital essence. Suppressing the otherworldly entities was extremely taxing. He had thought they had been significantly depleted, but he was taken aback by the ferocity of their counterattack. Fu Xiao nearly succumbed, yet thankfully, he had not released those wretched creatures. Gasping for breath, the true Fu Xiao exhibited a semi-translucent form, with his internal flesh and blood visible. Large beads of sweat drenched the ground, and remarkably, the damp earth began to blossom with ice crystal-like flowers. The flowers multiplied, eventually filling the entire cavern where Fu Xiao resided, creating a striking contrast in the dark abyss. He had lost track of time, awakening to quickly sense the presence of his avatar. Thankfully, it was still there, which eased his anxiety. As he regained consciousness, all the energy gathered by the avatar was instantly absorbed by his true self. He felt a surge of warmth, but he soon realized that the excessive energy transfer threatened to disperse his avatar. Alarmed, he attempted to reverse the flow. However, his body's instinct hindered him. His true form was ravenously drawing energy, leaving him helplessly aware of his avatar's growing frailty. It couldn't disintegrate. Fu Xiao panicked. He didn't want to frighten his beloved. The intention behind sending an avatar was to protect her, and to suddenly disband in her presence would be utterly disgraceful. Watching her embrace his avatar, he felt an irresistible urge. Lacking sufficient energy, he couldn't directly sense his avatar's state from his true form. He hesitated, glancing at the abyss below and then at the beloved who held his avatar's waist, unable to resist any longer. He formed a seal and, closing his eyes, transferred all his consciousness and perception to his avatar. Warmth enveloped him. Was this the scent of his beloved? How delightful! My dear, my dear. Fu Zhao exerted all his strength to call out. Yet, before his voice could carry, his mouth filled with air, causing him to choke and belch awkwardly. Embarrassed, he squirmed. But the unfamiliarity made control difficult. It felt as if he were manipulating a soulless wooden shell rather than his avatar's body. He called out several more times. But the results were the same. He could not be heard. His devoted wife, diligently riding the dragon, appeared incredibly beautiful. Tao Youyou thought the person in her arms was about to faint again, so she tightened her embrace, causing her chin to bump against Fu Zhao's neck, tickling her. Fu Zhao greedily relaxed all his nerves in her hold. At that moment, he felt no longer a guardian of this realm, but merely a fragile leaf adrift in her embrace. He remained completely relaxed for over 10 minutes, during which he felt as if his mind had been emptied of all burdens. No alien entities, no pressure, no responsibilities, only the serene warmth of himself and his beloved. At last, the time had come to depart. This world could not be tainted. He must provide his beloved with a pure existence. Just a little longer, and he could completely seal away those wretched beings. Once they were dealt with, he would be able to return entirely to his beloved's side. My dear, wait for me. After uttering these words, all his consciousness withdrew from his body. What voice? Tao Youyou looked around, glancing down at the person in her arms, who remained unchanged, eyes closed, long eyelashes prompting her to steal a caress. Had she been so jostled that she experienced a hallucination? How could this fellow be calling her my dear and asking her to wait for him? What nonsense was this? The person was in a daze. How could he possibly speak? Had she merely held him close, leading to such unbidden thoughts? Oh, the folly of beauty. Chapter 93, Night of the Nightmare. After a day of running, they had only paused once. According to Li, there was a tribe less than 100 kilometers ahead with whom they had previously had dealings. It was a decent place. Tian Yin planned to take shelter there for the night. Just as they prepared to hasten towards the tribe, heavy rain began to pour. Since leaving the northwest region, the weather had ceased to be so arid, and sporadic rain was common. However, this particular downpour was exceptionally fierce. Although Tao Youyou's abilities leaned towards water, perhaps due to her acclimatization to the northwest, she found the continuous rain quite uncomfortable. The surrounding air was thick with moisture, making it feel damp and unpleasant with each breath. This dreadful weather, if little third were to hatch now, it could easily catch a cold, Tao Youyou fretted. The person in her arms was also fragile, and she feared this rain would exacerbate his illness, prompting her to halt the frantic pace of the southern thief dragon. Tao Youyou touched Fu Zhao's forehead, finding no sign of fever. Strangely, after what seemed like a brief slumber, she felt his heartbeat stronger than before. Fu Zhao had already jumped down from the lion-tiger Li's mount, assisting his mother in gently lowering his unconscious father. After allowing the two stolen dragons to find a place to rest, Tao Youyou waved her hand, and two tents appeared, spaced merely 10 meters apart. Ideally, there should have been 3 tents at this moment. However, it was evident that Fu Zhao was not suited to be alone. With a sigh, Tao Youyou assisted him into the tent shared with her and the cubs. Inside the tent, she kindled a fire, managing to dispel some of the dampness. From her system space, she retrieved a small cushion for the little fluff ball and set up a camp bed. After helping Fu Zhao lie down, she thoughtfully covered him with a fluffy fur blanket. Gently patting Fu Xia's head, she said, "Be good, sleep with your father for a while. This rain might last a bit longer, and we may have to settle here for the day." "Mother, I'm not tired. I want to stay with you," Fu Xia insisted. Stifling a yawn, Tao Youyou's heart ached instantly. She even began to doubt whether it was appropriate to have brought them along. Would it have been better to leave them in the northwest region? It seemed Fu Xia sensed Tao Youyou's troubled thoughts and spoke up anxiously, "Mother, as long as you don't abandon us, I'm not afraid of anything as long as we are together." Tao Youyou pulled Fu Xia into her embrace, holding him tightly. "Be good, take a little rest. When the rain stops, I will wake you for a meal, and then I'll hold you while you sleep. Okay?" Slowly, Fu Xia turned onto his father's bed, reluctantly clutching the little blanket his mother had given him, and after a gentle caress of his father's face, he nestled close. In less than 5 minutes, he was fast asleep. Rainy days are perfect for stewing meat. Tao Youyou selected a piece of dinosaur meat that tasted similar to mutton from her space and set it aside to thaw. The huanglong not only resembled mutton in flavor, but Tao Youyou also observed that it possessed medicinal properties akin to those of lamb. It is warming, enhances vitality, and is particularly suitable for consumption on rainy days, alleviating symptoms such as sore waist and knees and fatigue. She retrieved her usual cooking pot, but just as she was about to pour in water, she remembered that the neighboring tent housed another hardy eater. So she returned the beige cartoon-style pot to her space and opted instead for a larger, unadorned iron pot. After thoroughly cleaning the meat with skin, she chopped the lamb into triangular pieces and placed them in boiling water. Soon, white foam began to rise in the pot. After skimming it off, she waited for the meat to blanch. During this interlude, Tao Youyou rummaged through her storage for a few carrots and yams, which were cultivated by the Tao clan's tribesmen. After washing and cutting the carrots and yams into pieces, she retrieved the blanched meat, placing it in cold water. Then adding soy sauce, salt, chopped scallions, ginger slices, fennel, and Sichuan pepper before placing the pot over a vigorous flame. Once the water boiled, she switched to a gentler heat to stew until tender. Observing the meat in the pot, Tao Youyou realized it was still somewhat insufficient. Recently, Fu Xia had been eating considerably more, perhaps due to his aspiration to become a beastmaster. This pot might not suffice even for Fu Xia, let alone the hearty eater next door, so she needed to prepare more. Tao Youyou ignited another fire, preparing to stew a flavorful pot of meat using a different method this time. She took out a clay pot and selected a sizable piece of slightly fatty pork belly from the freezer. After cutting it into 15 centimeters square pieces, she simmered it in a mixture of brown sugar and premium soy sauce to create a marinade. The cooked meat pieces were then added to the marinade pot and gently stirred to ensure they were thoroughly coated. She also included a number of clean mushrooms, along with a suitable amount of sweet rice wine and salt. Wrapping some peppercorns in clean gauze, she placed them into the chosen clay pot, mixed the marinated meat, and secured the lid tightly, sealing the edge with a layer of water. Finally, she placed the filled clay pot over the fire, allowing it to simmer gently until the meat was tender. With all the preliminary work completed, only a few hours remained before the children would awaken to enjoy hot stewed meat. Tao Youyou took out paper and pen to draft a plan for their current living situation. Suddenly, she heard Fu Xia's whimpering cries. Hastily setting down her writing, she rushed to Fu Xia's side, finding him kicking his legs, eyes tightly shut, whimpering continuously and flailing his arms in the air. "Brother, mother, help father. Don't come near. Go away, bad female, go away. Mother, please don't leave me. I promise to be good." Fu Xia struggled desperately on the bed, crying and thrashing, yet remained trapped in his dreams. Tao Youyou realized he was being tormented by a nightmare, commonly referred to as sleep paralysis. Was the child under so much pressure lately? Sleep paralysis is a sleep disorder that typically occurs when one is falling asleep or is in the process of waking, particularly during REM sleep. During this phase, all skeletal muscles, except for those involved in breathing and eye movement, are in a state of very low tension. However, if consciousness suddenly awakens while the body remains immobilized, it can lead to increased heart rate, blood pressure, and rapid breathing, creating the sensation of being physically trapped and unable to move. "Be good. Wake up. Mother is here. Do not be afraid. I am right here." Tao Youyou anxiously cradled Fu Xia, gently whispering in his ear, striving to rouse him. It is crucial not to wake someone suffering from a nightmare violently, as it may cause disorientation. Wow. Finally awakened, Fu Xia burst into tears. Tao Youyou quickly lifted him into a vertical position, gently patting his back, soothing him. "Mother is here, my dear. I am here, do not be afraid." Fu Xia, still sobbing, gradually calmed down. His face was smeared with tears and snot, and the large bubble of mucus he had just produced popped. Tao Youyou wiped his face clean, and once Fu Xia was fully awake, he felt somewhat embarrassed. "All right, there's no need to feel shy, my dear. I am not a stranger, right?" Tao Youyou gently kissed his forehead. Mother, you are not a stranger, Fu Xia replied. Feeling reassured, Tao Youyou knew that although Fu Xia had returned to normal, the pressures weighing on his heart had yet to be resolved. Are you worried about your brother and father? Tao Youyou inquired. Fu Xia nodded, then shook his head. I'm still afraid that mother will abandon us. Just now, I dreamt that you didn't want us anymore, and it made me so sad. Fu Xia gazed up at Tao Youyou with longing. Tao Youyou held Fu Xia tightly, repeatedly assuring him, Mother will never abandon you. I swear. Furthermore, I will never revert to being that harsh female who scolded you. You need not fear. Tao Youyou plainly conveyed to Fu Xia that she was no longer the person who mistreated them. With Tao Youyou's reassuring words, Fu Xia finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Mother is working hard for my brother, Tao Youyou said. Fu Xia then added, my brother is fine. Although I cannot sense his location as directly as Xiao Shu, I can confirm that he is currently safe, and I even feel he seems to be stronger. Stronger? Has he hatched? Tao Youyou seized upon this crucial point. Fu Xia closed his eyes, trying to feel, but his mind was clouded, making it difficult to perceive accurately. I don't know, just a vague feeling, Fu Xia replied. Tao Youyou had to concede defeat. This might be a unique blood bond recognition between the brothers. Besides, my brother is very strong. I'm not overly worried about him. Fu Xia explained earnestly to Tao Youyou. He has been incubating for significantly longer than Xiao Shu and I. This notion was a revelation to Tao Youyou today. She had always presumed that the hatching times of the three brothers were identical, but it turns out they are not. It appears that the longer they remain within their eggs, the greater their potential becomes. According to Fu Xiao, he spent 1 year and 3 months in his egg, while Xiao Shu remained for 1.5 years, and the third brother, upon calculation, has almost reached 3 years, thus entering the hatching period. Tao Youyou recalled seeing in the original owner's memories from the PPT that 6 months prior, the original owner had given the youngest brother to the wandering beast man. Long Lia. After being roasted by the fire, the youngest brother did not perish, but it seems he became paralyzed due to not reaching the hatching time. Now, having reached the hatching day, and as Fu Xiao mentioned, they can actually choose their hatching time. In times of danger, the eggshell serves as a robust protective shield. This implies that the youngest brother possesses a certain level of awareness while still in the shell. Indeed, he has sensations, albeit not particularly clear ones. Fu Xiao recollected his own experiences within the eggshell and endeavored to articulate these feelings to his mother. Do they instinctively avoid harm? Yes, it is their nature. Fu Xiao nodded like a chick pecking at grains. With Fu Xiao's various explanations and speculations, Tao Youyou felt a slight sense of reassurance regarding the youngest brother. With his issue addressed, the remaining concern lay with his father, Fu Xiao. This child, despite his tender age, carries a heavy burden. He is nothing like the little fluffball, whose golden tail sprawls over him as he snores. If one listens closely, not only can they hear his soft snoring, but also the sound of him smacking his lips, perhaps dreaming of the delectable morsels he wishes to consume. Mother, what about father? Fu Xiao gazed at the still unconscious Fu Xiao, the worry evident in his eyes. Tao Youyou was also uncertain about the state of this vase. Yet she distinctly sensed that the person lying there appeared to be in a slightly better condition than when he was on the back of the thieving dragon. His breathing had steadied, and his heartbeat grew stronger, though his consciousness had yet to awaken. Initially, Tao Youyou contemplated offering Fu Xiao some trivial words of comfort. But she reconsidered. This child is intelligent. He cannot be deceived, and concealing the truth would only heighten his anxiety. As for your father's condition, I too am uncertain. But I can sense that he is progressing in a positive direction, Tao Youyou said. Fu Xiao sensed this as well, and he felt that the person before him was his father, yet somehow not entirely. As long as mother remained by his side, for reasons unknown to him, his heart brimmed with hope. Although his father was currently in an unusual state, he would eventually return. Tao Youyou carried Fu Xiao to the 2 stoves, lifting the lids to release a delightful aroma. However, upon prodding with chopsticks, she found the meat still insufficiently tender and required further stewing. After adding more firewood, she gently placed Fu Xiao back onto the bed. Mother will stay with you as you sleep. Tao Youyou climbed onto the military cot as well. Luckily, The bed was quite spacious. Fu Xiao lay on one side, Fu Xiao in the middle, with the little fluff ball and its mat at the back, allowing Tao Youyou to lie down too. The four of them filled the bed to capacity. Mother, will you tell me a story? Fu Xiao nestled closer to Tao Youyou. Ah, even advanced functions cannot deter you. Yet you still want Mother to tell you a story. Aren't you ashamed? Tao Youyou teased softly. Fu Xiao covered his face, feigning indifference. Not ashamed. Not at all. I insist on hearing a story. Very well, I shall tell a story. Tao Youyou rummaged through her mind for familiar fairy tales. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly recalled some relatively obscure folk tales she had encountered in a magazine. Today, Mother will tell you something different. Let us explore the tale of the energy fruit. Fu Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, yes. Tao Youyou adjusted some details in her mind, replacing the golden whip from the past with the energy fruit of the beast world. Once, there was a young cub who had lost his parents and lived a life of hardship. To survive, he had to serve a formidable adult beast man, herding dinosaurs. Every day, he toiled hard, rising early to tend to the adult beastman's dinosaurs. This adult beastman was a miserly exploiter, never allowing the cub to eat meat, providing only a handful of barley each morning as sustenance for the day. One morning, the cub once again rose early to prepare for herding dinosaurs. Clutching a handful of barley as he stepped outside, Tao Youyou spoke slowly, gently patting Fu Xiao's back as she narrated. Just as she believed the child in her arms had drifted off to sleep and was preparing to rest herself, two voices suddenly chimed in. And then? Oh, whoa. And then? Even the vase on the other side of the bed seemed to have awakened, its eyes wide with curiosity as it gazed at Tao Youyou. Tao Youyou was at a loss. Was this not a bedtime story? How had she not only failed to lull Fu Xiao to sleep, but also roused the little fluff ball and the person who should have been unconscious? Could storytelling possess such an effect? At noon, the cub felt hungry and cautiously retrieved the barley from his pocket, but inadvertently dropped 3 grains onto the ground. Unable to find them, the cub was disheartened. He could barely bring himself to eat, let alone waste 3 grains. He searched tirelessly but found nothing by nightfall. The outside world was terrifying, and he dared not search for too long, resorting to tears as he stuck his whip into the ground where the barley had fallen. Oh, ah. This adult beast man was truly wicked, depriving the cub of food. Tao Youyou shifted positions, gathering the 2 little friends and 1 big friend around her before continuing. He intended to mark the spot, promising to return tomorrow to continue searching. Fu Xiao wholeheartedly agreed with his brother's sentiments. This adult beast man was indeed despicable. The next day, the cub returned to herd the dinosaurs to the place where he lost the barley. Suddenly, from a distance, he spotted the spot where he had stuck his whip, which had sprouted 3 energy fruits. Fu Xiao exclaimed, "Really? How wonderful!" Thanks to the explanation from the outsider, Shi Hu Li, they now understood that energy fruits were the hard currency of the beast world. The little fluff ball listened intently, even sitting upright, neglecting to groom its fur. Tao Youyou took a sip of water and continued. The cub's eyes sparkled upon seeing the energy fruits. He knew their immense value. After plucking the 3 energy fruits and exchanging them for plenty of food, he left the adult beastman's home, where he had always been exploited. When the adult beastman learned that the cub had acquired a substantial amount of food, he became exceedingly jealous and reported him to the tribe's chief, claiming the cub had stolen from him. At this point, the little fluff ball thumped its tail furiously, its whiskers bristling with indignation. How can there be such a wicked person? Tao Youyou chuckled as she cradled the little fluff ball in her arms, soothing it with gentle strokes. Naturally, the cub cried in front of the chief, insisting he had not stolen anything and recounting the tale of the 3 energy fruits. Fu Xiao was equally incensed, exclaiming, "That scoundrel is benefiting from this." The exploitative beastman absorbed the cub's words, secretly delighted, for he possessed a considerable amount of barley. That very night, the adult beastman filled a large beast hide bag with barley and went to the area where the cub frequently herded dinosaurs, scattering all the barley from his bag onto the ground. The little fluff ball covered its ears with its furry paws, unwilling to continue listening, feeling utterly furious. Tao Youyou continued, stating that early the next morning, the adult beastman rushed to the spot where he had scattered the chinka the previous night. From a distance, he saw no trace of the energy fruits and was incredulous, hastening to the forefront. Upon reaching the center, he was suddenly confronted by hundreds of carnivorous dinosaurs that appeared out of thin air. Ultimately, this exploitative adult beast man met his demise at the jaws of these fearsome creatures. Having completed her tale, Tao Youyou sat up, inhaling the savory aroma wafting from the pot. The stewed meat was nearly ready. "All right, Mother will go fetch the meat for you, so you prepare for the meal." Upon hearing the conclusion of the story, Fu Xiao and Xiao Mao Tuanzi both exhaled a sigh of relief, the fatigue and pressure they had felt over the past few days dissipating. Suddenly, a sound drew Tao Youyou's attention, and she became alert, assuming a defensive stance. To her surprise, Huli tumbled into the tent's entrance. Embarrassed from eavesdropping, Huli dusted off the mud from his legs and attempted to retreat. My apologies, I was too engrossed in the story. How embarrassing." Tao Youyou looked at him incredulously. It was merely a simple tale. Why had it captivated everyone so? "Don't leave. Stay for dinner. The meat is ready." Tao Youyou rolled her eyes and retrieved an additional set of bowls and chopsticks. "Sure," Huli exclaimed in delight. "Is there enough for me too?" He had approached the tent drawn by the enticing aroma of the meat. Little did he know that the delightful scent had overshadowed the story, leading him to become so engrossed that he ended up stumbling in. Despite the awkwardness, the prospect of a delicious meal was quite appealing. Had he known that Tao Youyou had already prepared a portion for him, perhaps he would have thought differently. As Tao Youyou lifted the lid of the pot, a rich fragrance instantly escaped. The golden brown stewed meat was tender yet intact, the pieces uniformly cut, with a deep and robust flavor that was utterly satisfying. "This is simply divine." Huli felt overwhelmed by the aroma. He had thought that the food presented by their leader previously was the pinnacle of culinary delight, only to realize that it was merely the beginning. This was true gourmet fare. Tao Youyou picked up a piece, preparing to feed Fu Xiao, only to be interrupted by the leaping Xiao Mao Tuanzi. "You can't eat this. Mother made it just for you." Tao Youyou pinched the nape of Xiao Mao Tuanzi's neck in playful reprimand. Sensing his fate, Xiao Mao Tuanzi curled up quietly, savoring the salty and tender morsel, thoroughly content. As his transformation was imminent, a few bites of seasoned food would do him no harm. Be good and help Mother taste the seasoning. Tao Youyou selected another piece, successfully feeding it to Fu Xiao. Unfazed by the heat, Fu Xiao nodded after swallowing. "Mother, it's just right. It can come off the stove now." After serving 5 bowls of rice, Tao Youyou placed the braised meat on the table and approached the large iron pot. The unique aroma of the stewed lamb, Hua Yang Long, was so potent that it even overshadowed the braised meat, exuding an irresistible fragrance. At that moment, Huli felt akin to a fickle lover, as the once celebrated braised meat status was swiftly usurped by another pot of meat. Tao Youyou prodded the stew with her chopsticks, determining that it needed a bit more time to tenderize. After ladling 5 bowls of meat soup, she added more water to the pot and continued to simmer. Chapter 96, The Delicate Vase. After sipping the meat soup, warmth enveloped everyone. Even Fu Xiao and Huli, who typically radiated yang energy, began to sweat. Not a morsel of the 2 large pots of meat was wasted. Even the last half bowl of soup was eagerly consumed by Huli, who tilted his head back to drink it down. Everyone's bellies were pleasantly full, and with their hunger sated, drowsiness soon crept in. "My lord, you all rest assured. I will keep watch," Huli announced, yawning as he stood. Seeing the redness in his eyes, Tao Youyou decided, "No need. You should also rest. I have my own methods for keeping watch." Huli had initially intended to argue, but upon recalling their leader's unique abilities, he relinquished his insistence and, yawning, retreated to his own single tent. After placing an invisibility device at each tent, Tao Youyou nestled with Fu Xiao and Xiao Mao Tuanzi, preparing to climb onto the camp bed. At that moment, Fu Xiao quickly smoothed out the wrinkled sheets with his arm, placing his brother's pillow at his feet. Lying on the bed, he looked at his father and mother, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Sandwiched between his parents, it seemed he had never experienced such warmth since birth. If only the third brother were here too. Yet, this moment was already exceedingly rare, After all, such scenes had only appeared in dreams, and now, with both parents present, it felt wonderful. That night, everyone slept soundly. Even the typically vigilant Hu surprisingly slumbered until dawn. The torrential rain had ceased, yet the air remained humid. Fortunately, inhaling deeply no longer felt like drowning. The two thieves lay on the ground, having weathered the rain without much impact. Upon seeing Hu and the others approach, they quickly stood up. 10 days later, Tao Youyou finally arrived at the legendary Beast King territory. A week prior, she had reached Huli's tribe. Huli had spent 3 years striving to break free from the beast spirit, and his return as a beast spirit brought jubilant cheers from the entire tribe. Now, the Hu tribe boasted 2 beast spirits. In the past few days, Huli hadn't even had time to accept the blessings from his kin. He had been tirelessly dispatching personnel to gather information regarding the giant tribe. However, upon hearing 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad, he hastily informed Tao Youyou. After some inquiries, it became clear that Chai Mang had not returned to the tribe. Huli reported. Upon hearing this, Tao Youyou felt a chill in her heart. Though she recognized that this possibility was highly likely, she could not help but feel a pang of anguish. If Chai Mang had not emerged, it was highly probable that the little third brother was trapped within the Yun'Ni Mountain Grand Canyon. Since her own departure, Tao Youyou had come to realize just how perilous that area was. Fortunately, their group possessed a map, or else escaping would have been far more challenging. Yet, the little third brother was not as fortunate, and it remained uncertain where those 2 individuals had taken him. According to Huli, their group had managed to escape that place largely due to Zhu's familiarity with the route. Given Chai Mang's strength, the likelihood of him escaping alone was slim, especially since he had brought along the fragile Tu Lian, who could do little to assist. However, Fu Xiao and Xiao Mao Tuanzi sensed that the little third brother was not in immediate danger. Tao Youyou had contemplated returning to the Yun'Ni Mountain Grand Canyon to search thoroughly, but she quickly suppressed this thought. That place was strange and would block most functionalities of the system. Without the guidance of the system, it was impossible for Tao Youyou and her companions to search that area effectively. Although they had managed to escape in just a day and a night last time, it had been due to the optimal route displayed on the map. In reality, the entire Yun'Ni Mountain Grand Canyon spanned over 1,000 square kilometers. Locating a single black egg in such an expansive area was no small feat additionally. That region was fraught with various dangers and mysterious species. Searching alone was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, and dragging the entire tribe along was out of the question. According to the information Huli gathered, the Beast King territory had previously dispatched individuals to explore this enigmatic area. However, all endeavors met with failure, even the grandest operation in the Beast King domain, which saw the deployment of tens of thousands of troops to gnaw at this formidable challenge. Yet, those multitudes of orcs perished within this region, thus catapulting Yun'Ni Shan Grand Canyon to fame. Consequently, the northwestern area within Yun'Ni Shan Grand Canyon, renowned for its abundant energy fruits, became known as the so-called Land of Atonement, a place the Easterners dared not approach. It remains a mystery how Xiangju obtained that piece of beast skin, which rendered the entire northwestern region a private possession of the gathering tribes for an extended period, despite its population being less than 10,000. Tao Youyou understood that if mishandled, even if all the inhabitants of the northwest region were cast into Yun'Ni Shan Grand Canyon, they might not even create a ripple. Thus, her sole reliance now lay with the system. If the system's functions were not displayed, then it was imperative to upgrade it. The entire northwestern region had contributed nearly 170,000 prestige points, which represented the pinnacle of what its population could offer. However, upgrading the system required 10 million prestige points. An utterly insurmountable hurdle, a notion Tao Youyou had never even contemplated before, as the 2 figures were of entirely different magnitudes. Presently, she was compelled to ponder this matter, for Xiao Lao San awaited her rescue. Yet, since departing the northwestern region, Tao Youyou discovered that the 10 million prestige points were not as unattainable as she had once thought. During her journey through several tribes, each housing thousands, She began to realize how many inhabitants the vast Orc continent contained, and how much prestige they could potentially offer her. Initially, Tao Youyou intended to take a circuitous route, gradually delving deeper into the center to amass prestige points. However, under the pressure of needing 10 million prestige points, she abandoned that path and resolved to enter the Beast King domain directly. She had initially wanted to settle Fu Xiao and Xiao Mao Tuanzi in the Shihuli tribe, but the two little ones categorically refused, leaving her no choice but to keep them by her side. Of course, the combat prowess vase also accompanied her, though it would be more accurate to describe it as a fragile vase now. For reasons unknown, ever since the last incident when the vase fainted in her arms, it seemed to have transformed, shedding its previous arrogance and indifference in favor of a newfound delicateness. Yes, delicateness. On several occasions, Tao Youyou observed Fu Xiao sighing and fretting over his father. Presently, Fu Xiao was so weak that even a gentle breeze could sweep him away, let alone any instinct for battle. At times, Tao Youyou even suspected that if Xiao Mao Tuanzi were to act a little more mischievously, it could easily subdue his father. Chapter 97. Beast King Domain. In the heart of the Beast King Domain, Tao Youyou beheld a true city for the first time in this beast world continent. Previously, the tribes were mostly scattered. Although each tribe possessed a sense of territorial awareness, they merely piled a few stones at the borders for distinction. Even the Tao tribe, prior to the establishment of a transparent electric net, had no plans to erect walls around their entire settlement. Indeed, it was different. A week prior, Shihuli had delivered two pieces of news to Tao Youyou. The bad news was the absence of any trace of Chai Mang and his companions, while the good news was that, thus far, Xiangju remained oblivious to the demise of his disfavored daughter. This information proved highly advantageous for Tao Youyou, who was now venturing alone into the Beast King domain. She sent a message to Bao Lang and the others, instructing them to ensure that the Jiaoxiong tribe did not disseminate the news of their origin from the northwestern region. The Beast King domain resembled a bustling metropolis, with stringent control over its population. Tao Youyou and her companions were granted entry through the goodwill of Shihuli, who had utilized all his assets to purchase a private residence for her in this land where every inch was precious. My lord, are you truly certain about staying here? If the beast collecting energy fruits were to arrive a bit later, they would uncover that the beast spirit they thought was a benefactor is actually attending to a feeble female, Shihuli remarked. Tao Youyou glanced at the residence, where she would be residing for an extended period, and felt satisfied. All right, you may return to the tribe. I can manage the remaining matters myself. Tao Youyou conjured several items from thin air and handed them to Shihuli. Shihuli still felt uneasy. Although his lord was formidable, there were many skilled individuals in the Beast King domain, and her unique status placed her in a precarious position. But no buts. Return, Tao Youyou insisted, unwilling to spend time on explanations. Once Shihuli departed, she began to contemplate her family's living arrangements. The following day, Tao Youyou stood before a relatively luxurious stone house and presented a blue energy fruit to a robust female before her, smiling as she inquired, Sister Xiong, what do you think? The ample female squeezed the energy fruit in her hand, tossing it into the air only for it to fall back into her grasp. She then pursed her lips and waved her hand, indicating the interior of the house with a huff of her nose. Go ahead. Very well. Tao Youyou responded eagerly as she entered. To avoid drawing attention, she had changed into a beast skin outfit before arriving in the Beast King domain. Fortunately, the craftsmanship of beast skin garments here was quite advanced, and wearing them did not feel overly uncomfortable. Upon entering the room indicated by the ample woman, she was presented with a stone tablet by a tall, slender male, whose beast form was unknown. Conducting his business formally, he inquired, Tao Youyou female, has given birth to 3 offspring, lost one, originally from the Shihuli tribe, arrived yesterday to reside in the Beast King domain. Yes, Tao Youyou confirmed. The tall male, who had originally been looking downcast, lifted his gaze and, upon noticing the female before him possessed a certain charm, softened his tone. In the Beast King domain, do not cause trouble, do not seek conflicts. Perform your duties well, and you shall live quite comfortably. The slender male rarely offered such advice. Tao Youyou understood the goodwill behind his words and reached into her beast skin pouch to produce a piece of jerky, handing it to him. Understood. Thank you, kind sir. The tall male had not anticipated that a simple phrase could earn him a piece of jerky. He naturally did not refuse and even smiled more broadly, offering further advice. It's best to avoid the West District. On ordinary days, try to steer clear of adults wearing red, black, and white beast skins. He proceeded to relay nearly all the rules he knew. Tao Youyou expressed her gratitude while nodding in acknowledgement. All right, you can report now. The assigned tasks are not arduous. Just be diligent. The male even selected 2 of the longest pieces of jerky and returned them to Tao Youyou. Naturally, she did not accept them, holding the stone tablet as she exited, remembering to nod towards the ample woman. Meng Yuan watched Tao Youyou's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of regret. The ample woman dismissed her earlier indifference, placing the blue energy fruit into an exquisite stone box before calling out to the inner room, "Oh dear, little snake. The sun must have risen in the west today, as you've spoken so much." A female so adept at socializing was indeed rare. It was a pity she had already borne offspring. Meng Yuan felt increasingly regretful. Indeed, she was quite skilled, and her resources were substantial. One could only wonder how that newly appointed Shirhu beast spirit had managed to charm her into generously offering a red energy fruit to facilitate her passage. Xiong Mengmeng, with a piece of jerky in her mouth, was unusually devoid of sarcasm. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled. This jerky was truly delicious. Just as she was about to snatch a couple more pieces from Meng Yuan's table, he swiftly took them away. Stingy, where did such a delightful treat come from? Xiong Mingming questioned with a soft demeanor. Meng Yuan, unable to endure her antics, retrieved a small piece from the pile he had just taken and handed it to her. Eager to send her on her way. This was given by that female. Otherwise, why would I have said so much? Now, hurry along, don't linger here. Your presence is blocking the light in my room. Xiong Mingming remained unfazed, cradling the jerky tenderly in her arms as she swayed her hips and turned to exit. Subsequently, amidst a cluster of stone tablets, she inscribed 2 horizontal lines on the tablet belonging to Tao Youyou. Just as Tao Youyou stepped outside, a young female awaited her. Upon seeing Tao Youyou, the young female's spirits lifted instantly. Before she could even fully emerge, she approached with a beaming smile, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Mao Sha, but you can call me Sha Sha." "Greetings, I am Tao Yu," replied Tao Youyou. Although she was unaccustomed to such familiarity, she refrained from dismissing the cheerful individual. Mao Sha, seemingly oblivious to Tao Youyou's aloofness, continued, "I've heard you hail from outside. It's impressive that you managed to access the Beast King Palace on your first day in the Beast King domain." "Well, it was somewhat taxing," Tao Youyou replied vaguely, offering just enough information. Mao Sha's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pried further. "Wow. You are truly remarkable. Your tribe must be quite powerful. Indeed, they are formidable." Tao Youyou mused, recalling the Tao clan and wondering how they fared lately. Was Ernio able to mobilize? With such beauty, you are bound to be selected for the inner circle. Your tribe would bask in supreme glory. Mao Sha expressed enviously. Tao Youyou raised an eyebrow, pondering how this was merely an ordinary job, contrasting with her expectations. Chapter 98. The Beast King Palace. It appeared that the energy fruit was far more potent in this realm than she had anticipated. This blue energy fruit was obtained through the system, requiring a modest amount of prestige points. The yellow variant needed only 10 points, the blue 100, the red 1,000, the purple 10,000, and the black 100,000 points. Each color signified a different tier, and Tao Youyou had already grasped the exchange ratios for these energy fruits yesterday. The yellow energy fruit could be exchanged for 500 pounds of prime meat or an abundance of leafy greens, sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for an extended period. Moreover, exchanges were predominantly one way since energy fruits were scarce, while meat was readily available and any capable beastman could hunt at will. This blue energy fruit served as a means of inquiry, yielding satisfactory results. This ostensibly mundane job might hold greater significance than she had assumed. Tao Youyou began to engage in conversation, inquiring, "And you, how long have you been here? Is there no one?" She left the rest for Mao Sha to fill in. Mao Sha, feeling a tad bashful, glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before whispering, her cheeks flushed, "Oh, I'm not that pretty, so I can only do some ordinary tasks on the outskirts." Tao Youyou furrowed her brow in contemplation, forming a hypothesis. She grasped Mao Sha's hand, exclaiming, "How could you think that? You are youthful and charming. Why such undue modesty?" Mao Sha blushed even deeper at the compliment, her voice barely a whisper, reminiscent of a mosquito. "Where's the truth in what you say? If it were so, why have I only seen the Beast King once in 2 years?" Tao Youyou understood, yet the path ahead seemed different from what she envisioned. This so-called inner circle could not merely consist of the Beast King's harem. Her original intention was to secure a position in law enforcement or hunting. How had she ended up in a harem-like setting? However, it soon dawned on her that in the beast realm, females were often in a subordinate position, relying on the males for support. Naturally, others assumed that her desire for a good job implied a wish to enter the Beast King's palace. If the Beast King took notice of her, it would indeed be the ideal job. Tao Youyou found herself in a perplexing predicament, having inadvertently shot herself in the foot. Her initial plan was to accumulate prestige through strength or external advantages, not to maneuver among a throng of women vying for the title of a favored consort. Setting aside the improbability of leveraging her beauty for gain, she pondered what prestige a mere favored consort could possibly yield, realizing she had strayed far from her original goal. As Tao Youyou contemplated her next move regarding employment, she was led by Mao Sha to a row of modest stone huts. Mao Sha finally set aside her fantastical daydreams and began to elucidate the rules of the Beast King Palace and the tasks they were expected to perform. Your tablet is classified as a low-level one, primarily responsible for cleaning duties around the palace perimeter. Entry into the palace is prohibited. Mao Sha rattled off a list of prohibitions. Tao Youyou felt somewhat dazed, her attention waning. It wasn't until Mao Sha tugged at her arm that she refocused. "However, you need not worry, dear sister. I believe your beauty will effortlessly capture the Beast King's attention. If he favors you, you won't need to work anymore." Mao Sha continued, slipping into her chattier mode. Just as Tao Youyou considered how to quiet her, a voice interjected. "Huh, Mao Sha, you really are a sycophant, aren't you? It doesn't matter who it is, you'll flatter them all. TSK, lacking any dignity." A female clad in scant bee skin emerged from the low hut, regarding Mao Sha with disdain. Mao Sha's smile vanished upon seeing this female. She rolled her eyes and ignored her entirely, proceeding to show Tao Youyou the various routes and taboos of the palace. The other female, displeased by Mao Sha's disregard, felt her pride wounded. "What do you have to boast about? Do you think the person you're fawning over will be favored by the Beast King? You are utterly clueless. She is a female with offspring." Her voice was sharp, akin to a knife slicing through the air. Mao Sha was taken aback, glancing incredulously at Tao Youyou. "Ah, sister, you have borne children?" Mao Sha's tone oscillated between surprise and disappointment. Tao Youyou nodded in acknowledgement without further elaboration. "Oh, how unfortunate." Mao Sha's demeanor shifted slightly, though her previously cheerful demeanor had dimmed. The other female reveled in Mao Sha's embarrassment, continuing, "Ha ha ha. Seems like you chose the wrong person to flatter." Unable to contain herself, Mao Sha shot a glare at the scantily clad female, retorting, "What business is it of yours who I admire? You're a fish. After all, why are you so nosy? Oh, I forgot you're a fish, smelly and slimy. Just like a rotten fish." Tao Youyou realized the reason behind their animosity. After all, cat and fish were natural adversaries. Yet, it was astonishing to encounter fish-like beastmen. You. The scantily clad female, unable to counter, turned and retreated into the low hut. Mao Sha seemed to have emerged victorious from a spat, her earlier disappointment regarding Tao Youyou's motherhood dissipating. She circled back with Tao Youyou, finally leading her to the workspace. Mao Sha opened the door and playfully tugged at Tao Youyou, cheerfully addressing the brown-clad female within the workspace. "Sister K'er, I brought your partner." The brown-clad female barely acknowledged them, engrossed in her tasks and casting a cursory glance at Tao Youyou before returning to her work with the stones. Mao Sha signaled Tao Youyou to tread carefully, indicating that the brown-clad female had influence. Tao Youyou nodded in understanding, yet began to entertain other thoughts. Once Mao Sha departed, Tao Youyou casually found a spot to sit, ignoring the female across from her as she busied herself weaving a blade of grass. Tao Youyou's demeanor surprised Kair, who had anticipated that this newcomer would be quite the diligent worker, only to find her disregarding authority on her very first day. "You, newcomer, stand up," Kair commanded, her authority challenged. Her expression darkened with displeasure. Tao Youyou remained unresponsive. "Clarify your identity and position. Do not presume upon your beauty to act with impunity. This is the Beast King Palace, not your Lion Tiger tribe." Chapter 99. Perhaps it would be best for you to flee. Tao Youyou cast a glance at him, remaining silent. Finally, the cat Sha spoke up, cautioning against angering Cherish, which only served to infuriate her further. She unleashed a torrent of insults. "You rely solely on a beast spirit. Do you truly believe it holds any significance? Let me inform you, in the Beast King domain, beast spirits abound like grains of sand, utterly worthless." "Oh, and then what?" Tao Youyou tilted her head in amusement. Cherish, consumed by rage, felt an overwhelming urge to strike the insolent female before her. "Just because you possess a blue energy fruit, you think you can usurp others' positions? How naive. You are nothing more than a used-up breeding vessel." Tao Youyou comprehended the root of this woman's animosity towards her. It must be that her gifts had inadvertently usurped a position held by Chewesh's friend or relative. Tao Youyou felt helpless. She had no desire to claim that position. In fact, she wished for Cheweshi to be even more vehement in her tirades, hoping it would lead to her expulsion from the so-called harem, as she longed to join the security or hunting teams instead. As she pondered how to navigate her potential job change and her new colleagues, she let Chewesh's curses flow in one ear and out the other, remaining unfazed. However, Cheweshi had spent 3 years in the Beast King Palace, and with an elder sister who had once captured the Beast King's favor, she had grown accustomed to being revered. The sudden disregard from a newcomer like Tao Youyou was something she could not endure. She stood up, intent on teaching this oblivious female a lesson about decorum. Striding forward, she seized Tao Youyou's collar. "As a newcomer without any formidable backing, you dare to disregard me? Have you no understanding of propriety? Release me. You think you could just command me to let go? Who do you think you are?" Rather than relinquishing her grip, Cheweshi prepared to use her other hand to tug at Tao Youyou's hair. Tao Youyou slightly ducked, stepping back, and grasped Cheweshi's outstretched wrist, launching herself forward with a decisive move. A resounding smack echoed as Cheweshi's face collided with the stone table, a lock of hair torn from her right temple. "You dare strike me?" Tao Youyou retorted coldly. "If you can strike, why should I not retaliate? What logic is that?" In an instant, Cheweshi transformed back into her beast form, a mountain sparrow flitting from Tao Youyou's grasp, leaving behind a few feathers that floated down gently. Cheweshi flung open the door, calling out, "Yuxiang, Lihua, Huan, come quickly and help me deal with this newcomer. Do not worry. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." In an instant, a throng of females emerged from the low-hanging dwellings, 3 of whom hastened to Cheweshi's room. Tao Youyou braced herself for a confrontation, but as she saw the trio of seemingly harmless women approach, her tension eased. Cat Sha, startled by the commotion, dashed out, fearing a brawl between the beautiful sister and Cheweshi. Sure enough, it was Cheweshi's room, and she hurriedly approached, noting the scattered feathers of the mountain sparrow. Cheweshi's hair was disheveled, her animal hide attire in disarray, indicating she had suffered more in the encounter. Cat Sha held a favorable impression of the beautiful sister who had just guided her, quickly glancing at Tao Youyou, anxious for her well-being. Yet, the beautiful sister appeared utterly unfazed, her attire unruffled. Cat Sha attempted to mediate. "Cheweshi, do not be angry. We are all sisters. Let us not create such an unpleasant scene." A resounding slap landed across Cat Sha's face. "Who are you to call me sister? You are nothing. Do you think you are worthy of that title?" Cat Sha covered her face, and as she spoke, she realized blood stained her hand, likely from being scratched, leading her to collapse in tears. Tao Youyou had already given a small lesson to the arrogant mountain sparrow and had no intention of furthering her aggression towards a defenseless female, not wishing to bully her. However, witnessing Cat Sha's slap ignited her displeasure. She slightly bent, dodging an incoming slap, took 3 steps to the left, turned, and pushed another assailant back to the spot she had just vacated. The slap landed squarely on the face of the second attacker. Tao Youyou leaped over the stone table, charging at Cherish, seizing her and delivering a kick to her knee joint, causing Cherish to kneel before Cat Sha. Apologize. Of course, Cherish was reluctant, preparing to transform into a bird once more to evade. However, the next moment, she found her tail firmly grasped by Tao Youyou. Tao Youyou yanked out the longest feather from Cherish's tail, coldly commanding, "Apologize." Fearing being left bald, Cherish hastily began to apologize. "I'm sorry. Do not apologize to me." "Apologize to her," Tao Youyou instructed, pointing at Cat Sha. Cherish could only repeat her apology to Cat Sha. Only then did Tao Youyou release her grip. Instantly, a half-bald female tumbled from the air, landing in a flurry. Tao Youyou then turned her gaze to the trio that Cherish had summoned. "Do you also wish to be struck?" The three females instinctively recoiled a few steps at Tao Youyou's glare, none wishing to face her wrath. "Hurry and leave." The three scrambled to exit the stone dwelling. "And take her with you." Tao Youyou pointed at Cherish. The trio quickly assisted the bruised Cherish out, and upon realizing that the fierce female in the room was not paying them any mind, they hurriedly fled towards the east. Cat Sha, having ceased her tears when Cherish apologized, stood up and rubbed her face, anxiously inquiring, "Sister, how did you end up fighting with that sparrow? You have suffered greatly." Tao Youyou produced a tube of ointment from somewhere, pressing down on the flailing Cat Sha to administer the remedy. "Sister, you may not know, but that sparrow has connections. She has a distant sister who once caught the Beast King's attention. You cannot compete with her." Cat Sha felt a cool sensation spread across her face, soothing the fiery pain. Once Tao Youyou had evenly applied the ointment, she handed the remaining tube to Cat Sha. "This is for you. Apply it again tonight, and it will heal quickly. Do not worry. It will leave no scar." "Oh, really?" Cat Sha exclaimed, her attention captured. This ointment was initially exchanged by Tao Youyou for Hurinyo, and since Hurinyo's deep scars had vanished, one could only imagine the effect on a mere scratch. Of course, Tao Youyou awaited the main event. However, Cat Sha's joy was short-lived as she suddenly recalled that Yu Xiang and the others were supporting Cherish. They must be seeking reinforcements. Sister, this is bad. They might be looking for help. You should really consider fleeing." Chapter 100, Xiong Mengmeng. Flee? The word does not exist in Tao Youyou's lexicon. She was counting on this assistance to help her secure a new position. Tao Youyou retrieved 2 pieces of jerky from her pocket, offering one to Cat Sha while she munched on the other. Meanwhile, Cat Sha was agitated, akin to an ant on a hot pan, unable to swallow the jerky in her hand. Sister, are you listening to me? If you do not escape now, it will be too late when they arrive." Cat Sha nudged Tao Youyou's arm. Tao Youyou, however, sat back down, composed, declaring, "I shall wait here for them." After a moment of hesitation, Cat Sha glanced at the jerky in her hand, gritted her teeth, and decided to stay put, waiting. While waiting, she relayed all the information regarding Cherish's sought-after reinforcements. Just a spurned woman, nothing to fear, Tao Youyou reassured herself. As soon after, the bald-headed Cherish appeared, accompanied by an exquisitely alluring woman, trailed by 3 male beastmen, dressed in a rather revealing manner. Yue Yuan caught sight of the alluring Tao Youyou standing next to Mao Sha from a distance. With a venomous tone, she taunted, "I didn't expect you to be so loyal, Mao Sha." Upon noticing this charming female, Mao Sha paused momentarily, but quickly raised her head and replied, "Madam Ayua, please listen to me. The situation is not as you perceive. You have no right to speak before me. Go away." The charming female retorted bluntly, revealing her sharpness. "You must be the new arrival," Ayua thought, her heart filled with jealousy as she looked at Tao Youyou. Though she was aware that even the Beast King had grown weary of her, she was unwilling to be outdone and was intent on ruining the person before her. "Enough with the idle chatter. Let's get started," Tao Youyou said, glancing at the 3 beastmen behind her, estimating their combat capabilities. Just as Ayua was about to deliver a tirade, she was interrupted, feeling as though she had swallowed a fly. She stepped forward, ready to slap Tao Youyou, but upon meeting the latter's icy gaze, she hesitated. That very gaze reminded her of the Beast King, and recalling the words of Cherish, she realized that despite being a delicate female, Tao Youyou was quite formidable, prompting her to abandon her intention of teaching a lesson. "Don't get too cocky just yet," Ayua shouted to the males behind her. "Go capture her." The three males frowned at Ayua's commanding tone, but began to move nonetheless. They advanced toward Tao Youyou, with Shue lifting his right leg, Shue providing cover, and Shue-san aiming a knee strike at Tao Youyou's face. Tao Youyou deftly evaded, bending her left knee slightly, and propelled herself backward, colliding directly into Shue-san's temple. He staggered back 3 steps before collapsing to the ground. "Useless fools, what are you doing? You can't even handle one female. What use are you to me?" Ayua's expression darkened upon witnessing her subordinates not only fail to capture Tao Youyou, but also end up on the ground. The Shue brothers were equally astonished by the unexpected fighting prowess of the seemingly delicate female. Although they had not yet transformed, the strength and skill she exhibited were not to be underestimated. Initially, they had not intended to make things difficult for her, but it was evident that if they did not take her seriously, they themselves would suffer. In the next moment, Tao Youyou found herself encircled by the 3 snow leopards. Tensing her nerves, she silently counted down in her mind, 3, 2, 1. "What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited in the Beast King's palace. Are you not aware?" A voice boomed. Tao Youyou exhaled in relief as everyone present turned to look at the source of the voice. A robust female, who had just claimed the blue energy fruit from Tao Youyou, burst onto the scene, kicking the stone door with such force that it shattered instantly. Ayua's expression shifted to a smile as she exclaimed, "Xiongxi, what brings you here? I heard a commotion as soon as I stepped out. What is going on? Do you treat the Beast King's palace as your own home?" Xiongmeng said coldly, surveying the crowd. Ayua thought to herself, "How did I provoke this fierce figure? She rarely steps out, even when the roof is being torn off." "Nonsense. We simply have a new sister and are exchanging pleasantries," Ayua replied, feigning nonchalance. Xiongmeng scrutinized Tao Youyou, noting she was unharmed, which increased her regard for her. Stepping forward, she disdainfully glared at the delicate Ayua and said with annoyance, "Is this what you call exchanging pleasantries? Come here, let us have a word." Ayui, friginid, took 2 steps back, and the 3 snow leopards returned to their human forms. "Haha, Xiongxi, you jest," Ayua stammered, her arrogance dissipating entirely. "If I see you bullying others again, don't think that just because you are a somewhat favored female of the Beast King, you can remain in the palace unscathed," Xiongmeng stated bluntly. Ayua seethed with rage internally, yet dared not utter a word of defiance, merely lowering her head in silence. "Come with me," Xiongmeng instructed Tao Youyou before turning to leave. Tao Youyou followed, not forgetting to pull along the stunned Mao Sha. Although Mao Sha wasn't truly daft, she knew that staying behind would make her a target for Ayua and the others, so she hurriedly turned and followed closely. At the entrance of the stone house, Ayua clenched her fists, her malicious intent now unmasked as she glared at the ground in frustration. "You shameless wretches, just wait. Once I regain my power, I will ensure you face dire consequences," she vowed silently, a tense thought finally unleashed. On the outskirts, Xiongmeng tossed Tao Youyou a stone tablet engraved with 2 lines and asked, "Aside from Shi Huli, do you have anyone else?" After a moment of contemplation, Tao Youyou shook her head. No. Xiongmeng raised her voice, scrutinizing Tao Youyou once again before giving a thumbs up. Excellent. You are indeed someone I, Xiongmeng, have taken a liking to. You possess charm, and I admire that." Tao Youyou felt a bit awkward, wondering if this was a confession from a woman. However, while this temperament suited her taste, the numerous individuals around and their intricate relationships made it prudent to avoid direct confrontations with these cunning beastmen, as she had learned from past missteps. "Thank you, Sister Xiong," Tao Youyou said, retrieving a piece of honey candy from her pocket. Prior to offering the energy fruit, she had already inquired about Xiongmeng, who managed the security of the entire Beast King city. The energy fruit was a gift for her father, who was also a beast emperor, but unlike Xiongjiu, he was not a stallion spreading his seed everywhere. He had only one daughter, whom he cherished deeply. Most importantly, although Xiongmeng had a beast emperor father, she did not rest on her laurels. At a young age, she had already become a beast spirit, a prodigy with great potential to become a beast emperor herself. Thus, despite being a female, her command over the security forces of the Beast King city relied not solely on her fatheress status. Her own strength was equally formidable. Xiong Mingming accepted the delicately crafted candy, already catching a whiff of the honey scent. What is this? She wondered, preparing to pop the entire piece into her mouth. Tao Youyou quickly stopped her, peeling away the candy wrapper before offering it again. Try this. Xiong Mingmeng, unfazed by Tao Youyou's actions, curiously touched the candy wrapper, intrigued by its crisp sound, wondering about its material. She tossed the entire piece in her mouth, and the sweet flavor instantly enveloped her senses, causing her eyes to squint in delight, fearing that the sweetness might escape if she opened them. You will be my dear sister from now on. Rest assured. I will take care of you, Xiong Mingmeng declared, instantly captivated by the candy. Tao Youyou, sensing her enthusiasm, retrieved another handful of the candies from her pocket and handed them over. Xiong Mingmeng grinned widely, unreservedly stuffing them into her pockets, unable to suppress her joyous laughter. Noticing Mao Sha looking eagerly from the side, Tao Youyou pulled out another piece and offered it to her. Xiong Mingmeng's eyes glinted with envy, and just as Mao Sha was about to accept it, she reluctantly pulled out some jerky she had pilfered from the little snake. Here, take this one too. I will trade it for dried meat, said Mao Sha, momentarily indecisive about whether to accept the offer. Tao Youyou, feeling speechless, lightly patted Xiong Mingmeng's hand and remarked, "All right, I have plenty at home. Don't be so hopeless." This last phrase got stuck in her throat as she nearly forgot that the gluttonous female before her was not Tong Clan's Uerniu, but rather Xiong Mingmeng from the Beast King's domain. She found herself missing them a bit. The cold season in the northwest was fast approaching, and she wondered how well they would manage. Upon hearing this, Xiong Mingmeng wrapped her arm around Tao Youyou's shoulders, speaking as if they were kin. "Oh, you mean you still have some for me?" "Of course," replied Tao Youyou, secretly thinking that the big bear was indeed quite adorable. Mao Sha, having successfully obtained sugar cubes, found them sweet and delightful. Yet she felt rather indifferent compared to Xiong Mingmeng, who seemed utterly enchanted. Instead, Mao Sha realized that the dried meat Xiong Si had offered her was far more enticing. "If you two have no plans tonight, let me treat you to dinner," Tao Youyou suggested to Mao Sha and Xiong Mingmeng. Mao Sha instinctively prepared to decline. Although she found this sisterly figure quite amiable, the mere thought of dining at the same table as Xiong Si made her legs feel weak. After all, Xiong Si was several ranks above her, a figure far beyond her reach. She waved her hand, saying, "No, that's all right. You two enjoy yourselves." Xiong Mingmeng, with a carefree gesture, replied, "All right then, once I settle down, I'll come over." "Mao Sha, you should join us." Surprised by the direct invitation, Mao Sha exclaimed, "Me? Is it appropriate?" Naturally, her friendly disposition made her eager to bond with the beautiful sister, and if she could leave a good impression in front of Xiong Si, that would be even better. What is inappropriate about it? We should all go together. This sister is quite remarkable, and we are in for a treat," Xiong Mingmeng decisively concluded. After exchanging a few more words, Xiong Mingmeng departed, and Mao Sha returned to her room while Tao Youyou made her way back to her stone house. As she walked, Tao Youyou suddenly recalled that she had intended to discuss changing jobs but had completely forgotten. "Oh well, I'll bring it up during dinner tonight." Upon returning to her stone house, Tao Youyou discovered that she was absent. She swiftly tidied her resting space. Just as she finished organizing, she returned leisurely from outside, keeping her distance from Tao Youyou, seemingly afraid that the latter might pounce and give her a beating. However, Tao Youyou was too preoccupied with her belongings to pay her any mind. Tao Youyou headed to her workplace, entering a grand hall reminiscent of a palace. Initially, her low-level stone badge did not permit entry into the Beast King's palace, confining her to basic cleaning duties outside. However, having received a new second-level stone badge from Xiong Mingmeng, she was now able to enter the Beast King's palace. She found herself in what appeared to be the Beast King's training ground, completely deserted. Ever since the Beast King ascended the throne, he seldom visited this place. Yet, due to regular cleaning, it appeared immaculate without a speck of dust. Tao Youyou tapped on the solid wall tiles, noting their sturdy construction and aesthetic appeal. Time flew by, and her workday concluded. With empty hands, she prepared to return home, first seeking out Mao Sha and then waiting for Xiong Mengming. The two leaned against a stone railing, chatting softly, but after a long while, there was still no sign of Xiong Mengming. Assuming she was busy, they decided not to wait any longer. As they stepped through a doorway, they suddenly encountered an infuriated Xiong Mengming, who was cursing as she walked. Seeing her, Tao Youyou quickly explained, "We thought you were occupied. I'm livid. How dare they sabotage me and play tricks?" Xiong Mengming shouted, smashing her fist into the stone wall, causing a crack to form. Mao Sha felt a chill run down her spine, while Tao Youyou subtly tugged her forward. "What else with all this anger?" "I'll cook something delicious for you to cool off," Tao Youyou inquired. Half-beast Xiong Mengming clenched her fist, which cracked ominously, and began explaining like a rapid-fire machine gun. "It's that damn peacock. Lately, she has been looking for trouble with me." Tao Youyou, bewildered, had no idea who this troublesome peacock was. Mao Sha glanced at Tao Youyou and clarified, "That is Xiangju, the daughter of the elephant giant king, Chuemyenyen." Upon hearing the name Xiangju, Tao Youyou instantly perked up. Currently, Chuemyenyen was the most favored female of the Beast King, even seen as a potential mate. Mao Sha spoke with admiration, and Tao Youyou listened intently. Xiong Mengming shook her hand in irritation, continuing with Mao Sha's sentiments. Just her? Mao Sha, unsure how to respond, fell silent. Xiong Mengming seemed oblivious to Mao Sha's embarrassment, her face filled with disdain. Just because she is favored for a moment doesn't mean she knows what is what. I'll wait and see how long she can prance around. Rubbing her hand that had struck the wall, Xiong Mengming expressed her frustration. Tao Youyou, however, was more intrigued by Xiangju herself. She cautiously asked, "The elephant giant seems quite formidable. I've heard they have many offspring, including a black pig." As Tao Youyou spoke, Xiong Mengming's mood inexplicably improved, and she draped her arm over Tao Youyou's shoulder. "You're right. With a beast like Xiangju, they mate everywhere. So it's no wonder they end up with a pig." Xiong Mengming replied boldly. Just as Tao Youyou was about to inquire further, Xiong Mengming suddenly added, "But you've got your ear to the ground. Everyone knows Zhu is a pig, but few realize she is a black pig. Usually, she is all pink and cute." Tao Youyou paused, then smiled without responding, having understood the underlying jab in Xiong Mengming's words. Yet, before she could dwell on it for too long, Xiong Mengming scoffed, "But the Xiangju tribe is just a bunch of trash, not a decent one among them." The three continued their conversation as they walked, quickly exiting the Beast King's palace and heading towards Tao Youyou's new home. "Mao, Mama's back." The little fur ball, feeling bored, was irritably pawing at a beast skin ball when it suddenly caught the scent of Tao Youyou. It instantly leapt up, rushing towards the door, even slipping slightly around the corner. The little fur ball dashed into Tao Youyou's embrace, only then noticing the presence of two unfamiliar faces beside her mother. Unsure whether to feel frightened or shy, it enveloped itself with its large tail, leaving only its curious eyes peering out. Mao Sha, being a cat herself, was especially delighted to see the kitten-like creature, especially one with shimmering golden fur. It was simply too adorable. Eager to reach out and pet it, she moved closer. However, just as her hand brushed against the little furball's fur, it felt as though she had been electrocuted, sending a tremor through her mind. In that moment, she felt as if the most dangerous beast in the world was staring her down, rendering her completely immobilized. She even felt a sense of dread greater than when she had first encountered the Beast King. Mao Sha's stunned reaction did not escape Xiong Mengming's notice, who glanced quizzically at the kitten in Tao Youyou's arms, pondering what thoughts were swirling in her mind. Tao Youyou gently patted the little furball's head, and the tension that had enveloped Mao Sha finally dissipated. Nonetheless, even though the strange pressure had dissipated, Mao Sha still dared not touch the exquisite little feline. She withdrew her hand and silently moved to the back. Tao Youyou welcomed the two individuals into the house, and Xiong Mengming also felt the chilling tremor that had emanated from Mao Sha's heart. Fu Xiao had not even had the chance to greet his aunt when Xiong Mengming found herself immobilized. This was undoubtedly a pressure stemming from bloodline. Although the cub before her only possessed the peak level of a beast master, The innate suppression from the bloodline compelled her to bow in reverence. This feeling of deep-rooted respect and fear even surpassed that which she felt for her father. Observing the motionless Xiongmengmeng, Tao Youyou recalled Mao Sha's earlier reaction and instantly understood that these two little ones were of an extraordinary lineage. However, she did not allow Xiongmengmeng to linger in her stupor for too long and gently patted Fu Xiao's head, alleviating the pressure that weighed on Xiongmengmeng's heart. This little one is a bear in his beast form, Tao Youyou explained. Xiongmengmeng rubbed her chest and instinctively nodded humbly at Fu Xiao. All right, you two go and play. When dinner is ready, your mother will call for you, Tao Youyou said to the two little ones. The small fur ball let out a joyful yelp and dashed toward the courtyard. Fu Xiao nodded, and just as he was about to step outside, he suddenly remembered something, rushing back to the sleeping quarters to pull his father out, and together they headed toward the courtyard. Fu Xiao appeared much improved, looking less fatigued, yet he still bore little emotion and lacked significant energy. Upon his entrance, both Mao Sha and Xiongmengmeng were rendered speechless. Could there truly be such an extraordinary individual in this world? This was their father. Xiongmengmeng had always held disdain for males. Aside from her own father, she regarded even the Beast King as nothing more than a mere stallion. However, there was no alternative. He was the Beast King, and she could only serve him. As for Mao Sha, she was beginning to waver in her resolve to marry the Beast King. No wonder her sister had no intention of relying on beauty to attract the esteemed Beast King. He not only had a partner, but an utterly remarkable one at that, Mao Sha mused. Having suffered great injuries, her mind was somewhat troubled. The true Fu Zhao had ceased to harbor thoughts of wooing his wife, fearing he might inadvertently prove his mental soundness. Xiongmengmeng and Mao Sha simultaneously felt a twinge of pity for Tao Youyou. They then beheld the breathtaking figure and the two little cubs skipping rope in the open courtyard. Tao Youyou was quite pleased, for this was a form of entertainment she had taught the two little ones. To her delight, their father had joined in as well, bringing her a sense of maternal satisfaction. Xiongmengmeng and Mao Sha felt their affection for Tao Youyou deepen. Mao Sha became resolute once more in her belief that she would marry the Beast King. What use was beauty if not accompanied by formidable strength, even if it meant sharing him with others? Tao Youyou beckoned the two to sit down, opening a cabinet to discreetly retrieve items from her spatial storage. She produced 3 types of unpackaged snacks, instantly capturing all of Xiongmengmeng's attention. With the presence of dried fish, Mao Sha could not resist either, and both were utterly captivated. You two can enjoy these for now. I will prepare a proper meal for you, Tao Youyou announced. Before long, a pot of braised meat and a bowl of dumpling soup were completed, their golden hues and rich flavors making them irresistible. The exquisite snacks paled in comparison to the braised meat, while the flavorful potatoes soaked in broth left Xiongmengmeng and Mao Sha astonished that such a simple ingredient could yield such depth of taste. Chapter 103. The Beast King is not worth it. ISNT The lion-tiger tribe, rather desolate. After consuming a generous portion of meat, Xiongmengmeng felt completely liberated. Tao Youyou pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, compared to the Beast King's domain, it felt somewhat barren, or perhaps impoverished. Xiongmengmeng took another piece of braised meat, its aroma nearly causing her eyes to squint in delight, and after swallowing, she remarked, "Then you have suffered." "Not at all," Tao Youyou replied. Soon, the three were engaged in lively conversation, with even Mao Sha daring to snatch food from Xiongmengmeng's chopsticks. "Thank you both for your kindness on my first day here," Tao Youyou said, raising her cup of water. Mao Sha waved her hand dismissively, while Xiongmengmeng wrapped her arm around Tao Youyou's, exclaiming, "What kindness! It is all your own merit. Moreover, I have realized that with your skills, you could do anything. Why spend such a hefty sum at the Beast King's palace? I initially thought you were after the Beast King, but seeing you have a partner in cubs, that seems unlikely." Tao Youyou sipped the water in her cup before responding. "I never intended to join the Beast King's harem. My goal is to join the security team." Xiongmengmeng was taken aback, but recalling Tao Youyou's resolute demeanor when she had confronted Xueshi, she soon realized she had misjudged her. "Oh, my bad. I thought, what is a good young lady doing pursuing the Beast King?" Xiongmengmeng laughed, glancing at Mao Sha, who was ready to pout. Except for you. Could I possibly change my seat? Tao Youyou inquired. Xiao Mengmeng rubbed her nose and replied, Not at the moment, sister. Bear with it for a while. I promise to have this sorted out beautifully by the end of the month. Upon hearing this, Tao Youyou felt reassured. No rush, no rush. Let us eat while it's hot. Xiao Mengmeng continued to explain, These days, I've been under the watchful eye of that pesky Xu Mian, lest she accuse me of favoritism. Tao Youyou recalled that Xu Mian was indeed the younger sister of Zhu, the steadfast beast king and the fickle consorts. Xu Mian, relying on her looks and the favor of Xiangju, believed she could monopolize the beast king, truly a delusion. Through Xiao Mengmeng's complaints, Tao Youyou learned the basic details about Xu Mian, the ninth daughter of Xiangju. She had grown up in privilege. Although her father had many children, he doted on this daughter particularly, even comparable to Xiao Mengmeng, who was an only child. Thus, the rivalry between Xiao Mengmeng and Xu Mian had persisted since childhood. However, Xiao Mengmeng's talents far surpassed those of Xu Mian to date. Xu Mian had only reached the peak of Beastmaster, a feat that required considerable resources from Xiangju. Unlike Xiao Mengmeng, whose every advancement was achieved through her own efforts. As a result, the title of the new generation of prodigies in the Beast King's domain had long been held by Xiao Mengmeng, with her always retaining the upper hand. Until Xu Mian blossomed into a striking beauty, ultimately catching the attention of the Beast King and marrying him, thus reclaiming the title of the most beautiful in the Beast King's realm, bringing them to parity. Logically, one as the Beast King's favored consort and the other as his loyal minister should have had no further interactions, yet these two continued to be at odds. As Tao Youyou observed Xiao Mengmeng passionately expounding her views, a sudden inspiration struck her. The liquor she had experimented with brewing in the Northwest seemed to have found its purpose. Wow, what is this drink? It packs quite a punch. Xiao Mengmeng exclaimed after sipping the liquor Tao Youyou had prepared for her, squinting her eyes as if ready to shudder. After a few cups, Xiao Mengmeng began to speak in an almost dreamy manner. Sha, let me tell you, trust my judgment. You will be the Beast King's partner, and Xu Mian will never be able to take your place. Xiao Mengmeng slurred. Mao Sha felt her cheeks flush and her heart race at Xiao Mengmeng's words, unable to resist drifting into a daydream of longing. Just as Tao Youyou prepared to put away the liquor, she noticed Mao Sha, caught up in the moment, had downed her cup in one go. Tao Youyou was unable to intervene in time, and soon saw Mao Sha tearfully exclaim, What is this? It's so spicy. Help! Suddenly, Tao Youyou witnessed Mao Sha transform into a cat, which quickly collapsed to the ground inebriated. What is this? Wasn't this supposed to be a casual dinner? How did I inadvertently incapacitate these two? Nevertheless, the physical prowess of the beastmen should not be underestimated. Before Tao Youyou could assist them to bed for a mere hour of rest, both women began to stir, albeit sluggishly. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiao Mengmeng was taken aback, questioning the nature of this water, which had rendered her completely passive and unconscious, a state she had not experienced in many years. Fortunately, they were in Tao Youyou's home. Had someone taken advantage of their vulnerability with malicious intent, it could have been perilous. You two are awake? Tao Youyou exclaimed, surprised. The two women, still wary of the mysterious liquid, displayed varied responses. Xiao Mengmeng was filled with astonishment, while Mao Sha's expression was one of sheer fear. It was only after Tao Youyou elucidated the properties and effects of the alcohol that they felt reassured. Although harmless, it was still too potent for their consumption. Tao Youyou, ever the hostess, produced several bottles and mixed two delicate cocktails. Now, give this a try, she urged, pushing the glasses forward. Soon, both women found themselves with a glass of light blue sake, reminiscent of small flames. Xiao Mengmeng gazed eagerly at Tao Youyou, feeling emboldened, while Mao Sha hesitated, frightened by the lingering fiery sensation from earlier. This may be visually appealing and delightful, yet lacked the intensity of the previous drink. Xiao Mengmeng even licked the remnants of the fragrant alcohol from her lips. This one suits you, she encouraged, nudging the blue flame towards Mao Sha. Mao Sha hesitated, torn. Truly, it is delicious. The flavor is gentle, Xiao Mengmeng insisted earnestly. Mao Sha took the glass, hesitantly tasting it. Indeed, it is sweet, though there is still a hint of spiciness. However, this level is quite acceptable. After acclimating to the new flavor of the diluted fruit drink, the trio resumed their revelry. I say, you shouldn't be so fixated on a beast king. Honestly, it is not worth it. At your young age, with your enchanting beauty, why should you tether yourself to such a crooked tree? Xiong Mingming lamented as she observed Mao Sha, growing increasingly frustrated. Mao Sha remained speechless, reflecting inwardly. Just moments ago, you claimed I was more deserving than K Mian Mian to be the Beast King's partner. How have you flipped so quickly? While Tao Youyou shared in Xiong Mingming's sentiments, she recognized that Mao Sha was too entranced to heed any advice at this moment. Xiong Mingming turned to Mao Sha, advising, Sasha, heed my counsel. The Beast King is not a good man and does not merit your devotion. Chapter 104, Stirring Up Trouble. Well, let us change the subject. By the way, will I be able to transfer to the security team next month? Tao Youyou shifted the topic, noting that Mao Sha was clearly not receptive to further discussion. As the evening approached, and the trio had indulged in food and drink, Mao Sha glanced at the clock, regretfully eyeing the delicious spread on the table, preparing to take her leave. Why are you leaving so early? Tao Youyou inquired. It's about time. I have matters to attend to at home, Mao Sha replied glumly. Oh, take this with you, Tao Youyou insisted, having noticed Mao Sha's longing gaze at the dried fish on the table. After bidding Mao Sha farewell, Xiong Mingming and Tao Youyou continued their conversation. Tao Youyou crouched down and produced a plate of sugar cubes, placing them on the table. Sister Xiong, is the allure of the Beast King truly so potent that it mesmerizes Sasha to the point of oblivion? Alas, Xiong Mingming sighed, peeling a piece of fruit to feed herself, as she explained. This little cat is a pitiable soul. She lacks a father's affection, and her mother is gravely ill. To remain in the Beast King's domain, she can only undertake menial tasks. What does this have to do with her infatuation with the Beast King? Tao Youyou remained puzzled. How should I put it? Almost every female in the Beast King's domain desires to share his bed, hoping to transform their fortunes overnight, with the exception of myself. Of course, Xiong Mingming revealed a broader trend. Tao Youyou narrowed her eyes, seemingly lost in thought, unconsciously nodding in agreement. Outside, Mao Sha braved the cold wind, her heart warming with the dried fish in her hand. Upon returning home, however, her warmth dissipated, replaced by an icy dread. Had they been robbed? Mother, is she all right? Mao Sha quickened her pace, rushing through the door, only to find her mother absent. After checking several rooms and even circling the courtyard, she became certain of her mother's absence. Trembling, her hands instinctively extended claws, and her feline features flickered in and out of visibility. She dashed outside, arriving at a stone house where she pounded on the door, crying out, "Father, open the door, please." The door remained unyielding, and Mao Sha persisted in her frantic knocking, weeping until despair overtook her as she collapsed to her knees. Creak! At last, the stone door creaked open, revealing a striking woman with an impatient expression. Gazing down at the kneeling Mao Sha, "What do you want?" the beautiful woman inquired curtly. Mao Sha opened her mouth to respond. "I am looking for my father. Your father is busy preparing a meal for me. Speak your mind, but do not linger here and annoy me," the woman replied dismissively. Mao Sha seethed inwardly, while the beautiful woman relished the sight of the helpless girl. "Beg me, and I might let you see your father." Mao Sha clenched her fists, feeling the sting of blood seeping from her palms, yet thinking of her missing mother. She forced herself to plead, "Please, let me see my father." "Inu Lao-san, your daughter is looking for you," the beautiful woman called out, seemingly satisfied. Mao Sha exhaled in relief, preparing to rise. Kneel properly. When seeking a favor, one must present themselves accordingly. Trembling, Mao Sha opened her mouth but fell silent, glancing at Inu Ming, who remained oblivious to the situation. Inu Ming tentatively suggested, "Why not stand and speak?" The beautiful woman shot him a glare, whispering, "Inu Lao-san, do you believe I will collect the energy fruit you owe me?" No. Dear wife, I was wrong. Let her remain kneeling. I wouldn't want your neck to ache from looking down," Inu Ming said, a sudden chill running down his spine. The beautiful woman smirked, relishing the sight of Mao Sha in her humbled position. "Do not worry. I will not suffer any discomfort, and my heart is quite at ease." "That is good. That is good." Inu Ming wiped the sweat from his brow. "Or perhaps you feel pity for this little wretch. Do you wish to continue caring for her? Or are you still unable to forget that wretched woman?" The beautiful woman questioned coldly. Inu Ming's heart sank once more. Casting a disdainful glance at Mao Sha, his demeanor icy and detached. "How could that be, my dear? You must not wrong me. I, Inu Ming, only have eyes for you. I shall send her away." The beautiful woman, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, halted Inu Ming's actions, adopting a condescending tone. "No need. I am quite curious as to why this little wretch has come knocking." Mao Sha clenched her palms, forcing herself to suppress her pride. "My mother is missing." "Ha ha! That wretched woman is dead." The beautiful woman laughed heartily. "My mother is merely missing. She is not dead." Mao Sha finally burst forth in anger. Once again, she turned her gaze toward Inu Ming, who wore a worried expression, concerned about offending the beautiful woman beside him. He huffed impatiently. "What do you want me to do? Your mother is missing. I have no way to help you. It is not as though I made her disappear." He then glanced apologetically at the beautiful woman. Mao Sha watched the two of them play off each other, her heart sinking into despair. She realized that with such an ineffectual father, she could not rely on him for anything in this lifetime. "Fine, if you want to help me, I will find another way," Mao Sha said coldly, suppressing her tears of humiliation as she stood to leave. "What does it mean that I won't help you? First of all, I have no obligation to assist you. My connection with your mother is merely a fleeting affair. It does not amount to anything. Whether your mother lives or dies is of no concern to me." Quan Ming, with an air of self-righteousness, seemed oblivious to his own faults. "You, a coward, are unworthy to be my father." The tension in Mao Sha finally snapped. A resounding slap echoed through the air. Quan Ming, enraged, exclaimed, "Is that how you speak?" The lovely matron, leaning against the stone wall, chuckled incessantly. That slap was well-deserved. "It brings me great relief to see you grovel like a dog. Now, I shall generously point you towards a path of clarity. Think carefully about whom you have offended." With that, the stone door slammed shut. By the time Mao Sha regained her composure, it was too late to knock. Trembling, she pondered who she might have wronged recently. Was it Yuxiang? Surely not, for their enmity had existed for quite some time. If she had truly feared Mao Sha, she would have acted long ago. Moreover, Yuxiang lacked the capability to make her mother disappear. Could be Kei Shi or Yu. Had her assistance to Yu Jie led them to harm her mother? In a state of confusion, Mao Sha could only return along the path she had come, praying fervently that Xiong Jie was still there. "What? Your mother is missing?" Xiong Mingming instantly sobered up. "Who dares to cause trouble under my watch?" Chapter 105. Meng Yuan. As Mao Sha sobbed, Xiong Mingming's anger caused her whiskers to tremble. Tao Youyou quickly handed her a tissue, offering words of comfort. All right, stop crying and wipe your tears." "Where's your father?" Xiong Mingming bluntly inquired. Mao Sha's crying intensified as she choked out a brief summary of her previous pleas for help. Xiong Mingming's already ample figure shook with indignation. "I curse his ancestors. Quan Ming is truly worthless, a useless piece of mud." Tao Youyou was at a loss for words. She had never witnessed such a cruel and feeble father. Though she herself was an orphan, having lost her parents at a young age, she understood that they had loved her. Thus, despite not having borne children, she was able to shower affection on the three little ones, a testament to the warmth in her heart. "Let us go." Xiong Mingming draped her animal skin cloak over her shoulders. Tao Youyou, neglecting to tidy the mess in her home, exchanged a few words with Fu Xiao before following the two outside. Mao Sha, forgetting her tears, hurried to keep pace. Having just consumed some alcohol and feeling warm, the cool air outside sent a chill through her. Xiong Mingming wrapped the cloak around herself, exuding a ruggedness that resembled a fierce warrior. Before long, the three arrived at a narrow alley, winding their way until they reached a cold, unwelcoming stone house. "Meng Yuan, come out. We have a mission." Xiong Mingming approached and began pounding on the stone wall, while Tao Youyou observed the stone house, puzzled by its lack of a door. A snake head as thick as a barrel suddenly emerged from the roof. The great serpent flicked its tongue, and Tao Youyou discerned a hint of annoyance in its eyes. Sure enough, the next moment, the serpent spoke. "Sister, what brings you here at this late hour, disturbing my slumber?" Tao Youyou recognized the voice as that of the slender male serpent she had fed jerky earlier. It was no wonder he was so lean. "There are troublemakers beneath my nose, and someone is abducting people in Beast King City." Xiong Mingming tilted her head upward, disregarding the strain on her neck. "You care about abductions? Aren't you simply too idle?" Just as Meng Yuan was preparing to retreat, Xiong Mingming interjected. "No, that's not what I meant. I'm referring to her. Mao Sha's mother has gone missing and has been kidnapped." Xiong Mingming gestured toward the still red-eyed Mao Sha. "Ahem. Oh, I see. My apologies. I'll come down right away." Meng Yuan swiftly descended from the roof. Upon landing, his entire serpent form transformed into that of a tall, slender male. "What happened?" Meng Yuan inquired. Mao Sha, either due to her feline nature's innate fear of snakes or for another reason, dared not lift her head, softly explaining. "Come on, speak up. He can't eat you, so what's there to fear?" Xiong Mingming, growing increasingly impatient with the diminishing volume of Mao Sha's voice, decided to take over. "Originally, the three of us were having dinner at Tao Youyou's home this afternoon. About an hour ago, Mao Sha stated she needed to return early as her mother required care. However, upon her return, she discovered their home had been ransacked and her mother was missing." Xiong Mingming succinctly recounted the events, emphasizing that the beautiful matron was not the source of the issue. According to her, Mao Sha had offended someone she ought not to have. "Xian?" Meng Yuan pondered deeply about the identity of this person. Noticing Meng Yuan's indifferent expression, Xiong Mingming impatiently clarified, "She is from your family branch. If we trace the lineage, you are indeed distantly related to her." Only then did Meng Yuan recall that his family, the Kuangmang clan, had once expelled a branch of serpents with diluted bloodlines. "This Xian must belong to that branch. But that has nothing to do with me," Meng Yuan replied. "How can it not? Your branch of serpents has been notorious for leveraging your Kuangmang clan's reputation to bully others and dominate. I know of at least 4 or 5 such instances." Xiong Mingming rolled her eyes. "Not to mention this current incident. Years ago, this Xian took a fancy to Mao Sha's father and forced 2 bonded individuals to part ways, resulting in Mao Sha's mother falling ill from distress. Mao Sha's father, being a shallow man, abandoned his family in pursuit of wealth." Meng Yuan frowned deeply. Xiong Mingming continued to recount a series of events she had overheard while patrolling streets. Initially, she had merely felt pity for the young girl, recognizing the flaws of her father, but did not dwell on it. After all, many people were deserving of sympathy in this world, and she cannot take responsibility for everyone. However, today was different. She and the young girl shared a meal as sisters, and if it were merely a family matter, she had no reason to intervene. After all, despite her father's shortcomings being a moral issue, the actions of Xian, while domineering, were a matter of mutual consent, and one could only fault Mao Sha's mother for her poor judgment. However, if it involved abduction, that was an entirely different matter, and Xiong Mingming felt compelled to intervene. Otherwise, her claims of maintaining law and order in Beast King City would be rendered meaningless. "Are you suggesting that it was indeed Xian's doing?" Meng Yuan grasped the crux of the issue. Xiong Mingming shook her head, recounting some hypothetical scenarios proposed by Tao Youyou earlier. "It shouldn't be. If it were Xian, she would not have let Mao Sha leave so easily. An ailing Mao Sha's mother would pose no threat to her. She would not engage in such a thankless endeavor. If it wasn't her, why would she suggest that Mao Sha reflect on whom she may have offended recently?" Meng Yuan was perplexed. Tao Youyou explained, "It could be that the commotion from my altercation with she earlier today reached her ears." At this, Meng Yuan, who had been focused solely on Mao Sha and Xiong Mingming, suddenly became aware of Tao Youyou. His cold gaze pierced through her face like a dagger. Unfazed by the intensity of Meng Yuan's stare, Tao Youyou held his gaze steadily until he was the first to look away. Song Yuan's heart raced in astonishment. Could this truly be the same female from broad daylight? Not only did she show no fear of his gaze, but she also compelled him to avert his eyes. Chapter 106. The Dream of Strawberry Soft Candy. The joyous backdrop was you, yet you seem to lack substantial confidence. It was hardly characteristic of her to engage in such actions. Tao Youyou found himself perplexed. Regardless of her involvement, the matter of abductions in the royal city could not be ignored. I must issue a search warrant, Xiong Mengmeng declared. Tao Youyou shot her a sideways glance and replied, "And how do you intend to search? The Beast King's palace? If you find them, then well and good, but if not, won't that merely expose you to that woman's wrath? What should I do then? Searching is no option, yet not searching is equally unfeasible," Xiong Mengmeng lamented, her expression revealing her inner turmoil. Tao Youyou rolled his eyes once more and, with a hint of resignation, stated, "Fine, since you've summoned me. There's no point in feigning indifference anymore. I am merely a busy soul. Let us proceed, Mississippi." With her hands tucked into her pockets, Xiong Mengmeng displayed no signs of embarrassment. After allowing him to precede her, she didn't forget to flash a newly learned gesture at the two sisters. Tao Youyou, with his keen sense of smell, assured Xiao Sha, "Rest easy, we shall surely locate your mother." He suggested a visit to her home. Before long, they arrived at a modest dwelling near the edge of the city. Upon entering, they were greeted by disarray, accompanied by a pungent odor reminiscent of pickled vegetables. Tao Youyou closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. "There are 4 distinct scents here. Excluding you and your mother, it appears 2 others have recently visited." Cat Shasha cast a grateful glance at Tao Youyou. "However, I do not detect any traces of individuals from the Beast King's palace among these 2 scents," Xiong Mengmeng exclaimed, astonished. Yet, Tao Youyou found this rather ordinary. After all, it was unlikely that nobles would sully their hands with the abduction of a commoner. It was highly probable that these individuals were not the trusted aides of the instigator, but rather hired thugs. And it was certain that the abducted person would not have been taken to the Beast King's palace. They were likely outside the city. Indeed, the scents do lead outside the city, Tao Youyou confirmed. "Wow, you're so astute. Who would have thought that such a simple abduction would involve so many intricacies?" Xiong Mengmeng was nearly astounded. In truth, the rationale was quite simple. Tao Youyou noted that the intelligence of the inhabitants of the beast world was generally lacking, often preferring straightforward approaches, which made this particular abduction seem somewhat exceptional. Although Tao Youyou's tracking device would likely have been more efficient than Tao Youyou's abilities, this was not the territory of the Northwest region. It was essential to keep her capabilities concealed, while she sought to build her reputation. She was still under the shadow of a beast king, requiring her every step to be deliberate and cautious. Nevertheless, Tao Youyou's abilities were reminiscent of the little fluffball, both relying upon olfactory prowess, which was quite rare. Observing his adeptness with this talent, perhaps there would be opportunities for future collaboration, allowing her to seek a worthy mentor for the fluffball before its transformation. Just as Tao Youyou pondered how to establish rapport with Tao Youyou, they arrived at a rather large courtyard outside the city. "The individuals are within," Tao Youyou affirmed. Just as Xiong Mengmeng prepared to rush in recklessly, Tao Youyou halted her. "Wait, what are traps?" Tao Youyou nodded in agreement, tossing a few strands of hair into the courtyard, which quickly morphed into several slender snakes. The small serpents slithered inside. Under the surveillance of these snakes, they discerned 3 houses within the courtyard. One was where Cat Shasha's mother was held, while another housed the 2 kidnappers. "Brater Young, why would that woman instruct us to capture an old woman of no consequence?" One beastman questioned. "If you ask me, who else could we inquire about?" The other replied, "Do you think this old woman has any connection to our grand mission?" "I doubt it, but one can never be certain." The 2 beastmen sat around a flickering fire, oblivious to their surroundings as they cooked something, one side charred while the other was oozing with blood. As they begrudgingly consumed their own creations, they engaged in idle chatter, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Just as they began to doze off, Xiong Mengmeng struck them down in 2 swift punches. Tao Youyou swiftly bound them with their own ropes. Upon entering, Cat Shasha dashed toward the other room, and upon seeing her mother, the tension in her heart finally eased. "Woo, mother, are you all right?" Cat Shasha embraced her mother tightly. Her mother, an ordinary female from the beast world, though having endured emotional wounds, was unaccustomed to such a kidnapping ordeal and was understandably terrified. It was only upon Cat Shasha's arrival that she managed to suppress her underlying fear. Shasha, has your father come for me? The female's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Cat Shasha loosened her grip and replied, Mother, let us not mention that man. From now on, Shasha will have only you and no father. Do not speak foolishly, the female gently chided. You are still young, and one day you will need a partner. I am unwell. You must have family to rely on, unlike me, who has no one and lives in misery. That wretched father of hers, a worthless bug, was her misfortune. After binding the captors, Xiong Mingming entered the adjacent room and overheard the conversation. Her nature compelled her to interject. What is this? Cat Shasha's mother, rather than being angered, inquired softly. Cat Shasha hastily introduced, This is Xiong Si, from the Beast King's Realm's security team. After briefly introducing Tao Youyou and Sang Yuan, she hesitated before recounting the events of the day and her father's indifference. In Cat Shasha's mother's eyes, the fragile thread of hope shattered entirely. Just as Xiong Mingming was about to say more, Tao Youyou stopped her. No more. Take your time. Speaking too much may overwhelm her. Xiong Mingming had no choice but to relent, and once they exited, she exhaled deeply. It is because of family that Cat Shasha is fortunate. While the girl may be somewhat extreme in her choice of partners, her character remains commendable. Upon returning home, it was nearly midnight. The little fluffball had already nestled in Fu Xiao's embrace, fast asleep, while the weary Fu Xia leaned against the doorway, waiting. The moment the door opened, he instantly awoke and dashed over, whining, Mother, why did you come home so late today? Tao Youyou crouched down, Darling. Why are you still awake? I was waiting for you, Fu Xia replied with a soft voice, melting Tao Youyou's heart. Next time, don't wait up for me. You should go to bed early. No, I want to wait for you to come back, Fu Xia insisted stubbornly. All right. I promise to return home early next time. Tao Youyou smiled, securing the fire in the room and cracking a window for ventilation. She then lay down on the soft bed she had prepared for Fu Xia. This is specially left for you, she said, retrieving his favorite strawberry soft candy from her space. On the first night in the Beast King's realm, dreams were filled with the taste of strawberry soft candy. Chapter 107. The Leader. The next morning, Xiong Mingming arrived at the office area with two prominent dark circles under her eyes, brimming with excitement after returning from the dungeon. The night's gains were undeniably significant. What began as an ordinary kidnapping case unexpectedly unveiled deeper security information. This time, not even Came Yin nor her father, Xiang Ju, could provoke her into making a blunder. These two individuals were not from the Beast King's realm. In fact, they were members of the Hippopotamus Beast Emperor's faction. The Hippopotamus Beast Emperor was an old pervert, and Xiong Mingming found him even more repulsive than Xiang Ju. Due to his peculiar proclivities, many inhabitants of the Beast King's realm harbored unfavorable impressions of him. However, due to the relative remoteness of his territory, they had never deemed it necessary to be on guard against him. Little did they expect that Yu was merely a spy planted in the Beast King's palace by this old scoundrel. However, the foolish Yu, due to some friction among the females, resorted to employing the dark connections provided by her former employer, ultimately leading to a betrayal of that very employer. Perhaps even now, Lao Heima does not realize how his insidious ambitions have been exposed by such a trivial matter. After compiling all the information she had extracted through a night of interrogation, Xiong Mingming initially intended to report to the Beast King. However, recalling the warning given to her by Chuim Yin in recent days, she hesitated. After greeting Meng Yuan, she returned to the Xiong Zong tribe to seek out her father. Is this information credible? The man, towering over Xiong Mingming, furrowed his brow and inquired. Reclining on a stone chair, Xiong Mingming picked at the roasted meat on her plate with a hint of disdain. Of course, I interrogated them for an entire night, and none could silence their lips under my scrutiny, she replied proudly. The man nodded, acknowledging that his daughter's abilities surpassed his own in certain respects. He had not anticipated the depths of Lao Heima's concealed intentions, which had allowed the esteemed lord to lower his guard. You handled this matter well. Luckily, you did not report it directly to the Beast King, or else we could have faced severe repercussions. Hearing her father's praise, Xiong Mingming's tail nearly wagged with delight. Now that we have managed to extract such valuable information, we cannot let it slip away. She thought it best for her father to handle the planning, as such cerebral tasks were better suited for him. They decided to proceed in this manner, and once dawn broke, Tao Youyou prepared breakfast for the two little ones and one big one before heading to the Beast King's palace. She had also arrived, having learned from you that she would not let the newcomer off lightly. Although she maintained a calm exterior upon seeing Tao Youyou, she could not suppress her delight inwardly, knowing that this individual would eventually face misfortune. Just as Tao Youyou arrived, she was summoned away. "What is the matter, Xiangjia? You called me over so early?" Tao Youyou had rushed over, still holding the tool she had intended to use. Shortly after her arrival, Mao Sha hurried in as well. "You two have struck gold," Xiong Mengming declared. Upon hearing this, Tao Youyou instantly understood that there had been some breakthrough from last night's interrogation. Once the area was clear of unnecessary onlookers, Xiong Mengming closed the door to her stone hut and invited the two to sit. "You won't believe what I uncovered yesterday. I dug up quite a lot from the line connected to Shasha's mother. There are things I cannot disclose, but this has truly elevated my status." Xiong Mengming shook her head in disbelief. It dawned on Tao Youyou that this seemingly naive girl harbored quite the ambition for authority. However, neither she nor Mao Sha responded. Choosing instead to listen quietly, Xiong Mengming retrieved a stone tablet resembling white jade from her basket and tossed it to Tao Youyou. "Here, you won't have to wait until the end of the month for your desired position. I have already claimed the spot." Stretching lazily on her stone bench, she explained the significance of the tablet. "As a newcomer in the Beast King's palace's rear group, you are not supposed to transfer directly to our security department as a subgroup leader. However, the events of last night, capturing those two individuals, were witnessed not only by me, but also by Meng Yuan, so the old guards cannot object. You can make the move today." Tao Youyou was taken aback by the swiftness of the surprise. She had anticipated needing to navigate through some time before offending the higher-ups. Now, she realized she could shift positions without much fuss. "In our group, any random person could easily earn some merit, but you are still a newcomer, and I cannot force it on you to avoid gossip. Nevertheless, it's not that I'm afraid of rumors. It's just that the security department operates on merit, and everyone rises based on their capabilities." "Xiangjia, I'm already very satisfied. I understand this principle and appreciate the place." Tao Youyou expressed her gratitude. After addressing Tao Youyou, Xiong Mengming turned to Mao Sha and tentatively asked, "How about you, Sha? Would you like to join me?" Upon hearing this, Mao Sha quickly shook her head. No. I'm quite content here. I want to stay with the Lord." Xiong Mengming, frustrated yet resigned, poked Mao Sha's head and allowed them to leave. Although the minor kidnapping case had granted Xiong Mengming a taste of success, she, though headstrong, began to methodically set traps, following her father's lead. A few days later, once she had completed her tasks, she finally found herself with free time. Since Tao Youyou joined the security team, it eliminated the need for her to search for her, as they exchanged pleasantries. The respect that Tao Youyou had quickly earned from the security second team further confirmed Xiong Mengming's judgment. "The leader of the second team has stepped down. You can take charge directly," Xiong Mengming declared, tearing off a substantial piece of jerky. Tao Youyou was stunned. "So soon? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate? You have earned this position through your own strength. Otherwise, I would have no means to appoint a new leader from above," Xiong Mengming replied. "Let me tell you, the security department is vastly different from the rear group. Here, it is all about merit." Xiong Mengming continued. Tao Youyou sensed that the atmosphere here resembled the dynamics of the Northwest Territories. Although our Beast King domain appears imposing, there's a lot of pretense. While the Beast King is formidable, matters like these are beyond my scope to comment on. Over time, you'll understand. Xiong Mengming swallowed the last of her jerky. Tao Youyou then produced a piece of candy and offered it to Xiong Mengming. After all, people are different. With that, their conversation appeared to conclude. Just as Xiong Mengming prepared to leave, she suddenly recalled something and turned back. "Wait, there's one more thing I must tell you." "What is it?" "Although the last two individuals were relatively weak, their backgrounds are quite special. I have received news that someone might be coming." Xiong Mengming hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose this to Tao Youyou. "Are they coming to rescue those two, or—" I suspect the likelihood of them coming to eliminate those two is greater, Xiong Mengming speculated. Tao Youyou concurred. Initially, I didn't want you to be involved, but considering you need achievements to assert your authority. I understand. Tao Youyou recognized this opportunity. Though she had begun to establish a modest reputation in the security department, it was still insufficient. Without the ability to quickly boost her standing through the system, she would need to rely on her skills. You should be aware of how to deploy personnel and positions. While this is an opportunity, you must prioritize your safety, especially since you have young ones at home, Xiong Mengming cautioned. I know. In the afternoon, more than 20 members of the second team stood attentively in a modest room, their spirits high. Xiong Mengming introduced Tao Youyou, saying, You have all interacted with her these past few days. Although Tao Youyou is female, she is not one to be underestimated and is formidable in strength. On her very first day in our department, she solved the kidnapping case, capturing the two culprits and uncovering substantial information, bringing honor to our security minister. By unanimous decision from the palace, the leadership of the second team will now be entrusted to Tao Youyou. Although there were a few surprised individuals among the 20 or so people, the majority seemed to have anticipated this outcome and were not particularly unsettled. Soon, a round of welcoming applause erupted. Subsequently, everyone began to look out for one another. After Tao Youyou finished speaking, she retrieved some exquisite jerky from the bee skin bag she had brought. The cat girl, Mao Sha, who was on break today, arrived early, having previously arranged to assist her mother with her medical needs. She had not expected her bedridden mother, who had been ill for 3 years, to have a chance of recovery. Each time she returned to her dreary home, she worried that her mother might not endure, leaving her alone in this world. To her surprise, that day, her sister merely glanced at their mother and concluded that there was hope for her, which brought unexpected joy to Mao Sha. Thus, upon hearing that Tao Youyou had swiftly risen to a position of authority, she could not help but feel happy for her sister. However, Mao Sha believed that this promotion was hardly significant for her sister. Her sister could cook delicious meals, provide medical care, and even had the capability to treat ailments that others could not, so the promotion seemed trivial in comparison. In her view, if her sister did not join the security team or enter the Beast King's palace, she could still lead a good life in this Beast King city. About an hour later, Tao Youyou exchanged pleasantries with everyone in the second group and articulated the defensive task that Xiong Mengming had mentioned earlier. After some discussion and the initial formulation of several plans, Tao Youyou finally left. She had noticed Mao Sha waiting at the entrance and quickly approached her. Have you been waiting long? Sister, you've been promoted, congratulations. Mao Sha, feeling she had no gift to offer, clasped her hands in a celebratory gesture. All right, you little girl, Tao Youyou chuckled. Tao Youyou then inquired, How has your mother been these past few days? Upon hearing this, Mao Sha thought of her increasingly frail and distressed mother, and her smile faded. Not well, she replied. Previously, her mother had been very proud, always harboring resentment towards her father, believing he had wronged them, and had never sought help from him. Yet deep down, she must have thought that he would feel guilty for his wrongdoings and would make amends if given the chance. However, this time, her mother's last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished. Her father was not incapable, nor was he under the control of that conniving woman. He was simply wicked at heart. He was a vain and despicable person who abandoned his partner and children, and when it came to his self-interest, he showed no regard for familial bonds, lacking even a semblance of conscience. When Tao Youyou arrived at Mao Sha's home, she discovered that the situation had worsened, not due to physical ailments, but rather psychological trauma. How could this be? She exclaimed. This is your own daughter. How can you be so heartless? Tao Youyou realized that Mao Sha's mother was enveloped in the pain she had created for herself, unwilling to emerge from it. Since her return, she had remained in such a state, only maintaining a semblance of calm when she saw her daughter. Mao Sha looked at her mother with heartache. Tao Youyou furrowed her brow and preemptively warned Mao Sha. Physical ailments can be addressed, but the issues bottled up inside her are far more troublesome. Is there still hope? Mao Sha clenched her fists. Tao Youyou squeezed Mao Sha's arm in comfort. I will do my utmost, but the primary factor lies with you. It depends on whether her love for you can surpass the negative obsession she has with your father. What? I don't quite understand, Mao Sha admitted. feeling that although the statement was straightforward, she struggled to comprehend it when articulated by her sister. "No need to rush. I will explain the specifics to you later." Tao Youyou reassured her, and Mao Sha nodded in acknowledgement. Tao Youyou had discerned that Mao Sha's mother's condition was not as severe as it seemed. It was likely due to long-term malnutrition and a cold that had developed into pneumonia. The good news was that, despite the prolonged illness, she had not yet developed tuberculosis, which would have posed a greater challenge. Tao Youyou selected several types of herbal medicine available in the beast world and shared the preparation method with Mao Sha. These herbs had effects similar to licorice, chrysanthemum, and ginger slices from later generations, and long-term consumption would greatly benefit her mother. Of course, relying solely on these herbs would not suffice for a swift recovery. Chapter 109. Requesting your assistance in caring for the young ones. Tao Youyou secretly added cough syrup, exchanged from the system, into the medicine that Mao Sha had prepared. "Take it for 3 days, 3 times a day. After meals," she instructed. "I only have a day's supply of Izinko here. You can dig up some more on the outskirts of the city, about this much." Tao Youyou indicated with her hands. Mao Sha carefully examined the herb in Tao Youyou's hand and compared it with another before dashing towards the city outskirts. Once Mao Sha departed, Tao Youyou entered the bedroom. Upon entry, she was met with a heavy atmosphere. Mao Sha's mother was half reclining against the wall, her vacant gaze devoid of any vitality. "If you continue like this, you will drag Mao Sha down with you," Tao Youyou stated, seating herself on a stone bench, her words piercing to the heart. Mao Sha's mother, seemingly emotionless, shivered slightly at this remark. Although the movement was subtle, Tao Youyou noted it. If her previous confidence in completely curing Mao Sha's mother had been only 60%, she now felt 100% certainty of success, for there was still someone who could evoke her emotions. Though she might be lost in a haze of love, at least there was hope for redemption. In truth, referring to Mao Sha's mother as an old woman was somewhat inaccurate, as she was only in her 30s, a youthful age by pre-apocalyptic standards. Yet due to being abandoned by her partner, she had fallen into despair, becoming entirely incapacitated, languishing in a fog of lethargy, relying solely on her young daughter to navigate the complexities of the Beast King domain. Her aged appearance made her seem even weaker than those in their 50s or 60s, which explained why Mao Sha hurried home every evening to care for her mother. Tao Youyou contemplated and continued. "Do you know that Mao Sha yearns for the Beast King's attention, even if it means sharing her partner with many others, devoid of any genuine emotions?" The elderly woman remained motionless, as if she had long accepted that this reality could not affect her. Tao Youyou intensified her approach. "But if this is the case, it will ruin her life." The elderly woman's fingers twitched. "Mao Sha believes her father abandoned you because of his lack of strength, leading her to admire power," Tao Youyou observed, sensing the potential for progress. "But is that truly the case?" After some time, the elderly woman finally spoke. "No, Sasha needs someone who loves her and genuinely cares for her." "Ah, so you understand." Tao Youyou realized that the next steps would unfold naturally. The elderly woman was about to say something, but fell silent. Tao Youyou understood that some matters were best left unspoken. She surveyed the damp and dreary room, which, while relatively clean due to Mao Sha's efforts, was not a suitable environment for recovery. Moreover, whenever Mao Sha went to work, the house was nearly empty, allowing her mother to spiral into her own thoughts. So it was imperative to give her something to occupy her mind. Suddenly, Tao Youyou had an idea. Recently, she needed to accumulate a significant amount of reputation points, and often found herself unable to tend to the 2 little ones. Though they were well-behaved and did not cause trouble, they were still children and required adult supervision. Mao Sha's mother could fit this role. The accommodation provided by Shaholi was quite spacious, with a southern room that had remained unused for storage. It had previously seemed wasteful, but now it could serve a purpose. "Can you cook?" Tao Youyou inquired. "My mother is an extraordinary cook. Katza has returned from the outskirts, her hands filled with freshly gathered herbs, which she was sent to fetch by her sister." The sight of her mother engaging with others thrilled her immensely. Indeed, her sister possesses remarkable capabilities. Initially, Tao Youyou regretted her inquiry, recognizing that her 2 little ones are rather discerning eaters. When they were in the northwest region, they would rather endure hunger than consume food prepared by others. She had not intended for Katz's mother to cook. Typically, she only needed someone to converse with while taking care of her children, perhaps tidying up a bit. "May I enlist your help in caring for the little ones?" Tao Youyou inquired. Katz's mother hesitated, questioning her own capability to look after the young ones, given her current frailty. Yet Katza understood that her sister was assisting their mother in breaking free from her self-imposed isolation, and without regard for her mother's reluctance, she eagerly agreed. "Yes, yes. My mother is quite adept at caring for children. Under her watchful eye, I never even scraped my skin as a child. In the world of beastmen, children are often restless, especially in their youth, and it is a rarity for them to escape unscathed." The fact that her mother could manage to keep her offspring unharmed signified her profound sense of responsibility. Tao Youyou was taken aback by this side of Katz's mother. "That was in the past. I doubt I am capable now." "How can that be?" "If you are willing, I firmly believe you can care for my little ones. And in turn, it will alleviate some of Shasha's burdens," Tao Youyou reassured her. The elderly woman felt a stirring in her heart upon hearing this. Katza, however, did not take Tao Youyou's words to heart. She had already devised a plan. Although her sister openly suggested hiring their mother to care for her children, Katza had no intention of accepting payment. Rather, she felt compelled to offer a reward for her sister's assistance in healing their mother. After all, her sister's children were so well-behaved that they hardly required her mother's efforts. Instead, it was the companionship of the little ones that would hasten their mother's recovery and enhance her adaptability. "Mother, please agree. My sister's children are exceedingly adorable. You have yet to see a kitten with golden fur and such a robust tail." Katza enthusiastically introduced the little fur ball to her mother, confident that she would be captivated. Indeed, the elderly woman recalled Katza's childhood, when she was a small, shapely kitten, irresistibly charming. Back then, her father had not yet descended into his current state of disgrace, and she shook her head, attempting to purge that thought from her mind. "Shasha, why not move in with your mother? It is somewhat distant here, making daily treatments inconvenient, and this environment is unsuitable for her recuperation." Katza's heart soared, and her mother felt a surge of excitement, never imagining that her frail body might still have a chance at reemployment. With this shift in mindset, Katza's mother appeared somewhat revitalized, and she graciously expressed her gratitude. Their home contained little of value, so after taking her medicine, Katza's mother quickly gathered a few animal skin blankets, and the group made their way to Tao Youyou's courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Tao Youyou sensed something amiss. The overwhelming scent of alcohol almost intoxicated her. Reflecting on recent events, she recalled inviting Xiong Mengmeng and Katza over for dinner a few days prior, during which Xiong Mengmeng had consumed nearly half a bottle of liquor. The remaining half had been transformed into a cocktail, while a large vat of alcohol remained stored in the stone cabinet, forgotten. Rushing into the courtyard, she was met with an even stronger aroma. Upon entering the house, the scene was chaotic. The wine jar lay overturned at the entrance, spilling its contents onto the floor. Explaining the pungent smell, Fu Zhao appeared dazed, sitting silently with a flushed face, a clear indication of his inebriation. The cabinet stood ajar, with a few empty bowls haphazardly strewn about. Fu Xiao was sprawled across the stone table, an unfinished wine bowl beside him, suggesting he had succumbed to intoxication. Despite their drunkenness, the children remained remarkably well-behaved, peacefully asleep. But where was the little fur ball? Tao Youyou's heart sank as she realized the absence of the tiny creature. Had her youngest been lost as well? No, that couldn't be right. The little fur ball could not have been abducted, as her monitoring device had not signaled any alerts. Since the theft of her youngest, Tao Youyou had developed a habit of keeping a close watch on the two little ones. The alarm system connected directly to her, ensuring she would be immediately notified if any harm befell them. With this thought, she felt a wave of relief, yet she remained anxious. Where could it possibly be? With both Katza and her mother present, Tao Youyou hesitated to produce her tracking device. Instead, she swiftly prepared a bowl of sobering soup for Fu Xiao, urging him to drink. The system's concoction proved effective. Before he had finished, he began to regain consciousness. "Huh, mother?" Fu Xiao mumbled, feeling slightly foggy after his drinking spree. instinctively wanting to protect Tao Youyou. Where's Xiao Shu? Is he okay? Tao Youyou anxiously questioned. Fu Xiao then recalled that earlier in the afternoon, the little fur ball had managed to climb out of the stone cabinet and was attempting to taste the liquid within a jar. Fu Xiao had thought nothing of it, given their mother had previously hosted guests and deemed it harmless. However, by the time he realized it was alcohol, the little fur ball had already licked several mouthfuls. Fearing his brother might become drunk, Fu Xiao tried to intervene, but instead, the little one insisted that the drink enhanced his abilities and tasted delightful. Having never tasted alcohol himself, Fu Xiao, despite having read extensively about it, was unaware of its true flavor, and thus, he too took a small bowl for himself. What followed was a complete blank. Consequently, he could not account for his brother's whereabouts. As Tao Youyou searched frantically, she finally heard a faint voice. "Is this your little one?" Katsa's mother inquired. "Oh dear, how did you get stuck in there?" Following her mother's pointing finger, Katsa spotted a tuft of golden fur. After steadying her mother, she hurriedly righted the overturned wine jar, revealing a small, soaked kitten reeking of alcohol. Tao Youyou rushed over, momentarily at a loss for what to do until Katsa's mother handed her a piece of animal skin, prompting her to take action. "Quick, wipe the little one dry. Look at him, he seems unresponsive," Katsa's mother exclaimed, alarmed at the kitten's apparent lack of awareness as it lay there listlessly. Finally touching the warm, soft body of the little one brought relief to Tao Youyou. She realized the kitten's stillness was simply due to intoxication. However, this incident served as a stark reminder of the dangers that could arise in her absence. Even though the beastmen had robust constitutions, how could such a small child consume alcohol? It was harmful. Just as she prepared to administer some sobering soup to the little fur ball, Fu Xiao intervened. "Mother, it's fine. This alcohol actually aids in his abilities." "Abilities?" Tao Youyou questioned, but quickly deduced that it referred to the little fur ball's tracking skills. After drying off the kitten's fur, she placed it on its own mat. Fu Xiao and Katsa had already tidied the disarray within the house, while Fu Xiao sat upright, still appearing rather serious. Tao Youyou was left puzzled as to why he too had indulged in alcohol. Tao Youyou found herself perplexed. Usually, Fu Xiao resembled a mere puppet, requiring reminders even for the most basic of needs, yet it seemed implausible that he would be forced to drink by the two little ones. Deep within the abyss, Fu Xiao's substantial form encased a transparent liquid, the warmth of which alleviated the chill of prolonged immersion in the depths. Unable to move, Fu Xiao remained seated, digesting his inebriation. Meanwhile, the little fur ball was still in a stupor, snoring obliviously on its cushion. Observing these two, Tao Youyou could only sigh in resignation and open all the windows to disperse the lingering scent of alcohol. The night passed silently, and the morning sun shone brilliantly, with a warm breeze wafting through the open windows. It was unclear when Fu Xiao awakened, but he found himself nestled in bed, fortunately lying beside Fu Xian. A quarter of an hour later, the little fur ball stretched lazily, smacking its lips and occasionally emitting soft sounds. Had Fu Xian been present, he would have recognized the utterance as a satisfied delicious. As the little fur ball opened its eyes, it was startled to find its mother gazing down at it, causing a brief shock, but its ruffled fur quickly returned to normal. "Woo-woo, ow, 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 dear mother, yesterday I accidentally drank a few sips of wine. You're not angry, are you?" "Hith, hith." The golden-haired fur ball nuzzled Tao Youyou's forehead with its tiny head. Both Tao Youyou and the little fur ball were taken aback. Could it really speak? Tao Youyou hastily scooped up the little fur ball, neglecting to reprimand the mischievous drinker. "Mother, mother, hug me, lift me high." The little fur ball had long desired to express this, feeling a pang of jealousy each time it watched its mother shower affection on its brother. Chapter 111. Establishing Authority, Darling. "Can you say mother again?" Tao Youyou was filled with delight. The little fur ball burrowed into her embrace, repeatedly calling out mother. After Fu Xian explained, it was revealed that the little fur ball, under normal growth, would not be able to articulate words for another 2 months. However, it was astonishing that a mere jar of wine had triggered its ability to speak, something no one could have anticipated. Yet, as the initial thrill faded, the incessant chatter of the loquacious little fur ball began to give Tao Youyou a headache. Her mind buzzed with the repetition of its few phrases. Seeking solace, she gently placed the little fur ball on the opposite table. All right, let us have a serious discussion about your sneaky drinking. Although the accidental benefits of the wine for the little fur ball were significant, Tao Youyou felt a twinge of apprehension about its clandestine consumption. After all, what other family would permit a child under 3 to drink? And what if it had been wine? To prevent any future incidents of sneaking food or drink, she knew she had to educate it properly. Mother, the little fur ball pleaded, using a voice filled with sweetness and even managing to add a feline tone to the end of its words. Tao Youyou swatted at the little paw resting on her arm and repositioned it once more. Noticing her serious demeanor, the little fur ball realized that its usual charm would not suffice this time and settled down to listen attentively. Darling, how many times have you sneaked food? Tao Youyou attempted to maintain a serious expression, but her voice softened involuntarily. Meow, 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 just a few sips. I want to do it again. The little fur ball gazed at her with wide, innocent eyes. Just a few sips, is it? Tao Youyou couldn't help but chuckle at the little creature, feigning sternness. Meow, Mother, the weather is lovely today. The little fur ball attempted to divert the conversation, clearly frightened. Indeed, the sun is shining, perfect for sneaking drinks, Tao Youyou replied, observing the little one curl into a fluffy ball, covering its eyes with its large tail before presenting its soft backside. Mother, go ahead and scold me, boo-hoo. This little creature was a natural at charming its way out of trouble. Could Tao Youyou truly bring herself to reprimand it? It seemed like a jest. All right, sit properly and refrain from any more antics. Tao Youyou lifted the entire cat and set it down. With a firm tone, she declared from now on, you are not to sneak food without my or your brother's permission. Do you understand? The little fur ball flailed its hind legs in the air, its front paws clasped together, nearly swearing an oath. Mother, I promise to be good and never sneak food again. Please don't be angry. Fu Xian, having been startled by Tao Youyou's stern voice, emerged from his hiding place, only to notice his mother giving him a knowing glance. Understanding the situation, Fu Xian added with a serious tone, if you sneak food again, I want to protect you next time and will confiscate all your treats. After Fu Xian emerged, it was time for him to go to work. Miao Sha was already waiting at the door, and after exchanging greetings with her, Tao Youyou stepped outside. However, upon entering the periphery of the security team, she was met with a cacophony of discordant voices. The previous night had been one of celebration, with everyone expressing their support for her election as leader, despite some lingering dissent. Yet, upon returning to work, the atmosphere was rife with chaos. Hastening her pace, Tao Youyou overheard snippets of conversation that were far from discreet. You two teams are completely finished, allowing a female to become the leader. Do you really believe that a female can possess the prowess of a bear commander? As she approached the entrance, she heard a sharp voice cutting through the clamor. Wolfamo, you old rascal, you're still kicking, huh? I thought your little band of misfits would fizzle out. Yet here you are, still going strong, even managing to appoint a female leader. What is the point of that? A scruffy-looking man, leading a group, spoke derisively. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Is the only one left in your team a mad dog? When did you earn the right to speak in my presence? Wolfamo retorted, undetected. In an instant, the scruffy man's face turned crimson, having struck a nerve. Once a member of the second team, he had always struggled for recognition due to his lackluster abilities. After the demise of the Tiger team, the second team had been on a downward spiral, falling behind others. Fearful of a bleak future, this man had jumped ship to the fifth team, boasting that the entire second team would merge into the fifth. Yet, the true leaders of the fifth team had never regarded him with respect, as betrayal was hardly a trait that inspired trust. Though he held the title of a manager, he had felt like a rat caught in a windbag for days, enduring scorn from both sides. Wolfamo, quit the nonsense. Just tell us whether your second team will merge with us or not, the scruffy man shouted. Just as Wolfamo was about to respond, he was abruptly interrupted by the appearance of Tao Youyou. Where have these wild dogs been unleashed, barking aimlessly, just finished rolling in filth and their mouths reek? Why not stay away and stop causing trouble for others? After all, I have never encountered such an unsightly creature. Is your mother's amniotic fluid sulfuric acid resulting in such an unattractive dog? Tao Youyou retorted without restraint, causing not only members of the second team to chuckle, but even the group, led by the sharp-faced individual, found amusement in it. What are you laughing at? What is so funny? You wretched being? Who do you think you are to insult me? The sharp-faced dog, Li Zi, was instantly filled with rage. He first barked at those behind him, then furiously charged at Tao Youyou. In the next moment, a flash of white light flickered, and Li Zi clutched his mouth, collapsing to the ground, with traces of blood seeping through his fingers. The speed of Tao Youyou's strike was so swift that few could discern her movement. Only a handful of high-level beastmasters like Lang Mo understood that Tao Youyou had used a translucent white knife, crafted from an unknown material, to sever a small portion of Li Zi's tongue. Clean up your mouth. Consider this a lesson. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I won't hesitate to sever it completely. And you, dog leg, better tread carefully. You never know when your leg might be broken. Initially, Tao Youyou merely intended to teach this man a simple lesson, but suddenly realized that today presented an excellent opportunity to establish her authority. The beastmen possess considerable self-healing abilities, and since she and T completely severed his tongue, it would eventually grow back. However, speaking would undoubtedly become less fluid than before. But since she was to assert her dominance, a demonstration was necessary. The effect was remarkable. All present, including Lang Mo, felt as if they were the very monkeys in question. A cold sweat broke out among the crowd. Even the second team members, though not new to Tao Youyou's prowess, had never witnessed such a clean and decisive action, executed so swiftly that most could not even perceive it. Compared to the pressure exerted by the second team, Li Zi's followers were utterly panicked. They felt no sympathy for Li Zi. In fact, they harbored resentment towards him. What a ridiculous grand achievement, he claimed. It was merely a trivial matter, an excuse to provoke. Given the recent events, this female must surely be the new leader of the second team, and by her demeanor, it seemed her strength surpassed that of team leader Hu. The inability to gauge her energy only indicated her status as a formidable figure. It wasn't he that she was weak. Rather, they were the inept ones. The most troubling aspect was that by accompanying Li Zi today, they had thoroughly offended this powerful individual. What kind of good days could they expect moving forward? All blame fell upon Li Zi, who had led them into this predicament. Gradually, the expressions of those around Li Zi shifted from sympathy to hostility. Li Zi, clutching his legs and covering his mouth, regretted provoking this new leader. Why are you still here? Are you planning to stay in the second team for dinner? Tao Youyou coldly inquired. Her words sent half the people in the room fleeing in panic. Tao Youyou lightly commanded, "Stop. Carry this waste away. We cannot soil the ground of the second team." Upon hearing the authoritative command, a few individuals froze in place, two of whom hesitated to move a muscle. Were they to face further retribution? Once Tao Youyou finished speaking, they finally exhaled in relief. Two sturdier individuals stepped forward, hastily lifting Li Zi and rushing toward the exit. It was only after they had left the territory of the second team that they unceremoniously discarded Li Zi and scattered. With the troublemakers gone, the second team erupted in thunderous applause. Lang Mo, gather everyone. We have an important mission today. Let us all get energized, Tao Youyou addressed the group. At that moment, the members of the second team felt more invigorated than ever. The previous encounter had been immensely satisfying. During this time, the second team had experienced considerable frustration from top to bottom due to the loss of their leader, emboldening every lowlife to flaunt their power. This operation served as a clear warning to those who dare to challenge them. Do not assume the second team is easy to bully. Even if our leader is female, we can still crush you. After leaving 3 members to guard the base, the rest divided into 3 groups. Once seated, Tao Youyou began a brief introduction and command for the operation. Each group quickly memorized their tasks and proceeded to the designated locations. As dusk settled, Tao Youyou's group, with legs nearly numb from crouching, finally spotted their target. Following the agreed-upon plan, Tao Youyou led the charge into the city, casually colliding with 2 individuals. Subsequently, the second group followed closely behind, traversing a little over a kilometer before meeting up with the remaining 2 teams. The 3 groups successfully coordinated without a single individual slipping through the cracks. We have too many people. It's too conspicuous. Lang, M.O. Take your team to the east to either intercept or assist as needed, Tao Youyou directed. Understood, Lang, M.O. replied. Those following me, spread out. Let us avoid collateral damage as much as possible, Tao Youyou reiterated. When the moment arrived, Tao Youyou made the predetermined signal and launched herself at the tallest beastman among them. Action. As the lead of Group 1 finished speaking, 7 others surged forward to assist her. Tao Youyou's ice blade missed its mark, dissipating into a puddle before hitting the ground. Although this was her first failure since arriving in this world, Tao Youyou was not surprised, as the vigilance of beast spirits was not to be underestimated. However, she grew increasingly alert. After her initial strike failed, she retreated, realizing that this was no longer a solo endeavor. It was time to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield and continue with Plan B. 1 minute earlier, He Ching had been preparing to eat when years of vigilance kicked in, prompting him to instinctively lean slightly aside as a chilling sensation grazed his neck. Without time to think, he bent down, using his foot to hook one of the attackers and shield himself. He understood that their operation had been compromised, and the Beast King's domain was clearly set to capture them. However, protecting his life would not be so simple. As He Ching leaped over the stone table, he loosened his fur coat, casting a cold, piercing glance at the female who had just attempted to strike him. The moment Tao Youyou withdrew from the battlefield, both groups from the second team charged forward, and over 10 individuals instantly became embroiled in a fierce melee. The numbers on both sides were nearly equal, resulting in a fierce struggle with no clear victor. Under He Ching's leadership, they even began to gain the upper hand. Just as Lang Mo was preparing to rush in with reinforcements, he suddenly realized something was amiss. The individuals He Ching was supposed to assist seemed to have lost their coordination. Seizing the opportunity, Tao Youyou kicked forward, landing a blow to one of the attacker's chests. The individual was propelled backward, unable to rise before they began scratching themselves uncontrollably. On the streets, the commotion caused by the law enforcement team executing their mission disrupted the previously lively and orderly crowd. However, calm quickly returned as He Ching and his group were apprehended, restoring normalcy to the streets. Lang Mo approached, firmly leading a few who had attempted to escape amidst the chaos. Put this on, avoid direct contact with those two, Tao Youyou instructed, handing gloves to the 2 beastmen behind her, as the itching powder on those individuals was quite potent. Upon returning to the 2nd Regiment, the 2 beastmasters had already reduced themselves to a state of blood and flesh, and during the escort, He Ching had been in close proximity to them, inadvertently becoming tainted as well. Even he, despite being at the pinnacle of beast spirit mastery, found himself helpless against the inexplicable itch that plagued him. His left arm was marred with wounds. The individuals being restrained looked at Tao Youyou with terror in their eyes. This female was truly ruthless. Even those within the 2nd Regiment began to harbor a deeper fear of their new leader. It dawned on Lang Mo that the morning's intimidation against the 5th Regiment was merely a facade. She had indeed held back. The remaining matters should not have required Tao Youyou's involvement. However, this group of individuals remained tight-lipped. The members of the 2nd Regiment, despite a day's worth of interrogation, could extract not a single useful piece of information. Even the 2 beastmen who had scratched themselves into unconsciousness could not be made to speak. In utter desperation, they had no choice but to summon their leader once more. The dungeon was engulfed in profound darkness, situated deep within a cavern, illuminated only by scattered flickering lanterns. The chilling gloom unsettled Tao Youyou, and after sending for several more lanterns, she finally acclimated to the dim environment. Observing the bound individuals, bruised and battered, they stubbornly remained silent, seemingly unfazed by their torment. Tao Youyou instructed her subordinates to gather stones, arranging them under her guidance to form a long bench. At one end, a wooden post was erected, set at a perfect 90-degree angle to the bench, quickly resulting in a rudimentary tiger bench. This form of punishment, reminiscent of one she had often seen on television, was a relic of ancient society designed to inflict unbearable pressure on the knees and legs of the condemned, thereby torturing and extracting confessions. Secure him in a sitting position on the bench, Tao Youyou casually commanded, pointing to one of the suspended figures. Her subordinates complied without hesitation, their trust in the new leader deeply ingrained. "Add another stone," she instructed, indicating the heel of the bound beastman with a willow branch. The suspended individual was suddenly lowered and found himself rebound to a long stone bench, realizing that this was a new method of interrogation. Fear crept in, yet he maintained his resolve, believing that no matter how his enemies treated him, he would not reveal their true intentions. He noticed the female beastmaster instructing her subordinates to place stones beneath him, and to his surprise, he felt no pain, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, she was merely a female. Could she truly expect to extract information from him? Ma Dong thought to himself, feeling rather comfortable despite the predicament. "Add 3 more stones," Tao Youyou remarked, noticing his unexpected enjoyment, a cold smile forming within her. 10 minutes later, agonizing screams echoed through the dungeon, causing trepidation among his fellow captives. What was happening to Ma Dong? It was known that his endurance was formidable. He had been the first in his tribe to pierce himself with a bullhorn during his coming-of-age ceremony. If even he was crying out in pain, it must be excruciating. Despite the torment, Ma Dong remained silent regarding the specifics of the operation. Fearing for the integrity of his legs, Tao Youyou contemplated her next move. To instill fear, she ordered the executioner to wrap a rope tightly around Ma Dong's neck, tightening it with each loop, threatening to strangle him alive if he did not comply. The suffocating pain and pressure on his head soon eclipsed the agony in his legs, as the torment was repeated multiple times, leaving Ma Dong in a state of near madness. Ultimately, he capitulated. An hour later, after a relentless barrage of the tiger bench, chilly water, itching powder, and the suffocating rope, Tao Youyou extracted the desired information. The Hema Beast Emperor was planning a significant uprising during the Beast King city celebration, intending to dethrone the Beast King and proclaim himself king. While much of the intelligence had been revealed, crucial details regarding the Emperor's impending arrival remained elusive. Such high-level information was beyond the grasp of these lesser beings. Only He Qing, the leader, possessed that knowledge. Yet at that moment, He Qing had endured the tiger bench, chilly water, and even branding iron without uttering a word. Tao Youyou's interrogation had hit a standstill. Were it not for the adversarial nature of their positions, she might have respected him as a man of strength. However, she understood the necessity of this information, as a successful operation could significantly elevate her reputation. The disappearance of her third child had dragged on too long. She could no longer afford to wait. If she continued with such a slow approach, by the time she found her child, he might have grown too much. Suppressing her admiration, she discerned that ordinary physical pain was evidently ineffective against He Qing. Thus, she ordered her subordinates to cease their flogging. Observing He Qing lying on the tiger bench with his eyes tightly shut, an idea took shape in her mind. "You all may leave. Lang Mo, bring me a bucket of ice water," she commanded. Lang Mo and the others promptly complied. Once the preparations were complete, Tao Youyou retrieved a pack of tissues from her storage space, placing a damp tissue over He Qing's face. Instantly, He Qing felt a surge of clarity, but he remained acutely aware that this female was likely up to something. She placed another wet tissue on his face. He Qing was puzzled. Did she truly believe that a damp cloth on his face could compel him to divulge the details of the Emperor's arrival? With each subsequent tissue, his breathing became increasingly labored, until he felt as though he were drowning, his consciousness beginning to waver. Chapter 114. Ni with a sigh of relief. Tao Youyou finally managed to extract all the information she needed. After spending several hours in the dungeon, she felt as though she had been thoroughly twisted and drained. As she exited, she stretched her arms and neck, easing her fatigued muscles. Upon stepping out of the dungeon, she realized that night had fallen. "Leader." She was greeted by several awaiting individuals, to whom she nodded in acknowledgement. Brushing off the dirt clinging to her, she casually remarked, "All confessions have been obtained. Everyone should tidy up and head home early. Today has been a taxing day for everyone." The others quickly echoed her sentiments, insisting they were not fatigued. As she relaxed, Tao Youyou's stomach rumbled. After a busy day, she suddenly realized she had not eaten anything, and her stomach was quite vocal about its hunger. Fortunately, All necessary inquiries had been addressed, and it was best to conclude matters today. Who knew what could transpire by delaying until tomorrow? However, she noted that the kitchen of the security team had likely closed for the evening, leaving her no choice but to return home for a meal. The thought of accumulating enough reputation points to eventually regain her third child brought her joy. Subsequently, Tao Youyou arrived at her private changing room, shedding her official attire. After donning a piece of leather clothing that she had tailored herself, she felt considerably less encumbered. Just as I was about to step out, I encountered the adorable Xiong Mengmeng, who had come looking for me. Originally, today was supposed to be her day off. But upon learning that Tao Youyou had captured the entire group from the Hippo tribe, she was engaged in her physical training. After finishing her workout and without having time to eat, she rushed over to Tao Youyou. "Oh, your outfit looks quite peculiar. I've never seen anything like it. It has a rather sharp appearance," Xiong Mengmeng remarked, even attracting the attention of several beastmen from the 2nd Brigade. This? It's a modification I made myself. If you like it, I can make one for you," Tao Youyou replied, tightening the white beast hide around her waist. "Honestly, Xiong Jia, our work uniforms are quite cumbersome. They hinder my performance. Had I not been clever, you might have had to eat my meal." Although Xiong Mengmeng did not fully understand what eating a meal meant, she grasped that it was likely not a compliment, her focus remaining on the clothing. "You think so too, right? I mentioned this issue to those tailors before, but no one took my advice," Xiong Mengmeng said, caressing the fabric of Tao Youyou's beast hide attire, her heart filled with delight. "Make me one, or perhaps two. I want to get one for my father as well. He is quite esteemed, and perhaps those tailors who can't understand human speech will figure it out on their own." "Of course, no problem. I happen to have modified a few different styles. You can choose from them shortly," Tao Youyou responded. "These clothes may not offer much, but they are certainly simple and convenient. I will find some practical styles for you. They would make excellent gifts." "Thank you so much," Xiong Mengmeng exclaimed, already planning to prepare a set for Mang Yuan, as she owed a favor to the great serpent, which was not easy to repay. As they walked, the night in the Beast King's domain appeared rather lively. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the night market of the Beast King's territory. While resources in this world were relatively scarce, it was remarkable that so many goods could be displayed here, leaving them momentarily dazzled. However, the variety of items was rather uneven, with practical items being almost non-existent. For someone like Tao Youyou, who had access to a system shop, these so-called exquisite pots and pans seemed rather unattractive. Nevertheless, having come this far, she decided to bring back some gifts for the two little ones at home. To her surprise, she found a stall where a beastman was crafting clay figurines. Approaching the stall, she saw a rather stiff-faced male beastman sitting beside a little girl with a dirty face. Unlike the other vendors, he did not call out to customers. Instead, he sat quietly, expressionless, molding a lump of clay with his hands, surrounded by various clay sculptures on the ground before him and at the girl's feet. "Daddy, Nini is hungry." The little girl's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, and had it not been for Tao Youyou's keen ears, she might have missed it entirely. The male beastman paused, his stiff face betraying no emotion. He intended to comfort the little girl with his hand, but upon seeing the mud covering it, he instead gently tapped her cheek with the back of his hand. Seeing the little girl nearly melted Tao Youyou's heart. Perhaps it was because she had two little boys at home, making her particularly attentive to the girl. Although her own children were equally adorable, well-behaved, and charming, she couldn't help but feel a surge of maternal instinct toward the girl of the same age. Besides, the little girl was hungry. She needed food. "All right, confirmed. The male opposite is a good father, but he truly has no food to give the little one," she thought. "Never mind, I will take care of it." Unable to resist, Tao Youyou pulled out a piece of jerky from her pocket and handed it to the adorable little girl. Just as she extended it, she regretted her decision, realizing that the girl looked to be no older than 3, and the jerky might be too tough for her chew. The little girl appeared startled, unsure whether to accept it at first, but due to her overwhelming hunger, she instinctively took it. Then, she looked up with wide eyes at her father. The stiff-faced beastman was about to intervene, but upon seeing the eager expression in his daughter's eyes and recalling that she had been sleeping rough for over 10 days, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. "Nini, go ahead and eat. Although it might be a bit tough," he said. As soon as Tao Youyou finished speaking, She was astonished to see the 3-year-old girl munching away at the jerky, having already eaten more than half of it. Ah, forget what I just said, she thought. Falling silent, the little girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she held out the remaining half of the jerky towards her father, saying, "Daddy, it's delicious. You should eat some too. Nini, be good. Daddy isn't hungry. You enjoy it by yourself," the male beast man replied, his stiff expression making it hard to discern his feelings. Yet Tao Youyou could sense a hint of tenderness in it. The little girl, stubborn as ever, shook her head, insisting, "No, I want Daddy to eat it. It's really delicious." Of course, Tai Liang knew how tasty the jerky was. As a member of the Iron Eater tribe, his sense of smell was quite keen. However, seeing how much his daughter enjoyed it, he couldn't bring himself to deny her. But in that moment, he refrained from eating, knowing that Nini wouldn't want to eat either unless he did. He could only take a small bite. "Nini, here, I have more for you. Try this. Do you like it?" Tao Youyou offered a soft, fluffy piece of bread. After eating the jerky, Tai Nini's stomach finally felt better, free from the previous pangs of hunger. However, her first reaction upon seeing the pale yellow, soft, sweet bread was not greed, but trembling. She then looked up at her father with tear-filled eyes. "Daddy, I don't want it. Please don't give it to her. I won't be greedy anymore." With that, she even tossed back the remaining piece of jerky to Tao Youyou and clung tightly to her father, exclaiming, "Don't let them take you away, Daddy." Tao Youyou was momentarily taken aback by the little girl's reaction, but soon realized what had transpired. It seemed this girl had seen her father being exploited before. Likely due to food, Tai Nini trembled in fear. Every time she thought of her mother dying at the hands of those people, and of her father being beaten while trying to save both her and her mother, she would rather starve. She realized it was wrong to have accepted food from a stranger so easily. What if the stranger intended to abduct her or her father? After all, whether it was the jerky or the yellow bread, they were unfamiliar, seemingly precious items she had never tasted before. What if her father's clay figurines weren't enough to trade? The more Tai Nini thought about it, the more panicked she became, her tears flowing like a broken string of pearls. Seeing his daughter cry, the man grew anxious as well. He had no time to clean his muddy hands and reached out to wipe her tears. The little girl, already resembling a small kitten, now had her face smeared with mud. Tao Youyou could no longer bear to watch. She pulled out a white towel and handed it to the man, saying, "Use this. Don't let the mud get in her eyes." Afterward, she took a couple of steps back, creating a safe distance for the sensitive, frightened little girl. The man gratefully glanced at Tao Youyou before cleaning the little girl's face, gently comforting her. There, Nini, don't cry. No one's going to take Daddy away." Tao Youyou understood that she couldn't express her kindness further. Such goodwill could easily frighten the pair. Instead, she inquired about the matter at hand. "How much are you selling these for?" As soon as Tao Youyou uttered her question, both the comforting Tai Liang and the tearful little girl looked at her in astonishment. "Do you really only want these little trinkets?" Tai Liang hesitated before responding. Xiong Mengmeng, who had been troubled by the little girl's tears, could no longer hold back. She pushed Tao Youyou aside and exclaimed, "What else would I do? Kidnap you both to make you my sister's companions and raise cubs? Little girl, stop crying. See, this Annie's partner looks much better than your daddy. And she has her own cubs too, who are even cuter." Xiong Mengmeng, finding the crying child quite bothersome, thought she was simply too much trouble. Until a few days ago, upon encountering the adorable and well-behaved young offspring of Tao Youyou, she had begun to alter her perception towards them. However, today, this little girl once again confronted her. Indeed, such a large young creature knew how to cry. Nevertheless, she resolved to remain steadfast in her beliefs, choosing solitude, abstaining from reproduction, and prioritizing safety. Upon hearing Xiong Mengmeng's words, Tao Youyou felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, the little girl had truly ceased her tears and appeared unfazed by the comparison made to other offspring being cuter than her. As long as there was no coercion compelling her father to work and no physical reprimand was given, all would be well. Tao Youyou tugged at Xiong Mengmeng, finding her words rather too blunt, which made her feel somewhat awkward. However, the results were favorable. At least the little girl was no longer crying. "How much are these?" Tao Youyou inquired once more. Tao Youyou promptly responded, "These are merely trifles of little value. Feel free to choose. Your previous jerky is quite precious." After speaking, He retrieved the jerky he had returned to Ni and set it aside, looking at the small clay figurines scattered on the ground, which were rather exquisite yet lacked color. She mused that if they were dyed, they could fetch a higher price. In truth, these treats held little worth. But since he had mentioned it, she decided not to press further and selected a few. The jerky was made from Lingdaolong, a common dinosaur that was easy to capture despite its somewhat complicated preparation process. However, trading for a few clay sculptures was indeed a worthwhile exchange. Initially, Tao Youyou selected 2 cats and a small bear, based on the forms of Fu Xiao and Fu Shu. Just as she was about to stow them away, she spotted a delicate little figurine and suddenly thought of Fu Xiao. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up the figurine as well. Seeing her select only 4 items, Tianyang swiftly gathered the most aesthetically pleasing pieces from the pile and placed them all before Tao Youyou. They are of little worth. Take as many as you like for the young ones to play with. Recognizing his resolute demeanor, she refrained from further protest. After setting aside the 4 she had chosen into her space, she placed the remainder into her leather pouch. Just as she finished packing her bag and was about to leave, she suddenly felt her clothing tugged by the little girl. "Auntie, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Thank you for the jerky, and I really likes it. Here, this is for you." With wide, innocent eyes, Tianyang presented a red bead she had concealed in her embrace. Tianyang opened his mouth to speak, but restrained himself. Observing the apologetic and friendly demeanor of the little girl, Tao Youyou accepted the red bead and, crouching down, gently replied, "Thank you, and I cannot take your gift without offering something in return. How about this little bread? Shall we exchange?" "All right," Tianyang responded with a sweet smile. As Tao Youyou turned to leave, the soft bread in her grasp emitted a delightful aroma, causing her mouth to water involuntarily. Taking a bite, the sweet flavor was simply delectable, and I broke off a piece to feed her father, unwilling to consume the remainder herself, intending to savor it little by little upon returning home. However, in the next moment, the bread in Tianyang's hand was knocked away. A large chunk of greasy meat, coated in mud, struck her, causing her to fall onto her backside. "This meat is yours. I've secured all the clay sculptures," a burly, black-faced, middle-aged beast-man declared, showing no concern for the little girl he had knocked down. Tianyang quickly scooped an eye up, checking for injuries. She was unharmed, though her leather clothing was soiled. Just as he was about to explode with anger, he bit down on his teeth and restrained himself upon seeing the man's appearance. "I'm sorry, but I've already sold them." "You are too late," Tianyang addressed coldly, suppressing his rising temper. "What? You actually sold them? Who gave you permission to sell?" The black-faced beast-man bellowed, his expression filled with indignation. "I shall repeat myself. I have already sold them. This is all that remains. Do you wish to buy or not?" Tianyang's anger was on the verge of boiling over. The black-faced man surveyed the few remaining trifles on the ground, his dissatisfaction palpable. "Is this all that's left? Are you intentionally provoking me? You arrived too late. You never stated your intent to purchase beforehand. Even had you come earlier, I would not have sold to you." Tianyang's face hardened with annoyance. The black-faced male was taken aback by this assertive response from a previously timid figure, and without warning, he swung a fist at Tianyang's face. Tianyang caught the man's fist with ease, inhaling deeply before tossing him aside, transforming him into a massive gorilla. The gorilla, both embarrassed and furious, pounded its chest and prepared to confront the unyielding male. Tianyang shielded Ni behind him and immediately transformed as well. It was then that Tao Youyou realized this seemingly rigid man was actually a panda. How precious a beast form this was. She cast a few anxious glances at the little girl, who stood behind, fearful of disrupting her father's fight. In a flash, the gorilla lunged, and the panda evaded with a graceful roll, countering with a claw that left 5 bloody marks across the gorilla's chest. Tianyang's agile form shattered Tao Youyou's preconceived notions of pandas. Had it not been for the contrasting black and white fur, she would have doubted whether this was truly the adorable national treasure from a bygone era. After 5 minutes of confrontation, the gorilla was thoroughly beaten, ultimately yielding as the panda's hind paw pressed against its neck. The battered gorilla transformed back into a disheveled beast man, pointing at Tianyong and muttering several threats. You, just wait, my master will not let this slide. However, the black-faced man felt a pang of anxiety. He could not bring back the clay figurines and feared the repercussions of returning empty-handed. Yet, it seemed inevitable that he could not wrest them from Tianyong. He recalled that the foolish Iron Wolf had given the figurines to a female. Turning back, he approached Tao Youyou. Little girl, could you do me a favor for my master? He is quite fond of these clay sculptures. I hope you would be willing to part with them. The disheveled gorilla, noting the exquisite leather garments worn by Tao Youyou, refrained from snatching them forcefully and instead invoked his master's name. The surrounding voices buzzed in her ears, revealing that this gorilla's master was none other than the daughter of the colossal elephant, Chuemyin. Observing the reactions of those around her, the gorilla felt some of its earlier humiliation dissipate. Indeed, invoking its master's name held considerable weight. However, devoid of expression, Tao Youyou firmly refused. She had already felt displeased when the gorilla had knocked the meat onto the little girl. It only compounded her annoyance that it had also sent her bread flying. Moreover, as a mere lackey, how could one adopt such an arrogant demeanor when seeking to purchase something? Just as she prepared to retaliate, the little girl's father had already acted, and he had emerged victorious. Having thought herself out of the fray, she found the audacious gorilla still daring to provoke her. You are so headstrong. I shall remedy that. You dare to refuse? Do you not know who my master is? The gorilla, initially brimming with confidence, felt its assurance wane upon hearing Tao Youyou's response. With a sly smile, she asked, What, do you intend to resort to outright thievery? The gorilla was about to chastise this seemingly dense little female, but halted as it noticed Xiong Mingmeng standing beside her, causing it to restrain its impulse to strike. Very well, just you wait. The chimpanzee, after delivering a cutting remark, turned away. A flurry of chatter erupted around. It was said that this sparrow princess was rather petty, and it seemed this female had offended someone. However, she should be a friend of Xiong Si, right? Perhaps many recognized Xiong Mingmeng. Wasn't this female the one who captured the leader of those ruffians today? No worries, you need not fear. After all, she is merely a female of the prince. What is there to dread? Based on your achievements today, not even a sparrow Mian nor her father would dare act without permission. Xiong Mingmeng reassured. Tao Youyou paid little mind to it. Having already taken down one of his children, would she really fear offending another? I'm sorry for getting you into trouble, Tai Liang said, his face marked with guilt. Tao Youyou waved her hand, producing a fresh loaf of bread and handing it to Tai Nini, saying, The one on the ground is dirty. We want to eat that. Auntie will get you a new one. Thank you, Auntie, but it's all right. It's not dirty. I often eat this kind, the little girl replied earnestly, her words tugging at the heartstrings. Tao Youyou found herself at a loss for words, merely exchanging the soiled bread for the clean one and setting the dirty one aside. However, wasting food was out of the question. Then, she observed the giant panda taking the bread into his own hands and feeding himself. And at that moment, he longed for his wife. Before her passing, she had always taught Nini not to eat anything dirty. Yet now, he could hardly prevent Nini from eating unclean things. Merely surviving day by day without starving was a considerable challenge. Seeing Tao Youyou swallow it down without a second thought, she refrained from saying anything further. It was merely a bit of dirt. Adult beastmen have such robust digestive systems that it likely wouldn't pose any issue, right? After all, pandas are beastmen. And in this world, they do not appear to be national treasures. Tao Youyou gently caressed the little girl's cheek, smiling as she said, It's all right. This is not your fault. It was the chimpanzee who sought trouble. This is Auntie's territory. If you like this bread, come to Auntie's house to play sometime. There are big brothers there to keep you company. She pointed towards her home. After this incident, Tao Youyou lost her inclination to continue wandering. After bidding farewell to Xiong Mingmeng, she returned home. During these past few days, Fu Xia and Xiao Mao Tuanzai had indeed been well cared for by Cat Sha's mother. Although she was busy, at least it kept the two children from becoming too restless. Most importantly, Cat Sha's mother was an excellent cook. Despite the limited spices in the beast world, she managed to prepare delightful dishes. Just a brief tasting of the various seasonings in the kitchen revealed her adeptness, and she possessed the aura of a master chef. Chapter 117. auction invitation in the past few days. Tao Youyou meticulously prepared for the defense work of the Beast King city celebration, since the hippopotamus Beast King planned to incite chaos at this time. They would turn the tables and orchestrate a grand event. Once the preventive measures were adequately arranged, Tao Youyou retrieved a stone-carved invitation. Tiansu Auction House. This had been given to her by Xiong Mingming when they parted 2 days prior. She mentioned that there might be items of interest. Tiansu Auction House is a distinctive feature of the Beast King realm, directly managed by the Beast King Hall, holding an auction every month. Regular auction items typically include a batch of ordinary first and second level energy fruits, and if luck permits, they might even encounter third level ones. Additionally, various families or individuals commission the auction house to sell unique items, after which a fee ranging from 1 to 3% of the auction value is paid as a service charge. This month's auction was just 3 days away. Many have been discussing the upcoming auction, rumored to feature valuable items, possibly even rare third-level energy fruits or higher. If it were merely energy fruits, Tao Youyou wouldn't find it particularly intriguing, as she could exchange for any type of energy fruit with her system. However, having heard from Xiong Mingming that there might be other items, even those from the Abyss and Yun'an Mountain Grand Canyon, rekindled her interest. The floating dawn fell into the Abyss, leading to its current state. Moreover, Xiao Lao San might be trapped in the Yun'an Mountain Grand Canyon. So acquiring items related to this was essential for her, just as Tao Youyou contemplated what she might offer in exchange for the auction items. There was a knock at her door. Team leader, someone is looking for you. A young boy from the second team knocked respectfully and peered in. Tao Youyou was puzzled. Just as she was about to inquire who it was, the boy quickly replied, "I don't know him. He is a male beast man, around 30 years old." "All right." His face looks a bit stiff, Song Mingwei added, tilting his head. Tao Youyou frowned. Could it be him? How'd he find her? Nevertheless, she tucked the stone tablet into her pocket, stood up, and followed the boy outside, only to see that it was indeed the panda beast man from that night. Now, pacing anxiously without a trace of the cute girl, she hastened to approach. Upon seeing Tao Youyou, Tai Liang suddenly knelt with a thud. The speed was so swift that Tao Youyou momentarily failed to react. At that moment, Tai Liang's eyes were red, and though his face remained stiff, his expression was far more animated. "Speak your mind. A man should not kneel so easily," Tao Youyou said, uncomfortable with such reverence. After all, she was still alive. Did something happen to Nini? This thought made her anxious, and she helped the man to his feet. "Why are you alone? Where is Nini?" Seeing his trembling hands, she sensed her initial fears were likely accurate. "Please, I beg you, help me save Nini. As long as you can save her, I, Tai Liang, swear I will give my life in return." Tai Liang finally broke down, tears streaming down his face. Tao Youyou felt a pang of sadness at the sight of this tough man, weeping, and gently said, "Enough. What would I want with your life? What is the situation? Speak quickly." 3 days prior, the chimpanzee had not fared well in his dealings with Tao Youyou, nor could he overpower the formidable Tai Liang. On his way back, he was fraught with anxiety, fearing the master's wrath. After all, failing at even a trivial task indicated his ineptitude. He would be deemed worthless. If that old baboon found out, he could very well ride on his back for months. Most importantly, if the master truly considered him a failure, he would become completely estranged from energy fruits. Thus, he needed a suitable excuse to mask his incompetence. "Master, Xing Fei has failed to accomplish the task you entrusted. I deserve punishment." Upon entering, the chimpanzee knelt before Kame Yimyan. Kame Yimyan toyed with a broken clay sculpture, lost in her thoughts. Upon hearing the chimpanzee's words, she immediately erupted in fury, kicking him squarely in the face. Though her kick bore no energy, the chimpanzee dared not evade, enduring the blow. He even refrained from using energy to resist this simple physical assault, forcibly swallowing the blood that surged within him. "You worthless subordinate," he dared not say more. Kim Mian, shedding her usual charm before the Beast King and her innocence before her father, was now engulfed in rage. "You're such a failure, unable to even bring back a clay figure. What use are you to me?" Angered, she transformed into her beast form, losing a tuft of fur from her tail. Her ire was not truly directed at the broken sculpture. Rather, It was because that vile fox had the audacity to manipulate the Beast King, coaxing him into gifting her a fox clay figure, which infuriated her to no end. Originally, she contemplated crafting a peacock clay sculpture for herself. Yet the result of her own handiwork was so grotesque that she could hardly bear to show it to anyone. It was merely the version that had split in two within her grasp. Upon hearing that the Beast King realm had recently acquired clay sculptures, it prompted Xing Fei to retrieve all the clay sculptures, but astonishingly, he failed at this seemingly straightforward task. At this moment, Mian longed to eliminate this incompetent fool. However, despite her fury, she understood that an artisan of clay sculptures like Xing Fei should not have encountered such a debacle without exceptional circumstances. Speak, what on earth happened? Mian restrained her murderous impulse and inquired. Xing Fei realized that he had narrowly escaped disaster and began to embellish the story. Mian's eyes blazed with fury, and she lost another strand of her long tail feathers. That wretched Xiong Mingming, how dare she? I will ensure she suffers. Mian had already devised her plans on how to undermine Xiong Mingming in the eyes of the Beast King. Though her martial prowess was modest, and she appeared charming and adorable before the Beast King and other esteemed figures, in reality, this woman was capricious and ruthless. The black chimpanzee, having evaded calamity, finally breathed a sigh of relief, as he had found an outlet for his master's wrath. He then prepared to deal with the one who had so poorly crafted the clay sculpture and the female in question. Recalling the female's close ties with Xiong Mingming, he dismissed the idea of causing trouble for Tao Youyou. However, the iron-eating beast he had fought against did not seem to have any backing and was accompanied by a small burden. After stepping outside, Xing Fei expelled the blood he had forced down his throat and silently vowed that this grievance would not go unpunished. Chapter 118. An I has been captured, an I has been taken, Tai Liang exclaimed through gritted teeth. When did this happen? Who was involved? And where was she taken? Provide the vital details. Tao Youyou pressed. Tai Liang pondered for a moment before responding. Last night. That black chimpanzee who fought with me seized an I while I was out. Last night? Why did you only come to me today? Tao Youyou frowned. I pursued him last night and discovered he had taken an I to a secluded courtyard, but I could not breach it. Tao Youyou sighed with relief, as knowing the location was sufficient. Take me there, she commanded sternly. Tai Liang exhaled but then added, it seems this courtyard is connected to one of the Beast King's favored consorts. Upon hearing this, Tao Youyou's heart stirred, as she gained insight into the character of the man before her. Logically, an I should be his primary concern. If he had chosen not to inform Tao Youyou of this matter, it would have been understandable, perhaps even advantageous for him. Yet he was forthright, completely candid. Knowing this information, she decided to visit Xiong Mingming first, for she was merely a captain in the 2nd Regiment of the Public Security Team, not on par with those alluring beauties. Tao Youyou, accompanied by Tai Liang, soon arrived at Xiong Mingming's workplace. What? She dares to kidnap someone on her own? She's courting death. Xiong Mingming exploded upon hearing this. For reasons unknown, Mian had seemingly taken to harassing her daily. Already overwhelmed with responsibilities, Xiong Mingming found herself constantly on guard against the flower peacock, which had been a source of great frustration in recent days. Snatching her clothes, Xiong Mingming stormed out, declaring, Today, I will raise her peacock manor to the ground. Quickly, under Tai Liang's guidance, they reached a courtyard. Ignoring all caution, Xiong Mingming charged forward, only to be halted at the entrance by 2 beast men. Halt, or we shall not be polite. The 2 beast men had not recognized Xiong Mingming among the newcomers, only recognizing Tai Liang, who had tried to breach the place multiple times. In an instant, Xiong Mingming transformed into a towering 5-meter-tall, brown-black bear, effortlessly swatting the 2 guards aside, rendering them unconscious. I will see who dares to disrespect me. If I cannot dismantle this peacock manor today, I shall return as Xiong Mingming. Xiong Mingming, that has a nice ring to it, Tao Youyou mused. What she had initially anticipated to be a gradual rescue turned into a swift operation with Xiong Mingming's involvement. As they swiftly liberated Ni from the shed where she was imprisoned, the little girl emerged startled but otherwise unharmed. Tai Liang knelt down, embracing the girl and whispering words of comfort. Once he discerned that Ni was no longer frightened, he suddenly knelt before Tao Youyou and Xiong Mengmeng. Thank you, both of you. As Ni's savior, I, Tai Liang, am at your service. From now on, I shall repay your kindness with unwavering loyalty. Tai Liang vowed. Xiong Mengmeng displayed little emotion. Her primary intention was to vent her frustrations on the Peacock Manor. Rescuing Ni was merely a fortunate byproduct. Rise. I do not require servitude. I am Tao Youyou. Since you both seem quite amiable, let us consider ourselves friends. Helping one another is what friends do, wouldn't you agree? Nini? Tao Youyou asked the girl, providing Tai Liang with a means of escape. Tai Liang was incredulous. Yet due to the peculiarities of their species, they had often been targeted by others. Having lived a life of hardship and toil, this sudden offer of friendship left him feeling unmoored. If only he had met her sooner, perhaps Ni's mother would not have perished. I do not seek another servant, yet I welcome the prospect of a friend. Tao Youyou extended her hand toward Tai Liang, speaking sincerely. Moved, Tai Liang found himself momentarily speechless. In his heart, he understood that no matter what he said, it would be hollow. Yet should Tao Youyou require assistance in the future, he would undoubtedly risk everything to aid her. Through their conversation, Tao Youyou felt a pang of sympathy. Tai Liang's beast form was that of an iron-eating beast or panda beast man, a variant deemed a deformity among bear-type beastmen, and thus not well received by society. Ni's mother had once been a noble giant tiger beast man, yet due to her white fur, she was perceived as ill-fated. Moreover, as a female, she endured immense suffering. Eventually, these two ostracized souls fortuitously crossed paths, and from this unlikely union, love blossomed, resulting in Ni. Tao Youyou was taken aback. How could such a rare pairing of panda and white tiger be subjected to such injustice? We once lived a joyful and harmonious life. But happiness is fleeting. Suddenly, one day, the giant tiger tribe abducted Ni's mother, claiming that one of their so-called chosen ones, at the pinnacle of beast mastery, required a foreign bloodline to aid in his ascension. This so-called chosen one was the chieftain's youngest son, and Ni's mother's wretched father. In a bid to curry favor with the chieftain, offered his unwanted daughter as a sacrifice. Tao Youyou's frown deepened with every word. How could such a despicable father exist? She thought she had encountered the worst with that despicable father of Mao Sha. Yet Ni's grandfather was even more unworthy. Mother, I miss you. Ni clung tightly to Tai Liang's neck, sobbing. The rugged man was overcome with tears, and Tao Youyou found herself at a loss for how to console them. At that time, I was still young. Though the iron-eating beast is formidable, ultimately, I could not contend with the multitude of giant tigers, and I was unable to rescue Shishi. I nearly lost Ni as well. To save her, I had to sacrifice a significant portion of my blood to that chosen one, just to barely keep Ni safe. Yet, by a twist of fate, after consuming my blood, that chosen one indeed broke through to beast spirit that very night, becoming the object of desire among those around him. As I was relentlessly pursued, I could only flee with Nini, until we finally entered the realm of the Beast King, where the giant tigers relinquished their chase. Due to my responsibility towards Nini, I found it impossible to hunt peacefully. In the past, to amuse CC, I had honed my skills in crafting clay figurines. Thus, I chose to sell clay sculptures within the Beast King's domain, hoping to provide Nini with a reprieve from our arduous existence. Eventually, Tao Youyou, accompanied by Tai Liang, arrived at a crooked and cramped little grass hut, clearly a structure built by the man himself. The dim and somewhat damp atmosphere was tinged with a faint, musty scent. However, the rough grass mat, though coarse, was clean. Chapter 119. The thief Tai Liang gently placed Nini on the clean mat, caressing her cheek, then retrieved a piece of unprocessed animal hide from behind to cover her. Upon returning home, the man shed his cold demeanor. Even his stiff face softened slightly. He sat beside Nini, holding one of her hands. Soon, after a night filled with fear, Nini fell asleep in her father's comforting presence. Tao Youyou, observing the tender bond between the father and daughter, felt deeply moved. Just as she was about to select some food from her system space, she suddenly noticed 3 colorful clay figurines prominently displayed. accompanied by several pots of paint in a corner. That evening, after returning home, she had spent time coloring the clay figurine gifts with Fu Xiao and the little Mao Tuanzi. Once her skills had improved, she carefully selected the 3 most beautifully dyed pieces to preserve in her space. These were artistic creations from 2 little treasures, deserving of careful preservation. A sudden idea struck her. Teaching a man to fish is far more valuable than merely giving him a fish. Utilizing the system, she transformed the paint into a format suitable for the beast world before taking it out. "You can dye your clay sculptures," she announced, producing the 3 delightful clay figurines. Tao Youyou could hardly recognize that these vibrant, lifelike little figurines were the very ones he had carelessly crafted before. Tao Youyou inquired, "Do you have any more finished clay figurines at home? Let me demonstrate." Tao Youyou, still in a state of shock, carefully covered Nini with the animal hide before rummaging through another corner to retrieve 4 or 5 small clay figurines. Tao Youyou selected one modeled after Tao Yang's beast form and mixed black and white paint. In no time, an adorable little panda was born. "Ah, Nini!" Tao Youyou exclaimed, unable to hold back his excitement, as the panda closely resembled Nini's appearance before her transformation. Just as he reached out to grab it, Tao Youyou stopped him, saying, "Not yet. It will stain your hands. Wait until it dries." A few minutes later, the panda's black and white colors became even more striking. "It's so much like her. It's simply Nini's true form before she transformed," Tao Youyou exclaimed with immense enthusiasm. Even more thrilling than recreating Nini's beast form was the realization of how he could sustain their lives in this realm. He successfully sensed a business opportunity. After some time residing here, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the Beast King's domain. The beastmen here were relatively affluent, and many households valued exquisite trinkets for their females and young. These colored clay sculptures would undoubtedly captivate them. If he could establish a reputation, he might even create larger items. He recognized that the beauty of these colorful clay sculptures was entirely due to the vibrant water in the small stone bowls. Noticing Tai Liang's hesitant curiosity about her paints, Tao Youyou proposed, "We can engage in a business venture for mutual benefit. I can provide the paint, and you can color the clay sculptures, but I require a 10% share of the profits." "No, I should receive 70%, Tao Youyou replied earnestly. Wait. Whether it's the crafting of the figurines or the coloring, as well as the sales, all of that is your work. I'm merely supplying a touch of color. How can I take the greater share? Please do not refuse. Listen to me. These colored figurines can fetch a high price. Even if you only receive 70%, it would surpass what I previously earned," Tao Youyou insisted sincerely. "Moreover, you're not just providing colors. You're offering a lucrative business strategy." After a spirited debate, they ultimately settled on a 50-50 agreement. Little did Tao Youyou know that this seemingly trivial matter would have profound implications for her future. Despite Tai Liang's cold and rigid countenance, his hands demonstrated remarkable skill, allowing him to adeptly color the figurines without needing special instruction from Tao Youyou. Soon, he was absorbed in his work beside Nini. Not wanting to disturb his focus, Tao Youyou quietly took out some jerky from her bag and left. On her way back, Tao Youyou felt relatively content. However, she was unexpectedly accosted by a thief who stealthily snatched her animal hide bag while she was distracted. Since arriving in this world, apart from the incident with 2 Lieners stealing from her, she had never encountered a beast man who would commit theft. It wasn't that their morals were particularly high. Rather, the vast majority simply did not consider stealing, as meat was a vital commodity in their barter and tribal society, making it difficult to steal. Yet, Tao Youyou had little tolerance for thieves, especially since she had no leads on Xiao Lisan. Anger surged within her. She was determined to teach this thief a lesson. Recalling the moment she had been jostled while walking, she realized she must have lost her bag then. The boy who bumped into her appeared to be a frail teenager, likely no older than his early teens. Could have been him. Just as Tao Youyou prepared to search the town for the boy, he unexpectedly approached her. His eyes red from apparent tears. The boy, looking gaunt with dry, yellowed hair, ran towards her with a pained expression, returning the animal hide bag he had taken. "I'm sorry. Here it is," he said in a hoarse voice, tears spilling down his cheeks as he turned and fled. What has transpired? Tao Youyou examined her animal hide bag, relieved to find everything intact, yet puzzled. Beside her, Lang Mo glanced at the fleeing boy before explaining, "Ah, that is Shishuanzi." "Shishuanzi? You know him?" Tao Youyou raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Lang Mo sharpened his weapon while explaining, "His mother used to be an old neighbor of mine. Shishuanzi's beast form is that of an earth spirit mouse, known for theft. However, from what I know of his mother, she wouldn't condone such behavior." Lang Mo also seemed perplexed. Tao Youyou speculated that perhaps the boy had been caught stealing by his mother and had been punished, prompting him to return her belongings. Interestingly, the earth spirit mouse's form reminded her of the sky spirit mouse from the northwest region. Both belonged to the spirit mouse tribe, with the sky spirit mouse being adept at digging, while the earth spirit mouse excelled in thievery, a rather intriguing distinction. However, since he had returned her belongings, she decided not to pursue the matter further. The security around the Tiant's auction house was partially overseen by the 2nd Brigade, and she planned to investigate further. Chapter 120. The Appraiser. 3 days later, Tao Youyou initially intended to attend the Tiant's auction house with Xiong Mengmeng. However, due to her father's urgent matters, Xiong Mengmeng could not attend, leaving Tao Youyou to go alone. After ensuring everything was in order with the 2nd Brigade, she made her way directly to the main hall of the auction house. Though bartering was now prevalent, the Tiant's auction house still provided an appraisal for one's items. Then, based on the estimated total value of the items, you will be assigned a token, which represents your entire fortune for the day. The total value of the items you bid on cannot exceed the value indicated by this token. Essentially, it is akin to a standard equivalent, or more simply, the primordial form of currency. Tao Youyou swiftly located the so-called appraiser and, before entering, discreetly sought out a secluded spot to disguise herself. This was not due to excessive caution on her part. Rather, the items she intended to present were rather peculiar. If discovered by someone with ulterior motives, it could lead to complications. To avoid such troubles, it was best to exercise caution. After retrieving several unique items, Tao Youyou made her way into the appraisal room. The orcs participating in the Tian Su auction were predominantly established tribal families or affluent newcomers, many of whom already possessed such tokens, often in considerable quantities. Even those lacking sufficient tokens typically exchanged them in advance, and it was rare for anyone to wait until just before the auction to do so. Thus, as Tao Youyou walked through the appraisal room, it was nearly deserted. Upon pushing open the door, she found one orc napping at a desk. Perhaps hearing the noise, he lifted his head and muttered to himself, "Why is someone here for appraisal and token exchange? Could you please take a look at these items?" Tao Youyou altered her voice slightly. The orc quickly stretched and lazily twisted his neck, clearing a space on the desk by pushing aside the clutter. "All right, lay them out. Let me see." The orc examined Tao Youyou, but did not recognize her, so he spoke casually. However, despite his nonchalance, he was now alert and prepared to assess the item's worth. Soon, a variety of items, including a large iron pot, filled the stone table. As Tao Youyou continued to retrieve items, the orc's interest was piqued, especially when he spotted a third-tier energy fruit among the assortment. Such a treasure casually placed within the collection indicated that the value of the other items was likely considerable as well. Although most items on the table were unfamiliar to the appraisal orc, the presence of the third-tier energy fruit convinced him that this unfamiliar orc must belong to a significant figure. "Are you intending to exchange all these items for the token value at the Tian Su auction, including this third-tier energy fruit?" The orc's demeanor instantly shifted to one of heightened interest. "Yes, I would like to exchange everything," Tao Youyou replied, uncertain of the exact value of her items, but bringing the third-tier energy fruit as a safety net. Yang Lu, initially a mere janitor at the Tian Su auction, had fortuitously discovered an important personal item belonging to the president. After submitting it, he was promoted to an appraiser, securing a stable position with the royal provisions of Beast King City. However, due to his low beast form and limited strength, he was generally marginalized and struggled to integrate into the appraiser circles. Thus, he was relegated to merely filling in at auctions. With the auction commencing in just over an hour, it was uncommon for anyone to seek appraisals at this time, making it unnecessary for other appraisers to waste time here. Yang Lu was surprised that someone had come for appraisal and token exchange, particularly with a third-tier energy fruit. A rare and lucrative opportunity he never expected would fall to him. "Please hold on. I will process this for you as swiftly as possible," Youyou said, suppressing his excitement and donning a professional smile. "Yes, please be quick. I don't want to miss the auction," Tao Youyou replied with maturity. A third-tier energy fruit is valued at 3,000, two second-tier energy fruits at 700, and a wyvern wing at 500. Youyou began to list the items he was familiar with. The remaining items were unfamiliar to him, requiring a detailed explanation for accurate evaluation. "What are these?" Tao Youyou observed that the remaining items were indeed some medicinal products and her special tools. "This packet of powder can instantly stop bleeding. This tablet can prevent diarrhea, and this potion can reduce swelling and alleviate pain." As soon as Tao Youyou began her introduction, Youyou was left dumbfounded. Are they really that remarkable? Orcs face injuries easily while hunting and battling, yet most must rely on self-healing. Is there really something that can heal injuries swiftly? Is this person a priest? Even priests wouldn't dare make such guarantees. "This is an iron pot, excellent for cooking, capable of heating water in just 10 minutes, Tao Youyou continued. Hearing that it was merely a cooking utensil with no special use, Youyou breathed a sigh of relief, but found it remarkable that it could heat water so quickly. The more Youyou listened, the more he felt these items were beyond his capacity to appraise. He pondered and suggested, "These items sound incredibly extraordinary, but since they have never appeared before, I am unable to provide valuation. Would you consider including them in today's auction and exchanging them for the price determined therein?" Tao Youyou agreed. "Well, the Tiansu auction house will charge a 3% handling fee on these items. Are you willing to proceed?" Youyou couldn't suppress his anticipation. Of course, Tao Youyou confirmed. With her agreement, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated, knowing that appraisers responsible for recommending new items for auction would receive half of the handling fees. Although he was unfamiliar with these items, his experience as an appraiser allowed him to estimate their worth. The commission from these items alone could exceed his earnings from the past few months. This was merely a matter of compensation. If this transaction succeeded, his appraisal rank would significantly increase, freeing him from the role of a mere filler. Youyou's smile toward Tao Youyou transformed from a professional facade to one of genuine warmth. His enthusiasm even made Tao Youyou feel a bit overwhelmed. After Youyou meticulously organized all the items, he recalled that last time, Lu Feng had attended to a customer who had also recommended previously unseen items for auction. However, he did not initiate the auction on the same day, but instead waited 3 days to promote them, reaping a substantial profit. "Will you be auctioning these items today?" he inquired, noting the auction was set to commence in half an hour, and time was of the essence. "If you're not in a hurry, our Tiansu auction house can promote your items, potentially increasing profits by 20%, Youyou suggested tentatively. Tao Youyou declined, stating, "No need. I want to auction them today. I'm pressed for time." "Very well, please keep this token. As your exchange value has reached 10,000, you are now a VIP of our Tiansu auction house and will enjoy priority for future exchanges." Youyou handed her a jet black token. Tao Youyou accepted it and casually tossed it into her system space, as it was made of stone and quite heavy. Youyou carefully placed the energy fruit onto an exquisite stone tray, which was lined with a layer of golden beast skin. The remaining items were categorized and placed into other stone trays. Ordinarily, he should personally escort this significant figure to the auction venue, but the items were too precious, particularly the coveted third-tier energy fruit that everyone was eager to acquire. Fearing loss, he could only send someone to guide Tao Youyou to the VIP room for this auction event. The guide was a female orc, her features attractive and her figure curvaceous, exuding an alluring charm. Tao Youyou discerned that these movements were indeed trained, for otherwise, the amplitude of such a waist twist would not be so astonishing. However, it was also plausible that the female beast before her was of serpentine form, hence her ability to contort in such a manner. Tao Youyou understood that this was likely an attempt to allure high-quality patrons. After all, in the realm of beasts, such mutually beneficial arrangements were exceedingly commonplace, particularly as many affluent beastmen had a penchant for such displays. Tao Youyou was escorted into a golden chamber, approximately 10 square meters in size. In the center stood a stone table, flanked by a row of stone chairs adorned with soft, plush furs, evoking the comfort of a sofa. She surveyed her surroundings. The space was open ahead, allowing a clear view of the items being auctioned and the bustling hall beyond. At that moment, the hall was teeming with individuals, each confined to a rather limited area. Fortunately, being on the second floor spared her from jostling with the crowd below. She also noted several private rooms of varying colors nearby, presumably reserved for the esteemed clients of the Tiansu auction house. A cursory glance revealed that the furnishings of these VIP chambers far exceeded her own, suggesting that their occupants were the true power brokers within the Beast King's domain. Nonetheless, Tao Youyou felt quite content. Merely avoiding the throngs in such a small space was a relief. A room too vast, with only herself present, would indeed feel excessively empty. A knock echoed through the room. "Enter," Tao Youyou called out. It was the same sinuous female who had led her in earlier, now carrying a platter of uniquely prepared roasted meats from the beast realm and a jug of water. Upon tasting a morsel, Tao Youyou found it quite palatable. Clearly, the Tiansu auction house held its esteemed clients in high regard. After dismissing her guide, she settled down to enjoy the meal and sip the water, albeit the latter was somewhat bland. She opted to replace her water with a more flavorful cola, settling in to await the commencement of the auction. Yang Lu carefully cradled the energy fruits in his arms, preparing to deliver them to the consulate for the upcoming auction. Suddenly, a particularly undulating female obstructed his path. Rolling her eyes as she exclaimed, "The auction is about to begin. Why are you wandering aimlessly? Can you afford to miss a client? Return to your appraisal chamber. What business do you have here? Move aside." Under normal circumstances, Yang Lu would never dare to offend this female, who had climbed from a mere guide to a consort of a consulate through her alluring figure, eventually becoming an appraiser. Despite her rise through unconventional means, she often looked down upon Yang Lu. However, emboldened by the possession of a third-tier energy fruit, he felt that perhaps from now on, even the consulate would greet him with a smile. After all, how could a female who gained her position through her body dare to offend him over a minor affair? Yang Lu resolved to assert himself. As he strode past her, noting her astonished expression, his mood lifted further. "Just you wait, Yang Lu." She stomped her foot in frustration, hurling a harsh remark before pivoting and sashaying away in another direction. Yang Lu paid her no mind, dismissing her threats as mere childish play, devoid of any true intimidation. Besides, he had more pressing matters at hand. These energy fruits were his ticket to a brighter future, and he could not afford any mishaps. Should anything go awry, it could very well cost him his life. "Old-Hu, are you there? A client has items to contribute to the upcoming auction." Yang Lu knocked on the door and announced. "Bring them in for me to see," came the voice from within. "What items? Do you not realize that the auction is about to commence? Introducing last-minute items could tarnish the reputation of our Tiansu auction house. Or have you forgotten everything during your time as an appraiser?" A red-faced elder grumbled, stroking his beard with a furrowed brow. "I am well aware of the rules." Yang Lu replied with a grin. "But please take a look at this." He presented a third-tier energy fruit along with two second-tier energy fruits. Yang Lu maintained a careful smile. Hu Quan was indeed the genuine overseer of the Tiansu auction house, seemingly dispatched directly from the Beast King's palace. Yang Lu recognized the importance of pleasing this man. Establishing a good rapport could greatly benefit him in the future. Initially reclined lazily in his stone chair, Hu Quan sprang to life upon seeing the energy fruits. "Quick, hand them over for me to examine," he exclaimed. Indeed, this is a third-tier energy fruit, the color. The texture, it is the finest quality. He reached out eagerly for the tray, refraining from touching the fruits directly, as they were incredibly delicate. Even a slight blemish could diminish their overall value. "Old-Hu, do you think these can be included in today's auction?" Yang Lu inquired with flattery. Hu Quan's face flushed deeper, a sheen of perspiration forming on his brow as he replied excitedly, "Of course. If third-tier energy fruits cannot be auctioned, what else can?" Chapter 122. A shift in the Beast King's domain. Who would have thought, Yang Lu? Hu Quan said, rubbing his hands in excitement. "Well done. After today's auction concludes, come work under me." "Thank you, Old Hu, for your support." I shall serve you diligently, through thick and thin. Yang Lu was momentarily stunned by this unexpected stroke of fortune. Initially, he had merely hoped to profit significantly from this endeavor and perhaps elevate his status to a true appraiser. Little did he expect to gain the favor of old Hu, which signified a promising future ahead. Enough dawdling. Hurry and deliver the items. The auction will commence shortly, Hu Quan remarked, watching Yang Lu's dazed expression with a hint of regret, pondering if he had taken on a foolish apprentice. Yang Lu quickly regained his composure, retrieving another tray from the shelf behind him. Old Hu, these items are also from the same client. She entrusted us to auction them, but I am unfamiliar with them. Please take a look. Hu Quan, initially assuming that Yang Lu, as an auxiliary member, merely lacked experience, was in good spirits and willing to impart some knowledge to this naive youth. Bring them out for me to see, he instructed. Yang Lu pondered for a moment before retrieving the assortment of herbs Tao Youyou had given him. This one is for stopping bleeding, this one for pain relief, and this one for swelling, he recounted, demonstrating a commendable memory by repeating Tao Youyou's descriptions verbatim. However, before he could finish, Hu Quan was rendered speechless. These items were entirely unfamiliar to him. The claims made by this fool seemed utterly fantastical. Could this fool truly be falling for scam? Was Hu Quan's first instinctive thought. Yet, he was certain about the authenticity of the third-tier energy fruit. Did scammers really require such high costs to lure victims? Listening to this young man's outlandish assertions, stopping blood flow, relieving pain, even curing curses like fever and diarrhea, could he truly be anything but charlatan? Stop. Hu Quan could no longer permit this foolishness to continue. Yang Lu, you are part of our Tian Su auction house. There are fundamental principles you must understand. Hu Quan refrained from voicing the harsher truths. Yang Lu fell silent, uncertain how to explain himself. His emotions were akin to a pendulum swinging across an abyss, oscillating between hope and despair. Had he fallen out of favor with old Hu? No, he could not allow such an opportunity to slip away. In a moment of desperation, he seized a decorative stone blade from Hu Quan's desk and, without a second thought, made a swift cut across his forearm. Tiger Lao, allow me to elucidate. The esteemed figure has granted us permission to conduct a test, and I shall demonstrate it to you now. Yang Lu picked up the hemostatic powder and poured it onto his own wound. Instantly, as the powder made contact, the flow of blood began to subside. Within moments, a crimson scab formed on Yang Lu's arm. Hu Quan felt as though his entire worldview had been shaken. What sort of sorcery was this? Had a new priest emerged in the Beast King domain? He gaped, even rubbing his eyes, fearful that Yang Lu's display was merely an illusion. Yang Lu had taken a gamble, and only after witnessing the results did he feel a sense of relief. Tiger Lao, see, I did not deceive you truly. Hu Quan felt that rubbing his hands could no longer convey the excitement within him, so he began to rub his face instead. All right, don't sway. I'm not blind, I can see. You, go summon that old fellow Shi Tian Su for me, Hu Quan instructed Yang Lu. Yang Lu was taken aback. Did that mean he was to seek out the auction house's master? Shi Tian Su was not someone of his standing could usually approach. Forget it, I will go myself. Keep an eye on these items. No one is to enter this room. After giving his instructions, Hu Quan strode out. Yang Lu felt as if he had truly stumbled upon great fortune this time. Shi Tian Su, bored, was idly toying with two translucent dragon bones. As today's auction featured only mundane items, lacking any highlights, he did not need to preside over the proceedings today. Just as he was pondering what to do next, there was a loud crash as his door fell in. Oh, I ask you, Hu Quan, could you not be a bit more composed? At your age, how can you be so impetuous? Do you not realize this door was a precious exchange from the old crocodile? Shi Tian Su lamented, gazing sorrowfully at his door. Hu Quan paid no mind to the rebuke and spoke directly. Enough about that broken door. Their treasures, wondrous items. What could be so significant as to warrant the destruction of my door? Shi Tian Su inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. I suspect a new priest has emerged. Hu Quan recounted the prior events. Shi Tian Su fell silent, continuing to fiddle with the dragon bones, as if time had momentarily frozen. The Beast King domain is about to undergo a transformation. Finally, he uttered those words. Hu Quan paused, hesitating whether to voice his thoughts. But just as he was about to speak, Shi Tianzu interrupted him. Enough, do not speak further. I am aware. Shall we not first test her? Hu Quan ventured tentatively. Shi Tianzu suddenly fixed a stern gaze upon Hu Quan, coldly declaring, do not forget. Our Tianzu auction house is not solely accountable to the Beast King. Hu Quan immediately felt deflated, responding slowly, I am well aware, that was not my intention. Very well, since we have already set forth on this path, as dictated by fate, let us allow it to unfold naturally. Hu Quan nodded and retreated, taking care to reset the fallen door upright. On the other side, the auction was about to commence. The auction hall was vast, and from her VIP seat, Tao Youyou could clearly observe all activities in the main hall. Within half an hour, nearly 100 individuals entered the hall, bringing the total to no less than 1,000. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and soon the hall fell silent. Hu Quan donned a white bee-skin robe and stepped into the center of the venue. Originally, another individual was to host today, but due to the unique nature of the items, Hu Quan chose to take the helm himself to avoid any mishaps. Wow, it's Tiger Lao. Could it be that there are exceptional items today? I heard nothing about this. Has something been added? Those familiar with the regulations of the Tianzu auction house began to speculate. Hu Quan offered no explanation, straightening his white robe before officially commencing the auction process. Chapter 123, Auctioning an Elf. As for related rules, I shall leave it here. I trust that all present are familiar faces, and you surely understand the customs of our Tianzu auction house. I believe you are all eager to bid on the items, so I shall not waste time with pleasantries. With a tap on the stone table, the auction ceremony officially commenced. Hu Quan had no penchant for superfluous words, especially today, as the recent comments from the old rhino still echoed in his mind, leaving him little inclination for idle chatter. However, the absence of such trivialities only served to heighten the enthusiasm of the crowd, who began to eagerly eye the display stage. As Hu Quan's voice faded, an orc rushed in carrying a tray, placing it upon the auction table before promptly exiting. Hu Quan lifted the beast skin curtain, revealing the contents of the tray. Tao Youyou was intrigued by the auction of the beast realm, but as she gazed upon the tray, she was taken aback. What was this? A pitch-black crossbow bolt lay coldly upon the tray. Tao Youyou's expression grew peculiar. Could the orcs here truly craft crossbow bolts? No, this was a product of Bao Lang. She noticed the distinctive mark of Bao Lang on the handle of the crossbow bolt. You are not mistaken. The crossbow bolt produced by the mongoose bear tribe has reappeared. Everyone knew this was an exceptional hunting artifact, making its third appearance at our auction house, and its effectiveness need not be elaborated upon. The starting bid is 300, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 50. Let the bidding commence. Hu Quan refrained from elaborating on the crossbow bolt, not because it lacked merit, but because its potency was already well known. After all, the first purchaser, Bao Cheng, had merely intended to acquire a toy for his young one. Yet unexpectedly, his not yet 7-year-old offspring had captured a weak-horned dragon with this very crossbow bolt. Although the weak-horned dragon was not particularly agile, it was still a sizable creature over a meter long, and it was astonishing that a young one barely out of its juvenile form managed to seize it. Most importantly, this 7-year-old was a female and had taken the form of a harmless little squirrel. Thus, the mongoose bear tribe achieved fame overnight, entirely due to the exceptional efficacy of their crossbow bolts. With this crossbow bolt, even those with feeble beast forms could hunt. As soon as Hu Quan finished speaking, the hall erupted in excitement. Clearly, there were many interested in this crossbow bolt, and soon the venue was filled with the sounds of bidding. 400, 450, 500. After nearly 10 minutes of continuous bidding, the crossbow bolt was ultimately secured by a rather rotund male for 860. As the first item auctioned, the crossbow bolt successfully ignited a wave of enthusiasm, and Hu Quan was quite content with this price. He shook his head, attempting to cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and prepared for the auction of the next item. The auction proceeded smoothly, with subsequent items dazzling and diverse, showcasing a myriad of goods. Over half of the items were various dinosaur parts, even featuring Tao Youyou's pair of pterosaur wings. Tao Youyou found little interest in these items, and just as boredom was about to lull her to sleep, Two orcs appeared from backstage, pushing a small cart. Wow, that's quite large. Tao Youyou wondered what could be inside. Wrapped in black beast skin was a square box. Just as she pondered its contents, Hu Quan yanked away the beast's skin, revealing an unusual little girl before the crowd. The girl possessed a rather peculiar appearance, her pointed ears hidden beneath cascading green hair. If not for a closer inspection, one might not even recognize her uniqueness. Tao Youyou was bewildered. Was this a human? Or perhaps an elf? Upon hearing the explanation, Tao Youyou realized that this was the clan of fairies from the Sunset Forest in the west of the mainland, though they were merely slaves captured by the beastmen. When Tao Youyou witnessed this petite fairy being brought forth, a wave of desire instantly consumed a majority of the males in the hall. Their gazes toward her filled with malice. As Tao Youyou scrutinized the fairy, she observed that, aside from her pointed ears, there was a faintly visible, translucent wing on her back. However, this pair of wings appeared particularly frail, almost undetectable upon a cursory glance. The little fairy cowered in a corner of the stone cage, her timid eyes betraying a profound fear of her uncertain fate. Tao Youyou remained unable to reconcile the notion of human commodification, be it through beastmen or fairies. The sorrowful gaze of the little fairy tugged at her heart, prompting her to wave her hand and spend 2,003 to purchase the small fairy from the midst of the ravenous wolves. Two beastman attendants transported the cage of the little fairy to Tao Youyou's private room. Upon opening the stone cage and releasing her, Tao Youyou offered the morsels of meat from the stone table, and the little fairy finally seemed less afraid. The fairy clan possesses an innate sensitivity to human emotions. She could sense that the person before her harbored no ill intentions. Having endured hunger for several days, she sniffed the water in the stone cup, and upon detecting the absence of the beastman's foul odor, she eagerly drank. The little fairy, named Man-Man, had wandered too close to the edge of the Sunset Forest while playing and had inadvertently been captured by the beastmen. After being sold multiple times, she ended up here, auctioned off by the beastly aristocrats. Don't just drink water. You should eat something too, Tao Youyou suggested. After sensing Tao Youyou's kindness, the little fairy grew bolder, shaking her head and blinking her eyes as she replied, "No, Man-Man doesn't eat meat. It smells bad." Tao Youyou then realized that fairies likely do not consume meat. Could it be that these little angels grew up on dew? With this thought in mind, she retrieved a few honey candies left over from earlier, which she had given to Xiong Meng. "Here, would you like to eat this?" Man-Man eagerly pawed at a golden candy, her joy evident as she caught the scent of her favorite honey flavor. Upon placing the honey candy in her mouth, she experienced a delightful sweetness, invigorating even her frail wings. After providing the little fairy with nourishment, Tao Youyou returned to her animal skin seat, observing the fairy eat while redirecting her attention to the auction venue, awaiting the items she sought. Since the beginning, aside from the crossbow bolts and the little fairy she had just acquired, nothing particularly exciting had emerged. Moreover, thus far, all items have been auctioned off in the first floor hall, with the truly valuable goods yet to appear, as the esteemed guests in the VIP room on the second floor were still waiting. Chapter 124. This is merely an appetizer. With a resounding thud, a new round of auction items commenced. Hu Quan, wearing a beaming smile, accepted a tray from an attendant. This tray was distinctly different from the previous ones, and upon seeing the red tray, the crowd in the hall fell silent, while the beastmen in the VIP section on the second floor began to stir with excitement. Tao Youyou sensed the familiar energy fluctuations, indicating it was time for the energy fruits. However, the energy did not seem particularly strong. Indeed, the auction items were a few Tier 1 and Tier 2 energy fruits. A quick glance revealed over 10 Tier 1 fruits and 5 Tier 2 fruits. Before Hu Quan could elaborate, he simply raised the tray, causing the crowd below to erupt in enthusiasm. The mere appearance of energy fruits stirred the emotions of all present, as these fruits have always held the esteemed position of top-tier items in this venue. As you can see, I need not elaborate further. Let us begin the bidding. 14 Tier 1 energy fruits were divided into 4 groups of 3, starting at a bid of 1,000, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100. Hu Quan, even without guiding the proceedings, seized the opportunity to step backstage for a sip of water while advising on the forthcoming items. Whether it was the upcoming Tier 3 energy fruits or the various potions to follow, these would be the highlights of today's auction. In the hall, 3 factions collaborated to purchase the 3 groups of energy fruits, spending 1,006, 1,008, and 1,009 respectively. They understood that their individual strengths could not compete with the significant figures from the VIP section on the second floor. Thus, they opted for a cooperative approach. After all, with 3 fruits in each group, they could share one. The remaining group was swiftly acquired by a prominent figure on the second floor for a direct buyout at 2005. In total, there were 5 Tier 2 energy fruits, with the crowd in the hall obtaining only one, while the rest were claimed by the influential individuals upstairs. By the time everyone had divided these lower-tier energy fruits, half an hour had elapsed, and Hu Quan had confirmed the rhythm for the latter half of the auction. He shed his white beast robe, returning to the main auction venue bare-chested. I trust everyone has finished their appetizers. It is now time for the main course. I presume you are all prepared, so let us commence. Upon the conclusion of Hu Quan's statement, both the hall and the VIP section on the second floor erupted in astonishment. What? This was just an appetizer? The main course has yet to be served? Was it had said that there would be no high-tier items today? In truth, many prominent figures had not appeared. Those in the VIP area were mostly stewards from influential families. Curiosity arose as to why Hu Quan was presiding over the auction today, and he confirmed their suspicions, stating that the Tian Su auction house indeed had valuable items on offer. Due to time constraints, they had not been able to advertise in advance, so the forthcoming items would require a bit of luck, and he wished everyone good fortune. After Hu Quan concluded, he produced a hand-sized stone box intricately engraved with carvings from his pocket. The audience held their breath in anticipation as they awaited Hu Quan to unveil it. Tao Youyou felt a surge of recognition. It was the Tier 3 energy fruit she had brought. Once the lid was lifted, the center of the venue erupted into chaotic excitement, with Tao Youyou even hearing the sound of some attendees swallowing hard, particularly among those on the second floor. Each individual was desperate to secure a bid, almost willing to resort to theft. However, upon recalling who owned the Tian Su auction house, they hesitated, though several individuals slipped out of private rooms to hasten home and report to their clan leaders. The Tier 3 energy fruit warranted a visit from the clan leader. After all, high-tier energy fruits such as these are rare treasures, and missing this opportunity would mean there would be no second chance. 1800 called out a dark-faced beast man. You dare bid over 1,000? Have you even comprehended what you're bidding on? A Tier 3 energy fruit, not some Tier 1 or 2 trifles. Soon, another beast man countered the dark-faced beast man, and the hall erupted into a cacophony. Silence. Hu Quan's roar reverberated, causing many to cover their ears. Tao Youyou remained unaffected, as it seemed the roar was directed solely at those in the hall. Please refrain from making reckless bids. The starting bid is 3,000. Those interested may commence bidding, with each increment no less than 500. Following Hu Quan's declaration, the hall fell into a hush. 3,000. What a notion. If converted, that represented a staggering 1,000 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Their tribe certainly could not muster such an amount. A palpable silence enveloped the venue, and for a moment, no one dared to bid. After a silence of nearly 5 minutes, just as Tao Youyou began to suspect that her Tier 3 energy fruit might go unsold, someone finally spoke from the second floor. 3,005. As voices began to emerge, the bidders on the second floor sequentially commenced their offers. 4,000. I am determined to secure it, declared Tao Youyou from the adjacent VIP room. 4,006. Do you think the Tian's auction house belongs to your family? You think you could just claim it? How absurd. It was evident that this individual bore animosity towards the recently vocalized orc, speaking with little regard. 5,001. Uttered a middle-aged man clad in azure beast skin, his expression devoid of emotion. 5,006. The orc from the neighboring VIP room glared at the blue-clad man, his tone harsh. The bidding began to slow, just as Tao Youyou thought the orc next door was about to clinch the deal. A voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the hall below. 7,000. Can everyone afford to give me, Mong Luo, a bit of face? Shortly thereafter, Another person barged in through the door without reservation, pushing the earlier bidder aside and boisterously declaring, "I won't sell my face to you, old snake spirit. I offer 8,000. The orc next door opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from stating a price. After all, his master truly had pressing matters today, and he was incapable of competing with these two formidable figures alone, so he could only sit down quietly. Even a middle-aged man in azure across from Tao Youyou could only smile and refrain from further bidding. In an instant, the entire auction hall fell silent, with only the prominent figures continuously streaming in through the entrance. These titans had returned one after another. Once they made their move, the others present would scarcely possess any competitive edge. The orcs in the hall had long since lost their chance. One could not compete with their financial prowess, and raising the prices to offend others was decidedly unwise. Everyone was astute enough not to engage in such folly. However, witnessing the heated competition among these influential figures was not without its merits. Chapter 125. Potion Auction. 8,000 once, 8,000 twice, 8,000 thrice. Hu Chuan observed that the price had already reached the pinnacle for a level 3 energy fruit, and he felt quite satisfied internally. Any further increase would verge on imprudence, especially with these prominent figures now present, so he swiftly finalized the price. It was not to appease them, but simply to avoid unnecessary delays in the proceedings. Very well. Let us congratulate the head of the Xiong family for acquiring this level 3 energy fruit. Upon hearing this name, Tao Youyou realized it belonged to Xiong Mengmeng's father. If he was present, why had Xiong Mengmeng not shown up? As expected, after scanning the surroundings, there was indeed no sign of her. Perhaps you are unaware, today our Tai's auction house has procured a remarkable collection of high-value items, and to showcase them, we have reluctantly released a level 3 energy fruit, so please stay tuned. Upon hearing this, Tao Youyou regarded the imposing figure on the stage with newfound respect. This individual certainly knew how to conduct business. It was evident that the items Tao Youyou had brought were initially intended to be strong additions to this auction, previously undisclosed, which could be deemed a miscalculation on the auction house's part. Yet, this astute businessman had cleverly framed it as a consideration for the public. Tao Youyou smiled, finding this arrangement quite fitting, and became even more intrigued by the Tai's auction house. This is a vial of powder capable of swiftly stopping bleeding and promoting healing. Should you unfortunately sustain an injury while hunting, simply sprinkle this powder on the wound, and within seconds, it will cease to bleed and begin to heal and scab over. This is a vial of liquid that can reduce swelling and alleviate pain. If you find yourself in a scuffle with a rival and emerge battered and bruised, it will swiftly restore your original appearance and relieve your discomfort, Hu Chuan playfully elaborated, adding, this is a tablet that can alleviate diarrhea and ease abdominal pain. If you happen to have indulged poorly the previous night and require to hunt today, but find yourself frequently visiting the restroom, this tablet may come to your rescue. Hu Chuan held up the 3 vials of potion, beaming at the crowd. As soon as Hu Chuan finished speaking, the entire auction hall fell into a stunned silence. Such items existed? When did the Tai's auction house secretly engage a high priest? I had no idea, ponder someone. Is what Hu Chuan claims truly effective? I've never heard of such a thing before. Not even I, who spend my days in the royal palace, have heard of it. You don't think this is a scam, do you? Surely not. This is the Tai's auction house, not some ordinary shambles. Who would dare deceive the old rhinoceros? That's a fair point. All right, Hu Chuan, stop teasing us and reveal the price, interjected a figure from the second floor, halting the commotion in the hall. Hu Chuan placed the 3 vials back into their holder, but, after a moment of contemplation, announced a figure. These 3 potions will not be sold separately. They are bound together as a set, starting at 3,000, with each bidding increment set at a minimum of 500. Once Hu Chuan finished speaking, the hall fell silent once more. After several seconds, a figure in a black robe could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Who darin? These are merely 3 vials of potion. Why is the starting bid so high, nearly on par with the level 3 energy fruit? The black-robed man articulated the thoughts of most in the hall. Although the vast majority could not afford items exceeding 1,000, they did not wish to appear foolish either. Why would 3 ordinary potions command such a high price? Even Tao Youyou was taken aback. While the 3 potions indeed demonstrated clear healing effects, they were fundamentally basic concoctions, and it was truly unexpected for them to reach a starting bid of 3,000. Initially, Tao Youyou had estimated the starting bid to be between 1,000 and 1,500. 3,000 seemed more like an auction price. In response to the black-robed man's inquiry, Hu Chuan did not display anger, but instead earnestly began to explain to the crowd. While energy fruits can enhance our strength, these potions can be life-saving in critical moments. Everyone should weigh the importance of each in their hearts. After all, my earlier examples were merely humorous. No one would truly engage in a brawl with a rival just to use this swelling and pain relief liquid, would they? Ha ha, ha ha. Hu Darren is truly amusing. Upon hearing this, Tao Youyou regarded the imposing figure on stage with renewed admiration, feeling quite pleased. After all, these were her creations. The higher the selling price, the greater her benefit, and she was already beginning to anticipate the final transaction price. Most importantly, what she brought forth was not merely those 3 vials of potion. She had many more potions capable of temporarily enhancing combat power. These potions were improvements derived from the energy fruits. One level 1 energy fruit could transform over 10 ordinary orcs into beast masters. However, they were merely one-time use. Once the effect wore off, they would revert to ordinary beings. Nevertheless, even so, many would undoubtedly clamor to purchase them. It is essential to understand that combat potions could be utilized across levels, even allowing some beast masters to experience what it feels like to break through. Thus, their allure far exceeded that of ordinary potions. Naturally, due to their temporary nature, their prices would not be excessively high, but their quantity was quite substantial. As expected, the earlier 3 healing potions were acquired by a prominent figure on the 2nd floor for a price of 5,006. The subsequent potions became extraordinary, allowing ordinary orcs to experience the power of beast masters and enabling beast masters at their peak to sense the strength of beast sages. Of course, these 2 were time-limited, offering a half-hour experience of heightened powers. Moreover, like the earlier healing potions, these were also crafted by the same high priest. For those who had missed the previous bidding and those interested in this new offering, the upcoming opportunity was one to cherish. Hu Chuan waved his hand, and 2 beast masters re-emerged from backstage, carrying a tray once more. Starting bid is 800 per vial, a total of 4 vials. Please place your bids. 1,002, 1,005. Ultimately, these 4 enhancement potions were acquired at prices of 1,800, 2,100, 2,300, and 2,400 respectively. Among them, Tao Youyou managed to win 2 lots almost effortlessly. Hu Quan also produced some potions that had never been seen in the beast world for separate auction, all starting at a base price of 2,000. In the end, they were taken by a middle-aged man in a green shirt for 4,006, a private room on the 2nd floor for 3,001, and an unknown voice bidding 6,003. Chapter 126. The grand finale item. After the fervor surrounding Tao Youyou's potion subsided, the auction house finally presented some of their originally intended items. Tao Youyou also managed to acquire various materials and some unfamiliar items, though she was uncertain of their future utility. She felt an instinctive assurance that they would be useful eventually. Unwittingly, she had spent nearly 14,000, which was a substantial gain for her. It is worth noting that many materials and herbs are quite precious within the system, so being able to procure them without using reputation points was already quite commendable. Particularly notable were the recently auctioned withered wood blue vine by Yun Xian Chao and Huashi seeds, which could all be sold back to the system mall for reputation points. This serendipitous discovery led Tao Youyou to uncover a new application for the system. During the intermission, Hu Quan ascended to the 3rd floor to visit Shi Tian Su's room. This time, he refrained from forcefully breaking down the door. Instead, he knocked and entered upon receiving permission. Upon seeing the 2 boxes on Shi Tian Su's desk, Hu Quan's astonishment was unmistakable. "Are you certain you wish to present this item today?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop considerably. Shi Tian so lightly tapped his fingers on the table, pausing in silence. Just as Hu Quan was about to turn away, Believing no decision had been reached, Shi Tian-su inquired, "What about those potions?" Hu Quan understood he was asking how well they had sold. All of them were sold, with 90% going to the major tribal families. Shi Tian-su fell silent once more, his eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. Finally, he resolved to push the ice-encased stone box forward. "Take it down. Let be auctioned today." After stating this, Shi Tian-su appeared visibly deflated, as if the essence of his spirit resided within that box. Hu Quan remained silent, refraining from protest, understanding that old Rhino had indeed invested heavily this time. However, he was uncertain whether this would truly protect the new priestess. After all, a new priestess often heralds tumultuous upheaval. Excessive involvement might hinder her normal growth. Conversely, complete withdrawal might result in her being suppressed before she could even blossom. Striking the right balance was indeed a challenge. When Hu Quan arrived, he had donned a thick fur coat. The previously frozen stone box was now unrecognizable. As he placed it on the table, the entire second-floor VIP section trembled. A chilling aura emanated from the box, quickly enveloping the auction venue in a frigid atmosphere. Some voices reached Tao Youyou's ears. "Is that a deep abyss magic core? How could it be here?" A chuckle escaped Hu Quan's lips as he recognized that someone had identified the item under his possession. Indeed, it is a deep abyss magic core, specifically from a high-level deep abyss ice demon. The utility of high-level ice magic cores is well known. Even if not used, they serve as excellent collectibles. However, it is common knowledge that our Tiansu auction house does not typically sell deep abyss items. Yet today, this magic core has some flaws. Its energy is somewhat unstable, and the periphery shows signs of cracks. As Hu Quan opened the stone box, he pointed with a stick of unknown material at a crack the size of a fingernail on the fist-sized blue-brown magic core. Although there are imperfections, our seasoned appraisers at Tiansu Auction House have confirmed that its efficacy remains largely intact. Therefore, the starting price is 30,000. Hu Quan endeavored to embellish the core's description, striving to minimize the perceived shortcomings, yet the effect appeared lackluster. It is essential to note that while many orc tribes are not particularly astute, the heads of these prominent families are hardly fools. They are all aware that while the Deep Abyss magic core is invaluable, purchasing a flawed one for 30,000 is not a wise decision. The presence of cracks raises significant concerns regarding its safety. After all, an explosion could be catastrophic, even for a beast king. Who would dare to purchase such a perilous item? The auction atmosphere grew increasingly frigid, and even the chatter in the hall came to a halt. Tao Youyou had long since consulted the system. System, evaluation. Ding ding ding. Evaluation complete. The damaged ice magic core can be repaired. It could be repaired? Perhaps this item could heal Fu Zhao, who had been transformed by the abyss. If Fu Zhao were to recover, the offspring would surely be delighted. This presented a golden opportunity. It seemed that the reluctance of these prominent families meant she would not have to engage in price wars. Although she currently lacked the 30,000, she could offer other items in exchange. Observing the silence around her, Tao Youyou felt a surge of joy. According to the system's recent valuation, converting it into Beast World currency, a flawless Deep Abyss magic core might command a price of at least 100,000. And even then, it would be scarce. If she could secure it for 30,000 a day, it would be an extraordinary bargain. As the silence lingered, Hu Quan continued to extol the item, making one last effort, though he did not press too hard. What if old Rhino had miscalculated? Perhaps it would be best for the magic core to remain at Tiansu Auction House. In fact, Hu Quan secretly hoped it would fail to sell. Once the moment felt ripe, Tao Youyou lowered her voice to bid 30,000. Given the disinterest of others, she decided to take a gamble. Hu Quan, startled to hear someone actually bidding on the magic core, turned to locate the source of the voice. It was indeed her. With that, Hu Quan dispelled any remaining flicker of hope in his heart. Although she had only matched the starting price, her participation meant he had no choice but to sell. After the silence was broken by Tao Youyou, Hu Quan swiftly confirmed the bid and proceeded to auction the next item. At the display counter, Hu Quan carefully extracted a piece of fur from another box. It was slightly yellowed, but remarkably well-preserved, exuding an air of mystery. The next item for today's grand finale is something I believe all orcs have been eagerly anticipating, Hu Quan stated. Though he had no desire to elaborate further, he could not neglect the required formalities. Old Hu, just get on with it. Stop teasing us and make us anxious, a burly man shouted out. Chapter 127. 100,000? Why not snatch it? The moment the fur was revealed, Tao Youyou felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the material of the map that had previously dropped from the Zhu in the Yunde Mountain Gorge of the Northwest region. Could this be another map? No, it might be a different one. As she examined the edges of the fur, she noticed several areas that seemed to align with the piece she possessed. Could it be that these two pieces together formed a complete map? While Tao Youyou was consumed by curiosity, Xiangju's fury was palpable. He could scarcely bear to hear any further words, fixated solely on seizing this key. How did this item end up here? He naturally recognized the distribution map of the Yunde Mountain Grand Canyon, which connects to the Northwest region. Wasn't this precisely the key that Zhu had misplaced some time ago? How could it possibly be here? However, at this moment, it felt as if a volcano were about to erupt within him. Zhu, that girl, truly was a useless waste. After such a long time, there was not even a whisper of news from her. Instead, this key had somehow found its way to the Tian-Su auction house. Were it not for the faint vestige of rationality lingering within Xiangju, he might have been unable to restrain himself from seizing this piece of beast skin. Compared to others, he understood the significance of this beast skin more than anyone else. It was the very secret that had enabled him to ascend to the rank of Senior Beast Emperor in just a few short years. And it was also the secret behind the Xiangju tribe becoming the mightiest tribe in the Beast Emperor domain. Thus, today he vowed to bring this map back at all costs. It must not fall into the hands of others. At this moment, Xiangju harbored but one extravagant hope, that none of the useless individuals present would recognize this item. Even if they did, they likely would not comprehend what lay in the Northwest region. The energy fruit of the Northwest region was his private garden, and Xiangju would never allow it to slip from his grasp. Otherwise, all the hard work he had invested over the years to transform the Northwest region into a barren and atoning land would have been in vain. He was prepared to retrieve this piece of beast skin at the minimal cost. While Tao Youyou had discerned that this piece of beast skin was not Zhu's, it was not entirely Xiangju's fault for failing to recognize it. The first reason was that since he had opened up the Northwest region, all matters regarding it had been entrusted to Zhu, and he had indeed forgotten what the key looked like. The second reason was that he never considered there might be another key, leading him to instinctively believe this was the one he had lost. Thus, if it were not for the old rhinoceros at Tian-Su auction house, given Xiangju's usual temperament, he would have certainly overturned this wretched auction. The mere thought of spending exorbitant sums to reclaim his possessions made him feel nauseated. However, Xiangju's careful thoughts were soon laid bare when Hu Quan, without hesitation, revealed the secret he had long concealed. All right, let's not beat around the bush. It is clear to everyone that this is a piece of beast skin, but it is no ordinary beast skin. It bears a portion of the map of the Yunde Mountain Grand Canyon. Upon hearing Hu Quan speak, Xiangju's heart sank. Without any reservations, Hu Quan began to elaborate further. The Yunde Mountain Grand Canyon is a crucial route, or perhaps more aptly, a passage connecting the Northwest region. While many may be unaware of the Northwest region, they might recognize the term atoning land. After Hu Quan finished speaking, he cast a glance at the VIP room on the second floor, where Xiangju was situated. Xiangju slammed his fist onto the stone table before him, shattering it into pieces. He sensed that his secret had seemingly become common knowledge within the entire Tian-Su auction house. Hu Quan appeared unfazed by Xiangju's reaction, boldly stating, "The reason the Northwest region has been referred to as the atoning land for so many years is something I believe the esteemed heads in the second floor lounge are well aware of." Xiangju was momentarily stunned. Surely they could not know. Yet, as soon as Hu Quan finished speaking, Tao Youyou felt the surrounding rooms emanating varying degrees of energy. The Xiangju tribe had not always been a top-tier tribe within the Beast King domain. At best, they had been considered second-rate. The reasons behind the Xiangju tribe's rise to its current status were evident to many. After all, approximately 60% of the energy fruits in the Beast King domain originated from the Xiangju tribe. What did this imply? Those who had managed to ascend to the second floor were likely able to infer something from it. Over the years, others had attempted to investigate Xiangju, but their efforts yielded no results. Not entirely fruitless, many had indeed uncovered the barren land in the northwest region. However, lacking Zhu's map key, every orc dispatched would meet with misfortune in the Yunny Mountain Grand Canyon. Even those fortunate enough to survive the journey into the northwest region were often devoured by the fearsome and imposing dinosaurs. Those who did manage to endure typically became the orcs of the northwest region. This was the origin of the indigenous people of the northwest region. Surviving in such a harsh environment was no easy feat. Almost no one dared to risk their lives to return with tidings from the perilous Yunny Mountain Grand Canyon. Particularly in the northwest region, prolonged stays would suppress one's strength, further deterring anyone from attempting to venture out. Over time, when the cost-benefit ratio became unfavorable, the larger tribes abandoned the idea altogether. Thus, Xiangju had enjoyed the benefits of the northwest region for such an extended period. As Hu Quan continued speaking, it was clear that not only the esteemed guests in the second-floor lounge understood, but even the crowd in the hall began to grasp the implications. Did this not suggest that possessing this map would grant them freedom over the energy fruits? Tao Youyou did not linger on her doubts for long. During Hu Quan's explanation, she came to realize two crucial points. First, this map must not fall into the hands of others. If someone else were to obtain it and enter the northwest region, she could not fathom how many energy fruits they might find. However, the Tao tribe and the many smaller tribes still remaining in the northwest region would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. Secondly, Lao San was currently within the Yunny Mountain Grand Canyon. If this map could be combined with the one she had found from Zhu, they could obtain a complete depiction of the Yunny Mountain Grand Canyon, which would greatly aid in locating Lao San. Fortunately, according to Fu Xia and Xiao Mao Tuanzi's perceptions, Xiao Lao San had already hatched and was in good condition. This allowed Tao Youyou some time to gather her thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. I shall cease my words here. You all should understand the value of this map. The starting bid is 100,000. Let the bidding commence, Hu Quan concluded. The starting bid of 100,000 immediately subdued 99% of those present. Regardless of how precious an item may be, it still requires the means to acquire it. And such a price was beyond the reach of individuals like herself. The stone table before Xiangju lay in ruins. 100,000? Why not just seize it? At this moment, Xiangju had already classified Shi Tian as his greatest adversary. As soon as the starting price of 100,000 was announced, the atmosphere turned cold again. However, this time Hu Quan understood that it was merely the calm before the storm. Not to mention 100,000, even 200,000 would not elicit a flinch from those powerful families. Tao Youyou realized that from this point onward, only the influential individuals in the VIP rooms on the second floor held the right to participate in the auction. The rest could only serve as mere spectators, herself included. Nevertheless, a starting bid of 100,000 was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Calculating the items in her possession, she estimated she could still convert them into around 40 to 50,000. To secure this map, she would need to exchange high-level energy fruits. However, high-level energy fruits demanded a significant amount of prestige points. Tao Youyou found herself in a dilemma. Should she spend her prestige points to exchange for high-level energy fruits and then vie for this map? Or should she accumulate prestige points to upgrade her system, utilizing it to locate Xiao Lao San? Tao Youyou meticulously considered the exchange ratios of her prestige points. Seeking the optimal solution, a level 4 dark purple energy fruit required 10,000 growth points, while a black level 5 energy fruit necessitated 100,000 prestige points. Currently, she had accumulated just over 30,000 points, making the black level 5 energy fruit an unattainable dream. Initially, she had anticipated that the upcoming Beast King celebration would provide her with ample prestige points, but time was now of the essence. If she could exchange for 3 level 4 purple energy fruits, she should easily secure over 100,000 in stone plaque value. With this thought, Tao Youyou felt she might indeed qualify to participate in the bidding. In a fleeting moment, as she calculated her assets, the price of the beast hide soared to 210,000. Tao Youyou contemplated the trajectory of this bidding war and realized it would scarcely concern her. Promptly retracting her hand, which was poised to make a bid. 320,000. At that moment, Xiangju monopolized the attention of the entire tribe. Determined and resolute, by casting this staggering bid, he elevated the previous price by a full 100,000, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. As they momentarily grappled with the implications of the escalating auction, Hu Quan, without hesitation, made his voice heard. 320,000 once. 320,000 twice. 320,000 thrice. Congratulations to Room 3 for successfully securing the bid. Immediately, a maid delivered the beast hide to Xiangju. Clenching his teeth, he grasped the aged hide, only to find himself momentarily bewildered. It was not the piece he had anticipated. In that instant, Xiangju was torn between elation and dismay. Grappling with the value of this unfamiliar hide he had purchased at such a steep price. Had he been duped by the Tiansu auction house? A flurry of thoughts consumed him, even prompting him to contemplate whether to refuse the acquisition and abandon the auction altogether. Unbeknownst to Tao Youyou, the individual who had secured the hide map was none other than her obscure nemesis. Yet, whether by design or chance, the Tiansu auction house inadvertently revealed this information to her. The auction was not yet concluded. Just as the attendees began to rise and depart, Hu Quan interjected, urging them to hold on. Please wait a moment. Although the centerpiece has been claimed by our esteemed guest in Room 3, there remains a small item of potential interest. With Hu Quan's words, the crowd, previously on the verge of leaving, settled back into their seats. This time, Hu Quan did not retreat backstage, but instead drew forth a shimmering, transparent crystal from his beast hide attire. What is this? Murmurs rippled through the crowd as he unveiled the modest object. In comparison to the exorbitant centerpiece, this crystal appeared diminutive, scarcely the size of fingertip, seemingly lacking any significant allure. We at the Tiansu auction house are uncertain of its precise nature, only that it was unearthed in the same location as the earlier beast hide. The association with the hide sparked a wave of curiosity among many. The starting bid is 10,000. Participation is not compulsory. Those genuinely interested may take it away. Hu Quan, unsure of the crystal's true purpose, set a price. The Tiansu auction house had possessed it for quite some time without discerning its value. Aside from its visual appeal and durability, it boasted no unique applications. Were it not for its connection to the previous map, Hu Quan would have felt it beneath the dignity of the auction house to present such an item. Purchasing a mere crystal of this size for 10,000 points seemed ludicrous. An awkward silence enveloped the room, and Hu Quan felt a rare flush of embarrassment. Why must he be the one to present such an uncomfortable item? He believed that had the two items been auctioned together, individuals would undoubtedly have invested in the crystal to secure the hide. However, separated, even 1,000 points felt exorbitant. Just as Hu Quan pondered how to entice the audience to bid, a sudden voice pierced through the tension. 10,000 points, I'll take it. Upon seeing the crystal, Tao Youyou instantly recognized it. During her expedition across the Yunnan mountain gorge, she had once discovered a similar crystal nestled within a skeleton. Retrieving the crystal from her system space, she noted the resemblance. Though she remained unaware of its specific function, she recalled that when she had clutched this crystal, her journey through the gorge had proceeded remarkably smoothly. Hu Quan, realizing it was she who bid on the object he could not recognize, felt his emotions grow complex. On one hand, he reaffirmed the veracity of the prophecy. On the other, he struggled to comprehend how such a fragile young girl could stir turbulence within the Beast King realm or the entire beast world. Yet, each occurrence today hinted that this young lady was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps the items unknown to both him and the old rhinoceros would wield significant power in her hands. Meanwhile, the other attendees lacked Hu Quan's discernment. Their confusion quickly morphed into murmurs of disbelief. They understood that the buyer was a prominent figure from a VIP room on the second floor, recognizing that for powerful individuals, 10,000 points might be a trifling sum. However, had those from the second floor been privy to the thoughts of the hall's occupants, they would likely feel aggrieved. 10,000 points was not a mere 100. It represented a substantial investment, not to be taken lightly. With that amount, one could procure energy fruits, possibly cultivating 3 beast spirit masters for their tribe. When the crystal was delivered to Tao Youyou's room, the auction had concluded. Holding the object in her hand, she found it strikingly similar to the one she had previously found, albeit slightly smaller. Upon producing both crystals, she sensed an inexplicable connection between them, as if they yearned to draw closer together. This sensation intrigued her, and unable to articulate why, she decided to bring the 2 crystals together to observe their potential. However, before she could explore this further, Hu Quan unexpectedly entered her room, prompting her to hastily stow the crystals in her system space. Hu Lao, she greeted politely. Hu Quan saw through her facade. From the onset of the auction, he had investigated her background thoroughly. This female, having recently arrived in the Beast King realm, exhibited considerable capability. Not only had she secured employment through energy fruits, but she had also managed to win over Xiong Mengmeng, a feat not easily accomplished. Xiong Mengmeng judged individuals based on merit rather than appearance, harboring greater bias against attractive females due to her youthful tendencies. The fact that she had taken a liking to this girl suggested she might indeed be the individual foretold by the prophecy. After all, it was remarkable that she had discerned the conspiracy brewing within the Hippo tribe long before it could transpire. According to reports, she was introduced by Shi Hu Li. Yet Hu Quan had ascertained that this female and her offspring had not previously been associated with the Lion-Tiger tribe. Moreover, it was said that within the Lion-Tiger tribe, there was little reverence for Shi Hu Li. Instead, he lavished praise upon this female. Moreover, in a bolder vein, Shi Hu Li, whose innate talents are rather ordinary, has been stagnant at the pinnacle of beast masters for many years, unable to transcend his own limitations. He has persistently sought methods to achieve a breakthrough. It was only after he had succeeded in this endeavor that a female companion appeared by his side. Could it be that her presence was the catalyst for his transformation? A further investigation reveals that Shi Hu Li had accompanied Zhu Zhu to the northwest region a few months ago. Thus, it could be inferred that this female originates from that same area. It is no wonder she was able to capture those remarkable artifacts. Both the Abyss and the Yun Ni Mountain Grand Canyon are intricately linked to the northwest region. Those who can traverse the Yun Ni Mountain Grand Canyon unharmed indeed should not be underestimated. Hu Quan did not possess any extraordinary advice. He merely brought Lao Xinyo to assess the situation and confirm that the individual before him was indeed the person he claimed to be. Tao Youyou was equally perplexed by the intentions of this formidable tiger as they conversed. Very well, I shall not intrude further. There are many matters to attend to today. Please take great care on your journey home. Through their brief dialogue, Hu Quan gained a renewed understanding of Tao Youyou. After exiting the auction house, Tao Youyou swiftly made her way home with a petite fairy. Upon her return, she prepared a small room for the little fairy to rest in. Since bringing Ni home to play some time ago, Tai Liang had been frequently dropping Ni off at her place. The household was becoming increasingly lively. While arranging the interior for Man, Tao Youyou intentionally set up a bunk bed, ensuring that when Tai Liang was busy, Ni could sleep over comfortably. Moreover, both Man and Ni being girls, they would likely find joy in each other's company, as the differences between such tiny fairies and human girls are minimal. Initially, Tao Youyou envisioned creating a charming pink princess room. However, perhaps due to her fairy heritage, Man showed a distinct preference for green. Under Man's discerning eye, a whimsical Alice in Wonderland-themed forest began to take shape. It must be said, it turned out quite aesthetically pleasing, brimming with verdant vitality and ethereal charm. The arrangement of this modest room had unknowingly stretched into the night. Ever since being captured by beastmen, Man had not enjoyed a single day of proper rest. And now she was utterly exhausted, reclining on her little bed with her eyes half closed. Even the little fur ball bounding over her did not rouse her from her slumber. The little fur ball leaped around, akin to an unflagging top, frolicking madly in the enchanting little realm. Ultimately, it was Tao Youyou who gently retrieved it by the scruff of its neck from Man's room. Enough with the antics. Time to sleep, she admonished the still frantically bouncing furball. After washing the two little ones, another hour had elapsed. When Tao Youyou finally lay down in bed, she felt as if her lower back might break. Just as she was about to drift off, She suddenly remembered the two small crystals she had placed together into the space earlier that day. She wondered what transformations they might undergo. With a flicker of thought, Tao Youyou entered the system space. Where have they gone? She swiftly scanned her surroundings, but could not locate them. How peculiar. Didn't I just leave them on the table? Tao Youyou cast her gaze over the tabletop, yet her naked eye failed to find them, prompting her to utilize the system's tracking feature. What? Under the system's guidance, she finally spotted a transparent, crystalline object on her table, perfectly camouflaged within the table's intricate patterns. She plucked it up, and indeed, the translucent crystal had transformed to match the color of her hand. Had it become a master of concealment? The once lifeless, luminous crystal had now morphed into a soft, squishy, crystal-like substance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a milky, viscous essence flowing within. Had this entity come to life? Tao Youyou, through the system, detected no harm posed by this slime-like crystal. Thus she returned it to the table, allowing it to resume its invisibility. Chapter 130. Quite busy at the abyssal depths, an inky shadow enveloped in an overwhelming chill was present. Amidst the profound darkness, a vivid red hue emerged, standing out remarkably. Upon closer examination, the initially fist-sized red mass was rapidly swelling. In less than 10 breaths, it had nearly expanded into a balloon on the verge of bursting. The red hue grew increasingly vibrant, becoming glaringly prominent against the abyss's inky backdrop. Fu Zhao had descended to the very bottom of the abyss, where the darkness stretched infinitely, rendering the endpoint invisible. He had long lost track of how long he had been adrift in this void, for time held no meaning in the dark. Frequently, he questioned whether he was alive during this cycle. Just as he believed he would fail once more, he suddenly felt a cooling sensation penetrate his heart, which was on the brink of melting. He craved this chill instinctively, drawing upon it to prevent the flames within his core from consuming him. Meanwhile, Tao Youyou had fallen asleep at that very moment. Had she been awake, she would have noticed that the deep-seated magic core, recently repaired by the system, was diminishing in size, its color fading significantly. It was as if something incessantly siphoned its energy. In the darkness, Fu Zhao, whose essence blazed like fire, finally opened his eyes. Soon, the crimson hue of his gaze regained its clarity. Once he regained his composure, he assessed his inner state and forcefully severed the link to his avatar. He realized that his swift awakening was largely due to the pure ice energy continuously supplied by his avatar, which remained beside his wife. Aware of her ice-manipulating abilities, he feared that maintaining the connection might adversely affect her. Now, his sole focus was to awaken fully and ensure the abyss was sealed once and for all. The otherworldly offspring would no longer have the means to breach this connection. The chaos of the past would not resurface. Fu Zhao lifted his head and quickly scanned his surroundings. Years spent in darkness had honed his night vision. He observed that the shadows that once sought to devour him had begun to scatter in retreat. With a mere pinch of his fingers, those previously distant shadowy creatures were drawn toward him. "How dare you attempt to flee after having consumed me for so long?" he thought, exerting pressure with his fingertips, causing the chilling shadows to shatter. Yet, even after breaking apart, the dark liquid within them attempted to escape, but before they could flee, Fu Zhao's surrounding flames incinerated them into a cloud of black mist. "Now let us see how it feels to be devoured." Fu Zhao floated in the air, clapping his hands before charging forward. The once retreating dark shadows scattered in panic. However, wherever Fu Zhao went, no shadow creature managed to escape. They were all completely evaporated. The remaining black shadows, realizing their impending doom, began to merge. Amidst the guttural, raspy sounds filled with fear and fury, the once distinct black shadows quickly transformed into a massive serpent resembling a giant python, soaring skyward. The serpent's head bore two ink-green orbs resembling eyes, within which a dense mist began to emanate. Fu Zhao had long since acquired the ability to see in the dark. He could clearly discern that as the shadowy creature fused together, it began to bubble violently. The bubbles were encasing the already vaporized cold poison. Was this all? Glancing at these abyssal shadow monsters that had nearly driven him to the brink of insanity, Fu Chao couldn't muster even a hint of scorn. With a swift movement of his hand, several beams of red light erupted from his palm, causing the once mighty giant serpent to shrink in size. Under the impact of the red light, the cold poison in the air dissipated by 90%. Even the remaining portion scattered autonomously before it could touch Fu Chao's body. The giant serpent, sensing the ferocity of the red light, instinctively severed its own tail and retreated rapidly toward the Earth's core. However, the colossal serpent, which had crashed onto the surface, showed signs of disintegration rather than burrowing into the ground. Faced with the red light, the serpent recoiled like ice fleeing from flames. Unable to descend, yet driven by its feeble survival instincts to flee. In its escape, the once barrel-thick giant python continued to diminish in size. Observing the now tiny serpent that had retreated to a point of no escape, Fu Chao seized it by its vital point. The serpent's eyes, no larger than mung beans, widened in fear as it locked gazes with Fu Chao, finally succumbing. Clearly, this little serpent had developed a rudimentary form of intelligence. Despite being merely a fusion of shadows, it had compelled the essence of the shadow creature to emerge. Fu Chao dismantled the little serpent's form, subjecting it to searing heat until it was reduced to a small, palm-sized creature of faint green. The serpent's eyes, stripped of their coldness, now reflected a bewildered innocence, coiling around Fu Chao's wrist. Previously terrified of the flames emanating from Fu Chao, it now exhibited a sense of languor, basking in warmth, even flipping itself over. After shedding the last remnants of cold, the serpent became entirely transparent, hidden around Fu Chao's wrist. It was nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Fu Chao formed several seals and casually discarded the serpent, soaring into the sky without a backward glance at the place he had inhabited for months. The following day, Tao Youyou awoke to find that the ice magic core, painstakingly repaired by the system, had shrunk to the size of a broad bean. What was the meaning of this? She distinctly remembered it being the size of a fist just yesterday. Was there a thief in her home? A chill ignited within her heart. Fully alert now, she wasted no time in having the system replay the events of the previous night. After all, if it wasn't merely the magic core, shrinking and energy loss, what if something was targeting her? And if it were to strike at the two little ones, what could she do? As she reviewed the surveillance, her expression grew increasingly complex. It turned out to be Fu Chao. He had absorbed the energy. Relieved, she now pondered how she might utilize the magic core to heal him. Now, however, it seemed simpler as he had absorbed it himself and even left some behind. Yet, she remained uncertain about the efficacy of the magic core. She prodded Fu Chao, first poking his face with her finger. He appeared unchanged, just as usual. Never mind. She had no time to scrutinize further. She had spent the previous day at the auction house and had not returned to the second team. Considering the time, the Beast King City celebration would soon be upon them, leaving her quite busy. Chapter 131. The Fate of the Black Agachu. As soon as Tao Youyou stepped outside, a gust of cold wind struck her, prompting her to sneeze immediately. The late autumn weather was notoriously fickle, with the mornings being particularly frigid. The piercing cold wind pushed her back indoors. She rummaged for a thick beast hide coat. Although it felt somewhat cumbersome, it provided decent warmth. She decided to switch back to a lighter coat in the afternoon when the temperature rose. As she walked along the path, the damp weather caused her footsteps to leave distinct impressions on the ground. She had heard many citizens lamenting that, with the drop in temperature, the wild dinosaurs had significantly decreased. It was no longer as easy to capture them as before, where one could simply circle the city and return with enough for the whole family. Some dinosaurs had begun to eat more to prepare for their hibernation during the cold season. This period was also when the orcs were most susceptible to attacks from carnivorous dinosaurs. Tao Youyou couldn't help but think of her kin in the Tao clan of the Northwest. She wondered how they would fare this winter. The weather there was even more extreme, far surpassing the temperatures of the East. She recalled that Tiger Erniu had once mentioned that the harsh winters in the Northwest often culled at least half of the orc population. Those who survived were either the strong or the resilient. To prepare for the cold season, they had already refrained from breeding during the entire autumn. avoiding the birth of cubs that could not survive the winter. However, this year, they would likely face fewer hardships, having prepared sufficiently with ample crops of barley, potatoes, and vegetables, as well as stockpiling meat for their supplies. With this thought, her previously anxious heart felt somewhat lighter. She refrained from lingering on the path and hurried to the second team. In the distant northwest, after emerging from the abyss, Fu Chao found that the nauseating aura from the depths had vanished. To prevent any orcs or dinosaurs from inadvertently wandering into the area and compromising his seal, he stamped his foot, leveling the entire surface of the abyss. After casting several concealment seals around him, he departed from the place he had occupied for months. Master Fu Chao? Tiger Youyou, who was leading a group to support the Ling Shu tribe, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Wasn't Master Fu Chao with Youyou outside? How could he be here? Did Youyou and the others return? Had they found the little black egg? Before Tiger Youyou could revel in this joy, Fu Chao suddenly vanished before her eyes. Fu Chao glanced around the tribe he had called home for years, now meticulously managed by his wife. She was truly remarkable. With just a slight perception, he gained a clear understanding of the entire Northwest region. The Tao clan was undoubtedly the safest and most advanced tribe in the beast world. As for the troubles faced by the Ling Shu tribe, they were not severe. Tiger Youyou should be able to handle them with ease. With the abyss sealed, the curse that had suppressed the entire Northwest region was also lifted, allowing the previously constrained orcs to experience a significant enhancement in strength. Although Tiger Youyou might not yet be able to contend with the colossal elephants, she could still hone her skills effectively. Curiously, the only one facing trouble now seemed to be the third brother. Months ago, in the Yun and I mountain gorge, after the creature atop Rabbit Lianer leaped away, she regained her clarity. Before she could fully survey her surroundings, she was horrified to see a creature with a face the size of a grinding stone swallow her head whole. Instantly, her mind was enveloped in a stench and stickiness. She felt a multitude of viscous substances flooding into her orifices, making her face tingle as if countless mosquitoes were crawling upon it. Was this the creature's tongue? Rabbit Lianer was on the verge of madness. Was she to be devoured? Pain, excruciating pain. She felt as though her head was about to be crushed. And in that moment, she experienced the true essence of regret. She regretted coming to this dreadful place. She regretted stealing the black egg and needing to flee the tribe. She regretted her vanity in choosing Lion Tian over Leopard Lang. If Leopard Lang were here, surely he would not allow her to be consumed by this monster. Despair washed over her. Crack! The creature's sharp teeth pierced her skull, tasting the blood. The monster, driven by insatiable hunger, must surely find the flesh of the infantile rabbit person utterly delectable. Its head, as vast as a grinding wheel, is predominantly a gaping maw, brimming with densely packed teeth, compelling it to consider devouring the rabbit person before it in one ravenous bite. Yet, such exquisite flavor is not to be squandered. It should be savored slowly. First, let the taste buds indulge in a viscous exploration. What is this? The creature forcefully withdraws its tongue. A hatching spider? The monster expels the spider that clung to its tongue. The grinding monstrosity, which intended to crush the skull and slurp the brain matter, immediately regurgitates the refuse from its mouth. Chattering and clucking, it berates the pitiful creatures that dared to deceive it with such wretched filth. They all deserve to perish. In an instant, the surrounding large heads, resembling inflated balloons, begin to tremble, and within moments, they deflate, leaving behind nothing but thin, fragile skins that would disintegrate at the slightest breeze. Meanwhile, the rabbit person, Tu Lianer, who narrowly escaped disaster, pats her chest in relief. That was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. She kicks at the remaining tattered skins on the ground, her mouth spewing curses. Only when the ground is devoid of the grotesque heads does she, trembling with fear, make her escape. The sky darkens, and the white mist above thickens, enveloping her in a cloud-like realm, ethereal and shrouded in mystery. Yet for Tu Lianer, there is no sense of paradise here, only an overwhelming dread and disgust that makes her skin itch incessantly. As she walks, scratching at her body, she cannot quell the relentless itch from within. It feels as though every part of her, save for her head, is breaking free from its confines. Is this cursed place truly one of ingress only, with no egress? Tao Youyou can scarcely stand. She feels as though she might collapse and rest upon the ground. Yet she fears that closing her eyes might lead to her demise. She crawls forward, cold and hungry, utterly devoid of strength. "Help! Help! Is anyone there?" she cries, her voice trembling as she drags herself along. Gathering what little strength she can muster, she shouts aloud, yearning for a powerful beast man to materialize and rescue her. But her voice dissipates into the thick fog, not even echoing back to her. After several futile calls, fearing that her cries might attract the lurking creatures of the mist, she falls silent. At last, she discovers a pool of water and gazes at her reflection. Her head is swollen, resembling a pig's, smeared with filth that is utterly revolting. She suspects the grinding monster must be toxic. Otherwise, why would her face be so swollen? Swiftly, she washes her face in the clear water, and indeed, once the grime is removed, she feels a significant relief. The swelling begins to subside, yet the itch that was once absent from her head now emerges. Perhaps it is a mere illusion, but she feels something crawling within her ears, a sensation that sends shivers down her spine. As she walks, her eyes begin to itch. Instinctively, she rubs them, only to dislodge small bits of flesh that are indistinguishable in color. To her horror, the small bits crawl away along her fingers. Tao Youyou trembles, daunted by the thought of what might be happening within her body. These little pieces of flesh resemble hatching spiders. Surely, the itch she feels is due to these tiny spiders. Terrified, yet holding on to a glimmer of hope, she continues onward. After what feels like an eternity, just as she senses her strength waning, she spots a familiar figure ahead. Driven by a yearning for kinship, she musters the last of her energy and rushes toward the silhouette. "Ah, you are alive." The beast man, Chai Mang, who has been searching for an escape, is relieved to see the long-lost Tao Youyou before him. The tension and injuries of the past days have nearly worn him down. Ever since the grotesque, toothy serpents attacked, he has been growing weaker, limping along. He has even contemplated plunging into the swamps ahead. Finally, in this dreadful place, he encounters another being, a familiar one, and a flicker of strength returns to him. They support each other, progressing slowly together. Chai Mang glances around. The fog has slightly thinned, yet the surroundings remain unrecognizable. Tao Youyou feels an increasing itch. She has come to realize that her entire body is being used as an incubator, and her heart is filled with resentment. The joy and delight she felt upon seeing Chai Mang have been eclipsed by hatred for this male figure before her. If not for the spiders clinging to him, she would not have been reduced to a mere vessel for hatching. Tao Youyou does not wish to perish. She simply desires relief from the incessant itching. She can no longer move and yearns to burrow into Chai Mang's body. Her hands roam over him, igniting a flicker of desire within Chai Mang. Exhausted and frightened for so long, he craves an outlet for his pent-up emotions. At this moment, the act of mating pleases him, and he flips over, positioning himself atop Tao Youyou. The itch enveloping her transforms into excruciating pain as the spider eggs within her burst simultaneously. The tiny spiders, propelled by her blood, scatter everywhere. And in the next instant, they begin to feast. Just as Chai Mang quickens his thrusts, Tao Youyou suddenly explodes. Instantly, countless spiders swarm forth. Having feasted, the spiders begin to grow, finding the once accommodating flesh too constricting. They no longer require this fleshly vessel and cease to secrete the pain-relieving slime. They abandon the remnants of this body's last vestiges of consciousness, commencing their grand feast. Chai Mang is momentarily stunned by the sudden explosion, leaving him in a state of shock. However, the pain emanating from below does not dissipate. As a beastmaster, his perception far surpasses that of an ordinary beastman. He immediately senses that some of the spider eggs are burrowing into him through his urethra. In a fit of desperation, Chai Mang grabs a nearby stone and severes his own member with all his might. Pain engulfs him in an instant. Already weakened, Chai Mang succumbs to unconsciousness in this critical moment. Days pass. The fog ebbs and flows, and a shapeless mass emits intermittent hissing sounds. Surrounding it are numerous indistinct threads and insects, muffling the underlying hissing. At this moment, Chai Meng longs for death, yet he lacks the strength to seek it. He is merely a rotting mass of flesh in this fog-shrouded swamp, decaying incessantly. Fu Miao is nearing the day of hatching. It has possessed consciousness for several months and can sense the outside world, the concern of its siblings, the affection of its mother, and a father, though it seems to lack one. Just as it prepares to absorb the last vestiges of energy from its shell and emerge to surprise its mother and siblings, it is abruptly swept away by an unfamiliar presence. Though it has yet to hatch, it understands the need to avoid danger and recognizes that this is not an opportune moment for emergence. It can faintly discern both benevolence and hostility. The presence that has taken it away is perilous, and should it hatch now, it may very well meet its demise at this entity's hands. Fu Miao does not rush to break free from its shell. It has fully developed, and its shell serves as its most formidable defense. It waits for the right moment. Eventually, the repugnant presence dissipates. Although it is uncertain of its current location, Fu Miao can sense an immense energy surrounding it. However, this energy is chaotic, comprised of many erratic and fluctuating essences. It believes it can still absorb some more. Fu Miao, utilizing the innate secret techniques of its soul, forcefully filtered a myriad of mottled impure energies through the eggshell without breaking it, seamlessly absorbing the pure energy into its being. Remarkably, this energy proved to be even more potent than the innate essence of the black egg itself. After assimilating these energies, Fu Miao gained a complete awareness of the external world. Currently, it found itself in the mire of the Tuan and Aijia, where several long snakes attempted to attack, but their small mouths could not consume its entirety. Instead, they coiled their elongated bodies around the egg. In an instant, Fu Miao erupted with formidable energy, obliterating the encircling serpents under the force of its power. Following their demise, a gray filament, about the thickness of a finger, flowed from the bodies of the snakes, but before it could dissolve into the mire, it was absorbed by the black egg. This marked yet another instance of Fu Miao absorbing the tainted essence. The dense gray energy coalesced on Fu Miao's forehead inside the egg, forming a droplet-shaped gray imprint. Once the surrounding energies were depleted, Fu Miao commanded the black egg to leap out of the mire. In Chapter 132, titled Devour, Fu Miao had yet to break the shell, rendering it unable to discern its surroundings clearly. It resorted to primal methods to absorb energy through the eggshell, shifting directions once the energy in one area was exhausted. Time passed, and soon the thick mist dissipated, leaving the air devoid of even a hint of haze. The black egg traversed the region like a plucking goose, consuming not just the surface energies, but also those beneath the ground. Initially, the creatures residing in the misty marsh harbored intentions to attack the black egg. However, after several failed attempts, they sensed its growing strength and retreated, hoping it would vacate the misty marsh and seek mischief elsewhere. Fu Miao grew increasingly powerful. Having savored the benefits, it decided against breaking the shell, relying instead on the egg's formidable defenses to crush and absorb whatever lay in its path. Over the past few days, creatures both airborne and aquatic had attempted to challenge the black egg, yet all met with demise. Inside the black egg, Fu Miao had mastered the ability to shift freely between beast and human forms, its true essence being that of a blackbird. However, after absorbing the deathly essence of the mutated Qixing eel from the misty marsh, the edges of its black wings became tinged with lifeless gray. If anyone were present, they would witness a black egg hovering low in the air. It glided through dense forests, leaving no living being in its wake. Fu Miao journeyed from the misty marsh to the Tongtian Shiyu, floating just above the water's surface, attempting to entice large fish to leap out and consume it. Yet today, the water's surface remained eerily calm, devoid of even the slightest disturbance from birds. Upon sighting the return of the black egg, the giant fish at the riverbed collectively sank to the bottom, including a massive fish stretching 20 meters, hastily diving to evade the encroaching black egg. After drifting for some time, without success, Fumiao grew increasingly displeased, its hunger gnawing at it. Ascending into the air, it caught the giant fish off guard, which had just begun to relax, and then dove fiercely toward the lakebed. The once relaxed giants swiftly evaded the black egg, realizing the threat it posed. Indeed, fishing underwater presented its own set of challenges. Fumiao preferred the oblivious giant fish, directly diving into their bellies to absorb energy, which was the most gratifying. The giant fish, seemingly terrified, frantically twisted and scattered in the water. However, under the relentless pursuit of the black egg, their speed surged. And soon 3 unfortunate fish collided with the black egg, rolling over and exposing their white bellies. The black egg lingered above, and the giant fish began to dissolve. Half an hour later, the Tao regained its clarity, while the giant fish remained huddled in a corner, too terrified to stir, awaiting the departure of the black egg. Fumiao commanded the eggshell to leap from the water's surface, emerging without a single droplet adhering to it. For several consecutive days, the black egg roamed, voraciously consuming energy. Astonishingly, it sensed the faint essences of its mother and siblings, albeit too weak to discern without its newfound strength. Following this tenuous essence, Fumiao unwittingly arrived at a radiant location. It was bright here, as the dense light penetrated the eggshell with its devouring capabilities, wrapping Fumiao in warmth. The black egg drew closer to the source of the light, entering a cavern where flickering azure luminescence became increasingly vivid. Fumiao resolved to break its shell at this very spot. Transforming back into its beast form, it gently pecked at the eggshell with its sharp beak, and the once impenetrable shell split open with a crack. A pure black falcon stretched forth, its head adorned with half an eggshell. Fumiao shook its head, and the remaining half of the eggshell transformed into a wisp of black smoke, sinking into its being. After eagerly absorbing the entirety of the eggshell, it swallowed a fist-sized, bluish-glowing crystal hole. In the next moment, Fumiao found itself outside the Yun-Ni Grand Canyon Cavern. It beheld San, who was currently devouring the core of Yun-Ni. However, San was still too young. The core of Yun-Ni was not something it could casually consume. Though both belonged to the same primordial beings, San remained but an infant, despite having had the fortune to absorb ample energy while still in the egg. Such energy was merely a meager fragment in the grand scheme of Yun-Ni's core. It seemed that its mother had nurtured these 3 little ones well. Fumiao observed San teetering on the brink of collapse and breakthrough. It endured the agonizing pain of bursting from an overflow of energy, its original source of devourment precariously hanging by a thread as intense blue energy surged within. Waves of impact caused Fumiao's bones to fracture and mend, only to fracture anew. The blue light flickered ominously, sending tremors throughout the Yun-Ni Grand Canyon. Fumiao sat at the cave's mouth, its presence deterring instinct-driven creatures from advancing in search of spiritual objects. Repress it, hold it back, Fumiao roared inwardly. The blue energy surged like a fireball, rampaging within, inflicting unbearable pain. But could this alone compel the devouring dark beast to yield? Absolutely not. It would never concede. Fumiao steeled itself, declaring that today would either be its victory or the end of it. It was determined to completely consume this blue orb. Fumiao steadied its mind, seeking to devour from the core of the blue essence, perhaps drawing upon its last reserves of potential. The rich gray energy surged forth from Fumiao's brow, charging toward the tumultuous blue. Fumiao's spirit, through the gray death energy, fixed a fierce gaze upon the blue light, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Searching for weakness, the blue light, sensing its impending victory, relaxed its defenses, swirling leisurely within Fumiao. At that moment, the gray energy erupted, sweeping toward the most agile blue light. With the infusion of gray power, the blue light sensed a shift in its circumstances and began to churn. But it was too late. The most agile hue of blue had already plunged into the gray trap, becoming ensnared. Having been isolated for so long, The core of Yin and I Shan had developed its own spirit. If Fu Miao wishes to engulf the entire core, it is imperative for him to refine this spirit. Or, in other words, to tame it. Otherwise, attempting to forcibly devour it would not only lead to failure, but could also provoke a backlash, one that his frail body would be unable to withstand. In Chapter 133, I Am Not Your Wife, Fu Zhao guarded for several days and, upon realizing that Fu Miao's consciousness had reached an upper hand, felt a sense of relief. Indeed, this was a fortuitous opportunity belonging to the third child. The absorption and refinement of the entire core of Yun Ni Mountain's devouring dark beast should not be taken lightly. He was now considerably safer than before. Contemplating, Fu Zhao released a drop of his life essence, placing it protectively at Fu Miao's brow, and then vanished without a trace. Tao Youyou had been feeling anxious in recent days. Fu Xiao and Fu Shu had informed her that they sensed danger surrounding the third child. She was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, yet utterly powerless, especially with the grand day of the Beast King City celebration approaching. That night, after lulling Fu Xiao and the little furball to sleep, Tao Youyou sat in her recliner, gazing at the night sky. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, encompassing the defense preparations for the upcoming celebration, her worries for the little third child, and her confusion about the future. A sense of foreboding lingered within her, though she could not pinpoint its origin, akin to being watched by ferocious mutated zombies or beasts before the end of days. However, upon scrutinizing her surroundings, she found no tangible threats. Unable to comprehend her unease any longer, Tao Youyou resolved to cease her ruminations, her head feeling heavy. She decided to return to her room to rest and alleviate her weary mind. Upon entering, she noticed Fu Zhao still deeply asleep. Feeling pent up, she thought that since he was unconscious and unable to comprehend anything, she might as well vent her frustrations. You secretly absorbed my magic core without so much as a reaction, and now you've completely fainted. Doesn't that seem a bit unreasonable? Tao Youyou moved a stool closer, seated herself, and began to converse with the unconscious figure. I've heard you're quite formidable, but when will you awaken? If you would just wake up, I wouldn't have to exert myself so much to devise a rescue plan. Do you see what I'm dealing with? I started with 3 sons and a handsome husband, but this husband of mine is utterly unhelpful. I'll have you know, while you are indeed handsome, I was once a captivating beauty myself, attracting countless suitors. But I am discerning, and none piqued my interest. Who would have thought that I would end up here with an unexpected husband? Nonetheless, I do cherish the little one. Consider him a gift. Truth be told, I feel quite guilty for taking over your wife's body without safeguarding your child. Right now, the third child is in peril, and I am utterly powerless to assist. Tao Youyou was nearly driven to madness, venting her frustrations to this unconscious patient, rivaling even Hu Ernyang's incessant chatter. As she spoke, her thoughts drifted back to the third child, and her face clouded with worry once more. I cannot dwell on this any longer. If I do, I might just abandon everything and rush to find the third child in the Yunnan Mountain Gorge. Efforts to change the subject ensued. She gazed at Fu Zhao's closed eyes, which were as fair as jade, and curiously inquired, "How is it that you are so exceptionally handsome? Why does a man possess such striking good looks? I consider myself quite beautiful, but compared to you, I hardly measure up. Your lashes alone are twice the length of mine." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and a peculiar expression crossed her face. "You must have gone several months without washing your face, yet your complexion appears immaculate. I wonder if you have bad breath." Amused by her own musings, Tao Youyou chuckled at the absurdity of her remarks directed towards this ethereal being. Her mood did indeed improve. Teasing him seemed beneficial for her spirits. She resolved to cultivate this playful aspect of their relationship. After all, everyone should fulfill their designated roles, and, as her nominal husband, it was his duty to help uplift her mood. The more she observed the sleeping Fu Zhao, the more he resembled a delicate porcelain doll, a premium piece at that. She calculated that even in apocalyptic times, such a stunning doll would command a hefty price, yet it was now an affordable luxury for her. With newfound audacity, she thought to poke him to gauge the texture of this exquisite doll. Uncertain of her own reasoning, She extended her finger towards Fu Zhao's mouth. Noticing that he had not sipped any water, she marveled at how his rosy lips remained unchapped. In her quest for lip care, she had spared no expense in acquiring lip balm from the system. However, the next moment left her utterly bewildered. "Wife, if you touch me like that, I might become shy." The previously unconscious Fu Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, grasping her finger that had ventured towards his lips. In that instant, Tao Youyou felt an overwhelming sense of social embarrassment. Yet, the moment of embarrassment quickly dissipated as Fu Zhao became fully awake. She hastily withdrew her hand, though it remained caught in his grasp. "Wife, are you abandoning your claim after touching me?" Fu Zhao pouted, pulling Tao Youyou's hand closer. Once again, Tao Youyou felt the heat of embarrassment wash over her, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. "Listen to me, it is not what you think." Her mind raced as she pondered how to explain her perception of him as a luxurious doll. "All right, enough teasing. I really miss you. Let me hug you." Fu Zhao, devoid of any hesitation, stood and embraced Tao Youyou tightly. She was taken aback. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, I'm being embraced by this vase-like man. What a rogue." Just as she prepared to slap him, she suddenly felt the genuine emotion of attachment emanating from him. Her hand faltered. He longed for his wife, yet she was not his wife. She had occupied his wife's body, and striking him seemed utterly unjustifiable. After much contemplation, Tao Youyou decided to voice her thoughts. "I'm truly sorry. I'm not your wife. I may have taken over your wife's body, so..." Fu Zhao tightened his embrace around her, resting his chin atop her head, murmuring softly, "You are my wife." Tao Youyou initially intended to counter his declaration, but witnessing his protectiveness towards his wife after awakening made her reconsider. If she were to resist and provoke him further, what would become of her? With that thought, she resolved to gradually guide him in understanding that she was not his wife. In chapter 134, he kissed her. A rumble echoed from Fu Zhao's stomach. His body had not consumed sustenance for a day and a night, as he had devoted all his spiritual energy to his avatar. However, the fusion of the two required time to overcome rejection. Thus, his hunger was now uncontrollable. "Is it wise to continue holding on to you?" Tao Youyou seized the moment, gently pushing Fu Zhao away, creating some distance between them. "You must be hungry. I will prepare something for you." Tao Youyou felt a slight flush on her cheeks. It was indeed a peculiar sensation. The two little ones were deep in slumber, and she could not possibly create a commotion in the kitchen. Initially, she could have summoned a quick meal through the system, yet for reasons unknown, she had procured 2 rabbits and decided to roast them herself in the yard. He is remarkably talented. It seems he must also possess a great intellect. The fact that he can transform into food is a secret that must be kept. However, Tao Youyou seems to have forgotten that these 2 rabbits appeared out of thin air just moments ago. With great effort, she began to peel the rabbit skin, feeling that it did not possess the same charm as the adorable rabbits. She pondered why she had such a psychological barrier against consuming them. Just as her icy blade was about to slice through the rabbit's head, it was intercepted by Fu Zhao beside her. "Allow me," he said, without revealing any sharp implements. He effortlessly tore the skin away. The rabbit meat emerged pristine and unblemished, devoid of any traces of blood. Even the air lacked the scent of iron. As Tao Youyou accepted the skinned rabbit meat and instinctively cleansed it with her powers, she suddenly realized that she had perhaps revealed her secret. How frustrating, she thought, reflecting on how long she had regarded him as an unconscious ally and had consequently forgotten to guard against him. Now, she found herself entirely at a disadvantage. Yet, Fu Zhao appeared unfazed. What was the meaning of this? Did his former wife possess similar abilities? That seemed unlikely, based on her initial arrival. Fu Xia and Xiao Maodu's behavior did not suggest such a thing. With so many thoughts swirling in her mind, as she began to chop the rabbit meat, she inadvertently grazed her own hand with her icy blade. What is happening to me today? Tao Youyou wondered, astonished that she could make such a rudimentary mistake, akin to a professor miscalculating 1 + 1. Incredibly, Fu Zhao immediately floated over and took her injured finger, placing it in his mouth. "Does it hurt?" While it was not particularly painful, she found his saliva quite distasteful. Could you please remove my hand from your mouth? She pleaded. Don't move. Let me help. Fu Zhao gently extracted her finger from his mouth and even placed a tender kiss upon it. A shiver ran down Tao Youyou's spine. The intensity of his affection was almost overwhelming. Where's the wound? She exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her discomfort. She understood that saliva from both humans and animals contains enzymes that inhibit viruses and heal wounds. However, the potency of his effect was astounding. It was less like saliva and more akin to a walking healing elixir. Wife, just sit here and keep me company, Fu Zhao said, conjuring a red chair beneath him. A red chair? Tao Youyou felt a wave of shock wash over her. It was the very chair from her bedroom before the apocalypse. At that moment, she could hardly question how he had summoned it, as one thought consumed her mind. Was he like her? A traveler with a system? No. Fu Zhao lifted her onto the chair and knelt down to tie her shoelaces, looking up at her as if to explain her unspoken thoughts. As he stood, he did not forget to place another gentle kiss on her brow. All right, you sit tight. I know you have many questions. Allow me to explain everything slowly, if you will. Tao Youyou was taken aback. Given the circumstances, could she really refuse? She could only silently sit in her familiar chair and observe him. There was a strange sensation, as if he were simultaneously distant and near. Distant because, despite seeing him every day, it felt like their first encounter. Although his consciousness had been absent before, it was rare for a person's appearance to be so profoundly influenced by their aura. If he had once been a celestial being looking down upon the world, now he seemed to embody more earthly qualities. Yet, why did she feel such a familiar connection? No matter how hard she tried to recall, she was certain she had never met this man. After all, such a beautiful face would surely be unforgettable. Before she could unravel her thoughts, Fu Zhao had already skewered the prepared rabbit meat onto bamboo sticks. A fire pit was readily available. Aunt Mao had roasted meat for the little ones just days prior. However, the charcoal had burned out. Before Tao Youyou could exchange for more, Fu Zhao waved his hand, and flames ignited. He occasionally sprinkled white powder and even squeezed lemon juice over the soon-to-be grilled meat. Indeed, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. To avoid disturbing the sleeping guests, Fu Zhao even marked off a separate area in the yard. As Tao Youyou gazed at the glistening, sizzling meat in Fu Zhao's hands, she found the scene somewhat jarring. Surprisingly, his culinary skills were quite impressive. The meat was cooked to perfection, even surpassing her own efforts. Her appetite, once satiated, was reignited to the point where she nearly snatched the meat before it was fully cooked. Observing her instinctively swallow, Fu Zhao felt a sense of satisfaction. He took a skewer, tasted it, deemed it satisfactory, and then offered the central skewer to Tao Youyou. Without hesitation, she bit into the roasted meat, only to be met with immediate regret. The freshly grilled meat was scalding hot, and the sudden burn was unmistakable. While others might endure the heat, it did not mean she could do the same. After taking a bite, she felt several blisters forming on her tongue. Yet, for reasons unknown, she chose to swallow the meat rather than spit it out, fanning her mouth with her hands and exclaiming how hot it was, as if that would alleviate the burn. In that moment, all notions of decorum and dignity were cast aside. Fu Zhao, witnessing her predicament, felt a pang of regret. How could he have overlooked such an important detail? His wife was so delicate. He should not have fed her meat without ensuring it was cool enough. He caught a glimpse of her little mouth, flushed and succulent, and felt a surge of tender emotion swell within him. In an instant, he leaned in and kissed her. Chapter 135. The wife's retribution. What just happened? Tao Youyou was utterly bewildered. Had she just been kissed? This was genuinely a kiss, her first kiss. Had she not resolved to gradually inform him that she was not truly his wife? How had things escalated so quickly? She was completely caught off guard by Fu Zhao's bold action. The sudden kiss made her forget the burning pain altogether. Even the embarrassment she had felt was diminished. She forgot to resist until she finally pushed him away after several seconds. You scoundrel, Tao Youyou stammered, glaring at Fu Zhao. He realized too late that he had acted impulsively. He had not clarified anything with her before taking such liberties, which seemed inappropriate by her world-S standards. I'm sorry, I missed you so much that I couldn't help myself, Fu Zhao said, his expression earnest as he looked at her. What could Tao Youyou say in response? By the time she contemplated hitting him, it was too late. Yet, not striking him felt unjust. The discomfort lingered. However, she realized that kissing felt rather pleasant in a peculiar way, a delightful sensation that softened her initial annoyance. In silence, they shared the two innocent rabbits, consuming every last morsel. Afterward, Tao Youyou yawned, seated in her chair, nodding off as she swayed back and forth. Perhaps the tension of recent times had finally worn her out, and now, with someone capable at her side, she found herself drifting into sleep. As Fu Zhao tidied up the barbecue grill, he glanced at the slumbering Tao Youyou, feeling an unprecedented sense of contentment. However, seeing her nestled in the chair, rigidly nodding and bowing, stirred a pang of sympathy within him. He gently lifted her and softly said, "Go sleep in the room. Sitting isn't comfortable." In a drowsy state, Tao Youyou murmured, "Okay, but what about you?" Fu Zhao, initially inclined to say he would accompany her, hesitated, recalling that he had just lost his composure. His wife was still a stranger to him, and he couldn't afford to frighten her. Progress must be gradual. He realized he lacked confidence in his own restraint. With that thought, he placed Tao Youyou on a nearby bed next to Fu Zhao and the little furball. He raised his hand, and the soft, cloud-like blanket from his past life enveloped her. Adjusting the blanket, he whispered, "Sleep peacefully. I will watch over you." Whether or not she heard him, she drifted into slumber. As Fu Zhao watched her sleeping figure, his heart stirred, warming the once cold core of his being. The gentle warmth enveloped him, and he marveled at his wife's serene visage, reminiscent of their past, filling him with immense satisfaction. In his previous life, one of his greatest joys was quietly watching his wife sleep. Back then, he could not breach the barriers of his realm. She remained oblivious to his feelings. He gazed intently at Tao Youyou's sleeping face, contemplating how to explain everything to her. Before long, Fu Zhao noticed that even in her dreams, she furrowed her brows, appearing tense as if haunted by something distressing, which tugged at his heartstrings. Learning of the pressure she had endured during this time, he couldn't bear to wake her. In a moment of overwhelming affection, he cast aside all notions of propriety and climbed onto the bed, wrapping her in his embrace, vowing to protect her from any harm. To his relief, he noticed that since he held her close, her frown had relaxed. However, soon he became acutely aware of his own overconfidence. Having never held her for such an extended period, he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he realized he could not control his own physical reactions. He was no ordinary beast man. He was a dark beast born of heaven and earth. Shouldn't matters of desire hold a higher threshold for him? It seemed that this threshold crumbled in the presence of the one he cherished. Previously, he had worried whether he, as a creature born of nature, would struggle in this regard. Now he understood that it wasn't a matter of inability, but rather of not having embraced the one he adored. At this moment, the atmosphere was palpably intimate. Unbeknownst to the dreaming Tao Youyou, someone was unable to restrain his thoughts towards her. In her dream, she found herself surrounded by a horde of zombies, believing she was about to meet her end, when suddenly she awakened her latent powers, discovering she could control ice. With her newfound abilities, she broke through the zombie throng and ascended to a position of dominance in this apocalyptic world. In the next scene, she found herself in a realm where animals could transform into humans, blessed with a handsome husband and 3 obedient sons, living a life of strength and harmony. Just as she reveled in this blissful existence, she felt something pressing against her. Awakening at dawn, Tao Youyou found herself nestled in the embrace of a large, furry creature. The vibrant red fur ball draped its tail over them, and with considerable effort, she managed to push the tail aside. "Ugh, dear, don't stir, just sleep a little longer." It had been ages since Fu Zhao had slept in his beast form. Since he could transform into a human, he rarely revealed his true nature. However, last night, he struggled to maintain control, fearing he might act inappropriately and unable to relinquish his hold on her. He had chosen to revert to his beast form. As a celestial fox, Fu Zhao had not anticipated how delightful it would be to sleep in his beast form. Had he known, he would have fought in that form back in the abyss. Startled for a moment, Tao Youyou quickly realized whom she had spent the night with. Like a spring, she sprang from the bed and beheld the enormous crimson fox occupying most of the bed, its head raised. This time, her anger flared. This enormous fox was Fu Zhao, and she could never forget that voice. How dare he invade her bed? Yesterday, she had felt shy, but today, she wouldn't hold back. Grabbing a large pillow from the bed, she unleashed a flurry of blows upon the fox's head. Fu Zhao, now aware of the situation, realized he had forgotten to revert to his human form and had gotten out of bed too soon. As the fox and human exchanged glances, they were once more greeted with a more ferocious assault. Cough, I was afraid you would be cold, Fu Zhao stammered, desperately crafting an excuse. Tao Youyou, expressionless, coldly pointed to her blanket. Do you think I would be cold? Fu Zhao found himself at a loss for words. With an expression of let us see how you explain this, Tao Youyou observed as Fu Zhao curled his entire fox body tightly. To her astonishment, he began to shrink until he reached the size of a normal fox, ceasing only when he was appropriately sized. The fox gazed at Tao Youyou with wide eyes. Having absorbed all the sensations and memories of his split form, Fu Zhao already knew that his wife harbored a hidden fondness for plush creatures. Indeed, while amused by her anger, Tao Youyou had no intention of punishing the fiery fox. You shall not transform back. That is your punishment. After preparing breakfast, Tao Youyou noticed the fiery fox teaching Fu Zhao how to shrink his hefty bear-like form. The bed was bustling with activity. 3 palm-sized furry creatures, each competing to shrink smaller, filled the space. A palm-sized fox, a polar bear, and a tail-wagging cat, resembling miniature toys. All right, enough of the antics. Let us eat. Seeing Fu Zhao and Fu Shu enjoying themselves, Tao Youyou felt all remnants of her morning irritation dissipate. Indeed, with a father around, the children could thrive both physically and mentally. Hey, is that an elf? Fu Zhao exclaimed upon spotting a small figure seated at the table. However, he quickly learned through his split form that it was the little elf his wife had rescued. Considering the plight of the elfin kin, Fu Zhao chose not to comment further. Just as he prepared to revert to human form and join the meal, Tao Youyou intervened once more. You're not allowed to transform back. Eat like this. The fox was stunned, and after a few futile howls, it obediently began to learn how to eat in its beast form without getting its fur messy. Tao Youyou ate quickly, despite Fu Zhao waking up. The events of the past few days weighed heavily upon her. Tomorrow marked the celebration in the Beast King city, and barring unforeseen circumstances, the Hippo Beast Emperor would rise to challenge the current Beast King for the throne. This presented a golden opportunity for her to amass significant prestige. She could not afford to miss it. Though she had made numerous preparations, her current strength still bore an element of risk. All right, you all take your time eating. I must be off, Tao Youyou said, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Upon seeing her departure, Fu Zhao quickly called out, take me with you. Tao Youyou considered for a moment and asked, how is your strength recovering? Tao Youyou recalled how the battle strength vase had previously proven to be quite effective. If Fu Zhao possessed sufficient martial prowess, her plans would undoubtedly be more assured. Having fully recovered, Fu Zhao simply needed to declare that, should she wish, he could vanquish the Beast King at that very moment and allow her to take the throne. After dressing, the miniature fire fox leapt onto her shoulder, and the two ventured out together. Is your beast form still as formidable as before? Tao Youyou inquired. Fu Zhao sensed that this was an opportune moment to reveal certain truths. Indeed, it is significantly more powerful than before. After all, the previous incarnation was merely a manifestation of my blood essence created to protect you. A manifestation? Tao Youyou keenly grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, my intent was to suppress those external beings in the abyss and seal that passage. However, sensing your peril, I forcefully tore a piece of my blood essence from the fabric of space to be by your side. The terms external species seal the passage. Entire space struck Tao Youyou with an impact that momentarily eclipsed the significance of the manifestation itself. In those fleeting minutes, her understanding expanded beyond her previous experiences, transcending the entirety of her journey from her original world to this one. What on earth is happening? Her thoughts became somewhat tangled, leaving her uncertain about what to ask first. Dear wife, explaining these matters can be rather intricate, but feel free to inquire as you wish. Fu Zhao replied with an air of openness. After much contemplation, Tao Youyou posed a particularly poignant question. Were you not betrayed by Shirtian and cast into the abyss? Did you not enter the abyss of your own volition? Fu Zhao regarded her with admiration, silently acknowledging her perceptiveness. Indeed, Shirtian is a reborn entity. I calculated his character and recognized the necessity of employing him to obscure certain celestial eyes. Fu Zhao elucidated succinctly. Tao Youyou received yet another bombshell of information. Yet at that moment, she had cultivated a resilient heart, rendering the concept of celestial pathways seemingly irrelevant, as if this were not the beast world. Though she had further questions, she realized the timing was not conducive and thus refrained from pressing on. Ultimately, she comprehended that this firefox was far from an ordinary beast man, and she began to contemplate the significance of his assertion that she was his wife. So, my dear wife, all you need to understand is that your partner is a creature born of heaven and earth, an immensely formidable being. Rest assured, I shall be by your side in all matters. Tao Youyou, invigorated, inquired, since you are a creature of heaven and earth, what about a Xiao and the others? A Xiao? Fu Zhao suddenly recalled that he was referring to their eldest son. They too are creatures born of heaven and earth, but they are currently in their juvenile phase and of little use, Fu Zhao explained. However, that is not entirely accurate. Our youngest possesses promising potential and will soon transcend his juvenile state, he added nonchalantly. The youngest? Tao Youyou grasped the key point. Fu Zhao suddenly remembered that his wife was particularly invested in their 3 children, and the youngest's disappearance weighed heavily on her heart. I neglected to mention that I have visited the Yunnan Mountain Grand Canyon. The youngest is safe and has encountered opportunities. He will emerge on his own in due time, so do not worry. Fu Zhao reassured her with comforting words. Tao Youyou was taken aback. Her perception of Fu Zhao's capabilities deepened. What had been a source of anxiety for her was resolved so effortlessly. Upon receiving this news, a profound sense of relief washed over Tao Youyou, and the tension she had been holding began to dissipate. With her nerves relaxed, she began to revisit several details from her earlier plans. What had originally seemed like a desperate celebration concluded flawlessly, and even with Fu Zhao's involvement, the Hippo Beast King had not stirred a ripple. He was apprehended just outside the city. Tao Youyou gazed at the 2 individuals kneeling before her, feeling a sense of disbelief. Had it truly ended so simply? Chapter 137. 2 matters we humbly invite you to become the new priestess of our Beast King domain. Tao Youyou, looking at the kneeling Hu Quan, felt as if she were in a dream. Just days ago, this great tiger had been the chief auctioneer at the Tiansu auction house, and now he was her subordinate? At that moment, Tao Youyou could hardly fathom the reality of it all. 3 days prior, all her meticulously crafted plans had crumbled before absolute power. Just when she thought all was lost, the fiery red fox descended from the heavens, instantly reversing the situation. Tao Youyou, who had found herself in a perilous position, was unexpectedly caught by the celestial fox. In that moment of overwhelming strength, the beastmen experienced a profound sense of their own insignificance, finding no inclination to resist. Even the peak Beast King realized that he was not the most powerful being in this realm, let alone the others present. Subsequently, Tao Youyou transitioned from the leader of the Beast King domain security team to a figure deserving of utmost reverence from the Beast King himself. The celestial fox, Fu Zhao, then departed, cloaked in anonymity. Yet the explosive surge of faith points fell squarely upon Tao Youyou, allowing her system to level up with ease. However, Tao Youyou did not remain in a daze for long. Hu Quan's expectations were left unfulfilled. The upgraded system indeed provided coverage across the entire beast world. At last, she was able to locate the whereabouts of the youngest with the system's assistance. Remarkably, in the span of just 2 days during her second check, the youngest had already exited the bounds of the Yunnan Mountain Grand Canyon. On the map, the indicator for her little one was gradually moving in her direction. Last night, Tao Youyou had seen a small, cherubic figure standing before her. Mama, the soft voice of the little one nearly melted her heart. With confirmation from Fu Zhao and the small fluffball, she finally realized that this plump little child was none other than her long-lost youngest. On that autumn night, as the chills settled in, Tao Youyou quickly shed her outer garment, wrapping it around the tiny one. "Mama, I'm not cold," Fu Miao replied, his damp eyes reflecting a profound attachment. With teary eyes, Tao Youyou embraced the little one, expressing her guilt. "I am sorry, my dear. You have suffered." Fu Miao paused for a moment, but soon wrapped his small arms around her neck. "Mama, Mama, I'm not suffering. And Mama, let me tell you, Meow Meow is really amazing. I can take you high up into the sky." In the next moment, the little one struggled free from her embrace and soared into the night sky, unfurling wings that resembled a nearly 3-meter-long black bird against the backdrop of the night. Fu Miao's speed was astonishing, at times so swift that Tao Youyou could scarcely discern his trajectory, as if he were teleporting. Upon witnessing Fu Miao, all her ambitions and plans dissipated. Originally, her purpose for venturing out had been to locate her youngest, and now that Fu Miao had returned on his own, she had no desire to linger. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, she declined Hu Quan's request. She had no interest in serving as the priestess of the Beast King domain. With winter approaching, she yearned to return to the northwestern territories, for that was her true domain, initially intending to depart the following day. She felt it inappropriate to refuse the request to cleanse the Beast King's spiritual corruption after declining the priestess position. Moreover, this was a request from Xiao Mingming. Tao Youyou then learned that the Beast King had suffered from spiritual pollution over a decade ago. For all these years, he had transformed from a diligent Beast King into one who indulged in pleasure, all in an effort to suppress the corruption within his spiritual core. Previously, Tao Youyou had found it puzzling that, given Xiao Mingming's character, she would so disdain the Beast King's behavior, yet remain fiercely loyal to him. It appeared there was a hidden story behind it all. Tao Youyou resolved to linger a few more days to eradicate the Beast King's spiritual pollution before returning. Upon learning that the spiritual pollution afflicting him could indeed be eradicated, the Beast King was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost uprooting the entire Beast King palace in his fervor. In an instant, he dismissed all the females from his harem. Liberated from spiritual oppression, he no longer required their presence to suppress the fiery intensity within his spiritual core. After sending off Xiong Mingming, Tao Youyou was about to search the system when Fu Zhao presented her with a fiery red inner dan. "What is this?" Tao Youyou felt the warmth of the red pill in her hand. Fu Zhao explained, "It is my inner dan. You may use it for convenience." After some clarification, Tao Youyou comprehended that the Beast King's current spiritual pollution stemmed from the fire poison of the abyssal Xian snake. The serpentine nature is inherently lascivious, and the Xian snake is indeed a formidable creature among the abyssal monsters, so its infection was not surprising. However, for Fu Zhao, who had secluded himself for several months and traversed the entirety of the abyss, this pollution was trivial. There was no need for Tao Youyou to do much. Simply waving Fu Zhao's inner dan before the Beast King would suffice to extract the fire poison. Such an artifact should not be casually displayed to others. Tao Youyou quickly returned the fiery red inner dan to Fu Zhao. "To me, you are not merely anyone." Finally permitted to revert to his human form, Fu Zhao nestled his head upon Tao Youyou's shoulder. In these past few days, Tao Youyou had clarified two significant matters. Firstly, the daughter-in-law Fu Zhao had referred to was indeed herself, rather than some fictitious individual. In her previous life, Fu Zhao's failure to suppress the chaotic years resulted in Tao Youyou being scattered by the monsters in the abyssal passage, with a substantial fragment of his consciousness inadvertently carried into her world. By a stroke of serendipity, Tao Youyou's unintentional actions had brought back a sliver of Fu Zhao's consciousness. Thus, unbeknownst to her, Fu Zhao had accompanied her throughout her life. When Fu Zhao utilized his innate talent to trace back to his past life, it led to Tao Youyou's demise alongside the corpse emperor and her subsequent forced transference to the beast world. In his quest to promptly suppress the abyss, Fu Zhao had expended great resources to procure a system from a higher plane for Tao Youyou's benefit, ensuring her survival in this world. As for the original host, who had been selfish, malicious, and vain prior to Tao Youyou's arrival, she was merely a petty thief who had usurped the body Fu Zhao had meticulously crafted for Tao Youyou using a peach branch. Therefore, from the very beginning, she had not occupied someone else's body, It had always been prepared for her by Fu Zhao. In order to maintain the body's vitality, Fu Zhao had refrained from prematurely expelling the selfish soul, waiting until Tao Youyou's arrival to extinguish it. The second matter was that Fu Xiao, Fu Shu, and Fu Miao could not strictly be considered Fu Zhao's sons. In truth, Fu Zhao and the three little ones were more accurately described as one entity of origin. As fellow beings born of heaven and earth, Fu Zhao had merely taken form as a beast man first. Upon his emergence, 3 small companion beasts accompanied him. At that time, they were merely a swirling mass of energetic essence. Without external influence, it might have taken them nearly 1,000 years to gradually gain sentience and transform into beast men. Feeling an overwhelming solitude in this world, Fu Zhao accelerated their evolution, intending to raise them as sons once they attained intelligence. However, subsequent events precluded him from tending to them, as he believed that his wife would care for them well. Indeed, as he had anticipated, although he could not sense much energy from the female before him, the fiery red celestial fox upon her shoulder filled the Beast King with trepidation. He had not forgotten how this diminutive celestial fox had blotted out the sun upon its emergence a few days prior. He even suspected that he might not withstand a casual flick of its tail. Furthermore, setting aside the celestial fox, the danger posed by this female was markedly different from before. He was convinced that she possessed the capability to end his life, which is why he fully agreed when the Great Bear Tribe first proposed an alliance. Such a person harbored no ambitions towards his position. Otherwise, the entire Beast dynasty would face a change in rule. According to Tian Su, they had decided to return to the northwestern region and to signify goodwill between their realms. He had already arranged for a shipment of provisions to be sent to the northwest as a bridge for diplomatic relations. Unbeknownst to Tao Youyou, the Beast King had prepared a farewell gift for her. She discreetly circled the inner Dan above the Beast King's head 3 times. The visible orange fire poison dissipated into the air. The Beast King, now relieved of the fire poison, felt an unprecedented clarity encompassing his world. It had been years since he had experienced such lucidity. I am deeply grateful for the High Priest's healing. Suddenly, Tao Youyou's system experienced a significant surge in belief points. The stronger one was, the greater the contribution of belief points one could provide. This was something Tao Youyou was already aware of. However, she had not anticipated that the Beast King would bestow upon her a staggering 50,000 belief points, affirming his status as a formidable entity in the beast world. Due to this influx of belief points, Tao Youyou's gaze towards the Beast King softened considerably, losing the previous air of cold detachment. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she returned with Fu Zhao. Tao Youyou glanced at Fu Miao, who was soaring through the air with the little fluff ball and the fairy. This left Mama Mao Sha anxiously craning her neck in a yard, while their elder brother Fu Xiao appeared nonchalant, fiddling with a 9-curve chain. Upon seeing Tao Youyou's return, the hawk-eyed Fu Miao executed a swift aerial maneuver, transforming mid-flight into a chubby infant and leaping into her embrace. The little fluffball also hopped onto Tao Youyou's shoulder, while the fairy hovered gracefully in the air, flapping her delicate wings. Mama, I missed you." After retrieving a super soft bath towel from the system space to drape over Fu Miao, Tao Youyou planted a big kiss on the infant's cheek. Over this period of improvement, Mama Mao Sha had finally shaken off her weary appearance, gaining a touch of vitality. Meanwhile, influenced by Xiong Mengmeng, Mao Sha had abandoned her persistent desire to join the harem. This change was primarily due to the fact that since the Beast King had eliminated his spiritual pollution, he had disbanded the entire harem, leaving Mao Sha unable to pursue her aspirations. However, Xiong Mengmeng mentioned that Mao Sha had unexpectedly formed a bond with Meng Yuan. She was rather oblivious to emotions. Had it not been for Meng Yuan's repeated inquiries about Mao Sha's preferences through Xiong Mengmeng, she might not have realized it at all. Notably, the snake woman whom Mao Sha's father, Go Tan, adored was actually a branch of the Meng family. Meng Yuan was set to become the future leader of the Python clan, far beyond the reach of a minor snake woman from Side Branch. As Xiong Mengmeng savored roasted meat in preparation for Tao Youyou's departure, she remarked, "After all these years of knowing Meng Yuan, I never realized he had such a side to him." As Tao Youyou was about to leave the Beast King territory. She felt a sense of care for the two young ladies she had met upon her arrival. How should she put it? In truth, Tao Youyou had a rather favorable impression of Mang Yuan. Whether it was during their first exchange of energy fruit for work or his performance while searching for Mao Sha's mother, she found him to be commendable. For Mao Sha, he was indeed a suitable match. I've known this guy for over a decade, and I've never seen him care for anyone like this before. You know, ever since we helped find Sha's mother, he's been asking me about her every so often. Initially, I didn't notice anything amiss. It is indeed peculiar that someone with such a steadfast mind could overlook this. Tao Youyou teased with a smile. Xiong Mingming covered Tiu's mouth, forbidding her from mocking her indifference towards such matters. Do not interrupt. Allow me to continue, she insisted. All right, you may proceed, Tao Youyou replied, chuckling as she brushed aside Xiong Mingming's hand, until he inquired what gifts would be suitable for pursuing a girl, wondering if dried fish would suffice. How would I know? I have no need for gifts, nor have I ever given any. In truth, I have little interest in dried fish. A barrel of honey might be more agreeable. To her surprise, he clarified, it's not for you. I meant for Sha. Would she appreciate dried fish? Tao Youyou wholeheartedly concurred with Mang Yuan's words, nodding vigorously as if crushing garlic. Bewildered, she asked him why he would consider giving Sha dried fish, to which he confessed that he wished to pursue her. Tao Youyou was astounded, wanting to delve into Xiong Mengming's mind to uncover what lay within. How could such an obvious matter be surprising? Cats enjoy fish, so gifting dried fish is acceptable. Yet one must select fish that cannot transform into beastmen. What did you give Sha? Tao Youyou inquired curiously. This lad actually ventured into the Inyu water region and captured a 5th-tier fish. How? Is that considered dried fish? Xiong Mingming recalled the time she had carried a fish measuring over 10 meters to catch Sha, feeling as though her whole world was collapsing. Tao Youyou then realized that the fish had indeed earned a notable reputation in the Inyu water region, measuring several dozen meters in length and certainly far removed from dried fish. Chapter 139. The Impact on Future Happiness. Well, this isn't the crux of the matter. Do you know the real focus? This foolish Mang Yuan actually went to support Sha and confront her adversaries. Xiong Mengming's voice rose by more than 8 octaves. Tao Youyou was not at all surprised. Rather, she found Xiong Mengming's lack of perception in this regard rather disappointing. It seemed that a steadfast commitment to solitude was truly in order. The situation was simple. Mang Yuan sought to bring joy to Cat Sha and accompanied her on a second venture into the Serpent Woman's abode, this time with the roles reversed. Was it so difficult to anticipate? Long before Xiong Mengming advised Mang Yuan to pursue Cat Sha, Tao Youyou had already foreseen this development. Not to mention, Mang Yuan had captured a fish from the Inyu water region. Was it so strange for him to seek retribution? Indeed, love flows like water. Yet Xiong Mengming remained steadfast like iron. Gazing at the lush trees surrounding her, Tao Youyou felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She had finally transformed the entire northwest region into a landscape she cherished. On her journey home, she casually plucked a basket full of fruits, intending to prepare juices for the little ones. This cup is for Xiao, Tao Youyou declared, handing the juice to Fu Xiao. She then fetched a bowl, deeming it more suitable for the little fluff ball yet to take on its true form. Do not snatch from your brother, she gently admonished, swatting away the hand that attempted to seize the bowl. She then pushed 2 large cups of light purple juice towards the pouting infant. Mother, how did you know I wanted 2 cups? The child's eyes crinkled into slits upon receiving both beverages. Tao Youyou shot a glance at the little one before explaining. You call out for Sister Man every day. How could I not prepare for her? Hee, mother is so wonderful, so clever, moi. The child set down the juice and attempted to form a heart with tiny hands, with the remaining juice amounting to less than a cup. Tao Youyou took a few sips before noticing the red fox that had already squatted nearby, quietly extending the cup towards it. Fu Xiao instantly transformed into human form, accepted the cup, and after taking a small sip, returned it to Tao Youyou. Wife, drink. Tao Youyou shot him a glance, bemused that someone who clearly enjoyed it would insist on offering it to her. During this time, Tao Youyou had grown accustomed to being called wife daily. The children finished their drinks and promptly dashed outside. Fu Xiao returned to the Northwest Territory, entangling himself with Infuriated to practice more beast-like abilities. As the eldest, he found it oddly uncomfortable to be overshadowed by the youngest. Reflecting on the once helpless little Haydan, he realized that he had unwittingly become the strongest among the three brothers. As an elder brother, he was determined not to fall behind. His father had told him he was a creature of immense strength born of the world, although he did not grow as rapidly as his brother, who devoured everything. He was confident that with steady efforts, he would become a formidable force in the future. Little Fluffball, however, was completely unconcerned about his brother's prowess. He adored soaring high with his brother, twisting and turning in the air, finding it exhilarating. He wished for both his brothers to be powerful, as their strength would protect their mother, allowing him to explore paths and treasures without worry. After a busy day, Tao Youyou lay back on the bed, fully relaxed. Yet, mere minutes later, a large, fiery red fox lay beside her. Fu Zhao, realizing that his wife only accepted his beast form, boldly wrapped his fluffy self around Tao Youyou after a few days of testing. During this time, Tao Youyou had nearly accepted Fu Zhao in her heart. After all, who could resist beauty? Moreover, she genuinely found it impossible to turn down such a lovely, large, fluffy creature. Whether nestled in her arms or being held, the comfort was unparalleled. Fu Zhao enveloped her in his embrace, claiming it was for warmth. Whether his intentions ran deeper remained uncertain. Perhaps due to the daylight, Tao Youyou found herself wide awake in the embrace of the fiery fox, lazily leaning against him. It felt a bit warm. Indeed, the fox's fur was far more insulating than her own blankets. After a while in his embrace, she felt a thin sheen of sweat forming. Feeling Fu Zhao's hold tightening, she propped herself up and turned her body. Observing her movements, Fu Zhao tentatively shrank his beast form. Soon, the large fox that had dominated most of the bed transformed into one nearly the same size as Tao Youyou. He draped his large tail over her, only for Tao Youyou to seize it. The sensation was delightful. After playfully tugging at Fu Zhao's tail for a while, she suddenly felt an uncomfortable pressure against her back. As she reached back to investigate, the moment her hand made contact, she sensed the large fox stiffen, emitting a plaintive whimper. Upon realizing what she had inadvertently touched, Tao Youyou's face flushed crimson. She quickly released her grip, but while trying to crawl forward, she accidentally tugged again. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and in the next instant, the fiery fox rolled into a ball, tumbling about. Seeing Fu Zhao writhe in pain, Tao Youyou realized she had truly crossed a line. She hastily got up and gently rubbed the fox's head, poking it with her finger as she asked, "Are you all right?" Woo-woo. Fu Zhao momentarily forgot to revert to human speech. Although he was in pain, he could not blame his wife. After all, he had neither stopped her from tugging at his tail nor controlled himself adequately. He had brought this upon himself. I'm so sorry, but you shouldn't have presented it to me. I truly did not mean to. It was an accident." Tao Youyou felt somewhat unjust, recognizing that it was her fault for forcefully tugging on his tail. Perhaps for him, the tail was a sensitive spot, but it was also his fault for not stopping her sooner. "It's no trouble. Allow me a moment, my wife. I am fine." Although Fu Zhao claimed to be untroubled, he still resembled a shrimp, curling his body silently to convey his agony. "Are you certain you are all right? If it becomes unbearable, I can take you to the hospital," Tao Youyou instinctively suggested, only to recall that they were in the beast realm. "Or perhaps I could utilize the system to assist you," she inquired. No, just allow me to recuperate slowly," Fu Zhao replied. "But what will you do if the pain persists?" Tao Youyou observed the severity of his condition, feeling an inexplicable wave of guilt mixed with a hint of oddity. Surely, this would not affect his future happiness, would it? Chapter 140. Please, massage it for me. Seizing the moment, while Tao Youyou was momentarily distracted, Fu Zhao suddenly realized that this could be an opportunity to deepen their relationship. Stealing a glance at her when she was not paying attention, he found himself increasingly convinced that taking a risk might yield rewards. If successful, enduring a bit of pain was a small price to pay for future happiness. Just as he was preparing to feign weakness to elicit her sympathy, he heard her voice. Will you be all right in the future?" Tao Youyou hesitated before asking. Fu Zhao's mind went blank. His wife couldn't possibly think he would be incapacitated for life. Could she? As a male, even if he was a companion beast of the universe, he could not admit to such a possibility. This was a matter of pride. However, if he could exchange that pride for her affection and advance their relationship, it might be worth it. Feigning a frail demeanor, though he genuinely felt weak, he tilted his fox head and rested it in Tao Youyou's embrace, uttering in an ambiguous tone, "I'm on the brink of ruin. You must take responsibility for me." Responsibility? How so? Tao Youyou cautiously probed after briefly contemplating the implications of his words. "We should re-establish our partnership, and you must earnestly be my wife," Fu Chao pressed on, eager for more. Re-establish our partnership? Tao Youyou initially thought he was hinting at something more intimate, realizing she had perhaps overthought the situation. Fu Chao's fox eyes glistened with a hint of moisture, exuding charm. "The previous partnership was invalid since your soul was absent. You are fully aware of our relationship and should not misconstrue it." Tao Youyou retreated slightly. "I don't care. You must take responsibility for me. If I end up truly incapacitated, will you abandon me?" Fu Chao attempted to muster an innocent and pitiable expression. "If you don't want me, I might perish." Fu Chao resorted to using the plaintive tone characteristic of his fox form. Tao Youyou, feeling conflicted, eventually consoled him. All right, I never said I would take responsibility. And it's not guaranteed that things will go awry. Perhaps I'll still find you useful." Remembering her limited knowledge on such matters, given her lack of experience with boyfriends, she felt somewhat inadequate. During her younger years, she had never contemplated such issues, and as she matured, the apocalypse had left no room for exploration or learning. Upon hearing her words, Fu Chao sensed that his wife's resolve was beginning to waver, prompting him to abandon all restraint and fabricate a tale. "I know that if I become incapacitated, I will be a mere burden. You understand how despised the useless are in the beast realm. If you abandon me, I will truly become a forsaken fox." He lamented dramatically, his cries rivaling the tragic tales of ancient legends. Seeing the grand fox weep, Tao Youyou was instantly alarmed. To say she had developed no feelings for him after spending time together would be disingenuous. She found herself ensnared in his verbal trap. After all, the name Fu Chao resonated throughout the Northwest region and beyond, commanding respect. Who would dare label him as useless? Yet in that moment, Tao Youyou succumbed to the grand fox's sorrow, losing her rationality entirely. "Or is it that you now despise me for becoming a burden?" Fu Chao noted that his wife was becoming increasingly flustered and quickly added more fuel to the fire. "I do not despise you. How could I?" Tao Youyou hastily clarified. The grand fox continued to play the part of the affectionate spouse, reflecting on how the enchanting figure of Daji, the fox spirit, served as a role model for him. After a prolonged exchange, Tao Youyou finally relented, feeling a flicker of joy within. All right, I consent. I do not despise you. I will be your wife." Upon hearing her agreement, Fu Chao instantly ceased his antics, nestling comfortably in her embrace. Tao Youyou had deliberated extensively, aside from the delightful texture of the fluffy fox. Fu Chao's human form was truly one of a kind in the beast realm. What more could she desire with such a visually captivating partner? Moreover, considering his current condition, which rendered intimate encounters impossible, she found little to fear. Realizing this, she abandoned her pretense and even leaned down to plant a kiss on his furry head. "Is the pain still present?" Fu Chao was somewhat taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor, but adjusted quickly, even feeling emboldened. "It hurts." He elongated his voice in a playful manner. "I apologize, it's my fault. If you still hurt, you may bite me." Tao Youyou offered her wrist to the celestial fox. Naturally, Fu Chao could never bring himself to bite her, as the most intense pain had already subsided, rendering the current discomfort trivial. Yet, captivated by her scent, he did not release her wrist, but instead held it gently. Tao Youyou felt a tingling sensation, but since she had initiated the gesture, she felt too embarrassed to withdraw. "You are the best. I do not blame you." Fu Chao recognized that this situation was likely uncomfortable for her, so he released her wrist and adjusted to a more comfortable position. After a moment, he began to squirm slightly. Noticing Fu Chao's movements, Tao Youyou inquired with concern, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Fu Chao thought it was fortunate that he had not transformed into his human form. Otherwise, he would have revealed too much. Not all. When Tao Youyou noticed the grand fox shifting away from her, she immediately asked, "Is the pain still present? If it persists, we should seek medical attention." Fu Chao felt a surge of panic at her suggestion. "Wife, if you owe, never mind." He trailed off. "What? Please continue." Tao Youyou urged him to finish his thought. "Perhaps it's best left unsaid." Fu Chao hesitated. "Just tell me. Rest assured, I will help you if I can," she promised gallantly. "Well, I suppose I shall speak then." "Go ahead. If you truly care for me." Fu Chao paused, leaving his words hanging. "What is it?" Tao Youyou pressed, anxious. "Just tell me, massage it, please." Fu Chao's face flushed crimson. "What? What did you say?" Tao Youyou was taken aback, and once she comprehended his request, she swiftly kicked the grand fox off the bed. Chapter 141. Wedding preparations. The news of the chieftain's intention to rekindle his partnership with Lord Fu Chao spread throughout the Northwest region, garnering even congratulatory gifts from the Beast King's domain. Since the return of the third brother, Tao Youyou learned that the young child had indeed conquered the entire Yun'ai mountain gorge. With Fu Chao's assistance, he had completely absorbed the essence of Yun'ai mountain's core, seemingly becoming the sovereign of the entire region, exerting full control over it. The inherent dangers and various creatures therein showed exceptional leniency towards beings imbued with Fu Chao's aura. Bao Long and Ingwen have successfully established a trade route connecting the Northwest region with the Beast King domain. Even Hu Niu, after achieving stability in the Northwest, ventured into the outside world alongside Ingwen. If Fu Zhao and Tao Youyou have garnered unwavering reverence from the external world, then Hu Niu has undeniably brought fame to the Northwest region in a true sense. Within a mere 3 days, she ascended from a beastmaster to the pinnacle of beast spirit, completely reshaping the outside world's perception of the newly liberated Northwest. The tribes of the Northwest are far from insignificant. Compared to the former dominance of the Beast King domain, the Northwest now stands shoulder to shoulder with the leader domain, showing even signs of surpassing it. After receiving winter provisions from the Beast King domain, the Northwest region reciprocated with a generous shipment of fine meats and grains. Along with their local specialty, the energy fruit, the Xiongju tribe, having invested heavily in purchasing a beast skin map, saw its status plummet. They had hoped that with their youngest daughter, Chu Mian, they could lay low for a year or two to rejuvenate their clan. However, they did not anticipate that Tao Youyou, the female beastman, would completely cure the Beast King's hidden ailment, leading him to dismiss all female members of his harem, including Chu Mian. Without the Beast King's support, the Xiongju tribe collapsed almost overnight. The tribes they had once oppressed seized the opportunity to strike back, and in just a few days, a once prominent tribe vanished entirely. Consequently, the title of the foremost Beast Emperor naturally fell to Xiongmengmeng's father. "Father, I genuinely wish to attend the pairing ceremony between Tao Youyou and that esteemed individual." Xiongmengmeng began her persistent pleas. Xiong Batian has been exceedingly busy, taking charge of the Xiongju tribe. As he assumed command, he could not help but curse, realizing that Xiongju was indeed a nefarious character. In the territory he governed, the wealth disparity was alarmingly vast. The Xiong clan beastmen thrived while the subordinate tribes struggled to even secure enough food, let alone share in the energy fruit. Although hunting was not particularly difficult in the east, the subordinate tribes of Xiongju were burdened with hefty taxes. Essentially, the majority of their hunted provisions were surrendered to the Xiongju, leaving only a meager portion for the stronger beastmen. Many of those below the beast spirit level lived in dire poverty, even worse off than in the past Northwest region, where hunters could at least keep their own catches. "Father, please agree to let me go. This is a significant event for Tao Youyou, and as her sister, how can I not attend?" Xiongmengmeng resumed her relentless entreaties. Xiong Batian was nearly driven to distraction, yet he remained steadfast in his refusal. "No, absolutely not." Angered, Xiongmengmeng plopped down on a stone bench, abandoning her pleas. "Why not, father? You must provide me with a reason. Regardless of what you say, it is not happening. Now, cease pestering me. Have you completed the tasks assigned by the Beast King? If not, I will not clean up your mess this time." Xiongba Tian hoped for his daughter to forge a connection with that prominent figure. Yet the dangers of Yunni Mountain Canyon were not something Xiongming could easily grasp. Though she may lack understanding, he was all too aware of the fierce battles fought alongside the old Beast King, memories that still haunted him. Unless he could acquire that particular item. He was aware of the news regarding Yunni Mountain's ownership. The Beast King had mentioned that possessing an item imbued with that person's aura would ensure safe passage. Xiongba Tian had always doted on his daughter, fulfilling her every request to the best of his ability. This time, he could see that she genuinely wished to attend, and he had already begun to waver. However, items imbued with that esteemed individual's aura were exceedingly rare, and he had yet to obtain one. He decided that if he could procure a safe token, he would allow Mingmeng to attend the pairing ceremony. In his efforts for his daughter, he even sought the Beast King's assistance, ultimately acquiring a feather imbued with the aura of the third youngest. As night fell, Xiongba Tian entered Xiongming's room, presenting her with the black feather. "Here, take this. If you wish to go, then go." He awaited his daughter's admiration with confidence. Xiongming gazed at the dark feather in her hand, her expression curious. When she reached into her beast skin attire and produced a feather tinged with gray, Xiongba Tian was taken aback. "How do you have one as well?" "Father, don't you remember? The last time someone from the Tao Youyou tribe came. That female tiger beast man who ascended to beast emperor in 3 days? I invited her to our home. Have you forgotten? What does that have to do with anything?" Xiongba Tian remained perplexed. "She specifically gifted it to me. She invited me to the northwest to visit, which is why I wanted to accompany Tao Youyou." Xiongming explained. Xiongba Tian felt as though he had truly lost his mind, realizing that his daughter had formed a close bond with those prominent figures. Yet he insisted on meddling. Indeed, this was the realm of the youth. As the pairing date approached, Tao Youyou found herself feeling unusually solemn and anxious. For several consecutive days, she had been vibrant and full of energy, even struggling to sleep for several nights. The pairing ceremony was akin to a wedding, and even she could not escape the societal norms surrounding it. Yet, as the days passed, the moment finally arrived. She could no longer afford to stay up late. Gazing at her dark circles in the mirror, she quietly lay down in bed. After all, the next day marked her wedding, and regardless of her excitement and nervousness, she needed to calm her mind and rest well to greet the ceremony in the best possible spirit. Radiant red lanterns adorned the entire tribe, and even beyond its borders. The lights of the Tao clan shone brightly. Without warning, the Tao clan and much of the northwest region were bedecked in festive decorations. Fu Zhao, in pursuit of a more profound ceremonial ambience, exerted considerable effort to ensure the flowers of all seasons bloomed amidst the cold, white snow. In a fleeting moment, the entire northwest was awash with blossoms, brimming with joy. As the sun rose high in the sky, the wedding preparations were in full swing. And only then did Tao Youyou awaken. "Oh no, I've overslept." Upon noticing the sunlight streaming on her back, she realized she had indeed slept in. She had intended to rise early to prepare herself for the day, but now, judging by the time, her guests were likely already arriving. In a panic, she leaped up, ready to scold the lazy fox for not waking her, only to find that not only was Fu Zhao absent, but her 3 little ones were missing as well. "Forget them. I'll get myself ready first." She hurried to the bathroom, and through the mirror, she was surprised to see that her makeup was already perfectly applied. It dawned on her that Fu Zhao must have wanted her to sleep longer and had secretly done her makeup. Observing her reflection, she couldn't help but admire the skillful application. No wonder he had been poring over beauty tutorials lately, waiting for her. As she realized this, her heart softened inexplicably. Such a wonderful person. Would he truly belong to her entirely from this day forward? Fu Zhao had no need to remind anyone involved in the wedding preparations. Even the beastmen responsible for the cooking had put forth their finest skills, vowing to make this pairing ceremony an unforgettable feast for all the attendees. As for entertaining the guests, the once dominant Ali Ba had transformed into a social butterfly, bustling about with a charming smile, ensuring every guest felt comfortable. Yet inside, he was on the verge of cursing Hu Ernyo. Since this fellow received the visitors from Shouwang Lingyu, including Xiongming, he has completely vanished from sight. Leaving himself in a flurry of activity, more anxious than an ant on a hot pan. He lamented that it felt like a day apart from a sister he cherished dearly, emphasizing the importance of not neglecting a distant sister by blood. Consequently, he took it upon himself to entertain all the remaining guests, but fortunately, his wife offered several clever suggestions. Otherwise, he truly would have struggled to ensure every guest felt welcomed and at ease. Even so, both he and his wife found themselves in a whirlwind of chaos. He vowed that after this bonding ceremony concluded, he must earnestly coax Huernio into parting with some treasures. After all, her close relationship with the clan leader meant she possessed a plethora of unique and peculiar items. Last time, his wife mentioned a particular lip glaze she fancied, and he had already resolved that he would not relent until he procured enough of it for her. Tao Youyou had just awakened, her mind still lingering in a dreamlike state, when she sensed him approaching with the bridal gown he had prepared for her. She rushed over, holding it close to her heart. Her makeup was flawless, yet her hair remained unstyled, likely to avoid waking the slumbering self. Moreover, the hairstyle required her to don the ceremonial attire first to prevent any disarray. Observing Fu Chao seated by the bed, holding the bridal gown, she found him resembling a bashful bridegroom, causing her earlier shyness to dissipate, replaced by a playful urge to tease him. As she approached Fu Chao to retrieve the auspicious attire, she unexpectedly lowered her head. Their gazes met, and Fu Chao felt a momentary discomfort, a sudden flurry of confusion. Just as he prepared to evade Tao Youyou's gaze, she playfully lifted his chin with her finger. The more bashful he appeared, the more her mischievous spirit flourished. She even leaned in closer, almost believing he was internally flustered at that moment. However, before she could fully grasp the situation, a large hand encircled her head, and she found herself kissing him. In that instant, Tao Youyou felt utterly bewildered. Her previously composed demeanor was now a flurry of excitement. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her ears burned with warmth, and her mind blanked out, akin to a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, rising and falling aimlessly. Heavy breaths filled the air with a sense of urgency, soaring and plummeting, as one kiss led her to question if she had ascended to the clouds. Fu Chao, on the other hand, was consumed by a burning desire. Yet the wedding was imminent, and he had promised to respect her wishes, insisting on waiting until after the ceremony to touch her. He deepened the kiss once more, relishing the moment. "Mother, is it time to rise?" called the little fluffball as he stumbled in. Hearing her son approach, Tao Youyou hastily abandoned her reverie and scrambled out of Fu Chao's embrace, casting him a bashful glance. Fu Chao couldn't help but laugh at her flustered appearance, his heart fluttering in delight. Get up," she urged, quickly donning her ceremonial attire and returning to her vanity. Fu Chao quietly approached and began to style her hair. "Wow, Mother, you look so beautiful," exclaimed the little fluffball, ready to leap into her arms, yet hesitant to disrupt her makeup. Without a second thought, Tao Youyou scooped him up, cradling him in her embrace, allowing the skilled Fu Chao to arrange her hairstyle. All for the sake of her earlier declaration that a bride must not adorn herself with the celebratory colors. Tao Youyou was cradled by Fu Chao at the ceremony. By the time they arrived, the venue was already filled with guests eagerly awaiting the couple's bonding ceremony. Drawing upon his knowledge gleaned from Tao Youyou's world, Fu Chao romantically arranged a lengthy table of petals spanning several meters. While traditionally, the parents of the newlyweds would occupy one end, both were without family in this realm. Their 3 sons certainly could not be seated at the head of the table, and given their status, there was no need for officiants. So the end of the table was encircled with a heart-shaped floral wreath. Embracing Tao Youyou, Fu Chao strode towards this corridor leading to happiness, eschewing the officiant's tedious speeches. He took each steady step with her in his arms. In that moment, he felt even more exhilarated than when he first took form. He reveled in the softness of the girl he held. From this day forth, she would officially be his wife, his sole companion for the rest of his life. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. Gently, Fu Chao slid the ring he had crafted onto Tao Youyou's ring finger, and she solemnly adorned him with a ring in return. They bowed to each other. Taking a deep breath, Fu Chao gazed into Tao Youyou's eyes. Both sharing a smile, before bowing deeply. At that moment, it felt as though the heavens were summoned. Clouds overhead transformed into hearts, adding a touch of brilliance to the already electrifying atmosphere. As the ceremony concluded, Fu Chao intended to escort Tao Youyou back to the venue. But he had no inclination for such formalities. He simply wished to remain by his wife's side. Moreover, the ceremony had served its purpose of receiving blessings from all. There was no reason to linger further. After the final rites were blessed by the heavens, he promptly returned to their new abode. "Wife, I am back," he called before even stepping inside. Upon returning to their new home, Tao Youyou sat upon the bridal bed, recalling the morning's kiss, her cheeks flushing anew. She even began to ponder that perhaps tonight would lead to more intimate encounters, leaving her flustered and uncertain of where to place her hands. She tossed and turned, feeling restless, contemplating whether to feign modesty or to take the initiative for a night filled with passion. Lying in bed, she squirmed, striving to recall the narrative of some romantic tale she had read. She hoped to emulate their essence in her own experience. Yet, despite her efforts, clarity eluded her. Regrettably, she lamented that she had not read enough of such stories to construct a proper mental framework. However, matters of this nature could hardly be approached as a mathematical problem, with a prescribed order of operations. Such rigidity seemed ill-suited for the occasion. Fu Chao opened the door, only to find that his wife had not heard his entrance. She lay twisted in the sheets like a serpent, mumbling to herself before burying her head beneath the covers. Quietly, he approached, suddenly pouncing and pinning the bundled-up Tao Youyou beneath him. After a playful tussle, he extricated her from the blankets. All her prior thoughts of order and procedure vanished. Locking eyes, she resolved to take charge, leaping forward to pin Fu Chao beneath her, recalling his earlier advances and kissing him passionately. Fu Chao welcomed her initiative, allowing her to set the pace as they moved forward together. Even when her knees pressed against his most sensitive area, he offered no resistance. "Shall I assist you, or will you manage on your own?" She playfully adopted a villainous tone, pinning his arms above his head and leaning close to whisper in his ear. Fu Chao paused for a moment, then willingly complied. He endeavored to embody the delicate and fragile flower, striving to evoke the latent fierceness within his wife. "Dear, allow me," said Fu Zhao, his voice softening. Upon hearing Fu Zhao's words, Tao Youyou couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, how utterly ridiculous you are!" she exclaimed, laughter spilling forth. Fu Zhao, blushing from her mirth, pretended to be indignant. "If you continue to mock me, I shall withdraw my company." Tao Youyou quickly pressed a kiss on Fu Zhao's cheek, coaxing, No, please stay and play with me, my dear." Then, grasping Fu Zhao's chin, she playfully insisted, "Now, be a good boy and undress yourself. Do not make me do it, lest you risk my rough handling." "All right, my dear," Fu Zhao replied, shedding the crimson ceremonial robe to reveal only the intimate vest and undergarments gifted by Tao Youyou. "Oh dear, I feel shy," he admitted, suddenly bashful. Tao Youyou turned Fu Zhao's body towards her, removing his hands from his knees and smoothing his form, no longer resembling a wronged little bride. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to fully embrace her role as the fierce bandit. Summoning her courage, she seized Fu Zhao's vest, tugging at it with fervor. Although the fabric stretched, it did not come off entirely. The quality of the vest provided by the system is surprisingly good, she mused, inadvertently lightening the atmosphere. Fu Zhao, regaining his composure, urged her, "Focus, continue." Tao Youyou quickly returned her character. "Be a good girl and do not resist. Let me cherish you," she said, and Fu Zhao obediently complied. With gentle motions, Tao Youyou began to remove Fu Zhao's vest, yet when she prepared to unfasten his undergarments, she faltered. After a moment, Fu Zhao, noticing her hesitation, understood that his wife was retreating. Not wanting to let this opportunity slip away, he approached her, crouching down. "You are quite mischievous." Igniting the flame, yet not willing to take responsibility, Tao Youyou's face flushed a deep crimson, and though she contemplated surrendering entirely, she found herself unable to do so. Then she heard Fu Zhao's voice beside her ear. "If my wife is feeling shy, allow me to attend to you." His words carried a hint of mirth. Tao Youyou mumbled, begrudgingly acquiescing, while mentally preparing herself. She reminded herself that she was now bonded with this man, her husband, and thus it could not be deemed immoral. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of being at a disadvantage, considering she had initially intended to take advantage of him. Resolving not to be outdone, feeling increasingly exposed, she pushed Fu Zhao away, attempting to escape his embrace. Before they could separate, she inadvertently brushed against a sensitive area, startling her like a frightened rabbit. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, suddenly aware of an unexpected pain. She had bumped her head against Fu Zhao's chin, and a wave of warmth coursed through her lower abdomen, bringing discomfort. Covering her throbbing head with one hand, she looked down to find a pool of blood trickling down her leg. Fu Zhao, noticing the blood, was instantly alarmed. He quickly dismissed all frivolous thoughts and prepared to remove her last layer of undergarments to ascertain the source of her injury. "My dear, where are you hurt? Let me see, does it hurt?" His concern was palpable, oblivious to the fact that every girl undergoes a unique time of the month. Tao Youyou, feeling mortified, felt as if she might die of embarrassment. "Turn around, you mustn't look." Fu Zhao, filled with anxiety, disregarded her command. "Oh, please turn around quickly." "I'm fine. My period has just arrived," she was forced to confess. "Period?" After a few moments of realization, Fu Zhao swiftly carried her to the bathroom, expertly retrieving a sanitary napkin from a box. Chapter 144. The child may be lost a year later. Tao Youyou stood aboard a grand vessel, gazing out at the vast ocean that had become their domain, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Fu Zhao supported her as they disembarked. The sensation of having been adrift at sea lingering beneath their feet, making her feel unsteady, nearly causing her to stumble. Fortunately, Fu Zhao caught her in time. Regaining her balance, she resolved to shake off the lingering disorientation. "We can use this place to establish a dock," she remarked, tilting her head towards Fu Zhao. He affectionately wrapped his arms around her, nodding gently. "Very well. Whatever you desire shall be fulfilled." Over the past year, under the guidance of Fu Miao, the Mountain Lord, Tao Youyou had thoroughly explored the Yunni Mountain Grand Canyon with the Tao clan. They had unexpectedly discovered an unknown ocean at the easternmost point of Yunni Mountain, a region even Fu Zhao had never ventured into. Since their union, the Northwestern Territory and the Beast King domain had gradually begun to exchange resources. The Beast world had been developing almost flawlessly according to Tao Youyou's vision, leading to an extended period of boredom for her. The discovery of this unfamiliar sea rekindled her adventurous spirit. To bring joy to his wife, Fu Zhao willingly accompanied her in exploring this new maritime domain. Originally, this territory, untouched by even the secondary systems, was home to numerous powerful sea monsters. However, under Fu Zhao's overwhelming dominance, after more than half a month of effort, they finally subdued the last remaining whale demon, firmly establishing the territory as belonging to the Tao clan. Upon returning to the tribe, Tao Youyou still felt the lingering effects of seasickness. "This shouldn't be. The last time we drifted at sea for over half a month, I didn't experience such severe side effects. Why can't I recover this time?" she lamented, feeling nauseous once more. Fu Zhao, concerned, observed his wife closely, and as he reached out, a cup of water was drawn toward him. "Here, drink some water," he offered, handing her the cup. Tao Youyou took a hearty sip, hoping to quell the turmoil in her stomach. Mother, I prepared a delicious meal for you." Fu Zhao, knowing his mother would be returning today, had been up early making bone broth. The aroma of meat wafted to Tao Youyou, causing her stomach to churn anew. Fearing she would hurt Fu Zhao's feelings, she forced herself to suppress her discomfort. However, Fu Zhao did not miss her struggle, his heart racing with anxiety, unsure of how to assist. "Mother isn't feeling well right now. You should take this over first," he instructed, prioritizing her needs. Upon hearing his father mention his mother's discomfort, Fu Zhao immediately grew anxious. Setting down the tray and rushing to inquire, Mother, what is wrong? What do you feel unwell? Let shower help you." The warmth of her son's concern eased Tao Youyou's nausea somewhat. "It's nothing, just a bit of seasickness. Really, it's not a big deal," she reassured, patting Fu Zhao's tousled head. Having accompanied her on a previous sea voyage, Fu Zhao understood what seasickness entailed and was aware that those affected should avoid greasy foods. "What would you like to eat, mother? I'll make something for you," he offered, undeterred by her inability to enjoy his culinary efforts. "No need, my dear. I just need a moment to recover. I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you've prepared right now," Tao Youyou replied gently. Fu Xiao embraced Tiyu's neck, playfully saying, "Mother, please do not apologize. I understand. Would you like something sweet? I read that sugary treats might alleviate seasickness." Initially, Fu Xiao wore a displeased expression, wishing to push away this troublesome child who had seemingly stolen his wife. However, upon hearing that Fu Xiao could provide relief for his wife's discomfort, he reluctantly allowed the little rascal to continue his embrace. Upon hearing about sweets, Tiyu instinctively felt an increase of saliva in her mouth. "Mother, could you prepare some sweet water?" she suggested. Prompted by her request, Fu Xiao hurriedly nodded and dashed to the small kitchen to boil sugar water. Realizing that his wife truly desired something sweet, Fu Xiao recalled that he had placed several bags of sweet sour plums in the small freezer. He quickly retrieved them. Tiyu popped a sugar-coated plum into her mouth, instantly relishing the flavor, and continued to indulge one after another. After enjoying 3 plums, her appetite surged, and she rewarded Fu Xiao with a light kiss on the lips, akin to a dragonfly's gentle touch upon water. In that moment, Fu Xiao felt an effervescent satisfaction bubbling within his heart. That evening, Tu dined on boiled yulong, which possessed a rather mild flavor, agreeable to her palate. Recently, she felt unusually hungry. If not for the occasional nausea, she believed she could single-handedly consume an entire lingalong. Her exaggerated appetite rivaled that of Hu Erniu, which she found quite peculiar. Tu thought she ought not to indulge herself further. She placed a hand on her small belly, contemplating whether she should enhance her exercise regimen. Although there was no weighing scale in sight, she sensed that she had gained at least 3 to 4 pounds over the past half-month. Without further ado, she lay on the bed and began doing sit-ups. 1, 2, 3. Why was this so strenuous? Though she had been remiss in her workouts lately, she shouldn't be panting after just a few repetitions, should she? In the past, while striving to maintain her excellent condition, she could manage 100 without breaking a sweat. 16, 18. Tiyu felt an increasing discomfort in her lower abdomen, even experiencing a faint pain. Fu Xiao entered just in time to see Tiyu curled up on the bed like a large shrimp. "Wife, what's wrong? Are you okay?" he asked, moving closer and noticing that her forehead was slick with sweat, startling him. At that moment, Tiyu, unable to articulate her pain, felt as though she were being assaulted by 3 menstrual cycles simultaneously. Menstrual cycle? Hadn't her period been absent for nearly 2 months? Suddenly, a bombshell exploded in her mind. Could she be pregnant? More importantly, had her sit-ups harmed the baby? In an instant, she forgot her pain, her heart feeling as if it had been struck by a blade. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to maintain composure, gazing up at Fu Xiao, unable to contain her tears any longer. "Fu Xiao, our child may be gone." Chapter 145. Fingers intertwined, sharing a smile. A child. Gone. These 2 words were increasingly jarring. For a moment, Fu Xiao felt as though he had not comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet he quickly refocused his attention on Tao Youyou's abdomen. Indeed, he sensed the faint pulse of a new life within her. Though weak, the vigorous rhythm signified that it did not wish to vanish as she had claimed. "Wife, dear, do not fear. The child is here. It is safe." Fu Xiao felt himself stumbling over his words. Hearing Fu Xiao's reassurance, Tiyu began to emerge from her sorrow. Perhaps the relief allowed her to feel less discomfort in her abdomen. Slowly, she sat up, trembling as she sought to exchange for a pregnancy test before heading to the bathroom to confirm. Although Fu Xiao had already surmised that his wife was indeed pregnant, he could not pinpoint the emotion that surged within him. Both he and Tiyu leaned over the stone table, anxiously watching the pink strip. Tiyu observed as the test strip gradually absorbed moisture. The agonizing seconds felt interminable. Neither dared to breathe until the color strip finally manifested 2 lines. "I am truly pregnant," Tiyu exclaimed, gripping Fu Xiao's hand tightly, leaving deep impressions of her nails. Fu Xiao fervently embraced Tiyu's head, momentarily at a loss for words to express his overwhelming joy. After confirming the pregnancy, Tu felt apprehensive about the exercises she had just performed, fearing they might harm the baby. She expended a significant amount of reputation points to conduct a thorough examination of her health. Once assured of the baby's well-being, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. As her tension eased, joy surged within her once more. However, how could she be pregnant without any warning signs? She had previously believed that due to Fu Chao's uniqueness, they would never conceive, which had led them to forego any protective measures. At that moment, Fu Chao was overwhelmed with excitement, tears brimming in his eyes at the thought of having a child who would one day call him father. Although the three little ones also referred to him as father, this feeling was distinctly different. This child belonged solely to him and Tao Youyou. Yet, with his wife now pregnant, what should he do? Childbirth was bound to be painful for her. How should he care for her during this time? It seemed she could not overindulge, lest the child grow too large and cause her suffering during delivery. Conversely, she could not eat too little, as insufficient nutrition would jeopardize both her and the baby's health. In that fleeting moment, Fu Chao's mind raced with thoughts, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He remained in a daze until Tao Youyou called his name 3 times, bringing him back to reality. Yet he soon found himself fixated on Tu's slightly rounded but otherwise flat belly. Carefully, he assisted her in sitting on the bed before crouching beside her feet, occasionally reaching out to touch her abdomen, as if in disbelief. "There truly is our little one inside," he exclaimed. "Indeed, you should know best," Tao Youyou replied with a smile, feeling as though her entire being was enveloped in a golden glow. In just a few days, the entire Northwest had learned that their clan leader was expecting another child. Recently, Tao Youyou had been experimenting with various dishes. Since opening up the oceanic routes, she had even added lobster meat to her porridge. Surprisingly, it was quite delicious. Upon learning that their mother was expecting another baby, the 3 little ones were ecstatic. Particularly, Xiao Fumia, despite being the most capable among the trio, was often overshadowed by his older siblings due to age. The prospect of gaining a younger brother or sister thrilled him more than anyone else. With his nimble flight, he flitted about gathering delicacies for Tao Youyou. Today, he discovered a walnut tree, and tomorrow, he found a fruit grove. With Fu Xiao's assistance, he even prepared pancakes filled with eggs, carrots, and cucumber strips, which Tao Youyou thoroughly enjoyed. Not only did it cause her no discomfort, but she felt she could indulge for 3 consecutive days. Though Tao Youyou had taken care of 3 children for quite some time, this was her first experience with pregnancy, and she had no prior knowledge to draw upon. Although the prospect of being pregnant was joyous, it inevitably brought some worry and fear, especially in a world without cesarean sections. She wondered if birthing would prove difficult if the baby's position was not favorable. Alternatively, one might not exercise sufficient caution. What if harm befalls the child? Or perhaps there is concern that the 3 little ones might overthink, wondering if she would be blamed for her diminished affection towards them since her pregnancy. However, upon witnessing the demeanor of Fu Zhao and the 3 little ones, Tao Youyou's worries dissipated entirely. There is no longer a need to fly such distances daily to procure food for her mother. She need not toil incessantly, nor visit the flower play every day, nor specifically learn new skills. She could walk steadily on her own without needing assistance from both hands. If she were to sleep apart, would she still have to endure having her hair pressed down? Should that occur, she would retaliate by burning all of Fu Zhao's fox fur. Most of the time, Tao Youyou relished the affection bestowed upon her by the little ones and Fu Zhao, but at times, their antics were rather exaggerated, leaving one both amused and exasperated. Yet, living in such a manner, the days were sweet and delightful. In the blink of an eye, 9 months had passed. Oh no, it seems my belly has begun to ache. Tao Youyou placed the piece of pastry back into Fu Zhao's hands. Fu Zhao, alarmed, realized that it had been over 9 months. Calculating the time, she could give birth any day now. This couldn't possibly be labor pains, could it? She had experienced a few twinges earlier, but they were not intense enough for her to mention. However, this time, it truly felt like genuine contractions. Tao Youyou thought uneasily. "Fu Xia, go to the tribe and fetch Auntie. Your mother might be going into labor." Fu Zhao shouted towards the outside, initially seated at the desk. Fu Xia sprang to his feet, but before he could dash outside, Fu Miao, practicing flight in the courtyard, had already soared deep into the tribe. Fu Zhao effortlessly scooped up Tao Youyou into a princess carry and transported her to the prepared birthing room. Without seeking a midwife, Fu Xia dashed straight to the small kitchen to boil water. By the time Tao Youyou reclined on the birthing bed, beads of sweat were already trickling down her forehead. Aunt E was brought over by Fu Xia, who had never before experienced the sensation of flying through the heavens in his lifetime. Master Fu Zhao, please step outside. Leave this to me. Aunt E respectfully addressed Fu Zhao. Ignoring her, Fu Zhao tightly held one of Tao Youyou's hands, whispering words of comfort and encouragement in her ear. Why don't you step outside first? Tao Youyou suggested during a brief moment of lessened pain. I will stay with you. Just bite me if it hurts. Fu Zhao replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. Observing that Fu Zhao would not leave, Aunt E ceased further discussion and commenced her work. Keep going. Push. Fu Zhao watched as Tao Youyou struggled through the labor. His eyes reddened as he gradually channeled his energy into her body. Do not lose focus. Push hard and stay steady. I can see the head, Aunt E instructed. With a sudden, forceful exertion, Tao Youyou felt the lightness beneath her. The baby had arrived. Aunt E cradled the child and handed it to Fu Zhao. He squatted down, holding the little girl, and placed her beside Tao Youyou. Their fingers entwined as they exchanged a smile.